This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. The gray sky seemed shrouded by a thick, leaden cloud, gloomy and silent. One after another, spaceships, like colossal beasts, broke free from Earth's gravitational pull and sailed into the vast depths of the universe. They carried humanity's hopes and embarked on an interstellar journey filled with challenges and unknowns. Fu Xing, like all the humans left on Earth, watched his compatriots depart. Fu Xing, Fu Xing. Fu Xing smiled. Because of his name's homophonic sound, everyone called him Fu Xing. He corrected the little girl, Nyonyo, "You should call me brother." Nyonyo, lying in the hospital bed, asked curiously, "Can they really find a new home?" Fu Xing touched her head. They will. They will. This was a Fongsong hospital, densely packed with patients. The leader's speech played on the TV. My dear compatriots, I sincerely thank each and every one of you for your tremendous sacrifice. In the face of apocalyptic disaster, our choices undoubtedly demonstrate the most dazzling brilliance of humanity. Please allow me to pay my highest tribute to each of these brave and selfless compatriots. Some eyes welled up, some wept softly, but no one regretted their vote. This apocalyptic disaster was triggered by continued global warming. At first, it was simply frequent extreme weather events, droughts, heavy rains, typhoons, tsunamis, and high temperatures. The disaster altered the original ecosystem, causing a decline in agricultural, forestry, animal husbandry, and fishery production, leading to food shortages. Later, the Antarctic glaciers melted, sea levels rose, and various viruses carried by ancient organisms buried deep in the permafrost spread through the oceans, leading to the deadly AIDS virus sweeping the globe. Human civilization was vulnerable to the might of nature, and the population plummeted. In a panic, they decided to flee Earth and head for that uncertain, habitable planet in the vast universe. Kepler F. But even with a small population, the spacecraft's sleeping compartments were limited. Other countries resorted to force, and whoever had the stronger fist would secure a ticket. The only way to voluntarily give their hope of survival to their compatriots, who had not been infected by the virus, was to vote. Brother Fu Xing, what are you thinking about? Brother Fu Xing. The image of Nyonyo before him began to blur and become blurred. Fu Xing, Ju Fu Xing. Ju Fu Xing's ear was twisted, startling him awake. Mom, it hurts, stop twisting it. Hurry up. Ziyuan is here. Okay, right away. Ju Fu Xing quickly got up and changed his clothes. Huh? He scooped up a handful of cold water and splashed it on his face, finally fully awake. Why am I dreaming about the past again? No, it's my last life. Ju Fu Xing has memories of his past life. That's his secret. Coincidentally, in this life, his real name is Fu Xing. Hey Fu Xing, why are you still lying in bed? We need to hurry. We agreed to meet at 10 o'clock. Chen Ziyuan didn't hesitate. He waited for Fu Xing to be free and sat down at the dining table to eat breakfast. Chen Ziyuan was fair and handsome, looking gentle and refined, but his personality didn't match his appearance at all. He and Ju Fu Xing grew up together, and they were as close as brothers. He wasn't shy about offering food at Ju's house. What's the rush? I won't go if you keep pushing me. Today was the second day after the Gaokao results were announced, and students with good grades were out and about happily. Ju Fu Xing hadn't wanted to go out, but he couldn't bear the relentless barrage of messages. That's right, even in the interstellar age, students still had to take the Gaokao, and it had become a global one. What a celebration! The two finished breakfast and headed for the station. Today, my classmates had planned to go to the amusement park to celebrate the end of their high school career. Ju Fu Xing, nearly 40 years old in his 2 lifetimes, had no interest in such childish activities. Besides, today was Qixi Festival, and the streets were packed. I don't know how interstellar people count the days. The Phoenix planet they live on takes 480 days to orbit its star, yet they forcibly adopted many Earth-era festivals. These traditional festivals have been preserved intact. Those taken aboard by the nation's vote were all young and strong men in relatively good physical condition. After an arduous interstellar voyage spanning over 2,000 years, the spacecraft encountered something unknown along the way, and instead of arriving at Kepler 62F as planned, it landed at what is now Phoenix. Of the 560 spacecraft that had set out, only a little over 300 remained, and they were in dire straits. On other nations' spacecraft, those in less healthy conditions never woke up in their sleep pods. Fu Xing, what are you daydreaming about again? Chen Ziyuan nudged Ju Fu Xing. There are so many people here today. Do you think anyone will confess their love to you today? Hee hee. It was still early, and the classmates hadn't arrived yet. Zhu Fuxing idly twirled a crystal coin, the crystal-like coin twirling delicately between his bony, slender fingers. It was a habit he couldn't break for 2 lifetimes. When he was bored, he turned something around in his hands: pens, straws, school badges, coins, anything twirly. As his fingers flew, Zhu Fuxing casually said, "I better not let me see that. It's boring." "Why is it boring?" "A well-fed man doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. Being handsome is just detestable." Chen Ziyuan angrily expressed his dissatisfaction. His childhood friend was just like what he read in books: sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a nose like a gallbladder, red lips, white teeth, the school's most handsome boy since childhood. This handsome man is so charming, he attracts countless boys and girls. But he's also so unromantic, which makes countless boys and girls feel uneasy. I don't know who will take you in the future. See if you still act like a millionaire. Humph! Zhu Fuxing ignored him. Wow, someone's confessing their love. So many golden-edged roses. No way, such a big deal. These flowers must be expensive. Of course they are. They're plant variants brought from our home planet. Who's so lucky? There was a sudden commotion up ahead. A huge bunch of golden-edged roses, seemingly with legs, were heading straight for Zhu Fuxing. There were definitely 999 of them. The person holding the roses was completely obscured by their body. It was like the roses had legs, wasn't it? Holy crap! Someone's really confessing their love to you. Who's so persistent? I respect them for what they are. Chen Ziyuan was stunned. He just said it casually, and someone actually acted on it. No matter how many thousands of years have passed, people's love of watching the excitement hasn't changed at all. As the crowd gathered, their eyes sparkled. Men, women, and children were excited, and the atmosphere of gossip and festivity rivaled the New Year's. Zhu Fuxing was bewildered. He had only ever received love letters on campus, and occasionally, a few bold ones would shyly confess their feelings when no one was around. He had never encountered such a public, ostentatious suitor before. What should I do? What should I do? This is so embarrassing. Zhu Fuxing looked at the rose approaching and wanted to run. But he was already surrounded by the crowd. The unrestrained chatter grew louder. Is this guy still a student? Oh, he's so handsome. What does this guy holding the flowers look like? I can't see his face clearly. These flowers are worth a fortune. Junior boy, you're so lucky. This is true love. One of the benefits of the interstellar age is the advent of extracorporeal wombs, which solve the problem of marriage and childbearing. Same-sex and opposite-sex marriage became the norm. More open-minded interstellar people were also more enthusiastic about gossip, and the topics of discussion had evolved from courtship to raising children. Zhu Fuxing clenched his fists, a vein throbbing in his forehead. It was so embarrassing, he could have dug a villa out of his toes. Rose walked fearlessly, bumping into Zhu Fuxing head first. Well? A face emerged from behind Rose, a sunny, cheerful, and handsome man. Wow, so handsome, both of them so handsome. The onlookers were so surprised they practically set off firecrackers. What? Zhu Fuxing had reached his limit, his tone extremely harsh, glaring fiercely at the handsome man across from him, a man he didn't even recognize. Can you move aside? You're blocking my way. The handsome man looked so innocent. Why was he being so aggressive? Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan, The crowd, Seeing he didn't budge, the handsome guy continued, I want to go into the garden behind you. Can you make way? He even tossed the flowers up as he spoke. They were too heavy. Zhu Fuxing turned around. He was standing not far from the entrance to a garden. The deliberately shabby doorway was narrow, with 4 large, blood-stained characters on it, Qishan Academy. It looked like the entrance to a haunted house. Everyone, Why, in the interstellar age, are humans still obsessed with ghosts? This was one of the questions Zhu Fuxing hadn't figured out for 18 years. But that wasn't the point right now. Zhu Fuxing wiped his face, pushed through the crowd, and walked away without looking back. At Qishan Academy, Yi Nanxiao put his arm around veteran Dawn's shoulder, standing unsteadily. Dawn, don't tell me I don't remember you. I even visited you during my missions. I even asked Xiaoshan to buy flowers to celebrate the opening of your new shop. Dawn wasn't impressed. Have you ever seen a haunted house open with flowers? What should I buy? A wreath? Dawn wanted to kill him. I'm not dead yet. Xiaoshan cautiously entered, clutching a dazzling, priceless bouquet of gold-rimmed roses. The bouquet was so large that it was difficult to see the path, and the Qishan Academy interior was unusually dim, making his steps difficult. Yi Nanqiao and Dawn stared at the slowly moving roses for a long moment in silence. Huh? Xiaoshan was exhausted. Boss, I bought the flowers. Yi Nanqiao stared at him in confusion. I asked you to buy flowers, but why did you buy roses? You said to buy the most expensive ones? This is the most expensive one today. Dawn sighed and pointed at Xiaoshan, saying, Boss, is our team still any good? We can't keep this thing. Throw it away quickly. At the amusement park entrance, the students had finally gathered. Chen Ziyuan vividly recounted the incident, making them laugh like crazy. That's so satisfying. You, even Lucky Star, have finally come to this. Ha. Zhu Ronqing rolled his eyes. Chen Ziyuan glanced around and asked in confusion, Why isn't Brother Gang here? Didn't you notify him? Brother Gang was their monitor and the leader of the class, so he was always included in every activity. We notified him a few days ago. Didn't we agree on the time in the group chat? Maybe something happened. It's time. Let's go in. If we delay any longer, we won't have enough time to play. Let's go, let's get in. Everyone rushed madly towards the amusement park. Phoenix is 66 times the size of Earth, yet its population is less than 50 billion. This vast, sparsely populated environment makes all buildings on this planet uniquely large, exceptionally large. The amusement park's area is comparable to a small city on Earth. Even with the help of various efficient transportation systems, everyone was exhausted after a day of fun. As night fell, they passed Qishan Academy again. The amusement park, bustling all day, gradually quieted down as most people rushed home, leaving the entrance to Qishan Academy even less crowded. The blood-stained characters cast a chilling shadow under the dim light, and the bouquet of roses placed at the entrance seemed even more eerie. Oh my god, who's so creative? Putting roses at the entrance of a haunted house? Proposing to a ghost bride? Stop talking, I'm getting goosebumps. Zhu Fuxing's eyelids twitched. No way, it wasn't that bouquet of flowers. Chen Ziyuan, incredibly curious, wanted to step forward to get a closer look, but Zhu Fuxing stopped him. What's wrong with you? Get out of here, bad luck. Yi Nanqiao, returning from his errands, saw a group of young men chattering towards him from afar, moving at breakneck speed, as if being chased by ghosts. He tried his best to move aside, but still bumped shoulders with one. The young man turned around and apologized, I'm sorry. But he didn't stop. It's okay. Yi Nanqiao was stunned by that moment of turning back. The light wasn't bright, but the young man's eyes shone brightly, as if filled with starlight. His slightly tousled hair formed a beautiful arc, and his delicate features resembled the meticulously painted brushwork of a traditional Chinese painting, every line perfectly placed, a truly unforgettable sight. Yi Nanqiao was lost in thought when a faint, breathless voice echoed from the dim shadows. Boss, everyone's waiting for you. A head popped out from beneath the bloody words. A chilling gust of wind blew, and the door opened and closed slightly, making the distinct creaking sound of old wood. The scene was extremely horrifying. Yi Nanqiao, Xiaoshan, starving, hung on the door railing, stretching his head as hard as he could, trying to beckon their boss to come in quickly. Everyone's waiting for you to eat. Chapter 2. The sky of Phoenix Planet shone a delicate turquoise, the clouds still pure white. Tall blackthorn trees stood neatly planted along the roadside. When they blossomed, the scene was simply intoxicating. Countless pink petals clustered together, forming a gorgeous sea of flowers. These blossoms densely covered the branches. From a distance, it looked as if the trees were covered in tons of pink. A sweet scent filled the air, both beautiful and pleasant, and very appetizing. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan rode their bicycles side by side. The road was wide, with 10 lanes, and there were not many cars on it. As a child, Zhu Fuxing was deeply disappointed with this interstellar era. He imagined a future world of towering skyscrapers, overlapping sky hubs, dazzling aircraft, and a bustling stream of people. None of that. Due to its vast territory and sparse population, the interstellar people are particularly pragmatic, inheriting the fine tradition of hard work and simplicity. They diligently build infrastructure, saving wherever possible and refusing to waste a penny on flashy high-tech beyond the essentials. It's not that they don't have the technology, but rather that it's unnecessary. Jiaoming City, where Zhu Fuxing was born, can only be considered a small city, 10 times the size of Beijing in the Earth era, but with a population of less than 30 million. Every household lives in a 2-story house with a garden. Adding an extra floor is considered wasteful. The city's public transportation system is extremely convenient and well developed. A circumnavigation of the city by the circular levitation train takes only 30 minutes. There are a variety of transportation options, including aircraft, but now there's no need to punch a clock in for work. Most people can work from home. Those who need to travel to designated work locations are picked up by their workstation's airships. Except for emergencies, few people use their private aircraft for leisure. Many people ride bicycles. Jiaoming City enjoys a pleasant climate, with spring-like weather year-round, and the city's greenery is exceptional. For short trips, people prefer to use more primitive means of transportation. Today, they are going to a special therapy clinic to visit Zhu Fuxing's brother Zhu Lingyi. His brother has been in cryostasis for 6 months, and Zhu Fuxing hasn't recovered. At the age of 20, Zhu Lingyi was infected with the AIDS virus, a terrifying virus that, even after escaping Earth, has not yet been able to escape. Zhu Fuxing knows this virus all too well. He was infected in a previous life. Once infected, the virus damages the human immune system, leading to a variety of complications and the gradual failure of various organs. Within 6 months, death is certain. Furthermore, the virus is highly contagious. In the interstellar age, there are now alternative vaccines that reduce the virus's contagiousness. Treatment can slow the progression of the disease. However, there's still no way to eliminate the virus, completely prevent transmission, or offer a complete cure. Those unfortunate enough to be infected simply have their sentence reduced from immediate execution to suspended death sentence. Seeing Zhu Fuxing's downturn, Chen Ziyuan could only find something to cheer him up. Fuxing, how old were you when you changed your name? Why don't I remember? When I was 10. After my brother was diagnosed, the whole family, unsure of what to do, searched the dictionary for a name with a good meaning. Finally, Grandpa decided on Fuxing, meaning lucky star, hoping he would bring blessings to my brother. Maybe changing your name would actually help? Your name has such a beautiful meaning. What the hell, my brother? Zhu Fuxing was so upset, he couldn't say any more. Chen Ziyuan stopped talking, not knowing how to comfort him. The greatest benefit of the interstellar age is that technological advances have significantly extended human lifespan. The average lifespan is now 170, and many people live to 200. The longest AIDS patient has lived to over 100, but this is an extremely rare case. Most infected people, depending on their condition, can extend their lives for 5 to 40 years with treatment. His brother only lasted 8 years before his condition worsened, and he was sent to cryostasis. Being in cryostasis meant there was no effective treatment, and his brother would never wake up again. Fuxing hadn't brought his brother any good fortune. Auntie Zheng. Zhu Fuxing politely greeted the head nurse. Little Lucky Star, you're here to see your brother again? The head nurse was a kind-looking middle-aged woman in charge of the cryostat. If the cryostat couldn't prevent organ failure, there would be no hope for this patient. Humans had been on Phoenix Planet for over 2,000 years, and countless patients had died from the AIDS virus. Your brother's condition is stable. Come with me. The head nurse also felt deeply sorry for Zhu Lingyi. Her daughter and Zhu Lingyi were classmates. She was a dazzling child, sensible, beautiful, intelligent, and even accepted into the best military academy. Why? Oh! Thank you, Aunt Zheng. What are you thanking me for? You're both going to college, right? Yes, from now on, I can only come back to see my brother during holidays. Please let me know if anything happens. Nurse Zheng soothed him. I've been observing and recording your brother's condition for 6 months. His condition is very stable. In my experience, he won't get worse anytime soon. Little Fuxing, just focus on your studies. Zhu Fuxing nodded. In reality, only a blurry figure could be seen through the silicon glass separating the freezer and the sterile room, but Zhu Fuxing still came every month. As long as his brother slept here, he had hope and motivation. Chen Ziyuan also deeply loved Zhu Lingyi, his older brother. He and Zhu Fuxing had both grown up late, and when they were bullied by the older kids, it was always Lingyi who stood up for them. When they struggled with their homework, it was Lingyi who patiently helped them. Lingyi had a good temper, and was incredibly capable, having been admitted to the Star Alliance Military Academy's most challenging command department. Such a good brother. Zhu Fuxing was dreaming again, a dream he had many times in the past 6 months. In the clean ward, Zhu Lingyi leaned against the bed, his hair growing longer and tied loosely behind his head. His skin, long out of the sun, was a pale color. His eyes sparkled. He leaned there quietly, his features painted, his grace and composure unwavering. Zhu Fuxing never considered himself handsome. His brother was the only one who was handsome, a graceful young man straight out of a painting, his elegance undimmed even amidst illness. Little Fuxing, I can't send you to college. Zhu Lingyi expressed regret. You knew I'd get in? What nonsense are you talking about? You don't let me sleep while thinking about you, do you? Zhu Fuxing moved his lips, wanting to say something but holding back. Study hard and don't get distracted. Got it? You must get into a good school. I raised you with all my heart and soul, so you have to repay me. Zhu Fuxing thought, then why don't you just stay awake? Little Fuxing, everything has its own destiny. You must understand. Zhu Fuxing turned his head and stubbornly wiped away the tears that had secretly fallen. Come here. Zhu Fuxing walked to the bedside and sat down. Zhu Lingyi gently patted his brother's shoulder. Zhu Fuxing, it's a good name. You will definitely have a bright future. You have grown up and don't need your brother to accompany you anymore. You must take every step carefully in the future and don't let me worry, okay? Zhu Fuxing woke up from his dream uncomfortably. The blue-gray sky was dimly lit. He stared blankly at the window and took out a commemorative crystal coin from under his pillow and flipped it back and forth. It was a gift from his brother. A week after the college entrance examination results were announced, the school would hold another graduation ceremony. The classmates in the senior class 5 were all discussing enthusiastically where to go for a good meal after the ceremony. A sudden piece of news broke the originally happy atmosphere. This news was like a heavy bomb, causing an uproar. On the day of the graduation ceremony, Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan went to school together. Here, your favorite braised egg. In the interstellar age, there are no eggs, not even chickens. Nowadays, we eat bird eggs, a type of domesticated poultry. Usually, Chen Ziyuan would drool at the aroma of braised eggs, but today, he couldn't taste them. Fuxing, did you read the messages in the group chat yesterday? Zhu Fuxing whispered, I did. Chen Ziyuan grew increasingly depressed. What do you think, Brother Gang? How long can he hold out? Our squad leader is usually in good health. He's always the first to rush into a fight. Don't worry, he'll definitely. Definitely what? Zhu Fuxing couldn't continue. Definitely live a few more years? That's bullshit. The school wasn't far away, a 20-minute walk. Classmates gradually arrived. The atmosphere was gloomy, not at all the joy of finally escaping the grind of high school. Everyone gathered, and the topic of conversation was still about their good class monitor, Gang's illness. Why did Gang get infected? He's as strong as a bull. Ads won't infect you just because you're healthy. It's just that the chances of infection are lower. We've been on Phoenix for over 2,000 years. When will this thing be completely eradicated? Forget about eradicating it. Those scientists want it more than you do, okay? It's more likely we can find our way back to our home planet. I think it's even less likely. When the spacecraft landed on Phoenix, the only shattered parts were the sleeping pod and the seed pod. The flight recorder is gone. The universe. It's so big, how could it be so easy to find the home planet? I heard the spacecraft was heading for a planet called Kepler 62f. How did it get to Phoenix? Who knows? A mystery to be solved by the end of the century. Do you think there are medicinal herbs on the home planet that can treat viruses? Yes. Zhu Fuxing answered confidently. Medical scientists have discovered that several herbs contain ingredients that inhibit AIDS. The spacecraft carried seeds of those plants when it launched. But while humans may have defeated the virus, they are powerless to change their fate. Wasn't those seeds viable on Phoenix? I know. My dad grows them. They say the new planetary environment has altered or weakened the medicinal properties of plants. So we have to return to our home planet and search for native medicinal herbs. No one knows what happened to Earth later. How can we be sure that finding our home planet will be useful? What if all the plants on our home planet are extinct? Zhu Fuxing's heart tightened slightly. But we have to look for it. That's our home planet, the birthplace of our civilization. Besides, humans have established a plant gene bank, so maybe we can preserve it. The classmates echoed, yes, we have to look for it. If we find it, there might be hope. If we don't, there's no hope at all. Teacher Chun, our homeroom teacher, walked into the classroom, interrupting the discussion. Classmates, today is your last day of high school. Congratulations on finally being free. You should be very happy today. Teacher Chun paused, took a deep breath, and continued, I think everyone knows about your class monitor story. The students were silent. I went to the hospital yesterday. The class monitor had something for me to tell you. Teacher Chun opened the smart terminal on his wrist, and Gang Ji's image appeared on the screen. He was a big boy with great spirit, and he was the real boss of their senior year 5 class. Classmates, this damn high school is finally over. Originally, I should have taken everyone to fight against class 4 first, and then have some fun. I have already thought of a place. I will ask Lao Chen to tell the class committee the address later. I will not accompany you. My disease is not a big deal. Some people infected with AIDS have lived for more than 70 years. With my physique and physical fitness, I should have no problem living for 60 or 70 years. Don't cry. I'm warning you, I'm not dead yet. Maybe in a few years someone will find the home planet, and this damn virus won't be able to harm us anymore, don't you think? I won't say much about the rest. I wish every brother and sister in our senior year 5 class a bright future. We'll meet again in the future, and look forward to it. Gang Gu tried to stop everyone from crying, but some people couldn't help crying, and then the whole classroom burst into tears. Teacher Chen turned his head to wipe away the tears, and cheered up the students. Students, the planet we live on now is named Phoenix Star. The phoenix is an auspicious creature in ancient mythology, symbolizing good luck and good fortune. The phoenix also has the characteristics of immortality, and can be reborn from the ashes. It is one of the symbols of the Chinese national spirit, representing perseverance, fearlessness, and the courage to live in the face of death. Across the vast expanse of the universe, we have never given up searching for our home planet. Generation after generation of our ancestors have poured endless effort and sweat into the pursuit of returning home and finding that hope. We bravely forge ahead, traversing the vast sea of stars. Every discovery brings us one step closer to our goal, and every setback never shakes our unwavering faith. Although the journey home is long and arduous, we firmly believe that as long as we persist, we will find the way to our home planet. Chapter 3. The university acceptance letter was sent to the Smart Terminal, and Zhu Fuxing was accepted, unsurprisingly, by the Star Alliance University of Science and Technology. This is the best science and engineering school in the entire galaxy. Zhu Fuxing majored in aerospace manufacturing engineering. This major focuses on aerospace vehicle manufacturing, encompassing aviation system design, measurement and control technology and instrument design, intelligent computer connection and assembly, astrophysics, intelligent transportation engineering, and starship maintenance and overhaul. It is an interdisciplinary subject. Zhu Fuxing chose this major because the military directly recruits students from this major. Humanity has not yet discovered other civilizations, and the living environment is relatively safe. The military's primary mission is interstellar exploration and planetary defense. Research and exploration of galaxies and planets in the universe continues uninterrupted, aiming to understand the environment of the galaxy and surrounding star regions where humanity currently resides. To explore the possibility of extraterrestrial life or other factors that may affect humanity's future development. In addition, the military is responsible for protecting inhabited planets and all resource-rich planets, combating interstellar pirates, and ensuring the safety and smooth flow of interstellar routes. The military's most special unit was named the First Fleet, specifically designed to search for Earth. Zhu Fuxing's goal was to join the First Fleet. Ms. Zhao Yilan carefully helped her son pack his belongings. This was the second time she had seen him off to college, the first being Zhu Lingyi. Both sons were ambitious and sensible. Thinking of her eldest son, Ms. Zhao couldn't help but wipe away tears. "Mom, I'll be back as soon as the holidays are over." Zhu Fuxing put his arm around his mother's shoulders. "By the way, remember to send me some braised food every month. Ziyuan and I depend on it for survival." Ms. Zhao was amused by Zhu Fuxing. "You're being ridiculous. Yujing City is so big, and you can't even buy any braised food? That's different. No one can cook as well as my mom. You're just sweet-talking. Okay, I'll send it to you too. You and Ziyuan don't live far apart, right?" The two childhood friends were finally no longer classmates this time. Chen Ziyuan chose pharmacology. However, their universities were both in the capital's specially designated university town, just a 10-minute shuttle bus ride away. "It's not far. We can apply for the same dorm." "That's great. We'll have someone to look after each other." Zhu's father asked downstairs, "Are you ready?" "Let's go." The intercity shuttle to Yujing City only takes an hour, but Chen Ziyuan insisted on taking the intercity train. He hadn't traveled far and wanted to see the scenery along the way. Since it was only 5 hours, and they weren't in a rush, Zhu Fuxing let him go. The intercity train was spacious and comfortable, and they found their seats. Chen Ziyuan took out some snacks and drinks, and waited for the train to start. School was about to start, and the flow of people in Xiaoming City had increased considerably, with students gradually preparing to return to campus. There are so many people today. The train is completely packed. Chen Ziyuan opened a bag of snacks. Zhu Fuxing waved his hand to indicate he didn't want to eat, then opened his smart device to review the school's detailed rules and regulations and campus introduction. "You don't have to be so studious. Let me take a look first, it won't hurt. Have you told your parents about joining the First Fleet?" Chen Ziyuan guessed they hadn't. Not yet. I knew it. Interstellar exploration is a very dangerous mission. Furthermore, one would be wandering the interstellar space for years, rarely returning for decades, and there was a high chance they wouldn't return at all. Chen Ziyuan continued, Fuxing, I won't try to persuade you, it's pointless. But if you really join the First Fleet, and are truly ready to set off to search for the home planet, I will definitely apply to join the ship. Zhu Fuxing looked at his friend seriously, and said, You really don't have to be like this. This is my own business. What do you mean by your own business? We were both raised by Brother Lingyi. How is he any different from my own brother? Both of their parents work at the same hospital, and are very busy. Zhu Lingyi is 10 years older than them. When they were young, they were his constant companions, and the good-tempered Zhu Lingyi took good care of the two children. Zhu Fuxing sighed, I should have stopped you when you said you wanted to major in pharmacology. Like Zhu Fuxing's major, the First Fleet also needs pharmacology professionals to analyze the various samples collected. Too late. Zhu Fuxing was about to continue his persuasion when a man stopped by their seat. Hey, don't you have eyes? This is my seat. The large, flabby man glared down at Zhu Fuxing, one hand resting on the seat back as he panted, clearly in a hurry to catch the train. There were only 3 minutes left before departure. Zhu Fuxing narrowed his eyes slightly, and was about to say something when a heavily made-up woman darted out from behind the man. The woman, with a scowl on her face, accused, Students these days are so uncultured. No one's here and you're sitting? You're standing in the aisle without a seat. You've been spoiled. Chen Ziyuan stood up with a whoosh. How dare you talk like that? We bought tickets, and this is our seat. The large man opened his smartphone. Open your eyes, and see clearly. The ticket information is clear. 5 cars, 12 CDs. Are you illiterate or blind? Why don't you get out of the way? Chen Ziyuan was sitting by the window, and his temper flared up, as he wanted to pull Zhu Fuxing away and punch the large man in the face. Ziyuan, let's go! Zhu Fuxing glanced at the large man's ticket information, grabbed their backpacks with one hand, and dragged Chen Ziyuan off his seat with the other, heading towards the dining car without looking back. A woman's sharp jeers echoed from behind. You two little brats dare to hoard seats. What did your parents teach you? No, Fuxing, why are we leaving? Let me go back and beat him up. Chen Ziyuan encountered this kind of thing on his first long trip, and his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys ached with anger. Zhu Fuxing ignored him and dragged Chen Ziyuan across a car before speaking. They'll be getting off soon. Chen Ziyuan, still trying to break free from Zhu Fuxing's hand, was stunned for a moment. How do you know? If not, I'm going to go back and beat him up. What the hell? They're in the right seats. What? They're in the right seats. So what did we buy? They're on the wrong train. Chen Ziyuan, The two of them ordered a snack platter set in the dining car and found a quiet corner to sit down. Chen Ziyuan had been holding his laughter in all the way, nearly hurting himself, and now he was bursting into laughter. Fuxing, you're such a jerk, haha. Zhu Fuxing glanced at him. Keep your voice down. Haha. I can't stop. Haha. Zhu Fuxing helplessly took a sip of his drink. Let's go back when the train gets to the next stop. Okay, haha. 40 minutes later, the train stopped at the station. The two of them leisurely finished their meal and drinks. When they returned to their seats, as expected, the train was empty. Zhu Fuxing didn't bother reading anymore. Feeling a little sleepy after his meal, he adjusted his seat and prepared for a nap. Chen Ziyuan didn't bother him, excitedly gazing out the window at the scenery. The train, like a giant steel dragon, glided steadily across the vast landscape. A tranquil atmosphere permeated the carriage, and Zhu Fuxing's eyes gradually closed, drifting into a sweet dream. When he opened them again, the scene outside the window had changed. A massive star was slowly setting, its blazing light staining the entire sky red, transforming the previously blue-gray sky into a brilliant crimson. Fuxing, are you awake? Yes, are we almost there? Almost there, look at this. Chen Ziyuan opened a promotional video about Suiyu Lake. The introduction says our capital is called Yujing City because of this lake. It said that when the spacecraft landed by the lake, the survivors were all deeply moved by its first sight. The water is crystal clear, emerald green like jade, like a giant emerald embedded in the earth. The promotional video is truly beautiful. It's not far from the university town. Let's go for a tour around the lake one weekend. Zhu Fuxing joined in the viewing. He knew Yujing City was enormous, but he was still astonished by the size of Suiyu Lake. Back on Earth, driving around the lake would have taken 5 or 6 days, but modern transportation is so fast. We'll go on the weekend after the busy school term is over. The announcement came over the radio. Dear passengers, this train's final destination is Yujing South Station. We arrived. Please pack your luggage and prepare to disembark. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan only had 2 backpacks with them. Their luggage was conveniently packed by an intelligent sorting robot and delivered to their pre-registered address upon departure. As soon as the shuttle bus reached the exit, Zhu Fuxing immediately spotted Herman, who stood out from the crowd, his brother's unilateral ex-boyfriend. There was nothing he could do. Herman was simply too tall. Herman also noticed them and waved for them to come over. There was no way to avoid him. After the two of them politely stepped forward and greeted him, Zhu Fuxing couldn't help but ask, "Did my dad tell you? You two kids are unfamiliar with the place, so isn't it normal for parents to be worried?" Zhu Fuxing wanted to retort that his brother had come alone back then, but the subject was too sentimental, so he gave up. The interstellar era no longer had any obvious. While everyone possesses some mixed-race genes, Herman's appearance closely resembled the Europeans Zhu Fuxing was familiar with. His dazzling blonde hair was slightly curled, his eyes a clear blue, like Earth's azure sky, his face defined by strong lines and deep features. He always wore a serious and formal demeanor, meticulously buttoning his shirt to the top even in casual clothes. It seemed as if he only smiled with a relaxed and cheerful smile in front of his brother. The two, somewhat intimidated by Herman, obediently followed him aboard the aircraft. Yujing City, the capital of Phoenix Star and the administrative center of the entire galaxy, was incredibly prosperous. Its towering skyscrapers reached the sky. Above, layers of airways intertwined like a dense spider web. All sorts of incredibly cool aircraft shuttled through these routes in an orderly fashion, some hurtling at breakneck speed, some gracefully circling, and some nimbly changing direction, a sight to behold. Meanwhile, the city was illuminated by dazzling lights, their interplay radiating a dreamlike hue. Zhu Fuxing thought, this is what the interstellar age should be like. With the two children staring intently out the window, Herman shifted the aircraft to a slow lane. It took them 40 minutes to reach their destination. I secured dormitories for you. Herman led the two children into a small, standalone building. This was the dormitory area, where all students in the university town lived, and dormitories were freely available. The building was a typical 2-story structure. The first floor housed a living room, kitchen, and gym, while the second floor contained 2 bedrooms with en-suite bathrooms and a large study, providing a complete range of functional spaces. As the three of them packed the luggage the robots had delivered ahead of time, Herman spotted a familiar box. He gently stroked the familiar silk screen. First Team, 506 Military Academy Joint Exercise. You're taking this? Zhu Fuxing took the box and pulled out the crystal coin. It was actually a medal. His brother had led the team to first place in the joint exercise, with his outstanding command and strategy. I like to carry things, so I took it. Herman said nothing more, patting him on the shoulder. After we're done, I'll take you out for dinner. Anything you want? We're all up to you. It's up to you. They finished their meal at a reputable restaurant in the dormitory area. Chen Ziyuan said he had to call his parents and left first. He knew Herman must have something to tell Zhu Fuxing. The campus, shaded by lush green trees and vibrant flowers, resembled a vast, beautiful garden. A crystal-clear river flowed through the park. The two of them walked slowly along the river toward their dormitories. Herman carefully inquired with Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan about their admissions procedures, and only felt relieved when he received a positive response. Fuxing, I already applied for a transfer to the First Fleet. What? Zhu Fuxing was stunned by the news. The transfer order will come in 3 months at most, and I'm afraid I won't be able to return for a long time. Why are you doing this? My brother said you'd broken up. Can't you just start a new life? Herman lowered his eyelids. I didn't agree. Zhu Fuxing's tears threatened to well up again, but he tilted his head back and held them back. Why did you choose this major? I can't persuade you, and you don't need to persuade me. Zhu Fuxing was heartbroken. By doing this, Herman was essentially giving up his own future. He was a young major in the Special Operations Division of the Planetary Defense Corps, and he should have had a promising future. The First Fleet, carrying the hopes of all humanity, was the most respected fleet. But this fleet constantly carried out missions in star systems far from humanity, and might not even return for decades. 2,000 years of silent exploration, no accumulated achievements, only accumulated casualties. Herman looked up at the night sky. It's not just for Ling Yi. ADS constantly threatens the lives of all of humanity, my comrades, my family, my loved ones, and even those who have escaped death on our home planet. Until a complete cure is found, there's no escaping its clutches. Something has to be done. Our predecessors have silently sacrificed for 2,000 years. Even before, our compatriots on our home planet would rather sacrifice their own lives than send healthy people away. And now, I'm simply doing what a soldier should do. Chapter 4. The prosperity of the interstellar age is beyond imagination. Various resource-rich planets are constantly being developed, and the abundant supply of materials allows everyone to live a comfortable and fulfilling life. Technological advances have significantly extended human lifespans, giving interstellar people more time to pursue their dreams and interests. This change is also reflected in the educational system. Post-university courses are no longer limited to fixed academic years, but instead adopt a credit system. Students only need to accumulate enough credits to graduate, and whether it takes 1 year or 10 years to complete their studies depends entirely on their personal choice and level of effort. In fact, many people may realize after several years in the workplace that they no longer enjoy or are not suited to their original major. At this point, they can return to university and choose a new major. This flexible and free learning environment undoubtedly gives people more room for development, allowing them to truly pursue their inner aspirations and shine in various fields. But Zhu Fuxing's schedule is very tight. He plans to complete his credits within 4 years. After parting with Herman that night, Zhu Fuxing returned to his dormitory and had a long chat with his good friend. Ziyuan, I'm not as noble and dignified as brother Herman, but I should do what I can. And? Chen Ziyuan listened attentively. And what? Zhu Fuxing didn't know how to explain this to his friend. He felt certain that there were still human beings left on Earth. His hometown was low-lying, and the Fongsong hospital where he lived was destroyed by a flood. But before that, the army, under extremely difficult conditions, did not give up and did their best to evacuate the people to the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. I heard they were already developing drugs. Perhaps the transferred patients would eventually recover? Perhaps the sea level wouldn't rise above the Qinghai Tibet Plateau? It seemed a slim hope, but what if? Zhu Fuxing's nose welled up at the thought. He was filled with admiration for his compatriots, who persisted in the rescue effort under such difficult circumstances. He was moved by the people's indomitable spirit, a spirit that had endured for millennia and had become the backbone of the nation. At the same time, he deeply loved his homeland. These intertwined emotions left him feeling uneasy. And what? Seeing him remain silent for a long time, Chen Ziyuan pressed, Why do you only speak half-heartedly? Nothing much. I'll do my best to get into the First Fleet as soon as possible. Humph. Don't even think about getting away from me. Although getting into the First Fleet isn't easy, with our combined abilities, it shouldn't be a problem. Chen Ziyuan had some confidence. He and Zhu Fuxing had Zhu Lingyi as role models, who had studied tirelessly since childhood, fearing she would bring shame to her brother. Both of them were academic achievers from elementary school to high school. Zhu Fuxing knew there was no way to persuade him, so he gave up. He would explore the route ahead anyway, and if there was danger, he would be there first. The two smiled and bumped fists. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan quickly immersed themselves in their studies after the start of the school year. When you're studying hard, you don't notice the passage of time. It was 2 months before I heard from Herman again. He invited them to dinner this weekend and took them to meet a friend. Unfortunately, Chen Ziyuan's school was organizing a trip to a medicinal plant farm to learn about various medicinal herbs, so Zhu Fuxing had to go alone. Herman took Zhu Fuxing to a restaurant on the shores of Suiyu Lake. The restaurant boasted a prime location, pleasant surroundings, and picturesque scenery. From the restaurant's observation deck, the view stretched out as far as the eye could see. The vast expanse of the lake, like a giant mirror, lay serenely amidst the surrounding mountains. The water nearby exhibited a light, refreshing emerald green. As the depth increased, the color of the water in the distance deepened, transitioning from light green to dark green, ultimately forming a rich, deep emerald green. The entire lake's surface resembled a piece of jadeite, its texture blending seamlessly, crystal clear and radiating a captivating luster. Captivated by the beauty before him, Zhu Fuxing filmed a video and sent it to Chen Ziyuan. Herman also took in the scenery before him, and after a moment's pause, he spoke, I'll be reporting to the First Fleet in a month, and I'm worried about leaving you 2 children in Yujing. Zhu Fuxing thought, Are you looking for someone to take care of your children? My friend, Yi Nanxiao, just happened to be back in Yujing on leave. We've been friends for many years, comrades in arms, and we're both in the Special Operations Division. He's trustworthy, but his personality. Herman struggled to find the right words. He's a little. Not very serious. But he's a very kind person. If you need any help in the future, you can ask him for help. Zhu Fuxing remained silent, letting the pain subside. He and Chen Ziyuan had always secretly admired his brother and Herman, believing them to be a perfect match, and now both of his brothers were leaving him. What's wrong? Are you crying? Could Herman be joking? No. Herman rubbed Zhu Fuxing's head in comfort. He wasn't good with words, and after Lingy entered the freezer, he became even more taciturn. Seeing little Fuxing sad, he tried to liven up the atmosphere, but failed miserably. Yi Nanxiao arrived at the appointed time. Seeing Herman's silhouette from afar, he walked over to greet him. Hi, Herman, I'm not late, am I? Herman checked the time. No. Yi Nanxiao approached him, leaning against the railing, and said frivolously, Oh, this is the little brat you were entrusting your orphan to. Zhu Fuxing turned his head. Yi Nanxiao stopped short, abruptly changing the words, and even his tone became more serious. Little brother? Herman raised an eyebrow. Something was wrong with Yi Nanxiao. Wouldn't you like to introduce me? Yi Nanxiao stood up straight, his frivolous air suddenly gone. Zhu Fuxing, Lingy's and my younger brother. Fuxing, he's Yi Nanxiao. Zhu Fuxing obediently called him Brother Qiao. The sound of Brother Qiao made Yi Nanxiao feel relaxed. He remembered this young man, the stunning look back in the dim light of the haunted house. A single glance had left a lasting impression on him. Don't worry, I'll protect you in Yujing. You're Herman's younger brother, and therefore my younger brother. Yi Nanxiao tried to appear calm and reliable. Zhu Fuxing glanced at Herman before politely thanking him. Thank you, Brother Qiao. He didn't really need the attention, but he couldn't bear to refuse Herman's kindness. Yi Nanxiao's heart raced. She was so cute, so beautiful. That night, he had only caught a fleeting glimpse of her, and the dim light had prevented him from getting a good look at her. Now the young man stood before him, his hair slightly tousled, his skin fair, his eyes bright and piercing, his eyes slender and luminous. A delicate nose, rosy lips, and a smooth, defined jawline. This face perfectly struck his chord, making him eager to try it. Let's go eat first. This restaurant has a lot of specialties. What do you want, brother? Just order, don't be polite. Yi Nanxiao was wealthy and generous. I'm not picky. You guys order. Zhu Fuxing was even more polite this time, even a little distant. He didn't like this Yi Nanxiao. He had a pair of romantic, amorous peach blossom eyes, and even when he wasn't smiling, he looked frivolous. He wore a slim-fitting black top with a pearly sheen, the neckline wide enough to reveal his toned chest muscles. He wore black leather pants. While they looked cool and stylish against his incredibly long legs, they also looked ostentatious. His taste for handsome men had been shaped since childhood, and he admired only two types of men, the elegant and graceful, like his brother. The steady and tough, like Herman. A man like Yi Nanxiao, suave and flamboyant, definitely didn't fit his taste. Oblivious to his precarious fate, Yi Nanxiao happily introduced various dishes to Zhu Fuxing. Herman watched coldly. Yi Nanxiao, for all his romantic looks, had a rather troubled love life. His enthusiasm for Zhao Fuxing was somewhat unexpected. Had they met before? But Yi Nanxiao only appeared frivolous. In reality, he was a very responsible man. If he could truly be with Zhao Fuxing, it would be a good thing. He could also leave with peace of mind. Little Lucky Star, your name is really well chosen. It means lucky star, right? Yi Nanxiao tried to find a topic, but each time he did, he stumbled upon a landmine. No, I just picked it randomly. This name is really not good at all. Yi Nanxiao noticed Zhu Fuxing's displeasure, and continued, but it sounds festive. It doesn't sound like my name. Zhu Fuxing glanced at him with a strange look. Yi Nanxiao was very perceptive. Why? Your name is quite tragic. The person who gave him the name must have a grudge against him. You know? Yi Nanxiao was surprised. He knew where his name came from, but where exactly it came from, and what it meant, he didn't know. The cultural heritage of the interstellar era was incomplete. Over 2,000 years of voyages, the spacecraft encountered numerous interstellar dangers and arrived at Phoenix in tatters, leaving behind much precious information. The survivors worked hard to make supplementary records, but they were still incomplete. This resulted in much historical distortion, and many ancient poems vanished into the vast galaxy. Yi Nanxiao's ancestor was a Chinese linguist who salvaged and supplemented a wealth of ancient poetry and prose. Their family, influenced to some degree by their ancestors, knew a little. But Zhu Fuxing's knowledge of the meaning of his name was quite surprising. You know, interstellar people are quite uncultured in some respects. South of the Earth stands a tall tree, and I cannot stop thinking about it. Love but cannot be reunited? Isn't that tragic? Zhu Fuxing's eyes were filled with pity. Yi Nanqiao, I didn't understand. Yi Nanqiao, can you explain it in detail? It's from the Book of Songs, Zhou Nan. The poem Han Guang roughly means that a man meets a beautiful girl and falls in love with her. But for various reasons, he can never truly be with her. The man can only think of her in his heart and silently wish her well. Southward, there are tall trees. I cannot stop thinking of her. This line opens the poem. Southward, there are tall trees. I cannot rest beneath them. It's a metaphor for being in love with someone, yet destined to be apart. Yi Nanqiao was devastated. I thought, I'm perfect in every way. I'm handsome, rich, humorous, and caring, so why am I always having trouble with love? It turns out it's all the fault of the name. Yi Nanqiao had no appetite for the meal, but Zhu Fuxing thought it was delicious. After dinner, they took the rare opportunity to take some more videos by the lake. Herman, seeing his rare joy, let him have his fun. He followed slowly from behind, chatting with Yi Nanqiao. Had you seen Fuxing before? In Zhaoming City, but we didn't get to talk. Yi Nanqiao was still a little distracted. Do you like Fuxing? Of course I do. He doesn't look like his brother, otherwise I definitely recognize him in Zhaoming City. I almost missed him, didn't I? He just came of age. What's wrong with just coming of age? He's only 18. Yi Nanqiao looked at Herman. What do you want to say? You're too old. Although he really hoped his friend would end up with little Fuxing, that didn't stop him from mocking Yi Nanqiao. He was the same guy who always mocked his coffin face. Yi Nanqiao was furious. I'm old? Are you kidding me? Nowadays, 100 years old is considered middle-aged. I'm only 30, only 30. I'm still a fresh-faced kid. Ha! What are you laughing at? You're 2 years older than me. That's different. Yi Nanqiao was unconvinced. What's different? I'm only 4 years older than Lingyi. And you're 12 years older than little Fuxing. Aren't you old? Yi Nanqiao suffered a double blow today, and was heartbroken. Chapter 5. On the way back, Yi Nanqiao insisted that his aircraft was broken and insisted on riding with Herman. The sight of the three of them walking together toward the tarmac was a bit comical. The average height of an interstellar male has reached 180 centimeters. Zhu Fuxing wasn't short, having grown to 186 centimeters, but sandwiched between Herman and Yi Nanqiao, they formed an M. He looked left and right, wanting to move to Herman's right. As soon as he took a step, Yi Nanqiao burst into laughter. Hey brother, you won't be even 10 centimeters taller even if you go that way. Zhu Fuxing was silent. He would still grow taller. He was only 18. Herman gave Yi Nanqiao a speechless look. Why bully a kid? Yi Nanqiao, oblivious to his misstep, continued to work on improving their relationship. Are you free next week? No, Zhu Fuxing answered without a second thought. So when do you have time? You haven't been to Yujing yet, have you? I'll take you around and familiarize you with the area. No need. Why not? Yujing is huge, with lots of fun places and delicious local food. Not interested. Yi Nanqiao wondered if Zhu Fuxing was unhappy, and looked at Herman inquiringly. Herman typed on his smart device. I think your relationship troubles might have nothing to do with your name. What do you mean? No child would be happy if someone called them short. I didn't say they were short. Oh, maybe it's because your age difference is so big that there's a communication barrier. Yi Nanqiao wanted to fight him. Although little Fuxing was unhappy, he still took the initiative to exchange messages with Yi Nanqiao before getting off the aircraft. He felt a little rude. Yi Nanqiao turned out to be quite friendly and enthusiastic. He wasn't really only 18 years old, he wouldn't refuse a kind and caring older brother, especially since he was the orphan entrusted to Herman's care. Brother, when you leave, can Ziyuan and I see you off? Zhu Fuxing stood at the dormitory door, his silhouette long and lonely under the streetlights. Herman rubbed his head again. No need to see you off. Don't miss class. Oh! Zhu Fuxing lowered his head sullenly. Go in. Zhu Fuxing said goodbye to the two, and turned to go back into the dormitory. Little Fuxing is almost crying. In the aircraft, Yi Nanqiao returned to his normal form, slumped unsteadily in his seat. He's a very strong kid. Have you really decided to go to the First Fleet? The transfer order has already come. Ah, I know I can't persuade you. Anyway, good luck, brother. Thank you. Please take good care of Fuxing and Ziyuan. Do I even need you to tell me that? They were longtime friends and brothers who had fought side by side. Although Herman had made a different choice, that didn't mean their bond had wavered in the slightest. Everyone had their own mission and pursuits, Herman had simply moved to another battlefield. He would naturally take the tasks entrusted to him by his brothers with the utmost seriousness. No matter how time passed, no matter where they were, this friendship would never fade. After returning home, Yi Nanxiao first argued with his father about the name. In the end, his two fathers mocked him, saying that his singleness was due to his own merit and had nothing to do with the names they had chosen. He then began racking his brains to figure out how to get closer to Zhu Fuxing. The kid was so focused on studying, he had no interest in eating, drinking, or having fun, which frustrates him, a master of both. It's difficult, too difficult. But he's an elite member of the Special Operations Division. Could anything be harder than fighting space pirates? He refused to believe it. It was destined to be a sleepless night. Yi Nanxiao's friends and comrades on leave were called up to brainstorm ideas. But something was amiss. Boss, how many times has this happened? Can you just give it a couple of days? Is it fun to keep getting dumped? What do you mean by being dumped? Can you talk? That's an amicable breakup. A peaceful breakup, understand? Okay, whatever you say is it. Hey, every time you've been cheated on, you break up amicably. You're practically a prairie on your head. Xiao, take my advice. Find someone honest and decent. You've been fighting in the galaxy all year long, leaving a beautiful woman alone on Phoenix Star. Who could live with you? That's right, besides sending. The gift is just star coins. Can't you be more thoughtful? Those who are after your money have already taken their fill, and the person has already run away. What's the rush? You're only 30. It's not too late to find someone after you're discharged. Why are you rushing to be cheated on? I asked you to come up with ideas, not to attack me. With young master Yi has vast experience of repeated failures. You can't handle it. What advice can we offer? Watch your words. What do you mean by repeated failures? And this time is different. It's a college student. Oh, then change the word. Repeated failures. What's different about college students? 2 extra eyes? Yi Nanxiao, only 18. Isn't interested in eating, drinking, or having fun. You beast. You just reached adulthood, and you're so cruel? Is this considered old cow eating young grass? That's nothing new. A few days ago, there was news online about a 168-year-old marrying an 18-year-old. TSK, a tree of pear blossoms overshadowing a crabapple tree. What do you mean? Explain? You don't even understand this, you're illiterate? Yi Nanxiao was practically pissed off by this bunch of people. That's enough. Do you want to fight? He wasn't going to fight. No one in the group could beat him. How about you leave the army and go back to school? Study the same major, and you can spend every day together cultivating your relationship, right? Yi Nanxiao grew even more enraged. Come on, Xinglian Polytechnic University, majoring in aerospace manufacturing engineering. Whoever gets in, I'll give you a state-of-the-art aircraft tomorrow. There's no way he'll get in, not in this lifetime. It's so awesome you better forget it. That's right, this isn't a question of whether or not he'll be cheated on. It's a question of not even having the chance of being cheated on. No, can you guys come up with some good advice? Why are we back on this topic again? Xiao, listen to me. This is your fate. Don't mess around. Then what's the problem? Our boss has money, looks, a great figure, and the ability to do what he wants. He never gets involved in affairs. Why does it always end up like this? Who knows? This is fate. The end of the universe is metaphysical. Accept it. Amen. Amen, you idiot. It should be Amitabha. It should be Williang Tianzuan. Yi Nanxiao, haha, you're itching for trouble, aren't you? Tomorrow I'll book the Chunfeng boxing gym. Don't even think about running away. I'll find someone to invite you. I'm not going, not even if I kill you. The group chat finally got serious. Hey kids, do you have any hobbies? Yi Nanxiao, I told you I'm not interested in eating, drinking, and having fun. Did you really pay attention? Besides eating, drinking, and having fun, you can have other hobbies. Yi Nanxiao, for example? How would we know? You have to ask the kids. You know what the kids are interested in, right? Yi Nanxiao, being well-versed in ancient poetry, does that count as a hobby? I'm a cultured person. Boss, this challenge is too difficult. You're already high, right? Can you recite "The moon shines brightly before my bed"? Yi Nanxiao, do you think everyone is illiterate like you? Xiao, let's change it. Can you recite Pipa Xing? Can you recite Xiao Yu? Red Cliff Fu is fine too. Chu Shi Biao is a little easier. Yi Nanxiao sneered. Come on, recite it on the spot. Whoever can recite it best will receive a state-of-the-art aircraft tomorrow. It's impossible to recite it. These ancient texts in StarCraft aren't necessarily complete. Well, what I mean is, if a child is familiar with ancient poetry, wouldn't they be interested in history? Yes, take him to a museum. Yi Nanxiao was enlightened. Yes, why hadn't he thought of that? Yi Nanxiao, I'll book the entire limo bar tomorrow. Order whatever you want. Everything's on me. Zhu Fuxing was watering unfamiliar plants. Chen Ziyuan's medicinal herbs course hadn't finished yet this weekend, and he brought back quite a few plants, happily planting them in small pots on the balcony. The burden of caring for these herbs over the weekend fell on Zhu Fuxing. The smart terminal prompted a message. Zhu Fuxing put down his kettle and clicked on the message interface. It was a picture of a magnificent building, its exterior featuring an antique design of flying eaves and brackets. The doorplate read Yujing Museum, accompanied by the message, "Little Fuxing, are you interested in visiting?" It was from Yi Nanxiao. Zhu Fuxing hadn't known such an ancient museum existed in the interstellar age, and he was genuinely interested. "Brother Qiao, do you need a reservation at the museum?" "No, if you want to go, I'll take you there tomorrow. I happen to be there on business." "Sorry to bother you. I can go on my own." "Hermann entrusted you to my care. It's nothing too much trouble. Or do you really not want to go with me?" Zhu Fuxing felt a little embarrassed by his bluntness. He felt they weren't very familiar with each other, so there was no need to bother someone with such a small matter. "Xiao Fuxing, you know how hurtful this is? Am I that annoying?" "That's not what I meant. I just don't want to delay your work." "What time tomorrow?" Yi Nanxiao had nothing to do. 10 o'clock tomorrow, I'll pick you up." "Okay." Zhu Fuxing felt that simply saying okay was too rude, so he sent another message. "Thank you, Brother Qiao." Yi Nanxiao happily turned off the screen projection. As expected, Xiao Fuxing was really interested in history. He had finally found a way to connect with him. The next morning, really early, he was up before 6. After getting dressed, Yi Nanxiao began to pick and choose in the large closet. Little Fuxing didn't seem to like flashy outfits. He'd go for a low-key look this time. However, what he considered low-key, Zhu Fuxing saw as a different form of ostentation. A tight white tank top perfectly showcased his toned chest and abdominal muscles. Over it, he wore a short-sleeved work jacket. When he flexed his arms, his bulging biceps and defined forearms exuded a sense of vigorous strength. The overalls hung loosely around his waist, revealing a faint glimpse of his mermaid line. This outfit didn't look like something for a museum. It looked like something for a fashion show. Yi Nanxiao secretly thought, "Little Fuxing will definitely be captivated by my perfect figure." Zhu Fuxing thought to himself, "Growing muscles is so great. I can train too. I'm only 18. Yi Nanxiao, unaware of his mistake, confidently drove Zhu Fuxing all the way to the Yujing Museum. Chapter 6. The museum's hallmark. It's incredibly large. So large that the central exhibition area could hold the wreckage of a spacecraft that arrived on Phoenix 2,000 years ago. The hard outer protective layer had been battered by the impact, riddled with dents and holes of all sizes. Some large components had been stretched and twisted beyond recognition, while many smaller components had been shredded, even showing obvious signs of melting. This was Zhu Fuxing's first direct experience of the dangers of interstellar travel. He couldn't imagine what had happened to the spacecraft, leaving it in such a state of disrepair. He considered it a miracle that humanity had reached Phoenix safely, and that any survivors had survived. A smart terminal connected to the museum's data, allowing visitors to easily access information about the museum's layout and exhibits. After touring the central exhibition area, Yi Nanxiao bought Zhu Fuxing a drink and gestured for him to sit down and rest for a while. Yi Nanxiao zoomed in on the exhibition hall infographic and asked, "Xiao Fuxing, we can take the shuttle to the exhibition hall you're interested in. Where would you like to go first?" Zhu Fuxing leaned over to look at his terminal, carefully browsing the information about the various exhibition halls and exhibits. Yi Nanxiao quietly placed an arm on the seat, lowering his body slightly, forming a sort of hug. Zhu Fuxing had a curl on his head, and Yi Nanxiao felt hopeless. Even the curl was adorable to him. Going to this exhibition hall, ouch. Zhu Fuxing was so engrossed in his studies that he didn't notice Yi Nanxiao leaning in too close. When he looked up, he bumped his chin. "Are you okay? Does it hurt?" Yi Nanxiao quickly rubbed his head, secretly thinking, "It feels so good." Zhu Fuxing distanced himself from him, not noticing how close they gotten. The other person was a hormonally charged adult male. While not his type, Yi Nanxiao was undeniably handsome. Zhu Fuxing felt a little embarrassed. "It's okay, I'm not hurt." Yi Nanxiao withdrew his hand with some regret. "What were you trying to say?" "To the Earth Pavilion." "Oh, let's go." Yi Nanxiao spoke with familiarity. Take shuttle bus number 1. From the various details, Zhu Fuxing could clearly sense the interstellar people's deep regard for and nostalgia for their home planet. The fleet searching for Earth was called the First Fleet. Of all the interstellar fleets, there was only one First Fleet. The Earth Pavilion was ranked first in the museum's exhibition halls, followed by the Phoenix Pavilion. The naming of celestial bodies was even more strongly terrestrial. The star system in which Phoenix resides is called the Luanio Galaxy. The Luanio Galaxy's parent galaxy is called the Shinong Galaxy. The Shinong Galaxy's galaxy cluster is called the Shinna Cluster, and the Shinna Cluster's supercluster is called the Wuzhou Cluster. The largest galaxy cluster is called the Pangas Supercluster Complex. This exhibition hall is actually a large holographic projection hall. It utilizes advanced technology to take visitors on a long and spectacular historical journey, stretching from the origin of the Earth 4.6 billion years ago to the departure of humanity 2,000 years ago. The entire display is presented through stunning holographic animation, giving viewers an immersive experience of the passage of time and the evolution of life. Here, it feels like traveling through time and space, witnessing firsthand the chaos and fiery birth of the Earth, the drift and collision of continental plates, the impact of climate change on biodiversity, and the rise and fall of human civilization. Every scene is vividly lifelike, with exquisite detail. Viewers can closely observe ancient dinosaurs foraging in the forest. When a volcano erupts, boiling lava gushes out like a fiery dragon, devouring everything around them. The vast ocean surges with surging waves, and countless fish swim in the deep sea. This holographic animation presentation is not only visually striking but also allows viewers to gain a deeper understanding of the development of Earth and humanity. Zhu Fuxing follows the timeline into the year 2528, the end of the Earth Pavilion. He expected to witness a familiar apocalyptic scene, but instead, he was shocked. Before him unfolded a holographic image of the most prosperous and magnificent Earth era. The azure sky resembled a vast sapphire, with pure white clouds floating leisurely within. The vast ocean shone a deep azure, its coastline winding like a graceful curve between land and sea. The Amazon River, like a vast, winding snake, flows slowly through the dense tropical rainforest. Its waters flow endlessly, nourishing this magical and vibrant land. The Siberian snowfields resemble a vast kingdom of ice and snow, clad in a pure white. The harsh climate makes everything here appear exceptionally pure and mysterious. Across the African continent, diverse animals migrate in droves, following their water sources, forming a magnificent moving ocean. The vast Eurasian steppe stretches endlessly across the Eurasian continent like an emerald green ribbon. The grass sways in the wind, forming undulating waves. The Himalayas' towering peaks, their snow-capped peaks gleaming with golden light. The majestic snow-capped mountains are sacred and solemn, and some kneel at their feet to worship the sacred places they hold in their hearts. Zhu Fuxing had seen this magnificent natural landscape countless times in videos, but never in person. This was a scene only seen 200 years before the apocalypse, and it was an Earth he had never seen in person. Seeing Zhu Fuxing's near fascination, Yi Nanxiao reminded him, "We can go deeper. Which country or city would you like to visit?" "Yin country," Zhu Fuxing answered without hesitation. As he finished speaking, the majestic city walls appeared before him. The square was bustling with people, and the national flag fluttered in the sunlight. Zhu Fuxing could no longer hold back his tears, seeing that familiar, dazzling red. The holographic image was incredibly lifelike. Zhu Fuxing secretly wiped away his tears, and walked slowly through city after city. He had only seen these cities in videos. They bustled and bustled under the sunlight, free of disasters and viruses. It was a scene he could never imagine in his dreams. Yi Nanxiao didn't know why Zhu Fuxing was so agitated, but he saw her secretly wiping away tears. The man watched the images with a reverent and focused gaze. Though he tried to suppress it, his slightly trembling fist betrayed his inner emotions. He said nothing, simply following him slowly until he stopped in front of an ancient building. Zhu Fuxing looked up at the familiar ancient building before him and could recite its description by heart. An octagonal shape within 4 sides, 5-story eaves, a peaked roof covered in golden glazed tiles, and 60 angled corners extending outward, resembling a yellow crane, wings spread, ready to take flight. Sitting on the banks of the Yangtze River, it has watched over its homeland for millennia, and countless ancient scholars and poets have left poems and verses about it. Zhu Fuxing couldn't help but choke back a sob. This was his hometown. "Fuxing." Yi Nanxiao panicked. Zhu Fuxing stubbornly refused to turn around, sobbing silently. "Fuxing, can we go out and rest for a while?" This situation wasn't unheard of. In the interstellar era, Many people held strong feelings for their home planets, and every time, someone would burst out crying. Yi Nanxiao led the emotional Zhu Fuxing to the rest area and ordered a hot drink for him. Zhu Fuxing took it. It was a drink similar to hot cocoa, its rich, sweet taste soothing. Zhu Fuxing felt a little embarrassed. He had never cried in front of anyone except his brother. Thank you, Brother Qiao. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Look over there. Yi Nanxiao raised his chin. Several young girls, also students, were still wiping away tears. Zhu Fuxing felt even more embarrassed. It was understandable for a little girl to be weeping out of emotion, but he, a grown man. But in Yi Nanxiao's eyes, Zhu Fuxing was just a child who had just reached adulthood, so he consoled him. Many people cry when they first come to the Earth Museum, and I did too. Zhu Fuxing looked at him with some disbelief. Why would I lie to you? I was only 5 years old, running and crying as a dinosaur chased me. My dad didn't save me, he just followed me and laughed. Zhu Fuxing. I had nightmares for days after I got home, so I never liked dinosaurs since I was a kid. This experience scarred Yi Nanxiao's childhood. Thinking of 5-year-old Yi Nanxiao, scared to tears by a dinosaur, Zhu Fuxing couldn't help but laugh. Seeing that he was no longer upset, Yi Nanxiao asked with relief, Do you like that building? That's... Zhu Fuxing wanted to say it was a symbol of his hometown, but couldn't bring himself to say it, so he changed his words. She's very beautiful. Yi Nanxiao took the opportunity to rub Zhu Fuxing's head again. There are scaled souvenirs for sale. Do you want to take one back? Zhu Fuxing thought for a moment, and shook his head. Forget it. He wasn't a child. Buying a model would make him happy for ages. Hometown was a place he couldn't return to, but he would remember it in his heart. If you like it here, I can bring you here often. I can come by myself, and you don't have to go back to the core, right? I have 6 months off this time, which is a good time to take you to more places and meet more friends. But even if I go back to the core, it's fine. As long as we're not on a mission, we can communicate freely. Yi Nanxiao said it nonchalantly. It was only 6 months, and there was no telling when the next off would be. It wouldn't be easy to woo someone in those 6 months. It's almost noon. Let's go eat. Is there anywhere else you want to go? Huh? So soon? Zhu Fuxing realized that the entire morning had already flown by. He was about to ask if there were any good places nearby, when he realized he already kept Yi Nanxiao busy for half the day. Concerned, he asked, Aren't you here on business? Did I keep you busy? Yi Nanxiao lied calmly. Oh, I just got a notice, and had to change my schedule. Zhu Fuxing didn't suspect anything. I want to come back this afternoon. There are still many places I haven't visited. Okay, let's continue our shopping after dinner. Brother Qiao, are you bored? I can go shopping on my own. Zhu Fuxing asked seriously. He didn't like to burden others. Yi Nanxiao wished he could be there every day. Of course not. I haven't been here in ages. Zhu Fuxing thought Yi Nanxiao was a really nice older brother, even if he was a bit flashy on the outside. But everyone has their own interests and hobbies, and their own lifestyle that they find comfortable. He couldn't criticize someone based on appearances. That was wrong. Yi Nanxiao could clearly sense that Zhao Fuxing's alienation towards him had vanished, which was a cause for celebration. Chapter 7. Excited, Yi Nanxiao brought Zhu Fuxing to his regular restaurant. It was a revolving restaurant located over 600 stories high. Sitting by the window, one could overlook the vast city. Yi Nanxiao had deliberately chosen a couple seat. Unfortunately, Zhu Fuxing was completely oblivious to his intentions. He simply thought the restaurant was delicious, and that he and Chen Ziyuan could come together next time. If Yi Nanxiao knew, he'd probably vomit blood. Zhu Fuxing cherished food. In his previous life, when he was born, there was already a food shortage. His parents struggled to raise him, and every morsel was precious. He had no conditions for being picky about food, let alone wasteful, which was perfectly normal in the apocalyptic world. But in Yi Nanxiao's eyes, all these were advantages. The interstellar world was so abundant that few people were particularly poor in this era. As long as one wasn't lazy, one could live a prosperous life. A prosperous life could support people's pursuits and desires. Few people were as uncritical as Zhu Fuxing. Yi Nanxiao saw many positive qualities in him: polite, independent, sensible, studious, appropriately cautious, a bit stubborn but not rebellious, appreciative of food, and no bad habits. Oh, and he was also prone to shyness, which was particularly endearing. These qualities were actually rare in an 18-year-old boy. Although he was initially attracted to Zhao Fuxing's appearance, after a few interactions, Yi Nanxiao felt that Zhao Fuxing was someone truly worth cherishing. Perhaps his previous relationship struggles were simply a lack of meeting the right person, and Xiao Fuxing's appearance was destined to be his destiny. Yi Nanxiao couldn't help but inquire, "Fuxing, what are your plans after graduation?" Zhu Fuxing thought about it and realized there was nothing to hide, so he confessed, "I want to join the First Fleet." Yi Nanxiao had considered this possibility, but hearing little Fuxing's affirmative answer still chilled him to the bone. His destined fate, confirmed within less than 5 seconds, was shattered. Yi Nanxiao wanted to ask, was there any other choice? But he saw in Zhu Fuxing's eyes a steadfast determination and unwavering perseverance. He knew the First Fleet better than the average citizen. This fleet never actively recruited, only accepting transfer applications. It was a fleet that only those with the most unwavering pursuits, the loftiest ideals, who left no stone unturned, who disregarded gains and losses, and who disregarded life and death, would apply to join. There was no honor, only death. Burial in the vast sea of stars was their destiny. The fleet's last return was 120 years ago, to replace the latest spacecraft and military equipment. The Legion established a dedicated supply route along their route, relentlessly exploring the home planet. It's not that there weren't breaks, but no one wanted them. Their mission had stretched on for 2,000 years, and no one wanted to interrupt it. Yi Nanxiao felt despair. That's good, persistent pursuit and lofty ideals are Xiao Fuxing's strengths, but for him, it was too harsh. He suppressed the bitterness in his heart and said, "I believe you have the ability." He couldn't persuade Xiao Fuxing to give up his ideals and pursuits, nor could he abandon the mission and responsibility he shouldered. As expected, he hadn't chosen the right name. That night, everyone in the group chat was asking about Yi Nanxiao's date. Did Xiao come out and say something? What's going on? Did she get dumped again? How could she get dumped when she hasn't even caught up with him yet? Did she get rejected? Did Xiao isn't such a reckless person, is she? We only met a few times, and she's already confessed her feelings? Yi Nanxiao dejectedly said, "Little Lucky Star is going to the First Fleet." Everyone in the group chat responded, "Eh." A full half-minute passed. "Brother, you're in such a plight. What a dreamy kid. Cheers to the kid, and to the First Fleet. Our boss is out of the running again. Yeah, there's no chance he'll even be dumped. Yi Nanxiao, you're not saying I'm that unlucky star, are you? What the hell? All the ones you dated before weren't reliable. I'm telling you, you can't just go by looks. Did Xiao, this lucky star is indeed reliable, too reliable. Brother, this is what happens when the gears of fate get stuck halfway." Yi Nanxiao, Devastated, Yi Nanxiao spent a few days at home feeling depressed. Then, his friends called him to a bar. The bar was abuzz with activity, and a dazzling holographic projection transformed the dance floor into a blazing pool of flames. The music was so loud that Yi Nanxiao's ears hurt. He asked Dingwen in confusion, "Are you worried I don't have money to pay for the private room? Why do you insist on making me sit here?" Dingwen, the bar's owner, had given him a prominent seat facing the dance floor. "It's to give you some confidence. You're still very attractive. Look at how many people have called to chat you up." Yi Nanxiao frowned. All that colorful hair, that mess of nose rings, lip rings, nipple rings, and all sorts of other rings, the tattered clothes full of holes, the weird makeup that even their own mother wouldn't recognize. I can't tell if they're male or female, or androgynous. I'm going to rely on these people to regain my confidence? Dingwen choked. "Let's go to the private room." Yi Nanxiao couldn't stand all this raunchy rage and led the way upstairs. Dingwen found a large private room and called a dozen handsome young men dressed like normal people to accompany him for drinks. Finally, Yi Nanxiao didn't have to worry about being an eyesore. "Da Xiao, don't say I'm being rude. These guys are all new here. Do you like any of them? Take them away tonight." Yi Nanxiao glanced at them casually, uninterested. Seeing his lack of interest, Dingwen sent for drinks. The four beauties who brought in the drinks wore 8-inch heels, their voluptuous curves trembling with every step. Yi Nanxiao was drawn to one of them, staring at her curves for a few seconds, from bottom to top, her breathtaking face fixed. The beauties set the wine glasses, poured the wine, and gestured to the host. Dingwen nodded, signaling they could leave. "Wait, you come here?" Yi Nanxiao suddenly spoke, startling Dingwen. No way could Da Xiao be so devastated that she's about to change her sexual orientation. The woman who was chosen was also stunned, but quickly recovered and swayed over to sit down next to Yi Nanxiao. Yi Nanxiao's eyes flickered with a hint of a smile, her gaze filled with tenderness. "Why are you sitting so far away? It's your first day out? Are you afraid I'll eat you?" The beauty blushed slightly, looking rather immature, but she still moved closer to Yi Nanxiao. Yi Nanxiao chuckled softly, appearing quite pleased. With a hint of flirtation in his tone, he beckoned with a finger, "Come closer, beauty." The beauty blushed shyly, and leaned her head against Yi Nanxiao's shoulder, her surging breasts brushing against his arm. Finally satisfied, Yi Nanxiao chuckled softly and asked, "What's your name?" "Novia." The voice was soft and coquettish. "Can you drink?" Novia nodded. Yi Nanxiao slouched back on the sofa, took the beauty's shoulder, and pulled her into his arms, saying ambiguously, "If you made me happy today, I'll take you away." Dingwen, observing Yi Nanxiao's behavior, raised his glass and let a small smile play on his lips. Novia did everything in her power to please young Master Yi. Yi Nanxiao accepted all the drinks, drinking so much he could barely stand straight. As he staggered out of the private room, holding the beauty's slender waist, he gave Dingwen a suggestive smile. Dingwen understood and escorted them out of the bar. He had also been quite drunk, leaning against the doorframe and chuckling, "Did Xiao have fun?" Yi Nanxiao waved without turning back, his other arm tightly around the beauty's slender waist as he staggered toward the tarmac. The night breeze was chilly, but Novia was sweating profusely. Holding on to young Master Yi, who towered over her by a considerable margin, was a bit of a struggle. He practically put his full weight on her, and his 8-inch heels were a real nuisance. She panted slightly and complained delicately, "Young Master Yi, where is your aircraft parked? It's so far away." Yi Nanxiao seemed to examine it carefully before saying, tipsy, "It's near here. Just 50 meters ahead." But Novia refused to move forward. They were now over 500 meters from the exit, and the corridor was lined with aircraft, not a soul. Yi Nanxiao laughed. "Why aren't you moving?" Novia said tenderly, "Young Master Yi, I'm tired. Could you please let go of my hand and let me rest for a while?" "Huh, you're tired already?" Before he finished his words, Yi Nanxiao took a small step backward at breakneck speed. With lightning speed, he grasped Novia's arms and twisted them behind his back, pressing down with his right knee. Novia reacted quickly, attempting to break free as Yi Nanxiao moved. However, just as he tried to leap forward, his 8-inch high heels deflected his balance, pushing him against his lower back, sending him tumbling to the ground with a thud. Yi Nanxiao knelt on his left knee, his right leg firmly pressed against the woman's back. With a little skillful force, he dislodged her arm. "Yi Nanxiao, hack you, SSSH. It hurts like hell." Novia cursed, but her voice was a man's. "Oh, you're not pretending anymore?" Yi Nanxiao was puzzled. "Randy, why are you so stubborn and insist on pretending to be a woman? What's your habit? What do you care?" "I'm willing." "So you're out of space pirate business. So you come to Phoenix to make money? Is your boss crazy because he's broke? Then you should pay me. I spent the whole night with you. Do you think I'd take advantage of you for free? Did I? You took advantage of me all night, and I haven't even charged you yet." A dozen or so people emerged from the back of a nearby aircraft. They were the ground defense team. The team leader couldn't bear to listen any longer and had to interrupt. "Major Yi, we'll be there soon after receiving the message," he said as he pulled out the electromagnetic ring. Yi Nanxiao hummed, took the ring, and cuffed Randy's hands. Standing up, he continued, "Put a collar on him too." "Yi Nanxiao, are you serious? This is the pirate set meal, you understand? You come all this way, I have to treat you well." Randy struggled to sit up, unconvinced. "Where are my flaws?" His face was made of the finest bionic skin, purchased at great expense by their boss. He looked carefully in the mirror every day and couldn't see any flaws. He was a completely natural beauty. Even when he was pressed to the ground and rubbed, it clung to his face without peeling at all. Yi Nanxiao teased, "Your boss is still so stingy. He doesn't even buy high-quality props." "Nonsense. My face is the most expensive, okay? It's the latest bionic face. Even my own mother wouldn't recognize me. It's not the face." "What's that? Breasts? Breasts?" Randy glanced at her breasts in confusion. The full round shape, paired with her slender waist, the curves were truly captivating. She looked like a true beauty. "My breasts aren't good? Are you blind?" Yi Nanxiao looked disdainful. "They're too hard, not very elastic." Randy, He never touched the real thing. Yi Nanxiao scoffed. "Next time, have your boss buy the whole package." He bought the most expensive face, and then he bought some junk breasts. Randy angrily said, "Qianjusai, hack you. I'll hack you to death." On the distant planet Andro, Qianjusai gasped in pain as he looked at this month's expenses. The biggest expense this month was Randy's props. He spent star coins just on a face. How could it be so expensive? Randy, you're a money loser. Xianjusai wailed in agony, trembling as he closed his smart account book. The sturdy, 5'5" man huddled into a pitiful ball. Chapter 8. Randy was taken aboard the police aircraft, cursing all the way. The squad leader asked Yi Nanxiao, Major Yi, "Thank you for your help. Will you come with us to the police station?" "No, we'll find out why he came to Phoenix Planet, and how many accomplices he has." Yi Nanxiao walked towards his aircraft, saying, "Hand him over directly to the relevant authorities." Tonight, Yi Nanxiao was only assisting the ground security team in catching the pirates. It wouldn't be his turn to intervene in the rest of the situation. So, he didn't take the evening's events to heart. It was already late when he got home. After a shower, Yi Nanxiao collapsed onto his bed, staring at the ceiling for 5 seconds, silently mourning a relationship that had ended before it even began. Then he thought about the fact that tomorrow was Saturday, and he had an appointment to take Xiao Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan to explore Yujing City. He had promised Herman to take good care of the 2 children, and he wouldn't break his promise. The next day, upon arriving at the dormitory, Yi Nanxiao had just parked his aircraft when he saw a little girl standing with Zhu Fuxing, talking to her. The girl was pretty, her face blushing slightly with shyness. She held something in her hand, about to offer it to Zhu Fuxing. "Oh, a confession?" Yi Nanxiao felt a little nervous, but then realized there was no point in being nervous. He had no hope at all, and neither did anyone else. This actually comforted him. Leaning on the aircraft, he watched the entire confession being rejected, and the comfort was even greater. He raised his hand in greeting, and Zhu Fuxing looked over at him. The boy was dressed simply, clean and fresh, radiating a vibrant energy. A bright smile appeared upon his face, as dazzling as a flower blooming in spring, and like a warm spring breeze gently caressing his heart. Yi Nanxiao's heart began to pound uncontrollably, and the feelings he had so hard to suppress began to surface again. Yi Nanxiao wanted to cover his face in pain, but he pretended to be nonchalant and teased, "You're very popular, little Fuxing. You've been confessed to a lot of people. Brother Qiao, have you been waiting long? I'll go get Ziyuan." Zhu Fuxing's ears flushed slightly, and he turned and quickly walked into the house. For some reason, although being confessed to by anyone wouldn't be a big deal, Yi Nanxiao felt a little embarrassed when he saw it. Soon, the 2 children walked briskly out of the room. Yi Nanxiao was indeed a very reliable older brother. He took the 2 children on a tour of Yujing City, introducing the local food and attractions, focusing on the distribution of municipal service areas. Afterwards, they went to the museum. Chen Ziyuan was there for the first time, and after entering the Earth Pavilion, he was as captivated as Zhu Fuxing, and only when he could no longer walk did Yi Nanxiao drag him out, one by one. Hearing that Chen Ziyuan hadn't been to Tsuyu Lake, Yi Nanxiao took the 2 of them to the lakeside restaurant they visited last time. Zhu Fuxing stood by the guardrail, gazing at the lake. Thinking back to how it was Herman who brought him last time, and now not knowing where Herman was, he couldn't help but feel a little sad. "Brother Qiao, do you have any news about Brother Herman?" Yi Nanxiao explained. "First Fleet communications require special processing and aren't that convenient. And their people don't often send messages to Phoenix Star." Zhu Fuxing lowered his head in disappointment. "Oh, I see." Yi Nanxiao could only rub the top of his head comfortingly. Chen Ziyuan, feeling somewhat melancholy, couldn't help but ask, "Brother Qiao, can we proactively send a message to the First Fleet?" "Yes, but the response isn't always immediate." "What do you want to ask?" "Just asking where Brother Herman is, and if he's used to it." "There's nothing much I want to ask. I just want to know where he's at. Tell him to leave us a message if it's convenient." Yi Nanxiao sighed. "Do you know what kind of people would apply to transfer to the First Fleet? They're determined not to return in this lifetime. Since they're so determined, all try to let go of worries. That's why the First Fleet rarely sends back communications once they're aboard, to avoid any worries. This is also why Herman didn't let you see him off." The atmosphere was somewhat tense, and Chen Ziyuan spoke again. "Then no news means everything is safe." Yi Nanxiao comforted the 2. "Yes, the First Fleet will only send back 2 kinds of news, clues about Earth and the sacrifices of its soldiers. So no news means everything is fine." Seeing the 2 children in a bad mood, Yi Nanxiao could only order a table full of delicious food in an attempt to cheer them up. During the meal, he explained more about the First Fleet. The First Fleet isn't blindly exploring the universe. The military does have some information, but I can't disclose it. In addition, the First Fleet is also searching for spacecraft wreckage and possible human survivors like us. Zhu Fuxing had never heard such a statement before. Surviving humans? Yi Nanxiao nodded and explained carefully to the 2. "Yes, A total of 560 spacecraft departed from the home planet, but only 312 reached Phoenix. The whereabouts of over 200 spacecraft are unknown. After over 2,000 years of searching, the wreckage of 5 spacecraft has been found within our Shenong galaxy and the surrounding universe. The farthest wreckage is 18,000 light-years from the Whale galaxy. By searching for these wreckages, we are firstly determining the approximate flight paths of the spacecrafts, and secondly, searching for any electronic data that may have been retained within the wreckage. We are also searching for the over 200 missing spacecraft. Have we found them? Sadly, no. Zhu Fuxing said sadly. So, are the other 200-plus spacecrafts destroyed? Yi Nanqiao disagreed. Not necessarily. In over 2,000 years, we only found the wreckage of 5 spacecraft. The possibility that all the others were lost is very low. More speculation is that they may have become separated from the spacecraft that reached Phoenix. Perhaps they were pushed to another star region by an irresistible force. Perhaps they are also searching for us, or perhaps they have already found their home planet. Little Fuxing, anything is possible. Zhu Fuxing sincerely hoped his compatriots were safe, and that they had found a habitable star system. Qin Ziyuan agreed with Yi Nanqiao. They're definitely looking for us too. Maybe we'll run into them when we go to the first fleet. Perhaps they have a solution to the AIDS virus. Yi Nanqiao glanced at Zhu Fuxing, swallowing his bitterness. Qiao changed the subject and asked about their university life. Qin Ziyuan, the classmates were all nice. It's just that our professor and teaching assistant were a little scary. I don't know what his aesthetic was. Why did he make the teaching assistant look like a hanged ghost? I almost got scared to death on my first day of class. Each instructor has an intelligent robot assistant, and their designs are incredibly bizarre. Qin Ziyuan's instructor's assistant is a robot with a retractable neck. Whenever a student makes a small move, the assistant quickly extends its terrifyingly long neck and swoops down to stare at the student face to face. Unprepared, Qin Ziyuan was nearly frightened the first time. Yi Nanqiao was amused and asked Zhu Fuxing, "What about you? What kind of a robot is your assistant?" Zhu Fuxing, still apprehensive, said, "It's a robot with 10 arms and 4 legs. Its arms, legs, and head can rotate 360 degrees. Honestly, this design is quite convenient for machine maintenance. Our instructor gave it a beautiful face and long, flowing hair. Sometimes, it turns its head 180 degrees with its back to us, which is quite terrifying." Haha. Yi Nanqiao and Qin Ziyuan were overjoyed. Yi Nanqiao's laughter faded, and he solemnly placed his hand on the 2 children's shoulders, instructing them, "Tell me about any difficulties you encounter, okay? Don't be polite, and don't be afraid to cause me trouble. Herman entrusted you to me, so it's my duty to take care of you, understand?" The lazy and playful air he had once exuded seemed to be completely wiped away in an instant. At this moment, his expression became extremely serious. Zhu Fuxing and Qin Ziyuan nodded with emotion. Although neither of them would intentionally cause trouble, nor did they need to be taken care of, having such a steady and reliable elder brother around gave them a sense of security and comfort. Qin Ziyuan was a little curious. "Brother Qiao, tell me about yourself. You and Brother Herman are in the same unit, so you're definitely equally powerful. As for me, there's not much to say. We always dealt with pirates. I heard we fought pirates for hundreds of years. Is that true?" "It's true." Later, Raffle came to power. Yi Nanqiao recounted the story, as he ordered 2 drinks for Zhu Fuxing and Qin Ziyuan. After Raffle took control of Andro, he first killed the most troublesome group as a warning to others, then broke up the pirate cliques. He then became the sole leader. Later, he changed the pirates' way of doing things. They only cared about money, not lives. They only robbed, not killed. During his more than 100 years in power, relations between the pirates and Phoenix gradually eased. He also appointed a successor, who followed his established rules. This is the 3rd pirate leader. The current leader, Qian Jusai, is also a money grubber. Not only is he demanding, but he's also a stickler for money. Qian Jusai is very clever. He's playing by the military's line, avoiding a large-scale crackdown. He's also willing to sell the spacecraft wreckage and information about his home planet he found in space to the military. Zhu Fuxing was a little surprised. Would pirates even seek information about their home planet? Yi Nanqiao explained, "Pirates are free-spirited and willing to go anywhere, covering a wide range of areas. Occasionally finding something useful isn't surprising. Plus, pirates are human too, and share their fear of the AIDS virus. This is why Raffle reorganized Andro and eased relations with Phoenix. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan were both incredibly curious, and Yi Nanxiao, with his richer life experience, found themselves captivated. The meal was a delightful one, and Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan relaxed considerably, unnoticing the extra drinks they consumed. When Yi Nanxiao sensed something was wrong, the two children were already feeling groggy. The drink was made from fermented fruit juice, and it was quite strong. Yi Nanxiao couldn't believe that a single serving of fruit juice could make two children drunk. He was practically inconsolable. Seeing it was getting late, they simply booked 3 rooms at the Lakeside Inn and stayed there for the night. Zhu Fuxing slept for a while and woke up, still half awake. Phoenix has 4 satellites, but only 2 can be seen from Yujing. 2 crescent moons hung in the sky, leaving Zhu Fuxing somewhat bewildered. Why are there 2 moons in the sky? Zhu Fuxing stumbled out of the guest room, his thoughts a blur. The guest room was adjacent to the Emerald Jade Lake. At night, the lake was shrouded in a thin layer of mist, its shimmering surface reflecting the surrounding mountains, like a tranquil painting. A luminescent plant grew by the lake, its tiny flowers dotted among the lush branches, like tiny, glowing stars. The air was filled with a faint floral fragrance and fresh, watery air. Zhu Fuxing was stunned by the sight, muttering to himself, "Where is this? Why are the trees glowing? What kind of lake is this? Fuxing, why are you awake?" Yi Nanxiao, alerted by the sound of a door opening next door, hurried out to check, fearing the 2 children might have gotten sick from drinking. He was wearing a white nightgown with wide sleeves and a long, intricately embroidered collar. An equally exquisite belt was tied loosely around his waist, the silk-like fabric flowing and light. The night breeze gently lifted the hem of his nightgown, ruffling his wide, loose sleeves and causing his belt to flutter in the breeze. Yi Nanxiao stood tall and graceful, ethereal. The shimmering light of Jihua reflected on his face, as if filtered through a beauty filter, making him appear more than mortal. Zhu Fuxing was stunned. God. Are you a god? Is this the Yao Yaoqi? Yi Nanxiao found Zhu Fuxing's dazed expression somewhat amusing, but unable to make out his mumblings, he approached and asked, "What's wrong? Dizzy? Or something amiss?" As he walked, a wisp of smoke drifted with his footsteps, making Yi Nanxiao appear even more ethereal. Zhu Fuxing's eyes widened. He really is a deity. But why do deities have short hair? Don't they all have long hair? This time, Yi Nanxiao heard clearly and, stifling a laugh, replied, "Well, deities don't like long hair these days. Isn't short hair handsome? Short hair is also handsome." Zhu Fuxing's ears flushed. A deity. He's seen a deity. A deity is so beautiful. Oh, really? Yi Nanxiao was certain. Little Fuxing was still drunk. It was so fun to tease a little Fuxing like that. It's true. It's really handsome. Yi Nanxiao was satisfied. Then the deity can grant you one wish. Tell me, what do you want? Any wish? Just tell me. As long as I can do it. Then, can I hug you? Ah? Little Fuxing, you. Yi Nanxiao suspected he had misheard. Can I? Zhu Fuxing said dejectedly. Gods can bring good luck. I want to hug you. Just good luck. Yi Nanxiao was disappointed, but still held on to hope. Well, maybe by building on your luck, you'll become a true lucky star and then you can bring good luck to more people. Yi Nanxiao looked at the dejected Zhu Fuxing and couldn't help but hug him tightly. Zhu Fuxing's skeleton hadn't fully grown yet, and his body was a whole circle smaller than his. He completely enveloped him in his arms. Okay, you're a true lucky star. You got good luck. Yi Nanxiao looked at Zhu Fuxing with a gentle gaze that could melt the Antarctic ice cap. Zhu Fuxing's eyes were sparkling, and his whole body radiated joy. Somehow, a familiar phrase came to mind. God, brother, you're beautiful and kind-hearted. Yi Nanxiao almost burst out laughing, but seeing the innocent, dependent, and admiring expression on little Fuxing's face was simply too much to contain. Yi Nanxiao endured it again, and placed a light kiss on Zhu Fuxing's forehead. Chapter 9. Zhu Fuxing sat at the desk in the living room, his smart terminal playing a video about starship construction. His eyes were blank, not listening to a single word. His mind replayed the image of the ethereal Yi Nanxiao hugging him and kissing him tenderly under the hazy moonlight. He couldn't even tell if it was a drunken hallucination or an unreal dream. But why was he having such a dream? Fuxing, are you okay? Are you daydreaming or aroused? Look at your face, full of arousal. Since returning from Suiyu Lake, Zhu Fuxing hadn't been acting normal, often daydreaming. Chen Ziyuan was genuinely curious about what had happened. He'd been with Fuxing the entire time. Could he have missed something while drunk? You, What are you talking about? Zhu Fuxing, already feeling shameless, blushed at Chen Ziyuan's words. Chen Ziyuan was stunned. No way, you're trying to cover up something. Tell me the truth. Which little devil has bewitched you? What devil? It's not happening. Don't talk nonsense. Not only did his face blush, but his ears and neck were red as well. No, you must be in trouble. What kind of relationship are we, Fuxing? You're hiding this from me? Zhu Fuxing couldn't admit to being shameless and dreaming about Brother Qiao kissing him. No, nothing. Don't let it fool you. I'm going back to my room. Hey, why are you running away? Chen Ziyuan got up and ran after him, pressing his foot against Zhu Fuxing's door. Have you found a partner for the Ghost Festival dance at the end of this month? What dance? Zhu Fuxing's voice rose an octave. It's no wonder he was surprised. What the hell was going on? A Ghost Festival dance? Dancing with ghosts? These interstellar people must be seriously ill. A Ghost Festival dance? Your school isn't holding one this year? I heard many universities are holding one this year. Zhu Fuxing was completely helpless. Who the hell came up with this? Do you know what the Ghost Festival is all about? Is it a cousin of the Mid-Autumn Festival? The Ghost Festival is also known as the Mid-Autumn Festival, the Ghost Festival. You know the Ghost Festival? Ah? So it's a cousin of Halloween? Zhu Fuxing wiped his face. The Ghost Festival is a traditional Chinese festival, different from Halloween in the West. On Earth, our ancient ancestors designated the 15th day of the 7th lunar month as the Ghost Festival because it was an auspicious month and a month for filial piety. The 15th day of the 7th lunar month was a festival for people to celebrate the harvest and thank the earth, offering sacrifices to their ancestors with new rice and other foods. Later, it evolved into a day for burning offerings for deceased ancestors and relatives, also for honoring and remembering them. In short, there would definitely be no dances on this day. So, are you being carried away by Halloween? Halloween is dances, after all. Zhu Fuxing, no way, you don't know anything about this? How would I know? Besides being in the classroom, I spend all my time either in the machinery warehouse or in my dorm reading materials. Fuxing, you don't have a single close classmate, do you? Didn't anyone tell you about this? Zhu Fuxing thought carefully. His department was full of science and engineering enthusiasts like him. In the class group, no one discussed dances except for topics related to their majors. Although he'd been given several cards in the past 2 weeks, he'd thrown them away without even glancing at them. Furthermore, he didn't join any other boring clubs, nor did he hang out with his classmates on weekends. Besides studying, he only been out with Brother Qiao a few times. Chen Ziyuan knew what was going on and advised him earnestly, Fuxing, although we're pressed for time and have a lot of work to do, you can't completely shut out socializing. Zhu Fuxing retorted, it's all the same in our department, okay? No one cares about dances. Besides, it's not like I don't socialize. I have a good relationship with my classmates. Chen Ziyuan scoffed at his rebuttal. What kind of social activities can you guys get together for? Build a starship with your bare hands? Who can build it faster? Zhu Fuxing, It certainly seemed like something those guys could pull off. Chen Ziyuan continued, Fuxing, you're an adult now. It's time to do adult things. Find a relationship and enjoy college life. You don't want to be a virgin forever, do you? Zhu Fuxing's mind instantly wandered back to that unreal dream. He had never considered dating before. He was completely focused on joining the First Fleet and didn't want to waste anyone's time or feelings. But the thought of being able to fantasize about Yunan Qiao made him feel completely uneasy. Zhu Fuxing didn't want to continue the conversation and asked, do you have a dance partner? If not, we can go together. Chen Ziyuan glanced at him with disdain and said, I'm very popular, okay? I already have a partner. I can't help you with this. You have to figure it out yourself. Zhu Fuxing was in a dilemma. Asking him to invite a dance partner? No, why would he even attend this ridiculous dance? He could just hide in the maintenance bay, right? Chen Ziyuan knew what he was thinking from the way he glanced around. Don't try to hide. You can't. The instructor will count your activity points. Activity points are a way for instructors to assess students' social practice abilities. While they don't affect their academic credits, you still won't be able to graduate if your activity points are too low. Interstellar University encourages students to actively participate in various social activities, and these points are counted from the moment they enroll. Zhu Fuxing dejectedly said, I understand. I'll ask my classmates tomorrow. The next day, there happened to be a public class. After class, Zhu Fuxing didn't rush to leave. Instead, He asked the students around him about the dance. Dance? What dance? Most of the classmates, like Zhu Fuxing, were oblivious to what was happening outside. I think my roommate told me there was some kind of dance, and it counted towards activity points. What? What kind of crappy dance counts towards activity points? Zhu Fuxing felt relieved. He wasn't the only one who knew nothing about it. So, have you figured out how to invite dance partners? The class monitor, full of responsibility, eagerly helped the students solve their problems. Isn't it just inviting dance partners? Let's make a random assignment software. It's very simple. I'll do it tonight. Zhu Fuxing felt more reassured. His classmates were indeed reliable. But his reassurance was premature. When the assignment results came out that evening, Zhu Fuxing discovered he had no assigned dance partner. Zhu Fuxing, dissatisfied, asked in the group chat, "Class monitor, why don't I have a dance partner?" The class monitor was stunned. Zhu Fuxing? Don't you have a regular dance partner? The students who have regular partners haven't included them in the software. Zhu Fuxing sent a lonely emoji. The class monitor was incredulous. No way you didn't? You're our new school idol, and no one invited you before? Zhu Fuxing complained, "Class monitor, you can't judge people by appearances. What should I do now? I'll ask other departments tomorrow?" Zhu Fuxing's intuition was unreliable. Have all our departments assigned dance partners? Yes. Zhu Fuxing sent another autistic emoji. The class monitor consoled him. Don't worry, isn't it easy for you to find one? Wait, I promise to find you someone satisfactory tomorrow. Okay, class monitor. The class monitor blamed himself. Due to the unique credit system in StarCraft, the age range of the students was very diverse. Zhu Fuxing was young, good-looking, well-behaved, so he was always well-treated in class. The little boy couldn't be without a dance partner. So the class monitor posted a message on the inter-school forum, inviting a dance partner, along with a holographic image of Zhu Fuxing. He still couldn't believe it. Given his junior size and appearance, no one would accept the invitation. The results proved remarkably effective, though. Too much so. After lunch, Zhu Fuxing was trapped in the classroom, clutching the monitor shirt tightly. "Monitor, what's going on?" The monitor was also dumbfounded. There were at least 70 or 80 people blocking the way outside the classroom, their momentum overwhelming and their emotions agitated. "Fuxing, let's run out the window. There aren't enough points." Zhu Fuxing collapsed. "Monitor, this is the 8th floor. The classmates were still quite loyal. If it doesn't work out, let's fight them." "Why fight? Can we win? I saw students from the sports academy and the military academy. What should we do then?" A group of people hid in the classroom, trembling, while those outside were clearly growing impatient. "Zhu Fuxing, come out. Aren't you inviting a dance partner? What's the point of hiding? That's right, come out." Although no one meant any harm, the intense competition still stirred their spirits. They could only choose one dance partner, so naturally, whoever grabbed that person first would get it. The scene immediately erupted in chaos. The people outside pushed hard against the door, but the students inside were clearly unable to withstand the pressure. The door swung open with a bang, and dozens of people rushed in. "Where's Zhu Fuxing?" "Over there." "Hurry, hurry, catch him." Class monitor, help." Zhu Fuxing scurried around the classroom in terror. His classmates desperately tried to cover his escape. Those invited to the room refused to give up, launching a fierce, hawk-catching chicken offensive, some blocking the door, some blocking the windows, and others trying to catch people. Zhu Fuxing was cornered. "Wait, let me explain." "What explanations are there? If I catch him, he's mine. Come with me." "How can he be yours?" "You'll have to beat me first." "I caught him first." "You can go wherever you want." "You're dreaming. See if you can even get out of this door." Zhu Fuxing was being dragged and yanked around by a group of people. He felt dizzy and overwhelmed. Captain, think of something quickly. Zhu Fuxing is almost torn to pieces." The captain hadn't expected things to turn out this way. He was filled with regret and fear. "Call security." "What are you standing there for?" "Call security." Zhu Fuxing thought he had to save himself. By the time security arrived, his clothes would probably be ripped off. Wouldn't he be running around naked? In the midst of this crisis, an idea struck him. Wait, I have a partner. The scene suddenly fell silent. "I really do have a dance partner. We made it yesterday, last night." "Sorry, I didn't make it in time." Zhu Fuxing didn't know how the class monitor had managed to pull so many people off. He looked at the class monitor for help. The class monitor's thoughts raced. Everyone, I'm sorry. I posted the forum post, and a senior contacted me last night. It's too late, so I forgot to delete it. We already made the appointment. I'm so sorry. The person asked, somewhat unwillingly, Junior, wouldn't you consider changing? Zhu Fuxing smiled apologetically, no, senior. I don't want to break my promise. Oh, you didn't tell me earlier. We all been on this trip for nothing. Junior, let's exchange contact numbers. Can I invite you to the next dance? This was a tough senior. Senior, let's talk next time. I have classes. Zhu Fuxing, taking advantage of the moment when everyone stopped pressing him, cleverly scuttled out of the encirclement and fled. Like a frightened bird, Zhu Fuxing didn't even dare stay in school. He ran straight out, boarded the shuttle bus, and headed straight for his dormitory. After locking the door, he leaned against it, panting. It was terrifying. People in big cities were terrifying. A student from a small town like him had never seen anything like this. He trembled as he dialed Yi Nanqiao's number, not noticing the video call was on. When the video call went through, Yi Nanqiao smiled and asked, Xiao Fuxing, why are you calling at this hour? Don't you have classes? Before Zhu Fuxing could answer, Yi Nanqiao noticed something was wrong. Zhu Fuxing was sweating profusely, his breath still catching, and his face was filled with fear. What happened? Are you in the dorm? I'll be right over. Zhu Fuxing quickly stopped him. No, nothing's wrong. I just ran for a while. You don't look fine. What happened? Zhu Fuxing didn't want to explain the whole thing. It would be too embarrassing. It's really nothing. Brother Qiao, are you free the night of the 30th? Yi Nanqiao said without hesitation. Yes. There's a dance that night. I don't have a partner. Can you come? Zhu Fuxing blushed uncontrollably. He felt this was a bit abrupt, but he couldn't explain why he couldn't get a partner. Yi Nanqiao was a bit confused. Was this little Fuxing's initiative to invite her to be his dance partner? Zhu Fuxing's face flushed even more, not daring to look at Yi Nanqiao. If it's inconvenient. Okay. What time? I'll be there on time. Zhu Fuxing was touched. Brother Qiao is such a good man. Such a good man. I haven't asked yet. Wait, I'll ask now. Don't worry, little Fuxing, go take a shower first. Why are you running around for no reason? Your clothes are soaked with sweat. Yi Nanqiao probably guessed that Zhu Fuxing had been pestered by someone about a dance partner, and had been forced to run back to the dormitory. Oh, okay. I'll let you know when I find out. Take a nap after showering. Do you have classes this afternoon? Do you really need me to come over? Yi Nanqiao was worried he'd get into trouble, but was too embarrassed to ask for her help. Zhu Fuxing smiled. Really? Go ahead and do your work. Bye. After hanging up the phone, Yi Nanqiao looked helplessly at the furtive figure behind him. Dad, if you want to see him, just look openly. Yi Nanqiao has two fathers, so to distinguish them, he calls one dad and the other father. His father, Yi Chengtao, serves in the military, and his father, Jing Wenquan, is a botanical expert. Is this your new boyfriend? Jing Wenquan is already in his 60s. Cell regeneration technology allows interstellar beings to maintain their bodies in peak condition for extended periods, so he looks only in his 30s. Yi Nanqiao felt a pang of discontent at the mention of this. No. Aren't you just so concerned about him? No chance. Jing Wenquan, his curiosity piqued, looked at his handsome son and teased, with your qualifications, there's no chance? Come on, tell me about another failed love affair of yours. Let me cheer you up. Yi Nanqiao was indignant. Is there any father like that? Chapter 10. The luxurious, retro hall was ablaze with lights, illuminating every corner with dazzling radiance. A magnificent crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, its diamond-shaped facets strung together like beads reflecting a breathtaking brilliance. The walls were covered in intricate and exquisite carvings, meticulously detailed and lifelike. Large stained glass windows were embedded in the walls and ceiling, casting a dazzling array of light through the windows. The hall was dotted with 8 Roman-style columns, each entwined with a lifelike dragon, its fangs bared and claws bared, a majestic presence as if ready to soar into the air at any moment. Zhu Fuxing couldn't tell which era the architectural style was modeled after. Interstellar people had a strange aesthetic, mixing Eastern and Western influences into a medley of Baroque, Gothic, Romanesque, French classical, Rococo, and Renaissance decorative styles. Zhu Fuxing's eyes hurt. He had made an appointment with Yi Nanqiao and arrived at the ballroom first. He had originally planned to check out the place, but ended up leaving after less than 5 minutes. He rubbed his forehead, watching his classmates arrive one after another, and cautiously retreated to the shade of a tree. The sight of being surrounded still haunted him, and he felt it was unsafe to stand here alone. Thankfully, the communication line rang in time, and Zhu Fuxing answered immediately. "Brother Qiao, are you there?" "Yes, at the entrance to the hall." "Where are you?" "I'll be right there." Zhu Fuxing hurried toward the hall, and saw a crowd of men and women gathered at the entrance. Yi Nanxiao was leaning against the wall, chatting with the crowd with a lazy, relaxed smile. Zhu Fuxing wanted to cover his face. Why had he forgotten to remind Yi Nanxiao to be more modest, and not dress so ostentatiously? Yi Nanxiao simply felt that since it was a ball, he should dress appropriately. He had even inquired about it, and heard it was a retro-style ball. So, not only did he meticulously style his hair, he also carefully considered his outfit. A white, court-style satin shirt, embroidered with delicate, dark patterns woven with gold thread. The collar featured an intricate ruffle design, and the cuffs of the lantern sleeves were inlaid with unknown, yet strikingly dazzling jewels. He wore a leather corset over his outer garment, paired with slim-fit trousers and boots. This outfit perfectly complemented his broad shoulders, narrow waist, tall, and muscular figure. He embodied the epitome of retro glamour. Seeing Zhu Fuxing standing far away from the crowd, he politely said to the students, "Excuse me, my dance partner has arrived." "Excuse me, everyone." He then walked towards Zhu Fuxing. The crowd made way for him, and everyone gasped in amazement as they watched the princely-looking man approach a handsome young man. "Isn't this our new school idol? His name is Zhu Fuxing, right? What a shame! He has a boyfriend so soon? Sister, which one are you feeling sorry for? It's a pity for both of them." Zhu Fuxing grabbed Yi Nanxiao, and quickly walked towards the shade of the tree where they had been hiding. "Brother Qiao, you. Zhu Fuxing kept saying you for a long time without any response, sweating with anxiety. Yi Nanxiao was puzzled. "What's wrong with me? Why are you dressed like this? This is too formal. Doesn't it look good on me?" It looks good." Zhu Fuxing couldn't resist the urge to say it wasn't. Not only was it good-looking, it was incredibly good-looking, and its gorgeous aura suited Yi Nanxiao perfectly. "It's good-looking, isn't it? It's a dance after all. Look at all your classmates who aren't dressed up." I didn't notice." Yi Nanxiao laughed. "You only noticed me, didn't you?" Zhu Fuxing thought, "Dressed like that, it's hard not to notice you." Yi Nanxiao gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. "What are you doing hiding here? Can you dance?" "Yes, we teach you at school." Yi Nanxiao looked him up and down. Zhu Fuxing was still dressed simply and refreshingly, looking sunny and energetic. "Let's go, it's almost time to start." He took his hand and led him into the venue. Zhu Fuxing's palm sweated as he stood in the brightly lit hall, carrying such a large, ornate bag. The scrutinizing eyes and whispers around him made him feel uneasy. Yi Nanxiao sensed his uneasiness and picked up the drink on the table. He sniffed it carefully to confirm it wasn't alcoholic before handing it to him. "Have a drink, don't be nervous." Zhu Fuxing took a sip. The sweet and sour, icy drink was delicious, and he couldn't help but take another. Yi Nanxiao whispered, "Do you like it?" "It's quite delicious." "Do you want to try it?" Yi Nanxiao teased him deliberately, "Drink less. You can get drunk just by drinking a drink. This one isn't alcoholic, right? You don't taste like alcohol." "Who knows? What if you get drunk again? I'll have to carry you back to the dorm." "I didn't act crazy last time, did I?" Zhu Fuxing actually wanted to ask if he had gotten up during the scene, and if that scene was just a dream. "No, I'm very honest. I just slept soundly." Yi Nanxiao lied without blinking. Before Zhu Fuxing could ask again, lively music began. People around him entered the dance floor in groups of 2 or 3. Yi Nanxiao leaned forward slightly, performing an ancient ritual. He smiled and asked, "Dear little prince, may I ask you to dance?" Zhu Fuxing was amused by him, and slid onto the dance floor with Yi Nanxiao's graceful steps, dancing to the lively melody in an ancient dance. Yi Nanxiao gently wrapped his arm around Zhu Fuxing's waist. They were so close that their bodies inevitably touched with every movement. Zhu Fuxing had never been this close to anyone other than his family in his entire life. Yi Nanxiao didn't know what perfume she was wearing, but the faint, subtle fragrance was like a gurgling spring in the forest, fresh and natural. This light fragrance seemed to have a magical power, bringing a sense of tranquility and relaxation. As Yi Nanxiao moved, the fragrance permeated the air, gently enveloping them like a veil, shielding them from the hustle and bustle of the surrounding world. At this moment, they felt as if they were in a small world belonging only to the two of them. Under the bright light, Yi Nanchu's handsome features shone brightly, his deep, gentle eyes fixed intently on Zhu Fuxing, captivating and full of affection. Zhu Fuxing's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, something uncontrollable quietly budding. He lowered his head, escaping, not daring to look into those eyes again. Yi Nanchu's deep, melodious laughter echoed in his ears. Ha ha. Little Fuxing, don't look down. I won't step on you. Zhu Fuxing's ears flushed, and his face gradually turned a light pink. He asked awkwardly, Brother Qiao, when does this song end? Tired? No, I'm a little dizzy. Then let's go slow. We can't leave midway through the first dance. Huh? Why? Zhu Fuxing was puzzled. What's the explanation? Yi Nanqiao replied softly, because this is our first dance together, I want to finish it. Is that okay? Zhu Fuxing, bewitched by his gaze, nodded without a second thought. Okay. That night, Zhu Fuxing was dragged through dance after dance, his body gradually relaxing from its initial stiffness. The distance between them grew closer and closer, so close that when Yi Nanqiao occasionally gently held him in his arms, he was no longer nervous. Yi Nanqi's heart was filled with a complex mixture of sweetness and bitterness. Little Fuxing was like a sweet, alluring fruit, drawing him closer and closer, even to the point of wanting to hide her and claim her as his own. However, reason told him that Zhu Fuxing didn't belong to him, and he couldn't so selfishly confine her to himself. This conflicting feeling left Yi Nanqiao feeling tormented and helpless. Even though he knew this relationship might not work out, he still wanted to be there as a friend. After the dance, Yi Nanqiao walked Zhu Fuxing back to the dormitory. The two walked and chatted along the riverside path that ran through the campus. The night breeze gently brushed the treetops, rustling the leaves against each other. In the bushes, unknown insects chirped softly in the darkness, playing the music of nature. A flock of luminous blue lizards danced over the river. Twinkling with blue light like tiny stars, these tiny creatures were elves in the night sky, fluttering their wings gracefully, leaving beautiful trails in the air. Everything seemed mysterious and romantic, as if transported to a dream world. The atmosphere was so pleasant that Yi Nanqiao couldn't help but probe. Fuxing, are there a lot of people pursuing you? Zhu Fuxing blurted out a denial. No. Let me ask you another question. Do you have someone you like? In the past, Zhu Fuxing would have blurted out no, but today, no. You hesitated. No, really? Okay, then let me ask another question. What kind of person do you like? Zhu Fuxing couldn't answer this question either. He hadn't had time to think about it in his previous life, and in this one, he wasn't allowed to. Zhu Fuxing was silent for a long time before answering. I don't know. Yi Nanqiao raised an eyebrow. Little Fuxing sometimes didn't seem like an 18-year-old boy at all. From time to time, he exuded a maturity and anxiety beyond his years. But from what Yi Nanqiao knew, the Zhu family was a warm and happy family. Even after Zhu Lingyi fell ill, she meticulously cared for her younger brother's life and studies, devoting herself to his education. Zhu Fuxing had a happy childhood. A child raised in such a family shouldn't have such heavy concerns. Yes, you were still young, but now you're an adult, so you can think about it. Zhu Fuxing looked at Yi Nanqiao with wide eyes. Why? Why are you saying the same thing as Ziyuan? His little face was so adorable. Yi Nanqiao ruffled his hair. Because you're grown up. If you're grown up, you can have a relationship. In a few years, your parents will be urging you to get married. Zhu Fuxing casually replied, let's talk about it in a few years. He had never felt the power of pressure to get married. In his previous life, living was a luxury. Precisely because he understood the preciousness of life, he didn't want to let anyone down. He could only suppress the tiny budding thought within his heart, preventing it from growing in the light of day. Brother Qiao, thank you for today. I'll treat you to dinner this weekend. I'm very picky. I don't eat just anything. Zhu Fuxing thought to himself, how can you be picky? We eaten together several times, and you're never picky. But knowing the truth, but not speaking it out loud is a basic principle of life. He had no choice but to ask, what do you want to eat? You can cook, right? Although it was a question, Yi Nanqiao's tone was affirmative. Zhu Fuxing puffed up his cheeks. He had truly been sold out by Herman. I can cook, but it might not be delicious. Aren't you picky? Yi Nanqiao laughed cheerfully. Haha, don't bluff me. Herman said you're a great cook. Zhu Fuxing laughed too. Yi Nanqi's mood always caught his eye. Okay, I'll cook this weekend. Then it's a deal. Go in and get some rest. Yeah, you too. Good night. Yi Nanqiao smiled and said goodbye. Good night. Little Fuxing. Zhu Fuxing watched Yi Nanqiao walk away, his cheerful mood vanishing as he disappeared down the street. A sense of emptiness washed over him. He stood there for a long moment before turning and heading back to the dormitory. What spreads the fastest on campus? One is hauntings, and the other is gossip. One night later, the news that the newest campus idol at Xinglian Polytechnic had a handsome boyfriend was posted on the inter-campus forum, along with a video of the two dancing intimately. Chen Ziyuan brought back a bag of seeds last night. After roasting, they're said to be the closest thing to a popular snack on their home planet, melon seeds. He sat at his desk, legs crossed, cracking and demanding a confession, not forgetting to complain, "What kind of sunflower seeds are these? Why are they so bitter? Zhu Fuxing, you burnt them. Then you should fry them next time." Chen Ziyuan spat out the sunflower seeds. "No, Zhu Fuxing, don't try to interrupt me. Tell me the truth. What's going on between you and Brother Qiao?" Zhu Fuxing controlled his wandering gaze and said calmly, "I couldn't find a dance partner, so I had to ask Brother Qiao for help." "Huh? And what about the intimate dance? Those people make up headlines to attract attention." "What intimate dance? We were just dancing normally. You couldn't find a dance partner? Do you believe that?" "I didn't. If you don't believe me, ask our class monitor." The class monitor had come here today to gather information. After all, he had messed up Junior's dance partner search. He had been horrified by the shocking headlines on the forum, fearing Junior was being held hostage. "I'll testify, I just didn't get the appointment." He then recounted the bizarre and twisted events. Chen Ziyuan laughed heartily. "No, what's going on?" "Haha." The class monitor, still apprehensive, said, "You didn't see the scene? There were only about 20 people in our class, and the other side had 70 or 80. Haha. Oh my god, I'm dying of laughter." Zhu Fuxing said helplessly, "Your sense of humor is too low." "Wait, don't interrupt me. I'm asking about you and Brother Qiao. Didn't I already explain? How did the topic come full circle? Hey, you and I grew up together, even wearing the same crotchless pants. Just the way you two looked at each other, do you think I'm blind?" The squad leader perked up. The human habit of eating melons is a millennium-old tradition. Zhu Fu would never admit it. "What eyes? Don't talk nonsense. There was nothing between us." The squad leader clicked on the video and watched it again. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Zhu Fuxing, don't tell me, your boyfriend is so handsome. You two look so good together. It's so pleasing to the eyes. So pleasing to the eyes." Chen Ziyuan said sarcastically, "You're really good, kid. You kept it quiet, even hiding it from me. I told you, it's not true. They just made it up." Zhu Fuxing was powerless to explain. How could he ever face Brother Qiao again? Chen Ziyuan persisted, "Whether there was anything or not is not your decision. This is irrefutable evidence. Hey, Brother Qiao is coming over for dinner this weekend. If you have the guts, tell him to his face." Chen Ziyuan was done for. He still didn't dare tease Yi Nanxiao to his face. After a moment's pause, he realized, wait, he's coming over for dinner? Yes. If you're brave, just point the video in his face and ask. Chen Ziyuan, The monitor got even more excited. "Zhu Fuxing, can I come over for dinner? Monitor, can you please stop making such a fuss? Whose fault is it after all?" The monitor also gave up. "My fault?" Zhu Fuxing calmly concluded, "Okay, stop imagining things. I don't have a boyfriend." The monitor was relieved. "Actually, it doesn't matter whether I have a boyfriend or not. From now on, our classes will be much quieter. No more weird people showing up to class. There's something interesting." Chen Ziyuan perked up again. "Come on, Monitor Chow, tell me what's going on. It'll make me laugh." Zhu Fuxing helplessly held his forehead, wanting to throw them both out. Chapter 11. As the group chatted and laughed, Zhu Fuxing received a call from home. Zhu Fuxing answered, "Mom? Fuxing, are you asleep?" "No, what's wrong?" "I have something to tell you." "Don't worry, our house was robbed." "What?" Not only Zhu Fuxing, but also the squad leader and Chen Ziyuan were surprised. In the interstellar age, with abundant supplies and a comprehensive social security system, interstellar people lived a relatively prosperous life. Petty theft was practically extinct, even interstellar pirates disdained it. Of course, if they did rob someone, they would do it for a big deal. But the Zhu family wasn't particularly wealthy, so there wasn't much to worry about. How did we get burglarized? What was stolen? Nothing was stolen. The house was just completely ransacked. Are you and Dad okay? What could possibly happen to us? We got home from get off work and found the house burglarized, so we called the police. The police have already been here. Have they caught anyone? Not yet. I was just letting you know. It's bizarre that something like this could happen now. As long as you and Dad are okay, you should upgrade your smart home. It's time for an upgrade. It's okay. Don't worry too much. Okay, let me know if you have any news from the police. I know. You should get some rest too. After hanging up, the three people in the dormitory looked at each other in bewilderment. A burglary in this interstellar age was simply unbelievable. Chen Ziyuan found this outrageous. Fuxing, we don't have any heirlooms in our family. Who would know? Nothing's missing from our house. It was indeed strange, but the two of them didn't think much of it. Zhu Fuxing waited for the police to find out something, but a few days passed with nothing happening. Fortunately, there wasn't any damage at home, so Zhu's parents didn't take it too seriously. The weekend arrived in a flash. The dormitory campus was large, sparsely populated, and even fewer people stayed in the dorms on weekends. All around, there was only the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers, a peaceful and tranquil environment. Zhu Fuxing loved this kind of environment. He got up early today, first exercising for 40 minutes in the small courtyard downstairs, then ordered ingredients from Star Network, intending to cook a delicious meal as a reward for Yinan Xiao. After preparing breakfast, Zhu Fuxing went upstairs to wake Chen Ziyuan. Chen Ziyuan had been studying materials late the previous night, and half drowsy, he heard Zhu Fuxing knock on the door. He nodded, preparing to take another nap. The doorbell rang downstairs, signaling the arrival of the ordered ingredients. Zhu Fuxing went downstairs and grabbed them from the delivery cart. As he turned around, someone suddenly grabbed his waist with one hand and covered his mouth and nose with the other. A pungent smell hit him. Then another man rushed out from the shadows on the roadside, and two men, one in front and one behind, quickly restrained him. Hurry, go! Lao Ba can only cut off the surveillance for 5 minutes. Zhu Fuxing overheard the two men's conversation and realized this was a premeditated kidnapping, with at least 3 of them. He tried to calm down. Just as the kidnapper behind him tried to lift him, he took a deep breath and, with all his might, punched him in the ribs. At the same time, he raised his knee and mercilessly rammed the other kidnapper's abdomen. Fuck. The brat was quite strong, it hurt like hell. Why isn't he unconscious yet? Zhu Fuxing seized this fleeting moment of distraction, quickly crouched down, and with all his might, broke free from his grip. Enduring a faint daze, he shouted, Ziyuan, call the police. Chen Ziyuan jumped out of bed at the sound of the shouts, using his voice to activate the alarm on his smart terminal while running downstairs. When he reached the gate, he saw someone carrying the apparently unconscious Zhu Fuxing toward a nearby aircraft. Kidnap? Chen Ziyuan was instantly shocked. The campus hadn't sounded an alarm. The surveillance network must have been disconnected. Who was it? Chen Ziyuan quickly determined that he had to stop the kidnapper. As he sprinted toward Zhu Fuxing, he left a message for Yinan Xiao. Brother Xiao, kidnapping. Help. Hold on. Someone's kidnapping. Help. Chen Ziyuan shouted, hoping someone in the vast campus could hear. Wuya, take care of that guy. One of the kidnappers rushed toward Chen Ziyuan, fist clenched, and swung with all his might into his abdomen. Chen Ziyuan felt his internal organs threatening to burst, but he ignored the pain and threw himself at the kidnapper, continuing to scream for help. Wuya, hurry up, knock him out. The kidnapper, named Wuya, pinned Chen Ziyuan down with his body, and quickly pulled out a piece of cloth to hold his mouth and nose. A mixture of shira grass and yini. These guys have contraband. Chen Ziyuan gradually lost strength, still analyzing the drug's ingredients before fainting. Wuya, seeing he was motionless, lifted him up and carried him to the aircraft. 5 minutes later, an alarm blared over the dormitory campus. 30 minutes later, Yinan Xiao arrived at the military headquarters and barged into General Ye's office. General, I'm requesting an early return. Please let me lead the case of the 2 Xinglian Polytechnic students. General Yi didn't even look up. Yinan Xiao, you should submit your request to your immediate superior. Instead of going over the top and confronting your father, this matter has already been transferred by the police to the defense team, who will be assigned to the mission. Father, they're too slow. General Yi finally raised his head. Father and son bore a striking resemblance, though General Yi possessed a commanding presence, a certain oppression. The situation isn't serious enough to warrant deploying your special operations forces. Even I can't overstep my authority. Yinan Xiao explained quickly, I captured Randy a month ago and handed him over to the ground defense team, leaving him alone. 4 days ago, Zhu's home was burglarized, but nothing was stolen. After receiving news of Zhu Fuxing's kidnapping, I became suspicious of this series of events. I contacted the Jiaoming City Police and interrogated Randy, uncovering some information. What is it? Their kidnapping of Zhu Fuxing may be related to the star map of the Milky Way galaxy. General Yi suddenly stood up. What did you say? Randy only knew that Qian Jucai had found some spaceship wreckage and some data on a certain planet, but he wasn't sure if it was a star map of the Milky Way. The owner of that data was surnamed Zhu. Randy and his team's mission was to investigate every family with the surname Zhu on Phoenix, hoping to find any useful documents. If they couldn't find any, they would kidnap the descendants of the owner to verify it. General Yi questioned, so, no one is sure right now whether this data is actually a star map. And while the surname Zhu is rare, there are still quite a few people with it. How did they know for sure that Zhu Fuxing was the person they were looking for? Yi Nanxiao didn't know how Qian Jucai had determined this, but it didn't matter anymore. Father, if it involves the star map of the Milky Way, even if it's just speculation, it's not against my request to carry out the mission. After a few seconds of thought, General Yi said, I'll make the arrangements. You should return to the team and prepare. Yi Nanxiao gave a standard military salute. Yes, General. General Yi added, try not to conflict with Qian Jucai. The first priority is to protect the information and the students. If the information is genuine, you know what this means. I know. Yi Nanxiao was about to turn and leave when General Yi said, rescue the person and bring him home for dinner. This put Yi Nanxiao in a difficult position. Father, we... just friends. General Yi snorted coldly, useless. Yi Nanxiao, Before returning to the team, Yi Nanxiao brought up Randy. Randy looked helpless. Major Yi, I said everything I need to say. I really don't know where Qian Jucai took the hostage. Yi Nanxiao's tone was icy. Where did you find his information? Randy, don't say you don't know. If you want to survive, cooperate. What's your relationship with the hostage? How did this fall on you? Are you trying to trick me? No, I'm just asking. Yi Nanxiao glanced at the task list that popped up on the terminal and clicked confirm. We have 1 hour left before departure, Randy. Think carefully. Do you want to take us to our destination, or be thrown into space and frozen into a block of ice in an hour? I'm not threatening you. I mean what I say. Randy knew how ruthless Yi Nanxiao was. Yi Nanxiao was the most feared captain of the Special Operations Department among the pirates. He tried to explain on his boss's behalf, actually, Qian Jucai wouldn't harm the hostages. I don't need to tell you that. He just wants to confirm the value of what he found. Yi Nanxiao didn't even bother to look at him, his entire body radiating a chilling aura like a frozen sword. Stop talking nonsense. I don't have much patience. If you don't want the information I need, just shut up. Randy was certain the hostages had some connection to Yi Nanxiao. Qian Jucai, that bastard, had hit a wall, but why should I take the blame? An hour later, at the Phoenix Guards Airport, the Special Operations Division's Raikage Commando unit was ready to go. In the command room of the Raikage mothership, Yi Nanxiao stared at the display wall with a frown. Before them lay an endless asteroid belt, stretching between two interstellar systems, like a natural barrier blocking their path. The meteorites within this asteroid belt were extremely dense, interwoven together in a dense mass, forming a seemingly insurmountable obstacle. Because of its danger and challenge, this area has been given a formidable name: the Yellow Springs Desert Meteor Belt. This name vividly captures the countless unknown risks lurking within the meteor belt. Lieutenant, Captain Fields looked at Randy skeptically. Do we have to go through the Yellow Springs Desert Meteor Belt? Randy replied sincerely. Going around it would take several times longer. Boss, the starship can't get through. Yi Nanxiao pondered for a moment and said, after reaching the meteor belt, we'll split into 2 teams. I'll lead the fighter jets through. You lead the rest of the team to find the nearest warp route around it. Yes. Pick 10 people, the ones with the best flying skills, and have them prepare. I understand. The Raikage mothership slowly departed the airport, leaving the satellite radar scanning area and warping into the depths of space. Zhu Fuxing was jolted awake by the jolt of the starship warp. Still dizzy, he struggled to sit up and look around, his eyes meeting Chen Ziyuan's. Zhu Fuxing was helpless. I told you to call the police, not to come with me. Chen Ziyuan rubbed his temples vigorously. That **** knocked me out too. They wanted to kidnap me. Why did they take you with them? How would I know? Chen Ziyuan struggled to sit up and looked around. Fuxing, where are we being held? Probably the starship storage hold. Zhu Fuxing observed the small amount of food in the hold and concluded, we shouldn't be too far from Phoenix Star. There's not much food here, not enough for a long voyage. Why did they kidnap us? Zhu Fuxing corrected him. Not us, but me. Then do you know who kidnapped you? Why? Why would they kidnap you? It couldn't have been one of your rivals. The kidnapper's goddess is in love with you, but you ignored her and instead flirted with Brother Qiao. Heartbroken, she threw herself into the kidnapper's arms and demanded revenge on you. Zhu Fuxing couldn't bear it any longer. Have you watched too many idiotic dramas? And I wasn't flirting with Brother Qiao. Then why did they kidnap you? Zhu Fuxing sighed. I suspect it's related to the burglary a few days ago. Someone was looking for something in my house, and when they couldn't find it, they kidnapped me. Chen Ziyuan rubbed his chin. That makes sense, but what's in your house? Don't I know? Are your parents hiding something? My parents are just working class. What good things could they possibly have? You might as well say my brother is hiding something. That's possible. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan exchanged glances. Chen Ziyuan's voice faltered. Could it really be Brother Lingyi? Zhu Fuxing thought carefully. That's impossible. Given my brother's condition at the time, he wouldn't have hidden anything from me. Zhu Fuxing didn't want to continue the conversation. Remembering how he passed out before he could hold out for long, he hadn't heard the alarm. So he asked, by the way, didn't the park alarm go off after you called the police? No, it was about 2 or 3 minutes, and I didn't hear anything. I guess the surveillance network was down. I then hurriedly left a message for Brother Qiao, but I don't know if he received it. Even if he did, he wouldn't have made it in time. These kidnappers were premeditated and must have planned an escape route. I just don't know where they're taking us. Fuxing, will Brother Qiao come to rescue us? Zhu Fuxing wasn't sure. The military has rules and regulations. This kidnapping case probably wasn't the Special Operations Division's responsibility, was it? Fuxing, I'm so hungry. I haven't had breakfast yet. Chen Ziyuan had first gotten into a fight, then been knocked unconscious for who knows how long. Now his stomach was growling with hunger. Zhu Fuxing was a seasoned expert on hunger. If you're hungry, don't move around. Just lean back and don't talk. Chen Ziyuan obediently leaned against the wall and didn't move. In the Starship Command room, Lao Ba was furious and ready to punch someone. I told you to abduct one person. Why did you abduct 2? Fernando began to shift the blame. It wasn't me, it was Weya. Weya refused to take the blame. You told me to knock him out. Fernando also refused to accept the blame. I told you to knock him out. I didn't tell you to get him aboard. You kept pushing me, and in my haste, I just carried him aboard. It has nothing to do with me. Go explain it to the boss yourself. Lao Ba was furious. I don't care. The boss only wanted to abduct one person, and only gave one person's rations. You abducted 2. Tell me, whose rations should be given up? Weya, he did it. You're just kidding. People are made of iron and steel. If you don't eat, you'll be hungry. Even in the harsh environment of space, not eating for a whole day can make you dizzy and nauseous. Weya was infuriated. Why don't you let me eat? Why not just let that kid starve? Old 8 leaped up and hit Weya on the head. Hostages. Hostages? How dare you let them starve? If they starve, how can we exchange them for money? If we can't get any money, won't the boss kill us? Weya dodged, shouting, we didn't kidnap them for money. Old 8 was even more furious. Not only can we not exchange them for money, but we also got another freeloader. Are you an idiot? Chapter 12. After a flurry of activity, the 3 kidnappers opened the door to the storage compartment. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan looked up. Why was one of the kidnappers' faces swollen like a pig's head? No one spoke. After a moment of awkward staring, Lao Ba spoke first. Ahem, well, I have something to discuss with you. We're running low on food. I'm going to cut your rations in half for the next few days. Is that okay with you? Zhu Fuxing said calmly. Where are you taking us? You don't need to know that. We'll let you off the ship once we get there. How long will the voyage take? 10 days. Zhu Fuxing's heart began to flutter. He gritted his teeth and asked, how many crew members are there? Lao Ba was annoyed. Why are you asking? I've seen your food supplies. For a 10-day voyage, there's only enough for 4 crew members at most. Oh, you definitely learned that. That's enough for 4 crew members. But there were 5 of us here. So you 2 only have 1 ration. Didn't I just tell you to cut your rations in half? Chen Ziyuan was upset. Why should we cut our rations in half? Why don't you cut them in half? Because you're hostages? You know what hostages are? Having food is good enough. Zhu Fuxing calmed down. You went to all that trouble to kidnap me, which means I'm useful, possibly quite useful. If I get sick from starvation and can't do what's needed of me, your boss won't let you go. The three kidnappers, Chen Ziyuan continued, I was brought aboard, right? So without my food supplies, I'm telling you, if I get sick from starvation, Fuxing can't do anything. There's no way you're going to let us starve. The three kidnappers, I really hate you smart guys. The attempt to threaten the two students was fruitless, and both groups took a step back. In the command room, several people sat in a circle, counting all the food they could scavenge from the starship, including the snacks hidden by Fernande and Wu Ya. Both of them looked pained. Your food reserves are substandard. According to interstellar navigation regulations, food reserves should be at least twice the standard amount. Even the military's most extreme food reserves are 1.2 times the standard amount. And you? Zhu Fuxing looked at the nutrient solution, canned nutrition, and compressed food he had found. The food was of excellent quality, but the quantity was extremely limited. So he lodged a serious protest. You barely even meet the standard quantity. Old Eight looked nonchalant. It's no use telling me. You need to talk to our boss. Zhu Fuxing sighed heavily and continued, how many life capsules are there? Fernande proudly said, 1. Just stole it a few days ago. Zhu Fuxing was incredulous. 1? We're on a standard small shuttle attack ship, with a standard crew of 4, so there should be 4 life capsules as well. Old Eight continued to look nonchalant. Yeah, well, talk to our boss. Although Chen Ziyuan wasn't a spacecraft professional, he knew that the life capsules needed to fit the number of crew members. He couldn't help but ask, are you too poor? The three kidnappers, that hurts, buddy. Zhu Fuxing sneered. I don't think they're poor, they're just stingy. I think they looted this life capsule. It was looted, to be sure, but Lao Ba felt his boss was a man of honor, and couldn't afford to be bullied by 2 brats. So he argued, our mission isn't dangerous this time. We haven't had time to load the life capsule yet. Zhu Fuxing refused to believe his lies, and announced, I'll distribute all the food now. I'll try to distribute it according to everyone's daily needs. Do you have any objections? The 3 kidnappers shook their heads. Your boss is Qin Jusai, right? What on earth does he want by kidnapping me? The 3 kidnappers were shocked. They hadn't mentioned their boss's name. Is that so hard to guess? Zhu Fuxing counted on his fingers. He dares to kidnap people on Phoenix Star, has the technical means to cut off the campus's surveillance network, and is well equipped with weapons and logistical equipment, yet he's so stingy with his numbers. The 3 kidnappers blushed. Did the entire galaxy know that their boss was so stingy? Chen Ziyuan appeared calm, but inside, he was in turmoil. How could he be the famous pirate leader? If Brother Qiao hadn't recently told him so much about Qian Jusai, Zhu Fuxing wouldn't have guessed it so quickly. The boss only said he wanted to kidnap you, and didn't tell him anything else. Even though they know sooner or later, Zhu Fuxing didn't bother to argue. So, I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation during this 10-day voyage. The 3 kidnappers said, no problem. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan hadn't expected the renowned pirates to be so easygoing. They even introduced themselves in a friendly manner. Both of them relaxed. Chen Ziyuan led Zhu Fuxing out of the command room, and stealthily pulled out a small bottle, waving it before Zhu Fuxing like a treasure. Fuxing, look. Zhu Fuxing carefully examined the chemical label on the bottle. What's this? It's the drug to knock us out. Where did you get it? I stole it from Wu Ya's small suitcase while searching for food. He has quite a bit. Fuxing, this is a good thing. How about we knock them out, tie them up, and then sail away? Can you sail? You can't? I only been here for 3 months, and I only learned about starship classification and hull structure. This is even my first time in a starship's command room. Then why don't we just follow them? Zhu Fuxing, on the other hand, wasn't anxious anymore. He decided to make the best of it. Since I'm here, I want to know why Qian Jusai tied me up. Should we return this? Chen Ziyuan was reluctant. Hide it first. It might be useful later. Where? Zhu Fuxing thought for a moment. Give it to me. Old Eight wasn't worried about the 2 brats causing trouble on the starship. Seeing them leave, he shouted, prepare for a continuous jump in 20 minutes. Go to the sleeping pod and lock yourselves in. Got it. For the inexperienced, the pain of repeated jumps is indescribable. Only those who experience it firsthand can truly understand the pain. Despite the protection of the sleeping chamber, Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan still felt worse than death. The extreme pulling felt as if their bodies were being squeezed and flattened. They felt as if they had become thin noodles, their internal organs twisted beyond recognition. The 2 men clutched the edges of the sleeping chamber tightly, retching continuously. It was then that they suddenly realized why Lao Ba had shared the nutrient solution between them. He was afraid they would vomit in the sleeping chamber. Lao Ba squatted in front of them, and asked with concern, "Are you two okay?" Zhu Fuxing said weakly, "Still alive." Not bad, not bad. Let's take a break first. I'll drink some nutrient solution to replenish my strength later. We'll continue the jump in 3 hours. What? Still coming? Chen Ziyuan didn't have the energy to get up, so he could only express his anger with his tone. Oh, we'll get used to it after a few more times. We're in a hurry. What you're doing is against interstellar travel regulations. Zhu Fuxing protested. Old Eight scoffed. What rules do we pirates have to worry about? Wu Ye, come and carry those two out. It took 2 hours for the two to finally feel hungry. The thought of another round of warps was enough to make them want to cry. Zhu Fuxing looked at the 3 lively pirates before him and couldn't help but ask, "Why are you rushing so hard? Why are you 3 all right?" Wu Ye smiled innocently. "We can just carry them. We're used to it." Chen Ziyuan then asked, "There are only 2 sleeping pods on the starship. What would you do if the 2 of us used them? Would you keep carrying them like this?" Wu Ye said nonchalantly, "We don't have any sleeping pods. We just looted these 2 a while ago." "No, just loaded them." Fernande added, "It's mainly to save energy. And they're saving on food. According to that rule you mentioned, we have to sail for at least 15 days. Chen Ziyuan trembled. "Is that also your boss's request?" "Yes, we should save whenever possible." Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan were once again shocked by Qian Jucai's stinginess. What kind of person is he? How could he be so stingy? Lao Ba comforted them. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. We won't be able to warp for the next few days. Just bear with it, and it will pass." Zhu Fuxing, keenly sensing danger, asked, "Why can't we warp? We're nearing the asteroid belt." "What asteroid belt?" Old Eight said casually, "Oh, you'll know when we get there. It's almost time. You two should return to your sleeping pods. Can you walk back?" Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan obediently returned to their pods, forgetting everything else and just sitting there. Inside the Thunder Shadow carrier, Randy, pale as paper, slumped on the lounge sofa, barely breathing. He wasn't a combatant, his physique couldn't withstand the constant warping. He pointed at Yi Nanxiao and trembled, cursing, "Are you still human? It's been 7 days, 7 days of warping. You didn't even give me a sleeping pod. You deserve to be unable to find a wife." Fels thought to himself that Randy was a real man, daring to take advantage of his boss's pain. Feeling hurt, Yi Nanxiao taunted back, "You're a pirate after all, look at how pathetic you are. Besides, do you pirates have sleeping pods? You can't even afford escape pods." Randy had no rebuttal, yet he couldn't hold back his anger. "Even if we pirates didn't have escape pods, you couldn't catch up. The renowned Rakeage commandos couldn't even catch up to a pirate ship like that. You're truly impressive." Fels couldn't help but retort, "You're operating the latest shuttle attack ship, the best in every aspect of existing small star ships, and 5 times the price of a regular attack ship. How can that be considered a junky ship? So pirates have gotten this rich?" "What?" Randy spun up from the sofa, trembling. "How much did you say? How many times?" Fels made a 5. "Qian Jucai, he didn't even give us food when we went to Phoenix. Fuck him, he bought such an expensive starship." Randy was filled with grief and indignation. If he hadn't been broke, he wouldn't have been working as a bar hostess to make ends meet, much less been caught by Yi Nanxiao. Yi Nanxiao didn't bother to deal with Randy anymore, and went to the command room with Fields. "Boss, we're approaching the asteroid belt." Yi Nanxiao adjusted the monitor, zooming out the video wall to observe the large-scale asteroid density. After a moment, he gave the order, maintain 3rd cosmic velocity, and deploy the secondary shield. Fields accepted the order, hesitated for a moment, then spoke up, "Boss, don't worry. Qianjutsu won't harm the 2 students." "I know." Knowing that, he couldn't help but worry. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan were just 2 students, who had just reached adulthood. How could they not be nervous and afraid when facing space pirates? Clearly, Yi Nanchu's worries were unnecessary. After returning to normal speed, Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan finally climbed out of the sleeping pod. Although their faces were pale, and their limbs were weak, it seemed that they had truly gotten used to it, as Lao Ba had said. With 3 days, until their destination, the group had nothing else to do, so Zhu Fuxing mobilized everyone to make a simple deck of playing cards from food cartons, and briefly explained the rules. The pirates had never played such an ancient game, said to be very popular on their home planet, and were in high spirits. However, the 5 of them couldn't agree on the rules. Do Diju only requires 3 people. Then let's upgrade. The upgrade also only requires 4 people. The 3 pirates looked at Zhu Fuxing in unison. No one can play with 5. I think there are, but I don't know how. I only know these two. Then let's play rock, paper, scissors. Winner goes, loser waits for the next round. Let's make a bet. What's the bet? Your wallet is cleaner than your face. What do you want to bet? Zhu Fuxing decided, draw a turtle. Chen Ziyuan immediately said, I'll go find a pen. He was gone for a while, and when he returned, he threw 2 pens on the table. The 3 pirates didn't understand and asked, what is a turtle? A turtle looks like this. Zhu Fuxing drew a simple picture of a turtle. The 3 continued to ask, is this an animal? Or does it have any special meaning? Don't worry, just draw it. Come on, let's start the finger-guessing game. Chen Ziyuan and Zhu Fuxing exchanged glances, and threw their fists in unison. In the first round, Chen Ziyuan, Lao Ba, and Fernandez started. Chen Ziyuan was the local boss, and won resoundingly. Zhu Fuxing drew a turtle on the left cheek of Lao Ba and Fernandez. In the second round, Zhu Fuxing replaced Chen Ziyuan, and Weya replaced Fernandez. Lao Ba, the local host, suffered a crushing defeat. Chen Ziyuan added a turtle on Lao Ba's right cheek. In the third round, Chen Ziyuan took the reins and once again became the host, winning resoundingly. Wu Xia and Fernandez were delighted with 2 turtles. The 4th, 5th, and 10th rounds. The Star Pirates had become the turtle trio. When there was no more room to paint their faces, they took off their shirts and painted their bodies. When there was no more room to paint their bodies, the 3 gradually sensed something was amiss. Looking at the 2 clean-cut students, they questioned, why haven't you ever lost? Chen Ziyuan suppressed a laugh. We're not as skilled as you, so we'll accept the loss. Don't try to cheat. He and Zhu Fuxing had been tormented by Ling Yi for over a decade in this game, and every time they won, they were both covered in turtles. It's not enough to defeat Brother Ling Yi, but how could they possibly defeat the 3 pirates who had just learned the technique? They fought on for a few more rounds, but Old Eight gave up. No more fighting. I'm covered in turtle marks. I need to clean them off first. Weya and Fernandez took the opportunity to run away. 5 minutes later, Old Eight returned furiously. Why can't you wipe them off? What did you use to paint them? The 3 pirates' skin was rubbed red, but the turtle marks didn't fade at all. Ha. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan collapsed on the ground in laughter. Still laughing, you 2 brats, you deserve a beating, don't you? Wait, stop, ha. There was another flurry of activity, and Chen Ziyuan finally wiped the turtle marks off the 3 people. I just added some coloring agent. What spaceship did you steal? How come you even had this? Fernando blurted out, we stole it along with the sleeping pods. We didn't know what they were, but they looked pretty valuable, so we brought back a few boxes. Old Eight wanted to shove his cards into Fernando's mouth. Shut up. Zhu Fuxing looked at the 3 blushing people, trying hard to stifle a laugh. Okay, stop pretending. Are pirates still pirates if they don't rob? Old Eight was practically exasperated. You 2 are such mean. No more turtle drawings next time. Okay, I'll put a note next time. Old Eight and the other 2 actually liked the 2 students. Unlike the other hostages, who were so annoying and whining, they weren't afraid of them, and actually got along well with them. The rest of the voyage was conducted in a friendly and relaxed atmosphere. Arriving at their destination 3 days later, Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan were speechless with astonishment at the spectacular meteorite belt outside the porthole. Old Eight patted their shoulders and said, let's go see our boss first and rest up. In the endless darkness of deep space, a massive mothership sat anchored, hovering like a towering castle in the universe. As Zhu Fuxing's starship slowly approached, the full extent of the mothership slowly unfolded before his eyes. The entire mothership, a dark hue that blended seamlessly with the depths of space, its lines flowing and imposing. The hull shimmered faintly, a mysterious and majestic presence. Zhu Fuxing gazed at the behemoth before him, awestruck. He had only seen motherships of this magnitude in educational materials, and his curiosity about its owner, Qianjusai, was at its peak. Chapter 13. Qianjusai sat on the sofa with a dignified air, while Lao Ba and the other 2 stood quietly by. Zhu Fuxing examined the renowned pirate leader before him. He was not what he had imagined. Tall and imposing, he was not menacing. On the contrary, he had regular features and a dignified appearance. He looked less like a pirate leader and more like a powerful and influential CEO. Qianjusai observed the 2 students for a moment before slowly speaking, can anyone explain to me why you kidnapped 2 of them? Old Eight gritted his teeth and explained, it was just an accident. Humph, if you can't even handle such a small matter, what good are you? Where's Randy? Have you found out where he is? He was captured by the ground defense team. How could he be captured by the ground defense team? Didn't we tell you to avoid the military as much as possible? Old 8 felt a pang of sadness at the thought. His disguise was quite useful. He went to the bar and worked undercover, well, to make ends meet. Qianjusai, Old 8 continued to complain, we're broke. We really have no other choice. We don't have Randy's equipment, so we can only hunt for food in the surrounding area. The domineering boss persona collapsed, lasting less than 3 seconds. Qianjusai wiped his face. I spent a lot of money on his equipment. It'll cost even more to get him out. Old 8 felt he couldn't afford to collapse any further. Their pirate foundation was almost gone. He coughed and pointed at Zhu Fuxing, saying, he's Zhu Fuxing, and the other one is his classmate Chen Ziyuan. Qianjusai, enduring a heartache, breathed in relief. Zhu Fuxing, right? Zhu Weigui is from your family, right? Zhu Fuxing looked bewildered. Who? Zhu Weigui, Wei as in defend, Gui as in country. Your ancestor. Zhu Fuxing carefully recited the family tree compiled after their arrival on Phoenix Star. Indeed, no such person existed. No, the ancestor of our family, who arrived on Phoenix Star was a Zhu Zhenjiang. There was no such person as Zhu Weigui. Qianjusai was unconvinced. Impossible. I checked all the people with the surname Zhu on habitable planets. It's a rare surname, and yours is the most unique. Your brother got into the command department of the Star Alliance Military Academy, and you applied for a major like aerospace manufacturing engineering. Both of your majors are related to aerospace. Isn't the goal to find our home planet? Your family must have some information about our home planet. Zhu Fuxing was stunned by his incredible logic. So you kidnapped me? What kind of logic is that? What exactly do you want to do by kidnapping me? What does it have to do with Zhu Weigui? Qianjusai stared at Zhu Fuxing for a long moment. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, was he really kidnapping the wrong person? But since he had already kidnapped someone, he had to give it a try. For months ago, 2 of my men discovered an ecological planet. Their spacecraft crashed, and their whereabouts remain unknown. Their last communication was some photos of a star map. Qianjusai opened his smart device, and a blurry series of photos appeared on the projector screen. Zhu Fuxing stared at the photos for a long moment, unable to resist complaining, is this a star map? It's so blurry, what can you make out? The camera must have been hit, so these photos were barely taken. Look at the last one, there's writing on it. Zhu Fuxing scrolled to the end, and it was still blurry, he could barely make out a round, pancake-shaped object. Qianjusai enlarged the photo, revealing a line of small characters in the lower right corner. Zhu Fuxing stared intently, his eyes widening as he examined it. It was incredibly blurry. He tried to write again, following the fuzzy structure of the characters, but couldn't help but wonder if they were actually words. Undeterred, he wrote again several times. Are you sure these are words? Chinese characters? My men told me with certainty that they found some wreckage from the home planet's spacecraft on that planet. Although badly damaged, some data was preserved. They're certain it belongs to the Yin nation. And the star maps they took belonged to a man named Zhu Weigui. Hearing that it was information related to the home planet, Zhu Fuxing immediately grew serious, tracing the characters on the photo over and over again. What kind of characters could they be? They must be uncommon. The strokes were complex, not like words, more like drawings. Could they be traditional Chinese characters? Traditional Chinese characters didn't exist in the interstellar age, so it was natural for pirates to not recognize them. Zhu Fuxing thought as he traced them, comparing them one by one with the traditional Chinese characters he remembered. Fortunately, in his previous life, his grandfather had been a history professor with a passion for calligraphy and painting. Throughout the post-apocalyptic world, conditions grew increasingly difficult. However, Zhu Fuxing had seen his grandfather's calligraphy and painting since childhood, and had been personally taught how to write various scripts. He now recognized many traditional Chinese characters and various calligraphy styles. After tracing the characters dozens of times, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he thought of a possibility: seal script. Even with his upbringing, Zhu Fuxing couldn't help but want to curse. Who uses seal script for annotations and information? Isn't that deceptive? Forget the interstellar age. Even on Earth, few Yin people could recognize seal script, right? After confirming the font and tracing it again, Zhu Fuxing stared at the photo in disbelief. These 5 characters, plus the fuzzy round shape, isn't this? Zhu Fuxing's body began to tremble with excitement. Where did you find this information? Qianjusai noticed his anomaly. Why? Did you recognize it? The Milky Way, our home planet. This photo is of the Milky Way. Zhu Fuxing's voice was unsteady, as he quickly flipped through the other photos. Although they were blurry, was it possible that they were images of various constellations within the Milky Way? Sure enough, I suspected it was related to the Milky Way. Qianjusai let out a long sigh. Not only Zhu Fuxing, but everyone present was stunned. If it was true, then, was there any hope of finding the home planet? Everyone was speechless. This discovery was simply incredible. Humanity had searched for over 2,000 years, and had never found any star maps related to the Milky Way. Zhu Fuxing, didn't you say Zhu Weigui isn't from your Zhu family? How can you be sure these characters are from the Milky Way? Do you really have information about the home planet? There are elders in our Zhu family who love calligraphy. These characters are in seal script, which isn't a common font even on the home planet. It's normal you can't recognize them. Zhu Fuxing couldn't explain his memories of a past life, so he had to make up a story. He couldn't help but sigh. Qianjusai had hit a lucky break. Perhaps no one in the entire galaxy could recognize seal script now. Could it be that fate had determined that the home planet had reincarnated him with his memories just for this moment? Zhu Fuxing never believed in any gods, but at this moment, he silently prayed, "Home planet, my dear home planet, please give me a little more information. Bless your children, and help them find their way home." Qianjusai reassured, "Are you sure these star maps are related to the Milky Way? To be honest, finding this information is extremely difficult. To be honest, I only have these blurry photos right now, so I can't be 100% sure. But even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I implore you to take me there to confirm." Qianjusai nodded and said, "Let me be clear, the information I received is incomplete. I only know that the environment on that ecological planet is very dangerous. I can't pinpoint the exact coordinates of the wreckage, so the search area is enormous. We can't fly fighter jets to search from the air. We have to go deep into the primeval jungle. The planet's magnetic field is unique, and communications are blocked. In short, the risks are enormous. Are you sure you want to go?" Zhu Fuxing said firmly yes. Qianjusai looked appreciative and ordered his men to prepare fighter jets and supplies. Chen Ziyuan, finally recovering from his shock, said to Qianjusai, "Can I come? My specialty is the application of plant extracts, and I have a deep understanding of various plants on the planet. If you take me with you, I might be able to help." "Ziyuan, you stay here." Zhu Fuxing didn't want Chen Ziyuan to risk any more. "Don't expect me to stay here. I can help." "All right, stop arguing. Just go ahead. I can't protect you two little brats." Qianjusai interrupted the two and said to Lao Ba, "Give them some food. We'll set off after 30 minutes of rest." Everything ready, Qianjusai led the others to the helipad, saying as they walked, "We have to cross this asteroid belt. A starship definitely can't get through. We'll have to fly fighter jets. Don't get scared and cry later, you two." Chen Ziyuan pouted. Who was he looking down on? "Hey, you're still not convinced? Okay, what's your name?" "Yuan. Little Yuan Bao, just follow me. Don't give people random nicknames. My name is Chen Ziyuan." "I get it, little Yuan Bao. You two are classmates, huh? One's Fuxing, the other's Yuan Bao, so auspicious. What a great name." Chen Ziyuan and Zhu Fuxing, 5 magic wing fighters slid out of the flight bay. These were dual-system fighters, equipped with light energy cannons and missile launchers, giving them powerful attack capabilities. Zhu Fuxing looked at the few people preparing to enter the cockpit and asked, "Just the few of us?" "Yes, there aren't many pilots capable of navigating this asteroid belt. You follow Wuya, he's the best pilot." Qianjusai yanked Chen Ziyuan onto the fighter plane. "Come on, Xiao Yuanbao, put this on and buckle up your safety gear. Let me make a deal. You're not allowed to cry or scream, or I'll throw you out." "You?" Before Chen Ziyuan could finish his words, Qianjusai slammed his helmet onto his head. Zhu Fuxing looked at Wuya in surprise. Wuya smiled innocently and said, "Don't worry, I'll get you there safely." Lao Ba and Fernande didn't board the plane. They waved goodbye to Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan. Zhu Fuxing followed Wuya onto the plane, donning his gear with her help, and took a deep breath. The fighter plane slid off the deck and accelerated toward the asteroid belt. It wasn't until they entered the asteroid belt that Zhu Fuxing truly understood why Qianjusai had said that few pilots could traverse it. This was a terrifying graveyard, a flowing river of death, mercilessly devouring any spacecraft that dared to enter. Countless meteorites, of varying sizes and shapes, scattered across this vast expanse of space, creating a bizarre yet spectacular spectacle. The density of these meteorites was so staggering that fighter planes had to carefully maneuver close to them, fearing they could be shattered by a single misstep. Some were enormous, like planets, their surfaces riddled with craters and hideous cracks. They drifted slowly, tumbled, and spun. Or they darted past each other at astonishing speeds, occasionally colliding violently. Each collision released a massive energy surge that rapidly propagated through space, triggering a chain reaction among the surrounding meteorites. More collisions followed, creating a chaotic and dangerous situation. Wyatt piloted her fighter plane like a nimble hummingbird, darting nimbly through the swarm of meteorites. Debris rained down from all directions. With his superb piloting skills and sharp reflexes, he maneuvered the fighter plane through a series of high-speed flips and evasive maneuvers in record time. The large meteorites that couldn't be avoided were precisely blasted into fragments by the light energy cannon, scattering everywhere. The fighter plane seemed to become a part of his body. Wuya constantly adjusted his flight attitude, accelerating, and a powerful airflow from the tail of the fighter plane flashed through the gap created by the bombardment. The explosions in space were silent. This silent, oppressive, and stimulating environment made Zhu Fuxing so nervous that he couldn't utter a single sound, and his whole body was drenched in cold sweat. The fighter plane's rapid evasive maneuvers also made him feel uncomfortable. He couldn't help but think that it was all thanks to the continuous warp training he had undergone in the past few days. It was a long ordeal. After 11 full hours, the 5 fighter jets finally passed through the asteroid belt and flew towards the galaxy ahead. "Are you okay?" Wuya saw Zhu Fuxing's pale face, nearly exhausted. Zhu Fuxing waved his hands weakly. This kind of experience was truly enough once. "You're quite impressive. You didn't faint. Should I thank you for the compliment?" Qian Jutsai's voice came over the public channel. "Wuya, how's Zhu Fuxing? Didn't piss his pants, did you?" "Huh." Zhu Fuxing whispered back, "You did?" "Oh, he's quite energetic. Where's Ziyuan? Is he okay?" Chen Ziyuan's voice came weakly. "I'm fine." Clearly, he wasn't in good shape either. "Okay, just hold on a little longer. We'll reach our destination in 2 hours." "Huh?" Zhu Fuxing breathed a sigh of relief, exhausted after 11 hours of thrilling and tense flight. "Wuya, I'm going to take a nap." He fell asleep before he even heard Wuya's reply. Meanwhile, the wreckage mothership arrived at the asteroid belt. Fels reported to Yi Nanxiao, "Boss, the flight team has assembled." Yi Nanxiao glanced at Randy, who retreated in panic. "No, I really can't. I can't make it." "Heh." Yi Nanxiao scoffed sarcastically and told Fels, "Keep an eye on him." Yes. The wreckage was flying a single-person fighter, smaller, more maneuverable, and faster than the pirates' magic wing fighters. The soldiers showed no fear of crossing this dreaded asteroid belt. Instead, they were filled with excitement. "Captain, is it that exciting? Crossing the Yellow Springs Desert?" Yi Nanxiao laughed. "Why? If you're scared, just turn back." "Haha, no way. Captain, let's use this as a regular practice field from now on. Hee, playing competitive matches here is so exciting." "Good idea. Go back and write a 10,000-word feasibility analysis." "Huh? No, forget what I said." The soldiers burst into laughter. "All right," Yi Nanxiao said gravely, "everyone buckle up. We'll cross the asteroid belt within 7 hours." Everyone responded in unison, yes. 10 fighter planes shot towards the asteroid belt like sharp arrows, and in the blink of an eye, they were completely obliterated by the dense swarm of meteorites. Chapter 14. When Zhu Fuxing was awakened by Wuya, he looked up and saw a massive planet before him. It was brown, with a dark red hue spreading across it. Its striking rings were a dazzling array. "Didn't your boss give it a name?" According to interstellar rules, ecological planets are the most precious resources, meaning they can be inhabited by humans. Whoever discovers them has the right to name them. As the leader of the pirates, Qian Jusai should have been the one to name this planet. "We're discussing it." The boss said, "We call it Rich and Rich." Zhu Fuxing, That name is quite a wealthy one. But we thought the name was too long, so the boss suggested calling it Golden Belt, but we thought it was too corny." "Haha." Zhu Fuxing couldn't help but laugh. Qian Jusai was really. Qian Jusai's disapproving voice came over the public channel. "What are you laughing at? What's so corny about a golden belt? Doesn't this ring look like a golden belt?" Chen Ziyuan said disapprovingly. "Boss Qian, you're a giant who dominates the interstellar world. Can you have a little taste? If this name is actually registered, I don't know how many people will laugh at it." "TSK, who dares to laugh at me?" We couldn't help but advise. "No, boss, listen to it yourself. Golden Belt Star, do you think it sounds good? You're the only ones with taste. So what do you think it's called?" No one dared to argue with Qian Jusai. "You're the boss. The naming rights are yours." Qianjusai made the final decision, then call it Golden Belt Star. That should be fine. After all, it had to have the word gold in it, and everyone understood. The fighter jet broke through the planet's atmosphere, drawing ever closer to the ground. Nearly a third of the planet was covered in dark red forest. Qianjusai circled the planet, compared coordinates, and slowly landed the fighter jet on a snowy mountain. Zhu Fuxing asked, puzzled, aren't we supposed to enter the forest below? Why stop so far away? Qianjusai disembarked from the fighter jet, took a few steps on the snow, and then surveyed the forest at the foot of the mountain. It stretched for hundreds of kilometers, stretching as far as the eye could see. There's something wrong with the magnetic field in this area. All electronic equipment near the ground will intermittently malfunction. The fighter jet has no choice but to stop here. Everyone disembarked from the fighter jet. Before Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan could even properly survey the forest, they felt a heaviness in their bodies and nearly fell to their feet. Qianjusai watched the two men slowly disembark from their fighter planes and gloated, "Oh, I forgot to tell you. This planet's gravity is 1.5 times that of Phoenix. You two are now over 200 pounds, so get used to it first." The two newly fat men began panting after taking a few steps. Not only was the gravity increasing, but they were also lacking oxygen due to the high altitude. Zhu Fuxing panted and asked, "What's your positioning range? This forest has no end in sight. We only know it's southwest of this forest. A conservative estimate is that it'll take over a month to search inside. I told you beforehand that we can't pinpoint the exact coordinates of the wreckage, so the search area is extremely large." Chen Ziyuan estimated their altitude and expressed concern. "Are we just going down like this? Without an exoskeleton?" Qianjusai said disdainfully, "Why would we need that? It's ridiculously expensive." The two men murmured the same thought as Randy. "I'll just scratch you to death." The pirates quickly began to pack their gear. Weah brought out compressed food and handed it to everyone, saying, "Fill your stomachs first. We're in an unknown forest, and we don't know when we'll get to eat." The others sat in a circle to eat. Afterward, Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan moved around in a small area. They needed to quickly adapt to the planet's gravity. Qianjusai checked the time and said to everyone, "It's almost time. Get ready to go down the mountain." "Boss, wait a minute. I need to pee. Go and be back soon." The pirates reached behind a large rock. Just as they finished, they saw a white, humanoid creature float towards them. It moved silently, its long white hair trailing the ground, and blood dripped from the corners of its mouth onto the snow. The pirate froze, and after 2 seconds, he screamed, "Ghost!" He screamed as he tumbled and scrambled towards the others. The shouts echoed through the valley, sending snow cascading down the rock face. Qianjusai took a few steps forward and threw the man onto the snow. "What the hell are you yelling about?" "Boss, there's a ghost over there." "Shut up." This was a snowy mountain. They had landed on a gentle slope, and the surrounding peaks were covered in snow. If they caused an avalanche, it would be devastating. The unidentified creature, having just finished catching its prey, was also terrified by the bipedal monster before it. It began to tremble uncontrollably, uttering shrill cries, "Ah ah ah ah! Mom, help! There's a monster!" Qianjusai's heart sank. He could only shout to the others, "Get back in the fighter!" Boom! 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 A deafening roar echoed from the summit of the snowy mountain, like a deafening burst of thunder. With a resounding roar, a snowy wave, obscuring the sky and the sun, surged down like a raging tide. Its force was as fierce as a devastating tsunami, ruthlessly devouring everything in its path with the force of a tsunami. Zhu Fuxing had no time to run back to his fighter plane before he was knocked down by the wave. He lost control of his body and was tumbled by the irresistible force. The combat uniform he wore was said to have cost Qianjusai a fortune. As expected, you get what you pay for. The crash shield of the uniform popped out to protect him. But the violent tumbling made Zhu Fuxing dizzy, and he eventually passed out. The snowy wave swept everyone down the slope, sweeping towards the dense forest at the foot. Over an hour later, the snowy mountain finally calmed down, leaving only a few shattered fighter planes on the slope. The wreckage squad passed through the planet's atmosphere, and Yi Nanxiao carefully circled the planet for several rounds in his fighter plane. "Captain, we spotted a fighter plane. It must be the pirates." Yi Nanxiao parked the fighter plane on the gentle slope of the snowy mountain. An avalanche had probably just occurred there, and the pirates' fighter plane was half buried in the snow. "Don't get off yet. I'll go check." Yi Nanxiao waded through waist-deep snow to check the status of several fighter planes. "The gravity is 1.5 times that of Phoenix," he ordered. Change gear. The soldiers donned their custom combat uniforms, equipped their exoskeletons, and disembarked from their fighter planes, fully armed. Huh? Yi Nanjia's sharp eyes spotted a creature covered in long, smooth white fur emerging from the snow. Like the white-haired witch, it stared at them with wide, terrified eyes. He stopped the soldiers who wanted to step forward to investigate, and neither side made any move for the time being. The white-haired creature was devastated. Why were there another group of monsters? When would they ever stop? Creatures like these were naturally timid, and when frightened, they couldn't help but scream. It began to tremble uncontrollably. Just as it opened its mouth, Yi Nanxiao, sensing the situation, leaped forward like lightning and precisely grasped its neck. Ah! Woo-woo. The white-haired creature couldn't scream, tears streaming down its face. It seems this thing caused the avalanche just now. Yi Nanxiao shook the white hair in his hand, and saw its hair swaying smoothly. Damn, this thing is so creepy when I look at it suddenly. The soldiers all got goosebumps. This thing. What should we do? Will it scream again if we let it go? Yi Nanxiao thought for a moment, then squeezed the white-haired monster with a little force, knocking it unconscious. Take it away from us later, and release it later. Xiaoshan set up the sensor and reported to Yi Nanxiao. The avalanche is estimated to have occurred 2 to 3 hours ago. The magnetic field in this area is abnormal, affecting electronic equipment. The closer to the ground, the more severe the impact. Yi Nanxiao nodded. The Magic Wing Fighter is a 2-person fighter. The 8 pirates, including Yi Nanxiao and Shen Ziyuan, were likely swept down the mountain by the avalanche. We can't fly low to search. We need to descend from here into the forest. Rest for 10 minutes, and replenish your nutrients as much as possible. After descending the mountain, work in pairs, fanning along the avalanche's trajectory. Looking at the endless forest at the foot of the mountain, Yi Nanxiao continued, Xiaoshan, you stay at the outer edge of the forest to set up the signal source, and try to ensure normal communication. Send a message to the mothership, telling them to speed up. The search area is too large, and we need backup. Xiaoshan was stunned. Boss, you said 2 people in a group. If I don't enter the forest, there will only be 9 of us. Huh? What's the problem? Xiaoshan fell silent. Okay, you're awesome. The Raikage squad was incredibly mobile. 30 minutes later, Xiaoshan had already set up a signal transmitter 300 meters outside the forest. Yi Nanxiao, always cautious, issued another order before entering the forest. There are unpredictable dangers in the forest. Everyone, stay alert. Find someone and send them out to Xiaoshan. If communication fails, fire a signal flare if danger strikes. Everyone responded yes. The team members quickly dispersed through the forest. Most of the vegetation within the forest was an eerie dark red. The trees were so tall and lush that the ground was extremely dim. Countless vines and herbs taller than a person covered the ground, making it impossible to see the path. The soldiers groped their way forward when a vine silently slid down from the treetops they passed, slowly crawling along the ground and reaching for their calves. Seizing its prey, the vine whizzed and tore it down, quickly dragging it backwards. Belong. Seeing this, his companions hurried after him. Belong was tightly entangled in the branches, unable to move. He called out, Zhong, don't come over here. There are only these vines here. The surrounding vines were startled and began to stalk out from their entangled branches, becoming increasingly dense and dense, like a giant net enveloping Zhong. Belong was entangled so tightly that he could no longer see his form. Zhong tentatively tried to cut off a small section of the vines that were close to him, but the sharp dagger was unable to cause any damage to them. He switched the light cannon to sweep mode and slashed at the center of the vine network. A pungent, strange smell instantly filled the forest, and the vines retreated back into the trees. Brang adjusted his position the moment he escaped, spun in midair, and landed safely on the ground. Zhong asked, how is it? This thing is incredibly strong, it nearly broke my bones. Zhong glanced around. I suspect its sap has a deterrent effect. Apart from the trees it lives with, there's almost no other vegetation growing near it, not even a single small reptile. Then let's tear some off, break them, and apply the sap to our bodies. This time, the 2 men advanced, tearing a vine to shreds. The others, sensing their comrades' plight, fled the scene. Through the holographic goggles, the public channel displayed real-time information on each team's search progress. Teams 01 through 04, each working in pairs, encountered different challenges. Yi Nanxiao looked at everyone's battle situation, and saw they were all handling it. He called out to the other teams to find some of the vines, and apply the juice to their bodies. Although he was alone, he was the fastest, having already advanced 2 kilometers in the direction of the avalanche. Ordinarily, if they had been carried into the forest by the avalanche, they should have encountered a few pirates along the way. Even if pirates had fought with the forest's flora and fauna, they would have left traces. But not only had they encountered no one, they hadn't even found any traces. Yi Nanxiao, despite his composure, was now becoming anxious. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan had been in the forest for at least 3 hours. This primeval forest was fraught with dangers, and their situation was truly precarious. "Boss, we spotted a pirate." The voice came not from the search team entering the forest, but from Xiaoshan outside. "What's going on?" The white-haired monster's parents said it here. They seem to want to trade hostages with me." "They'll trade hostages? You haven't released by now yet?" Xiaoshan scratched his head. "I forgot." Yi Nanxiao ordered, "Everyone retreat." 2 white-haired monsters, now 5 or 6 times larger, timidly held a pirate. They crouched 10 meters away from Xiaoshan, nervously staring at the cub in the 2-legged monster's hands. The pirate squinted at Xiaoshan. He had been knocked unconscious by a wave of snow and landed in a cave. He had just regained consciousness when the 2 white-haired monsters grabbed him and knocked him unconscious again with a rock. When he regained consciousness, he was brought to Xiaoshan. Just as he was about to call for help, the white-haired monster noticed he was awake and knocked him unconscious with another rock. The star pirate briefly fainted, then the pain from 2 large bumps on his head reawakened him. This time, he dared not move or open his eyes, only feigning unconsciousness. Several warriors emerged from the forest, frightening the 2 white-haired monsters even more. They dragged the star pirate back another 10 meters. The star pirate was in so much pain that tears welled up in his eyes, but he dared not utter a word. Xiaoshan witnessed the entire incident, wondering what kind of monster this was. It must be almost a spirit. Seeing Yi Nanxiao approach, he immediately reported, "Boss, it's those 2. They're just crouching there and throwing rocks at people." Yi Nanxiao was about to speak when Bailang and a zhong struggled out of the forest, dragging a thick vine. The vine was wrapped around a large tree, refusing to leave. A zhong raised his light energy cannon and blasted it gently, and the vine finally stopped struggling, its sap flowing along the trail it had dragged along. Braun chopped the vine into small pieces and divided them equally among the men. Everyone, not bothered by the strange smell, smeared some on their combat uniforms and packed the rest into tactical backpacks. The 2 white-haired monsters were stunned, crouching on the ground, their forelimbs covering their mouths and uttering terrified cries. Yi Nanxiao looked at the 2 monsters, picked up Little White Hair, pointed at the star pirate, and said, "One hand for the money, the other for the goods." Little White Hair's tears flowed freely. The 2 white-haired monsters confronted Yi Nanxiao for a long moment, then raised their claws to push the star pirate away. The star pirate took the opportunity to get up and run towards Yi Nanxiao. The 2 white-haired monsters were stunned. It was over. The 2-legged monster had escaped. What was to become of the cubs? They screamed in panic, wanting to attack Yi Nanxiao, but knowing they couldn't. In desperation, one of them laid down and pretended to be dead, while the other grabbed the pretending dead monster, lifting it up and putting it down again, lifting it up and putting it down again, repeating this 5 or 6 times, then stared at Yi Nanxiao and stopped moving. Several soldiers were stunned. What was going on? A demonstration of domestic violence? Yi Nanxiao thought for a moment and tentatively asked, "Such creatures?" He pointed at the pirates. "Do you know where they are?" The 2 white-haired monsters pointed at their own children. Yi Nanxiao continued, "Take me to them." The 2 white-haired monsters exchanged glances, yelped, and ran in the same direction. Yi Nanxiao quickly ordered Xiaoshan, "Stay where you are. Everyone else follow." Several of them followed the white-haired monsters along the foot of the mountain to the center of the avalanche. They stopped at a spot in the snow and began digging. Their claws were long and sharp, and with dozens of swipes, they dug a large pit, stopping only when the pile of snow was over 2 meters high. Yi Nanxiao walked to the edge of the pit and discovered a deep hole. The white-haired monster pointed into the cave, yelping, "We all fallen in, and there's no way out." Yi Nanxiao threw a flare down, at least 20 meters deep. A faint voice rang from the cave, "Who's up there? Help! Help!" Yi Nanxiao ordered the soldiers to rescue the people, placing the little white-haired creature on the ground. To express his gratitude, he tossed the white-haired monster a small animal he had hunted in the woods. The white-haired monster family reunited, looking at the delivered prey, then at Yi Nanxiao. With a few yelps, they grabbed the prey and quickly ran up the snowy mountain. The 2 rescued space pirates had their combat speed packs torn apart and their legs injured. After being rescued, They honestly recounted what had happened. There's a large cave down there. When we woke up, we had no equipment and couldn't climb out. We could only walk a short distance against the current, hoping to find the exit. The cave was interconnected, and we couldn't find anyone else. How long have you been out there? Haven't seen anyone? We've been walking for about half an hour, and we really haven't seen anyone. And we don't know what's in this cave, so we didn't dare shout. Yi Nanxiao gazed at the dark cave. He first called Xiao Shan to reset the signal source inside, and as a precaution, he had the soldiers change their equipment. Aside from their exoskeletons, which were immune to magnetic fields, all energy weapons were discarded, replaced with a batch of primitive weapons. The soldiers continued to enter the cave in pairs. However, this time the terrain was too complex. After half an hour of walking through the maze-like cave, communication was lost. Not only was communication lost, but all electronic equipment was also disrupted. At this critical point, Yi Nanxiao sent a message to the 4 teams: follow the underground water source upstream to reunite. Deep within the darkness of the caverns, a buzzing sound echoed. A group of dangerous underground creatures keenly sensed something unusual. Prey had entered their territory, and the hunt had begun. Chapter 15. When Zhu Fuxing woke up, he thought he'd gone blind. It was pitch black, impossible to see his hand in front of his face. He paused for a moment, fumbling to open his tactical backpack, pulled out his flashlight, and turned it on. The flashlight flickered briefly, lasting only a few seconds before going out. Based on this brief flash of light, Zhu Fuxing concluded he'd fallen into a cave. The cave was deep, so deep that no light could penetrate the entrance. There was no one around, he was alone. Zhu Fuxing took a deep breath. It would be a lie to say he wasn't afraid. Alone in a cave on a primitive planet, he could die here without anyone noticing. He marveled again at the quality of his tactical suit. He hadn't died from such a height, and not only hadn't he died, he hadn't even been injured. It seemed Qianjusai wasn't too stingy, he was still a capable person. After a moment of self-regulation, Zhu Fuxing stood up, adjusted his helmet, and moved around a little, making some noise, hoping to find a companion nearby. He found nothing. He sat down against the rock wall, pondering his next move. He and Chen Ziyuan hadn't followed Qianjusai here out of sheer fervor. They had followed their brother in the wilderness since childhood, experiencing all sorts of environments. Snow-capped mountains, deserts, grasslands, islands, swamps, primeval forests, and, naturally, caves. His brother seemed to be taking them on an adventure, but in reality, he was imparting all his skills to them. Little lucky star Ziyuan, come here. Zhu Lingyi called over the 2 children, who were curiously scanning their surroundings. If you're trapped in a cave, you can find the entrance by feeling the wind. If you're trapped too deep, choose an upward route, as the exits to the outside usually slope upward. If there's a water source, follow it upstream. The water source acts as a landmark, preventing you from getting lost in the cavernous network. Unknown caves may harbor various dangerous creatures. Remain quiet and conceal your presence. These cave creatures live in darkness and are blind, but their hearing and sense of smell are exceptionally keen. Don't be afraid if there's no light. The deeper the cave, the more likely it is to harbor bioluminescent creatures. Find them and make a small lantern. Well, like this. Zhu Lingyi picked up 2 newly made net bags, strung them together with thin poles, and handed them to Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan. Inside were some bioluminescent mosses, emitting a faint blue glow. The light wasn't bright, but it was just enough to illuminate the ground below, preventing the 2 children from falling among the rocks. Following the water source will also make it easier to find these bioluminescent creatures. Remember? I remember, brother. The 2 happily picked up their lanterns and excitedly continued their adventure. With my brother around, anywhere is a paradise. Recalling that scene, Zhu Fuxing wiped away tears. He missed his brother. I can't die here. There's a glimmer of hope in finding our home planet, and my brother is still waiting to be rescued. Zhu Fuxing encouraged himself, rechecking the tightness of his helmet and concealing his breath as best he could. Then he calmed down and listened carefully to the subtle sounds in the cave. In the distance, there was the faint sound of flowing water. Qianjusai said the magnetic field here is unique, and electronic equipment will malfunction intermittently. Let's try again. Zhu Fuxing turned on the flashlight again, and this time it actually lit up. He quickly stood up, unsure how long the flashlight would last. While he had a light source, he quickly determined which way was up and found the water source. Chen Ziyuan woke up at almost the same time as Zhu Fuxing. He was lucky, he hadn't fallen too deep, and a faint light could be seen from above. Chen Ziyuan checked his condition and found no injuries, and his equipment was all there. He reacted almost identically to Zhu Fuxing, first adjusting his helmet to conceal his presence, then cautiously exploring the area. Luck favored him, as he discovered the unconscious Qianjuzai. Qianjuzai had suffered a particularly bad fall, with a hole in his helmet and visible bloodstains. Chen Ziyuan didn't have time to investigate why, despite the two men having fallen to similar deaths. He was fine while Qianjuzai was in such a state. He first taped the patch from his tactical backpack to seal the hole in his helmet. He activated the micro-medical robot and treated Qianjuzai's wounds. Gathering all his strength, he lifted Qianjuzai, a head taller than him, and half-dragged him away from the blood-stained area, heading towards the cave where the sound of running water came from. Qianjuzai, waking up from the drag, discovered he was being half-carried, half-dragged. The person carrying him was panting and unsteady, clearly on the verge of collapse. "I'll go on my own," Qianjuzai said hoarsely. You're awake? Xiao Yuan Bao? Just you? Where are the others?" Chen Ziyuan no longer cared about correcting the name. He set Qianjuzai down and plopped down on the ground. This man was incredibly heavy, and coupled with the planet's unusual gravity, he felt like he was carrying a mountain. "I didn't see anyone else, so I found you." Qianjuzai glanced around, then raised his head to estimate the height of the cave entrance. "We're over 500 meters from the entrance. You two students can't climb up. We have to find Zhu Fuxing." "Have you searched everywhere?" Chen Ziyuan nodded. "We've looked everywhere. You're injured. I want to move you away from where you were. There's an underground river over there. Wash the blood off first. Otherwise, it'll attract the creatures here." Qianjuzai was a little surprised. "I didn't realize you were quite experienced. Fuxing and I have been playing all kinds of adventure games with Brother Lingy since we were little. Are you injured? I'll take care of the external injuries." Qianjuzai stretched himself. "It's okay, just superficial. Then go by yourself. I'll look around. Wait for me. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Come on, you're also covered in blood. Go wash it off." Qianjuzai grabbed Chen Ziyuan. He was truly impressed by the young man. He remained calm and composed, acting cautiously. He hadn't even abandoned him and fled. His two incredibly expensive combat uniforms had finally paid off. After finding a source of water, the two men washed their uniforms and headed upwards, following the underground river. "Are you sure Zhu Fuxing will follow the water source as we do?" "Yes. Unless he's deeper down, we'll definitely run into him." Qianjuzai had a bad feeling, thinking Zhu Fuxing might be unlucky. So they discussed, "If we can't find him up ahead, let's look downstream." Chen Ziyuan paused, also feeling a bad feeling. "How about we split up?" "No, let's look upstream first." Unable to find Zhu Fuxing, Chen Ziyuan was terribly anxious and had to distract himself with words. "Boss Qian, why can't you afford to buy some exoskeleton equipment? It would save us so much effort." "Hey, do you know how much just these 2 sets of combat uniforms for you and Zhu Fuxing cost? I only have 2 sets in total, and I can't bear to use them myself. If it weren't for my concern for you 2 students, I wouldn't have been willing to give it to you." Chen Ziyuan was stunned. "Are our combat uniforms different?" "Of course they are. Otherwise, how could you have been so badly injured?" Chen Ziyuan didn't know what to say. Call him stingy, since he gave his best uniforms to himself and Fuxing. Call him generous, since he only bought 2 sets. "You? What?" Chen Ziyuan was about to say something to thank him when Qianjuzai covered his mouth, pushed him to the edge of the rock face, and whispered in his ear, "Shh, something's coming." Although the two of them were talking constantly, their voices were low. Chen Ziyuan remembered Zhu Lingyi's instructions. When encountering dangerous cave creatures, don't move, don't make any noise, and conceal your presence. In the dim light overhead, Chen Ziyuan saw a creature with a long tail scurrying past him. They didn't move, and after a moment's wait, the creature returned, stalking around them. The monster's tentacles flexibly extended and retracted, stretching to immense lengths. They quietly crawled up Chen Ziyuan's instep, then along his calf. Chen Ziyuan's body instantly stiffened. He clung tightly to Qianjuzai, desperately holding his breath. Thankfully, their combat uniforms not only automatically changed color based on the surrounding environment, but also simulated the temperature of the objects they touched. The creature groped around for 5 or 6 minutes, finding nothing, and reluctantly left again. Chen Ziyuan let out a soft breath. He had nearly trembled with fear, but Qianjuzai's tight embrace around his waist, supporting his entire weight, kept him still. This wasn't the adventure game I played with Zhu Lingyi as a teenager. This was a true life or death test. Qianjuzai patted him gently on the back and whispered, "Are you okay?" Chen Ziyuan nodded. Qian Jusai encouraged him, good job. We need to speed up. The two continued along the water source, the light overhead intermittent, and the road beneath them sloped slightly upward. After walking for nearly an hour, they saw the creatures they encountered before. Not just one, but a group. This seemed to be their lair. Qian Jusai pulled Chen Ziyuan behind him, and approached silently. They were a group of creatures resembling lizards. The two long tentacles on their heads were likely their sensory organs, and their long tails were covered in spikes. Qian Jusai retreated, pulled Chen Ziyuan along, and turned away. Once they were far enough away, he whispered, Zhu Fuxing is definitely not ahead. Those creatures are all ahead. This area is probably their territory. If someone fell, it wouldn't be so peaceful. Then let's go back. Head downstream? Qian Jusai suddenly dodged, shoving Chen Ziyuan aside, while dodging the monster's fierce attack. With a loud bang, the monster's tail slammed into the rock wall, sending rocks flying everywhere. A deep dent, over half a meter deep, appeared in the rock wall. Countless pieces of rubble fell like raindrops, making a crackling sound. This sudden change not only startled Chen Ziyuan, but also alarmed the other monsters nearby. They poured out of the caves, and the ground shook violently. Yuan Bao, climb higher. Qian Jusai commanded Chen Ziyuan, while dodging the monster's attack once again. He took a few running steps onto the rock face, leveraging the momentum to lunge at the monster's head. With a flash of cold light in his hand, the monster's tentacles were instantly severed. Then, with lightning speed, Qian Jusai stabbed the monster's forehead with another fierce blow. There was an area with less scale coverage there, the monster's weak spot. The monster screamed in pain, squeak. The sharp sound was like a needle piercing an eardrum, making his head buzz. Chen Ziyuan struggled to climb up the protruding rock face, barely managing to hold onto the rock. The monster struggled frantically. Qian Jusai, however, remained steady on its head, unmoved. He gripped the hilt of his knife tightly, channeling all his strength into it. As he exerted force, the blade gradually sank into the monster's forehead, and a stream of black liquid gushed out from the wound. The monster's struggles gradually weakened. Qian Jusai didn't engage it. Seeing it had lost its ability to move, he nimbly climbed to a higher position and pulled Chen Ziyuan into a crevice. Qian Jusai stood at the edge of the crevice with his back to Chen Ziyuan and said, keep running forward. Don't look back. What about you? What do you want to do? Kill them! They've been alerted. There are too many of them. Chen Ziyuan didn't ask any more questions, knowing that staying would only hinder them. He couldn't be a godlike teammate, but he was definitely not a pig either. He obeyed without looking back, and continued running forward. Qian Jusai waited quietly for 2 minutes, watching the monsters below surge in more and more. He raised his hand, and threw a solid phosphorus bomb at the monsters, then quickly turned and left. The moment the bomb exploded, the monsters collectively let out a scream. A scream! And Chen Ziyuan, his brain pierced by the demonic sound, fell to the ground in agony. Qian Jusai quickly caught up with him, and pulled him forward. Yuan Bao, hold on. Run faster. We have to leave through another cave. They'll scream even more miserably later. Sure enough, the screams not only didn't stop, but continued, becoming increasingly sharp and high-pitched. Chen Ziyuan had already passed through the crevice and entered another cave. When he landed, he clutched his head, and wanted to bang his head against the wall in agony. Qian Jusai hugged him tightly. All right, hold on a little longer. They're almost extinct. When the monsters were completely silent, Chen Ziyuan asked weakly, what did you do? Electronic weapons aren't very effective here, so I brought some other stuff. What were they? Solid phosphorus bombs. These weapons are contraband, right? Chen Ziyuan was an expert in chemistry, and knew that solid phosphorus bombs were simply a more powerful version of white phosphorus bombs. They were 3,000 degrees Celsius and had extremely strong adhesion. Once even a tiny bit of them touched a living organism, they would smolder within it, and would not extinguish until they were reduced to ash. You're still worried about whether it's illegal or not. Think about your life first. Chen Ziyuan emphasized, but you can't use this kind of thing in the forest. I'm not stupid. Using this kind of weapon in the woods is like taking your own life for granted, right? Okay, can you walk? We need to find a new way back to the water source. Let's go! We made such a commotion. The other creatures should have noticed. Qian Jusai thought for a moment. It's not a bad thing. Zhu Fuxing should be able to hear it, too. I hope so. In fact, everyone and every creature underground heard the noise. The monster's cry was incredibly penetrating. It was just that the sound was so far away, and after being transmitted through the layers of cavernous passages, it became a mournful, eerie, and gentle melody that chilled everyone to the bone. Yi Nanxiao had just finished a massacre. Dozens of monsters piled up before him. He walked to the stream to wash off the blood splatter on his body, and listened carefully in the direction of the sound. The noise was quite loud, and it had lasted so long, suggesting he had encountered a large group of monsters. After descending into the cave, he searched downwards, following the source of the water. After over an hour, he found signs of human activity. The other party was clever, following the highest flow upstream, and before entering each cave, they drew a small star on the rock wall. Yi Nanxiao was certain it was Zhu Fuxing. Little Fuxing had been left alone, and being alone in a place like this was too dangerous. Yi Nanxiao quickened his pace, encountering 3 waves of monsters while following the trail. This made him even more anxious. Although Little Fuxing was clever, he had no fighting power. He took a deep breath, stood up, and continued his pursuit towards the cave Zhu Fuxing had marked. Chapter 16. The dark, enclosed environment strained Zhu Fuxing's nerves to the limit. He slowly groped his way along the rock face, listening carefully to the sounds around him. His flashlight went out again, this time lasting less than 30 minutes. He only had time to determine the direction of the water flow and choose the one with the heaviest current. The moment darkness descended, it felt as if the entire world had been swallowed up. The endless darkness filled him with immense oppression and fear. Zhu Fuxing clung tightly to the rock face, his body trembling slightly, trying to calm himself. However, the heavy sense of oppression surged over him like a tide, making it almost impossible to breathe. The air was filled with a decayed and damp smell, a scent that brought to mind corpses, cemeteries, decay, and other things associated with death, further weighing on his heart. Water dripped continuously from the cave ceiling, making a soft, dripping sound. The sound echoed in the silent space, remarkably clear and eerie. Each drop of water seemed to carry a mysterious power, making his heart beat faster. Strange images began to surface in his mind, and his fear grew stronger. In the darkness, his senses became incredibly sharp. Even more terrifying than the monsters was the boundless human imagination. Every slightest sound made Zhu Fuxing nervous, wondering what might be in the darkness, wondering if he would be trapped to death here. In his previous life, he had just turned 19 when a devastating flood arrived. This life couldn't be any worse. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. May my home planet protect me, and may my brother protect me. Zhu Fuxing's voice trembled slightly. He didn't want to appear too weak, but it was too dark, too dark. He faced the darkness alone, unable to control his fear. He needed light, without it, he couldn't get out. I'll just rest for 10 minutes, Zhu Fuxing muttered to himself. Go find the light. My brother taught me. He never lies. I can find it. I'll definitely find it. After mentally preparing himself, Zhu Fuxing stood up and continued walking in the direction he remembered. The path was bumpy and full of potholes. Sharp shards clung to the rock face, forcing him to take every step carefully. Don't be afraid. There's nothing to be afraid of. Zhu Fuxing, you can do this. We were born under the red flag and raised in the spring breeze. The people have faith, the country has strength. All these monsters are paper tigers. Zhu Fuxing muttered to himself as he walked, reciting every sentence he could think of to encourage himself. This method was surprisingly effective. He began to recite various poems he had memorized in a chaotic manner. Heaven moves with vigor. A gentleman strives to improve himself unceasingly. A gentleman should be slow to speak but swift to act. A gentleman conceals his talents, waiting for the right time to act. A gentleman is ashamed of his words exceeding his actions. A gentleman is so busy. Zhu Fuxing lamented that he would never have been a gentleman in ancient times. Such random thoughts helped distract him from his fear. The water flow ahead was increasing. He was sure he would find glowing plants. With this conviction, Zhu Fuxing groped his way forward in the pitch-black cave. He had no idea how long he had walked. The darkness had completely obliterated his sense of time. He knew only that he couldn't stop, or he'd be trapped to death. Finally, after turning a corner, tiny specks of green light appeared before his eyes. Zhu Fuxing excitedly clenched his fist. I told you I'd find it. He hurried happily toward the light. The rock wall was covered in glowing umbrellas, stretching for hundreds of meters ahead. The cave itself was also illuminated by a luminous green glow. It was a somewhat terrifying scene, but Zhu Fuxing found it quite beautiful. Aren't these little umbrellas like mushrooms on his home planet? Glowing mushrooms, at that. He opened his tactical backpack and thanked Qianjusai again. Not only was his combat uniform impressive, but the backpack also contained a wealth of tools. Zhu Fuxing opened 2 fiber mesh bags and pulled out a multifunctional folding toolbox. Combining the 2 small tools, it became a sharp shovel. He first carefully shoveled off a glowing umbrella at the very edge. It fell into the net bag without changing anything, and without disturbing the other plants. It's okay, let's get to work. Zhu Fuxing breathed a sigh of relief, singing a memorized nursery rhyme in his head as he happily shoveled the glowing umbrellas. Red umbrellas, white poles, let's lie down together after dinner. After filling 2 net bags, Zhu Fuxing imitated his brother, found a slender piece of pointed reed in the toolbox, and made a lantern. Brother, I have a lantern. No one responded in the silent cave. Zhu Fuxing felt happy for a moment, then lost. If only his brother were here, he would definitely praise me. This environment had a profound impact on his mood. Zhu Fuxing realized that he couldn't stop. He had to keep moving forward. As long as he kept moving forward, there was hope. Lantern in hand, Zhu Fuxing once again ventured into the darkness, but this time his luck seemed even worse. The lantern only illuminated a small area beneath his feet. Entering another cave, he heard a rustling sound in the darkness. Zhu Fuxing stopped. Something was moving toward him. He stood quietly against the rock wall, waiting for the sound to completely cease before continuing forward. This happened several times, narrowly avoiding the monsters in the cave. When he encountered a group of monsters again, Zhu Fuxing stood against the wall as usual. After the monsters passed, he took only 2 steps when he felt a chill run down his spine. There was something above him. A strong gust of wind swept across, and Zhu Fuxing was slammed against the rock wall by an incredible force. Then he fell to the ground with a thud. His combat uniform absorbed some of the impact, but he still broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. The lantern rolled away, and the surroundings became pitch black again. Zhu Fuxing gritted his teeth, resisting the salty, sweet taste rising to the corners of his mouth. Another strong wind swept past, and he quickly rolled toward the rock wall. The monster's claws brushed past his ears. Without pausing, sensing the direction of the wind in the darkness, Zhu Fuxing rolled again to avoid the monster's sharp claws. Roar! Having failed to catch its prey twice, the monster was clearly angry. It stood on its hind legs, striking with both front paws simultaneously. One claw blocked the prey's escape, and the other swatted it away again. Puff! Zhu Fuxing was swatted over 10 meters away, spitting blood. This time, he couldn't dodge. The sharp claws tore his combat uniform open, leaving 3 rips. Blood gushed out, staining his back red. The smell of blood incited the monster, and it inched closer and closer to its prey, saliva dripping from its fanged mouth. Zhu Fuxing couldn't see, but he could feel the monster approaching. He struggled to his feet and backed away, knowing there was no escape. I'm going to die. I'm going to die here, eaten by the monster. Zhu Fuxing closed his eyes in despair, facing death once again, his heart filled with resentment. He still had so much to do. He hadn't found his home planet, he hadn't saved his brother, he hadn't told Yi Nanxiao that the person he loved was actually. Roar! The monster had caught its prey, the delicious smell of blood thrilling it. It opened its maw and swiftly bit down at its prey. Get down! Zhu Fuxing obeyed without a second thought. A bullet whistled past his head and pierced the monster's mouth. Bang! The monster's head exploded, its falling body pinning Zhu Fuxing to the ground. Don't come out. Yi Nanxiao tossed a cold light wand to Zhu Fuxing, leaping over the monster's corpse. The ground shook, signaling a surge of creatures. Bang, bang, bang. Zhu Fuxing could only hear the constant sound of gunfire and the monster's roars. The battle was intense. He was still a little incredulous. Was that Brother Qiao? Had he heard correctly? Why was Brother Qiao here? He clutched the cold light stick tightly. It was a primitive lighting tool that didn't require electricity, but it was the most useful in this environment. He tried to see if there was any marking on the cold light stick, but he turned it around and couldn't find one. That's right, why would such a primitive tool have markings? Zhu Fuxing obediently lay on the ground. Only after the danger was over did he feel the piercing pain in his back. But he didn't dare move away from the monster. He hid under the monster's corpse to mask the bloody smell. Why hasn't Brother Qiao returned yet? That's Brother Qiao, right? Is he alone? Can he defeat so many monsters? Zhu Fuxing's concern grew. More than 10 minutes later, there was a loud boom, and the cave returned to silence. Yi Nanxiao didn't have any solid phosphorus bombs. He spent some time hurting the monsters pouring out of the various holes into a cave with no exit, then dropped a bomb to end the battle. Then he quickly ran back to check on Zhu Fuxing. The scene had nearly frightened him to death. If he had arrived a second later, Zhu Fuxing would have been eaten by the monsters. Fuxing, are you okay? Yi Nanxiao removed the monster's corpse and saw Zhu Fuxing's bloody back. His heart clenched. Brother Qiao? Yes, it was me. Where else are you hurt? Brother Qiao. Zhu Fuxing burst into Yi Nanxiao's arms and burst into tears. He had been groping for his way alone in the dark, and had nearly been eaten by a monster. He was terrified and frightened. Seeing Yi Nanxiao, he couldn't contain his tears. I'm sorry, I'm late. Yi Nanxiao hugged the person in his arms, not knowing how to comfort him. He couldn't imagine how Zhu Fuxing had managed to walk all the way here without any light. He had walked in the dark for at least 6 hours. Zhu Fuxing was like a frightened child. Yi Nanxiao patted his back and soothed him softly. It's okay. I'll get you out. You're safe, Fuxing. Don't be afraid. Zhu Fuxing burst into tears, his frayed nerves finally relaxing. With Yi Nanxiao by his side, he felt incredibly safe, just like when he was a kid exploring with his brother, who always protected him and Chen Ziyuan. Is this the lantern you made? Yi Nanxiao took out the little gadget he found to distract Zhu Fuxing. Zhu Fuxing picked up his little lantern and nodded. Yi Nanxiao praised him sincerely. Our little Fuxing is so smart. Brother taught me. Zhu Lingyi taught me. You learned well. Yi Nanxiao rubbed his head. Let me see the wound on your back. Thankfully, the monster's claws weren't poisonous. The wound was red, deep enough to reveal the bone. While Yi Nanxiao neatly tended to his wound, he continued to question him about what had happened since he was kidnapped. Zhu Fuxing highlighted the key points. The pirates didn't give us any trouble. I met Qian Jucai and the photos, and I wanted to verify the value of the information. I didn't get hurt after falling in. The combat uniform Qian Jucai gave me is really good, and he's actually quite a nice guy. I remembered my brother's instructions, so I slowly felt my way along the rock face and found this glowing plant. Yi Nanxiao praised him again with sincerity. Fuxing, you're very brave. Zhu Fuxing smiled shyly. I was scared too, but I was more afraid of death. Don't be afraid now. Eat something to replenish your energy. Recharge your energy, rest for a while, and then we'll set off. Have you found Ziyuan? I only found you. Chen Ziyuan can't be any deeper than where you fell. Let's continue upstream. We heard a lot of noise coming from the cave upstream. Did you hear it? Yes. Could it be Ziyuan? Let's go and see. I have teammates. Maybe they already found him. Then let's go. Yi Nanxiao wanted him to rest a little longer. His wound was too deep, and the cell-repairing medicine wouldn't heal quickly enough. No rush. Do you need to rest? Or should I carry you? I rested before. I used to sit down and rest for a few minutes when I got tired. I'm not tired now. Yi Nanxiao took off his combat uniform. Okay then. You wear mine. You can't wear yours. What are you going to do? Those things can't hurt me. Be good, put them on quickly. Zhu Fuxing knew he was seriously injured and didn't want to be a burden, so he changed into his clothes. It was a little big at first, but the combat uniform was adjustable. Yi Nanxiao adjusted it with a few simple adjustments, and it fit him perfectly. This suit is amazing. Zhu Fuxing exclaimed. Yours is adjustable too. Qian Jucai spent a lot of money on this combat uniform, and he's willing to give it to you. Really? Zhu Fuxing wondered what to do. He ruined it. I'll give you the exoskeleton too. Yi Nanxiao quickly installed the exoskeleton on Zhu Fuxing. With this, you can at least protect yourself and escape easily. But you're going to have to deal with those monsters without an exoskeleton? Little Fuxing, you really underestimate me. Yi Nanxiao pinched his nose, feigning anger. Am I so useless in your eyes? Zhu Fuxing fumed. That's not what I meant. I know you're powerful. Yi Nanxiao teased him. Really? How powerful? Very powerful, anyway. Haha. Yi Nanxiao was delighted. Fuxing was so adorable. With the exoskeleton, Zhu Fuxing felt as light as a swallow. It was a real treat. He figured, since he ruined Qian Jucai's combat uniform, he might as well give him an exoskeleton instead. It just so happened Qian Jucai wasn't willing to buy one. Zhu Fuxing immediately asked, how much is this exoskeleton? Huh? Why are you asking? I want to compensate him with an exoskeleton. He's reluctant to buy one. Haha. Yi Nanxiao burst into laughter again. No need for you to pay. I'll pay him. Haha. Why? Zhu Fuxing wanted to say, how can I let you pay? But a secret joy welled up in his heart, and he held it back for a moment. Yi Nanxiao led Zhu Fuxing forward, charging forward at breakneck speed. Not having the exoskeleton didn't affect him much. Zhu Fuxing just had to stay out of the way and not hold him back. until they encountered a large creature. Chapter 17. This giant creature was at least 20 meters tall, its entire body covered in hard scales, and spikes streaked from its back to its tail. Underground creatures generally don't grow this tall, making it difficult for them to navigate caves. This monster must be the leader of the cave creatures. It doesn't need to forage for food, other creatures provide it with food. Yi Nanqiao stumbled into its lair while chasing a group of snakes. He dropped 2 bombs, but they didn't kill it, only enraging it. The monster pursued them relentlessly, like a giant tank. Smaller caves were difficult to enter, so it simply crashed right in. The two were utterly humiliated by the pursuit. Conventional weapons were useless. Too many bombs would cause the underground cave to collapse, burying them all. Yi Nanqiao missed the solid phosphorus bombs immensely. They were incredibly useful in caves like this. There was no need to worry about burning anything else. He could throw them anywhere, regardless of the number of monsters. Just a touch of white phosphorus would incinerate the monster. I'll go take care of it. Yi Nanqiao's patience was exhausted. Brother Qiao, I'll give you the exoskeleton. The monster was so large, its skin so thick, even a bomb couldn't penetrate its armor. No, just stay here and don't move. Yi Nanqiao hid Zhu Fuxing in a depression in the rock wall near the cave ceiling, a well-defended and difficult-to-attack spot. He then handed him a small round bomb. Throw this if you're in danger. It's not very powerful, and won't collapse the cave. Zhu Fuxing took the bomb and warned, be careful. Don't worry. Give me the gloves from your combat uniform. Zhu Fuxing took out his damaged uniform, and fished the gloves from his pocket. Yi Nanqiao donned his gloves, fished a folding dart from his tactical backpack, and donned it. He patted Zhu Fuxing on the head and said, remember, no matter what happens, don't come out, and don't make a sound. Okay, I got that. With a few leaps and bounds, Yi Nanqiao leaped down the over 30-meter-high rock face. They could now see a faint light overhead, and the monster's eyes seemed to be more than capable of seeing. It spotted the biped that had blown it up and angrily pursued it. Roar! With no way forward, the monster swung its tail at Yi Nanqiao, determined to crush the biped. Yi Nanqiao swiftly scaled the rock face, raised his hand, and unleashed a hidden arrow into the cave ceiling. Using the attached carbon fiber rope, he swung lightly behind the monster. The monster reacted with incredible speed, its tail whipping backward like a steel whip, charging towards Yi Nanqiao in midair with immense force. Yi Nanqiao's agility was remarkable. He gripped the carbon fiber rope tightly with both hands, exerted force from his waist, and flipped upward 360 degrees, narrowly avoiding the monster's fatal blow. Just as the monster's tail was about to fall, Yi Nanqiao quickly released a second hidden arrow, simultaneously sliding down, narrowly passing under the monster's tail with one of the carbon fiber ropes, successfully entangling it. Following this, Yi Nanqiao grabbed another carbon fiber rope and swung high again, hovering in midair. The monster could see, but its eyesight was poor, being severely nearsighted. It felt its tail's descent was blocked, and it couldn't see what was holding it back, so it froze in confusion. Taking advantage of its moment of distraction, Yi Nanqiao fired a dozen hidden arrows, weaving back and forth through the air, continuously entangling dozens of carbon fiber ropes around the monster's tail. The monster's tail was entangled tightly, preventing it from moving forward or backward. Roar! The monster was furious. What the damned biped had done? My tail! It struggled with all its might to break free. The rock wall where the hidden arrow had been pinned couldn't withstand the strain, and cracks began to appear. Yi Nanqiao knew he couldn't hold the monster back for long, but this little time was enough. He flashed, and just as he passed the monster's head, he fired the hidden arrow with extreme precision into the monster's eyes. Roar! The eyes were its most vulnerable organ, and the monster roared in pain. The tail, thrashed free from the carbon fiber ropes by the intense pain, lashed everywhere. The cave wall was shattered, littered with flying debris. Yi Nanqiao's eyes were cold and bloodthirsty, radiating murderous intent like a demon from hell. He seized the moment the monster opened its mouth and darted past it with lightning speed. As he reached the top of its fang-filled maw, he hurled a bomb into the creature's mouth with lightning speed. With a deafening roar, the monster's body exploded violently from behind. At the same time, Yi Nanqiao darted to the front of the rock face and, using the reaction force, lightly kicked twice before landing on his back. The series of movements was as smooth as flowing water, seamless and yet incredibly thrilling. Zhu Fuxing, hiding high above, witnessed the entire process and was at a loss for words to express his awe. So handsome! So handsome! Brother Qiao is so handsome! Yi Nanqiao slowly removed his gloves, looked up, and waved at Zhu Fuxing, come down. Zhu Fuxing, aided by his exoskeleton, imitated Yi Nanqiao's movements as he descended the rock face, carefully selecting his steps and leaping lightly. Unfortunately, he lost his footing and slipped, falling from over 10 meters to the ground. Ah! Brother Qiao, Brother Qiao. Yi Nanqiao, quick-witted and swift-handed, moved directly below him, arms outstretched to catch the oncoming man. I caught you. Yi Nanqiao beamed. You're so handsome just now. Yi Nanqiao was overjoyed by the compliment, but tried to feign indifference. Really? Just SOSO? Zhu Fuxing was about to say something when a clamorous noise rang out from the distance. Yi Nanqiao listened for a moment, then pulled Zhu Fuxing to his feet. Let's go over and take a look. The maze-like cave had Chen Ziyuan dizzy. He ran relentlessly, chased by several small monsters. These monsters were small, incredibly fast, and nimble, their 8 legs allowing them to flexibly scale any angle in the cave. They were even cleverer, deliberately chasing Chen Ziyuan in one direction. Qianjut's separated from Chen Ziyuan to distract the large group of 8-legged monsters. Solid phosphorus bombs were ineffective against them. They were too quick to evade, and after 1 or 2 were burned, the others immediately scattered, leaving no way to keep them together. They were scrambling across walls and scurrying about, and there were so many of them. Chen Ziyuan was in tears, nearly dying from running. Just as he was wondering how to find Qianju, he saw him approaching from the other direction. Yuan Bao? Why are you still here? Didn't I tell you to run? Chen Ziyuan was stunned. I've been running, I haven't stopped. Qianju fired a few shots, bang bang, destroying several monsters chasing Chen Ziyuan. They're chasing you in circles, are you stupid? These holes all look the same, how can I tell them apart? Chen Ziyuan was frantic. He had no sense of direction to begin with, and this environment was too hostile for him. Forget it, just follow me. These 8-legged monsters are tough to deal with, there are too many of them. How about getting you to the surface first, and then I'll come down to find Zhu Fuxing? Chen Ziyuan hung his head. He was so useless. Qianju could have found Fuxing by himself long ago. The more he thought about it, the sadder he became. Oh, why are you crying? Qianju was helpless. Little Yuan Bao had tried so hard. He was just a student, and in such a dangerous situation, he didn't panic or selfishly run away. He calmly followed him to find someone, and tried not to hold back when encountering various monsters. Qianju didn't really dislike him. On the contrary, he admired his loyalty and bravery. Okay, let's not go up. I just heard an explosion. It must be my men. Let's go find them, and figure out how to take care of these 8-legged monsters together. Huh? Why didn't I hear any explosions? You were too focused on running? You need to rest. Qianju hadn't finished his words, when he saw the 8-legged monster surging out of the passage like a tide. Fuck. Again. Run. The two of them began running again. Qianju was overwhelmed. This wasn't a solution, but he had limited ammunition, and laser weapons couldn't be used here. They had no choice but to go to the ground first. Xiao Yuanbao was almost exhausted. Belong and Zhong also encountered these 8-legged monsters, and faced the same problem. After repeated attempts, they discovered that the monsters' only weakness was their fear of bright light, and they would not advance when near the ground. So the two clever men came up with a brilliant plan. They cut down a number of trees on the ground and threw them into the cave one by one, intending to use fire to eliminate the 8-legged monsters. They threw them vigorously, but they didn't consider the problem of objects thrown from high altitude. Chen Ziyuan ran ahead, while Qianju turned around and fired to cover him. He was so focused on moving forward that he didn't notice the danger falling from the sky. A tree trunk as thick as a bucket came crashing down, hitting him right at his feet. Followed by this, more tree trunks of varying sizes rained down. Chen Ziyuan dodged frantically. Boss Qian, help me. Qianju broke out in a cold sweat. If he got hit? He angrily shouted at the ground, fuck. Who's the wicked one throwing things? Belong and Zhong faintly heard noises coming from below, stopped their uncivilized behavior, and poked their heads out. Is anyone down there? Throwing objects from high places kills the whole family. Damn. Do you have any sense of righteousness? Belong and Zhong, The two, who actually had a lot of righteousness, didn't bother to argue. They just saved him first, pull you out. Qianju freed Chen Ziyuan from the tree trunk, carefully checked him for any scratches, and then shouted to the ground, let out the rope. The monster army behind them was about to attack, and Qianju, after a moment's thought, understood the purpose of the tree trunks being thrown down. He was blocking the middle of the passage, dragging a tree trunk in one hand. Turning back, he saw Chen Ziyuan also struggling to move forward, dragging a tree trunk, his delicate face flushed from the effort. At that moment, he was touched. Lil Yuan Bao was so sensible, trying not to cause trouble and helping where he could. Don't worry about it. Sit back and rest. Climbing hundreds of meters of rock will take some energy. Qian Jusai took the tree trunk from his hand. Wow, it was heavy. Soon, a tall pile of trees appeared before their eyes. Qian Jusai held a flamethrower and pressed the button. A stream of orange-red flames erupted, instantly igniting the pile. The raging fire, like a ferocious beast, soared into the air, illuminating the entire cave. The dazzling light, like daylight, dispelled the darkness without a trace. The monsters in the distance noticed the movement. They stared at the burning pile from afar, fear flickering in their eyes. These monsters had an instinctive fear of fire, and dared not approach easily, only making noises from afar. Balang and Azhong also came down from the ground. Before descending, they moved to a farther position and threw down the chopped wood. Qian Jusai was surprised to see that the people coming down were the Raikage commandos. I thought it would be the defense team at most. Why would they send you? Zhong and Qian Jusai were already old acquaintances. I don't know. Anyway, they sent us here. There's no need for such a large-scale operation to capture me. Qian Jusai couldn't help but scoff. They even sent their best troops. Was it really that necessary? Zhong spoke frankly. Our orders were to rescue the hostages, not to capture you. Qian Jusai narrowed his eyes, sensing something unusual. He had only captured 2 ordinary students. The military wouldn't make a big fuss unless they received some special information. So he asked tentatively, really? These 2 hostages? No, these 2 students have very special identities. We're only responsible for carrying out the mission. Zhong is a very single man, so don't try to get anything out of me anyway. Chen Ziyuan was excited when he saw the 2 soldiers coming down, but then he started to get nervous again, remembering Qian Jusai's identity. Only after listening to their conversation did he breathe a sigh of relief. It's good that they're not here to capture pirates. Although he's a hostage, Qian Jusai not only didn't make things difficult for him, but also protected him all the way. Qian Jusai then asked, is Yi Nanqiao here too? Yes. Chen Ziyuan jumped up at the mention of Yi Nanqiao's name. Brother Qiao is here? Oh. Qian Jusai raised an eyebrow. You're calling him so affectionately. Do you know him? Chen Ziyuan didn't bother to answer Qian Jusai and asked the 2 soldiers, did he find Zhu Fuxing? Zhong explained, we haven't come across him yet. These caves are interconnected and vast. We still have 3 teams searching inside. Chen Ziyuan felt a little relieved. Brother Qiao was leading the Special Operations Division, each of them highly skilled. They would definitely find Fuxing. Braun walked closer to the fire and observed the monster's movements. He saw that they were blocked and unable to get through, so they were huddled together in the cave in the distance. He then walked back and said to Chen Ziyuan, go up first. It's too dangerous for you to stay here. Leave the search to us. Chen Ziyuan nodded, okay. Humph. Qian Jusai snorted, feeling particularly unhappy. You were so hesitant when I told you to go up, but you were so forthright when they asked you to. You ungrateful little bastard, who has been protecting you all this time? Chen Ziyuan was confused. What happened to Boss Qian? Boss Qian, are you coming up with me? Qian Jusai said indifferently, my men are still inside. Zhong said, 3 of your men have been rescued, but 4 are missing. Qian Jusai appreciated the favor. Thank you. Let Yuan Bao go up. I'll stay here and kill these 8-legged monsters first, then go find someone else. He was determined to kill them. They'd been chasing him all the way. It was so annoying. Chapter 18. After discussing it, the group immediately took action. Zhong equipped Chen Ziyuan with the exoskeleton, and Chen Ziyuan immediately felt like he could fly on the spot. A few hundred meters of overhanging rock was nothing to him. He could climb thousands of meters. This is so useful, Boss Qian. Look, I can jump so high. Chen Ziyuan jumped for joy. Qian Jusai felt even worse. He was just making the kid happy. It was just an exoskeleton, and he could afford it. Yuan Bao, take every step firmly when you climb up, and remember not to look down. Okay, I got it. Zhong was going to escort Chen Ziyuan to meet up with Xiaoshan, so he climbed up the rock ahead. Qian Jusai saw that Zhong had reached a certain height, estimated the distance, and said to Chen Ziyuan, alright, let's go. Zhong quickly climbed back to the ground. Chen Ziyuan had no experience in this kind of climbing, and although the exoskeleton eased his burden, his speed was still not very fast. The 8-legged monsters had been silent for a long time. Qian Jusai and Bei Lang were on guard, wary of any monsters that might emerge from nowhere. Seeing that Chen Ziyuan had already climbed 2/3 of the way up the rock face, Qian Jusai spotted several 8-legged monsters. Shit! They circled back up the rock face. Belong and Adong on the ground also noticed. The monsters were increasing in number, and soon the rock face was densely packed with 8-legged monsters. Adong raised his gun and fired at the monster closest to Chen Ziyuan. No, we're too far away. We can't hit them. Belong wanted to climb up the rock face to provide support. You stay here and increase the fire to the maximum. Don't let them climb up from underground. I'll go up first. Qian Jusai scaled the rock face at breakneck speed. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out from both sides, and Chen Ziyuan's palm sweated with nervousness, but that didn't stop him from climbing faster. If he were surrounded by these monsters here, he'd be dead. Yuan Bao, hurry up. Climb to where the sun can reach. They're afraid of the light. Chen Ziyuan struggled to speed up. Qian Jusai was not far below him, in an even more precarious situation. Not only did he lack an exoskeleton, but his combat uniform was also counterfeit. If he fell, he would surely be injured. The monsters were getting closer and closer to Chen Ziyuan. 2 submachine guns were no match for the tens of thousands of 8-legged monsters. Belin ignited all the wood, and the blazing fire frightened the 8-legged monsters underground, preventing them from surging forward. He also climbed up the rock face and joined the attack. Just as Chen Ziyuan was about to reach the light, several monsters closed in. Chen Ziyuan desperately climbed upwards. The monsters grabbed his pants within the limit of the sunlight and pulled him down. Yuan Bao, don't stop. Chen Ziyuan knew he couldn't stop. The bullets practically brushed his side, piercing the monster's body. But what about the claws hanging from his pants? In desperation, Chen Ziyuan gripped the rope tightly with both hands and kicked hard, trying to knock the monster down. Adong built a simple winch on the ground, wrapped the rope around it, and cranked it vigorously. Chen Ziyuan's body slowly rose. The monsters, already exposed to the sunlight, began to scratch at his pants furiously. My pants. You have no moral principles. Woo-woo. You are hooligans. Shameless. Even the finest combat uniform was ripped to shreds by its sharp claws, leaving even his underwear untouched. The monster clawed and scratched at Chen Ziyuan, and as he was pulled to the surface by Adong, whimpering, his tender white buttocks were scratched. Adong didn't have time to bother him, and continued firing, covering Qian Jusai and Bei Lang as they climbed up. The monsters now turned their attention to the 2 men still hanging on the rock face, swarming towards them. Boss Qian. Chen Ziyuan cried out, utterly anxious. Qian Jusai and Bei Lang were already being overwhelmed by the monsters. Boom boom boom. 3 shells exploded on the rock face, the massive shockwaves knocking over a large number of 8-legged monsters, and a rain of monsters began to fall from the sky. The fire from the shells illuminated the entire rock face, and the 8-legged monsters that survived the explosions fled in terror into the shadows. The cacophony of strange cries filled the air. Qian Jusai and Bei Lang seized the opportunity to quickly climb to the surface. Yi Manqiao, carrying the assembled rocket launcher, stood at the entrance of another cave and shouted to the ground, "Who's up there?" "Boss, it's me and Belangi. We found Qian Jusai and Chen Ziyuan." "Got it. I found Zhu Fuxing. Don't come down. Support us from up there. Cut down more trees and throw them down." "Got it." The 2 soldiers continued to cut trees, leaving Qian Jusai helpless as Chen Ziyuan burst into tears. TSK. He never comforted a child before. What was he supposed to do? Chen Ziyuan was truly heartbroken. A sore but was a minor issue, but having his pants stripped off, by a monster at that. 18 years of shame was completely humiliated. Qian Jusai, tending to Chen Ziyuan's wound, consoled him, "Yuan Bao, it's okay. Just spray some medicine and it'll heal quickly." Chen Ziyuan clung to Qian Jusai's lap. Hiccup. I'm out of pants. Let's find a big leaf to wrap myself around first. Woo-woo. Don't cry, how about I sew you a pair of pants out of leaves? You, hiccup, know how to sew pants. Hiccup? Yes, it's just 2 trouser legs together. It's so easy. Will it? Hiccup. Look ugly? It definitely won't look good. Chen Ziyuan continued to cry, woo-woo. Qian Jusai was in a terrible headache. Belong and Azhong had been busy for a long time, and were about to take a break. When they returned, they saw Chen Ziyuan wearing a pair of pants that clearly didn't fit him. They looked like they were covered in a bucket, with the legs rolled up several times. He was walking back, dragging a few large leaves with him. Qianjusai sat bare-legged on a tree stump, sewing something with a needle and thread. Zhong hadn't seen a needle and thread in years and asked, "Where did you get it?" Qianjusai didn't even look up. "I brought it." "You're carrying this when you go out? Do you understand thriftiness? Shouldn't you mend your clothes when they're torn?" Zhong was choked. He wondered if pirates had gotten this bad. Even the boss had to wear patched clothes? "What are you sewing?" "A pair of pants." "I can't walk around with my pants cut off." "I'm not afraid of you seeing it, but these bushes are thorny." "I just pricked my leg and it bled." Chen Ziyuan set down the leaves he had just picked, sweating from exhaustion. These leaves, plucked from a certain vine, are very thick and resilient, making them perfect for making pants. It was just too much effort to pull it apart. It was difficult to sever the petiole. Qianjusai cut off a few leaves and sewed them back, leaving the rest to Chen Ziyuan. Seeing that Yuan Bao had dragged back quite a few, Qianjusai flipped through a few leaves and said, "That's about enough." After that, he glanced at the sky and said to Chen Ziyuan, "Pick up the scattered branches. It's getting dark, and we need to light a bonfire." "Oh!" Chen Ziyuan now obeyed Qianjusai's orders. He was still wearing the pants someone had given him, so why not do some more work? Belong and Zhong also helped collect some branches and carried more wood. They had to light a strong fire tonight. There were bound to be many wild animals around here at night. Qianjusai finished sewing his new pants and tried them on. "Not bad, they won't affect my mobility." Puff. Chen Ziyuan looked at the crooked stitching and the strange pants. He knew he shouldn't laugh, but he couldn't help it. "Hey! You're still laughing. If you keep laughing, I'll pull your pants off." "I'm not laughing anymore. I'm not laughing anymore." "Ha. You ungrateful little bastard, who am I doing this for? You still have the nerve to laugh." Chen Ziyuan stifled a laugh and fished out a piece of rope from his backpack. "Use this as a belt." "Humph." Qianjusai took the rope and wrapped it around his waist several times before securing it. Finally, having fixed the problem with the pants, Qianjusai asked how Chen Ziyuan knew Yi Nanxiao. "You and Zhu Fuxing are both very familiar with Yi Nanxiao? He's a good friend of Brother Herman. He's always taken care of us." "You also know Herman?" Qianjusai was even more surprised. "He's Lingyi's boyfriend." "Didn't you check Lingyi's?" "How could you not know that?" "I only checked everyone's resumes in the family, not their privacy." Chen Ziyuan curled his lips. "Oh!" Qianjusai sorted out the connections. "So, Herman entrusted you two to Yi Nanxiao?" Chen Ziyuan bit his lip. "Don't be so harsh. Herman will definitely come back." "That's not certain. I never seen anyone who joined the First Fleet come back." "You?" Chen Ziyuan knew Qianjusai was telling the truth, but he couldn't help but feel sad. "Oh, don't cry again. Why are you such a crybaby? Okay, I was wrong. He can come back. He definitely can." Chen Ziyuan sniffed and ignored him. He wouldn't tolerate anyone saying anything unlucky about Lingyi and Herman. Just treat it as self-deception. "Oh, you're really angry?" Chen Ziyuan's reaction showed that Zhu Lingyi and Herman treated the two children very well. Herman must have trusted Yi Nanxiao deeply, having entrusted Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan to him before leaving. If Yi Nanxiao could be trusted, the plan could be slightly adjusted. Qianjusai pondered the next step and called Chen Ziyuan over. "Okay, don't be angry. Let's go help and get some more wood for tonight." As they busied themselves, the sky gradually darkened. Beilang and Zhong stopped chopping trees and threw the logs they had dragged to the edge of the cliff one by one. As the sky darkened, Chen Ziyuan inevitably grew anxious. Why haven't Brother Qiao and the others come up yet? Zhong consoled him. "Our team will rendezvous upstream at the underground water source. And there are still 4 pirates we haven't found." Chen Ziyuan asked Qianjusai again, "Boss Qian, aren't you worried?" "What's there to worry about? Self-preservation isn't a problem for them. They're either temporarily trapped or have gotten up here before us. We'll know after a while." Chen Ziyuan didn't understand what Qianjusai was waiting for. As night fell, the group lit a bonfire. This planet had no satellites, so the nights were completely dark. The burning flames were the only source of light in this silent land. A few minutes later, a faint light appeared far away, across the cliff. Qianjusai fired a flare into the sky, and 4 more flares rose from the source. "Then that's it. The 4 of them are across the way." Qianjusai pointed to the spot where the flares had risen. Further in the sky, 3 more flares appeared, fired by the 3 pirates with Xiaoshan. "The other 3 are over there." Chen Ziyuan marveled at this ancient yet practical method of communication. It's true that timelessness is key, as long as it works. The method of sending messages by lighting a beacon fire, used by our ancestors thousands of years ago, remains effective even in the interstellar age. Baron explained, we often conduct missions on different planets, and in many cases, the most advanced technology is less effective than the methods passed down by our ancestors. Ah Zhong also said, the wisdom of the ancients remains as awe-inspiring, no matter how many thousands of years have passed. Isn't it true? If I didn't carry a needle and thread, how could I possibly wear pants? Ha. The others burst into laughter. In the underground cave, Yi Nanqiao also saw the signal flare from the sky. He and Zhu Fuxing gathered the fallen wood into a cave, leaving some to block off a small portion of the entrance. Fuxing, do you want to rest for a while? I'm fine. I'm not tired at all working in this. Zhu Fuxing pointed at his exoskeleton. Okay, I'll lure those 8-legged monsters here later. Once they're all inside, set them on fire. Yi Nanqiao wandered around for a long time before finally finding a cave with no cracks and a single exit. He planned to burn all of these things to death. If he didn't kill these monsters, it would be too dangerous for them to climb to the surface. Zhu Fuxing was stunned. Then aren't you trapped in there too? My combat uniform is fireproof. I'll wear it later. I'll take it off for you now. Yi Nanqiao put his uniform back on and disappeared into the cave. Zhu Fuxing crouched behind a rock, listening carefully to the sounds around him. He wasn't afraid at all now. Yi Nanqiao had left him plenty of small bombs. He had thrown many of them like firecrackers, and had perfected his accuracy. Zhu Fuxing began to mutter to himself again, I'm a super soldier now. My fate is in my own hands. Monster, where are you going to escape? Zhu Fuxing's Jinibyu spirit burned fiercely, growing stronger and stronger. A pair of cold hands rested on his shoulders. Evil creature, why don't you show yourself? Zhu Fuxing didn't know whether the evil creature had revealed its true form or not. He froze, not daring to look back. It was always like that in horror movies. Who could withstand being killed by someone turning back? Ah! The thing behind him moved closer and closer, slowly pressing against his back, its long, wet hair falling down the sides of his face. Cold, this thing was completely cold, and Zhu Fuxing shivered with the cold. Drops of bloody liquid fell on Zhu Fuxing's head, then ran through his hair and across his ear. Icy fingers slid down his shoulder, slowly reaching for his heart. Ah! Zhu Fuxing was terrified. He desperately threw off the object behind him, and, using the power of his exoskeleton, leaped 10 meters away. Ah! Little White Hare was once again, frightened mad by the bipedal monster, desperately screaming for help as he fled. The familiar cry finally brought Zhu Fuxing back to his senses. Oh my god, why is it that white-haired monster again? Zhu Fuxing wiped his face fiercely. Damn it, white-haired monster. Don't fall into my hands if you dare. Zhu Fuxing didn't want to return to his previous position. He moved to a place with his back against the rock wall, half shielded by rocks in front of him. He felt much more at ease. The feng shui saying backward support and front protection was indeed true. Our ancestors were truly amazing. Chapter 19. Zhu Fuxing, crouching in his feng shui vantage point, remained peaceful for half an hour without any further incidents. A faint chirping sound reached him, and Zhu Fuxing sheathed his cold light rod and prepared himself at the cave entrance. A few minutes later, a strong gust of wind swept through, and someone nimbly leaped over the pile of wood at the cave entrance. Brother Qiao? Zhu Fuxing confirmed in a low voice. Yes, the monsters are coming. Get ready. A group of 8-legged monsters were hot on their heels. Zhu Fuxing hid himself, listening quietly to the sounds coming from the cave entrance. Only when there was no more movement did he take out his cold light rod and tiptoe to the woodpile. The small flamethrower unleashed a massive flame disproportionate to its size, completely igniting the pile in seconds. The fire spread rapidly, and soon the cave entrance was completely blocked by flames. The monster's cries in the cave grew shrill and piercing. Yi Nanqiao quickly ignited the wood he had prepared. As the fire spread, the monsters began to flee, but due to the limited space, they had nowhere to hide. The flames licked the monsters' bodies, crackling and hissing. The air was filled with a strong smell of burning, which quickly spread and filled the entire underground cave. Yi Nanqiao flashed out from the firelight, and stood guard not far from the cave entrance. He said to Zhu Fuxing, as if to ask for credit, Fuxing, let's see if there's a snack for dinner. Zhu Fuxing looked at him in disbelief. You want to eat monsters? Don't look at them for their ugliness, smell their fragrance. I won't eat them, and neither can you. Yi Nanqiao sighed regretfully. You really won't? Zhu Fuxing said firmly. No. Yi Nanqi's enthusiasm suddenly waned. Okay, if you don't want to eat then don't. Are we going to wait here until it burns out? Yes, in case some escape. We'll go in later to see if they're all dead. I'll light another bonfire. These underground monsters are afraid of light and heat. We'll rest here tonight. There was still some wood left, enough to burn until dawn, and the two of them quickly lit the fire. Yi Nanqiao sat down against the stone wall, his left leg bent, his left hand resting idly on his knee, his right hand gathering a handful of broken stones into a small pile. Zhu Fuxing saw this and, curious, asked, Brother Qiao, why are you piling up the stones? Yi Nanqiao played the suspense, smiling, guess. Are you going to use this as a hidden weapon? Like those heroes in the movies, whoosh swoosh, and with a few strikes, they'll annihilate their enemies without a single mortal remains. Zhu Fuxing gestured excitedly as he spoke. Ha. Yi Nanqiao was amused by his gesticulations. It's not that exaggerated. We can only deal with small animals. We have limited ammunition, so every bit counts. As he spoke, several eight-legged monsters tumbled out of the cave entrance, screaming. Yi Nanqiao glanced at them, too lazy to get up. He grabbed a few gravel and launched them at the eight-legged monsters. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The monsters fell to the ground, completely dead. TSK. The roasted skin is charred, and the meat is tender. It smells so good. Zhu Fuxing was first amazed by his legendary hidden weapon skills, but then, hearing that he was still thinking about eating, he ran over, picked up a few eight-legged monsters, and threw them back into the cave. Ah! Don't. Yi Nanqiao held out his hand. Zhu Fuxing turned and said, word by word, you're not allowed to eat. Undeterred, Yi Nanqiao waited for a long while, but the cave gradually quieted down, apparently completely burned. The firelight illuminated the cave brightly and warmly, and both of them felt a little drowsy. Fuxing, you should get some sleep. Zhu Fuxing was indeed very sleepy, but he felt embarrassed to leave Yi Nanqiao alone. If I sleep, there won't be anyone to talk to you. You had a tiring day. You must get enough rest. Be obedient. Zhu Fuxing was so exhausted that he only managed a short while before falling into a deep sleep, resting his head on his tactical pack. Yi Nanqiao went into the cave and carefully checked to ensure that the monsters were dead. Returning, he added a few more logs to the campfire to make it burn brighter. Worried that Zhu Fuxing would catch a cold sleeping directly on the cold ground, he carefully lifted him into his arms and carefully adjusted him to a comfortable position. In the flickering firelight, Zhu Fuxing's once fair face now glowed a warm orange red, his long eyelashes trembling slightly, as if he were experiencing some uneasy dream. Yi Nanqiao gently stroked his dehydrated lips, recalling his experiences in the cave. Those thrilling scenes seemed vividly before his mind, leaving him with a wrenching pain. The underground cave was quiet and warm, but the surface was not. Xian Jusai and his companions had arranged the night watch, and Shen Ziyuan was not required to join. He was exhausted after the day, and quickly fell asleep beside the fire. After an unknown amount of time, a beast's roar startled him awake. He quickly scrambled to his feet, only to find himself surrounded by countless pairs of green animal eyes, forming a circle around them. Why are there so many beasts? Chen Ziyuan panicked, but quickly calmed down when he saw the other three, who remained calm. Xian Jusai and the other two split up and launched several grenades before the encirclement closed. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions echoed throughout the wilderness, and the ground began to shake violently. The herd of beasts was like a boiling pot, with broken limbs and flesh flying everywhere, and screams and roars echoed one after another. The orderly formation was instantly thrown into disarray, and the beasts fled in all directions, the entire herd plunging into chaos. Soon after, explosions rang out in the direction of the four pirates in Shaoshan. The once quiet wilderness suddenly became bustling with activity. The beasts, having never seen such terrifying weapons before, were terrified. In less than half an hour, they fled back to the distant forest, never to reappear. Xian Jusai rubbed his hands together and said happily, a little extra treat. Ah Zhong and Bei Leng quickly dragged back a leg, prepared it quickly, and skewered it over the fire to begin grilling. The fat slowly dripped onto the already red-hot charcoal below. With a soft sizzling sound, the heat instantly evaporated into wisps of smoke, accompanied by a faint burnt aroma. Though faint, the sound was remarkably clear in the silent wilderness. The surface of the meat gradually became golden and crispy, glistening with oil. The distinctive barbecue aroma grew stronger, as if an invisible hand were carrying this alluring aroma far and wide. A gentle breeze blew, and the fragrance drifted in all directions, gradually blending into the air of the entire wilderness. Chen Ziyuan had taken a nutritional supplement in the evening. He wasn't particularly hungry, but the aroma made him practically drool. Brang took out his multi-purpose knife and rubbed it twice on his trouser leg, rather unceremoniously. He glanced at Chen Ziyuan again, then thought for a moment before running the knife over the flames a few times to disinfect it. He slicing a slice of meat, the surface of which was charred, placed it on a leaf he found somewhere, and handed it to Chen Ziyuan, saying, "Since we had limited resources, we sprinkled some salt on it. Try it." Chen Ziyuan took it and said, "Thank you, Brother Lang. Where did you get the salt?" "There's a natural salt well in the cave, and we scraped some." They had been planning to roast a few 8-legged monsters for a treat, but since they didn't get any, this leg wasn't bad either. Chen Ziyuan carefully placed a piece of the meat in his mouth and took a light bite. The aroma of the barbecue instantly filled his mouth. The balance of fat and lean meat was just right, neither too greasy nor too dry. The fat melted in the mouth, while the lean meat remained tender, juicy, and incredibly delicious. "Wow, so delicious." Qianjusai also tasted it and praised, "Not bad. We're in for a treat these past few days." The small animal leg was quickly divided among the group. They reorganized their shifts. The rest of the night was peaceful, with no wild animals daring to approach the biped's fire. The stars rose above the horizon, their light once again shone across the ancient wasteland. Qianjusai, who was on the final shift, woke the others. "Let's go to the upstream water source to reunite with our teammates." "What are your plans?" Ah Zhong asked Qianjusai as he packed his things. With Qianjusai's abilities, escorting Chen Ziyuan across the wilderness to the camp on the hill was no problem. Qianjusai replied, "I'll go with you." Ah Zhong, somewhat surprised, raised an eyebrow at Qianjusai, then asked Chen Ziyuan, "What about you?" "I want to go with you too. I'm wearing an exoskeleton, so I won't hold you back." Ah Zhong nodded, "Okay, let's go." As time passed, the stars gradually rose higher, their light growing increasingly dazzling. Deep within the underground cave, a faint ray of sunlight steadily penetrated the cave entrance, illuminating a small area in the darkness. Zhu Fuxing had a nightmare all night, and woke up feeling a little groggy. It took him a while to realize that his entire body was warm. He was held tightly in Yi Nanqi's arms, sleeping comfortably and warmly all night. Zhu Fuxing's face flushed instantly, and he was too frightened to move. Yi Nanqi's voice, tinged with laughter, said, "Fuxing, are you awake? Don't be a lazy sleeper. We have to hurry today. Wake up." "I'm awake." Zhu Fuxing scrambled to his feet, his face red as well as his ears and neck. Luckily, the cave's dim light prevented him from seeing anything. Hee. "What are you panicking about?" Knowing Zhu Fuxing's shyness, Yi Nanqiao stopped teasing him. "It's still early. Let's get some nutrient solution before we go." "Oh." Zhu Fuxing sat down again obediently, took the nutrient solution Yi Nanqiao handed him, unscrewed it, and gulped it down. Nutrient solution is easy to carry and very filling. A bottle of good quality nutrient solution can sustain a soldier's energy expenditure for a day. But the taste is truly indescribable. Soldiers, if possible, avoid drinking nutrient solution. Yi Nanqiao said bitterly, "Look, we obviously don't have to drink this stuff." Zhu Fuxing took a deep breath, nearly spitting out the nutrient solution in his mouth when he thought of the 8-legged monster's disgusting appearance. "Brother Qiao, just forget about those monsters. The nutrient solution is pretty good. Really. I wonder if we can hunt some wild animals to improve our diet. You won't completely give up wild animals, will you? Normal, less disgusting ones are still edible." Yi Nanqiao finally felt relieved. That's good. Based on your speculation, it will definitely take some time to find the information. I really don't want to drink this every day." Zhu Fuxing was a little confused and asked, "Brother Qiao, are all the planets you're on missions on inhabited planets? Don't you still have to drink nutrient solution when you can't hunt wild animals?" Yi Nanqiao said confidently, "It's because it's so rare to come across a planet with life, so of course, I have to try the local specialties. It's the same principle as trying the local cuisine when traveling. How could a millennium-old tradition of the great foodie country be ruined by interstellar humans?" Zhu Fuxing was speechless. "Okay, as long as it's not too disgusting, Brother Qiao can eat whatever he wants." The two continued upstream along the water source, encountering a few monsters along the way. The creatures in these caves were quite perceptive, knowing that these new bipedal creatures were formidable. They had already suffered heavy losses, with several species wiped out. If they couldn't afford to provoke them, why not just hide? So, like the beasts on the ground, they kept a distance. Yi Nanxiao gradually found his team members, and after gathering, they easily climbed the cliff. On the ground, Qian Jusai and his companions arrived at their designated location at roughly the same time. Haha. Qian Jusai, what's with that outfit? Is it the new fashion trend on Andro? Haha. Yi Nanxiao saw Qian Jusai and pointed at his pants, laughing. Qian Jusai's forehead veins bulged. What are you laughing at? Do you want to fight? Haha. You're going to fight me wearing this? I don't have to do anything else but pull your pants off, haha. Qian Jusai rolled up his sleeves and was about to beat him up, but Chen Ziyuan quickly stopped him. Boss Qian, don't be angry, don't be angry. Brother Qiao, please stop laughing. He was completely exhausted. Haha. Okay, I won't laugh. Haha. Chen Ziyuan was helpless, and quickly winked at Zhu Fuxing. Zhu Fuxing was actually trying to hold back a laugh. Qian Jusai's outfit was so unique, it was hard not to laugh. But he noticed Chen Ziyuan's pants were clearly ill-fitting. This combat uniform had no adjustment features, so it must be a different grade from his own. Could it be that only Chen Ziyuan and he were wearing different uniforms? Zhu Fuxing was deeply moved by this thought. Although they had endured considerable hardships on this trip, Qian Jusai had been quite kind to them. Brother Qiao, where are we going now? Straight into the forest? Zhu Fuxing found a very important question to distract Yi Nanxiao. We need to restock our equipment. Let's wait for Xiaoshan here. You and Chen Ziyuan need new uniforms too. Both their uniforms were already tattered. Give me a pair of pants. Qian Jusai promptly provided the requisite assistance. Okay, what do you have to offer? Hey, you're asking me for a pair of pants, and you're still complaining? I gave my best combat uniform to 2 students. What's the point of exchanging anything? Then I'll give you a friendly price, and get you a new set for only 100,000 star coins. How about that? Just tell me if you want it or not. Why don't you just go and rob? Even the Black Mountain Demon is worse than you. I have no friendship with you. You're just asking for trouble. Oh, come on, I'm not afraid of you. The soldiers looked up at the sky in silence. Their leader, for some unknown reason, wanted to get something out of Qian Jusai whenever he saw him. But Qian Jusai was a miser, and Yi Nanxiao had never succeeded once. Chapter 20. Yi Nanxiao and Qian Jusai continued their bickering, but the others ignored them, and cleared a clearing to set up camp. They had already sent a signal gun to Xiaoshan, telling him to relocate and deliver supplies. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan, realizing they couldn't help much, sat aside and recounted their harrowing journey in the cave. The 2 teenagers, having first arrived on a strange planet and already experienced such a thrilling journey, grew increasingly excited as they talked. Seeing the campsite was set up, Yi Nanxiao shouted to the others, "All right, go get some local specialties and be back within an hour." Everyone enthusiastically went. Whoever wanted to drink the nutrient solution could do so. They weren't drinking it anyway. Qian Jusai glanced at Yi Nanxiao, who understood. The 2 of them stepped away from the 2 children engaged in a heated discussion before getting down to business. Qian Jusai was furious. You interrogated Randy? He sold me out so easily. Yi Nanxiao snorted. Who told you to be so blind? Why arrest them when there were so many other people to arrest? Qian Jusai felt incredibly unlucky. I thought I arrest 2 ordinary kids without drawing any attention, but who knew it would fall into your hands? How many people knew the inside story of your mission this time? Quite a few. The Defense Force, the Special Operations Division, my father, General William, and possibly even the Special Investigations Office? Qian Jusai took a deep breath and remained silent for a long moment. Yi Nanxiao saw Qian Jusai's reaction and sensed that there might be more to the story than he'd seen. He asked bluntly, anything else? Just tell me, don't waste time. Qian Jusai stared at him for a moment before speaking. I don't intend to sell this information to Phoenix Star. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan had better not go back. Yi Nanxiao's eyes suddenly turned cold. What do you mean? I don't trust Phoenix Star, and I don't trust you either. But Herman and Randy both trust you. Why do you think Randy told you this so easily? Because the hostages are so closely related to you, the kidnapping caught your attention, and he thought you were trustworthy, so he brought you here. What exactly are you hiding? What good will it do if you get such important information? Will you form a fleet and search for the home planet on your own? Qian Jusai studied him for a long moment before speaking. Yi Nanxiao, agree to one condition, and I'll tell you the whole story. Tell me what the condition is first. I want this information directly from you. Take the message to General Wu of the First Fleet. I only trust the First Fleet. Do you have a way to get through to them? Yi Nanchu's eyes flickered, and after a moment's thought, he continued, "What if I don't agree?" Qian Jusai raised his eyebrows, a sneer on his face. "Then you all don't have to go back." Yi Nanxiao didn't want to test him any further. "How many additional troops did you send?" Qian Jusai was also very frank. "2 mothership combat formations." "You really need to? Deploy 10 times the force to defend me?" "Oh, I asked your men about that too. Is it really that necessary? Do you need to mobilize the Raikage to capture 2 ordinary students?" The two glared at each other, finally deciding to end the probing and speak frankly. Qian Jusai began, "The story begins 200 years ago. Do you have any new ideas? Are you trying to coax a child? Why not start with a long time ago?" Qian Jusai was irritated. "You can listen to it or not." Listen, please continue." 200 years ago, Andro was in chaos. Various gangs abounded, unchecked, and no one obeyed anyone else. They committed murder, looting, and other atrocities. Their relationship with Phoenix was also extremely strained, with frequent exchanges of fire between the two sides. "You know this, right?" Yi Nanxiao nodded. Later, Raffle began to unite the gangs, killing the most rebellious pirate groups, and becoming the sole leader. He had a reason for doing this. At the time, Andro and Phoenix were at odds, so you didn't know the situation within the pirate community. In fact, the situation was extremely dangerous. The AIDS virus suddenly broke out on a large scale, with an infection rate exceeding 40%. "What?" Yi Nanxiao was shocked. "How is that possible? The AIDS virus infection rate has always been kept below 5%, although it has increased in the past 20 years. Yi Nanxiao stopped talking, as if struck by lightning. "You mean the outbreak on Andro was man-made? And the increase in infection rates on Phoenix was also man-made?" Qian Jusai affirmed, "You're not that stupid. Impossible. The government couldn't have been unaware. So I don't trust Phoenix. I don't trust anyone except the First Fleet." Yi Nanxiao took a deep breath. "Go on." After Raffle completely controlled Andro, it took him over a decade to uncover an organization calling itself the Chosen One. This organization appeared on Andro at some unknown time, and possessed highly advanced medical technology. At the time, almost every hospital on Andro was funded by the Chosen One. They had been cultivating and modifying the AIDS virus, making it more adaptable to the planet's environment and more difficult to control with alternative vaccines and drugs. The hospital became their best cover, and countless people were infected unknowingly. This was an experiment, using the entire human population of Andro as test subjects. The pirates at the time had no way of seeking help from Phoenix, and countless perished. After Raphael discovered the chosen organization, he captured many of them, hoping to identify their leader. But these individuals showed no fear of death, and immediately attempted suicide upon capture. They also claimed that the AIDS virus was a test and gift from God to humanity, and that those who received God's grace would receive supreme power and eternal life. Raphael mobilized all his forces to fight the Chosen, nearly wiping them out. Then he searched the entire planet of Andro before finding a laboratory they hadn't had time to destroy. Very little information remained, and the information obtained was extremely limited. All I know is that the founder of this organization stumbled upon some information about their home planet. The records regarding the AIDS virus seem to differ from what we know. This led him to believe that AIDS could transform humanity. Raffle later spent his entire life tracking down the Chosen, but to no avail. Realizing the need to improve relations with Phoenix, he established rules, altered the pirates' ways, and struck a deal with Phoenix in exchange for medical assistance. But before his death, he instructed his successor that matters concerning the Chosen organization must remain strictly confidential. Any future pirates who discovered important information about their home planet must share it only with the First Fleet. Because the Chosen organization believes the First Fleet to be traitors to God, their attempt to find their home planet and obtain the cure is a violation of God's gift. So I only trust the First Fleet. Does the Chosen organization still exist? Where is it located? Are there any high-ranking members of Phoenix Star involved? No one knows. I deeply regret not digging up all the gossip about Zhu Lingyi. If I knew he was having an affair with Herman, and Herman was having an affair with you, I wouldn't have gone after Zhu Fuxing. Yi Nanxiao was furious. Don't slander me. Herman and I are innocent. If you spread rumors again, I'll fight you to the death. Zhu Fuxing is nearby. What if he hears? How will he explain it? Okay, it's not an affair, it's a request for help. So, the true story behind your operation will be revealed if anyone is determined to investigate. Yi Nanxiao agreed. It can't be hidden. Too many people know about my mission, and deploying the rakeage fleet to rescue 2 ordinary students. It's too conspicuous. So I demand that the data be immediately transmitted to the first fleet upon discovery, and then I will destroy it. Please send my rakeage carrier over here first. We need to restock our equipment. This matter can't be delayed. We must resolve it quickly. Xian Jusai seized the opportunity to blackmail. Then my new combat uniform. Yi Nanqiao simply didn't know how to describe this man. You could dispatch 2 carrier battle groups to block space. Yet, you couldn't bear to buy a single combat uniform. Okay, here you go. Xian Jusai smiled pleasantly. I have another question. Ask me. How did you catch Randy? His fake face is so fake even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. But it cost me a fortune. Ha, you're still asking. Next time you buy something, buy the full set. Those breasts are so fake. Fuck, that's a buy one get one free gift. A shady merchant. Their gifts are all fake. Yi Nanqiao was speechless for a moment before speaking. Xian Jusai, listen to my advice. What? Stinginess is a disease. It needs treatment. Xian Jusai steadfastly rejected this slander, and fiercely retorted, I'm being frugal. You don't know how expensive food and fuel are until you manage the household. Try supporting a planet full of people. Yi Nanqiao, too lazy to argue, left him and walked over to Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan, one hand on each head. Come here, I have something important to tell you. He didn't know what impact this would have on the two of them. Zhu Fuxing, in particular, would likely become a thorn in the side of some people. It was impossible to keep it secret from them. Yi Nanqiao explained the situation to the 2 children, highlighting the key points. We know nothing about the chosen organization right now, and we can't predict the impact this will have on you. After returning to Phoenix, I will send people to secretly protect you. Your lives may be subject to significant restrictions. Neither of them was foolish. They knew they had been dragged into unforeseen danger, and expressed understanding. Why don't you just come back to Andro with me? It's much safer than Phoenix. Xian Jusai was genuinely concerned for the 2 students. Zhu Fuxing only asked one question. Could my brother also be deliberately targeted? Xian Jusai, who knew more about the chosen organization, replied, It's hard to say. By the time Andro discovered the uncontrollable infection rate, it was too late. We couldn't tell if they were deliberately selecting test subjects. But the age of those infected on Phoenix Planet has indeed been steadily decreasing over the past 20 years. Zhu Fuxing felt a wave of chills run through his body. No one of this generation had ever experienced the horror of the ADS outbreak. The apocalyptic scenes were vivid in his mind. He had personally felt the pain of being tormented by the virus, his organs gradually necrotizing, his life slowly fading away, and humanity in the apocalyptic world could only hopelessly await death. Fuxing, what's wrong with you? Zhu Fuxing's unusual behavior caught the attention of the 3 people present. Zhu Fuxing choked back tears and said, I don't understand why an organization like the Chosen One exists. Why would someone be so despairing? Yi Nanqiao gently patted his shoulder. Fuxing, the mind of a madman is incomprehensible to ordinary people, and we don't need to try to understand it. These rats in the gutter only dare to resort to dirty tricks in secret. They can't hide for long. Now that we know of their existence, we will find a way to catch them one by one. Xian Jusai asked the 2 again, Are you really not going back to Andro with me? The 2 thanked him sincerely. Thank you, Boss Qian. We're still students and need to go back to school. Well, I have a responsibility to involve you. If you need any help, just let me know. The 2 thanked him again. Xian Jusai and Yi Nanqiao still had much to do. They discussed how to counter the magnetic field, how to narrow the search area, and how to plan their route. The sky gradually darkened, and before nightfall, Xiao Shan and the 3 first rescued pirates arrived at the camp, driving 7 or 8 massive vehicles laden with supplies and equipment. The soldiers were amused by this. Xiao Shan, are these your pets? You're quite good, boy. How did you tame them? These animals are over 20 meters long and weigh at least 10 tons. Despite their size, they're very docile, clearly herbivorous. They're very smart. One of their cubs was injured and asked me for help, so I treated their wounds. They even injured over a dozen of the wild beasts chasing them. They've been hanging around my camp. I tried using them as loads, and surprisingly, they succeeded. Isn't that free labor? Thanks to them, I was able to get all the equipment from the fighter planes. Everyone rushed forward to help unload the cargo, and these big guys lay obediently on the ground. They didn't get angry even when their shiny fur was touched a few times. They really have a very good temper. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan also came forward to help, but were stunned when they saw Xiao Shan. Why does this person look familiar? They both have good memories, and the more they looked at Xiao Shan, the more they felt they'd seen him somewhere before. Xiaoshan was carrying a large box and walking towards the camp when he spotted two strangers standing in front of him. The only people in the camp who didn't recognize him were the two kidnapped students. He smiled and greeted them. "You're the hostages." "No, you're the two kidnapped students, right?" "Ah, it's you." Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan saw Xiaoshan's face up close and instantly remembered him. Xiaoshan was confused. "Do you know me?" The two replied in unison, "The haunted house." Xiaoshan was also stunned. He put the box down, carefully examined the two people in front of him, and pointed at Zhu Fuxing. "Oh, you're the one who blocked my way." Zhu Fuxing retorted, "Who blocked your way? I was standing there perfectly still, and you bumped into me. I was holding such a large bouquet of flowers. I couldn't even see the road clearly. How could I have seen someone in front of me? You didn't even know to move aside." Thinking of the blunder, Zhu Fuxing was speechless. "Ha." Chen Ziyuan, also remembering the scene, couldn't help but laugh again. What happened? Yi Nanxiao saw the three of them standing there for a long time, and he had no idea what they were talking about. But what made Chen Ziyuan so happy? "Ha. Brother Qiao, let me tell you, it was right after we finished our exams. We went to the amusement park." Chen Ziyuan grabbed Yi Nanxiao and excitedly recounted the story. Yi Nanxiao had no idea why he had asked Xiaoshan to buy flowers, and something so funny had happened in the process. Then he thought again. Why had he asked Xiaoshan to buy flowers in the first place? If he had known he'd run into Zhu Fuxing, he would have gone himself. What a golden opportunity! So that day in Jiaoming City, they were so close that they were just separated by a broken door from a haunted house. Did fate begin to turn at that moment? Chapter 21. The supplies Xiaoshan brought greatly covered everyone's needs over the past 2 days, but the power and communications issues remained unresolved. Xiaoshan had set up 3 small anti-interference devices, but the radiation range within which electronic equipment could operate normally was no more than 3 kilometers. Yi Nanxiao frowned at the search area Qianjusai had defined. "This won't work. Our energy weapons and communications equipment are completely useless within this range. You can't just drop white phosphorus bombs or use firearms on a large scale in the primeval forest. Setting the forest on fire is no joke. What's more, the spacecraft wreckage and data equipment wouldn't withstand the rigors of the situation. What if they burned or exploded? Laser weapons are the most suitable weapon for the forest, but they simply can't be activated." Qianjusai was also helpless. "Wait a little longer. Your rakeage should be arriving soon. Using your rakeage to activate the powerful shield should solve the problem." Yi Nanxiao scoffed. "Why not use your mothership? You got 2. "What? Over 100 battleships and a mothership are surrounding me, and you're still afraid I'll escape? How can you even think that?" "Well, the powerful shield consumes a lot of energy. Life's hard for me, a humble family. I can't compare to your wealth, hee." Yi Nanxiao, completely convinced by his stinginess, wiped his face fiercely. "Alright then, let's wait for the rakeage to arrive before we act." The next day at noon, 2 interstellar motherships passed through the atmosphere and hovered over the snow-capped mountains. Their massive figures could be seen from afar. Yi Nanxiao teased, "Oh, it's the basin that's here this time." Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan had seen the pirates' imposing mothership and were deeply impressed. Hearing this, he asked curiously, "What basin?" "There." Yi Nanxiao pointed at the hovering space mothership and said with a smile, "Qianjusai named it the cornucopia. Later, it said that the captain threatened her with death, so she changed the name to the Jade Bottle." Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan murmured quietly, "A mighty warship called the Jade Bottle isn't much better. But it's definitely better than the cornucopia." Qianjusai overheard this and asked unhappily, "Do you have any objections?" No. The two shook their heads quickly and whispered to Yi Nanxiao, "Aren't there 2 pirate motherships here? What's the name of the other one?" "The Aquarius." Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan, Yi Nanxiao listed them off like a treasure. "They also have the Jinshan, Jindo, Jinyu, Kaiyuan, Ronghua, and Fujia." Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan both had indescribable expressions, suddenly remembering that this planet was almost named the Golden Belt. Qianjusai snorted again, "Do you have any objections?" Both felt a little sorry for Qianjusai. How poor must he be to be so desperate to get rich? Xiaoshan connected to the rakeage signal and reported to Yi Nanxiao, "Boss, we connected to the rakeage mothership." The signal was unstable, and Fields' figure flickered in the air, but fortunately his voice was clear. "Boss, we're ready to activate the anti-interference shield." "Roger that, immediate action." The wreckage mothership gained altitude and moved over the forest designated by Yi Nanxiao. The anti-interference shield activated, a soft humming sound echoing through the air, and a wave of energy slowly spread out from the wreckage mothership. 20 minutes later, a transparent film of light enveloped a 300-kilometer radius. At the edge of the forest, all weapons and equipment in the camp resumed normal operation. Yi Nanxiao connected to the Thunder Shadow mothership and ordered Fields. First, use the metal detector to scan the area. Be careful, and don't miss any metal. Fields received the order, and another wave of light slowly swept across every inch of the forest. This time, it took quite a while. 2 hours later, Fields finally reported the specific data to Yi Nanxiao. Boss, there are a total of 2,568 locations where metal objects have been detected. We need to check them one by one. Got it. Send the coordinates to the public channel and prepare to airdrop the search team. Fields hesitated. We're only bringing a little over 100 this time. I know. Yi Nanxiao nodded, then looked at Qianjusai and said, if you don't use the shielding mask, a few people should be fine. Qianjusai readily agreed. I'll provide 500 people. Okay, have your people prepare as soon as possible. Over 600 people were quickly airdropped into the forest, while Chen Ziyuan and Zhu Fuxing remained at the camp. Searching for unknown debris in hundreds of square kilometers of primeval forest is no easy task, especially since this forest is home to many dangerous plants and animals. Debris continued to be brought from the forest to the camp. Xiaoshan was responsible for checking, while Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan could do nothing but wait anxiously. The ancient stars once again sank below the horizon, and night fell. The forest twinkled with tiny stars. Zhu Fuxing asked Xiaoshan, aren't you going to retreat at night? Xiaoshan, who was carefully examining a burnt-out metal block, completely unrecognizable, replied without looking up, no need to retreat. Search all night. We'll retreat when we find it. After setting down the metal block, Xiaoshan wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced at the two students sitting at the edge of the camp, gazing at the forest, like a husband waiting rock. He advised, go and rest. We can't finish the investigation in a short time. There are over 2,000 locations. Chen Ziyuan turned and said to Xiaoshan, let's sit for a while. Another fighter plane brought in the wreckage, and a seductive woman stepped out. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan were stunned. A woman? There are female warriors among the pirates? But her figure and coquettish gait didn't look like a warrior. Randy approached, coquettishly flicking his golden, wavy hair. With a sweet smile, she hushed her voice, hello, little brother. It was the first time the two had been approached by such a passionate and attractive woman, and they shyly replied, hello. Randy, intensifying his enthusiasm, tucked his fingers through the curls that fell to his chest and teased, oh so shy? So cute. Xiaoshan, with disdain, teased, your wig's about to fall off. Randy, fuming, lost his hushed voice, you're bullshit. My hair is real. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan, are you a man? How about it, isn't it? Am I beautiful? Chen Ziyuan muttered inwardly, are you pirates all seriously ill? Zhu Fuxing muttered inwardly, where did this monster come from? Xiaoshan didn't need to mutter inwardly, he just vomited out loud. Why did Fields let you out? Are you trying to disgust me? Randy rolled his eyes, genuinely curious about who had caused Yi Nanxiao to panic and rush to the rescue. He almost thought Qianjusai had committed suicide by kidnapping Yi Nanxiu's wife. To satisfy his curiosity, Randy argued with Fells for 3 hours before being kicked out of the wreckage mothership. Looking at the two young, fresh-faced handsome boys before him, he wondered what their relationship was to Yi Nanxiao. The more he looked at them, the more familiar they seemed. Weren't those two students the same bastards who had caused him to get on the wrong train in Jiaoming City? Damn! It was you too! You're so mean! You saw I was on the wrong train, and didn't you even remind me? I'm broke, earning a living by entertaining guests. Do you know how expensive train tickets are? That's half a month's living expenses. How many bastards would I have to sleep with to earn that much? Chen Ziyuan remembered that on their way from Xiaoming City to Yujing, they encountered two people occupying seats on the train. Wasn't one of them the transvestite in front of him? Back then, she was wearing heavy makeup, unlike now, so he didn't recognize her at first. Zhu Fuxing then realized their purpose for going to Xiaoming City. Were you investigating my family back then? Randy, who had been so arrogant, instantly deflated. No, I hadn't investigated your family yet. Otherwise, how could I not recognize your face? Then why did you go to Jiaoming City? Why am I going? It's none of your business. Hey, don't try to interrupt me. Pay me for my fare. You got on the wrong bus, occupied seats, and you're being unreasonable. Why should I pay for your fare? Hey, will you? No. Xiaoshan, having seen enough of the drama, intervened. Randy, don't try to blackmail me. If you have the guts, go ask our boss for the fare. Humph. Failed to extort him. Randy snorted loudly and turned away. Chen Ziyuan was stunned. Oh my god, he's really a man. Xiaoshan laughed heartily. His name is Randy. He's often on Phoenix Star. He's naturally. Xiaoshan thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out how to describe him. He simply gave up. Anyway, pretending to be a woman makes it more likely, and it's more convenient to move around. Zhu Fuxing added, it's easier to make money, right? Haha. Xiaoshan was ecstatic. Zhu Fuxing had a mean mouth. After a few more laughs and conversations, Xiaoshan sent the two off to bed. The two entered the camp and saw Randy again. Randy was devouring his food. Who knew what kind of game the Rakage gang had hunted? It was so delicious. He'd been drinking nutrient solution for over 10 days, and was almost vomiting. He couldn't stop after taking one sip. Zhu Fuxing saw this scene in a completely different light. He thought of Qian Jucai, the stingy man, and Randy, who had even sold her body to make a living. It was truly tragic. A train ticket wasn't much, but it was Randy's living expenses for half a month. Never mind. Qian Jucai had been so kind to both him and Chen Ziyuan. For his sake, he'd just give Randy the train ticket. Well, your fare? I don't have the money right now. I'll transfer it to you when I get back to Phoenix. Randy looked up from his food, a puzzled expression on his face. What had happened? No one slept well that night, half asleep and half awake until daybreak, when Zhu Fuxing got up. Xiaoshan hadn't slept all night, but he was still in good spirits. He and a few soldiers were preparing breakfast. Chen Ziyuan had also gotten up, and the two of them came to help Xiaoshan and the others. Chen Ziyuan looked around and asked, Where's Randy? I don't see him. Xiaoshan replied, throwing meat into the pot. He's taking over from me, examining the wreckage. You wouldn't have guessed he's a skilled technician. Don't underestimate Randy. He's a master at gathering intelligence. Chen Ziyuan marveled. Zhu Fuxing, come and take a look. Randy walked out of the temporary inspection room. He had gotten up early to take over from Xiaoshan, and was recovering some data from the newly arrived wreckage. What did you find? Zhu Fuxing quickly dropped his work and trotted into the inspection room. I recovered some images. They look like constellations, but I can't even recognize the characters. They look like scribbled characters. Zhu Fuxing was thrilled. Show me, quick! Randy projected the images onto the screen and enlarged them. Look, are these really words? Unlike the blurry images I've seen before, Randy's reconstruction was crystal clear, so clear that the names of each constellation and the corresponding annotations for the 28 mansions were clearly visible. Are these the only ones? We only restored these so far. These were images Zhu Weigua processed later, making them easier to restore. What exactly is written on them? Zhu Fuxing suppressed his excitement. This is a constellation map, Zhu Weigua. Old man. Maybe he's a history buff? Zhu Fuxing couldn't help but rub his forehead. This constellation map is much more complex than the 12 zodiac signs. Plus, the annotations are all in seal script. What interstellar person could possibly recognize this? Dylan didn't know what a constellation map was, so he humbly asked, Can you explain it in more detail? The ancient Westerners divided the ecliptic into 12 almost even parts, each corresponding to a constellation. These are the 12 zodiac signs. These are the familiar ones: Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces. The ancestors of the Yin Kingdom were the first to divide the ecliptic into 4 parts, corresponding to the 4 directions: east, south, west, and north, corresponding to Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise, respectively. These 4 directions are called the 4 symbols. Zhu Fuxing said, pointing to the corresponding seal characters with his finger. Each symbol is evenly divided into 7 segments, each corresponding to the 7 planets believed at the time: the Sun, Moon, Venus, Jupiter, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. These are called the 7 luminaries. The 7 luminaries are blessed by the heavens, and the earth has the 5 elements. The 4 symbols and 7 luminaries are divided into 28 segments, which are called the 28 constellations. The advantage of this division is that the changes of the 4 seasons are reflected in these constellations. The ancient people of Yin were very clever. Using gnomon measurements and the relationship between the sun and the 28 constellations, They precisely divided the solar terms into 24 periods. From the beginning of spring to the great cold, there are a total of 24. The characteristic of the solar terms is that there are 2 fixed periods each month, with a maximum difference of 1 or 2 days. The first day of the lunar calendar is June 21st, and the second half of the lunar calendar is August 23rd. Very precise and accurate. Randy didn't quite understand, but he knew the zodiac, and he grasped the key point. You can now confirm that this is a data image of the Milky Way. You can be absolutely certain, right? Yes. Randy was excited. Zhu Fuxing, tell me. Tell me. Does this device contain more detailed information about the Milky Way, or even the superordinate galaxy clusters? Zhu Fuxing took a deep breath. That depends on what else Mr. Zhu Weigua has recorded. I'll go find Xiaoshan. Randy hurried out to get help. Zhu Fuxing stared at the familiar image in the sky, unable to calm down for a long time. The scene of his grandfather teaching him the astrology chart as a child resurfaced from the depths of his distant memory. Although the apocalyptic famine threatened everyone's lives, his grandfather still hoped that he would remember more of the wisdom passed down through the ancients for thousands of years. Grandpa lovingly stroked his head and said with a smile, Xiaoxing, civilization endures, wisdom and heritage will never perish. Never give up hope. Randy and Xiaoshan hurried back and informed Yi Nanxiao and Qian Jusai of the news. Qian Jusai had come fully prepared, deploying over a dozen technical support personnel. The makeshift testing room was suddenly insufficient. Yi Nanxiao returned to the Reikage mothership, which housed more specialized equipment and ample space for the technicians. The intense data export and recovery work proceeded smoothly. Although the equipment storing the data had been burned beyond recognition, everyone held on to hope, their hope of finding their home planet. Chapter 22. The waiting was excruciating. Zhu Fuxing guarded the equipment bay every day, staring anxiously at the hatch. 3 days later, Yi Nanxiao couldn't bear it any longer. He scooped him up like a chicken, strode off the Reikage mothership, and dumped him back into the camp. Seeing him struggling all the way, several soldiers laughed unceremoniously. Little Fuxing, eat more, sleep more, and try to grow taller. Brother Qiao, put me down. Zhu Fuxing sullenly, don't I have any dignity? You think you have dignity squatting at the hatch? Zhu Fuxing curled his lips. Fuxing, everyone here is as anxious as you, but you need to eat and sleep. Then I'll drink the nutrient solution. Yi Nanxiao tossed him a bottle of nutrient solution and watched Zhu Fuxing drink it obediently. Go to bed now. Brother Qiao, I can't sleep. Even if you can't, you have to sleep. What's the point of you standing guard at the door? Isn't that just adding to the chaos? I don't want to cause any more trouble, but I can't help it. I'm afraid the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Yi Nanxiao covered his mouth with hers. TFFT, children speak without restraint. Zhu Fuxing acknowledged his mistake and nodded quickly. Yi Nanxiao flicked his head. Come on, you're not even looking forward to something. Go to bed. But I really can't sleep. How about we chat? What about? Brother Qiao. Zhu Fuxing put on an ingratiating smile. Are you going to contact the First Fleet in a few days? Yi Nanxiao raised an eyebrow, half smile. Who told you that? No one told me. I just guessed. Before we even get back to Phoenix Star, this news will be sent to the First Fleet. Am I right? Yi Nanxiao looked at him and smiled, but said nothing. He knew what Zhao Fuxing was up to, and was deliberately trying to tease him. Hey, Brother Qiao, while we're contacting the First Fleet, could you let me see Brother Herman? Just a few minutes, I promise I won't keep you too long. Yi Nanxiao feigned embarrassment, his face showing. This is difficult to do. Discipline forbids it. Can you please be flexible? Zhu Fuxing's fawning expression nearly broke Yi Nanxiao's nerves. Chen Ziyuan had taken a nap at noon, and was rubbing his eyes, as he walked out of the dormitories, when someone grabbed him unexpectedly. Ziyuan, is our Brother Qiao handsome? Huh? Chen Ziyuan was confused. Seeing Zhu Fuxing winking at him frantically, years of tacit understanding instantly led him to the correct answer. Handsome, very handsome. Is our Brother Qiao powerful? Powerful, very powerful. Is our Brother Qiao respectful? Respectful, very. Okay, both of you, stop flattering me. Qian Jusai was taking a nap under a nearby tent. He couldn't stand the old scoundrel Yi Nanxiao's behavior. How shameless. He bullied a kid with just a word. He removed the leaves he was using to block the sun, and said disdainfully, he won't let you see him, but I'll let you see him. What's the big deal? Who? Chen Ziyuan looked confused. Herman, who else could it be? What? Chen Ziyuan jumped up excitedly. Really? Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you two kids? Chen Ziyuan was overwhelmed with excitement. Boss Qian. No, Uncle Qian, you're my uncle. I love you so much. Zhu Fuxing was also excited. Thank you, Uncle Qian. You're so generous. If anyone calls you stingy again, I'll be angry. Qian Jusai, Qian Jusai was upset. No, why do you two call him brother and me uncle? Qian Jusai pointed at Yi Nanqiao indignantly. I'm only 3 years older than him. The two men choked on their flattery. Humph, go find your brother Qiao instead. Don't bother me. Qian Jusai ignored the two of them, covering his face with leaves and continuing to sleep. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan, Ha. Yi Nanqiao burst into laughter. Unable to stay in the equipment bay, and with nothing else to do, Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan boredly followed Qian Jusai in sewing, tearing apart the leaf pants again and again. Just as they were about to tear them apart again, good news finally arrived from the equipment bay. The harvest was enormous, far exceeding their expectations. Xiaoshan excitedly pushed open the door to the equipment bay, his ecstasy barely concealed by the dark circles under his eyes. Boss, we repaired some data. It might be a backup of the flight log. It's... Xiaoshan was already sobbing with joy that he couldn't say the rest of the words. Really? Don't get excited, don't get excited. Yi Nanqiao tried to calm Xiaoshan down, his voice trembling. What's that? Xiaoshan took a deep breath to calm himself. You need to enter a password to access the data. A password? You can't crack it? We're worried about irreversible data damage. We shouldn't force the decryption unless absolutely necessary. Xiaoshan glanced around and found Zhu Fuxing, who looked nervous and excited. We want Zhu Fuxing to try. Me? Zhu Fuxing pointed at himself. I really don't know Zhu Weigua. How would I know his password? It seems like you're asking questions. We can't understand those characters. Try it. Maybe you can figure it out? Zhu Fuxing walked into the equipment bay, his head full of questions. The supercomputer was humming away, and the overhead projection screen displayed a line of dazzling seal script, Feng Ming Qishan. Below was a familiar small gray box. Zhu Fuxing was speechless. Was this old Mr. Zhu obsessed with seal script? He even chosen such a unique password. It was thanks to his quirky habit. If it had been a string of numbers, they have had to resort to forced deciphering. Zhu Fuxing wrote the seal script Zhou Shi Dongxing on the screen without thinking. He clicked confirm. The little chrysanthemum slowly turned. Everyone held their breath nervously. The only sound in the equipment bay was the hum of the machinery. 3 seconds later, a line of text popped up on the screen. Timeout. Please refresh and try again. Zhu Fuxing, What's wrong? What's wrong? Yi Nanqiao asked nervously, seeing Zhu Fuxing's speechless face. Timeout. Try again. After clicking refresh, another line of text appeared. Only the grass and trees wither. I fear the beauty will grow old. Zhu Fuxing instantly recited it, and quickly wrote it down. Confirm. The small chrysanthemum slowly turned, and Zhu Fuxing was full of confidence. 3 seconds later, a line of text popped up on the screen, unable to recognize. Please refresh and try again. Zhu Fuxing, He wrote that he was anxious, so didn't that mean he was afraid of a timeout? So what? Yi Nanqiao was terrified. Think my handwriting is ugly? Try again. He hit refresh again. At 15, I set my heart on learning. Zhu Fuxing wrote carefully this time. He had some basic calligraphy skills, but he couldn't believe this crappy app would find his handwriting ugly. At 30, one is established. At 40, one is free from doubts. At 50, one understands destiny. At 60, one's ears are obedient. At 70, one... Oops. Too many words, too little space to fit in a small box. A message popped up on the screen. Wrong password. Please refresh and try again. Zhu Fuxing was furious. There's no room. This doesn't make sense. Yi Nanqiao grabbed the livid Zhu Fuxing, thought for a moment, and said, Is it possible that they're writing in classical Chinese, without punctuation? Zhu Fuxing, He wiped his face, and hit refresh again. A new question appeared. A gentleman of magnificent ability. This one was simple, as if cutting and polishing. Zhu Fuxing's writing was very neat this time, and he happily clicked confirm. The small chrysanthemum flower slowly spun. 3 seconds later, a message popped up on the screen. Wrong password. Please refresh and try again. Impossible. Zhu Fuxing was so angry, he wanted to pound the table. Fuxing, is this a 4-character poem? Chen Ziyuan whispered, Aren't most ancient poems 5 or 7 characters long? It's not a poem, it's a sentence. Zhu Fuxing paused, covering his face in agony for a long moment. I haven't finished this sentence yet. I'm still missing the RUMO. Everyone was helpless. This was too much of a rip-off. Devastated, Zhu Fuxing took a long moment to recover. When he clicked refresh again, he felt uneasy and terrified, not knowing what awaited him. A message popped up on the screen. Today's input limit has been exhausted. Please try again tomorrow. Puff. Zhu Fuxing spat out a mouthful of blood and passed away. Magnificent clouds filled the sky, the starlight fading. Everyone looked worriedly at Zhu Fuxing, who had been unconscious for 3 hours. Chen Ziyuan whispered to the military doctor, "Is Fuxing okay?" The accompanying military doctor was very calm. "He's fine, just a bit angry. Let him sleep a little longer. You all go back and rest. I'll watch over him." Yi Nanxiao pressed his temple wearily. This day had been more tiring than any battle he ever been. After everyone left, Yi Nanxiao sat by Zhu Fuxing's bed and touched his forehead. Looking at his visibly thin face, a nagging pain welled up in his heart. Everyone had been anxious these past few days, hoping for valuable clues in the data. Now, only Zhu Fuxing had a chance of cracking the code. With such a huge responsibility falling on him, how could he not be anxious? Yi Nanxiao, half-clothed, lay beside him, quietly guarding him all night. When Zhu Fuxing woke up, he didn't even have time to ask Yi Nanxiao why he shared a bed with him, nor did he feel shy about sharing one with Yi Nanxiao. He eagerly grabbed him. "Brother Xiao, let's go. I'm going to fight this thing to the bitter end." Yi Nanxiao quickly restrained him. "First, tell me, what happened yesterday? You vomited blood, you know? Are you feeling any discomfort?" "No, I'm fine. I can fight another 300 rounds." Zhu Fuxing's fighting spirit was high, his whole body brimming with energy. "So what happened yesterday?" Zhu Fuxing felt angry just thinking about it. "I exceeded my limit. Let's fight again today." Yi Nanxiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't worry, eat something first." "No, let's go right now." Zhu Fuxing dragged Yi Nanxiao out of the camp without a word and stormed into the equipment room. Inside, numerous technicians were discussing a forced decryption plan. Although risky, if Zhu Fuxing couldn't crack the code, they had no choice but to take the risk. "Get out of the way, and let me do it." Everyone looked at each other, puzzled, at Yi Nanxiao who had followed them in. The latter waved his hand, indicating that it was all right. Zhu Fuxing ignored their reactions, opened the screencast, and pressed refresh. "Come on, who's afraid of who? I'm going to fight you." The previous 2 times had been riddles, something Zhu Fuxing wasn't good at. He wrote down the riddles and asked everyone, but no one could answer them. Zhu Fuxing didn't dwell on it. Perhaps the answer was an ancient artifact the Interstellar people had never seen before. If they couldn't guess it, then forget it. He quickly refreshed the screen for the 3rd time, and a line of words popped up on the screen. "A man of small mind is not a gentleman." Zhu Fuxing snorted coldly. "Oh, you can't test me." He quickly wrote "no measure, no man." This wasn't the later misrepresented "no poison, no man." Trying to set me up, no chance. The little chrysanthemum slowly turned, and after 3 seconds, a line of words popped up on the screen. "Input correct, please wait." Past? Zhu Fuxing was stunned. All the technicians stared at the changing images on the screen in disbelief. "Zhu Fuxing, is this solved?" 3 seconds later, curves and coordinate numbers that Zhu Fuxing couldn't understand appeared on the screen. He pointed at the constantly jumping curves and numbers, turned tremblingly, and asked the still-dazed technicians, "Is this the navigation log?" A deathly silence fell in the equipment room. After a full 5 seconds, someone suddenly cried out, "It's the flight log, it's the flight log. We found it, we finally found it. It's been 2,000 years. I'm not dreaming, haha. Can we go home now?" "Woohoo! Don't get excited yet." Yi Nanxiao calmly interrupted them. "First, let's check the integrity of the flight log." Everyone, check the data immediately. Everyone suddenly realized something. Right, we don't know the exact data yet. It's too early to celebrate now. The atmosphere immediately grew solemn. With such a massive amount of data, there would be much more work to recover. Seeing everyone finally back to normal, Yi Nanxiao, not wanting to dampen morale, continued, "Whether the data is complete or not, even just a small snippet of navigation data means we're one step closer to our home planet. For over 2,000 years, we haven't found any navigation data. And what you now present is an unprecedented and momentous discovery. The next steps are crucial, and thank you all for your hard work." Yi Nanxiao led Zhu Fuxing out of the equipment bay. As the hatch closed, a new, more intense round of work began. Brother Qiao, Yi Nanqiao interrupted him. Little Lucky Star, don't think about anything right now. Your work is done, and it's been done brilliantly. Now we'll hand it over to the professionals. Well, I have a feeling we can get a complete record of our galactic navigation. Yi Nanqiao hugged him, and spun him around several times. Haha. Little Lucky Star, you truly are a lucky star sent by heaven. No. Not heaven, it was the mother planet. The mother planet sent me. You put me down. I'm dizzy. Haha. When Chen Ziyuan heard that Zhu Fuxing had woken up, he immediately rushed into the equipment bay, concerned for his well-being. Why didn't the military doctor check him out? Wasn't Brother Qiao here? Didn't he offer to try and persuade him? Chen Ziyuan hurried to the equipment bay and saw Yi Nanqiao hugging Zhu Fuxing intimately from a distance. The two were very close, and it was unclear what they were talking about. Zhu Fuxing's face was filled with happiness, and Yi Nanqiao's eyes were filled with doting and loving affection. Due to the size difference between the two, Zhu Fuxing, who stood 186 centimeters tall, looked like she was nestled in Yi Nanqiao's arms, the air around them filled with pink bubbles. What's going on? Chen Ziyuan stopped in his tracks. Are these two really together? When did it happen? Ziyuan, come here quickly. I have good news for you. Zhu Fuxing waved cheerfully at Chen Ziyuan, oblivious to the ambiguity of the atmosphere. Chen Ziyuan was torn. Should he go over? Or not? It was too awkward. He decided to leave. I forgot to pick something up. I'll come back later. I'll come back later. With that, he scurried off. Chapter 23. Still waiting, but this time, the wait was finally less anxious. Randy, exhausted yet excited, found Yi Nanqiao and Qian Jusai and shared the latest progress. The AI's detection speed is very fast. The repaired portion is definitely the route from the home planet to Lyra. We processed it in sections, repairing it piece by piece. This makes the detection easier. I have a suggestion. Yi Nanqiao, we can contact the First Fleet now, right? Yes, contact them, repair each piece of data, and transmit it to them. This process may take half a month or even longer. Yi Nanqiao thought for a moment and asked Randy, what intelligence do you have? Why do you think I can be trusted? Besides me, is there anyone else in the military you trust? Qian Jusai also wanted to know. Randy had dove headfirst into the equipment room since his arrival, having never met the boss himself. He had a lot to ask. Randy sat on the sofa, pressing his temples hard to wake himself up. This is a long story. Are you sure you want to hear it now? Qian Jusai, let me cut to the chase. I stole a data packet 6 months ago. Don't worry about how I stole it. Yi Nanqiao and Qian Jusai were both shrewd people. One look at Randy's expression, and they guessed what his methods were. Qian Jusai advised, even though you're a boy, you still have to protect yourself. Forget about drinking with her, but we can't do anything else. There are so many perverts these days. There's no point selling anything for a little information. Randy's veins bulged. What did I sell? Explain clearly. Couldn't I just seduce an innocent young virgin and make her fall head over heels? Yi Nanqiao added coldly, how blind must the other party be? Damn, are you two listening or not? I'm not serving you anymore. You say, we'll shut up. Anyway, I found some information about personnel transfers from 30 years ago. 30 years ago, the Phoenix Star government was undergoing a political transition, and several unremarkable individuals were assigned to different departments. The information wasn't particularly eye-catching, and I initially thought it was just an ordinary personnel file. But then I saw a sentence at the end. What did it say? Thanks to God for his gift. How's that? Does it sound familiar? Qian Jusai sat up straight and asked seriously, do you suspect God's chosen one? Are they members of the military? I initially suspected nothing more than that. The information belongs to the current Deputy Director of Human Resources, Elisa Spears. She joined Planet Human Resources 30 years ago, and slowly climbed to her current position. I continued investigating the other individuals listed in the information. Only 3 are still alive, in the Planetary Logistics Department, the Public Health Department, and the Interstellar Energy Management Department. These 3 individuals hold low positions, but they're all hands-on. They're in positions that don't attract attention, but are convenient for movement. Yi Nanqiao cut to the point. Everyone who infiltrated the military died. Yes, they perished in various missions. And most of these missions came from the same general, your father. Is my father precisely eliminating these people? He might be aware of the organization, the chosen one. It's very likely that General Yi began targeting these people 28 years ago, assigning various missions. Yi Nanxiao, was there anything unusual happening around this time? Yi Nanxiao reminisced carefully. About 29 years ago, my grandmother underwent a heart transplant. 2 months after the surgery, she was found to be infected with the AIDS virus. She had just undergone heart surgery, and her immune system was low, so the virus quickly eroded her internal organs. She died less than a year later. My grandfather, who had a deep bond with her, also died of depression 6 months later. Qianjusai analyzed, it's the hospital again, those beasts' usual tactics. Is it possible that General Yi became suspicious because of your grandmother's infection, investigated, identified these members of the organization, and then began eliminating them one by one? I was too young at the time, and later I heard my father talk about my grandparents. My father never mentioned anything to me. Randy continued, because your father is so trustworthy, I believe you can be trusted. I'll ask your father for confirmation. I'll also need his help to contact the First Fleet without the military's knowledge. Okay, we'll wait for your news. Randy yawned. I'll take a 3-hour break and continue repairing the data. If nothing else, I'll be leaving. Wait, how did you get such important personnel information so easily? Can you confirm its authenticity? Yi Nanxiao still felt the need to ask for clarification. His father had spent nearly 30 years trying to find more information, and Randy had stolen it so easily. Randy coughed uncomfortably. Well, cough. Elisa has a young son who doesn't seem to have a good relationship with his parents. Since we met, I often comforted him, counseled him, and cared for him. I don't know what's wrong with this kid. He's madly in love with me and insists on running away with me. I'm broke, that's all, but I told him to bring more money before we elope. I can't just pay him out of his own pocket. This kid is really mean. He broke into the family safe and took everything in, regardless of what was inside. Yi Nanxiao was incredulous. Elisa's youngest son, if I remember correctly, is only 16. Randy coughed again. I didn't know who he was at first. He's tall and strong. How could he look 16? Besides, aren't you guys on Phoenix strict? How can a 16-year-old play games all day and night? Don't you have any child protection measures? You guys are still dating online? Qianjusai was shocked. What online relationship? We met in person, you know? Qianjusai truly admired Randy and asked curiously, so what happened next? Did you kidnap the child? That can't be right. I have my limits, okay? I saw that kid was quite generous with his money, so I figured I'd just rip him off for a little food and drink and leave. Just consider it a good deed, letting him see the dangers of society. Yi Nanxiao, and then what? Nothing else. I persuaded him to play for a few days, and then go home to his mother, and I copied the data along the way. What on earth did he see in you? Qianjusai couldn't understand. How could a well-fed young master be so blind? Humph. You two perpetual bachelors can't appreciate my charm at all. You deserve to be single for the rest of your lives. Qianjusai and Yi Nanxiao, He was heartbroken. Randy triumphed completely, and walked away with his head held high. Yi Nanxiao and Qianjusai were left in turmoil. The whole thing was truly bizarre. Without further delay, Yi Nanxiao quickly exchanged information with his father. As they had suspected, General Yi had become suspicious of his mother's infection, believing it to be a medical malpractice. Digging up the matter, he unexpectedly uncovered different information. General Yi hated these people to the core. He followed the clues and uncovered a series of cases, eliminating everyone he could. For over 20 years, he had been tracking down information about the God's chosen organization. They're very cautious, afraid to make any major moves on Phoenix. After alerting me, they become even more cautious. Randy's list could be quite helpful. Father, the most important thing right now is to contact the First Fleet. I don't want to go through the military network. General Yi softened his voice, a rare occurrence. You've done a great job, both in finding such crucial navigation data and in maintaining confidentiality regarding Phoenix. You're right, the most important thing right now is the navigation data. I have a separate communication channel with General Wu. I'll contact him. Yi Nanxiao felt relieved. With his father's help, he could save himself a lot of trouble. Yi Nanxiao, your actions have already attracted considerable attention. Just in case, take protective measures for the 2 students upon returning to Phoenix. I understand. I explained the stakes to them. They're very understanding. General Yi brought up the past. Can't you really just bring little Fuxing back for dinner? Father, we're not. Useless. General Ye's expression changed immediately, and he hung up. Being caught and scolded by his own father, he couldn't refute. Brother Qiao, are you done? Zhu Fuxing poked his head out, his face full of anticipation, his bright eyes blinking. Brother Qiao, are you hungry? Thirsty? Would you like Zhu Fuxing to rub your shoulders and legs? Chen Ziyuan also poked his head out, betraying his childhood friend without hesitation. Why me? What are you doing? I'm serving tea. Yi Nanxiao was amused by these two clowns. Come here, both of you. Yi Nanxiao held their heads down with one hand. 10 minutes at most, okay? We can't access the military's interstellar network. We can only communicate through the Rake's quantum network, which is very energy intensive. Really? It was such a surprise. They thought it would take 3 minutes at most. Actually, it'll only take 3 minutes. Let's just see how Big Brother is doing. I said 10 minutes, 10 minutes. Do you think I'm as stingy as Qinjusai? Okay, now you're relieved. Yeah, thanks, Brother Qiao. Brother Qiao, you're so cool. Yi Nanxiao ruffled their hair. Let's go eat. Surrounding the military network to find the first fleet was definitely not an easy task. General Yi and General Wu's communication channels needed to be connected at a fixed point. Everyone was busy during this period, seizing the opportunity to restore the navigation data. Based on the route we obtained, the spacecraft departing from the home planet remained on the original route until reaching Lyra. If nothing unexpected happens, they will reach their original target, Kepler 62f, in 100 years. The problem lies here. The time is 537 years after the spacecraft's departure. Xiaoshan took out a laser pointer and marked a point on the electronic star map. From this point, the spacecraft is very close to the constellation Lyra, and also very close to the edge of the Milky Way. The sudden change in course here, and the sudden increase in speed, isn't a natural result of navigation, it's the result of some force. Another technician added, according to our analysis, it's likely that some celestial explosion in a distant galaxy produced a powerful shock wave. A supernova explosion, a black hole collision, a galaxy collision, or perhaps some force we don't yet understand. In short, the spacecraft deviated from its course here, and was thrown out of the Milky Way by the powerful impact. Several attempts to adjust the course were unsuccessful, and the spacecraft was thrown further and further away, leaving the local group. The technician paused. Before leaving the Virgo supercluster, the navigation data. The data suddenly stopped. The spacecraft's hull may have been damaged during the impact. Xiaoshan, somewhat distressed, continued, we discovered a special protective layer within the storage device's outer shell. This suggests that Zhu Weigua placed the storage device in his sleep pod, preserving the important data. This also explains why the spacecraft that reached Phoenix were so shattered that only a small portion of the hull remained intact, with no storage devices left. The technician choked up and said, however, the spacecraft Zhu Weigua was aboard disintegrated before reaching Phoenix. The atmosphere was momentarily heavy. The technician wiped away tears and continued, the navigation data suddenly stopped. We speculate that the spacecraft experienced a transgression at this point in the Virgo supercluster. There may be a wormhole nearby. The technician marked an area on the star map. The spacecraft passed through a wormhole and arrived at our current Wuju cluster. It's a pity we don't have the data. If we find this wormhole within the Wuju cluster, perhaps we can travel directly back to the Virgo supercluster. The technician spoke calmly, but the hearts of those listening were filled with turmoil. No one had expected this discovery to be such a breakthrough. It was like finding half of the route home. Now all we had to do was find one more door, open it, and we'd be back home. Zhu Fuxing couldn't help but ask the technician, how did you manage to be so calm? His voice trembled. The technician smiled sheepishly and said, I already gone crazy, and I'm telling you this now. Everyone couldn't help but want to go crazy. This was the closest interstellar humanity had been to their home planet in over 2,000 years. No, I'm going for a run. This is incredible. I thought we could only find routes within the Milky Way. Zhu Fuxing couldn't sit still any longer, not knowing how to vent his excitement. Fuxing, let's go together. I'm so happy, I want to cry, Fuxing, I'm so happy, Wu. Chen Ziyuan's words were incoherent, tears blurring his eyes. Randy, who had been sitting next to him in silence, only now started to mock him. Hey, little brat. Xiaoshan couldn't stand his pretentiousness. Okay, cry if you want, no one's laughing at you. Randy was just crying and screaming like a madman a moment ago. Qianjusai and Yi Nanxiao remained relatively composed, silently digesting this immense joy. Happiness came so suddenly that they were unable to react appropriately. I'll contact my father again. Yi Nanxiao said this, and quickly left the group. General Yu received another call and said impatiently, "Don't rush me. I'm already trying my best to contact General Wu." "No, I have the latest route information." General Yu was silent for a full minute after listening to his son's retelling. Even the solemn-looking general could not hide his excitement. "I'll find a way. Wait for my news." After hanging up the call, Yi Nanxiao peered through the porthole and saw Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan having fun in the camp. They were happily dragging Randy towards the forest, clearly planning to buy some local specialties for a celebratory dinner. Qian Jusai and a Zhong followed behind the three, guns in hand. Yi Nanxiao called Fells over. "Let's erect a stone monument nearby." "Okay, I'll arrange for the stone to be quarried. It needs to be majestic and imposing." Fells smiled. "Don't worry, it will be more majestic and imposing than any other monument. This is also a tradition preserved by interstellar humanity. On every planet where spacecraft wreckage is discovered, a towering and solemn stone monument is built. These monuments stand like silent witnesses, towering over the planetary surface, blending seamlessly into their surroundings. They serve as a reminder of history and the highest tribute and commemoration to the pioneers who bravely explored the unknown universe." Chapter 24. A bonfire was lit in the camp that night. Qian Jusai, unusually generous, had his men bring out a large quantity of wine and drinks. Not wanting to spoil the fun, Yi Nanxiao arranged for duty and left everything else alone. The pirates were even more relaxed, drinking and eating like bandits. When they were drunk, they started to have fun, dragging the soldiers along to drink, even Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan. "Little Yuanbao, you can't do that. Big gulps like that. Drink big gulps, come on." Qian Jusai poured Chen Ziyuan a heavy drink, then grabbed Zhu Fuxing. "Little Fuxing, don't even think about running away. You done a great job. Come, finish this pot. Don't leave any." Qian Jusai finished, then Randy took over. "You two little guys, come and drink with me." Chen Ziyuan still had some sense. "You are my brother, not my sister. Then drink with me." They were young and likable. Over their time together, both the rakish warriors and the pirates liked them. Of course, they couldn't escape today. They took turns getting drunk. Yi Nanxiao, who hadn't touched a drop of alcohol during his missions, watched as the two men were already drunk and staggering, ready to take them to bed. "That's enough. They can't hold their liquor well, so let's all go." Qian Jusai noticed this too. "Haven't these two drunk before? This is fruit wine, not strong." Yi Nanxiao recalled the time at Suiyu Lake, when a bottle of a mild drink had already knocked them both out. He couldn't help but laugh. Today was already an exceptional performance. TSK, 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 this takes practice. How can a man not know how to drink? As he spoke, he picked up Chen Ziyuan, tucked him under his arm, and walked away. "I'll leave Fuxing to you. I'll get this guy out of here." Yi Nanxiao had intended to use the same method to lift him, but as soon as he lifted him up, Zhu Fuxing threw himself into his arms and held him tightly. "No, no, carrying the chicks." "Oh, you're not drunk yet? Then walk by yourself?" Zhu Fuxing turned and took 2 steps, then said aggrievedly, "Brother Qiao, it was shaking." "Yeah, it was shaking. So why are you still going?" Zhu Fuxing squatted down and held his head. "It was an earthquake, it was shaking." Yi Nanxiao suppressed a laugh and squatted down as well. "It wasn't an earthquake. Can I carry you back?" Zhu Fuxing sat down on the ground like a spoiled child. "I'm not going." Yi Nanxiao finally laughed out loud. "If I'm not going, will you sleep on the ground tonight?" Zhu Fuxing turned around. "I'll sleep with you. We slept together before." Ahem. What kind of lewd words were these? Yi Nanxiao pleaded an injustice. He hadn't done anything. "Little Fuxing, stop talking nonsense. You were sick, and I was taking care of you. Then you don't want to sleep with me?" Zhu Fuxing felt particularly aggrieved. "Don't you like me?" "I like you." "How could he not like me? I liked you from the first sight, and I like you more and more. But what could he do even if he liked her?" Yi Nanxiao felt bitter. Zhu Fuxing felt a little happy, so he decided to share his little secret. "I'll tell you a secret no one knows." He whispered in Yi Nanxiao's ear, "I never been in love in my entire life." Yi Nanxiao thought he was just talking drunkenly and chimed in, "So? A virgin who's never been in love in his entire life?" Zhu Fuxing felt wronged and angry. How could he laugh at him? He didn't want to. "Come here." What? Yi Nanxiao's mind went blank for a few seconds, until the person in his arms bit his lip, causing pain. "Little Fuxing, you." Yi Nanxiao cupped his face in her hands. Do you know what you're doing? Kissing. Zhu Fuxing was loud. Yi Nanxiao looked him inwardly, whispering seductively, kissing is something only lovers do. You just said you like me. He felt even more wronged. Do you like me? Yes. Yi Nanxiao's Adam's apple rolled as she whispered, say it again. I like you, Yi Nanxiao blocked his lips, gently tangling her fingers in his hair, aggressively occupying his mouth, as if she wanted to pour all her emotions into this kiss. Zhu Fuxing gradually lost control and struggled to push him away. Breathe through your nose. Yi Nanxiao bit his lower lip in dissatisfaction. Wait. Muffled gasps echoed faintly in the darkness, until the distant fire gradually died down and all returned to calm. The only two drunken people slept until noon. Zhu Fuxing still had a slight headache. He drowsily washed up and was about to change when he heard Chen Ziyuan exclaim, Fuxing, are you allergic? Huh? Your neck is covered in red marks, and your mouth is swollen. Zhu Fuxing, shock. Go get a doctor right away, go. No wait, it's not an allergy. Zhu Fuxing's face was redder than a cooked crab. What had he done last night? Was he so brave? What was he supposed to do now? He had lost his memory after drinking, and how could he lose his memory after kissing his mouth? They were all lies on TV. Hey, are you two sleeping beauties finally awake? Randy brought out a pot of food. I saved it for you. Eat quickly. I'll have to get busy. Wait, sister. No, Randy, Zhu Fuxing. Huh? What's going on? Zhu Fuxing tightly covered Chen Ziyuan's mouth, hiding behind him with only his eyes visible. It's okay, go get busy. Randy laughed. Don't hide. What's there to hide? I've been here to see you 2 or 3 times this morning. Stop humming, you're making a fuss. Fuxing, change into your combat uniform and pull your collar up. Chen Ziyuan is inexperienced, not stupid. He figured it out in a flash. He yanked Zhu Fuxing's hand away. You're such a jerk, Zhu Fuxing. You've been hiding this from me. I told you something was wrong. Keep your voice down, keep your voice down. What's there to be embarrassed about? I saw it a long time ago. The way that old scoundrel Yi Nanxiao looked at you, TSK. Hey, Brother Randy, don't talk about Brother Chiao like that. Wow, you're protecting me already? Randy was so disappointed. Why? Why would such a good cabbage be taken by a pig? He looked at another cabbage and waved at Chen Ziyuan. Yuan Bao, just follow me for the next few days. Make sure you stay close, okay? There are too many pigs here. It's not safe. What pigs? Where did they come from? Aren't those species only found on our home planet? Chen Ziyuan was filled with questions as Randy carried him away. Zhu Fuxing was the only one left in the room. He finally had time to think carefully about everything that happened last night. The more he thought about it, the redder he became. He wrapped himself in a camp blanket like a cocoon and hid inside, thinking wildly. This is so embarrassing. Is this considered a relationship? Is it? Probably. Hee, in love. Coffin, both shy and delighted, rolled around excitedly, forgetting that it was a small camp bed. Before he could even make a full circle, he fell with a thud. Ouch. Fuxing, are you okay? How could you fall off the bed while sleeping? Yi Nanxiao had just entered when he saw a large coffin tumbling off the bed, unable to even get it out. No. Let me see. Yi Nanxiao ripped off the blanket, revealing a bright red Fuxing. Why is your face so red? Do you have a fever? Did you catch a cold last night? Zhu Fuxing pulled the blanket back over his head. Stop it. Are you shy? Yi Nanxiao lifted him up, blanket and all, and put him back on the bed. Aren't you feeling suffocated with your head covered? No, you go out first. I need to change. Why are you so shy? Yi Nanxiao simply lifted him up, blanket and all, into his arms, laughing muffledly. Weren't you quite brave last night? A muffled voice came from under the blanket, drunk. Yi Nanxiao's heart sank. He pulled off the blanket and held Zhu Fuxing's head. Look at me, just because you drank too much, you're going to deny it? Making excuses? No, I'm not. Zhu Fuxing was anxious, no longer caring about being embarrassed. I remember everything. So? You mean it was impulsive, drunken and indiscriminate? Indiscriminate? How could there be such a thing as indiscriminate? The courage he had just mustered was shattered by that one sentence. Zhu Fuxing buried his face in Yi Nanxiao's arms, not daring to look up this time. Huh? Yi Nanxiao let out a long sigh. Little Fuxing, don't scare me like that. You're scaring me to death. He nudged the head in his arms, then nudged it again after a moment. Yi Nanqiao was mesmerized by his cute little gestures. How could he be so adorable? He rocked her gently in his arms. Is there anything you want to tell me? We are in a relationship, right? What do you think? Then, is he my boyfriend? Yi Nanqiao couldn't stop laughing. Yeah, he's yours. Hee hee. So happy. After 2 lifetimes, he finally had a boyfriend. So joyful. Why aren't you getting up? Are you trying to suffocate yourself in your boyfriend's arms? My mouth is swollen, and I'm afraid to go out. Let me see. Yi Nanqiao exerted a little force, and lifted the head in his arms, frowning seriously. Why is it so swollen? Is it serious? What should I do? Is there any way to reduce the swelling? Zhu Fuxing was panicking. He couldn't just stay in the house forever. Yes. What can I do? Half an hour later, Zhu Fuxing hid in the bathroom, covering half his face with a damp towel. His mouth was burning with pain, and he didn't even need to look in the mirror to imagine how swollen it was. Yi Nanqiao slipped into the infirmary to get some medicine, and knocked on the bathroom door. Fuxing, open the door. Zhu Fuxing opened the door a crack, poked his head out, and scanned the area, making sure no one was around before letting Yi Nanqiao in. He was sneaking around like a thief. Yi Nanqiao was at a loss for words at this little gesture. Fuxing, someone who didn't know would think we were having an affair. Zhu Fuxing glanced at him. Where's the medicine? Put the towel away, and I'll apply the medicine. Zhu Fuxing looked at him suspiciously. I promise I'll just apply the medicine. Be good, put the towel away. The cooling medicine rubbed onto his lips, and after a few minutes, the stinging sensation subsided. Is the swelling gone down? Yeah, almost. But Yi Nanqiao looked at his lips, which were even redder than usual, and his Adam's apple rolled. He turned his eyes away, not daring to look again. He couldn't really upset little Fuxing. Can we go out now? Aren't you hungry after all this trouble? Whose fault is it? My fault. Yi Nanqiao smiled, and pulled Zhu Fuxing out of the bathroom. Eat something, and then come with me to the Reikage mothership. We're setting up the quantum communication network today. So soon? That's great. Are you not angry anymore? I'm not. After a moment's thought, he emphasized, I'm really not. Yi Nanqiao sighed and hugged him, kissing the crown of his hair. Fuxing, I'll be busy for a while after connecting to the First Fleet's network. He looked at Zhu Fuxing solemnly and said, after that, I have something important to discuss with you. Zhu Fuxing blinked and nodded. Okay. Chapter 25. A bustling bustle aboard the Thunder Shadow mothership. Due to a shortage of communication equipment and manpower, Yi Nanqiao bluntly approached Qianjusai for help. TSK. 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 So rich and powerful indeed. Qianjusai was envious and jealous. The quantum network was incredibly expensive, relying on its massive energy output to support linear interstellar transmission, much faster than the interstellar network's segmented transmission. It couldn't be intercepted by other networks, making it both fast and secure. He didn't have the money for this anyway. Hearing his sour tone, Yi Nanqiao generously offered, I'll pay for your transportation. How long will it take for your fleet to return? The warships transporting the special crystal source were also dispatched by Qianjusai. He had over 100 warships surrounding the Golden Belt Star, so why not use them? We'll be there soon. Hee hee, look at my over 10 ships. It's exhausting for my brothers to make the round trip. I'll give you 20% of the crystal source. Gentle. Open-minded. Qianjusai beamed, giving a thumbs up. You're worthy of being young Master Yi. Alright, quickly arrange for someone to install the energy pool. Okay. 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 I'll make sure it's beautifully installed. Qianjusai left happily. This trip was a bloody one. Fels came over to inform Yi Nanqiao. Boss, the quantum network is almost connected. We'll communicate with the First Fleet in 2 hours. Got it. Notify the technical team to prepare for the connection. Yes. Preparations complete. The Thunder Shadow mothership connected to the First Fleet's network. The huge screen in the command room flickered, and a few seconds later, General Wu appeared. The old general's mane was gray, his face frosted, but his eyes betrayed excitement and joy. Yi Nanqiao? Yi Nanqiao, captain of the Reikage Commando, leads all the troops in saluting the general. Yi Nanqiao and the soldiers behind him all saluted the old general. This was a tradition across all fleets within the military. Regardless of the unit or rank, anyone who had the opportunity to meet a member of the First Fleet would pay their highest respects. This was an honor unique to the First Fleet. Haha. Put it down, Put it down, boys, you're incredible. General Wu's hearty laughter infected every soldier present, and they all joined in the laughter. I heard General Yi briefly say a few words. We're having trouble communicating, so please tell me the details. Yes. The soldiers left the command room, leaving only the technicians behind. General Wu remained silent for a long moment after listening to the technician's explanation. He was 140 years old and had spent his entire life wandering the universe, carrying humanity's hopes in search of a path to their home planet. Every soldier of the First Fleet never returned to Phoenix after embarking on their starship. Their lives faded in the search, their bodies cremated and scattered into deep space. Even after more than 2,000 years of searching, yielding little, they persevered. General Wu had assumed that, like his predecessors in the fleet, he would die in a hopeless search, his successor leading the fleet to continue this cycle. But these little creatures gave him a huge surprise. The general wept bitterly, and faint sobs could be heard on the screen, the excited and joyful cries of the First Fleet's commanders. No one cherished this news more than they did. No one was more eager to find the route to their home planet. I understand. Thank you for everything. The old general calmed himself down before continuing. I'll have the technical team prepare for the reception. The technicians didn't dare take credit for themselves. General, we should be the ones thanked. Thank you for everything the First Fleet has done for all of humanity. General, the data needs careful repair. We plan to transmit it in segments, one at a time as the repairs are complete. General Wu spoke with the people behind him for several minutes. Okay, we'll do as you say. Yi Nanxiao saw that everyone had officially concluded their discussion before speaking. General, can you do me a favor? Oh! Herman's two younger brothers want to meet him. Are they also in the Rakeage fleet? No, they're two students. The students who cracked the code? Yes. Herman, your family is full of talented people. Herman was also in the First Fleet's command room, but he wasn't visible on the screen. General, thank you for your compliment. See you there. I'm going out first. You two brothers should have a good chat. Thank you, General. Yi Nanxiao saw Herman approaching the screen. He still had that same stern demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the news. Herman, can't you just be a little happier? Herman suddenly laughed, unable to conceal his excitement. The old general is here, so I'd rather not show it too obviously. Keep pretending if you can. Where are my two younger brothers? I'll go get them right away. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan were waiting at the command room door. When they were summoned, they rushed in. Brother Herman, how are you? Are you getting used to it? Is your mission dangerous? Brother, you lost a lot of weight. Brother, we missed you so much. Herman was speechless, his eyes filled with relief as he looked at his two younger brothers. They were doing well, and had accomplished such remarkable things, and Herman was filled with pride. The call was supposed to last 10 minutes, but General Wu and Yi Nanxiao tacitly didn't interrupt them. After 15 minutes, Herman took the initiative to end the call. The screen went black, and both of their eyes were red. 10 minutes or so meant little time for conversation. Yi Nanxiao rubbed their heads soothingly. Maybe we'll get to see each other again someday. Don't be sad. For the next few days, everyone began to bustle. Maintaining stable transmission on the quantum network was a challenge, and the investment in Jingyuan was staggering. Xianjuzai had to mobilize more than 10 warships to participate in the transport. The amount of data restoration and reconstructing required was growing, and the equipment room staff were practically working in 2 shifts. General Wu and Yi Nanxiao, along with their technical staff, worked daily to determine the wormhole's search location and develop a search plan. Fields led the soldiers to quarry stone and begin work on the monument. For a moment, the entire camp was left with only 2 idle people. Fuxing, how about we go hunting? Just the 2 of us? The prey will hunt us. We have to find something to do. Fields said they want to build a monument here. Yes, you want to go quarrying? Let's design a monument. Huh? You can design? I don't, but I remember what the monument looked like. Zhu Fuxing had seen a few interstellar monuments to him. They were just upright signs. This was a turning point in the search for the home planet. There should be a monument familiar to Earth's ancestors. Zhu Fuxing fetched a digital screen and began to draw. The top of the monument had the traditional hip roof. The body was a rectangular block, narrowing slightly at the top and expanding slightly at the bottom. A Sumra pedestal rested on the lower part of the body. The entire monument was majestic, solemn, awe-inspiring, and imposing. Chen Ziyuan had never seen a monument of this style before. It possessed an indescribable grandeur, surpassing all the others he had seen. Fuxing, this monument is excellent. Show it to Fels. Yes. Wait until they come back. After Fels returned, he took Zhu Fuxing's digital screen and was immediately captivated by the architecture depicted. Did you design this? No, I saw it in some ancient documents at home. Fels looked up and gave him a meaningful look. Let's take this one. Do you have detailed blueprints? No. Does this require detailed blueprints? The body and base aren't necessary, but this roof, we never seen one before. Can you draw it specifically? I'll try. Zhu Fuxing took the electronic screen and carefully recalled the details of the hip roof he's seen. If it's too difficult, that's fine. Just sketch a rough outline, and I'll import the image into the AI and have it generate a feasibility drawing. Okay. After the AI modified the blueprint, the soldiers built at a remarkable speed. All the stones were trimmed to the AI's pre-designed standards. Using a super strong adhesive, the robots precisely arranged and combined the stones. In less than 2 days, a monument that Zhu Fuxing had envisioned stood in the wilderness. On the day the monument was dedicated, everyone put down their work and gathered before it. With solemn expressions, they stood in silence, paying their respects to the pioneers of space exploration. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan gathered wildflowers and made a basket of them, which they quietly placed beneath the monument. After the ceremony, Yi Nanxiao took Zhu Fuxing back to camp. He had been so busy these past few days that sometimes they didn't speak a word to each other for an entire day. Fel said you designed the monument? I didn't. I saw pictures in ancient books. It's very unique, majestic, and solemn. Yi Nanxiao smiled. Are there any other surprises I don't know about? No, I just drew a picture. Zhu Fuxing didn't want him to delve into it and changed the subject. Brother Qiao, how long will it take us to return to Phoenix? Is it too boring here? Sorry, I don't have time for you. No, you're busy with your work. I was just saying, we've been here for almost a month now, and I missed too many classes. You're on a credit system, so there's no graduation date limit. Are you afraid of missing classes because you want to graduate quickly? Of course. I can't really study for 17 or 18 years. Yi Nanxiao took a deep breath. This was an issue they had to face. He had originally planned to discuss it with Zhu Fuxing after these few days. Fuxing, do you still want to join the First Fleet after graduation? Zhu Fuxing paused, then nodded. What about us? Are you planning on dumping me after graduation? No, Brother Qiao, listen to me. Zhu Fuxing was sweating with anxiety. The First Fleet search plan will definitely change, right? They won't just continue to search blindly across space. They'll divide the search area into zones, searching for wormholes by region. This means they'll have to build several bases, radiating outward into the surrounding space from these bases. This means they won't have to wander the universe like they used to. Little lucky star. Yi Nanxiao interrupted him. You're really smart. General Wu, my father, and I have been discussing the division of star regions and the construction of bases these past few days. You're absolutely right. Then, even if I join the First Fleet, I'll still have time to return to Phoenix. Although we might be apart less often, I believe a wormhole will be found in a few years, and I can be transferred back to Phoenix. Do you really think so? Aren't you thinking of breaking up later? What are you talking about? Zhu Fuxing was thinking, I only found one boyfriend in 2 lifetimes. Can we just break up? Baby, let me hold you for a moment. Yi Nanxiao's heart settled back into his stomach, feeling incredibly at ease. Brother Qiao, I'm serious. Before we finalize that route, I plan to keep it to myself and never tell you I love you. Yi Nanxiao kissed his cheek, speechless with emotion. Zhu Fuxing had always been a man of his own ideas, mature and sensible beyond his years. How could such a man treat love as a joke just because of a momentary passion? Yi Nanxiao simply needed a definitive answer. He had never been the master of this relationship. From the moment they had met in Jiaoming City, he had been a planet trapped by the powerful force of gravity, destined to revolve around his star. Chapter 26. The huge screen in the command room displayed the Wuzhou supercluster, with a diameter of approximately 250 million light-years. It is composed of more than 300 galaxy clusters, each containing at least 100 galaxies, and each galaxy contains hundreds of billions of satellite systems, star clusters, nebulae, and other celestial bodies. There was not even a trace of the Luanio star system, where Phoenix star resides. Yi Nanxiao rubbed his temples fiercely. Finding a wormhole in such a vast universe is not like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's like trying to find an atom in the ocean. General Wu consoled him. We can start with the goddess local group and narrow the scope to within 18 million light-years. Yi Nanxiao, Listen, is this even human language? But since it was General Wu who was speaking, he didn't dare to say a word. General Wu was optimistic. It'll only take another 2,000 to 3,000 years to fully investigate the goddess cluster. Yi Nanxiao wiped his face and said sincerely, General, how about this? Let's start with the system where the spacecraft wreckage was found. Phoenix, Golden Belt, Andro, and Menina, these 4 planets are all in neighboring systems. Yi Nanxiao couldn't continue. These 4 galaxies each have a diameter of over 2 million light-years. Investigation isn't about following a set route. It requires exhausting every nook and cranny. General Wu was amused by his despairing expression. No more teasing. Today I have the latest news. Our technical team has recently reorganized all the data and deduced the most likely star region. It's between the 3 systems containing Phoenix, Andro, and Menina. How confident are you in this deduction? Don't underestimate us, brat. We haven't been wandering aimlessly through space for the past 2,000 years. We just didn't have a definitive clue before. Now that we confirmed the ship traveled through a wormhole, we can rule out other false possibilities. Yi Nanxiao flattered him. I wouldn't underestimate you and the First Fleet. We'll still need the military's help with base construction. We plan to build 4 or 5. I'm also planning to hand over garrison defense to the Special Operations Department. Yi Nanxiao said seriously, it's our honor. General Wu warned, the chosen organization is no simple matter. They suffered a great loss on Andro and have been silent for over 100 years. I wonder what they're up to. Our actions are too big to be hidden from these rats. I know. My father has stepped up his investigation. Alright, I explained everything I need to. I'm hanging up now. Goodbye, General. After hanging up, Yi Nanxiao adjusted the display. A 3-dimensional image of the Lania Chaos supercluster slowly rotated. Yi Nanxiao stared at the display for a long moment before the intelligent computer chimed, signaling a visitor. The door to the command room slid open, and Zhu Fuxing leaned halfway out, asking, Brother Qiao, are you done? Yi Nanxiao waved him in, come in. What are you looking at? Zhu Fuxing was captivated by the 3-dimensional image on the display. Yi Nanxiao pulled him toward him, put his arm around his waist, and rested his chin on his shoulder. He asked lazily, do you recognize it? Is this the Lania Chaos supercluster, as restored by the First Fleet? Yes. What do you think it looks like? A strange feather? No. Zhu Fuxing couldn't compare this massive celestial body to something. It was a full 520 million light-years across, like a vast web with countless tentacles extending across the universe. Composed of countless celestial bodies, the Virgo supercluster was as tiny as a grain of sand next to it. I can't put my finger on what it resembles. Why are you looking at this all of a sudden? Fuxing, after we find the wormhole and travel through to the Virgo supercluster, we might face some trouble. What trouble? The universe is constantly expanding, and the ship's navigation records are from 4,000 years ago. Many coordinates may have changed. Yi Nanxiao tapped the screen. Our Virgo supercluster is here, the central region of the Lania Chaos supercluster. The tapped area magnified, and Yi Nanxiao continued, the Virgo supercluster is 60 million light-years from Earth and contains over 2,000 galaxies. The Milky Way. Well, it's not even visible on this image. You're worried. Because of the expansion of the universe, have the original route coordinates deviated too much from the current star field? Yes, the First Fleet's technical team is trying to infer the changes in the route based on the rate of cosmic expansion. Zhu Fuxing couldn't help but sigh, I feel like the pilgrims in Journey to the West, having to overcome 81 difficulties. Yi Nanxiao kissed the side of his cheek. Don't be discouraged. What's that saying? When you reach the mountain, there will always be a way out. Yes, that's it. Zhu Fuxing agreed. Anyway, we're almost home. We have to find our way back no matter what. Yeah, you're right. Yi Nanxiao deliberately nuzzled his neck, causing Zhu Fu to duck and beg for mercy. Tickle. Don't hide. Yi Nanxiao grew excited, pressing him against the wide countertop of the command center and tickling him. Stop tickling, Stop. As they played, the air grew thicker, and delicate kisses followed. Zhu Fuxing gasped softly, closing her eyes, and letting her nimble fingers burrow beneath her clothes, stirring shivers wherever they passed. This gesture of submission greatly pleased Yi Nanxiao, and his movements became increasingly brazen. A stream of kisses trailed down her neck, lingering at her collarbone, then spreading across her body along the loosened fabric. A warm hand caressed her smooth back, and she could feel a gentle tremor. Zhu Fuxing's youthful, yet submissive reaction gave Yi Nanxiao immense psychological satisfaction. This person was his, this sweet, alluring fruit, finally his. The temperature seemed to be scorching, and Zhu Fuxing's mind was a blur. The unprecedented experience left him unable to think, and he could only allow the other party to do as he pleased. Yi Nanqiao's Adam's apple rolled, and his voice was low and hoarse. Are you comfortable? At this point, Zhu Fuxing, no longer shy, answered honestly, very comfortable. It was 1,000 times more comfortable than being on his own. Having a boyfriend is so great. Hee. Yi Nanqiao chuckled with pleasure. This reaction was unexpected, but he liked it when someone expressed their true feelings without pretense. Baby, you're comfortable. What about me? Zhu Fuxing kissed him on the lips and mumbled, I can help you, but I'm not very skilled. It's okay, baby. I'll teach you. A sudden alarm rang out in the command room, and 2 seconds later, Fields' stern and calm voice echoed. Sorry, boss, I shut down your terminal, and you blocked access to the command room. I can only make an emergency call. Fuck. Yi Nanqiao couldn't help but curse. Did Qianjusai rebel? Or was Phoenix bombed? Thel said calmly, not really. It's Andro that's about to be bombed. Andro bombing is none of my business. Wait. Yi Nanqiao took a deep breath to calm himself. Meet me at the camp in 5 minutes. Only when the emergency announcement in the command room went silent did Zhu Fuxing chuckle softly. Brother Qiao, is 5 minutes enough? Yi Nanqiao bit him in anger, straightening his clothes while complaining, Little Fuxing, you learned bad habits. Zhu Fuxing changed the subject. What happened? It's not us, it's Qianjusai. Let's go and take a look. Fels feigned ignorance, ignoring Yi Nanqiao's murderous expression and continuing his report calmly. Just received the battle report. The Freeland army is almost surrounding Andro. Is Qianjusai just a useless figure? Has he let these guys get away with it? Do they have the guts to launch a counterattack on Andro now? That's unclear. Due to the ceasefire agreement with the pirates, Phoenix has not launched a serious crackdown on Freeland. This is considered an internal pirate matter. Yi Nanqiao snorted coldly. I don't think so now. At this time, after we found the route map, how could such a coincidence happen? Where is Qianjusai? On the Aquarius mothership, preparing to return. Yi Nanqiao nodded. Go find him. Zhu Fuxing's face was still slightly flushed, and he finally felt embarrassed. Fears continued to play blind and told him gossip about the pirates. When Raffled unified Andro and signed a truce with Phoenix, he provoked a hostile uprising. Unable to defeat them, but unwilling to die, they fled. Over 20 million people fled to remote star systems, calling themselves free lands, and even organized a resistance army. At the time, Andro was unable to conquer them, so they were left at large for over 200 years. Everyone loves gossip, and Zhu Fuxing listened with gusto. So Phoenix didn't intervene later? Of course they did. Minor conflicts occurred, but their bases were too scattered, and they moved frequently, and they didn't engage in direct confrontation with the military. It's not worth expending significant effort on a crackdown. The military will only send troops if the crime occurs within Phoenix Star's jurisdiction. Qianjusai doesn't care? Freedom Town has never been a big deal, and the robberies only target small targets. Qianjusai probably doesn't bother to intervene. But his house was robbed. So this Freedom Town operation is no small matter. Yi Nanqiao hooked his arm around Zhu Fuxing's neck. Why do you keep asking him? What's there that I don't know? Phils rolled his eyes. He really should record Yi Nanqiao's expression and share it in the group chat for everyone to laugh at. Qianjusai was packing his things and was a little surprised to see Yi Nanqiao approaching with an unhappy look on his face. It seems like I'm the one in trouble. What's with that look on your face? Like someone's ripped you off for 8 million. Then something struck him. Damn, you're not going to go back on your word and default on my shipping fee, are you? Yi Nanqiao was incredulous. Your house has been robbed, and you're still fussing over shipping fees? Don't worry, they can't be robbed. I'll get back and clean up the mess. What were you doing? I used to think fighting them was a waste of money. I actually thought I could retake Andro by accumulating a few crappy ships. You're asking for trouble. Yi Nanqiao warned, don't underestimate the enemy. Qianjusai glanced at him. I know for sure. Those idiots from Freeland are being used as pawns. It seems the chosen organization has quite a few spies within the pirate community. They're well informed. You return first. Leave me 2 frigates. Our data should be fully transmitted in a day at most. Qianjusai thought for a moment and confirmed, are 2 frigates enough? What if the chosen organization mobilizes their fleet to surround you the moment I leave? Yi Nanqiao sneered. Enough. If they dare come, I'll make sure they never return. The jade bottle soared into the air, its massive jet of steam flattening a large section of forest. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan watched it disappear into the sky, a faint sense of reluctance. Meeting the pirates was an accident. The beginning wasn't a happy one, but the end was truly unexpected. I wonder if I'll ever see them again. Chapter 27. As expected, just as Qian Jusai left, the patrol ship in space reported enemy activity. A fleet of space carriers, comprising over 500 large and small starships, was heading for the Golden Belt Star. It was expected to arrive there in 6 hours. Yi Nanxiao sneered upon receiving the news. It seems their main force is stationed on Andro, and they're only sending a fleet of space carriers? Who are they looking down on? Fels reminded him, our Thunder Shadow carrier can't move right now. The route data will be transmitted in 8 hours. I didn't tell it to move, so why not just let it stay put and throw firecrackers into space? Fels understood the meaning and sounded the ship-wide alarm. Everyone quickly went into combat mode. The Thunder Shadow carrier wasn't fully staffed for this mission. Besides the carrier, it only brought 20 destroyers, and even the 2 frigates were borrowed from Qian Jusai. But interstellar warfare is never about numbers, nor is it about group warfare. Against the dark, abysmal backdrop of the universe, a massive fleet quietly emerged. Formed in a semi-encircle formation, they faced off against the Rakich's 20 destroyers. Neither made a rash move, seemingly waiting for the perfect moment to launch an attack. An enemy ship sent a communication request, and Yi Nanxiao boarded the command ship and connected. The figure in the video was dressed in black, wearing a large hood, and a mask with black and gold patterns hidden beneath it, creating a mysterious aura. The figure's voice was deep and melodious, and with a soft chuckle, he greeted, Major Yi, nice to meet you. Yi Nanxiao was scornful of this behavior. You're being secretive, playing tricks, and putting on airs. Is this cosplay? The other party paused for 2 seconds before continuing, you're not what I imagined. If you have something to say, stop talking nonsense here. The man in black robe was clearly a little annoyed. I thought you were at least a smart guy. What good would it do to piss me off? With your current military strength, what do you think you can do? Yi Nanxiao said casually, oh? His dismissive attitude further infuriated the black-robed man. I didn't want to clash with you, but it seems you won't hand over the route data. Yi Nanxiao laughed. You're surrounding me with a space fleet, and you call that wanting no clash? Also, I'm very curious, what use is the route data to you? Do you also want to contribute to the search for our home planet? No comment. It's almost time. Yi Nanxiao glanced at the electronic timer and waved his hand casually. Alright, nothing more to say. Let's get started. Ha, you're truly arrogant. Just 2 frigates flanking us. What can they do to us? An urgent battle report came from the other side. Captain, our outer fleet is completely paralyzed. Not wanting to waste any more time on the other side, Yi Nanxiao gave a mocking smile and hung up. Outside the enemy fleet's encirclement, hundreds of transparent stealth drones flew out from 2 frigates, each carrying a compact nuclear electromagnetic pulse missile. These drones, acting in a suicide attack, charged directly towards the enemy ship's engine vents. The powerful, high-power microwaves released by a compact nuclear electromagnetic pulse missile could instantly paralyze an entire starship's vital systems, including energy, weapons, communications, and radar. Seconds later, this powerful electromagnetic wave would detonate the ship's missiles, causing the warship to lose control and launch an indiscriminate attack. Inside the enemy's command ship, the black-robed man demanded sharply, "What's going on?" "Captain, communication is lost." Boom, boom, boom! The dense and fierce artillery fire intertwined, forming dazzling beams of light, as colorful as fireworks, but filled with endless danger and bloodshed. These beams pierced the darkness of space, leaving a breathtaking trail. The enemy ships, once within the encirclement, now became targets. Faced with a relentless attack from the fleet behind, they were thrown into chaos. The black-robed man roared angrily, pounding on the command center and shouting into the communicator, "What the hell are they doing? These idiots!" However, the situation was already out of control. Yi Nanxiao ordered, warships attack the enemy head-on, drones continue disrupting from the perimeter. Wrap them like dumplings and pound them hard. The Rakage destroyer's high-energy laser cannons rapidly charged, each shot accompanied by a slight vibration and the hiss of energy release. The bombardment formed a line of blazing beams that hurtled straight at the enemy ship. Attacked from both sides, the enemy ship desperately tried to change its formation, but more drones cut in from the perimeter, peeling one layer after another like an onion. More and more starships lost control, their artillery fire exploding in silent sparks on the cold metal. Scatter! Scatter! Black Cannon shouted into the communicator. Red dots on the electronic sand table vanished one after another, representing destroyed starships. The second-in-command said anxiously, "Let's retreat. This will lead to annihilation. They only have 20 warships, and the Rakich's mothership is immobilized." "You want me to retreat?" The black-robed man grabbed the second-in-command's collar and said, "Launch cluster nuclear missiles." "But..." "Shut up and do as I say." A row of dark missile silos opened on either side of the enemy ship. 8 missiles roared across the starry sky, locking onto the Rakich's warship and rapidly pursuing it. The command center issued an alert. "Warning, warning, the ship has been locked. Warning, warning, the ship has been locked." Wow, they have something like this. The soldiers looked at the familiar tracking missiles and calmly maneuvered the starship around them. Yi Nanxiao stared at the tactical display, his fingers tapping rapidly on the console, adjusting the warship's course. The nuclear electromagnetic pulse bomb exploded in space, creating waves of electromagnetic waves that briefly deflected the tracking missile. "Now!" Yi Nanxiao's eyes narrowed, his hands deftly manipulating the console, and the warship swerved swiftly like a nimble hummingbird. At a clever angle, it slipped between 2 enemy ships. The missile's trajectory could no longer be adjusted, forcing it to collide directly with one of the enemy ships. Instantly, the affected ship exploded violently. The entire hull was shattered, and debris flew everywhere. A massive flame and shockwave swept through the surrounding area, affecting another enemy ship, its hull destroyed and its internal structure severely damaged. Yi Nanxiao seized the opportunity and launched a relentless attack. The light energy cannon blasted at the damaged enemy ship. The enemy ship's defenses had been destroyed, unable to withstand such a fierce barrage. Soon, they were engulfed in flames. Several other missiles also missed their targets due to interference from the electromagnetic pulse bombs. Black Cannon, exasperated, was about to fire again when a shrill alarm rang out from the mothership's command center. "Warning! Warning! The ship's hull is experiencing strong electromagnetic pulse interference. The missile depot has been urgently sealed. Warning! Warning! The energy shield is being disrupted. Warning! Warning!" Black Robe slammed his fist into the command console. "Asshole! Captain, we lost 2/3 of our warships." "Retreat." Black Robe gritted his teeth. He couldn't believe it. The enemy had only 20 warships, while his own force outnumbered them by dozens of times. Why were they defeated? Why? Provide full coverage to the remaining warships' retreat. As each warship was destroyed, the enemy ships finally relaxed their tight formation and could disperse to fight. Black Robe acted decisively, activating the main ship's plasma cannons and conducting a wide-area sweep, hoping to protect his fleet. Powerful energy waves emanated from the enemy's main battleship, sweeping across the surrounding area and forcing the Rakich fleet to disperse and evade. Yi Nanxiao's lips curled slightly as he ordered, "Change formation. Destroyers, divide the battlefield." The Rakich mothership prepared to charge. Following Yi Nanxiao's orders, the Rakich fleet swiftly moved across the battlefield, their superior maneuverability and formidable firepower quickly separating the panicked, fleeing enemy ships. They pursued them relentlessly, employing a relentless attack, further disconcerting the enemy ships and gradually increasing the distance between them and the mothership. On the Golden Belt Star, the Rakich mothership's main gun muzzle flashed a dazzling blue light, the radiance growing stronger. The next moment, an antimatter missile blasted out, piercing the planet's atmosphere at astonishing sublight speeds and striking the enemy mothership's core. The enemy mothership's energy barrier couldn't hold out for even a second, rapidly dissipating from the point of attack. The massive energy fluctuations distorted the surrounding space. A few minutes later, the once massive mothership vanished, leaving only a cloud of dust behind. With the mothership gone, the enemy forces were powerless to resist, and the battlefield gradually fell silent. Yi Nanxiao folded his arms across his chest and scoffed, "That's all? Not even enough for a warm-up." Seeing the cleanup was almost complete, Fields reported, "Captain, data transfer complete. We're ready to sail. Send the damaged warships back to the mothership for repairs. The rest of you, clean up the battlefield. Take whatever you can tow away. Don't waste anything." Fields complained, "You wasted our largest ship. A mothership that size? Why use antimatter missiles? They'll blast it to pieces." Yi Nanxiao was helpless. "Are you possessed by Qianjusai? I just want a quick victory." Speaking of Qianjusai, Fields got down to business. "There's news about Qianjusai." "Huh? He hasn't reached Andro yet, right? Even a full warp wouldn't be that fast. He was stopped at Good Fortress." Randy sent a team around, so he should still be on his way. What's the enemy's strength? 30 space carriers. At full strength, that's 30 to 40,000 warships. Yi Nanxiao tapped the electronic sandbox, bringing up Andro's military defenses. He rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. From Phoenix, it only takes 3 days to reach there, faster than us. Send the remaining Raikage formation to Andro for support immediately. Enter the defense line from across from Good Fortress. We'll depart immediately after we cleaned up the battlefield. Fells took the order. Yi Nanxiao emphasized, take all 5 reconnaissance ships. Before we reach the battlefield, we must gather intelligence on the enemy. Yes. Fells left, leaving Yi Nanxiao to review the battle that had just concluded. There wasn't much to review really. The enemy was so weak that the entire battle was over in 4 hours. Forget the Raikage, even any regular Phoenix fleet wouldn't have needed much effort if the disparity in strength wasn't too great. It wasn't like the Freeland pirate fleet. Pirates weren't that weak. Yi Nanxiao abandoned the sand table in boredom. In the camp, robots busily moved pack boxes, while Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan discussed the recent battle. The two friends, facing interstellar warfare for the first time, were both excited and nervous. Hearing that the enemy had over 500 warships, they were somewhat apprehensive. But the battle was won resoundingly in a remarkably short time. While stunned, the two gained a clearer understanding of the Raikage fleet's combat power. No wonder they're called the Special Operations Division. Their firepower is incredible, even antimatter missiles. Chen Ziyuan excitedly grabbed Zhu Fuxing. Did you see that? Just one shot, and that massive mothership was reduced to ashes. Yeah, I saw it. It was so shocking. Zhu Fuxing was still savoring the devastating blow. And the Raikage warrior is so handsome. He can fight 10 enemies at once, and still crush them to dust. Chen Ziyuan teased, you mean to say your boyfriend is so handsome? Well, he's very handsome to begin with. I wasn't wrong. Yes. I see you're getting more and more shameless. You used to blush when someone confessed their love to you, but now you're being affectionate with Brother Qiao all day, aren't you ashamed? I'm with my boyfriend, well, what's there to be ashamed of? Chen Ziyuan asked cryptically, hey you two. Didn't you? Zhu Fuxing understood, her face flushing. Don't talk nonsense, no. Haha. You're not ashamed. What are you talking about? They both turned around. Yi Nanxiao had appeared behind them without them noticing. Chen Ziyuan said sternly, well, I'll go upstairs first. You two can chat slowly. The man, fresh from the battlefield, still held a hint of coldness and sternness, a powerful aura of blood, and brutality. His deep black eyes held a hint of doting. He completely enveloped Zhu Fuxing in a shadow. Zhu Fuxing couldn't look away, as if possessed, lamenting his own worthlessness, his heart racing at the sight of his boyfriend's flirtations at any moment. Is your boyfriend handsome? Yi Nanxiao leaned over, chuckled, and bit his ear. Zhu Fuxing was stunned, nodding involuntarily. Yi Nanxiao refused to let him go, deliberately lowering her voice and asking, how handsome? He is very handsome. Handsome and sexy. Stop flirting, brother. It's broad daylight. I can't handle it. Yi Nanxiao hugged him, and smiled for a long moment before leading him aboard the mothership. Soon after, the Thunder Shadow mothership set sail, and the ancient planet returned to its eternal tranquility. On the snowy mountain, the white-haired monster's family of 3 watched as the monster soared higher and higher, disappearing into the sky. It didn't return for a long time. Great. The two-legged monster is finally gone. It would be best if it never came back. Chapter 28. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan had just boarded the Raikage carrier, when they were told they would be spending 4 days in a sleeping pod. Thankfully, they had gotten used to it during their hijacking. Without a word, they skillfully opened the hatch, climbed in, and positioned themselves. It was so skillful it was heartbreaking. Yi Nanxiao raised an eyebrow and walked around the sleeping pod, amused by the two's peaceful and relaxed expressions. I won't wake you up mid-flight. Have a sweet dream. Zhu Fuxing blinked, propped himself up, and protested softly, no goodnight kiss. Chen Ziyuan rolled his eyes, then automatically closed the hatch and fell asleep, determined not to be fed up with the dog food. Yi Nanxiao leaned over and kissed him gently. Sleep, baby. Zhu Fuxing lay back down contentedly. The hatch closed, and the familiar sleeping gas filled the pod, and he soon drifted off to sweet slumber. Andro's defenses consist of 3 layers. Good Fortress forms the first, and the outer reaches of the star system form the second, both comprised of nearby planets and space fortresses. The planet itself is also quite defensive. Its energy grid covers the planet in times of war, and its 11 satellites form a guard network, the planet's final line of defense. Each satellite is equipped with missile silos, boasting firepower and strike capabilities far superior to those of space carriers. 200 years ago, frequent battles with Phoenix erupted, and the two sides engaged in significant conflict. Andro's defenses were impregnable. So Yi Nanqiao wasn't initially overly concerned until, mid-warp, he received intelligence from the Raikage reconnaissance ship, which had arrived first on the battlefield. This intelligence also arrived with a communication from Qianjucai. Qianjucai's face was gloomy, his expression filled with anger. Their target isn't Andro, it's Anna, the entire star system. Yi Nanqiao's gaze condensed. Can the last layer of defense reach the star? Qianjucai wished he could tear those beasts apart. No, it's too far. The electronic sand table showed the rebel fleets targeting Anna, simultaneously advancing towards the top and bottom of the disk, like two sharp arrows about to pierce the disk, piercing its very center. The battlefield was divided, and Andro was effectively fighting on two fronts, with its strongest line of defense destroyed. Yi Nanqiao thought calmly for a moment. I'll grant you access to all the Raikage warships. Hold on a little longer. Don't let them break through the first line of defense. I'll arrive in 16 hours. Understood. After hanging up the line, the Raikage mothership accelerated again. Yi Nanqiao, worried that the Freeland might have a backup plan, sent a request for reinforcements to the military as he headed for the battlefield. Sure enough, his fears came true. The latest intelligence indicates that enemy reinforcements are imminent, with a fleet numbering 100,000, far exceeding the number on Andro. The first line of defense is already crumbling. Fears, how many antimatter missiles can the Raikage launch? 5 at most. Any more, and the mothership won't be able to keep up. We'll warp to the rear of the enemy reinforcement fleet. There's a space fortress here. Yi Nanqiao pointed at the sandbox. Connect to the space fortress's power source, and use it as a supply source. Then our stealth and evasion abilities will be completely useless. Won't we be a walking poke? Return the reconnaissance ship to act as a jammer and emit electromagnetic pulses. Using 5 warships, we'll form a powerful electromagnetic pulse network with a radius of 500,000 kilometers, exceeding the range of any missile. Fields just wanted to say, I'm so impressed, you idiot. How did you come up with such a wicked idea? The Raikage reconnaissance ship is actually an electromagnetic pulse jammer. It's small, incredibly fast, and boasts powerful stealth capabilities. The hull coating is a mimicking coating, and the fender cores reflect all detection waves, making it invisible to the naked eye and ineffective against all other detection methods. You can only pretend it flies right past you. As a reconnaissance ship, it utilizes its stealth and pervasive information collection capabilities to gather enemy intelligence. As a jammer, it's like a nuclear electromagnetic pulse bomb amplified tens of thousands of times, paralyzing the enemy wherever it goes. According to Yi Nanqiao's operation, the Raikage mothership becomes a scoundrel on the battlefield. You can see me, but you can't hit me. If I want to attack you, you can't escape. First, you'll be paralyzed by the electromagnetic pulse, and then you'll be hit by a plasma or antimatter cannon. This thing has unlimited battery life. Andro's defenses aren't much else, but there are plenty of mobile fortresses. It can be used as a disposable energy reservoir. As calm and composed as Fels was, he couldn't help but gloat at the thought of what was about to happen. Qianjucai looked at the dense red dots on the detector and felt a flicker of regret. He hadn't imagined that in just 200 years, the Freeland had amassed so many ships, their total fleet already surpassing that of Andro. He shouldn't have let these guys get away with it for so long. Old Eight's weary voice echoed over the comms. Boss, all the planet's warships have been concentrated on the second line of defense. When will you retreat? Old Eight had returned to Andro when Qianjucai left for Golden Belt. He had been fighting the rebels for 10 days, and the Andro army had suffered heavy losses, while enemy reinforcements continued to pour in. The pirates were fearless. Even with the disparity in strength, not a single one fled the battlefield. The second line of defense was the last. The pirates fought a desperate battle, their lives unconcerned. Qianjucai snorted, why retreat? I'll hold you back in front, and I'll stop as many as I can. Fight hard in the back. Kill one, and you'll win. Kill two, and you'll win. The Free Country rebels entered the battlefield one after another from the jump point. Facing the Aquarius mothership blocking their path, they opened fire without hesitation. The Aquarius mothership fired all its cannons, fiercely blasting the opposing starships, which swarmed like locusts. Bright fireworks exploded across the silent cosmic battlefield, and starships, ripped apart by the artillery fire, disintegrated in the universe. The immovable mothership bore the lion's share of the concentrated fire. Its protective shield vanished, and the massive hull was torn apart by the fierce attack. Behind the enemy lines, a frigate stealthily approached a space fortress, extended its grappling hook, and without a word fled. Qianjucai, do you want to die? Retreat! Randy's anxious shouts, mixed with the rapid alarms in the command room, nearly made Qianjucai's ears ring. What the hell are you yelling about? Shit, Yu Nanxiao, aren't you done yet? Almost there, almost there. Hold on for 5 more minutes. Yi Nanxiao urges the space fortress's pirates to connect to the power port while perfunctorily responding to Qianjucai. 5 minutes? You won't even have a chance to collect my body. Hurry up. I can only hold on for 2 more minutes at most. Alright, retreat. Take your fleet as far as you can. Wait until I paralyze them, then you can come pick up their bodies. Alright, bye. The wreckage mothership emerged from stealth behind the enemy lines, its muzzle-charged blue light illuminating a patch of deep space. Antimatter missiles roared after a space carrier ahead. With the mothership at the center, the surrounding escort ships were also not spared, and hundreds of warships were quickly annihilated. The enemy didn't even have time to react. A second missile flew in, followed by a third, a fourth. The wreckage fired a total of 12 antimatter missiles before stopping. In just over 10 minutes, the reinforcements had already lost nearly 10,000 warships. By the time they turned their attention to the wreckage, the powerful electromagnetic, the pulse net radiated outward at the speed of light, emanating from the wreckage. The dozen or so warships that had turned their heads were the first to suffer, paralyzed in their positions. The warships that hadn't left the radiation range were also doomed, unable to move. The wreckage ignored these small fry. Its energy was now entirely supplied by the space fortress, and firing even one more laser cannon round would have been a waste. It swept straight past the disabled warships, chasing the main force ahead. Qianjucai's Yuping was nearly ripped in two. He switched to a cruiser and excitedly called out over the radio, "Brothers, let's go pick up the bodies." "Huh? Pick up the bodies? These sons of bitches. They let them blow up the star, and now it's our turn to avenge them. Hurry, hurry, brothers, follow us." Another one's paralyzed. "Hey, don't follow too closely. Don't get paralyzed." The pirates rushed forward like mad dogs, paralyzed enemy ships unable to move, and could only watch helplessly as they were forcibly dragged away. Yes, the pirates never waste a single strategic supply. Fighting to support the war is their fine tradition in their interstellar strife. Blast them to smithereens? What kind of loser could pull that? All those ships, they're all money. Inside Andro's second defense line, the pirates and the rebels were locked in a fierce battle. Suddenly, the pirates retreated like crazy, their escape speed almost matching that of a sublight missile. What a great opportunity! The rebels, energized, prepared to concentrate their firepower on Anna's star. Motherships, charge and prepare, orbital nuclear missiles, ready to launch. 6 rebel motherships simultaneously opened their launch silos, the immense energy conversion causing their hulls to vibrate slightly. Charge complete, launch. Captain, weapons system failure. Wait, the energy shield is gone, Captain. 6 antimatter missiles struck their targets, and minutes later, they were reduced to ashes. The other rebel warships stared in disbelief at the dust left behind, still lingering. A few seconds later, the enemy captain shouted angrily, "What are you standing there for? Turn your guns. It's the wreckage mothership. Shoot. Blow it to pieces." "Captain, our weapons systems are down." "No. We can't move. All our power systems are down." The wreckage mothership, its tail trailing, flew by, graceful and elegant, not firing a single laser cannon at the warships. It raced to the next battlefield. "Quickly notify the other warships to avoid it." "Captain, communication is down too." "What?" After the wreckage flew away, the pirates rushed over in a jubilant mood. "Money! Lots of money! We made a fortune." A miraculous scene unfolded on the Andro line. The wreckage mothership, its tail trailing, thrust itself deep into the dense battlefield, paralyzing a vast area once inside. It bombarded the motherships, and then departed, utterly ruthless. Then, the pirates, trailing it from afar, swarmed in, dragging away the warships that hadn't been blasted to smithereens. The battlefield, once a life-and-death struggle, grew increasingly erratic. The pirates vanished without a trace, and the rebel warships dwindled. The enemy ships, reacting quickly, fled frantically at the sight of the wreckage mothership. So it fled. It chased. It flew for its life. This behavior was truly perverted. Later, the wreckage stopped chasing, circling the star, and even commanded its reconnaissance ship to disable the electromagnetic pulse network and forcibly access the enemy ship's communication channel, uttering a sly, "Come and fight me, come and fight me." The rebel commander gnashed his teeth. "Yi Nanxiao, why are you so mean?" Chapter 29. Inside the wreckage mothership, Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan witnessed the entire battle, and were at a loss for words to describe the bizarre situation. Zhu Lingyi was a top student in the military academy's command department, a guaranteed captain in reserve. The two younger ones, following him, had more or less witnessed some classic battles. So what could they say about this situation? What kind of fighting style was this? Randy hit the nail on the head. Crappy. Puff. The three of them were video chatting in the lounge when Chen Ziyuan spat out a mouthful of nutrient solution. The two had originally thought they'd never see the pirates again. Who knew they'd meet again so soon? Seeing the tension had subsided, they quickly contacted Randy. Randy said disdainfully, "Yuan Bao, what a shame to waste. If you don't want to drink, don't drink. After the war, I'll invite you to Andro for a few days. Eat whatever you want, and let the money accumulate and pay for it." Chen Ziyuan frantically searched for something to wipe his face. "I didn't mean to do that, haha. Filthy. Will this be included in the military's tutorials later? Haha." Zhu Fuxing was probably speechless at the thought. Randy thought Yi Nanxiao had done a brilliant job. Whatever tactics or fighting style, as long as it works. Catch the enemy by surprise, and catch them off guard. "Brother Randy, how long will we have to fight?" Zhu Fuxing asked. Yi Nanxiao is waiting for military support. His current tactics are just a delaying tactic. They won't last long. The enemy will always find a way to break the electromagnetic pulse network. Besides, our warships need to rest and recuperate. We've been fighting Andro for 10 days now, and we suffered heavy losses. Yi Nanxiao is buying us time. Is that so? That's pretty cool. Zhu Fuxing mentally applauded her boyfriend. Landian, assuming the two little guys were frightened, soothed them. "It's almost over. Once we restocked our energy and weapons, we'll go bomb them. Military reinforcements should be arriving soon." The Andro defenses were locked in a strange standoff. The wreckage mothership was stationed alone within the second defense line, while the rebels were 1,000,000 miles away. No, they retreated to a mere 500,000 kilometers, occupying Fort Good. The pirates, who should have been the protagonists of this battle, were busy counting ships. All the towed ships were concentrated on a single planet, and wouldn't be usable for a while. All the electronic sensors needed to be replaced. Xian Jusai was delighted at the free fortune he had found, but then, he was overwhelmed by the cost of repairing the ships. He felt a mixture of joy and sorrow. This planet was also a military supply planet, with a massive spaceport where many damaged warships were docked. The pirates toiled furiously, using a variety of tools and materials to repair and modify the warships. The harbor was filled with the clashing of metal, the sparks of welding, and the roar of machinery. In the underground warehouse, large machinery busily moved supplies, loading fuel and weapons into the warships. The entire process was intense yet orderly, everyone aware that time was running out, and they would soon be back on the battlefield. 20 long intense hours passed before Phoenix reinforcements arrived, and the fierce battle officially began. The Andro fleet, the main force, launched a fierce frontal attack on the rebels. Light cannons erupted with dazzling light, ion cannons unleashed deadly streams of energy, and tracking missiles locked onto their targets like venomous snakes, instantly unleashing a fierce barrage on the enemy. Phoenix's reinforcements, like a giant steel beast, blocked the enemy's rear. Countless artillery fire, brimming with destructive energy, formed a dense web of fire, severing the enemy's retreat and trapping them firmly within Good Fortress. At the same time, the wreckage mothership severed its electromagnetic pulse network, gathering the wreckage formations, like a dagger piercing the enemy's heart. The command ship. The intertwining artillery fire formed blazing beams, illuminating the darkness of space. The warships darted between light and shadow, their energy shields activated for maximum defense, withstanding the fire while unleashing a fierce offensive. Countless warships exploded in the flames, transforming into dazzling clouds of fireworks. Swarms of fighter planes emerged from the torn starships, weaving back and forth amidst the dense barrage, chasing and annihilating each other. At this stage of the war, tactical techniques were no longer a consideration. The battle was a test of firepower and unwavering courage. Before reinforcements arrived, Randy took Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan to a supply planet, far from the battlefield. Just in case, he left Wuya behind to protect them. "If we lose, let Wuya take you on a run. He's a skilled pilot, and will definitely get you back to Phoenix." Randy patted the two little ones' heads, gave Wu Yu a few words of advice, and then headed off to the battlefield. The two could only follow the battle situation from the large screen in the control room. As time passed, the battle intensified. The Space Fortress's surveillance system was destroyed, and their vision went black. They could do nothing but worry. Wu Yu, it's already the 4th day. Chen Ziyuan's eyes welled up with tears, natural tears. The war had been going on for 4 days, and they had endured it for 4 days. Wu Yu was tongue-tied, and didn't know how to offer comfort. After a long pause, she managed to manage a few words. Why don't you take a nap? The fight will be over when you wake up. Zhu Fuxing, with dark circles under his eyes, stared at the blackened screen. I can't sleep, Wu Yu. They'll definitely win, right? Honest, Wu Yu chose to speak frankly. Even if they can't win, I can still take you away. Don't worry, I kidnapped you, and I'll definitely send you back. The two looked at Wu Yu speechlessly. You better stop talking. The war ended on the 5th day. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan, unable to endure any more, fell asleep on the table in the control room. Wu Yu received the news and shook them awake. You two, come with me, quickly. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan were terrified. Impossible. How could they lose? But Wu Yu's haste to drag them out didn't seem fake. Wu Yu, tell me, how are they? Zhu Fuxing's eyes welled up with tears. Wu Yu, are they still alive? What? Chen Ziyuan burst into tears. Wu Yu, Why are you two crying? Wu Yu was at a loss, unable to offer any words of comfort. She could only stand there with a gloomy face. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan cried even harder at his expression, in disbelief and heartbreak. It felt as if the world was collapsing. Fierce walked into the control room, and was startled by the heartbreaking sobbing inside. He quickly ran a few steps, and pushed open the door. The two little ones were crying so hard, they couldn't even stand. What's wrong with you two? Who bullied you? Fierce looked at Wu Yu with a stern expression. I just wanted to take them to Andro. They started crying. Chen Ziyuan paused. Huh? To Andro? Are we running away? The boss asked me to take you to Andro. He and Randy are both seriously injured and can't come to pick you up. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan, if you hadn't explained clearly, we would have thought. Wu Wu. Fells, with a headache, lifted them up. It's okay, it's all over. The boss asked me to check on you. Let's go with Wu Yu first. We'll go to Andro to rest later. You won, huh? I told you we couldn't lose. I was so scared. Zhu Fuxing wiped away her tears and quickly asked, Where's Brother Qiao? Is he injured? Is everyone okay? Nothing serious. Don't worry. Fells patted their shoulders and hurried off again. Wu Yu piloted a small starship through the wreckage-strewn defenses. The massive space carrier, punctured by artillery fire, drifted slowly over the battlefield, arcs of light from ruptured circuitry flickering from its shattered hull. More warships were torn apart and scattered, their original forms unrecognizable. The mere sight of the scene before her utterly enigmatical scales of war. Wu Yu increased her speed, unwilling to expose the two youngsters to such brutality, and sped towards Andro. In the Phoenix medical ship, Yi Nanxiao had just awakened in the treatment bay. His right chest and abdomen had been pierced by laser cannon fire, and cell regeneration fluid was slowly repairing his internal organs and muscle tissue. A nurse, hearing the alarm, came to check. Are you awake? Yi Nanxi's voice was weak. Where's my comrade? I already reported to Lieutenant Captain Fields. His injuries are minor, and he's finished treatment. You'll need another 8 hours of treatment. Don't ask any questions now. Yi Nanxiao could only lie there. His hatred was too great. Not only did he use underhanded tactics to stall until Phoenix reinforcements arrived, but he also exhausted the last few space fortresses, destroying the enemy's main command ship and its entire fleet. In the end, the rebels had given up hope and used their 2 remaining motherships to bombard him relentlessly, pursuing him relentlessly. The wreckage mothership had run out of energy to launch antimatter missiles, and could only respond with plasma and light cannons. After all 3 motherships were shattered, the enemy, determined to lay siege with their last 1,000 fighters. Yi Nanxiao, with over 100 wreckage fighters, faced an enemy 10 times his size. After 4 hours of bitter fighting, he was towed back to the medical ship by a grappling hook. Fells rushed back to the medical ship and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Yi Nanxiao awake. I thought you were going to die. You almost did. You were barely breathing when I dragged you out. Yi Nanxiao didn't want to speak. The anesthetic made it difficult for him to speak. I know what you're asking. My comrades are seriously injured and still lying in the medical bay. No one from the wreckage commando was killed. Only after hearing that no one was killed did Yu Nanxiao feel relieved, and nodded slightly. Fels joked, the enemy was practically chasing you, draining their aggro points. We're actually doing okay. Yu Nanxiao moved his lips, and Fels guessed he was cursing. I went to see Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan. Wuya took them to Andro. Yu Nanxiao nodded again. It's okay. You should get some more sleep. Yu Nanxiao closed his eyes. He was badly injured, and he was almost bleeding out. Cellular fluid can regenerate body tissues, but it can't replenish blood. He was exhausted, and after forcing himself to listen to Field's report, he fell asleep again. Field sat down slowly, his face etched with fatigue. The fierce battle finally ended. The Freeland rebels had almost lost everything, and Shinjusai had mercilessly killed them all. Whether victorious or defeated, war is a cruel nightmare. The lives lost turned to dust in the universe. The smoke of gunpowder filled the battlefield, obscuring the tears and pain of the people. The roar of artillery drowned out the cries and hopes of their families. Behind every life lost is an endless sorrow. Chapter 30. In the special ward on Andro, Qianjusai lay in the treatment chamber, his face ashen, practically dead. He was more seriously injured than Yu Nanxiao. The laser cannon had pierced his body 4 times, nearly piercing his heart, and his left leg was also blown off. Randy and Lao Ba fought tooth and nail to shield him from the battlefield, both of them also suffering heavy injuries. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan were stunned by his injuries, and lay on the treatment chamber, weeping bitterly. To those who didn't know, they might have thought the 2 sons were mourning their father. After waking up, Randy scolded Wuya, "Are you sick? Bring the 2 little ones to the hospital." He had just emerged from the treatment chamber, his face pale and breathless. He waved to the 2 men, signaling them to come over. "It's okay, don't cry, Qianjusai won't die." Randy's voice was weak, and after a few gasps, he continued, "We can't entertain you." Zhu Fuxing wanted to stuff him back into the treatment cabin. "Brother Randy, go back and lie down. Don't worry about us. My wounds are all healed. Don't worry." Randy gently wiped away the 2 little ones' tears. "You guys stay with Wuya for the next few days. Don't run around." "Brother Randy, can I come to the hospital?" Chen Ziyuan was sobbing and hiccuping. "Sure, come whenever you want. Don't run off before Yu Nanxiao comes to pick you up." Zhu Fuxing asked perceptively, "What's wrong, Brother Qiao?" Randy replied nonchalantly, "They have to clean up the battlefield, and the military has some other matters to attend to. They'll probably be busy for a few days." "Oh, it's okay. We promise not to run around." "Hey, are you hungry? What do you want to eat?" Chen Ziyuan looked back at Qianjusai's treatment cabin. He didn't feel like eating. "Then come eat with me. I desperately need nutrition." Finally, after coaxing and tricking the 2 into leaving, Randy breathed a sigh of relief. The hospital was quiet, and the streets outside, visible from the corridor, were also peaceful. The war seemed to have had little impact on Andro. The 2 didn't know where Randy was injured, but they walked slowly to care for him. Randy smiled. "You 2 are so thoughtful. There's a restaurant downstairs, so I don't have to worry about this short walk tiring me out." Zhu Fuxing retorted, "It's always better to be careful." Surprisingly, the restaurant was quite lively. Staff were busy serving food to patients in various wards, while robot caregivers lined up to receive their meals. They found a table by the window, and, moments after ordering, a small, round-headed robot arrived with a tray. After delivering the food, it even asked everyone to give it a 5-star rating. The 2 were successfully amused by it. "This place isn't what I imagined." Zhu Fuxing took a bite of the dish. Although he didn't recognize it, it tasted quite good. "What did you imagine it would be like?" Zhu Fuxing tried to recall the pirate movies he'd seen in his past life. Pirates live in caves, and those caves are filled with rare treasures. We're not a barren planet. Why would we live in caves? Chen Ziyuan had a question. "You don't just make a living by robbing, so why are you still called pirates?" Andro has indeed gotten away from the robbing habit in the past 200 years. But the free land is different. Although they have the mineral resources of an entire galaxy, their technological level is low, so they have no choice but to rely on robbing. The interstellar people don't care whether you're from Andro or the free land, they all call you a pirate. Besides, many people think pirates are cool. Randy winked and smiled playfully. He was naturally delicate and beautiful, with thick, long eyelashes, poreless skin, and long, golden curls cascading down his back. With that playful smile, he looked like a lovable doll. No wonder Xiaoshan couldn't find an adjective to describe Randy, because all the adjectives he could use were used to praise girls, and he happened to be a man. The two began to worry. How could they persuade Randy to stop serving drinks and instead focus on some legitimate business? After dinner, Randy began to feel sleepy. After all, he had been seriously injured. While his wounds would heal quickly, his energy and vitality would take time to recover. The two of them took him back to the ward, and after he gave him some instructions, they followed Wuya to their accommodations. Wuya took them to Qianjucai's small courtyard, near the hospital. The three of them cleaned the room, washed up, and fell asleep. No one had gotten much sleep in the past few days, so they slept soundly that night. The next morning, Wuya brought back breakfast, supposedly a specialty of Andro. The three of them quickly finished their breakfast. Chen Ziyuan wanted to pack a few portions for the hospital patients, so Wuya took them to the breakfast stall again. The sun shone through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the bustling morning market street. The crowd surged, the sounds clamored, and the atmosphere was full of life and energy. The air was filled with enticing aromas, making one's mouth water. A long line of breakfast stalls lined both sides of the road. The stall owners busily prepared delicious food, and each stall was crowded with customers. Chen Ziyuan found it curious. There wasn't a market like this on Phoenix. Everything needed was delivered by robots, and food was delivered to every household daily, according to customer-ordered proportions. Zhu Fuxing, however, felt a strong sense of familiarity. He had visited this morning market with his grandfather as a child. Back then, food wasn't so scarce, and his city was full of these snack streets. In the mornings, the grandfather and grandfather would stroll along the streets, filling their bellies before returning home. Zhu Fuxing felt as if he had discovered a treasure, wandering from stall to stall, as if he had returned to his hometown in a previous life. Turning back, he could see his grandfather happily following him. Zhu Fuxing instantly fell in love with Andro, a planet completely different from what he had imagined, filled with the rich aroma of everyday life and the vibrant atmosphere of the city. Wuya, I love it here. Let's come back tomorrow. He was delighted that the little customer enjoyed it, and he offered to come every day. The three men arrived at the hospital with a large bag of food. Randy, who had just woken up, was startled by the size of their bags. Did you guys go rob the morning market? Zhu Fuxing happily laid out the breakfast. Brother Randy, you're awake. Come have breakfast. Well, you guys eat first. I'll go see if Boss Qian is awake. Chen Ziyuan dropped the bag and ran off. Wait for me. I'll go with you. Zhu Fuxing hadn't finished his words when his sleeve was grabbed. What do you mean by with you? He won't wake up so early. His internal organs are shattered. It'll take at least 10 days or half a month to repair. Randy patted the small stool beside the bed. Sit down and eat with me. I already eaten. Then have some more. Zhu Fuxing had no choice but to sit down. Remembering that Lao Ba was still next door, he took another half and passed it over to Lao Ba. Qianjucai remained lying in the treatment chamber, seemingly motionless. Through the hatch, it was impossible to tell if he was breathing. If it weren't for the fluctuations on his electrocardiogram, he would have truly looked like a corpse. Chen Ziyuan leaned over the hatch, carefully observing his chest, trying to detect the slightest movement, but all he saw was a hole in his chest. Chen Ziyuan, eh? He turned his head, afraid to look at the wounds again. Qianjucai's face, a pale gray, like a zombie, appeared before his eyes again. Chen Ziyuan, eh? He wiped away a tear, remembering how Qianjucai had protected him throughout the cave. How could such a formidable boss like Qian die? He certainly couldn't. He didn't know why he was sad, but he was just sad, just like seeing Lingy lying in the freezer. Although Qianjucai was stingy, he had always taken care of him, like a strong older brother. Why aren't you awake yet? You're the leader of the pirates. It's so embarrassing to lie there all the time. The more he wiped away his tears, the more they piled up, unable to stop. Miraculously, Qianjucai opened his eyes, his sharp gaze sweeping across Chen Ziyuan. After a pause, his gaze softened, as if to comfort him, blinking twice before closing again. Chen Ziyuan thought he was seeing things and stared at his face, but those eyes never opened again. Brother Randy, I just saw. Boss Qian. Open his eyes. Chen Ziyuan ran breathlessly. What? Resurrected? Really? I really saw it. He opened his eyes. A group of people arrived at Qianjucai's treatment room and gathered around, marveling. Old Eight shook his head. That shouldn't be the case. A dead man like this can open his eyes? Little Yuanbao, you must have seen it wrong. I'm sure he opened his eyes. He even blinked at me. Whether you saw it right or not, he can't wake up now. Opening his eyes might just be a reflex. Randy patted his head. Okay, we've seen him. Don't stay here all the time. Come back tomorrow, okay? Oh. Chen Ziyuan dejectedly followed everyone out of the medical room. Seeing his expression, Lao Ba comforted him, "Don't worry, pirates are worthless. Dead lives aren't easy. He'll wake up after 10 days, or half a month of sleep." Oh. Well, don't be sad. Let we all take you out to play, and blame it all on the boss. Why do you all want him to pay? Brother Randy said the same thing last time. We don't have any money. So he's rich? The boss doesn't really have much either. What little he saves he buys weapons. Then why blame him? Because no one dares to ask him for money. Chen Ziyuan, The two of them didn't feel like playing. Every day, they would go to the morning market to buy some food and then come to the hospital. As usual, Chen Ziyuan would lie on the hatch, staring at Qian Jutsai's face, hoping he opened his eyes again. But he remained like a proper corpse, motionless. 5 days later, Yu Nanqiao arrived at their residence. Zhu Fuxing spotted him disembarking from the aircraft from afar through the window, and quickly ran to open the door. Brother Qiao. Zhu Fuxing wanted to pounce on him. Yu Nanqiao hesitated for a second, then opened his arms, and steadily caught the approaching little Fuxing, though his body was slightly stiff. Zhu Fuxing had no time to rejoice before he noticed something was wrong with him. Are you hurt? Nothing. Zhu Fuxing carefully observed his expression. It seemed no different from usual. I don't believe it. Come with me. Ah, Fuxing, I still have to go see Qian Jutsai. Zhu Fuxing dragged him into the room, closed the door, and narrowed his eyes as he ordered, "Take off your clothes." Hee, darling, so enthusiastic? But not here. After all, it's someone else's house. Don't be so quick. Take off your clothes. His darling was too perceptive. He froze for a moment. Yu Nanqiao resigned himself to his fate and unbuttoned his clothes, a look of self-sacrifice on his face. The muscle and skin tissue of the wound had completely healed, but the new flesh was a light pink, clearly a penetrating wound caused by a laser cannon. Zhu Fuxing's breath hitched. He was all too familiar with this wound. He checked the gaping hole in Qian Jutsai's body every morning. It's okay, darling. It's healed. Zhu Fuxing simply bit his lip and said nothing. It's really okay, I didn't feel anything. I'll be in the treatment chamber and come out when I'm healed. Zhu Fuxing gently hugged him, feeling his strong heartbeat. This man almost died where he couldn't see, almost blasted into space dust. Zhu Fuxing leaned on Yu Nanqiao's shoulder, his head buried in silence. He fell in love with a soldier. His lover could die on the battlefield at any time, but he had no regrets. If Yu Nanqiao wasn't such a man who feared life and death, who dared to shoulder responsibility and burdens, he might not have fallen in love with her so unwaveringly. Brother Qiao, don't hide things from me anymore. I'm not that fragile. No matter what happens, I can face it with you. Yu Nanqiao sighed again, thinking that little Fuxing was fate's gift to him. Okay, I won't hide anything from you anymore, my darling. Chapter 31. In the hospital ward, Yu Nanqiao circled the treatment pod, taking in Qian Jutsai's miserable condition from every angle. He gloated, TSK. 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 He's still alive. He's got a lucky streak. Zhu Fuxing leaned against the wall and glanced at him. Ahem. Yu Nanqiao finally became serious. What did the doctor say? How long will it take for him to wake up? Randy yawned. The doctor said it'll be soon. If you're not in a hurry, wait a few days. If you're in a hurry, talk to Old 8. Old 8 quickly brushed it off. There's no point talking to me. I can't make the decision. Yu Nanqiao watched the two of them, exhausted for Qian Jutsai. The military had a ton of things waiting to be discussed, and one of the first fleet's bases was to be built in a nearby star field. But once Qian Jutsai fell, the planet was left without a single leader. Can't you help share the workload? What good would it do you to tire him out? Randy yawned again. We're busy too. You're busy sleeping? Old 8 explained. The boss makes all the decisions regarding external affairs. Yu Nanqiao sighed. Okay, I'll wait 3 more days. This was also Yu Nanqiao's first time on Andro. We happily led the group on a tour of the main city. We only have one main city and 4 secondary cities, all in the northern hemisphere. The southern hemisphere is still deserted. Our planet has a small population, so we don't need such a large area. The main city is closer to the home planet. It doesn't have much high technology, but it has complete infrastructure and public facilities. We racked our brains to introduce the planet's characteristics to the guests. If you come in winter, you can go to the southern hemisphere to see the snow. Zhu Fuxing asked curiously, is there anything different? There's a vast ice sheet in the southern hemisphere. The ice there is blue, And the snow is also blue. Everyone who's been there says it's beautiful. Wow! The two friends, hearing about blue snow for the first time, were both amazed. Do you have a video? No, why would you film that? It could be used for tourism promotion. Wuya smiled innocently. Who would dare to visit the pirate's lair? How desperate would they be to ask to be kidnapped? Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan laughed, haha. As usual, the three of them went to check on Qian Jusai every morning. Although he was still in a coma, his complexion was getting better day by day. On the third morning, after everyone had left, Chen Ziyuan was left alone in the ward. As usual, he lay on the hatch, talking to the unconscious man. Boss Qian, I'm leaving tomorrow. Are you still awake? He waited, but when he saw no response, he sighed softly. I missed a lot of classes. I have to make up for them when I get home. I can't lose any credits, right? Wuya took us to the amusement park today. Ugh. We're so behind the times. It's not as fun as back in Jiaoming City. Have you been to Jiaoming City? Wuya said there's a beautiful blue ice field. It's a pity it's not winter, so we can't see the blue snow. I wonder if I'll have the chance to see it again. Chen Ziyuan rambled on for a long time. By noon, he looked at the unconscious man with a dejected look and whispered, I'm leaving. He waited a moment longer, sniffed, and turned to leave. The alarm in the ward beeped. Chen Ziyuan paused, then hurried back. Qian Jusai opened the hatch, and was struggling to stand, when he saw Chen Ziyuan hurried back. He forced a weak smile, and said, Yuan Bao slowed down. Boss Qian, you're finally awake. Woo. Don't cry. Come on, give me a hand, help me out. Chen Ziyuan hurried forward to help him up. It's just that the medical cabin has a sliding mat to protect the patient's vital parts. If he stood up like this. With a thud, Qian Jusai was pushed back into the medical cabin. Chen Ziyuan was so close to him that he could see everything clearly. His face flushed a deep red. I'll get you some clothes. With that, he turned and ran away. Ah. Qian Jusai wanted to call him back, saying that once he woke up, a robot caregiver would bring him clothes and would be there soon. But Chen Ziyuan had already vanished. Chen Ziyuan searched the hospital until he finally found the nurse's station. The nurse was bewildered, but she still found a brand new hospital gown for him from the storage room. When Chen Ziyuan returned with the gown, he found Qian Jusai already showered and dressed neatly. A robot nurse was following behind him, calling a doctor for an examination. Chen Ziyuan froze, looking from Qian Jusai's hospital gown to his own, feeling a moment of humiliation. It wasn't his fault. Interstellar medical care was so advanced that even a medical robot at home could handle anything less than a serious illness. He had never been hospitalized before. Qian Jusai couldn't bear to see his dejection, so he said with a smile, It's just right. The gown the nurse brought doesn't fit. Give me yours, and I'll go change. Chen Ziyuan blinked, a look of doubt on his face. He couldn't see why it didn't fit right. It was perfect, wasn't it? You've been sweating from sitting down. Qian Jusai pushed him back into the chair, picked up his clothes, and went back into the bathroom. The nurse, seeing him emerge in unsterilized clothing, warned, Clothes. Shut up and get out. The nurse obeyed and left the ward. This suit doesn't fit. Chen Ziyuan wasn't blind. The clothes were clearly too short. I like wearing this. Qian Jusai didn't want to talk about clothes anymore and quickly changed the subject. Is Yi Nanqiao here? You've been here for 3 days. If you don't wake up, we'll have to leave. Haha, I'm awake now. Boss Qian, are you hungry? Do you want me to have the nurse get some side dishes? Little Yuan Bao was clearly still feeling embarrassed about what had just happened. Qian Jusai immediately said, The nurse is so clueless. Everything he brings tastes terrible. Yuan Bao, help me get it. Anything will do. Chen Ziyuan cheered up again. Okay, wait. Brother Randy and I went to the restaurant. They have some great dim sum. Okay. Take your time. Don't rush. The nurse waiting outside was puzzled. You complain about the food I brought? And you say anything is fine? Is there something wrong with this human logic? Several doctors arrived and examined him repeatedly. Finally, the attending physician respectfully gave his instructions. Captain, your other injuries have healed and are fine. However, the bones in your left leg were shattered, and the new bone cannot withstand the high force of gravity. Please try to avoid standing for long periods of time and avoid walking. Qian Jusai nodded, indicating he would follow the doctor's orders. The doctor then reminded, Your hospital gown. Okay, go do your own thing. Don't worry about me. The doctor, Alright, you're the boss, you have the final say. Chen Ziyuan filled the small table with porridge, side dishes, and desserts. Qian Jusai wasn't a picky eater to begin with. He ate whatever was available, praising him as he ate. Not bad, Yuan Bao, you're really picky. Then you should eat more. It's a shame. I bring breakfast every day, and you never eat it. Fuxing, and I go to the morning market every day to buy it. Huh? You guys also go to the morning market? Yes, it's so lively. All kinds of delicious and fun things. I'll take you there tomorrow. Can't you walk? There's a wheelchair. But I'm leaving tomorrow. Chen Ziyuan felt a little downcast again. He really liked Andro. The people here greeted them warmly. The owner of the breakfast shop they frequented would secretly give them extra food. Uncles and aunts would enthusiastically introduce them to all sorts of delicious and fun things. The small park was crowded with young and old, chatting and regaling each day with stories of their youthful adventures across the starry sea. Everything was completely different from Phoenix Star. Qian Jusai put down his chopsticks, moved to the bedside, and patted his head. You can stay a few more days. Yi Nanqiao wants to discuss something with me. Besides, Andro Star is right here. You can come anytime you want. But there's no spaceship. I'll pick you up, or we are, okay? Okay, it's a deal. Yes, it's a deal. Qian Jusai lamented that his child-rearing skills had improved considerably. Randy and Lao Ba had been waiting outside the ward. They no longer needed to be hospitalized, and there were a lot of things they had to deal with outside. After receiving the doctor's message, they hurried over and walked to the door to hear the lively conversation inside. The two of them exchanged glances and walked away at the same time. Ah, Lao Ba sighed. Ah, Randy sighed as well. Don't you want to try and persuade him? Lao Ba glanced at him. I've been keeping a close eye on little Yuan Bao on Jean Dai's star. What's the point of you keeping an eye on little Yuan Bao? What does a child know? Oh, who tied him aboard the boat? What's it to me? Wu Yu did it. Then who brought him to Jean Dai's star? Can I throw him overboard? Randy didn't want to argue with him about such a meaningless topic anymore, and stared blankly out the window. Lao Ba was disgruntled. Are you speechless? It's all fate. How do you say it? It's destined to happen. Landy's voice was soft, tinged with a hint of sadness. Alas. Lao Ba sighed again. When Yi Nanqiao and Zhu Fuxing arrived at the hospital, they were still sitting there in a daze. What's wrong with you two? Qian Jusai is dead? Didn't he just wake up? Landy glared at Yi Nanqiao in dissatisfaction, wondering if Zhu Fuxing was blind or heartless enough to fall for such a wicked man. Mind your words, you're in there. Then what are you two doing? Lao Ba stood up and rubbed his face. Let's go in together. They all entered the ward. Qian Jusai asked everyone to sit down. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan, knowing they had important matters to discuss, followed Wu Yu back. Yi Nanqiao got straight to the point. Two things. First, the encirclement and suppression of the free country. The military's intention was to eradicate them completely. Raffled let them go back then, and it resulted in endless trouble. Qian Jusai nodded in agreement. What about the second one? General Wu wants you to build base number 3 of the First Fleet and organize its defenses. Qian Jusai and the other two were a little incredulous. General Wu said this personally? You made an invaluable contribution to finding the route this time. Furthermore, General Wu trusts you. Qian Jusai and the other two were delighted. They didn't think much of the Phoenix Star military, but General Wu and the First Fleet were highly respected. Okay, no problem. Leave it to us. Yi Nanqiao added, repair Good Fortress as quickly as possible. A communications base station will be built there so General Wu can contact you directly. Old 8 excitedly declared. Okay. Build the base station within 10 days. Oh, by the way, there's one more thing. You say. It has nothing to do with the military. It's a personal invitation from my father. General Yi? He's investigating the chosen organization and wants Randy's help. He's currently unable to rule out any suspects and is in urgent need of manpower. Besides, he's not as expert in intelligence as Randy. Randy smiled. He trusts us too. Yi Nanqiao said solemnly, although Phoenix and Andro are both entangled, they share the same roots, and we share the same goals. Randy, I know you don't fully trust the military, so my father is inviting me privately. Please consider it. Randy thought carefully. I'll contact General Yi. Yi Nanqiao raised an eyebrow. Directly contacting a high-ranking military commander? But then, thinking of his status, he understood. Andro's intelligence network was built by Randy himself, and no one in the military intelligence department dared to underestimate him. Only Xiao Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan were foolishly worried about his career as a hostess. It was already dark. Yi Nanqiao asked Qian Jusai, "There are still many details to discuss. Is this all for today?" Qian Jusai smiled. "Okay, I'm really getting a bit tired. Tomorrow morning? Tomorrow at noon, maybe? Come back." Yi Nanqiao nodded decisively and left. Randy and Lao Ba didn't want to stay any longer. Qian Jusai had just woken up, his face still pale. He'd probably been able to hold on until now thanks to the mental strength provided by little Yuan Bao. "We're leaving too. We'll come back tomorrow at noon." Qian Jusai nodded, and just as he lay down, he asked, "Where are Yuan Bao and the others staying?" "In that empty yard of yours." "Oh, it's okay. I'm going to sleep." Randy and Lao Ba left the ward, sighing again. "You really don't want to try to persuade him?" Randy said helplessly. "I'll remind him when he's better." Chapter 32. Today's morning market was exceptionally lively, thanks to the arrival of their mighty and imposing leader. In a wheelchair. This was truly remarkable. The pirates always loved to see jokes, and the jokes of their leader were even more so. Chen Ziyuan and Qian Jusai were surrounded by a wall of enemies, unable to move an inch. Chen Ziyuan, pushing his wheelchair, stood bewildered in the crowd. "Boss, are you lame? Can it be healed? If not, do we need to elect a new leader? You want to be the leader? Get lost. The leader is even poorer than me. Whoever wants to be the leader can be the leader." "Ha." Qian Jusai's forehead veins bulged. "Are you guys too idle? Old 8 needs help." Whoosh. With a whoosh, the crowd dispersed. Qian Jusai snorted coldly. "Starting today, all stalls on Fuguwei Street will be subject to a 20% tax." A sudden wail erupted. "Boss, this is unacceptable. Boss, you're the richest in the entire galaxy. Don't you feel guilty saying that? Then are you willing to pay the tax? No, let's find another place. We can just push our stalls away and move." Yes, let's go. Go. The owners of the pack stalls began packing up their gear and preparing to flee. Chen Ziyuan frantically said, "Hey, uncle, don't go. I need to buy some oil fruits." Qian Jusai rubbed his forehead. "Come back here. Boss, look, our small business." "Yeah, we don't make much money." Qian Jusai couldn't understand why all the pirates had become like this. He sighed heavily. No tax. The streets finally returned to normal. Chen Ziyuan happily strolled through the morning market in his wheelchair, paying for anything he found delicious. "This oil fruit is super crispy." "Yes, I'll buy it. The noodles here are super chewy." "Want a bowl?" "Okay, if you like it." "The rice cakes here are delicious. The owner says they're made with millet grown from seeds from the home planet." He wasn't lying. Andro has a lot of seeds brought from the home planet. These seeds don't grow well on Phoenix and other habitable planets, but they grow quite well here. "Really? The noodles you just had were also grown from wheat seeds from the home planet. No wonder they were different from what I had on Phoenix." Fuxing said they tasted like home. "There's more. I'll take you from one restaurant to another. Then I want to take some food to go." "Okay, buy as much as you want." Yi Nanqiao and Zhu Fuxing left home early today. They planned to go for a morning run in the park behind the morning market, and then pack some food to bring back, so they didn't wake Chen Ziyuan and Wu Ye. After running 3 laps along the park path, the morning market began to bustle. Zhu Fuxing and Yi Nanqiao also joined the morning market crowd. "This lotus root isn't found on Phoenix. On my first day here, I thought I was seeing things." Yi Nanqiao took a bite of the lotus root from his hand. "It's quite delicious. Do you like it? We can pool our money to build a ship and send some to Phoenix regularly." "That's so troublesome. It's so far away. By the way, Andro has many plants that are only found on our home planet. Can't we sell food and medicinal herbs to Phoenix?" "He doesn't just sell to Phoenix. He sells to all habitable planets, and the prices are incredibly high. It's normal that you haven't seen him on Phoenix Star. Then why is he so poor?" "Little fool, do you really think Qian Jusai is poor? He's stingy because he has to maintain 3 lines of defense, and all his money goes to weapons and equipment. But he's not really poor. But all the pirates I know are poor. What goes around comes around, you know. Qian Jusai is stingy, and his men are just as stingy." As they were strolling, they saw Chen Ziyuan and Qian Jusai approaching. Qian Jusai was holding a pile of things on his lap. Food, supplies, toys, everything. Yi Nanqiao stood in front of the wheelchair, arms folded, a hint of sarcasm playing on his lips. "You want me to go to the hospital at noon? Then what are you doing here?" Qian Jusai raised an eyebrow and glared coldly. "A good dog doesn't block the road. A good dog doesn't block the road." The two of them exchanged glances in silence for several rounds. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan were exchanging newly discovered delicacies. One exclaimed, "Delicious, delicious." "Not enough, not enough," the other lamented. The two little ones both loved the snacks here. Qian Jusai was surprised, but also delighted. "If it's not enough, I have more here. As much as you can eat." The four of them simply went back to the park, found a table and chairs by the lake, and filled the table with food. A gentle breeze brought a touch of coolness, and the flowers and plants on the shore swayed gently. The lake shimmered in the morning sun, and the mountains in the distance loomed. The delicious food and beautiful scenery brought both physical and mental pleasure. "Boss Qian, this place really doesn't look like a pirate's lair." Zhu Fuxing sighed again. "It looks like the home planet, doesn't it?" I thought it was just an illusion." "It's not an illusion. The people who first came here built this planet based on the recorded home planet. You've been to the Yujing Museum, right?" Chen Ziyuan nodded. "Yes, I always go to the Earth Pavilion." "Yes, there are indeed many places here that resemble our home planet." Zhu Fuxing asked curiously, "Why was this planet built to resemble our home planet?" Qian Jusai snorted sarcastically and glanced at Yi Nanxiao. Yi Nanxiao was frank. "There's nothing to hide. Although this history hasn't been made public, many people know about it. There are many discussions online alluding to this history, and Phoenix Star never tries to stop them." Chen Ziyuan asked, "What history? How come we don't know about it?" Qian Jusai laughed and said, "You kids, why would you know this?" Chen Ziyuan became stubborn. "But I want to know." Zhu Fuxing backed him up. "I want to know too." Two pairs of eyes stared fixedly at Qian Jusai, a look of determination determined not to give up until their goal was achieved. Qian Jusai sighed. He truly couldn't persuade the two little guys. He gazed at the distant mountains, and after a long silence, he calmly recounted, "Humanity has settled on Phoenix for 1,000 years, but the population is still insufficient. We need to build infrastructure, engage in production, develop technology, explore the star system, and find our home planet. We're short of people in every industry. The AIDS virus is a constant threat." To address the human resource problem, artificial intelligence was vigorously developed. Various robots and bionic humans replaced the human workforce. The intelligent mainframe became increasingly intelligent, its scope of management expanded, and the number of intelligent machines increased. After 200 or 300 years, problems arose. Greed and laziness are ineradicable human vices. Many people are practically being kept captive by intelligent machines and the mastermind. They don't have to do anything, they don't have to think. No need to study, no need to think, no need to work, no need to produce. The intelligent machines take care of their daily needs, their only responsibility being to eat and sleep. What's the difference between this and raising pigs? Realizing that humanity would be doomed if this continued, the government began to reduce the mastermind's jurisdiction, destroying a large number of intelligent machines, and forcing these pigs to work and learn. But this left a shortage of people. So humanity began researching artificial wombs. About 600 years ago, artificial womb technology could completely replace the mother's womb. The fertility problem was solved. But what about raising children? What about family relationships? Naturally, families don't want to have dozens of children, right? 2 or 3 children can exhaust all the parents' energy. So someone clever came up with a plan. Forcibly collect sperm and eggs, produce them in artificial wombs, and raise them uniformly by the government. Over the course of a decade, the number of babies skyrocketed to over 30 billion. From birth, these babies are uniformly fed and educated by robots, just like a mass production of commodities. Without the care of their parents or a real social environment, they grow up in a distorted, assembly line-like environment. How could there not be problems? The truth is, less than half survive to adulthood, both physically and mentally healthy. And the remaining 10 billion or so who survive, don't go insane, or have mental health problems, are completely unable to adapt to human society upon entering it. All sorts of incidents are occurring frequently, all sorts of bizarre and grotesque. Extreme and vicious incidents are also on the rise. They became aliens and destabilizing factors in the eyes of humans. These people were later expelled from Phoenix. They were created by humans, then abandoned by human society. Then they were transported to a desolate planet. Phoenix left basic construction materials, food seeds, and a number of intelligent machines to help build the planet. But that was all. They realized they were different, that they had been abandoned, and developed a strong hatred for Phoenix. At the same time, they became madly obsessed with their home planet, desperately wanting to return. Perhaps for abandoned children, the place that truly gave them a sense of belonging wasn't Phoenix, which treated them like objects, nor this strange, desolate planet, but humanity's original home, Earth. While opposing Phoenix, these people helped the First Fleet search for clues to their home planet. These were the original pirates. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan had always felt that the attitudes of Andro and Phoenix were particularly strange. They were enemies, but when Andro was in danger, the military immediately sent reinforcements. They were allies, but the pirates would occasionally raid Phoenix's mining planets or transport ships. They were also unilaterally provoking Phoenix, but they were constantly helping the First Fleet find clues to their home planet. So, the story was so twisted and bizarre. They gave birth to a child, but didn't raise it properly, didn't educate it well, and then abandoned it to a desolate planet, leaving it to fend for itself. What temper wouldn't resent that? No wonder the conflict between the two sides intensified over the next few hundred years, and anger only grew. Although Phoenix had indeed never killed Andro, even during the most ferocious years, they didn't fight to the death. After all, he was her own child, so how could she really beat him to death? In recent years, not only had she stopped beating him, but she even offered him help from time to time, working to mend the mother-son relationship. But broken mirrors can never be mended. The tragic past of being abandoned on a desolate planet couldn't be repaired so easily. No wonder Qianjusai and the others didn't trust Phoenix Planet. The two young, inexperienced friends were speechless for a moment. Looking at Andro, a planet so imitating its mother planet, they suddenly felt an indescribable sense of sadness. Qianjusai chuckled and rubbed their heads with his large hands. You insisted on listening, and then you're unhappy after hearing it. Chen Ziyuan sniffed. I'm not unhappy. Boss Qian, this place is great. Ziyuan and I both love it. Zhu Fuxing couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. And you're not aliens. You're friendlier than any other human in the Star Alliance. Qianjusai smiled. Only you two little guys would think that. Yi Nanqiao disagreed. Qianjusai, Andro Star has never been open to the outside world. Others have no way to get to know you. I just think this place is great. Hundreds of years have passed, and everything has changed. We can't keep dwelling on the past. You're just holding on to these rotten things, aren't you? That's easy to say. How can a group of pirates change so easily? But this place is really nice. Chen Ziyuan said seriously, unlike Phoenix, this place is more humane, the scenery is beautiful, and the food is delicious. If it were open to the public, it would definitely become a tourist destination. Really? Then come visit during your vacation. I'll open a shipping lane for you too. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Oh, I'm happy. Yi Nanqiao struck while the iron was hot. Regarding the shipping lane, you can. Stop. I don't welcome anyone else here. Yi Nanqiao gave up. Alright, let's not talk about it. This mess wouldn't be untangled for a while. He looked at Chen Ziyuan calmly. The little guy was still grieving over the pirate's tragic past. Yi Nanqiao lowered his eyes, hiding a fleeting smile. It wasn't like there wasn't a chance to untie it. It all depended on human effort. Chapter 33. The bosses had important matters to attend to. Weya took Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan on a leisurely tour of the main city and the secondary city, feeling as relaxed as if they were on vacation. Until the base station on Andro was completed, they finalized the construction plan for base number 3 with the First Fleet. The day of departure was not far off. The two solemnly approached Randy and pulled him into the courtyard, ready for a long conversation. Randy swallowed, wondering why they wanted him. He hadn't been causing any trouble lately. Drink some water. Zhu Fuxing pushed the glass toward Randy. Randy took it and drank it all. Tell me, what's going on? Brother Randy, you. Zhu Fuxing tried to be as tactful as possible, not to offend his pride. Will you come to Phoenix again in the future? Yes. I had accepted General Ye's invitation and couldn't break my promise. Look, Phoenix Star actually has a lot of job opportunities, and the pay isn't bad. You could find a formal job. I'm an illegal immigrant on Phoenix Star, so I can't get a formal job. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan exchanged a glance and made a decision. Brother Randy, you researched me. You know I participated in many competitions and won a lot of prizes, right? Not just you, I researched Xiao Yuan Bao too. Randy smiled and gave a thumbs up. You two are amazing. You've been academic geniuses since you were little, and you won countless awards. Chen Ziyuan cleared his throat. Fuxing, and I actually have some money saved up. Well, we could open a small shop. It's enough startup capital. You two want to start a business? Sure, you're so young and already want to start one. Randy was happy for the two little ones. Chen Ziyuan shook his head. It's not us who's going to do the business, it's you who's going to do it. Zhu Fuxing added, we already planned it. There are many small shops in the university town, and there are preferential policies for student entrepreneurs. We'll buy one, and the rent isn't too expensive. You can use it to sell drinks and snacks, or start another small business. In the beginning, just ignore everything and pay the rent yourself once you're profitable. Is that okay? You can also sell Andro's specialties. The food here is so delicious. Bringing it to Phoenix would be a daunting task, and business would definitely be booming. Chen Ziyuan thought about it, and decided it wasn't feasible. 2 stars. There's no shipping line between the 2 balls, so how do we get things there? Forget it, how about selling drinks? It's easy and convenient. Fuxing and I will go help you when we don't have classes. Brother Randy, even if you're an illegal immigrant, you don't have to. Go to the bar. Besides, the university town has a lot of people, so business is booming. Yeah, really, I guarantee you'll make money. Randy was silent for a long time. These 2 little guys are really. Did Qian Jusai and Yi Nanqiao save all of humanity in their previous lives? They met 2 little angels like these. He hugged them both, 1 arm each, and calmed down for a moment before speaking. Don't worry, I have a new mission. There's money to be made. Plenty! Really? Zhu Fuxing was a little skeptical. Brother Qiao said the 3 lines of defense are money eaters. Does Boss Qian have any extra money to give you? Really? Seriously? Wait until I make enough money to support you. Randy couldn't help but kiss the tops of the 2 little ones' heads. Who couldn't love such adorable little brothers? Besides, we'll see each other again soon. Randy blinked and said mysteriously, I guarantee you'll be surprised. Zhu Fuxing used his index finger and thumb to make a small gesture. Can't you reveal a little bit first? Haha. No. Although Randy wouldn't tell them, they were happy just to see each other again. In their eyes, Andro wasn't a ruthless pirate lair at all. It was a warm, welcoming, unpretentious place, incredibly warm and beautiful. On the day of their departure, Qian Jusai directed robots to load boxes of supplies onto the starship, packing everything the 2 little ones liked. Pirates familiar to the 2 came to see them off, and the atmosphere was as lively as a festival. The starship was about to set sail. Qian Jusai smiled and patted their shoulders. If you need anything else, just tell me. Let's get on board. Yi Nanqiao pulled Zhu Fuxing aboard. Hey, Ziyuan. Let's go in and pack our things first. Qian Jusai lowered his eyes, looking at the reluctant Chen Ziyuan, feeling the urge to drag him away. He twitched his fingers, unable to resist pinching the other person's face. After a long pause, he only managed to say, be careful when we return to Phoenix Star. Don't be alone. Yeah, I know. You should go back. Your legs can't stand all the time. Qian Jusai closed his eyes and opened them again, smiling softly. Go in. I'll watch you set sail. The starship soared higher and higher. Outside the porthole, a tall, upright figure stood silently for a long time, until it became a small black dot. Chen Ziyuan leaned against the window and sighed softly. Yi Nanqiao snorted, silently cursing Qian Jusai for his lack of ambition. Old 8 pushed the wheelchair over and placed it in front of Qian Jusai. Boss, are you still going to sit? Qian Jusai glared at him. Sit on my ass. With that, he started to walk away. After a few steps, he stopped again. Put the wheelchair away and put it in my yard. The ward was a mess. Chen Ziyuan had bought a lot of useless gadgets, supposedly to entertain him. Qian Jusai looked at the pile of odds and ends, asked the nurse to find a box, and sat down to put them away one by one. Randy knocked on the door politely, walked in, and watched him slowly packing. Qian Jusai didn't even look up. What's up? With a bang, a document clattered onto the bed. Qian Jusai paused, picked it up, and slowly flipped through it. Randy, as if he was afraid he couldn't read, was even preparing a summary statement. Chen Ziyuan is an only child. His father is the director of neurosurgery at Jiaoming Central Hospital, and his mother is the head nurse. He has a happy family and a good financial situation. The Chen and Zhu families are old friends. Both parents are busy with work, so Chen Ziyuan and Zhu Fuxing grew up together, mostly taught by Zhu Lingyi. He has been an excellent student since childhood, winning numerous awards and earning a high score of 708 on the entrance exam to Xinglian Medical University. Randy sighed and continued, he has a warm and cheerful personality, is honest and kind, and has no bad habits or criminal record. Randy sighed again, a promising child. Qian Jusai held a thin sheet of paper and remained silent for a moment before speaking. I'm not blind, I can see for myself. I'm not trying to discredit you. You're different from Yi Nanqiao. We're abandoned aliens, and in the eyes of interstellar people, we're a bunch of bandits. Xiao Yuan Bao and you aren't from the same world. The ward fell silent again. After a long pause, Qian Jusai said softly, I know. He put down the documents and continued to pack, doing his best to neatly arrange the various small items. A faint sadness washed over Randy again. He leaned against the wall for support, his eyes somewhat empty. Boss, are we really outliers? Qian Jusai put away the last item and took the folded hospital gown from the bedside, stroking the grain of the fabric before putting it in a bag and placing it in a cardboard box. Yi Nanqiao was right. Hundreds of years have passed. In fact, many things are slowly changing, but we still need time. He tilted his head to look at Randy. Everything will get better. The words were powerful. He was the leader of the pirates, the spiritual leader of the entire Andro planet. Every pirate obeyed his orders. He made the decisions, and everyone executed them. He said things would get better, and everyone believed it. Randy smiled. You're the boss, anyway, and we all listen to you. Hey, all of you, get out there and make money for me. Doesn't fighting a war cost money? Does building a base cost money? Does opening a shipping lane cost money? Randy rolled his eyes. You're so cool, you only last 3 seconds. I shouldn't feel sorry for you. Just chase me until the end of time. Pirates need to make money, but how? By robbing. Qian Jusai spent 3 days in the hospital ward counting his expenses, but he was always short of cash. 2 of the 3 lines of defense were practically destroyed, and replacing the equipment would be an astronomical expense. While he didn't have to pay for the base's construction, he would have to provide the people with food, drink, and wages. Besides, it was the First Fleet's base, so he had to contribute a bit. As for opening external routes, forget it, let's talk about it later. Spaceships have different routes than warships. Warships can travel through most star regions, without the need for specialized routes. But spaceships can't. Transit requires an absolutely safe channel environment, and dangerous factors must be manually eliminated one by one. For example, possible stellar storms, impacts from celestial explosions, and asteroid impacts. Relevant equipment must be installed and regularly cleaned and maintained. Airports must also be built along the routes for supply, cargo transfer, and personnel rest and recuperation. Only with these comprehensive facilities and a planned standard route can a complete route be established. Andro does not have any external civilian routes. Qian Jusai sighed. This is the most expensive part, it will cost a fortune. Phoenix had just helped, so it would be hard to rip him off. He planned to seize control of other star systems. The Star Alliance is vast, spanning several star systems, with dozens of habitable planets and even more mining planets. Although they are all under Phoenix's jurisdiction, the vast area is too large for them to manage. Therefore, each planet has some autonomy, and is not completely dependent on Phoenix for financial support. Qian Jusai could block a few routes and seize a few ships. As long as he didn't go too far, Phoenix wouldn't make a big move against him. However, he still had to inform the other party that he was only stealing money and asking them to leave it alone. The task of delivering the message fell to Yi Nanqiao. Yi Nanqiao frowned in thought as he stared at the terminals Qian Jusai had circled. They were all relatively remote terminals. Qian Jusai had finally given Phoenix Star some respect this time. But letting the pirates rob openly wouldn't be a good idea. The 2 of them were communicating. Qian Jusai, seeing him remain silent for a long time, grew impatient. Can you please say something? Yi Nanqiao looked at him with an inscrutable expression. Qian Jusai, can we try a different approach? Tell me first. First, you should come up with a more formal name. After all, you can't call yourself pirates, and you can't rob openly. How can I make money if I don't rob you? Yi Nanqiao said disdainfully, you guys should set up checkpoints near these terminals, and stop every passing ship for inspection. Am I crazy? Why are you inspecting ships? Violations. As for what constitutes a violation, you could just come up with some decent regulations. Qian Jusai, Anyway, it just looks respectable. No one can beat you, so paying a fine is just a way to avoid disaster. Qian Jusai, Don't impose too heavy a fine all at once. It's a long-term business. Qian Jusai, You could also provide repairs, maintenance, food supplies, and other services. For such a long voyage, spacecraft are always needed, right? Qian Jusai, Qian Jusai wiped his face and sincerely complimented, you're really a jerk. Yi Nanqiao shrugged, that's called using political tactics properly. Qian Jusai complimented again, your tactics are truly dirty. Yi Nanqiao raged, you want to hear it or not? I'll listen, hee, I'll do as you say. The pirates were incredibly mobile, and soon, Star Alliance security inspection and quarantine stations were established near busy airports. They had comprehensive qualifications and regulations, and while collecting fines, they also provided spacecraft repair and maintenance services. The habitable planets of the Star Alliance discovered that the pirates were engaging in a new type of robbery. Isn't this just robbery with forced sales? But they acted with discretion and amicable manner. After all, fighting was impossible. Between being robbed and paying the fine, all the spacecraft chose the latter. Forget it, just spend the money to avoid disaster. Chapter 34. At the speed of a starship, it would take half a month to sail from Andro back to Phoenix. After another jump, Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan skillfully climbed out of their sleeping pods. Chen Ziyuan muttered to himself dejectedly, "It's so far. If we could open a route to Andro, it would cost a fortune." Yi Nanxiao said, "But we have to open a route. Pirates can't just be pirates forever. Andro has many resources. The food supply alone could bring them a huge income." Zhu Fuxing couldn't help but sigh, "Isn't this fate's compensation? Only Andro can grow most of the planet's plants. Other planets can't even begin to envy them." Chen Ziyuan wasn't so optimistic. "But Randy said the yield is high." "Not high, and still expensive." Yi Nanxiao explained, "What's the big deal about the high price? Interstellar people aren't poor. Whenever there's a little supply, it's sold out instantly. Now it's because transportation is inconvenient, so people can't buy it. With a stable supply, why worry about not being able to sell it? These people can still make reservations." The more Chen Ziyuan thought about it, the more it made sense. Yes, rare goods are valuable. As long as there's a stable supply, this business can continue. Zhu Fuxing agreed. And there's only one of them. There's no other. Isn't this a monopoly? Yi Nanxiao thought to himself that the two of them were truly amazing collaborators. Right. You can make a lot of money. But can you make back the money you spent on the route? Chen Ziyuan didn't know how much it would cost to open a route, but it was definitely a lot. Yi Nanxiao thought it wasn't about the money at all. He continued to encourage Chen Ziyuan, "You still have no idea. Do you know how much those gifts from Qianjuzai are worth?" "How much?" "You'll find out when we get back. I guarantee you'll be shocked." The starship entered the airport, and the familiar Yujing city was still bustling with activity. The two couldn't describe their feelings. This experience was too rich and incredible for them. Yi Nanxiao nudged the stunned two. "Let's go, we're home." "Are we going back to school?" "No, I'll take you to the military hotel first. Your parents are here." "What?" Yi Nanxiao smiled and patted their heads. "You thought you could hide something this big from your parents?" In the hotel, the two parents dragged their children around, examining them carefully. "Fuxing, you scared me to death." "Mom, I'm fine. I just went out for some fun." "Seriously, look how much weight I gained." Zhu's father patted his son with relief. "That's good. Someone told us the general situation. We know our limits, and won't ask too many questions. We'll go home tomorrow." Chen Ziyuan quickly shook his head. "No, we have make-up exams. We're not taking any time off this holiday. We have to catch up on the classes we missed." Chen's mother, distressed, said, "What's the rush? You can finish whenever you want. There's no time limit." The two glanced at each other, and Zhu Fuxing pouted. "If we fail the course, our former classmates will laugh to death. We can't afford to lose face." Chen Ziyuan also looked unconvinced. "Yeah, how can we even go back home?" Both parents were left helpless by their words. These two children had been excellent since childhood, so it was understandable that they were arrogant. Forget it, if they didn't want to go back, then they didn't. Then take care of yourselves. Don't just focus on studying. "Yeah, don't worry, we'll take care of ourselves." To reassure their parents, the two accompanied them on a 2-day tour of Yujing, proving their good health with their actions. Finally, they coaxed the four parents back to Xiaoming City. Zhu Fuxing thought Yi Nanxiao would take them back to school, but he was nowhere to be found. The military sent someone to give the two some instructions, and then escort them back to the dormitory. After more than 3 months away, the two finally returned to campus. Zhu Fuxing opened his smart device, still in the bedroom. The latest message was from Yi Nanxiao. "Fuxing, I just got back and have a lot to deal with. I can't leave, so I'll come see you this weekend. Remember you owe me a meal?" Zhu Fuxing suddenly remembered that he had been preparing to entertain Brother Qiao the day he was kidnapped. He sighed again, lamenting how these past 3 months had felt like a dream. So unreal. "Remember, get busy first. Tell me what you want to eat when you're done." Zhu Fuxing picked up the terminal, and went to find Chen Ziyuan. Chen Ziyuan had written down the pirate's contact number in a small notebook. The two of them added the contact numbers of Qin Jufsai, Randy, Lao Ba, and the others. After a while, there was no response. Oh, maybe they're busy. Chen Ziyuan felt disappointed. Didn't Brother Qiao say they were going to open some checkpoints? They're also building Base 3. They must be very busy. They'll contact us when they see us. Chen Ziyuan put down the terminal and turned to school. There's still about 2 months until school starts. Phoenix Star has a 5-month semester with a 3-month break. It's a long break, meant to accommodate students from distant star systems. Now that they returned, they've both been on break for a month. Well, I plan to ask my instructor for courseware and start tutoring tomorrow. Me too. Come on, Fuxing. You can't fail the exam no matter what. Come on. As soon as Yi Nanqiao returned, he was taken to the military headquarters. He was busy all day and night for 3 days, and he wasn't even allowed home. There were many things to discuss, including a meeting about setting up checkpoints for interstellar pirates. The pirates were moving too quickly, and the collection of fines had caused a lot of dissatisfaction. The individual planets couldn't defeat or drive them away, but they could file a complaint. The military couldn't ignore the complaints. As for whether to send troops, the procedure required a meeting to discuss the matter. The military consisted of 7 corps and a special fleet, for a total of 8 admirals. The first fleet, as a cosmic street urchin, never left home and never intervened in the internal affairs of the galaxy. The Special Operations Department had no designated jurisdiction over any star region, let alone such trivial matters. The remaining 6 corps each had their own territories, and Qin Jufsai was equally involved this time, not sparing a single galaxy. He was jumping around under the noses of the 6 generals. The 6 generals were outraged. Why shouldn't your Special Operations Division intervene in the pirates' business? So General William was dragged into the fray. General William angrily grabbed Yi Nanqiao and asked, "Why don't you go and harm your own father? So his life is life, but mine isn't?" Yi Nanqiao sat upright and spoke sternly, "General, you're being too kind. I'm also working for the harmony and friendship of all galaxies, for common development and prosperity." General William was incredulous. "How dare you say such nonsense?" "I'm telling the truth." General William sighed, "Qiao, you're truly shameless and rude." Yi Nanqiao humbly replied, "It's all thanks to your guidance." "You bastard, be quiet for a minute." "Okay." Yi Nanqiao happily shut up. The alien generals gradually came online, and the meeting officially began. General William knew that his own son had caused this trouble. He was ready to use all his tricks to play the rogue. After all, he wouldn't admit that his legion was involved, nor would he send troops. General Yi feigned ignorance and remained silent. For a moment, no one spoke. The generals looked at each other, each with their own thoughts, and no one wanted to be the first to speak. Beep beep beep. The communication channel indicated another video link. Everyone was shocked. This channel belonged to General Wu of the First Fleet. He hadn't attended a meeting in 800 years, and mainly because his communication was completely unreachable. How did this great Buddha come out today? General Wu sat upright in his office chair, his face solemn as he scanned the room. Everyone stood up and saluted the old general. General Wu stood up and returned the greeting, "Everyone, please sit down." Everyone remained standing. If he didn't sit down, who would dare sit down first? "Well then, everyone, please stand." General Wu was clearly annoyed and preemptively responded, "The boy just wanted to make some money. He didn't steal or rob. Why are you making such a fuss?" The generals internally grumbled, "You're so obsessed with leading our own galaxy, how can you call that non-robbery?" I read their charter, and there's nothing unreasonable. General Wu paused, remembering that there were still a few rather unreasonable clauses, like the requirement that spacecraft names not contain words like poor, impoverished, difficult, destitute, or scarce. Well, anyway, the boy has been through a hard time, and if he's determined to turn over a new leaf and earn some hard-earned money through his craft, it's only right that his better-off brothers and sisters help him. The generals continued to grumble. "You're speaking to the governors of each planet. All right, you're all so smart, but you can't handle a few governors? Besides, if we really want to investigate which transport ship fully complies with interstellar transport regulations, they can't manage it themselves, and now someone is helping them manage it, and they still dare to complain?" The generals sighed. Well, their hearts have already gone beyond the supercluster, and even 10 motherships can't pull them back. Find a way to suppress this matter. The child is in the startup stage now. Support where necessary, and make things easier for him whenever possible. General Wu finally sat down and called again. Now let's discuss the construction plans for several bases. Herman, put the information on the projection screen. The general sat down reluctantly, and the topic of the meeting smoothly transitioned from should we send troops to eliminate the pirate strongholds at each terminal, to base construction plans. General William secretly winked at Yi Nanxiao. Did you, kid, notify General Wu? Yi Nanxiao looked innocent. It's none of my business. General William sneered. You're just pretending, keep pretending. Yi Nanxiao, unfazed, said, you have no evidence anyway. General William looked at his trusted general, unsure whether to scold or praise him. Humph, brat. 3.54 million light-years from Phoenix, Terminal 4 on the busy Shua route was business as usual, with incoming and outgoing ships queuing for inspection. A newly arrived ship, confused, went to the terminal lounge to ask other captains about the situation. Hey, I haven't been on this route for 3 months. When did this checkpoint start? Well, it's only been about 20 days. Well, we haven't received any notice from the Ministry of Transportation. What department is this? What are they inspecting? What department? It's just... The captain lowered his voice. It's just pirates. Pirates? The new captain was shocked. No one's doing anything about it. Who would know? We complained to the Ministry of Transportation, but it's been ages, and no military has come to clean it up. The new captain was even more shocked. Then, what are they inspecting? They're inspecting according to the Interstellar Transportation regulations. They're bound to find some problems anyway, and no transport ship can truly adhere to them. They're not robbing cargo, they're only inspecting the ship. They're inspecting the ship to collect fines. The new captain suddenly realized, I see. How much will it cost? Not bad, much better than having your cargo robbed. The new captain understood. Isn't this just a pretext for a brazen robbery? The captain's brother comforted him. It's okay, just pay a little, and you'll be on your way soon. I'll board first. Okay, have a safe trip. The new captain also boarded his ship, and his second-in-command came over to ask, Captain, what did you find out? We can't take this route anymore. I suspect there are pirate checkpoints along the way. So what should we do? This cargo. Go back to base and tell the deacon. In the lounge, a waitress looked up at the window. A medium-sized cargo ship slowly withdrew from the fleet, turned around, and flew out of the terminal. She tapped her earpiece and sent a message. Randy, a suspicious vessel has been spotted at Terminal 4 on the Shua route. Have our men follow, but don't get too close. Maintain your stealth. Understood. In the military conference room, General Ye's terminal vibrated softly. General Ye opened his encrypted mailbox and found a brief message. The rat has poked its head out. General Ye's lips curled up in a subtle smile as he replied, Got it. Be safe. Yi Nanxiao had a brilliant move. It went beyond simply helping the pirates carry out legitimate robberies. General Yi needed a force completely outside the Star Alliance to help him investigate the drug distribution channels of the chosen organization. As Randy had predicted, they had indeed located their drug production base in an alien star system. General Yi was delighted, and his opinion was surprisingly consistent with General Wu's. What's wrong with kids just wanting to make some money? The pirates who discovered the route to their home planet played a significant role, and they fully cooperated in investigating the chosen organization. Although this information cannot be made public for the time being, the credit must go to them. General Yi exclaimed, They're all good kids. Chapter 35. Many students stayed on campus during the holidays in the university town. Even with a 3-month break, the journey across the galaxy wasn't enough. Chen Ziyuan couldn't help but think, Fuxing, you said that if students from Andro come to Phoenix to study in the future, the round trip will take over a month. Zhu Fuxing put down his electronic screen and teased him. You've been mentioning Andro a lot lately. I was just saying it casually. Don't you miss them? Zhu Fuxing smiled knowingly, and continued reading his study materials. The doorbell rang, and Chen Ziyuan went to open it. Squad leader Chao stood outside, carrying some fruit. Fuxing, Ziyuan, are you two all right at home? Chen Ziyuan took the fruit. You came so soon, but why are you bringing anything? I'm so embarrassed. Excuse me, he ran to the kitchen, carrying the fruit. Squad leader Chao said jokingly, Sorry, give it back to me. I'll take it home and eat it. Chen Ziyuan shouted back from the kitchen, You wish. Zhu Fuxing invited squad leader Chao to sit down, thanking him for his concern. Everything's fine. Our parents weren't seriously injured, just quite frightened, so we stayed home with them for a while. The military gave the school the excuse that the two parents were traveling together and had been injured in an accident, so they requested leave to go back and care for them. The campus alarm was triggered because the two people left in a hurry and forgot to close the door, leaving the electronic lock to automatically alarm. At least, it was a good idea to get away with it. I'm glad you're okay. I came to check on you. Chen Ziyuan came out carrying some washed fruit. Squad leader Chow, we'll make some mung bean soup later. You can take some back. What? What soup? Squad leader Chow thought he misheard. Mung bean soup? The mung beans from our home planet? Chen Ziyuan was startled. Yes, mung beans. You two have been tricked, haven't you? There's a similar bean on whitewater called a small drum bean, often mistaken for a mung bean. Impossible. We brought it from home. It can't be fake. The mung beans were still soaking in water. Chen Ziyuan brought them out for Squad Leader Chow to see. Well, see for yourself. Squad Leader Chow stared at the half-filled basin of mung beans in a daze. After a long pause, he trembled and asked, You cooked such a large basin? Isn't this just to give you all some? Tell me honestly, are your families super rich? You're coming to school to experience life, right? The two were also stunned. Although they heard Yi Nanqiao say that food grown from seeds on their home planet was very expensive, especially food grown on Andro, they had no idea just how expensive it was. Zhu Fuxing probed, Squad Leader, this was a gift for my parents, so we brought it here. Is it expensive? Squad Leader Chow was skeptical. Well, first of all, you have to find a way to buy it. It's not something you can just buy with money. As for the price, it's already being hyped up online for 50,000 star coins per kilogram. That's just the official price. I don't know how much it's fetched privately. The two men were truly stunned. This was outrageous. They just dumped about 3 kilograms. Such a simple dish, filled with over 100,000. Chen Ziyuan suddenly felt the dish in his hand weigh 1,000 pounds. He laughed dryly, haha. We didn't realize it was so valuable. Squad Leader Chow shrugged. I was just about to ask, what delicious food did you make that smells so good? Zhu Fuxing hesitated for a long time, unsure whether to pour the guest a cup of coffee. What if it was also expensive? He wouldn't be able to explain the source. Squad Leader Chow saw his expression, realized what was going on, and blushed. Well, I was just asking casually. I didn't mean anything by it. This made Zhu Fuxing even more embarrassed, as if he were being petty. He stood up and went to the kitchen to pour a cup. As he handed it to Squad Leader Chow, he asked, Do you want sugar? Squad Leader Chow stared at the cup in horror. It's not what I thought it was. With sugar? Zhu Fuxing said, It's coffee. Zhu Fuxing. Was this also a gift? Yes, it was. Chen Ziyuan didn't bother to test the waters and asked directly, Squad Leader Chow, is this also expensive? Where can I find these prices? Squad Leader Chow had already concluded that these were two young masters from wealthy families, the kind with so much money, they didn't even need to know the prices. I'll give you a website where they often auction off extremely rare and expensive items. Take a look for yourself. He swallowed. Foods unique to Andro are extremely expensive and highly sought after. Most people can't even afford them. Coffee beans. At least 300,000 per kilogram. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan felt as if a bolt of lightning struck them, the overwhelming power of money piercing their souls. Qian Jusai packed 5 large boxes of coffee beans for them. At least 200 kilograms. The two men, suddenly multimillionaires, shuddered. Their only thought was, open the channel. Open the channel. Even if it means begging, pleading, or even throwing a tantrum, we'll make Boss Qian open the channel. That night, the arduous task fell primarily on Chen Ziyuan. Zhu Fuxing coaxed and pleaded, but Chen Ziyuan threw a tantrum. Qian Jusai rested his chin on his hand, watching his antics with a doting air. When he had enough, he explained, those are all hype online. We can't sell them at that price. Chen Ziyuan refused. Even if you only sell them at half price, coffee beans are still 150,000 yuan per kilogram. The production volume isn't high. We can't make much money from that stuff alone. There are other foods and fruits. Lotus root costs 80,000 yuan a kilogram, while we buy lotus root stalks at the morning market for only 10 yuan a box. How much difference is that? There are also yams, radishes, sweet potatoes, tomatoes, apples, watermelons, grapes. Zhu Fuxing reminded him not to focus solely on the food. Medicinal herbs are even more expensive. Ginseng is even more expensive. At least 5 million per strand, just one strand, Boss Qian. That stuff has an even lower yield, it takes decades, or even hundreds of years to grow one strand. What about millet? Wheat? Rice? Those yields aren't that low, are they? Chen Ziyuan began to chuckle again. Money, it's all money, so much money. Qian Jusai thought jokingly, why is even little Yuan Bao obsessed with money? Zhu Fuxing opened the electronic screen. Boss Qian, give us a rough estimate of the yields of various ingredients, fruits, and medicinal herbs. Let's calculate how much we can earn after deducting transportation costs. The two little guys' eyes lit up, and Qian Jusai sighed helplessly. It was obvious that Yi Nanxiao was behind this. Even if we don't open the channel, I can have a starship deliver whatever you two want to eat. Chen Ziyuan complained, who asked you to deliver? I asked you to open the channel and make money. Qian Jusai's heart softened, but he finally relented. Opening the channel. I'll take care of it after I'm done with this busy schedule. Chen Ziyuan jumped up. Really? Sigh. Qian Jusai thought to himself, is this what it means to be a hero, and be tempted by a beautiful woman? What are you sighing about? Did you just agree? Are you going to go back on your word? Qian Jusai rubbed his forehead. How dare I? Open it, I promise. Zhu Fuxing, having accomplished his mission, withdrew from his room with a wink. He had long since realized that Brother Qiao had been deliberately misleading Chen Ziyuan, trying to get him to help persuade Boss Qian to let go of his worries and open up Andro to the outside world. This was a good opportunity that would help the pirates make money. Besides, Boss Qian was a nice guy, and he was also very kind to Chen Ziyuan. The two of them seemed to get along quite well. On the outskirts of Yujing lay a vast, empty construction site. Under the shroud of night, Elisa Spears stood nervously against the wall of the construction site. Using the faint satellite light, she carefully discerned the faint markings on the wall. After walking for more than 10 minutes, following the intermittent markings, she arrived at a small building. This was a sentry post for the construction site guards, one of a dozen or so. The small building contained only a narrow single bed and a table. The night watchman heard a noise and got up to investigate. The satellite was obscured by clouds, and everything was blurry in the darkness. The night watchman squinted at Elisa for a long moment and said unhappily, you shouldn't have come here. Elisa explained in panic, I felt something was wrong. Someone was watching me. We haven't heard from those other team members in over a month. We don't know if they're alive or dead. Then you shouldn't have come. How could you be so stupid? Someone is deliberately trying to frighten you and force you to contact the rest of the organization. I can't do anything. Are they already dead? Just like those people over 20 years ago? Elisa trembled with fear. Save me, please save me. General Yi hasn't found any more information. We're keeping an eye on him. What are you afraid of? You're a vice ministerial official who can easily touch you. But, the night watchman interrupted her. I'll report their case to the divine servant for investigation. Please don't act on your own. Elisa begged tearfully. I want to leave Phoenix Star. Please, let me go to the altar. I'll convey your request to the divine servant. Please go back. Elisa trembled as she walked away. The night watchman sneered. This woman can't stay, but the information she has. The night watchman stared at Elisa's receding figure for more than 10 seconds before quickly leaving the scene. Elisa's eyes were filled with tears, her palms were sweaty, and she breathed a sigh of relief when she noticed the night watchman had left. She wiped Xiozhen's gun clean and put it back in her handbag. She had to leave Phoenix Star. The members of her organization, who had entered the government agency with her, were all dead. Over 20 years ago, General Yi had carried out a large-scale purge of their organization, resulting in numerous deaths. She and the few remaining members had carefully laid low for years, remaining well hidden. But recently, someone was purging them again, and this time, they didn't even know who was behind it. Elisa walked to the aircraft parked in the distance, and quickly left the construction site. In the dense canopy of a tree, a figure that almost blended into the trunk raised its hand and tapped its earring. The person has left. Do you want to search his room? Retreat back the way you came. Leave no trace. He'll come back to check. Do we need to leave surveillance holes? No, keep an eye on Elisa and keep putting pressure on her. The little mouse will bring the big mouse to find her. Yes. Inside the Special Operations Division's secret base, Randy hung up his headset, smoothed his blonde hair, and tied it neatly into a bun. He had just arrived on Phoenix, and was still hungry. He wasn't polite to the two generals, slurping down his noodles. General Yi said with amusement, eat slowly. There's more. General William, meeting Randy for the first time, felt pity for the starving man's eating and lamented the hardship of life as a pirate. My dear. No, Randy, what else do you want to eat? I'll ask the kitchen to make it for you. Randy waved his free hand, indicating no need, and continued eating. He finished his noodles and soup before looking up. General William took out a tissue and handed it to him. "Are you full?" Randy politely thanked him. "Thank you, General. I am. Let's get down to business." The two generals nodded. "We destroyed the Chosen One's laboratory and a pharmaceutical warehouse near the Shuha route. The conditions inside were similar to the Andro laboratory 200 years ago. They were still refining the AIDS virus. But Phoenix's antiviral drugs are still being developed in depth, which has had a significant impact on them. It's impossible to create another Andro testing site." Randy's eyes shone slightly as he spoke. Andro had suffered countless disasters, many of which were man-made. The two generals felt bad too. Andro had suffered so many disasters, all of which were man-made. Randy paused and continued. "Using the checkpoint, we began to investigate all the star regions near the route. To get the drugs out, the Chosen One would have to set up warehouses in more than one place." General Yi treated Randy with a much more loving attitude than he would his own son. He said gently, "Be careful. The Special Operations Department will send troops to assist you in the dark." "I understand. I already instructed the flight crew before I arrived," General William said with concern. "Then you should rest for a few days. After all, just wait for Elisa's movement, right?" Randy smiled. A look of deep fatigue etched across his delicate features, which made General William's heart ache. "Generals, based on the information I have, the leader of the Chosen Ones is on Phoenix Planet. The organization calls him the Emissary of God. So we must intensify our investigation." General William, ever protective of his children, waved his hand. "Forget about the Emissary of God or the Emissary of God. Go to sleep now. Sleep well before you think about these things." Randy was escorted by the general to the dormitory he had prepared. He was indeed exhausted. After a month of non-stop work and repeated jumps, his body wasn't as strong as Qianjutsai and Lao Ba's. He quickly washed up and fell asleep. Chapter 36. Time flies when things are busy. After another deployment meeting, Yi Nanxiao didn't even have time to change his clothes before heading straight to the flower shop. The clerk handed him a carefully wrapped bouquet of golden-edged roses. As one of the rare species from their home planet, these roses only come into large quantities during special holidays. Those who want to buy them on other days need to pre-order them. Yi Nanxiao gazed at the bouquet, lost in thought. This was the first time he had personally selected and delivered a gift. He had always been generous, always fulfilling every request from his former lover and never skimping on gifts. But he spent most of his time at the spaceport, with only a small amount on Phoenix. He couldn't afford to waste time on frivolous things. He would usually inquire about the other person's preferences, then place an order on StarNet for delivery. Or he would simply transfer the money and buy whatever he liked himself, which was much easier. He never considered anything wrong with doing this. His thoughts were conveyed, and the other person's wishes were met. So, when he once again tried to ask Zhu Fuxing what kind of gift he'd like, his father stopped him with a look. Jing Wenquan frowned at his son and asked seriously, "Qiao Qiao, are you really stupid? Or do you simply not care?" Yi Nanxiao was puzzled by the question. "Why wouldn't I care? Think about it. When someone makes a request, you either give them something valuable or transfer money. What kind of relationship is that? How can that be considered a gift? Isn't it something they want?" Jing Wenquan was speechless for a moment. "Qiao Qiao, your relationship has always been fraught with difficulties. Is it really someone else's fault? Have you ever tried to maintain it? Have you ever truly cared about their feelings?" Seeing Yi Nanxiao remain silent, Jing Wenquan continued, "Your so-called thoughtfulness before was nothing more than a perfunctory gesture, a perfunctory one for a toy." Yi Nanxiao reflected briefly and realized that he was indeed a bit bothered by the hassle, and was doing whatever was easiest. "Is this perfunctory?" Jing Wenquan knew what he was thinking from his expression. "Isn't this perfunctory? Have you ever thought about giving your lover a surprise in person? It doesn't have to be expensive, but it has to be something you deem meaningful. You choose it yourself, deliver it to them personally, see their reaction to the gift, and share their feelings. Don't you think that's the true meaning of giving a gift?" Jing Wenquan took a sip of water, feeling a headache as he watched his silent son. His son wasn't a philanderer, but his actions made his lover feel insecure. "Qiao Qiao, don't ask. Think for yourself. How did you meet and fall in love? Since you truly love him, you should work hard to maintain this hard-earned relationship. Sir, is there anything else you need?" The clerk's question brought Yi Nanxiao back to his senses. He picked up the bouquet, thanked her, and left. While flying his aircraft, he reflected on himself. Relying on his advantageous circumstances, he always thought relationships were nothing to worry about, until he was repeatedly slapped in the face. But even though he was constantly dumped, he never considered it his fault. It wasn't him who cheated. With his circumstances, he could easily get anyone, blindly replacing one with the next. But this time was different. Zhu Fuxing made him anxious and restless, making him worry even at work whether his partner was eating well or studying late. He was certain he cherished Xiao Fuxing immensely, and their relationship immensely. Zhu Fuxing had been waiting in the courtyard downstairs. He hadn't seen Yi Nanxiao in a week. Although they texted daily, they'd been together every day for the previous 3 months, and suddenly being separated still left him feeling a bit empty. The helipad wasn't far from their house, and Zhu Fuxing spotted a sleek black aircraft landing. Yi Nanxiao was dressed in a crisp military uniform today, its leaden gray a deep, solemn look. The wide, fitted silhouette accentuated his tall, straight figure. His shoulders were broad and solid, his chest thick and powerful, his waist tight and toned, his legs long and straight. Beneath his military cap, his eyes were firm and sharp, revealing a fierceness and intimidation. It was a stark contrast to his usual casual demeanor. Zhu Fuxing's heart raced. Truly, no matter what era, humans can't escape the oppressive and alluring power of uniforms. He ran forward and proudly embraced his strikingly handsome boyfriend. Brother Qiao, you look so handsome today. Yi Nanxiao, often flattered by his straightforward compliments, felt a touch of pride and kissed the side of his cheek. I just came out of the military and didn't have time to change. No matter how handsome you are, it's yours. No one else can take it away from you. Zhu Fuxing approached and noticed his shoulder straps had been changed. Did you get a promotion? Yi Nanxiao didn't pay much attention. Yes, I just got a medal after returning. He held out a beautifully crafted gift box. I had this specially made for you by the military. Zhu Fuxing took the box and opened it. It contained a medal crafted from crystal. Yi Nanxiao first single-handedly delayed the Free Country rebels until reinforcements arrived at the battlefield, then annihilated the enemy's command ship and supreme commander. Not to mention that he and the pirates had found the route to their home planet. The military directly awarded him the rank of colonel, but he refused to take credit for the route, attributing all the credit to the pirates and only accepting the rank of lieutenant colonel. Zhu Fuxing caressed this special medal, overwhelmed with emotion. Since he had loved twiddling objects since childhood, his brother Zhu Lingyi had collected many commemorative coins for him to twirl. Later, Herman learned of this and, assuming he had a collecting habit, began collecting coins and medals as well. He recounted this incident to Yi Nanxiao as a childhood anecdote, only to discover that Yi Nanxiao had transformed the medal into a crystal medal. Since his brother had fallen into a deep sleep, he hadn't received such a gift. Brother Qiao, this gift is so precious. It's your achievement. So you like it? These military achievements are the only things I'm most proud of. I just want to share it with you. For the first time, Yi Nanxiao put his heart into thinking of a meaningful gift for his lover. He hoped Zhu Fuxing would accept it and truly appreciate it. Zhu Fuxing's eyes shone with joy and cherishment as he clutched the box tightly in his hands. If you like it, I'll take good care of it. Yi Nanxiao felt relieved. He hugged him and kissed him on the cheek again, feeling immense satisfaction. Dad was right. Seeing someone's expression upon receiving a gift, feeling their heart, that's the true meaning of giving a gift. Zhu Fuxing leaned on his shoulder, and once again spotted the bouquet in the back seat. It looks familiar. Brother Qiao, did you buy flowers? Yi Nanxiao held out the bouquet. The delicate, golden roses shone brightly in the sunlight. I just regret that I should have gone to buy flowers myself that day instead of asking Xiaoshan to go. Then I would have been the one who bumped into you. Zhu Fuxing's eyes widened in surprise. You were there too? Yes, just inside the door behind you. You bumped into me last night when you passed the haunted house. Don't you remember? Zhu Fuxing tried to recall. It was so dark that night, and they were all scared to death. In their haste, they bumped into someone. It turned out to be Brother Qiao. Yi Nanxiao felt a little aggrieved. One arm wrapped around his waist, the other caressed his face. I fell in love with you at first sight, and you have no memory of me. Yi Nanxiao kissed him with a hint of punishment, nibbling on his lips. Wow. It was too dark to see clearly. And you never said anything. Wow. Chen Ziyuan stood at the gate, unable to bear it any longer. These two had absolutely no self-awareness. They were already striking, and standing together, and talking was already eye-catching enough. Now they were kissing. In public, can't you just come back and kiss? It's a good thing it's vacation, and there aren't many people around. If it were any other day, she'd be on the inter-campus forum again. Chen Ziyuan shouted at the top of his lungs, the food's about to burn. Zhu Fuxing pushed Yi Nanxiao aside, holding the bouquet in his arms and holding his boyfriend's hand, as he proudly walked back to the dormitory. Yi Nanxiao followed him with a sullen chuckle. Little Fuxing was surprisingly calm sometimes. The room was filled with the aroma of cooking. Yi Nanxiao smiled and asked Chen Ziyuan, "What delicious food did you make?" "I'm just helping out, Fuxing's the chef." "But the ingredients are not ordinary, are they?" Speaking of this, Chen Ziyuan suddenly felt a pang of pain, unconsciously calculating the price of the ingredients. This meal must have cost at least 300,000 or 400,000. Yi Nanxiu's smile deepened. "Oh, why does this look so familiar? It's exactly like Qianjusai, when he was nitpicking and calculating." Chen Ziyuan was completely oblivious. "What's familiar?" "Wow, Brother Qiao, you're a lieutenant colonel." Yi Nanxiao smiled and nodded. After sitting down, he asked, "Did Qianjusai agree to open the channel?" "Hey," he agreed. Chen Ziyuan perked up and placed a cup of hot cocoa in front of Yi Nanxiao. "Brother Qiao, Andro is truly full of treasures. Do you know what this is?" "Cocoa powder. We thought it was coffee powder at first. Do you know how much a box of chocolate costs?" Yi Nanxiao, of course, knew the price of chocolate on the Starnet. He took out the chocolate he had brought. "My dad bought these and asked me to give them to you two to try. But it seems you don't need them anymore." Chen Ziyuan snatched them away unceremoniously. "Who said that?" "I do." "Thank you, Brother Qiao. I wasn't kidding. Just the food alone would make Andro Planet a ton of money. Fuxing and I did the math, and the cost of opening the shipping route will be recouped within 5 years. This is just for food and medicinal herbs. That doesn't even include other plants. Golden Edge roses can be grown on Andro Planet, and they have other flowers too. But Boss Qian said flowers are hard to keep fresh, and the shipping cost is too high. You can sell the plants, along with the Andro Planet's culture soil. 30 years ago, Phoenix Planet cultivated 5 peonies, but they only lived for about 6 months. But the peonies were cut and made into frozen flowers, and 6 months ago, they sold for a whopping 7 million. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan were stunned, once again astounded by the wealth of the interstellar people. They still remember the small park behind the morning market, planted with fields of peonies. The flowers were larger than plates, magnificent and elegant, their beauty abounding. Chen Ziyuan couldn't sit still anymore and rushed upstairs to video call Qianjusai. Zhu Fuxing looked at Yi Nanxiao helplessly. "Why are you teasing him? It's almost time for dinner." Yi Nanxiao put her arm around his shoulders. "I'll help you in the kitchen. Ask him to work on Qianjusai more." The moment Qianjusai saw the call, he dismissed his reporting men, telling them to retreat to the wall and wait. After connecting, he listened to Chen Ziyuan's non-stop chatter, detailing every plant and flower on Andro. "Did you take note?" Chen Ziyuan asked worriedly. Qianjusai held up his small account book and showed it to him. "I've written it all down. Look, I didn't miss a single one." "Okay, I'll check the prices of these plants and make a copy for you later." Qianjusai knew exactly what was going on. How could he not know how these things sold? But he still boasted, "Little Yuan Bao is amazing. I didn't even think you could sell it with soil. You must have a plan." It was Brother Qiao who suggested it. "A few dried peonies can sell for 7 million. Are these people crazy? But it's good to be crazy. Only then can we make money. We, the two." These words made Qianjusai feel happy. "Yes, you're right. Are you busy? Is there going to be another war?" "We're preparing. Don't worry. We bought a lot of new stuff this time." Chen Ziyuan was a little worried. "You won't get hurt again, will you?" Qianjusai comforted him. "No, we're prepared this time. Will I still be able to contact you during the war? I wouldn't even know you were injured. I'll contact you when the fighting is less intense. Don't worry." Chen Ziyuan sniffed, feeling worried and helpless. The excitement brought by the money was gone. Qianjusai couldn't stand seeing him like this. He coaxed him gently. "I'll video call you once every 3 days. If I don't have time, I'll have Lao Ba call you, okay? Is Brother Randy not here? He's on another mission." "Oh, all right then. Where's Lao Ba?" Lao Ba quickly came over. "Don't worry, little Yuan Bao. I'll keep an eye on you." Chen Ziyuan held up 3 fingers. Lao Ba understood. 3 days. "I'll remember." Qianjusai urged. "Didn't Xiao Fuxing say he made something delicious? Go eat. Don't starve." Chen Ziyuan didn't want to delay him any longer and hung up the video. Fernandez approached, servilely asking, "Your Majesty, doesn't the princess just want some flowers and plants?" "I'll bring them to her." Qianjusai scoffed. "Get lost." The pirates roared with laughter. Chapter 37. Zhu Fuxing prepared 6 dishes and a soup. using ingredients brought back from Andro. The aroma was fragrant and appetizing. The three of them devoured the food, leaving not a single crumb. To thank Jing Wenxuan for the chocolate, Zhu Fuxing also cooked mung bean paste, made it into a smoothie, and stored it in an insulated box. Chen Ziyuan collapsed on the sofa, rubbing his belly. It's delicious. The food on Andro is delicious. Although the two were multimillionaires, they were known for their modest diets. They wouldn't indulge in such lavish meals, ordering food from the cafeteria for their daily meals. Occasionally, they cooked some noodles and some toppings for a late-night snack. Only when Yi Nanqiao was around could he splurge like that. Zhu Fuxing thought the food on this interstellar planet was just too bad. Everything they grew tasted bland. Perhaps the climate and soil on Andro were similar to Earth's, which made the food there so delicious. Seeing him like this, Yi Nanqiao smiled and asked, "Don't you two usually cook?" "Occasionally I do." "How can we eat like this every time? All that food costs money." Yi Nanqiao felt more and more that he and Qian Jusai were made for each other. They had only known each other for a short time, but he was completely possessed by him. After dinner, just have Qian Jusai send a starship to take it away. Why put yourself in such a difficult position? That would be so embarrassing. Besides, aren't you going to war? Did Qian Jusai tell you? Chen Ziyuan sullenly said, "Well, he's been very busy lately." Zhu Fuxing looked at Yi Nanqiao questioningly. Yi Nanqiao smiled and comforted them. "This time is different from the defense of Andro. We will be prepared for everything. Besides, the Freeland was severely damaged in the last battle and has little fighting power." But on the battlefield, Chen Ziyuan stopped talking, knowing something had to be done. "I believe in you. You're all very capable, and will surely achieve complete victory." Yi Nanqiao patted his head reassuringly. "Don't worry, it will be over soon." Zhu Fuxing lowered his eyes, and clenched the insulated box in his hand. It was still early, so Yi Nanqiao accompanied the two of them, as they learned their way around the park. Their movements were restricted, so they couldn't travel far. Thankfully, they were both homebodies, so they didn't find it boring to just stay in the park. Yi Nanqiao introduced the two as they walked. "The military has assigned 4 people to stay near you temporarily. The dormitory next to yours will be vacant after school starts, and they'll move in then." Zhu Fuxing looked at him in surprise. 4 people? That's too many, isn't it? Not many. They'll be staying near the school after school starts. Chen Ziyuan didn't think they were in any danger. "Fuxing and I don't go out much. We just go back and forth between the school dormitory and the dormitory." Yi Nanqiao reminded them, "You were kidnapped by Qian Jusai just 3 months ago. While Qian Jusai held no ill will towards them, it didn't mean someone deliberately kidnapped them again. Besides, some of the school's classes require you to go off campus. Don't you often go to the medicinal herbs area?" That's right. The campus has also increased security, and your off-campus courses will be reviewed by the military." This was comprehensive protection, and the two had nothing to worry about. The only ones who were worried were Yi Nanqiao and Qian Jusai. As the perpetrator of the kidnapping, Qian Jusai has never had confidence in Phoenix Star's security measures. He even considered detaining the two on Andro and not returning to Phoenix. The park was enormous, and Yi Nanqiao led the two, taking advantage of their free afternoon to practically walk the entire area. Which areas had robot sentries, where they could hide, and which were dead ends. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan, knowing he was worried, took careful note, perhaps needing it later. It took 4 hours to tour the entire park. Thankfully, after their cave adventure, they'd been diligently exercising. The 4-hour walk was quite relaxing. Yi Nanqiao was relieved. These two were truly sensible little ones. "Are you hungry? I'll treat you to dinner." Chen Ziyuan didn't want to be a third wheel anymore, and the food at home was even better. "I'll go back and make something for myself. Don't worry about me." Yi Nanqiao had no choice but to take Zhu Fuxing to the snack street. "I used to think the snacks were quite good, but now they seem bland. Boss Jian has really made me a picky eater." Zhu Fuxing held the paper bowl, reflecting deeply. "If you don't want to eat, then don't. Want to go to Suiyu Lake? Don't you like that restaurant?" Speaking of that restaurant, Zhu Fuxing asked uncertainly, "Are the ingredients in that restaurant from Andro? I used to think their food was incredibly expensive, but it just tastes better than other places. Only a small amount of the ingredients are." Zhu Fuxing lost interest immediately. "Don't you feel like eating? Brother Qiao, let's go for a drive." "Where do you want to go?" "To the lake. The closest point to Suiyu Lake is nearly an hour away by aircraft from the university town." Yi Nanqiao assumed he was bored and wanted some fresh air, so without further ado, he flew him to a cliff near the lake. From there, one could overlook a vast expanse of the lake. Today, a full moon, a satellite, hung in the sky like a large, round, yellow pancake. The lake reflected the full moon, and a gentle breeze rippled the water. Zhu Fuxing somehow remembered the line, drunk to the point of joy, parting is a sad prospect, the vast river is bathed in the moonlight. Thinking of the people around him heading off to the battlefield again, he felt a surge of uncontrollable sadness. Brother Qiao, I want a drink. Yi Nanqiao laughed. Why do you suddenly want to drink? At a time like this, a little wine is only fitting. Yi Nanqiao didn't know what he had been thinking about, but he wouldn't refuse little Fuxing's request. This was a great spot for a view, with numerous small taverns dotted along the cliff face. The two of them chose a less crowded table, and ordered some fruit wine. Zhu Fuxing was dissatisfied. No fruit wine. I'm not a child. Don't keep trying to fool me with fruit wine. Drinking wine once has made you bolder, right? Yi Nanqiao pinched his face and gently pulled, then ordered a wine Zhu Fuxing had never seen before. Zhu Fuxing poured a little to taste. It was a little sweet, but definitely much stronger than the fruit wine. Satisfied, he nodded and filled both his and Yi Nanqiao's glasses. Yi Nanqiao chuckled, saying he wasn't a child, and could still fool them with a different kind of fruit wine. Zhu Fuxing watched Yi Nanqiao finish his drink before drinking half a glass himself. He then filled his other glass again. Yi Nanqiao still didn't think much of it. To him, this little bit of wine was no different from water. Little Fuxing poured it for him, and he drank it. Seeing the bottle almost empty, Yi Nanqiao remained calm. Zhu Fuxing frowned and held the bottle up to the dim desk light, examining it closely. But the words on the bottle were doubled. He knew his alcohol tolerance, and knew he wouldn't be able to get Yi Nanqiao down this way, so he decided not to waste his energy. Brother Qiao, I feel like I'm drunk. Are you going home? No, let's just stay here for the night. Yi Nanqiao thought about it, and decided it was okay. He still had a day off tomorrow. The war was about to start, so he had to leave immediately. He might as well spend more time with little Fuxing while he had time. Can we go to the inn we stayed at last? Zhu Fuxing nodded and finished the rest of the wine in his glass. The two of them followed the path down the mountain. By the time they reached the inn, Zhu Fuxing's figure was starting to double. Yi Nanqiao had booked 2 rooms again, but this time, Zhu Fuxing refused. Why separate rooms? Zhu Fuxing was very dissatisfied. The innkeeper looked at the two of them, unsure of what was going on. Yi Nanqiao felt a little awkward at the inquiring look from the innkeeper. He's drunk. You can open a room. Zhu Fuxing slammed the counter, shaking the ornaments on it. No, open another. This? The innkeeper didn't know what to do. The young guest was clearly drunk, and drunk people couldn't reason. Yi Nanqiao's head hurt. Open another. The innkeeper asked again, double or king-size bed? Double. King-size bed. Zhu Fuxing shouted, why don't you sleep with me? This shout caught the attention of the other guests in the inn. Yi Nanqiao covered his mouth with his hand. He knew Zhu Fuxing would say anything when drunk. Yi Nanqiao quickly said to the innkeeper, king-size bed. The boss handed him the door card, and Yi Nanqiao dragged Zhu Fuxing quickly toward the room. He breathed a sigh of relief after closing the door. My dear little ancestor, you better not drink anymore. Yi Nanqiao wanted to coax him to sleep before leaving, but Zhu Fuxing was deliberately making things difficult for him today. Go shower. Zhu Fuxing blocked the door and pointed to the bathroom. Yi Nanqiao took 2 steps back. You shower first, okay? Oh, you want to run? I welded the door shut for you. Zhu Fuxing pushed Yi Nanqiao all the way to the bed, pounced on him, and snorted, ripping off his clothes. I've been wanting to do that for a long time. Such a handsome boyfriend deserves to be stripped naked by me myself. Yi Nanqiao was completely helpless. Drunk little Fuxing was truly brave. He experienced that last time. He pleaded gently, can we wait a minute? No, Fuxing, you go wash first. I promise I won't run away. Zhu Fuxing had already begun pulling at his belt, shocked and aggrieved at his words. Do you think I'm dirty? No, absolutely not. Yi Nanqiao held onto her belt tightly, like a chaste woman. Zhu Fuxing wasn't as strong as him, and couldn't pry his hand away for a long time, but the drunken little Fuxing was fearless. If he couldn't pry you free, could he bite you? Yi Nanqiao let go of his hand in pain. Great, no need to struggle now. Zhu Fuxing wouldn't stop until he got what he wanted. It was his first time being stripped naked. It was incredible. Zhu Fuxing, delighted with his handiwork, pounced on him again, showering him with kisses that stirred both pain and excitement, tormenting Yi Nanqiao. Little Fuxing, don't start a fire. Don't you want it? He wasn't a saint, So how could he not want it? But you're still young. Zhu Fuxing was shocked again. Have you watched too many idiotic dramas? Don't you feel embarrassed saying something like that? You are indeed young. Zhu Fuxing said sinisterly. You better change your words, or I'll make you unable to stand up again. Ahem, don't. Yi Nanxiao took 2 trembling breaths. At least I need your parents' approval first. I already told my parents. What? I told them when they came to Yujing, and they don't object. Zhu Fuxing thought for a moment and asked again, do your family object? No. Not only do they not object, they even wanted to come and kidnap Zhu Fuxing and take him home. Then why not? Yi Nanxiao paused before understanding what he meant. There was nothing wrong with it. They were adults, and they loved each other. He was just worried Zhu Fuxing would regret it later. He wanted them to spend 2 more years together, to make sure Zhu Fuxing was completely convinced that they could spend their lives together. Only those who cherish something deeply worry about gain and loss, and dare not touch it lightly. But Zhu Fuxing clearly didn't think so. This is a primitive human instinct. Why avoid it? Yi Nanxiao said sheepishly. Isn't the difference between humans and animals the ability to control instinct? Then why do you want to control it? Zhu Fuxing bit his Adam's apple, earning a sharp gasp. Don't you love me? Haha, you love me. It's more honest than you. Zhu Fuxing's eyes were no longer clear and bright, but dark and alluring. He whispered seductively in his ear, are you afraid I'll regret it? Then don't give me the chance to regret it. Yi Nanxiao rolled over and pinned him down. Baby, I can't help you like this. Zhu Fuxing's actions taught him that he didn't need to. Yi Nanxiao, considerate of his feelings, patiently and meticulously, didn't dare move until Zhu Fuxing was fully accustomed. Zhu Fuxing buried his face in the pillow, sobbing and panting, his back trembling incessantly, unsure whether from excitement or pain. This extremely seductive gesture broke the string of reason. Yi Nanxiao held his waist, sweat dripping down, his intense desire to conquer him making him want to possess him endlessly. Sunlight filtered through the window, a thin ray falling on Zhu Fuxing's closed eyelashes, casting a light shadow. Yi Nanxiao probed his forehead for the 12th time, finally irritating Zhu Fuxing. He snapped open the annoying hand. Brother Qiao, what are you doing? His voice completely hoarse, Yi Nanxiao brought over the honey water he had prepared. Baby, drink some water. Zhu Fuxing gulped down a glass of water, and only then did he speak a little more normally. He was very sleepy, and he complained again impatiently. Why do you keep touching my forehead? Yi Nanxiao said worriedly. I'm afraid you have a fever, and you won't wake up. How can I compare to you physically? I'm just sleepy. Yi Nanxiao thought to himself, you didn't ask me to stop, but he didn't dare to say it. Seeing Zhu Fuxing about to fall asleep again, he quickly shook him. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Zhu Fuxing was drowsy, but still complimented him out of habit. No, I feel great. Brother Qiao, you're amazing. You have a big penis, are good at sex, and are strong. It would be even better if you could let me sleep a little longer. Even as thick-skinned as Yi Nanxiao was, he was often embarrassed by his frank and straightforward compliments. Yi Nanxiao continued to coax him. It's already afternoon. Eat something before going back to sleep, okay? Afternoon? Zhu Fuxing suddenly woke up with a start. Get up and move around. Zhu Fuxing was fully awake, rolled over and sat up, frowning. Yi Nanxiao saw him frowning, terrified. What's wrong? Zhu Fuxing felt as if his whole body had been pounded, aching everywhere. Thump! With a thud, he fell back onto the bed. Yi Nanxiao was completely panicked. Baby, it's okay. I have a medical massager. I'll just give it a massage. Waist, leg, Brother Qiao, did I pull a muscle? Yi Nanxiao didn't know how to respond. He'd been acting like a lunatic last night, so how could he not be feeling uncomfortable now? He set up the mechanical arm, and the heat therapy device quickly started working. Are you hungry? Yes. Yi Nanxiao brought the porridge over. Do you want me to feed you? Haha. How can that be so exaggerated? Brother Qiao, do you watch stupid dramas every day? Yi Nanxiao sighed helplessly. Okay, eat it yourself. Zhu Fuxing sat up and leaned against Yi Nanxiao. It wasn't that he felt particularly uncomfortable, he just wanted to be close to him. In a few hours, they would be separated again. The porridge was disgusting, almost impossible to swallow. Perhaps Yi Nanxiao would be on the battlefield before his day off next week. He had never forgotten Yi Nanxiao's wounds. The flesh where they had been pierced was still a light pink. He had stroked it many times last night. Seeing that he hadn't eaten much, Yi Nanxiao asked, Is it not tasty? I'll buy you something else. I'm full. I don't want to eat anymore. Zhu Fuxing nestled herself in his arms, muttering sullenly, Brother Qiao, when you go off to fight, Will you think of me a little? Can you please take a moment to protect your own life? Yi Nanxiao was speechless again. Was this the reason? He had never experienced such genuine, frank, and unconditional love. He thought he was a captured planet, unaware that his star was radiating light and warmth with all its might, wanting only to hold him tightly. Okay, I promise. He would protect this tiny star, shielding it from the storms of the outside world and bearing all the pressure. He would protect him forever. Chapter 38. Night fell, the starlight swallowed by dark clouds, leaving only scattered lights flickering in the distant darkness. The abandoned dock was overgrown with weeds, and Elisa stumbled as she walked, occasionally tripping over scattered tool parts in the grass. A figure in a black robe was waiting for her up ahead. Seeing him approach, Elisa breathed a sigh of relief. Are you here to pick me up? Elisa whispered to him. Have you brought all the information? Yes. The black-robed figure nodded. Follow. Elisa stumbled again. Not far away, the air hummed softly. A faint blue light spread like ripples on dark water, and the outline of a starship gradually emerged. Elisa shed tears. The messenger of God has not abandoned me. God has not abandoned me. The black-robed figure sneered sarcastically. The starship was fully revealed, the hatch opened, and the gangway was lowered. Randy rang his headset. Attack! Invisible energy swept across the dock, and the starship's lights suddenly dimmed. The black-robed man turned and sternly demanded of Elisa, Did you bring anyone with you? Elisa panicked. No, it wasn't me. It really wasn't me. More than a dozen people ran down the starship. The starship won't start. What should we do? The black-robed man raised his hand, pointed his cold gun at Elisa, and pulled the trigger. It really wasn't me. Bang. Ah, fire! Use firearms. Get out from behind. The bullet pierced the darkness and struck the black-robed man's right hand. He cried out in pain and, despite the pain, commanded his men to break through. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out in succession, and the men below the starship fell to the ground one by one. The black-robed man gritted his teeth and ran towards the back door of the dock, where his hidden aircraft lay. Bang. The black-robed man screamed and fell to the ground. Hiss. Randy gasped. He could see clearly through the night vision goggles. Every single person below the starship had been shot in the head. The black-robed man's shot had hit them squarely in the tailbone, paralyzing them instantly. They had come with Elisa, far away. Yi Nanxiao's sniping range exceeded 2,000 meters. No wonder General Williams said that to avoid attracting attention, just one member of the Special Operations Division would be enough. Elisa lay prone on the ground, trying to sneak away under the cover of the bushes. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets traced her body. Elisa was so frightened that she couldn't move, crying and begging for mercy. Stop, please stop. Woo-woo. Randy and his men arrived first in a flying vehicle. The team members pulled the wailing Elisa to her feet, then handcuffed the black-robed man, who was wailing on the ground. Yi Nanxiao sought the best sniping position, further away. Randy asked impatiently, Why aren't you there yet? A figure silently emerged from the darkness, tall and sturdy. The barrel of the sniper rifle behind him shone with a chilling cold light. The thick smell of gunpowder filled the air as he appeared. His steps were steady and slow, like the arrival of death. Randy was shocked, wondering who had offended him today. It's time to call it a day. It's time to call it a day. Take care of that black-robed man's wounds first. Don't let him die. Yi Nanxiao lifted the black-robe's hood with the barrel of his rifle and said disdainfully, Are you all crazy? Why do you have to dress like this? Are you afraid others won't know you're a cult? A team member jokingly said, Maybe they just want a sense of ritual. The black-robed man was speechless from the pain, his body paralyzed by the bullet, and he could only glare at the man before him with hatred. Yi Nanxiao didn't bother to pay attention to him anymore, and turned to board the aircraft. Randy didn't follow him, but boarded another aircraft. He thought Yi Nanxiao was not someone to be trifled with today, so it was best to stay away from him. His team members, all carefully selected by General Yi, were tactfully huddled together with Randy. Why are you all huddling with me? Hey, Captain, let's huddle together to keep warm. Randy rolled his eyes. In the other aircraft, Yi Nanxiao stared at the terminal in frustration. It was almost 2 in the morning, and he had missed his video chat with little Lucky Star again. Just then, General Yi sent a message, Don't come back, you'll wake your father. Yi Nanxiao was initially struck by their callousness and indifference. Am I still your son? I was on a mission out there, ignored, and even turned away, then he was overjoyed. If they didn't want to come back, then they didn't. He couldn't wait. The aircraft turned and headed straight for the university town. Yi Nanxiao stripped off his armor and swiftly jumped off the aircraft. After circling the dormitory building, he decided to climb through the window. Four figures quickly approached him in the darkness, and Yi Nanxiao quickly called out, "It's me. Captain Yi?" "Yes, just pretend you didn't see anything." "No, Captain Yi, can't you knock? Why are you acting like a thief? What do you know? This is called fun." Yi Nanxiao impatiently shooed them away. Go, 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 get on with your business." The four men refused to leave, insisting on watching him climb the wall. Yi Nanxiao felt that the discipline of the Special Operations Department was not strict enough and planned to complain to General William tomorrow. He took a few running steps, stepped onto the wall, leaped up, grabbed the second-floor windowsill, and with a powerful push, scrambled through the window. The four people below were still quietly applauding, praising his heroic wall-climbing prowess. Yi Nanxiao gave the middle finger to the people below and closed the window. Zhu Fuxing's back still hurt, so he went to bed early. Yi Nanxiao stared at the sleeping man, with a silly grin for several minutes like a pervert. Just as he was about to lie down beside him, dressed in his clothes, Zhu Fuxing opened his eyes. Unable to see anything in the darkness, Zhu Fuxing's first reaction was to scream for help. The military was downstairs, and he would hear him. "Help! Don't scream. Let me have some fun. I promise I won't hurt you." Zhu Fuxing slapped his hand away. "Brother Qiao, you're hopeless. Please stop watching these stupid dramas, okay?" Yi Nanxiao hugged him and laughed, his laughter shaking the bed. Zhu Fuxing's waist still ached slightly. He looked at Yi Nanxiao, who was climbing the wall, with some embarrassment, and said, "Can you be gentler today? My waist still hurts." "Ha. How can you be even more rude than me?" "Ha." Zhu Fuxing was annoyed. "What are you laughing at?" "Okay, I'll stop laughing. I'll hold you and sleep all night." Zhu Fuxing smelled the gunpowder on him, knowing he had just completed a mission. He felt a pang of pain in his heart. "Go shower." Yi Nanxiao felt aggrieved. "Do you dislike me? Take a shower, change clothes, and have a comfortable sleep. I'll find you pajamas." Yi Nanxiao took a quick shower, and Zhu Fuxing carefully dried his hair. It was almost 3 in the morning when they finished. Zhu Fuxing found a comfortable position and nestled in his arms. Yi Nanxiao held him, feeling like he was holding a warm little son. He felt incredibly satisfied and soon fell into a deep sleep. Randy, however, stayed up all night interrogating Elisa. Elisa was terrified. She had already been tortured for so long by Randy's deliberate arrangements, and tonight she saw more than a dozen of her followers die before her, blood splattered all over her. Devastated, she spoke whatever she asked. "The information is all in the chip. I didn't keep it privately. I dare not deceive the servants of God." "Woohoo!" Randy looked at the list on the electronic screen. Hospitals, special therapy clinics, community rehabilitation centers, nearly every medical institution had been staffed with God's chosen. The list was shocking. Randy recalled the tragic situation on Andro 200 years ago. Unlike then, Phoenix had powerful medicine and medical technology that could minimize the spread of the virus. "Where are your superiors? These lists don't include any of them." "I don't know. I'm just the lowest-ranking deacon in the organization, acting under the orders of the divine servants. We only communicate through encrypted calls. They won't come to see me in person." "Why are so many people stationed at the special treatment center? The patients there are already in cryostasis, indistinguishable from the dead." This was Randy's biggest puzzlement. To observe the various stages of the virus's infection, including the patients in cryostasis. Randy sneered, "You're not even sparing the dying." "I didn't harm anyone. I wasn't involved in the creation or spread of the virus. I simply planted people in various medical institutions." "Without your people, how would the patients have been infected?" Randy leaned over him, his eyes cold. "Elisa, you deserve to die 10,000 times over." No. I told you everything. Please let me go, please." Elisa collapsed on the ground, sobbing. The team members came over. "Captain, shall we continue the interrogation of Black Robe?" Randy rubbed his forehead. It wouldn't be easy to interrogate Black Robe. He was a servant of God. It was these same people who committed suicide on Andro. "What time is it?" "It's already 6 o'clock. I'm going to see General William." General William rose early and, as usual, did a set of boxing in the base square before heading to the cafeteria for breakfast. Sure enough, Randy was waiting for him there. "Lanzai, how was the interrogation yesterday?" Randy handed him the list. General William frowned. Mobilizing such a large force couldn't be accomplished by Elisa alone. Randy finished his porridge. There must be support from the consortium. The medical department must also be thoroughly investigated. General William nodded. Leave it to me. Is there anything else you need? I want to borrow something from the military intelligence department. Randy smiled. Normal interrogation methods won't work against a servant of God. Okay, come with me later. By the way, where's Yi Nanxiao? He left on his own yesterday. I don't know where he went. Yi Nanxiao woke at dawn, staring at the man in his arms for a long moment before giving him a gentle kiss on the lips. He only wished he could wake up like this every day. He didn't dare delay for too long, so he quietly got up and left without waking Zhu Fuxing. When he arrived at the base, he saw General William and Randy. General William was looking for him, so Yi Nanxiao grabbed some breakfast and sat down with him, asking Randy about the interrogation last night. Randy saw that he was in a much better mood today, so he knew where he'd been last night. I need to borrow something special. Didn't Elisa tell me anything about the free land? Randy explained. She doesn't have the authority, she's just a deacon. The internal structure of the chosen order is simple. Deacons are solely responsible for the affairs of their respective planets. Servants of God are involved in more core secrets. Yi Nanxiao nodded. Okay, then let's go borrow something. Randy wanted to borrow a micro-robot. Smaller than an ant, its body comprised of 8 soft tentacles, it looked harmless. Black Robe was strapped to a metal bed, his hands and feet securely secured by metal shackles. Randy, expressionless, dumped the small robot onto the bed, and countless small robots crawled up his body. A dense, slightly cool touch spread across Black Robe's bare skin, giving him goosebumps. The small robots crawled up his abdomen, across his chest, and onto his neck. Black Robe struggled nervously as the small robot climbed onto his face, covering it completely. It then penetrated his eyes, nose, and ears and burrowed into his brain. Black Robe asked in horror, "What have you done to me?" Randy remained emotionless and calmly asked, "How many bases are there in Freeland, and where are they?" "Oh, I'm a god." "Ah." Black Robe wailed in agony, as a numbing sensation of electric shocks tingled through his brain. "I ask again, how many bases are there in Freeland, and where are they?" Black Robe's face contorted in agony, and he frantically tried to shake his head free, to dislodge the thing that had crawled into his skull. But his head was also clamped tightly between 2 pieces of metal, unable to move. Even though he was in agony, and wanted to die immediately, Black Robe refused to utter a single word that betrayed the secret. Randy, anticipating this, activated the remote control. The current intensified, and the small robot extended its tentacles into his brain tissue, inflicting countless tiny wounds. "Ah!" Black Robe's screams no longer sounded human. 5 minutes later, a drug was injected into Black Robe's head, and the wounds healed rapidly, relieving all pain. Randy asked casually, "Are you ready to tell?" Black Robe's breathing was unsteady. "The gods will punish you." "Ah!" Randy pressed the remote control again, this time for a longer duration, with a stronger current, and the small robot's tentacles cut deeper. Repeatedly, the torture continued. Besides Black Robe's screams, the interrogation room was silent. The team members' scalps tingled, and Yi Nanxiao even admired Randy's mental fortitude. After another execution, the man in Black Robe gasped, I'll tell you. Please kill me. He would rather die than endure this torture again. Randy signaled his teammates to begin recording. Freedom's base, the list of deacons and divine servants on other planets, the list of politicians and financial groups supporting you. Who is the divine messenger? Where is he? How are you connected? Randy glanced at Yi Nanxiao. Do you have anything else to add? Yi Nanxiao shook his head. The man in Black Robe burst into tears. Although he had a healing potion in his brain, the pain from the electric shock and scratches still made him feel a little dazed. He cooperated with Randy's questions and explained everything. I only know the situation on Phoenix and the other 3 planets. The god servants are in charge of different planets, and they don't know each other or have any contact. Only the god's messenger can contact all of us. We report all matters to him on a secure website, and he will contact us. You haven't seen him? Yes, but he wears a black robe, a mask, and a voice changer. No one has ever seen his true face. Yi Nanxiao was completely confused. How could you be so foolish as to believe in such a pretentious person? The black robe's voice suddenly became sharp. He is the messenger of the true God. He has divine power. You will be punished, you blasphemers, you will be punished. Ah. Randy pressed the remote again. 10 minutes later, the black robe was wailing, his mind aghast. Kill me! Kill me! God will redeem me. Woohoo! Kill me! Unable to get any more information out of him, Randy ordered his teammates to take the black robe away. Yi Nanxiao obtained the base coordinates he was looking for. This was the extermination mission for him and Qian Jusai. Randy will have to take care of the rest. How do we investigate the other planets? Do you have any clues? Just follow the website he provided and slowly investigate. We'll definitely find some clues. Okay, I'll go find General William. By the way, if you have time, go visit Fuxing and Ziyuan. They're worried about you. The thought of these two little guys warmed Randy's heart, and the oppressive feeling of the interrogation faded. He smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll go find them in a couple of days. Chapter 39. With the detailed base coordinates, the time for the expedition was quickly set. The entire Raikage fleet starships were still under repair. Yi Nanxiao used the Shadow Mothership as the overall command ship. The Special Operations Department dispatched 5 squadrons. The Shadow Squadron was Herman's former squadron. After Herman's transfer, this squadron had never officially had a captain. It was led by Vice Captain Lin Qian. Because Yi Nanxiao and Herman had a close relationship, Lin Qian was also familiar with him. He quickly led Yi Nanxiao through the mothership and all the warships of the Shadow Fleet. Fears, assign all the Raikage members to the Shadow Squadron. Fears accepted the order. Lin Qian frowned. Captain Yi, we're out of reconnaissance ships. Are the Raikage scout ships still usable? We still have 3. I'll ask General William for the ships, don't worry. Lin Qian's face remained gloomy. Captain Yi, ever since our captain left, the general hasn't assigned a regular squad and has been letting me serve as acting captain. Our squad is like an orphan. Not only do we have fewer missions, but we're also lagging behind in resources. If you hadn't called us up this time, we wouldn't even know how to operate a starship. Yi Nanxiao naturally knew about the Shadow Squadron situation, and he also knew General William's arrangements, but he couldn't talk about it now. He could only comfort the struggling lieutenant, be patient. You'll have your time to shine. Captain Yi, you don't need to comfort me. You have a good relationship with our captain, and the entire military knows it. We brothers are already very grateful that you're willing to lead us on this expedition. When have I ever lied to you? Given my relationship with Herman, how could I watch his troops sink like this? Don't worry, the general has his own plans. Lin Qian still believed in Yi Nanxiao's character and turned his attention to his captain. Have you met our captain? How's he doing in the First Fleet? To be honest, when his transfer order came, our entire team almost wanted to go with him. But he beat us up one by one. Don't you still have confidence in him? He'd be great anywhere, and now he's General Wu's deputy. Really? That's fantastic. Will I have a chance to meet General Wu? Lin Qian was excited. General Wu of the First Fleet was the idol of their entire army. Maybe there really is a chance? Just wait. Reassured, Lin Qian happily went with Fields to inventory the weapons and equipment. Yi Nanxiao also went to see General William. With the expedition imminent, all kinds of supplies needed to be transferred to the mothership within 2 days. Everyone would be very busy during those 2 days. Qian Jusai was equally busy. He assigned some of his men to collect finds from various shipping routes, others to build the First Fleet's Base 3, and all the remaining combat-capable pirates were deployed in the campaign to siege Freeland. The news from Randy infuriated the pirates. Back then, the Chosen Ones experimented on the entire planet of Andro, killing hundreds of millions of their compatriots. Why would Freeland become their pawn? Qian Jusai was filled with resentment, his anger uncontrollable even during his video call with Chen Ziyuan. Chen Ziyuan didn't know how to comfort him. He felt the pirates were truly miserable. First, abandoned, then used for human experiments, and then betrayed by their own people. It was unbearable for anyone. He could only offer gentle counsel. Let's eliminate the traitors, then wipe out the chosen organization and avenge our compatriots. Qian Jusai earnestly instructed, Little Yuanbao, you and Little Fuxing must pay special attention to your safety. Stay on campus and don't go out. I'm afraid someone might get desperate. Once I dealt with these bastards, I'll take you to Andro Planet for some fun. Don't worry. I have 24-hour protection here, and Fuxing and I rarely go out. Qian Jusai blamed himself. I'm sorry you've been wronged. This is my fault. How can you be blamed? If Fuxing and I had known this earlier, we wouldn't have needed you to tie us up. We would have gone to Golden Belt Planet on our own. Qian Jusai thought to himself that these two people might actually be capable of such a thing. They were fearless. In short, you all must be careful. Be wary of anyone you don't know. Don't worry, just focus on your battle. Qian Jusai wasn't worried, but he was too far away to reach them. That night, Yi Nanxiao climbed the wall again in the middle of the night. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan were up, sitting at their desks, studying potential star regions with their small lamps on. Suddenly, a figure darted in from the window, barely a meter away from the desk. Yi Nanxiao landed nimbly and silently. Looking up, the two men stared at him in surprise. Chen Ziyuan's expression was indescribable. "Brother Qiao, our dorm has a door." The scene was truly awkward, and Yi Nanxiao simply ignored them, instead criticizing them. "Still up so late?" Chen Ziyuan blinked, deeply impressed by his brother Qiao's calm demeanor and his self-assured and serious demeanor. He dropped the electronic pen and tactfully returned to his room, considerately closing the door behind them. He took 2 steps, then returned, pushed the door open a crack, and said sincerely, "If you two really like this, then just put a note on the door saying do not disturb, and I won't bother you." Yi Nanxiao agreed wholeheartedly. "Okay, next time I'll have Fuxing put up a note beforehand." Zhu Fuxing kicked him. Yi Nanxiao gently followed his strength, leaned over, and wrapped his arms around his waist, pulling him up into a hug. "Huh?" Zhu Fuxing was stunned for a moment, unsure how he'd been pulled up. "This is fun, Brother Qiao, teach me." "Haha, why are you learning this?" Yi Nanxiao held him tightly, unwilling to let go, pressing him against the wall and kissing him passionately. "Well, let's go to bed. What's that little rascal thinking about all day?" Yi Nanxiao sometimes couldn't handle Zhu Fuxing's bluntness. Zhu Fuxing took it for granted. "It's perfectly natural for me to sleep with my own boyfriend. Besides, aren't you leaving tomorrow? You know now?" Xian Jusai really just lets it go. "I know you have discipline." Zhu Fuxing winked slyly. Hee, I didn't even bother asking you." Yi Nanxiao simply loved his little self. She kissed his bright eyes, feeling a surge of reluctance. This expedition will take longer than originally expected. Xian Jusai's information was outdated. The free country's bases had increased from 2 to 5, with the 3 extra bases located on the edge of the system's star cluster. The journey was long, and the time had more than doubled. If all went well, it would take over half a year. Zhu Fuxing's eyes dimmed for a moment, then quickly smiled again. "I understand. I'll stay at school and not go anywhere." Yi Nanxiao hugged him tightly, wishing he could shove him into his pocket and carry him away. "Brother Qiao, isn't it against discipline to do something before leaving?" Ahem. Ahem. Yi Nanxiao choked. He really had no intention of doing anything else. He just wanted to say goodbye to little Fuxing properly. Zhu Fuxing didn't wait for his answer, and continued to make a matter-of-fact request. "Isn't it your responsibility and obligation to satisfy your lover?" Yi Nanxiao reflected on whether there was something wrong with their roles. He should have been the one taking the initiative, but it was always the other way around. "This is your dorm. Chen Ziyuan's still next door." "Oh, don't worry about that. The soundproofing in this apartment is excellent. Even if you collapse the bed, the neighbors won't hear it." Yi Nanxiao, Seeing Yi Nanxiao's still struggling expression, Zhu Fuxing tilted his head, puzzled. Then, a sudden realization dawned on him. "You're worried you won't have enough energy tomorrow." Yi Nanxiao bit his lower lip. "You better shut up, little ancestor." To prove himself a qualified lover, he diligently fulfilled his responsibilities and obligations all night. Not until his partner, powerlessly expressing her utter satisfaction, did he let her go to sleep. As the sky grew light, Zhu Fuxing slept soundlessly. Yi Nanxiao tucked him in, gently kissed him on the lips, and whispered goodbye. "I'm leaving, baby. Wait until I'm back." The window, which had been closed all night, was half opened. The morning breeze rustled the thin curtains, and the room was silent. Zhu Fuxing's eyelashes fluttered as he huddled himself in the quilt, where the lingering warmth of Yi Nanxiao still lingered. The vast spaceport was filled with starships, and 5 fully staffed fleets were about to depart. The ground crew was frantically conducting final checks as General William and General Yi arrived to see him off. Yi Nanxiao was flattered. This was the first time his father had seen him off, and he felt it was time to express his fatherly affection. Just as he was about to embrace him, General Yi first looked him over, squinting at the faint marks on his collar. He nodded with satisfaction. "Finally, it's of some use. After 30 years of nurturing it, I can finally get rid of it." "Ha." General William laughed unceremoniously. Yi Nanxiao paused. "I always wondered if I'm your biological child." General Yi scoffed rudely. "If I'm not, how could I have tolerated a fool like you? Look at what you've been looking for." After scolding his son, General Yi asked with relief, "It's your father's birthday in a couple of days. I'd like to invite little Lucky Star over for dinner. Does he have any dietary restrictions?" Oh, you're not here to see me off. You're here to find out, right? I won't tell you. General Yi shrugged. Then I'll ask Randy. General William was nearly dying of laughter at the sight of the father and son. All right, your father and I are here to see you off. Don't waste time, get aboard. General Yi watched his son's tall figure board the starship, feeling incredibly relieved. The scout ship was the first to leave the harbor, followed by another Earth starship, trailing long, blazing wakes as they accelerated and flashed across space. The two generals watched the last mothership disappear into space before turning and leaving. Outside the Andro defenses, tens of thousands of starships were also lined up, ready to launch. The brand new warship's hull shone with a cold, dark glow. Qian Jusai, aboard the newly arrived Baozhu space carrier, grinned widely at the weapon's configuration on the command platform. General Yi is truly kind. I finally have an antimatter cannon. As he spoke, he went back to checking his small ledger. Yu Nanxiao, this kid, was quite conscientious. He refused to take any credit for finding the route to the mothership. The military rewarded them with many goodies. He also felt guilty for not disclosing the information promptly and giving them the proper credit. Qian Jusai had always cared only about vested interests, honor, and reputation. He didn't care about that kind of stuff. He dismissed it. Little did he know, he would soon suffer a great loss for it. Boss, Major Yi. No, Lieutenant Colonel Yi and his men have already reached the Menina route. Qian Jusai waved cheerfully. All right, let's get going too. The pirates cheered over the channel. Let's go, haha. Chapter 40. There's a habitable planet on the edge of the Menina galaxy. It was the first planet to be settled by the Freedom Lands, and its name is quite straightforward. Freedom Star. 3 lines of defense, similar to those on Andro, protect Freedom Star and its solar system. Now, 2 of these lines have been breached. Yin Shi, the leader of Freedom Star, is considered Qian Jusai's elder, possessing an extremely tough and ruthless style. They held out for 5 days relying on these 3 lines of defense, and the ferocity of the battle is no less brutal than the Andro defense. The difference is that Qian Jusai now has a steady supply of weapons from Phoenix Star, and with Yi Nanqiu's support, Freedom Star's final line of defense is about to be breached. In the Baoyu command room, Lao Ba hesitated as he looked at the call request. Boss, it's Yin Shi. Qian Jusai sneered and answered the call. Uncle Yin, it's too late to surrender at this point. Yin Shi looked at Qian Jusai with a fierce look in his eyes, and said in a gloomy voice, Qian Jusai, the old leader let us go back then, and we've been separated from each other ever since. Are you determined to kill us all? Uncle Yin, I don't want to either, but why did you become the minions of the Chosen Ones? Many of your relatives and elders have died at their hands. I can't understand what benefits the Chosen Ones have given you to make you so ruthless and servile. Yin Shi remained silent, his eyes obscure and unreadable. After a moment's silence, he spoke again. Qian Jusai, are you not going to show any mercy? Qian Jusai's eyes were filled with uncontrollable rage, and he clenched his fists in anger. From the moment you planned to blow up the Honest Star, I swore I would not let you go. Uncle Yin, since you're my elder, I'll do my best to make your departure painless. Yin Shi snorted coldly. Huh, you alone? Qian Jusai snorted back. Huh, I already broken down the defenses. Uncle Yin, what else do you have? Yin Shi hung up the phone. Freedom Star had committed all its forces to this last line of defense, meaning they had no escape route. Powerful energy gathered from the mothership's main gun muzzle, flashing blue light. The ion cannons unleashed fiery flames, slamming into Qian Jusai's fleet with boundless destructive power. The fleet fearlessly charged towards the gradually encircling Andro Star's main fleet, each warship unleashing blazing light cannons. These beams, light blazed across the universe, illuminating the entire battlefield. The Andro fleet, not to be outdone, responded to the Liberty's attack with intensive artillery fire, attempting to break through the enemy's defenses. Both sides on the battlefield gave their all, hoping to gain a decisive advantage. Every bombardment was a life-or-death struggle, every moment potentially decisive. Qian Jusai, the overall commander of this campaign, knew Yin Shi was a formidable opponent, especially one who was at the end of his rope. Yi Nanxiao connected. Qian Jusai, if this continues, our casualties will be too great. Even if we ultimately win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. Qian Jusai, of course, understood. After a moment's thought, he looked at Yi Nanxiao. What do you want to do? Divide the battlefield. The Phoenix fleet has sufficient energy. Activate the maximum defense shield to divide the battlefield into 4 zones, spreading the battle zones apart so that they cannot support each other. This was similar to Qian Jusai's idea, and he immediately agreed. I'll attack from a distance, and you must hold your ground. Don't worry. I guarantee not a single ship will escape. The situation shifted in an instant. The Phoenix fleet immediately activated its maximum defense shield and simultaneously launched a barrage of fire at the Freedom Star fleet. The Freedom Star fleet's energy shield simply couldn't withstand such a heavy firepower output, and they were forced to dodge the attacks, their once neat formation gradually becoming disorganized. Yi Nanxiao calmly observed the situation on the battlefield. Seeing the enemy fleet being pushed further and further away by their firepower, he ordered without hesitation, "Detachments, close in. Resist the enemy fire with all your might. Don't let any enemy ship escape." The various divisions of the Phoenix fleet quickly sprang into action, forming four encircling circles. Qianjutsai's four motherships leaped outside the encirclement and continuously bombarded the trapped enemy ships with plasma cannons. As time passed, the encirclement gradually narrowed, and the trapped enemy ships, unable to escape, could only desperately resist. However, faced with the powerful offensive and close coordination of Qianjutsai and Yi Nanxiao, they were ultimately unable to withstand the attack, and one enemy ship after another was destroyed. Yinshur's mothership had long since been annihilated by the Baoju's antimatter missiles. He was aboard a frigate, watching the fleet of warships gradually disappear on the command room screen with a sinister smile. He instructed his men, "Connect with Yi Nanxiao and show him the gift I prepared." Yi Nanxiao was quite surprised to connect. He had never dealt with Yanshur before, but he knew him to be ruthless and stern, never giving in easily. He was one of the most formidable leaders in the free land. Yanshur greeted him politely, "Lieutenant Colonel Yi, I long heard of you." Yi Nanxiao's expression remained expressionless. Unaware of the other party's purpose, he replied politely, "Captain Yin?" Yanshur forced a fake smile and said, "Lieutenant Colonel Yi, I won't beat around the bush. As for me, I have quite a few hostages here." He ordered his men to access the surveillance camera in the hostage cabin. A dense crowd of men and women, all young and middle-aged, was crammed into the dimly lit space. Some of the hostages were conscious, some unconscious. Those who were conscious wore expressions of terror. A quick glance revealed 300 to 400 people. Yi Nanxiao's eyes suddenly turned cold. He stared at Yanshur and asked in a deep voice, "What do you want to do?" "Of course, I hope Lieutenant Colonel you will spare my life. Qianjutsai can ignore these people's lives, but you can't." Yi Nanxiao gave Xiaoshan a calm look. Xiaoshan understood, and secretly connected with Qianjutsai on another channel. Yi Nanxiao continued coldly, "Even if I'm willing to let you go, Qianjutsai won't agree." Yanshur said grimly, "Then Lieutenant Colonel Yi, watch these people die with me." Yi Nanxiao pinched the bridge of his nose, frowned, and thought for a moment before continuing, "Give me a moment. I'll go talk to Qianjutsai." Yanshur nodded. 10 minutes. No tricks. Qianjutsai cursed, "Hack you, you're such a piece of shit. You're trying to pull that on me." Yi Nanxiao ignored him and quickly made arrangements. "All teams, cease fire for now. Lin Qian, lead your men with me to control the enemy ship and rescue the hostages. Fels will remain on the Shadow Mothership, monitoring the situation and providing support. Qianjutsai, do your best to hold him off. Buy me at least 20 minutes. Yes." Everyone took the order and quickly carried it out. Lin Qian was delighted, knowing Captain Yi was giving the Shadow Commandos a chance to shine. Okay, go ahead. I'll try to hold him off for 20 minutes. Qianjutsai, knowing time was running out, could only do his best to cooperate. Yi Nanxiao didn't even have time to glance at him. He handed the command room over to Fields and led Lin Qian and the Shadow Commandos to change equipment. Fares took command and informed Yi Nanxiao 3 minutes later, "Captain, the reconnaissance ship has docked." "Roger, board." The reconnaissance ship activated its jamming stealth mode again, silently passing through the encirclement and landing aft of Yanshur's frigate. The boarding port opened, and the Shadow Commandos, dressed in light mechas, quickly flew to the enemy ship's engine vents. Lin Qian released a small demolition robot, blasting a small hole in the vent just wide enough for one person to pass through. Yi Nanxiao was the first to climb through the breach, followed by the other team members. The reconnaissance ship continuously emitted electromagnetic interference waves to shield everyone from entering the enemy ship's interior. Simultaneously, it analyzed and identified the enemy ship's signals. Highly sensitive signal waves blanketed the entire ship, and a hull scan was initiated. Fels noted the time. Seeing that 10 minutes had passed, he connected with Yanshur. The Shadow's computer simulated Yi Nanxiao's image, and he gave Yanshur a distressed look. "Captain Yin, Qianjutsai has agreed to let you go, but he has conditions. He wants to discuss them with you in person." The simulated image was so lifelike, even the tone and voice were so accurate that Yanshi didn't notice anything unusual. After a moment's thought, he said, "What are his conditions?" The computer said, "I'll connect to his video." Before Yanshi could object, the computer connected to Qinjitsai. "Yanshi, hack your ancestors. You're truly lacking in virtue. Even in our most difficult times, we pirates wouldn't resort to such a thing as taking hostages to save our lives. How could you be so cowardly? You completely disgraced the pirates, and yet you still dare to call yourself the leader? You're so shameless, so cowardly and shameless." Qinjitsai didn't wait for Yanshi to speak before launching into a barrage of insults. He kept an eye on the time and racked his brains for a way to delay Yanshi. From now on, he had to delay him for 20 minutes. Meanwhile, on the enemy ship, Yi Nanqiao and Lin Qian were discussing the next battle plan. The reconnaissance ship had already sent a scan of the frigate to everyone's terminals and had hacked into the frigate's surveillance system. Fields promptly reported, "Captain, the surveillance footage has been replaced." "Roger that." Yi Nanqiao then ordered the Shadow Commandos. "The countdown begins now. We only have 20 minutes. The Shadow Commandos will now be divided into 4 teams. Team 1 will proceed to the supply bay to protect the hostages. Scans show 386 people there. Team 2 will proceed to the energy bay to destroy the energy and power plants. Team 3 will disperse within the frigate and attack freely, attempting to annihilate the enemy. Team 4, follow me to the command room. 3 of you will follow me. Once all units are in position, report to me immediately and follow my orders." Lin Qian nodded and quickly arranged the teams. Everyone dispersed within the frigate, and 3 minutes passed. Yi Nanqiao led 3 team members straight to the command room. The scan showed that the passageway in front of the command room was guarded. Yi Nanqiao produced a small, explosive flare. This small device had no lethality, and would not trigger the warship's alarm. Its only purpose was to blind. Literally blinding. Yi Nanqiao gestured to the 3 team members, and they immediately prepared for battle. "Captain, Team 1 in position. Captain, Team 2 in position. Captain, Team 3 in position." Yi Nanqiao glanced at the terminal. 10 minutes had passed. "Attention, all units, commence action." The starship's energy system was damaged, and all lights went out. Simultaneously, a star-like radiance blazed through the narrow corridor for 3 seconds. The unsuspecting enemy's first reaction was to close their eyes and cover them with their hands. The Shadow team members' light energy rifles switched to silent mode, and as they closed their eyes, they opened fire. Each shot hit them squarely between the eyebrows, and the guards fell to the ground before they could even cry out for help. Yi Nanqiao calmly raised his light laser cannon and fired 3 times at the command room's door, blasting 3 large holes into the solid door. Smoke and debris filled the command room. The 3 soldiers immediately rushed to the door and fired into the command room. Yanshi reacted the instant the gate came under attack. He swiftly ducked beneath the command platform, using the cover for protection. He aimed his rifle in the direction of the door and fired back. His men also reacted promptly, engaging the soldiers outside in a fierce exchange of fire. Laser beams slashed across the metal walls with dazzling intensity, leaving deep burn marks. Gunfire rang out, sparks flew. The command room instantly transformed into a smoke-filled battlefield. Yanshi's shouts and curses were deafening. "Drop bombs, blow them up. Yi Nanqiao, dare you to plot against me? I'll take you with me, even if I die." The shockwave from the bomb sent Yi Nanqiao and the other 3 flying. The light mecha withstood the fire, twisting midair and landing smoothly. The command room's door was completely blown open. Yi Nanqiao led the soldiers out of the passageway, switching the light laser cannon to sniper mode. He pulled the trigger, and the light grenade pierced the heavy command desk and struck Yanshi in the back. Yanshi screamed and rolled out of cover, his back a bloody mess. Yi Nanqiao mercilessly continued to snipe the remaining enemies, suppressing them with his firepower and forcing them to retreat. Under his cover, the soldiers entered the command room, and the battle was quickly over. Yanshi, shot several times, collapsed to the ground, his life or death uncertain. Yi Nanqiao checked the terminal again. 18 minutes had passed. All units, reporting the battle situation. "Captain, all enemies outside the supply bay have been eliminated. Hostages are being transferred. Captain, the energy and propulsion systems have been damaged, and the starship has lost power. We are heading to support Team 1. Captain, Team 3 has eliminated a total of 88 enemies. 5 are still at large and are being pursued." Yi Nanqiao was very pleased with the result. "Team 3 will complete the battle within 2 minutes and will support Team 1. Yes. Fels, has the medical ship arrived? Fels immediately. The reply was immediate. Connected, medical personnel are ready. Have the medical personnel take precautions. I'm worried these hostages may be carrying the AIDS virus. Attention all units. After transferring the hostages, remain on standby until the medical personnel have completed quarantine and disinfection. Everyone responded in unison, yes. The previous battle was so tense that Qian Jusai dared to speak only now. Where's Yanshi? Is he dead? Yi Nanxiao kicked Yanshi twice, seeing that he was still breathing. He's not dead yet. Should I send him to you? Fuck. I'm going to make him suffer a fate worse than death. Qian Jusai cursed. Wait until I'm done cleaning up the battlefield. Leaving the battlefield in Qian Jusai's care, Yi Nanxiao and 3 other soldiers headed for the supply bay without hesitation. The hostage's condition was worse than he imagined, with most in a coma. Lin Qian was questioning the few who were still in good spirits. My companions and I, a total of 12 people, planned a 10-year interstellar expedition. We prepared to depart from White Mercury a year ago, and 4 months later, we encountered these pirates. We thought it was just a simple robbery, but they refused to pay. Instead, they captured us, locked us up in a hospital-like ward, and injected us with various drugs. The story was about a thin girl with a sallow complexion. At this point, she began to tremble and scratched her skin uncontrollably. Lin Qian hurriedly grabbed her hands and soothed her. Don't be afraid. If you don't want to talk, then don't. You're safe now, safe. The girl pushed him away, crying, stay away from me, stay away. We all been injected with the virus, it's contagious. Those people used me as a test subject. I don't know what they wanted, but they kept injecting drugs to observe my body's reactions. Every day I saw dead bodies being dragged out of other wards, and black smoke billowing from the incinerator. The girl clutched her head, lost in horrific, despairing memories, her whole body trembling and crying. Medics had already boarded the ship and administered a sedative. A robot carried her away on a stretcher. Lin Qian knew nothing of the history of Andro or the Chosen One organization. The girl's story left him stunned. He stared at Yi Nanxiao, approaching in disbelief, and asked, Captain Yi, did you hear that? Did you hear everything that little girl just said? Yi Nanxiao patted his shoulder. I heard you. Cooperate with the medical staff as soon as possible to evacuate them. I'll tell you more about this later. Lin Qian was stunned for a moment, but seeing Yi Nanxiao's calm demeanor, he quickly regained his composure. Yes, Captain. Chapter 41. The hostages were transferred, and the team members remained on standby. Medical staff administered emergency blocking drugs and booster vaccines to each of them, then instructed them to strip naked and enter the disinfection chamber for sterilization. 40 men were stripped naked one by one. Yi Nanxiao entered the disinfection chamber, opened his arms, and was immediately enveloped by disinfectant spray, leaving every pore untouched. Then he entered the cleaning chamber, where the cleaning spray began to work. This cycle repeated several times. 15 minutes later, the disinfection process was complete. Yi Nanxiao felt like he had been washed from head to toe, his skin suffused with the smell of disinfectant. He left the isolation room, wearing only his pants, hoping to let the odor dissipate. Fields was waiting for him at the hatch. Boss, the battle is over, and Qian Jusai is clearing the area. Yi Nanxiao nodded, understanding. Have the hostages' identities been determined? Yes, the computer has already reported their identities to the Phoenix Star military. Tell me about the situation. Most of these people are freelance adventurers. They form their own teams and conduct irregular expeditions with irregular returns. So their disappearances didn't attract the attention of their families and friends. They simply assumed they had sailed to some star region without a communication network. It's common for them to go years without contact, and it's also common for them to die in an accident somewhere. Well, besides these suicidal individuals, what else are there? Some are smuggling ships. They take risks and avoid taking the official route. Pirates from the free lands hijack their ships and fake crashes. These individuals are classified as victims by the system, which makes their families less suspicious. Yi Nanxiao sighed deeply. Are they all infected? Yes, without exception. Leave the cleanup to the logistics department. Have them come pick us up. By the way, send all these people's information to Randy. Let him see if he can dig up any valuable leads. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Fels glanced at the fresh gunshot wound on Yi Nanxiao's shoulder and reminded him, after the battle ends today, Qian Jusai will definitely be in contact with Chen Ziyuan. His neck was nearly blown off, and he just asked for 2 bionic patches. Yi Nanxiao paused and grabbed Fels. Quick, quick, where's that bionic patch you got? Put it on me. Boss, go treat the wound first, or it won't stick. Okay, I'll go right away. Leave some for me. Don't let Qianjusai take it all. Fels nodded amusedly. Since the start of the war, Qianjusai and Yi Nanxiao have been overwhelmed. Old 8 unwaveringly video called Chen Ziyuan every 3 days to report on the battle situation and his boss's health, even maliciously sending Yi Nanxiao along. His previous injuries hadn't been a problem. Yi Nanxiao didn't need to video call Zhu Fuxing. But today, the battle was over, and Old 8 would definitely report him. He wouldn't be able to avoid little Fuxing's inspection. Yi Nanxiao rushed to the infirmary, had the doctor treat his wounds, then went to fields for bionic patches to cover the recent scars, large and small. He turned several times in front of the mirror, making sure his skin was a uniform color, before confidently donning his combat uniform and flying his fighter jet to the Baozhu mothership. Qianjusai had just emerged from the treatment bay when the light energy gun grazed his neck, leaving a bloody mess that looked horrific, but thankfully, it was only a superficial burn. Just in case, he voluntarily climbed into the treatment cabin and soaked his several wounds. Old 8 stood by, chattering nonstop. Boss, do you really have to fly the fighter plane out? Is it necessary? What if that bullet hits your neck? Qianjusai shrugged. I'm your boss. What's the point of me hiding in a starship? Why don't you just bomb the enemy warship? Why do you have to seize it? Ah, hey, why are you wasting money now? Isn't that money? Don't think you can treat the ship as anything less than a ship just because you have support from Phoenix Star. Have you calculated how much it costs to open a channel? Old 8 rolled his eyes. It's tonight, and the battle is over. You can go see Xiao Yuanbao with this big scar. Don't worry, I have a scar-covering artifact. As long as you don't complain, he won't notice. Old 8 didn't bother with this annoying thing. He turned and walked out of the medical room, only to run into Yi Nanxiao, who was even more upset. He looked him up and down. Yi Nanxiao pulled out the bionic patch he brought and waved it at him. You better not tell tales, he warned. Old 8 rolled his eyes again, thinking, you two are just cheating. You're birds of a feather. Yi Nanxiao had come to discuss the next battle plan with Qianjusai and to use the internet. He couldn't use the military's network to communicate with Zhu Fuxing, so the 2 bionic patches were just payment for the internet fee. Entering the medical room, he saw Qianjusai, freshly showered and dressed, looking much more refined than his usual unkempt appearance. Here, a large patch around your neck. Apply it securely. Yi Nanxiao tossed the bionic patch to him. Qianjusai took it and hurried into the bathroom, carefully applying it in front of the mirror. As he was plastering the wound, he asked, Where's Yanshi? He's still in the treatment chamber. You're still leaving him there? Randy has something to ask him. It doesn't require a complete cure, just enough to get him talking. Leave him to me when you're done. I'm afraid not. He's also infected with the virus. Qianjusai tilted his head. What? Yi Nanxiao spread his hands. You heard right. He's infected? The doctor said he was infected at least 10 years ago. Qianjusai was incredulous. Then why on earth would he continue to serve as a pawn for the chosen ones? I think this is complicated, but Randy is more professional at interrogation. Let him handle it. Qianjusai angrily punched the wall. The pirates of Freeland were once compatriots from Andro, aliens abandoned on a desolate planet. They had struggled together for centuries, huddled together for support. Qianjusai couldn't understand why these people could betray him so completely, why they were so devoted to a charlatan organization. Yi Nanxiao waited for him to vent his anger before continuing. The next bases we'll raid may all contain hostages. We need to change our strategy. Qianjusai washed his face again, wiping away the water droplets. Go to the command room and adjust the electronic sand table. We need to launch an operation against the next base as soon as possible. Okay, let's go. The 2 of them summoned a few trusted associates and entered the command room to adjust the next strategy. Randy was also busy. With authorization from the military, he monitored the entire star network. His computer was constantly analyzing every piece of data, sifting through the vast data stream for anomalies. After receiving Yi Nanxiao's message, he arranged his tasks and immediately set off with the starship to retrieve the hostages. He and Qianjusai were equally baffled as to why the people of Freeland would believe so deeply in a charlatan organization. The command room door had been sealed for 4 hours. Yi Nanxiao emerged first, heading for the lounge and telling the captains to return to their respective fleets. Fels understood and sent everyone away. Yi Nanxiao closed the lounge door and called Zhu Fuxing. Zhu Fuxing had just finished a day of studying for exams and was about to go to bed when he got the video call and sat up in bed. Brother Qiao, how could you call me? His tone was filled with surprise. Yi Nanqiao looked at the fragrant little Fuxing, who had just showered and was leaning against the headboard. Unconsciously, images of a childish nature flashed through his mind. His Adam's apple rolled, but he suppressed a faint agitation and smiled. I borrowed Qianjucai's lounge. Did you miss me, darling? Zhu Fuxing leaned closer to the screen, carefully examining his expression. There was nothing unusual about his expression. He knew Yi Nanqiao was a master of feigning, so he ordered, stand up and walk a few steps. Yi Nanqiao stood up helplessly, accusing him, baby, you're avoiding my question. Zhu Fuxing saw that he was walking briskly and seemed fine, so he happily replied, yes, every day, every minute. Yi Nanqiao choked again. His little Fuxing was truly shameless when it came to sweet talk. You liar, little thing? Every minute, every second? How do you think about me when you're asleep? Zhu Fuxing replied matter-of-factly, in my dreams? I dream of you every day. Really, there's not a single day, minute, or second when I don't think of you. Yi Nanqiao felt a little overwhelmed, mainly because Zhu Fuxing's expression was so earnest and sincere, as if he wasn't just talking about love, but a scholarly presentation. He felt like he aged 12 years for nothing, and his face flushed and his heart raced. Zhu Fuxing didn't wait for him to speak, asking the question he wanted most. Are you injured this time? Minor injuries, nothing serious, the kind that won't even leave a scar. Zhu Fuxing looked at him suspiciously. Really? Really? Take off your clothes and let me see. Yi Nanqiao thought, thank goodness he prepared. He promised Zhu Fuxing he wouldn't hide any serious injuries, but these were truly minor injuries, nothing serious. He didn't want to worry her, so he just pretended they weren't. Yi Nanqiao readily took off his shirt and turned around. I wasn't kidding, was I? Look, there's no scar at all. Zhu Fuxing finally felt relieved and, as usual, complimented him, Brother Qiao, you have a great body. Yi Nanqiao feigned embarrassment. This is the only way. This is the lounge, I can't get naked. Ha. Hurry and get dressed. Yi Nanqiao obediently put on his clothes, buttoning them up tightly. Zhu Fuxing was dissatisfied again, frowning and muttering, why are you buttoning it so tightly? Unbutton 2, no 3, 4. Yi Nanqiao raised an eyebrow. Let me feast my eyes. Hee. Yi Nanqiao chuckled ambiguously. Is this also my responsibility and obligation? Zhu Fuxing raised his chin proudly. Of course, you must satisfy your lover's every need, anytime, anywhere. Ha, okay. Yi Nanqiao's eyes flickered, and he licked his lower lip. His slender fingers slowly unbuttoned the buttons one by one, his voice slightly hoarse. Baby, I prefer you to do it yourself. He already had a handsome, charming face, and this behavior was both playful and seductive. Zhu Fuxing covered his face and collapsed on the bed. Ah, Brother Qiao, you're breaking the rules. You can't do that. You're breaking the rules. Ha. Yi Nanqiao laughed. He was always the one getting teased, so he had to win back. His little Fuxing was so adorable. The two of them wasted an hour, talking a bunch of meaningless nonsense, but Zhu Fuxing's anxiety finally settled, and Yi Nanqiao's lingering worry was also slightly appeased. The feeling of two people caring so deeply for each other was truly wonderful. Yi Nanqiao coaxed Zhu Fuxing to sleep before hanging up the video and leaving the lounge with a beaming smile. It was so dazzling that Qianjucai felt like he was going to go blind. He had just finished counting the spoils he and his men had seized, and had arranged for someone to enter Freedom Star for an inspection. He also had to calculate the logistics for the upcoming expedition. While he was busy as a top, Yi Nanqiao was using his internet to flirt with his lover. He was filled with envy and jealousy. Yi Nanqiao said hello cheerfully, I'm leaving now, you keep busy? Qianjucai angrily said to Lao Ba, next time, don't let him in to use the internet. Lao Ba snorted, if you have the guts, don't ask for bionic patches. Qianjucai was extremely frustrated. After everything was arranged, he stayed alone in the command room and called Chen Ziyuan. As soon as the signal was broadcast, the other party picked up immediately. The video went dark, and Chen Ziyuan's sleepy voice came over. Lao Ba, are you done? Are you all okay? Where's Boss Qian? Qianjucai then noticed the time. It was already early morning on Phoenix Planet. Hearing Chen Ziyuan's concerned question, Qianjucai's heart suddenly warmed. He said gently, little Yuanbao, did I wake you? Boss Qian? Wait a minute. Chen Ziyuan activated the lights with his voice, and the video screen lit up with a warm yellow glow. He sat up and rubbed his eyes before looking at the person in the video. His face looked normal, and he looked refreshed. Are you done? Xianjusai found the sight of him rubbing his eyes adorable, and couldn't help but grin. I'm done today. I didn't notice the time. Go to sleep. I won't bother you. You're awake now. Did you win the fight? Did you pick up a lot of boats again? How did you know? You're smiling so happily, what else could it be but boats? Xianjusai choked a little. For the first time in his life, he felt a little self-conscious about his image as a money grubber. Well, we didn't pick up many ships. Huh? Then what are you so happy about? Xianjusai gritted his teeth. I'm happy to see you. Chen Ziyuan just assumed he struck it rich today and agreed, yeah, I'm happy too. Are you all okay? No injuries? Xianjusai sighed inwardly. Everyone's fine. Unlike Zhu Fuxing, who never pried into Yinanqiu's affairs, Chen Ziyuan had no reservations and dared to ask anything. After all, Lao Ba would report in detail even if he didn't ask. Will you rest for a while? Or will you go to the next base right away? Xianjusai was equally forthcoming, hiding nothing from him. Rest for one night, and leave tomorrow. So anxious? Those bastards have hostages. We need to adjust our strategy, and make a quick decision. Chen Ziyuan was taken aback. Hostages? Are they threatening you with hostages? They're not threatening me. They know they can't, but they can threaten Yinanqiu. So what should we do? Brother Qiao and the military are on your side, right? They won't let you retreat just because of the hostages. Xianjusai was secretly delighted. Unknowingly, little Yuanbao's heart had completely shifted to his side. Remembering back in the cave, he trusted Yinanqiu and the rakish warriors more. Of course not. It was Yinanqiu who solved the hostage situation today. Don't worry, it won't be a problem for us. Chen Ziyuan nodded, then paused for a moment. Boss Qian, I have a question I'm not sure if I can ask. Xianjusai smiled again. What can't you ask me? I'm not Yinanqiu. I'm bound by organizational discipline. Are all the hostages infected? Xianjusai admired Chen Ziyuan's acumen and answered honestly, yes, including some of the people from Freeland. Are they infected too? And still working for the Chosen Ones? Helping them capture people for experiments? Are they crazy? One more person was confused by this. The two didn't talk for long. Mainly because Chen Ziyuan knew they were leaving tomorrow and urged Xianjusai to go back and rest. After hanging up, Chen Ziyuan lost all desire to sleep. Brother Qiao definitely couldn't let anyone know about the hostages, so Zhu Fuxing definitely didn't know. But it didn't matter, he knew. Unable to sleep, Chen Ziyuan was eager to share this secret with his friends. Zhu Fuxing had barely fallen asleep when he was woken by the noise. After hearing Chen Ziyuan's story, he was speechless for a moment. The two of them racked their brains, but the situation seemed illogical. It was 4 days later that Randy met Yanshi. The starships from Andro and Phoenix had already departed, and the military had mobilized the nearest troops to temporarily take over Liberty. Yanshi was seriously injured, and before his wounds had fully healed, he was removed from the medical bay, hanging on for dear life. Randy, wearing a protective suit, entered the treatment room and decisively injected a needle into Yanshi's vein. This was a special drug formulated by the Military Intelligence Department, capable of causing hallucinations and loss of thinking in the weakened. Yanshi struggled to open his eyes, staring at Randy warily for a few seconds, before his pupils gradually lost focus. Randy asked softly, Yanshi, have you seen the messenger of God? Yanshi, unsure of what he had seen, struggled to reach for something in the air. Randy asked again, Yanshi, answer me, have you seen the messenger of God? Yes, yes. Randy pondered his question. What kind of person is he? He possesses great power. Randy frowned. Yanshi couldn't lie in this situation, and he wasn't a fanatical believer, but he was certain that the messenger of God possessed great power, which made Randy very concerned. What kind of power? Yanshi suddenly became excited. The virus changed him. He gained power, power not belonging to humans. Randy was even more confused. Was the Chosen One organization performing some kind of human modification? Creating genetic warriors? He kept changing his questioning, hoping to get more specific information, but Yanshi couldn't figure out the source of the messenger of God's power. He just kept repeating that it was not human. Randy gave up the question. Do you know the messenger of God's identity? I don't know. Is he male or female? Old or young? I don't know. Randy wasn't disappointed. He assumed the messenger of God always wrapped himself up tightly before meeting people. If they truly possessed such a powerful force, why were they hiding? But if they were just some charlatan playing tricks, what was the power Yanshi was talking about? The deeper he investigated this organization, the greater the mystery, the more inconsistencies he found. Randy leaned against the wall, gathering his thoughts. The source of everything was still the virus. The chosen organization had found definitive documentation, leading them to believe the virus was a gift from the gods. Yen Shi, or the pirates of Freeland, had witnessed the virus empower the messengers, leading them to believe they would receive the same power. So what was so special about the AIDS virus that had been overlooked by medical scientists? The chosen information came from their home planet. So what exactly happened there? And how did it relate to the virus? Chapter 42. With the makeup exam approaching, Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan were absorbed in their review. Neither of them left the house, nor did they cook, simply taking nutritional supplements. This prompted the soldiers guarding the building in the shadows to secretly climb over the wall several times to check. Once, by chance, they were bumped into by Chen Ziyuan. Seeing the soldier on the balcony, Chen Ziyuan was stunned for a moment, then gave him a strange look, asking curiously, "Do all of you in this special operations unit have this hobby?" The soldier quickly explained, No, only Captain Yi has this hobby." "What about you?" "Oh, you two haven't been out for a few days, and there's been no activity in the dormitory. We were a little worried, so we climbed up to check." Chen Ziyuan pointed to the main door downstairs. "Our dormitory really has a door. It's not just for show." The soldier smiled sheepishly, and climbed back out of the balcony right in front of Chen Ziyuan's eyes. A few times, he disappeared. Chen Ziyuan, He was certain that the Special Operations Unit just had a penchant for climbing walls. From time to time, Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan would make sweet soup or a midnight snack and leave it on the balcony. This was to let the soldiers know that they were acting normally, and to express their gratitude for their protection. On Andro, whatever food there was, it had a rich, natural aroma that made one's mouth water. At first, the soldiers were confused, unsure of what the two were doing. But when they followed the aroma up to the balcony, and saw the message for them, a warm feeling welled up in their hearts. What a lovable little creature, so thoughtful. Everyone gradually grew accustomed to this strange way of communicating, to the point that the dormitory door became a mere decoration for a long time. So when the doorbell rang one day, Zhu Fuxing was taken aback for a moment by the thought of his own doorbell ringing. Surprised, he went downstairs to open the door, wondering if it was a legitimate visitor. Standing outside was a handsome young man in a crisp military uniform. Upon seeing Zhu Fuxing, he smiled a smile as bright as the sun. Zhu Fuxing looked at the handsome man in confusion. He didn't recognize him, but his smile felt strangely familiar. "Little Fuxing, you really don't recognize me?" Zhu Fuxing's eyes widened. "Brother Randy? Haha, are you surprised?" Randy couldn't help but step forward and hug Zhu Fuxing, whom he hadn't seen in a while. Seeing Chen Ziyuan coming downstairs with a look of surprise on his face, he opened his arms. "Little Yuan Bao, come here. Brother Randy, it's really you." Chen Ziyuan excitedly ran over and hugged him. "Brother Randy, you look so handsome in your uniform." "Haha. I promised you'd be surprised, didn't I?" The two of them excitedly pulled Randy into the house, and surrounded him, looking him over. Zhu Fuxing concluded, "Is your face disguised? It's not as pretty as your natural face. Little Fuxing, how can you be so good at complimenting people? I'm telling the truth." The disguise had indeed distorted Randy's features and complexion, but he was a beautiful man with excellent bone structure, so even with the distorted appearance, it wasn't that bad. Chen Ziyuan felt a little regretful. "Brother Randy, did you cut your hair?" His long, wavy blonde hair, once as bright as the sun, had been cut into a neat, short, choppy style. "I have no choice. General Yi said I can't have long hair. It hurts my heart to cut it." Chen Ziyuan was particularly concerned about Randy's financial situation. "Wow, you're working for General Yi now? He's paying you, right? Give it to me, haha. I said I could support you too." Randy brought a lot of gifts, including a ton of food and clothes. Looking at these expensive gifts, the two finally believed that Randy had a formal job and income. That was great. He finally didn't have to accompany guests drinking. Chen Ziyuan said happily, "Brother Randy, let's cook a good meal today, so you can taste our cooking." Randy had heard Yi Nanxiao say that the two of them were reluctant to eat the food they brought back from Andro, which made him feel bad for them. They, the pirates, had nothing else but plenty to eat. So he said proudly, "There aren't many ingredients left from your return, are there? Don't skimp, just eat as much as you can. We all sent another shipload, and it'll be here soon." Chen Ziyuan felt a little embarrassed. How can I be so embarrassed?" Randy winked playfully. "What's there to be embarrassed about? Can't such a large planet support you too? No, it's too much trouble, and all this food is so valuable. Brother Randy, you know what? Andro is literally full of treasures. So what? You two can sell the leftovers. After all, no one can afford to lose you two. Zhu Fuxing made a cup of hot cocoa and shoved it into Randy's hands. Brother Randy, I don't know how to thank you. Why bother thanking me? Randy smiled and rubbed their heads. As long as you like it. To celebrate this rare reunion, Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan prepared a large meal, and even took a portion to the balcony for the 4 soldiers. When Randy learned the reason, he burst into tears. The 3 of them ate and chatted, mainly listening to Randy's updates. Randy had nothing to hide from them, and he mentioned God's chosen one. The progress of the investigation and speculation about the virus. Zhu Fuxing lost himself in reminiscence. He had an exceptional memory, so good that he could remember everything from when he was 5 or 6 years old in his previous life. After the virus outbreak, he, like many others, was infected and died of organ failure within 6 months. I haven't heard any news or rumors about viruses granting humans strange powers. Randy heard Zhu Fuxing mumbling to himself and asked, Fuxing, what are you talking about? Zhu Fuxing came to his senses and made an excuse. Brother Randy, my family's records don't record any special viruses or any incidents of them transforming humans. Randy, not wanting the 2 students to dwell too much on these things, smiled and said, then forget it. I'll catch that charlatan sooner or later. Zhu Fuxing remained lost in his memories. The post-apocalyptic period was too chaotic, with frequent disasters, making communication and information exchange extremely difficult. Is it possible that something truly extraordinary happened, but he simply doesn't have access to information, so he doesn't know about it? Zhu Fuxing shared his suspicions with Randy, who frowned and thought. Fuxing, what you say is entirely possible. Chen Ziyuan sighed. So the root of the problem still lies on the home planet. All the answers lie there. At this point, Randy happily informed them. Construction of the first fleet's several bases is proceeding smoothly. They'll be ready for use upon their return. The 2 keenly grasped the key words. Return? Yes, they're already on their way home. Great. Can Brother Herman come back? He probably won't be returning to Phoenix. Most likely, he'll go to Base 3. After all, he's been with us for quite some time. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan were overjoyed. Even if Herman didn't return to Phoenix, they finally knew where he was, finally freeing them from wandering aimlessly through the universe. Can we go see him during our break? Knowing the 2 children's special bond with Herman, Randy affirmed, the military has already arranged that Andro will be responsible for Base 3's food supply. You can see him there. The 2 were even happier. After dinner, Randy took Randy on a tour of the residential area. The residential area had a beautiful setting, with mountains, water, birdsong, and fragrant flowers. The 3 of them enthusiastically climbed the small hill to the east. By the time they returned, the local specialties Wuya had sent had arrived. Seeing Wuya, Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan were thrilled again. Wuya still only smiled innocently, but her eyes sparkled, clearly filled with joy. He had brought so much stuff that Zhu Fuxing cleaned out the dormitory's basement storage room and cleared out all the storage cabinets on the first floor, piling them to the brim. In addition to the food, there were actually 8 peonies. Although they were past their blooming season, Chen Ziyuan had seen them before. The flower heads were exceptionally large, remarkably elegant and beautiful. Wuya explained, this is the boss's special order. He said to pick the best ones and dig them up and send them over. Chen Ziyuan was stunned. Where are we going to hide these? We can't just plant them in the yard. Randy pondered. Build a small shed with special glass, the kind that can't be seen from outside? Chen Ziyuan now looked at the 8 peonies, like glittering golden banknotes. No, Brother Randy, what if they get stolen? They're so valuable. Randy wondered if he was possessed by the desire for wealth. Honestly, there aren't many thieves on Phoenix. I just built a shed to avoid attracting attention. Zhu Fuxing ignored the already delirious Chen Ziyuan and ordered the materials for the shed online. After a short wait, a robot arrived and assembled it. It was incredibly convenient. The group worked all afternoon, and that evening, Zhu Fuxing simply cooked hot pot with the newly delivered ingredients. This time, they also called on the 4 soldiers in charge of guarding the shed. The Special Operations Division dealt with pirates year-round, so they were no strangers. Everyone gathered around the table and enjoyed a delicious hot pot feast. As they feasted, the distant interstellar battlefield raged. Darcy was a small, habitable planet, less than 1/10 the size of Liberty, and its military strength was equally incomparable. Yi Nanxiao, with only the military fleet, infiltrated Darcy's defenses like a ghost and launched a fierce offensive without a word. Jason, the leader of Darcy Star, resisted for 2 days, seeing only the military fleet. Suspicious, he dispatched a small shuttle to secretly break through the encirclement and survey the enemy presence near the defense line. The Shadow reconnaissance ship immediately sent a message to Yi Nanxiao. Lieutenant Colonel Yi, the Darcy shuttle has passed. Yi Nanxiao replied, Roger that. Continue to act blind, and don't stop them. Everything was just as Yi Nanxiao and Qian Jusai had expected. Jason was a coward, and wouldn't fight to the death like Yan Shi. Seeing that only military warships were coming to encircle them, he would surely quickly take hostages to save his life. As expected, Jason received the message from the shuttle that only a small number of military ships were stationed at the 3 jump points outside the defense line. Because the military's reconnaissance ships intercepted all Freedom Star electronic communications, Jason was unaware that Yan Shi had been eliminated. He simply assumed that because he had captured so many people and his actions had been exposed, the Phoenix Star military would send a fleet to rescue them. He immediately sent a message to the other 3 bases, alerting them. He then hurried to the defense line with the remaining 500 or so hostages. All the messages he sent were intercepted by the reconnaissance ships. Yi Nanxiao sighed, Jason is such a coward. It's only the 2nd day. Is this really necessary? Qian Jusai, who was quite familiar with these people, said disdainfully, Jason's only leader thanks to his father. The soldiers are cowardly, and the generals are cowardly. This group is a mess when they gather, and they're a mess when they disperse. I think this will be over in 2 hours at most. Even a minute longer, and I'll look down on you. Qian Jusai yawned and continued, Oh, by the way, you better act conscientiously and hide your shameless true self. You? Get out of here. If you can't talk, just shut up. TSK. I'm telling the truth. Yi Nanxiao always hits the snake where it's most vulnerable. Do you believe I'll increase my firepower and blow all their ships to pieces? Oh no, absolutely no. When the two weren't discussing business, they rarely exchanged serious words. Fields reminded him, Jason's mothership has sent a communication request. Yi Nanxiao's expression changed instantly. Connect. Jason was stunned when he saw Yi Nanxiao. His expression was stern, his eyes solemn. He stood upright at the command desk, his voice solemn and commanding. Captain Jason, are you ready to surrender? Jason was stunned. The pirates from Freeland had rarely interacted with the Special Operations Division. He had only heard that Yi Nanxiao was only 30 years old, the youngest lieutenant colonel in the military. He hadn't expected him to be so mature and steady. He quickly adjusted his expression. Lieutenant Colonel Yi, your goal is simply to save lives. I'd like to make a deal with you. Yi Nanxiao narrowed his eyes and stared at Jason coldly. The overwhelming pressure through the screen made Jason break out in a cold sweat. After a long pause, he spoke, How many hostages do you have? Jason signaled his men to connect the surveillance video. A familiar scene appeared, but this time the hostages were in much better condition, most were conscious. Yi Nanxiao's expression grew even colder. What do you want? Let me go, and I'll hand over the hostages to you. How are you going to hand over the hostages to me? You lift the siege, and before I leave the jump point, I'll launch the hostage-holding ship off the mothership. Yi Nanxiao remained silent for a long moment. He leaned forward, his eyes cold and fierce. He slowly approached the screen and said in a deep voice, Don't play tricks. My mission is indeed to rescue the hostages, but if that fails, my next mission will be. Yi Nanxiao paused for 2 seconds, then spoke indifferently, Clearance. Jason was once again stunned by his fierce gaze and indifferent expression. He felt as if he were dead in his eyes. I'm keeping my word. If you remove the encirclement, I'll leave now. Yi Nanxiao regained his solemn demeanor and ordered into the internal communication channel, All units, cease attacking, remove the encirclement, and let them go. Jason frantically led his fleet to the nearest jump point. Before entering, he honestly released the hostage-holding ship, refusing to make any other moves. The Shadow Warriors expertly boarded the ship for an inspection. Captain Yi, the hostage ship has been received. There's no danger. Yi Nanxiao raised his lip in satisfaction. Got it. Qian Jusai, jump point 3 is up to you. Qian Jusai was overjoyed. Got it. Poor Jason had no idea that the exit was under intense artillery fire. He was thus forced into a dead end, blocked from both sides. When Yi Nanxiao and Qian Jusai set their trap, they had no idea which jump point Jason would choose, so they divided their forces around the 3 jump points. However, Qian Jusai judged that Jason would most likely choose the nearest jump point to escape quickly, so they deployed the most troops at jump point 3. Fels glanced at Yi Nanxiao and thought, the boss just imitated General Yi so well. He couldn't help but wonder, could the dignified General Yi be as dishonest as his own captain in private? He shuddered. The thought was horrifying. No, he couldn't slander the general like that. In just 2 weeks, the military took control of both Liberty and Darcy. However, due to the reconnaissance ship's all-around interception of information, the other 3 bases in Liberty didn't receive any news. After completing the cleanup on Darcy, Randy monitored the Star Network even more closely. He brought the coffee ground specially prepared by Chen Ziyuan to the office. As he brewed his coffee, he said to the team, the news can't be kept secret for long. This period is crucial. Everyone, stay alert. The team members only smelled a strange, strong aroma and looked up in surprise. Captain, what are you cooking? Why does it smell so good? Someone who knew the food asked in disbelief. Captain, is it coffee? Oh my god, are our benefits really that good? Coffee? Seriously? Are you guys crazy? Are you crazy? Our captain is from Andro. Is it weird that he has coffee? Yeah. Why didn't I realize that before? Have we hooked up with some rich guy? Captain, I'm looking for support. I can do laundry, cooking, cleaning, and any other chores. All I want is a cup of coffee every day, Captain. A cup of coffee every day? You're dreaming. Coffee beans are 300,000 per kilogram. Just calculate how much this cup of coffee costs. It wouldn't even cover your 3-month salary. The team members immediately started crying poor, and there were wails everywhere. In reality, no one present was poor. It was just that, as everyone knows, even if you had money, you couldn't buy it. Randy was amused by this group of people. Okay, stop pretending. I'll bring you more local specialties next time to comfort you. The crowd cheered, praising their captain from head to toe. Randy laughed and tapped the table. Enough, I can't stand you foodies. Get back to work, everyone. Over the next few days, under the team's close surveillance, they quickly discovered an anomaly. Captain, 6 people are online in this darkroom. The language they're communicating in isn't interstellar, and the AI can't translate it. Randy glanced at the data stream. Hand it over to the tracking team. Don't let any of these 6 people go. Monitor all their online activity. Just monitor, don't do anything unnecessary. The team obeyed. Randy smiled gleefully. The mice were barely hiding. Chapter 43. With the start of school approaching, Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan's intensive review period came to an end. A make-up exam was scheduled for the week before the start of the semester. Both took the exam and successfully received excellent transcripts. Upon hearing that they had finished their exams, Randy returned to the dormitory, this time to see off Mr. Jing Wenxuan. Mr. Jing Wenxuan's birthday? Zhu Fuxing was stunned as he held the letter. Mr. Jing Wenxuan, if I remember correctly, was Brother Qiao's father? This. Randy was a little surprised. Are you surprised? Didn't Yi Nanxiao tell you? Zhu Fuxing looked bewildered. No. Randy consoled him. It's okay. We were just going out for dinner. Zhu Fuxing became even more nervous. Putting aside his relationship with Yi Nanxiao, Mr. Jing was a highly renowned scholar and General Yi's partner. With his status and position, how could he not be nervous? Randy was even more curious about Chen Ziyuan's reaction. Hey, Xiao Yuanbao, Fuxing is like an ugly bride about to meet her in-laws. It's only natural for her to be nervous. Why are you so nervous? Chen Ziyuan covered his face in pain. Mr. Jing is a specially invited professor at our school. I have a class with him next semester. Who wants to have dinner with a teacher? Randy laughed. Haha. So you nerds are afraid of teachers too? Not really, it's just... Chen Ziyuan didn't know how to explain himself, so he simply changed the subject. Hey, Fuxing, what gift should we prepare? Zhu Fuxing was also in a dilemma, looking at Randy for help. Randy spread his hands. General Yi said that the children are not at home. Mr. Jing hopes to have the 2 children over for a simple dinner on your birthday. It will be more lively, so you don't have to be nervous and bring gifts. Then we can't go empty-handed. Brother Randy, what are you planning to give? A pot of camellia I planted. I asked we ought to bring it last time. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan immediately thought this gift was truly wonderful. Not to mention the exorbitant prices for camellias on Star Online, the thoughtfulness alone was especially fitting. The 2 decided to make their own. They had plenty of ingredients on hand, and following instructional videos, they made a slew of pastries and cookies. They packaged them in beautiful gift boxes, and they surprisingly looked fantastic. On the birthday, Randy arrived in a flashy aircraft. Upon arrival, General Yi and Mr. Jing were standing at the door to greet them. Zhu Fuxing instantly became nervous, and he stumbled off the aircraft. Jing Wenquan suppressed a smile and hugged him. Little Fuxing, we finally meet. Mr. Jing. Mr. Jing, happy birthday. Zhu Fuxing was so nervous, he almost stuttered. He stiffly accepted the hug and handed over the gift he had prepared. Call me uncle. I told you not to bring any gifts. I'm just so glad you could come. Jing Wenquan smiled and scratched his upturned nose, admiring Zhu Fuxing as a fresh, handsome young man, well-behaved and sensible. His son had excellent taste. The intimate attitude put Zhu Fuxing at ease, and he finally dared to look closely at his face. Yi Nanqiao's facial features were completely inherited from Jing Wenquan, but his facial contours resembled General Yi's. General Yi also stepped forward and gently patted Zhu Fuxing's shoulder. Don't be nervous. We'll treat you to a simple meal. More importantly, Wenquan and I both want to see you. Just make yourself at home and be at ease. Zhu Fuxing smiled shyly and said, Thank you, General Yi. General Yi interrupted him with a smile. Zhu Fuxing blushed, but still thanked him generously. Thank you, uncles. This youthful and frank attitude endeared the two elders even more. Chen Ziyuan and Randy were also warmly received by Jing Wenquan. It had been a long time since the family had been so lively, and the arrival of the children delighted him greatly. Although they were elders, General Yi and Jing Wenquan seemed more like older brothers. Jing Wenquan was a gentle scholar with an exceptional conversational wit and a good sense of humor. General Yi was a man of few words, but unlike the stern and austere image he portrayed in the media, he was very affable. The topics of conversation were also easygoing and friendly, making for a lively meal. Discussing the ongoing war, the two elders showed no concern, but were instead more concerned about the future development of Andro. General Yi asked, I heard Qianjuzai is willing to open a shipping route. Chen Ziyuan was stunned for a moment, realizing General Yi was asking him a question. Huh? Oh yes, Boss Qian said he'll start the shipping route after the war is over. In fact, Qianjuzai's original words were, After I kill these bastards, I'll blackmail Phoenix Star. I can't just pay for the shipping route. Chen Ziyuan was a little nervous, unsure how Boss Qian was going to extort them. General Yi smiled. Little Yuanbao, tell Qianjuzai to let him know if he has any difficulties. This is a big project, and Phoenix Star will do its best to help him. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you, General Yi. Don't thank me. He's finally come to his senses. That's rare. Come, let's clink glasses. Chen Ziyuan was flattered and foolishly raised his drink to clink with General Yi. Randy took a sip of his drink, hiding the smile in his eyes. Little Yuanbao had no idea how much Phoenix had worked to open Andro to the outside world by opening up air routes. General Yi took the opportunity to discuss Andro's future business development. Chen Ziyuan grew increasingly enthused, and Randy unknowingly joined in the discussion. After dinner, Jing Wenquan set out fruit and refreshments in the courtyard, allowing the three of them to sit comfortably and continue their conversation. He then took Zhu Fuxing up to the third floor. Uncle, what do you want to show me? Jing Wenquan beckoned mysteriously. In this room. Come in. Pushing the door open, he discovered pitch darkness. Jing Wenquan expertly fumbled for the switch and turned on a dim red light. This is Qiao Qiao's darkroom, he explained. Zhu Fuxing entered the room. The walls were covered with photos of all sizes, and the red light was too dim for him to see clearly. Jing Wenquan walked to the window and pulled aside the heavy blackout curtain. Sunlight streamed through, illuminating the entire room. Zhu Fuxing finally got a clear look at the photos. The photos were all of him, dressed in different clothes, with different expressions, at different times and places, even showing the underground caves with golden stars. They were taken by Yi Nanqiao using a mobile phone. It was obvious that his photography skills were poor at first, but gradually improved, and his compositions became more and more refined. Jing Wenquan explained, Qiao Qiao bought a bunch of equipment online a while ago and tinkered with it behind closed doors, without even showing it to me. Ha, the smart butler prioritizes my commands. Zhu Fuxing was speechless as he stared at the wall of photos. Although Yi Nanqiao had said she fell in love with him at first sight, it still felt unreal to him. Yi Nanqiao was so well endowed, while he was just an ordinary college student. What could possibly attract such a brilliant person? He had always believed that his ability to pursue her was due to his trusted status, coupled with his thick skin. But the photos covering the wall silently told of every moment they had spent together, all recorded by Yi Nanqiao on his computer. Zhu Fuxing slowly scanned the photos, his eyes moistening. So what Brother Qiao said was true. He was constantly watched, constantly in her sight. Jing Wenquan put his arm around Zhu Fuxing's shoulders. Little Fuxing, Qiao has been privileged since childhood, and he's quite self-righteous and a bit arrogant. But he's very responsible, has a strong sense of duty, and is sincere in his feelings. If anything he does offends or disgusts you, it's definitely not his intention. He's just a little bit stupid. Anyway, if he makes you angry, tell me, and I'll teach him a lesson. I showed you these photos because I want you to see for yourself that Qiao loves you deeply, perhaps even more than you think. I hope that, because he loves you so much, you'll be a little more tolerant of his foolish behavior and not hold it against him too much. Jing Wenquan was traumatized by his son's past foolishness. Little Fuxing is a very good child. He hopes they can find a happy marriage. Zhu Fuxing's head was swirling with questions. He retorted directly, how is brother Qiao stupid? He's both smart and strong. He emphasized, he's exceptionally outstanding. Perfect. Jing Wenquan was a bit stuck. As a father, he had never praised his son so directly. Fuxing, he didn't do anything inappropriate to you. That's impossible. Yi Nanqia's past behavior was nothing short of degrading. Otherwise, he wouldn't be constantly cheated on. Zhu Fuxing thought Jing Wenquan was worried that his young age might lead Yi Nanqia into bed, so he quickly explained, I'm an adult, and I took the initiative the first time. It was embarrassing to say this to an elder, but he didn't want Yi Nanqia to misunderstand him, so he emphasized, well, I forced him. Jing Wenquan was shocked. What? Zhu Fuxing's face flushed. I locked the door. Seriously, he couldn't get away. Jing Wenquan paused, then asked cautiously, don't you think there's anything wrong with Qiao? Brother Qiao is great. Everything about him is great. Jing Wenquan was stuck again. He even began to wonder if Zhu Fuxing was just falling in love. Then he tentatively asked, what are your future plans? Yes, after graduation, I'll apply to join the First Fleet. That's my sole goal for getting into Star Alliance Polytechnic, and Brother Qiao is very supportive. If he decides on a base, I can apply for a transfer there. If a wormhole is found, I hope to have the opportunity to travel with the fleet to the home planet. We can understand and support each other. Interstellar lifespans are long, giving us ample time to pursue our ideals and careers, shoulder our missions and responsibilities, and we have the confidence to be with each other for life. Jing Wenquan once again looked at Zhu Fuxing with admiration. A child with such a firm ideal couldn't be obsessed with love. Good boy, we'll all support you. Whatever you want to do, your Uncle Yi and I will always have your back. Jing Wenquan was relieved that his son had finally found his true love, and he sincerely wished the two children happiness and companionship. Overjoyed, Jing Wenquan prepared a rich barbecue, and everyone happily grilled skewers in the courtyard that evening. The moon was high in the sky, the stars were deep, and the lights illuminated the blossoming flowers in the courtyard. Zhu Fuxing listened to everyone's laughter, and thought of the photos covering the wall, his heart soaring light years away. 5 million light years from Phoenix, nearing the edge of the local group, Yi Nanqia gazed out the window at the beautiful nebula. The Eros Rose Nebula is a large emission nebula with a petal-like edge. At its center lies an open cluster of countless stars. The ultraviolet radiation emitted by this cluster liberates the surrounding dust and gas, causing them to glow beautifully and appear a magnificent red. Watching the video captured by the terminal, Yi Nanqia said with satisfaction, it's beautiful. Fuxing will definitely like it. After Fields' guidance, Lin Qian finally understood why Captain Yi always went to the Baozhu to use the internet whenever he had free time. Naturally, he also learned about Zhu Fuxing. He knew Zhu Lingyi well, and knew that little Fuxing was Zhu Lingyi's most beloved younger brother. He couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of fate. But thinking of Zhu Lingyi and his captain's current situation, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. He gathered his composure and reported, Captain Yi, the Baodu and Fengying have arrived at the designated location. Yi Nanqia nodded. Okay, we'll also begin the warp immediately. Freedom Star and Darcy Star had been defeated and taken over by the military. The news couldn't be concealed for much longer. Yi Nanqia and Qianjusai decided to split their forces into 3 groups. Qianjusai, Yi Nanqia, and Fels each led their fleets toward the 3 remaining bases in Freeland. Yi Nanqia led a joint fleet from the military and Andro, their target precisely the base deep within the Eros Rose Nebula. The starships reached the coordinates at breakneck speed, but the vast star field before them lacked any habitable planets or space bases. Lin Qian asked doubtfully, Captain Yi, are our coordinates correct? Yi Nanqia pondered for a moment. Let's ask the other 2 teams first. Qianjusai was engaged in a fierce battle, and had no time to answer the call. Fells, however, encountered the same situation as Yi Nanxiao. Boss, I searched the nearby star field and found no planets or space bases with human activity. Expand the search area, and have the reconnaissance ships activate maximum range scans. While Yi Nanxiao gave Fells the order, he himself, determined to conduct a large-scale search of the Eros Rose Nebula. At the same time, he contacted the military headquarters, reporting the situation and requesting Randy reinterrogate He Pao and Yin Shi to confirm the accuracy of the coordinates. Randy promptly replied, "The coordinates are correct." Yin Shi personally visited both bases. However, he provided a detail. He did not operate a starship when entering and leaving the bases. He was picked up by a ship organized by the Chosen One. Thus, he had not observed the full extent of the two bases from space. Yi Nanxiao immediately understood Randy's meaning. "Do you suspect these two bases are mobile space fortresses?" Randy sarcastically replied, "Yes, clearly the Chosen One." Even those on the planet didn't fully trust Yin Shi and the Land of Freedom. Yi Nanxiao agreed with Randy's speculation, analyzing, "Their power source can't possibly keep the space fortress moving at high speeds across space for extended periods. The energy source will eventually run out. Even if controlled nuclear fusion provided unlimited energy, supporting such a massive output would require vast quantities of deuterium and tritium. These resources have long been controlled by Phoenix. Intelligent people don't need much to talk about." Randy immediately understood. "I'll immediately begin tracking the unique energy flows on each planet." Yi Nanxiao nodded. "Yes, every route, every ship, must be inspected. Andros checkpoints on each route can be upgraded. Ask the military for official designations." "Haha." Randy laughed. "They originally set up these checkpoints to rob merchant ships, earning them a small fee, but now they come in handy." Chapter 44. Unlike Yi Nanxiao and Fears' fate, Qianjusai ran head-on into the Freeland fleet, which had abandoned its planetary base, and was preparing to withdraw, encountering extremely fierce resistance. Qianjusai felt sorry for the enemy ships, and wanted to capture more of their equipment. But the enemy's reckless firepower left Qianjusai helpless. Seeing they couldn't break Qianjusai's encirclement, the enemy ships, their energy nearly depleted, launched a suicide attack, ramming into the Andro fleet, a mutually assured destruction. Qianjusai was furious. When did these bastards become so arrogant? "Boss, if we keep worrying about the enemy ships, we'll be torn apart." The energy shields of each starship were activated to maximum power, but they couldn't withstand the enemy's reckless fire and ramming. Qianjusai, furious, ordered full fire. "Bomb! Bomb them hard! Blast them into smithereens." The Andro fleet, with the tireless support of the Phoenix military, was now vastly superior to its predecessors. Their unreserved firepower quickly trapped the Freeland fleet within its encirclement. Qianjusai let out a sullen sigh and gritted his teeth. "Board the ship and see if there are any survivors. Old 8, take your men to search the planetary base. Cleansing up the battlefield would take time." Qianjusai went to the infirmary to treat his fresh wounds. When he returned, he found Fernandez waiting for him with a strange expression on his face. "What's with that expression? Are you constipated?" "No, boss. We found some unusual hostages on an enemy ship." "What's so special about these hostages? What makes them so special?" "They're all from Fengda, and one of them is the daughter of the planet's governor." Qianjusai finally piqued his interest. "Oh!" Fernandez's expression grew even more puzzling. "They said they were captured during an interstellar expedition." "That's not surprising. Rich second generations are always courting death. The strange thing is this woman named Swana." "Why is she strange?" "She wants to see you." "Me?" "Yes, she could tell at a glance we weren't regular Phoenix troops, and she specifically wanted to see you." "What was her motive?" Fernandez hesitated. "She said she admires you and wants to thank you in person." Qianjusai was a little surprised. "Hey, the daughter of a planet's governor admires me? That's not a problem, right?" Fernandez firmly supported Xiao Yuanbao. Back then, he kidnapped Xiao Yuanbao all the way to his boss. So he said sternly, "Boss, you have a princess, so you should respect yourself." Qianjusai thought for a moment before remembering the title of princess. He cursed, "What's wrong with you? Who do you think I am? Then I'll reject that woman for you." Qianjusai was about to nod, but stopped. Fernandez, not caring about the slight, pointed at Qianjusai and said, "Boss, you hesitated. You hesitated. Do you want to see her? Are you crazy?" "I do want to see her. She's the daughter of the consul. Her father must be very rich. I almost lost everything this time. I have to make some money off her." Fernandez asked suspiciously, "Really? Just to make money?" Qianjusai casually grabbed something and threw it at Fernandez. Stop talking nonsense. Bring the men up here. Seeing his boss truly furious, Fernandez didn't dare to press any further, and went to retrieve the men in dejected dejection. Thinking it wasn't safe enough, he urgently ordered Lao Ba back. Lao Ba was completely bewildered. Fernandez announced something serious was happening, and hurriedly finished his tasks. He hurried back to the Pearl, where he met several people in the lounge. Qianjusai was talking to a woman, and Fernandez stood between them, wary, as if facing a formidable enemy. The woman turned around at the noise, and offered Lao Ba a faint, yet beautiful and gentle smile. Lao Ba's heart sank. He calmly walked over to Fernandez, completely separating Qianjusai from the woman. Fernandez, who is this? Fernandez replied, she's the daughter of the governor of Fengda. Lao Ba pondered for a moment. Fengda was a very wealthy planet with beautiful scenery, and a well-developed tourism and entertainment industry, making it a top choice for many interstellar residents. The governor of Fengda was Su Fucking, who had 3 sons and 1 daughter. His youngest daughter was the apple of his eye. She was incredibly beautiful. Although not a celebrity, she had a high profile, boasting hundreds of millions of fans online and being worshipped as a goddess by many interstellar netizens. Andro wasn't connected to the interstellar internet, and the pirates had no interest in it. However, Randy needed to keep up with the internet's dynamics, and frequently checked the internet for various news. Lao Ba had also been dragged by Randy to see Su Anna's photo, but he didn't pay much attention at the time. Now, I had to care. Su Anna was indeed beautiful, with a curvaceous figure, delicate features, fair skin, and long, flowing hair like silk. A hint of fatigue lingered between her brows, and her expression was even more pitiful. Just her presence aroused a man's fierce protective instinct, an inescapable desire to caress her. Old 8 politely addressed the woman, does Mr. Su Fucking know your whereabouts? Su Anna raised her eyebrows slightly, parted her red lips, and her voice flowed like a silken string, soft and gentle with a slight tremor. I haven't contacted my father in 3 months. He must be very worried. As she finished, tears welled up in her eyes. Any man would be gentle with such a delicate gesture, but the 3 people before him seemed blind to it. Lao Ba became even more wary. What do you want from our boss? We'll notify your father to come pick you up. Tell me if you have any other requests. Hey, wait a minute. Qianjusai was cornered by the 2 men, unable to utter a single word. Seeing Lao Ba about to send them back, he quickly spoke up to stop them. Lao Ba turned around and was about to say something when Qianjusai shoved him aside. Enough, you two. Who's the boss here? He pointed at Su Anna. And you? What's your name? Su Anna only managed to call out Brother Qian when Fernandez blocked her way halfway through. Lao Ba then stepped in and blocked her the rest. Now finally able to speak to the real person, she looked at Qianjusai with admiration in her eyes, a faint blush on her face. With a hint of shyness, she said, my name is Su Anna. Brother Qian, don't you remember me? After saying this, he looked at Qianjusai expectantly. A deathly silence fell in the lounge. Fernandez thought to himself, what the hell, what's this? Old 8 thought to himself, what the hell, is there a backstory? Qianjusai frowned and stared at Su Anna for a long moment, to no avail. Have you seen me? Su Anna had a hurt expression, her tone somewhat downcast. 8 years ago, my mother and I went to Phoenix. On the way back, our spaceship malfunctioned, went off course, and nearly hit a meteorite. You passed by and saved us. Huh? Fernandez and Old 8 looked at Qianjusai. Impossible. Their boss had never been kind-hearted, and he actually volunteered to save someone. It was good enough that he didn't resort to robbery. Qianjusai fiercely retorted, claiming he couldn't take the blame. Impossible. Why would I save you if I had nothing to do? Su Anna was choked. She assumed Qianjusai was a scoundrel, but she hadn't expected him to be so outspoken, a scoundrel who showed no gentlemanly demeanor even in the face of a pitiful woman who admired him so deeply. I was young at the time, my first time traveling far away with my mother. I was terrified by this incident. All I know is that you saved us. You even carried me to the medical bay and helped us repair the spaceship. Su Anna's eyes were hazy with tears. I'll always remember you. Fernandez was shocked. Holy crap! Is this a hero saving a beautiful woman, and then the beautiful woman wants him in return? Old 8 was also shocked. Holy crap! Big Boss could get into such a turbulent relationship. What would happen if little Yuanbao found out? Qianjusai tried to recall he seemed to remember something like that. He had just seized several ships of crystal ore from the military, and was extremely happy. Seeing a powerless spaceship, he towed it aboard. He had originally intended to board the ship to see if he could steal anything more, but there was nothing on board except a few injured crew members and a mother and daughter. The mother offered him a large sum of money, asking him to rescue them and repair the ship. In a good mood, he had his men treat the wounds of the others. The little girl, who was the most seriously injured, was taken to the starship's treatment bay. Although Qianjusai was a pirate, he disdained to lay hands on women and children. After repairing the ship, he left. You don't have to thank me. Your mother paid for my treatment. Su Anna exclaimed in surprise. You remember? Qianjusai quickly retorted, I do, but you don't have to try to get close to me. We're not close. I saved you again this time, so I'll charge you. Su Anna was speechless. Fernandez and Old 8 were relieved, and the young woman flirted with the blind man. There was no point in trying to have a romantic relationship with the eldest brother. He was a ruthless money-making machine. Qianjusai, seeing Swana remain silent, grew annoyed. Your father is a consul after all. He wouldn't be reluctant to pay the ransom. No, a thank you fee, right? Swana's expression shifted again and again before she whispered, How much do you want as a thank you fee? Qianjusai pondered for a moment, then tentatively asked, 100 million? Swana stared at Qianjusai, bitterly wondering if he was truly a man. With such a stunning beauty before her, he only wanted money? Qianjusai grew even more upset. No way, your father won't even give me 100 million? I give it away more than 100 million worth of coffee beans. Are you worth less than coffee beans? Su Anna's face flushed with anger, but she couldn't lash out. She could only swallow her blood in anger. Okay, help me contact my father, and I'll tell him. Boss, I'll do it. Old 8 took over the task and said to his men, Jeff, take Miss Su to the logistics department and have them arrange a good place to live. Jeff, a man of good sense, dragged her away without waiting for Su Anna to say anything. Qianjusai squinted at the two of them. What's going on with you two? Fernandez scratched his head. I don't know, but I think there's something wrong with this woman. Old 8 rolled his eyes. Randy said there's a term for this kind of woman. Qianjusai humbly asked, what term? White Lotus. Green tea bitch? Either way, they're not good people. Heh, I think you two are just bored. Fernandez, go contact the military to take over the base, and Old 8, watch them dismantle the ship. I suffered heavy losses this time. Take away everything I can. If even one screw is missing, I'll skin you alive. Old 8, unfazed, reminded him, Boss, Fields isn't here. Do you still have your bionic patch? I need to video chat with Xiao Yuan about today. Fuck. I'm going to the infirmary. Qianjusai was panicking. A long, deep gash had been cut across the side of his face, and it wouldn't heal anytime soon. We have to find a doctor and find a way to cover it up. Old 8 snorted coldly, then turned and told Randy what had happened today. Swana, after finding her accommodations with the logistics staff, thanked them gratefully and asked where her companions were being accommodated. The logistics staff told her the location and left. Su Anna went to the dormitory of the rescued and found one of them. After entering the dormitory, Su Anna's gentle expression completely vanished. A companion, noticing her expression, scoffed, What? Didn't you see Qianjusai? Su Anna gritted her teeth and said, Yes, I did. The companion understood and said, with a playful expression, Oh, I told you, Qianjusai isn't a lecher. Your honey trap won't work on him. Su Anna glared at her companion, her face dark. It'll take over a month for the military to take over the base. Qianjusai will be stationed here during this time. I still have a chance. Then I'll see what tricks you have. Anderson, how dare you mock me? The 3 Freeland bases are vulnerable to Qianjusai. Do you realize how difficult our current situation is? If it weren't for your incompetence, would I need to lower myself to win over a vulgar and lowly pirate? This sentence struck the darkest chord in Anderson's heart. In a dark corner, he grabbed Su Anna and demanded fiercely, A vulgar and lowly pirate? My honorable servant, I am also a vulgar and lowly pirate. Are you trying to lower yourself to win me over? Using your filthy body? Can your lord servant satisfy you? He's so old he can't even get an erection. Can your fellow servants satisfy you? They can't even carry a bazooka. You think you're so noble, huh? Aren't we vulgar and lowly pirates the ones who have always protected you, commanded you, and fought for you? Shut up. Anderson, how can you say that to me? I never did those things. Su Anna realized that her careless words had angered Anderson, and her expression immediately changed to one of heartbreak. She couldn't break off relations with Anderson just yet. You don't have any? Ha, then how are you going to raise money? Do you take me for a fool? I can't help it, Anderson. We're already at our wits' end. Sue Anna wept bitterly. She was truly beautiful, even more so when she cried. It was impossible not to love and cherish her. But this time, Anderson turned a blind eye. He saw the truth clearly from the woman's unintentional revelation. Sue Anna at this moment filled him with indignation, and he wanted nothing more than to vent his anger. But Qianjusai doesn't look down on you, the honorable servant of God, the goddess of billions of netizens? Ha. A vulgar and lowly space pirate doesn't look down on you, ha. Let me go, Anderson, stop. Scream louder and draw everyone outside. I don't mind letting everyone see what's happening, but do you dare? Ah? Do you dare to ruin your own plan? Anderson, I love you, I really do. Please, don't do this to me. Woo-woo. Swana sobs, and please only provoke the man to torture her even more fiercely. Her flawless disguise was rendered useless. This was going to be a long night. Chapter 45. In the medical room, Qianjusai, a scowl on his face, held a small basin and immersed half his face in a healing potion specially prepared by the doctor. It was indeed effective, but his posture was strange, and everyone who saw him would laugh at him for a long time. He, the boss, was completely embarrassed. He couldn't resist soaking because this planetary base was too far away. They had been warping frantically all the way there, and they hadn't video called Chen Ziyuan in over a month. Now that the battle was over and the other two bases were missing, he didn't need to participate in the search and would temporarily stay at this base, waiting for the military to send troops to take over. With the tense battle over, the longing in his heart could no longer be suppressed, so he had to video call Chen Ziyuan tonight no matter what, even if it was embarrassing. The doctor's time for the demonstration was up. Qianjusai put down the small basin and looked at the long scar in the mirror. He said dissatisfiedly, "It's still there. Will soaking it again make it go away?" The doctor was a little puzzled. "Boss, medicine is for healing wounds, not scar removal. Besides, this scar will disappear in a few days. Why are we pirates afraid of leaving a mark on our faces?" Qianjusai said irritably, "No scar today." "Why not today?" The doctor was even more confused, then thought of something else. "Oh, is the princess coming to inspect today?" "No, how did you all know all this?" Qianjusai was completely irritated by these men, but why couldn't he get over the princess's joke? Who else doesn't know? It's that child who cried secretly in your treatment room in the hospital earlier. I seen him several times. She's so fresh and tender, so pretty and clean. She's a good child. Someone praised Chen Ziyuan, and Qianjusai instantly cheered up. Then think of a solution. He'll be worried again when he sees this scar. What can I do? Even the best scar removal product takes 2 or 3 days to fade. The nurse next to him saw that the boss was sweating with anxiety, so she thought for a moment and said, "Boss, how about I put some makeup on you? It'll cover it up." Makeup? Qianjusai thought of Randy's makeup and began to sweat profusely. "Just some concealer and powder. I guarantee the princess won't notice." "Really? Let's try it. If it doesn't work, just wash it off. It's not a big deal." Qianjusai thought about it and decided to give it a try. "Let's give it a try." The nurse fiddled with Qianjusai's face for a while, then clapped her hands after 10 minutes. "All right, dim the lights when you're on video. It'll be fine." Qianjusai looked left and right in the mirror. Believe it or not, it really covered it up. "Your skills are excellent. I'll give you a bonus." The young nurse was delighted. "Thank you, boss." The doctor quickly asked, "Boss, what about me? What bonus do you want? You can't even hide a scar." Then he slammed the door and left. "Hey, boss, why are you like this?" Qianjusai was brimming with pride. He deliberately ran over to Lao Ba to show off, then sternly warned him, "Don't tell on me. I'm warning you. If you do, I'll have you slung around on a starship chain." Heh. Lao Ba rolled his eyes. He wasn't afraid of Qianjusai at all. Someone could control the boss, so why would he be afraid? Qianjusai returned to the lounge, dimmed the lights, and dialed in a video call. It was still early. Chen Ziyuan had just returned to the dormitory, and was showering when he heard the unusual ringtone. He hastily threw on a bathrobe and ran out, drying his hair as he walked. He hadn't noticed the slightly wide chest opening, and drops of water were trickling down his chest. Qianjusai's eyes followed the water droplets on his chest. Her fair skin seemed to hold a certain spell, holding his gaze captivated. He swallowed unconsciously. "Boss Qian, are you free today?" Chen Ziyuan's surprised voice finally brought Qianjusai back to his senses. "Ahem, the battle's over. Wipe yourself clean and change clothes. Be careful not to catch a cold." No, the room temperature is perfect. Chen Ziyuan, unfazed, sat cross-legged in front of the video camera. His innocent, fresh-faced face, fresh from a bath, leaned forward, carefully observing Qian Jucai's expression. Very good, still full of energy. But Lao Ba had told him before that Qian Jucai fought recklessly and hid his injuries. Boss Qian, aren't you hurt? No, it was resolved quickly this time, without much trouble. Chen Ziyuan narrowed his eyes. I don't believe it. I'm really not hurt. Don't listen to old eight's nonsense. Whether he was talking nonsense or not, I didn't see it myself. And I'm certainly meddling too much, aren't I? You have no obligation to tell me. No, how could I say that? How dare I hide it from you? You're my ancestor, right? You should be in charge. Humph, I heard Fields brought a lot of bionic patches. Qian Jucai broke out in a cold sweat. He and I aren't even in the same galaxy, and I never use that stuff. Really? Really? We split up, and are now quite far apart. Qian Jucai didn't dare continue the conversation and asked, have the peonies we sent grown? Chen Ziyuan beamed with joy. They're growing well, and will definitely bloom next year. Don't worry, I'll sell them for a good price. Qian Jucai's smile faltered. Are you going to sell them? Yes, they're very valuable. They could fetch tens of millions. Aren't you short of money to run your airline? No matter how short I was, you couldn't sell the flowers. That's... Qian Jucai was heartbroken. It was a token of his love, but the little ingot was about to be sold. Did money matter as much as his love? Qian Jucai, a money grubber, was hurt for the first time. Chen Ziyuan, ever so perceptive, immediately noticed that Qian Jucai's expression was off. He couldn't understand why Boss Qian wasn't happy when he could make so much money for him. Thinking about how good Boss Qian had been to him, he suddenly felt that it was a bit excessive. From the moment they met, Qian Jucai had always been kind to him, protecting him, giving in to him, pampering him, even doting on him. Is this normal? Of course it isn't, yet he's been accustomed to it, taking it for granted. Chen Ziyuan fell into deep thought. When did he start thinking that Boss Qian should treat him well? That he should pamper him? The food Boss Qian gave him could fetch hundreds of millions of star coins on StarNet. Even while fighting, he didn't forget to ask Wu Ye to send another ship. They were just friends, but Boss Qian listened to him in every way. No matter how strict his control was, he happily accepted it. Did Boss Qian really want him to sell the flowers he gave him? What if not? Chen Ziyuan just had no experience in love. He wasn't stupid. Not only was he not stupid, he was also a highly intelligent student. If someone so obsessed with money doesn't even want money anymore, what could be the reason? Chen Ziyuan's face flushed. I won't sell them. I'll take good care of them. Huh? Not selling them? No, not even if you kill me. Realizing Boss Qian's feelings, Chen Ziyuan suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He hadn't figured out his feelings yet, but he was certain he didn't want to upset Boss Qian. Since the flowers were a token of his love, he should cherish them. Qian Jucai sensed Chen Ziyuan's subtle change and cautiously probed. So, do you like it? Do you like everything I gave you? Yes, I like everything. But it's too much trouble for Wu Ye to come here, so don't let him give you anything. Qian Jucai continued to probe. Then I'll give you something from now on, okay? Chen Ziyuan was surprised at first, then vaguely understood what he meant. His face turned even redder, and he stammered, You don't have the time. I'm on vacation. Going out to play. Yes, I can always squeeze in. Tell me when you're almost done. I'll always have time. An air of ambiguity lingered between the two like a wisp of smoke. Though separated by millions of light years, spanning the vast expanse of time and space, they could clearly sense each other's emotions and feelings. This strange feeling made them feel as if they were in the same time and space, connected in spirit. Lao Ba felt that the eldest brother had been acting particularly cocky these past few days, ever since he finished communicating with Xiao Yuan Bao. He walked with a swagger, as if a tail was swishing behind him. He was communicating with Randy about Suanna's situation. Qian Jucai had already been swaying back and forth in front of him with a radiant look on his face. Randy couldn't help but ask, what happened to the boss? Did he make a fortune? It must have something to do with Xiao Yuan Bao. Randy speculated, did he successfully confess his feelings to Xiao Yuan Bao? I don't know. No one asked him, so he's just showing off. Haha. You guys are so mean. Isn't this driving the boss crazy? Who told him to unscrew a screw? It's killing him. Is Suanna really that beautiful? Even prettier than the videos on StarNet? Well, that's just the way it is. Star people are so ignorant, far worse than you. Heh, That's just me. No, I can't show my face on StarNet. Okay, have you found anything useful? You're just wasting my time. Sue fucking is fine. What about Sue Anna? Her. The profile is very simple. 26 years old, not yet graduated from college, and with simple social connections. But I'll continue investigating, don't worry. Yes, Fernandez and I both think this woman is something special. Perhaps you're too fond of Xiao Yuan Bao? You unconsciously developed hostility towards anyone close to the boss. I hope it's just our imagination. We'll leave as soon as the military arrives. Yes, I'm also investigating the energy transportation line. We'll have results soon. Old Aide hung up the phone and pressed his temple. Sue Anna had been very quiet for the past 3 days and hadn't approached the boss. Perhaps he really had misunderstood. Before he could finish his self-blame, he saw Sue Anna approaching gracefully, carrying a small tube. Everyone who passed by followed her graceful figure. Fuck. Old Ba couldn't help but curse, blocking her path unkindly. What are you doing here? Sue Anna brushed her hair from her forehead and said softly, I made some dessert and wanted to give it to Brother Qian. He's busy, so you can take it back. Sue Anna looked aggrieved. I just wanted to thank Brother Qian, nothing else. Old Ba grew impatient. Give it to me, I'll pass it on to you. Sue Anna lowered her head and gritted her teeth, handing the small tube to Old Ba. She glanced reluctantly at the distant headquarters and turned away. For the next few days, Old Ba set men to follow her like a thief, making it impossible for Sue Anna to get close to Qianjuzai. She could only turn to Anderson again, asking him to help her deal with the people following her. Anderson looked at her grimly. Haven't you learned your lesson last time? Sue Anna shuddered. She hadn't been able to get out of bed for 3 days, but she also realized that while Anderson might torture her, he wouldn't actually kill her. She pleaded, I beg you, Anderson. We only have this one chance. I don't want you to die. Can you please think of our future? If we can get Qianjuzai to trust me and let down his guard against me, the organization will be able to control him. Trust me, it won't be long before we have complete control over him. Anderson closed his eyes and silently walked out of the dormitory. Sue Anna smiled contemptuously at his back. That night, a fire suddenly broke out in the dormitory area and spread rapidly. Qianjuzai, worried about the captured people, went to the scene to help. Sue Anna hardened her heart and didn't run out immediately, but waited in the dormitory building. Sure enough, Qianjuzai soon realized that she hadn't escaped. That was 100 million yuan. If it burned, it would be gone. The fire grew in size, and Sue Anna fainted from the toxic smoke. When she regained consciousness, she found herself lying in the treatment room. Seeing her awake, the doctor quickly notified Qianjuzai, who arrived and nervously asked, How is she? She inhaled a large amount of toxic gas and requires medical observation. Qianjuzai suddenly panicked. She's not dead, is she? 100 million would be gone if she died. Sue Anna gritted her teeth, tears welling in her eyes. Brother Qian. Ahem. Can you help me contact my father? Qianjuzai felt a pang of remorse at her pitiful appearance. He had neglected a crucial hostage, nearly burying him in the flames. For the sake of the money, his conscience relented. I'll contact Mr. Su. You should get some rest. Brother Qian, I need to speak to my father. Okay, I'll call him now. Qianjuzai connected to Su Fucking's personal terminal, explained the situation, and left the treatment room, leaving the father and daughter some privacy. A group of dusty men stood outside the door. Qianjuzai asked, Have you figured out the cause of the fire? One of his men reported, a few teenagers, driven by some unknown irritation, felt hopeless and set themselves on fire in the dormitory. Qianjuzai remained silent for a long time. When Lao Ba finished searching the base, he discovered that there were many teenagers here, orphans from various planets, coaxed here for various reasons. Have they been rescued? Yes. As long as they weren't burned to death, they'll be fine after 10 days or half a month in the treatment chamber. Qianjuzai wasn't so optimistic. But they all been infected with the AIDS virus, and their immune systems aren't as strong as normal people. Lao Ba sighed, We can only do our best. Qianjuzai waited outside the treatment room. The robot nurse handed him the terminal. The video call hadn't ended yet. Su Fucking clearly had something else to say. Mr. Su? Mr. Qian, I'm very grateful that you saved my daughter again. My men are on their way, and the thank you money will be transferred to you soon. To express my gratitude, I prepared 200 million. Qianjuzai's eyes lit up. He had never seen anyone offer a ransom. Also, I have a humble request. Little Anna has been deeply frightened by this incident, and she only trusts you. Could you please help take care of her for a while? Qian Jusai agreed immediately. Of course, Mr. Su, rest assured. I will take good care of Miss Su, and ensure she doesn't come to any further harm. Thank you very much. After hanging up, Qian Jusai was practically cocky. Another free 100 million, haha. Old 8 snorted. Ha, sugar-coated bullet. So what? That's money. Please increase your firepower and fire at me. Haha. Boss, don't blame me for not warning you. Qian Jusai interrupted with a wave of his hand. Come on, come on. I know what's going on. Even if she's a fairy, she's not even a hair's worth of Xiao Yuanbao's. Just don't complain. Qian Jusai raised his chin proudly. Xiao Yuanbao and I are good friends. Xiao Yuanbao thought Wu Ye was too much trouble, so he asked me to deliver something to him personally. You know what? Asking me to deliver it myself? Old 8 was a little skeptical. Xiao Yuanbao wasn't the willful and capricious type. He couldn't possibly dislike Wu Ye, nor would he ask his boss to deliver something personally. But seeing his boss's smug face, Old 8 didn't want to say anything in rebuttal. Forget it, let him show off. After living for over 30 years, he finally got to show off for once. I wouldn't offend him. Chapter 46. Su Anna spent 2 days in the treatment room, then resorted to every possible means to cling to Qian Jusai, practically accompanying him in every moment. A beautiful woman followed Qian Jusai around daily, occasionally making desserts and meals for the command center. She was gentle, virtuous, and affectionate. Rumors quickly spread. Most of the pirates knew Chen Ziyuan and the princess story, and for a while, they couldn't accept the boss's all-encompassing behavior. But after observing for a few days, he saw that the boss didn't make any intimate gestures towards Su Anna, and he was always accompanied by Fernando or Lao Ba and the others, never spending time alone with her. Gradually, the discussion stopped. He just treated it as a joke, a spectacle to watch. Qian Jusai had promised Su fucking, and he was also worried about any mishaps with the 200 million yuan he was traveling with, so he felt more at ease keeping them under his watch. If Su Anna tried to get closer, he wouldn't stop her. After all, once Su fucking's men arrived, they could unload the goods. Qian Jusai didn't care about rumors at all. He had no idea such things existed, let alone online rumors. Andro didn't even have access to the Starnet. Except for Randy, no one would deliberately go to the Starnet to gather information. So when Yi Nanxiao called and questioned Qian Jusai about such a big scandal, Qian Jusai was stunned. What the hell? What's a scandal? Yi Nanxiao was a little angry, although he believed in Qian Jusai's character. But since Herman had entrusted the 2 little ones to him, he had to fulfill his responsibility to take care of them. Like Herman, he treated Chen Ziyuan like a younger brother. Qian Jusai was a good match, and he had been trying his best to bring them together. The result? Qian Jusai is truly audacious. Explain to me clearly what's going on with Su Anna. What's with the intimate photos? No, what intimate photos? Su Anna is worth 200 million, no, she's a hostage. She's worth 200 million. Can you sell yourself for 200 million? Can you play 2 women at the same time? When have I ever played 2 women at the same time? Don't slander me. You want to fight? Come on, I'll fight you to the end. Old 8 took over with a headache. It was difficult for their boss, and Yi Nanxiao to communicate peacefully, let alone when there was a misunderstanding. Lieutenant Colonel Yi, what's going on? Su Anna is a hostage we rescued at the base. She's the daughter of the governor of Panda. I know who she is. How can she compare to Chen Ziyuan? She's just a pretty face. Her brains aren't even enough to polish Chen Ziyuan's shoes. Qian Jusai nodded in agreement. Of course she can't compare to Xiao Yuanbao. No, why are you comparing her to Xiao Yuanbao? What's wrong with that? Old 8 pressed his temple, and got to the point. What intimate photos? Can you send them to us? Lieutenant Colonel Yi, you know we don't have internet access. Yi Nanxiao finally calmed down a bit. The pirates' terminal couldn't connect to the internet. Of course, it wasn't completely impossible. With some special equipment, they could connect. It's just that Qian Jusai and his men were too lazy to access the internet. Yi Nanxiao threw 7 or 8 photos over, and Old 8's eyes widened after seeing them. This, what the hell is this? I swear, the boss has never been alone with Su Anna. This is all fake. Qian Jusai also saw the photos, and felt like a bucket of ice water was poured over his head. He felt completely chilled. These photos. I don't know what happened, how they were taken like this, but if Xiao Yuanbao saw them, the little spark they just started would be extinguished without a trace. Qian Jusai was panicking for the first time. His face turned pale, and his lips trembled. Yi Nanqiao, I'm going to Phoenix Star. I want to see Xiao Yuan Bao. Yi Nanqiao stared at him for a long moment. What's your relationship with Su Anna? I have nothing to do with her. I just want to ask her father for money. Yi Nanqiao was so frustrated. Qian Jusai, didn't I tell you that your greedy nature will eventually lead to a big fall? What's the point of you saying all this now? I'm going to Phoenix Star to find Xiao Yuan Bao. Please help me. If you leave now, you're deserting your post. Stay at the base, and don't go anywhere. Also, find the person who took the photo. But how can I explain this? If the photo isn't real, it's probably a fake or a composite. But the production. The person who took the photo was very skilled, and there's almost no flaw to be found. Don't panic. It's something you haven't done, so why wouldn't you explain it? Go call Chen Ziyuan and explain everything clearly. He's much smarter than you. He can figure it out for himself. Okay. Yi Nanqiao was irritated by his cowardly look. Even if you don't have confidence in yourself, don't you have confidence in Chen Ziyuan? Get out of here. I'll have to clean up your mess. Now that StarNet has exploded, this matter must be suppressed. Public opinion is too unfavorable for you. Qian Jusai and Lao Ba gathered a few more companions, and everyone discussed it in a flurry. These internet-savvy people were completely clueless about the StarNet. While waiting for Chen Ziyuan to finish his get-out of class, they finally remembered that they had equipment and could access the StarNet themselves. It would have been fine if I hadn't visited StarNet. Once I did, I opened any popular website, and the front page was filled with intimate photos of Qian Jusai and Su Anna. I don't know how it happened, but there were photos of them holding hands, Qian Jusai kissing Su Anna on the cheek, and even his arm around her slender waist, their gazes locked. The most outrageous thing was a photo of them passionately kissing. Qian Jusai had no idea about the tricks used to manipulate or compose photos. He simply felt the photos were so real he almost believed them. Qian Jusai's eyes darkened. How do I explain this? Will Xiao Yuan Bao believe it? But everyone wasn't paying attention. They were reading the comments. The insults were unbearable. At first, they just called Qian Jusai a lowly space pirate, saying he was unworthy of a goddess, who had gotten ahead of himself. Then the comments grew increasingly vicious. A lowly pirate dared to defile my goddess. Qian Jusai, why don't you just die? Did he take the goddess to Andro? Is the Phoenix military a bunch of idiots? Why didn't they come to rescue her? What about the Special Operations Division? Are they all dead? Go and rescue her. Toad, die, Toad. Don't touch my goddess. Ugly ghosts, vile creatures, aliens. You pirates all deserve to die. Andro shouldn't exist. My goddess, my beautiful and elegant goddess. Wow. Why didn't the Phoenix military come to rescue her? Are you just good at eating and drinking? Burn the pirates. They're aliens. They shouldn't exist. They should all be destroyed. Yes, these aliens should be destroyed. These disgusting pirates shouldn't exist. They should have been destroyed 800 years ago. Where's the Special Operations Division? Are they all dead? Isn't your job to fight the pirates? Go bomb Andro, go rescue the goddess. Alien, trampled, deserve to die, destroyed. These words stung the pirates' eyes deeply. From the moment they were exiled to this desolate planet, they were aliens. They shouldn't exist. They were never accepted. The scene was momentarily gloomy, a tangle of silent anger and sorrow enveloping the entire base. Qian Jusai's heart sank. It wasn't that he had been reluctant to fully open Andro, but rather that he worried that Andro wasn't truly accepted by interstellar humanity, that his compatriots would be harmed once again. Now, his fears had finally come true. Those vicious curses pierced the pirates' eyes, and hearts like knives. Qian Jusai closed his eyes. All those years of hard work, now it was all over. With this happening, his compatriots would never again actively integrate into the Interstellar Alliance. A special note chime rang, and Qian Jusai immediately tensed. It was Xiao Yuanbao's call. Qian Jusai answered the call tremblingly. Before he could say anything, Chen Ziyuan nervously inquired, has everyone seen the comments on StarNet? Qian Jusai said nothing, but stepped back a few steps and leaned sideways, allowing Chen Ziyuan a clear view of the people gathered in the square. Qian Jusai? For the first time, Chen Ziyuan addressed him by name. Put my comm channel on the square, and in the command rooms of all the starships. Let everyone see me and hear me. Qian Jusai had no idea what Chen Ziyuan was going to do, but he trusted him and obeyed without hesitation. Well, you all know me, right? I won't introduce myself. All the pirates looked up, gazing at the slightly youthful boy on the screen. You all seen the comments, haha. They're all fans of that Su Anna. They're a bunch of scum. The pirates all looked at each other with strange expressions. Suanna herself was still in their base. The princess was so tough, she could scold her fans right in front of the real person. Don't take anything those idiots, who only know how to hide behind their screens, say to heart. I've been to Andro, I interacted with many of you, and I often go to the morning market. I know what kind of people you are. Andro is the warmest, most humane planet in the entire Star Alliance. You are never alien. You are friendlier, more enthusiastic, and more genuine than any other human in the Star Alliance. A pirate asked, when will the little princess marry here? Chen Ziyuan was confused. What princess? The pirates started to cheer. You are the princess, our Andro princess. Yes, yes, yes. When the princess comes to the morning market again, I'll make you your favorite hand-rolled noodles. The princess is still in school, and can only come during the holidays. Then we'll send it to the princess. Yes, we can't let the princess go hungry. Chen Ziyuan felt a little overwhelmed. The title was truly embarrassing. He quickly got back to the point. I just want to tell you that there are all kinds of people on StarNet. Some people hate you, but there are also many who, like me, love Andro and hope to establish normal communication with you. Don't be sad, everyone. Wait a minute, those who support you will vent their anger and fight back on your behalf. There will be many people who support you, who like you, who love Andro. The pirates were skeptical, preferring to tease the little princess. Will the princess help us curse back? Of course, I'll program an auto-reply program to curse back at everyone. The little princess is amazing. Can you please not call me that nickname? No, haha. The Andro pirates possess a magical power. They only care about those they love, and a little warmth can dispel their gloom. The little princess affirmed them, comforted them, and even such a good child helped them curse. That was enough. Those bugs were none of their business. They didn't have internet access anyway, so they had the little princess's protection. After a few laughs, Qian Jusai removed the projection screen. Alone with Chen Ziyuan, his emotions surged, and he had so much to say but didn't know how to express it. Chen Ziyuan blushed at the pirate's annoyance and complained, Why don't you do anything? Don't call me princess. Qian Jusai's eyes were so gentle they could drown you. They like you, Xiao Yuanbao. Everyone loves you. Chen Ziyuan blushed. I know. Don't worry about the photo, and don't pay attention to those online comments. The military is already handling them. Qian Jusai, whose heart had already sank, and who knew how to explain himself, felt like he had been soaked in warm water. Xiao Yuanbao, aren't you going to ask me about the photo? Chen Ziyuan didn't question him, but instead helped calm everyone down. Chen Ziyuan smiled brightly. I don't believe it. That Suanna is not worthy of you. She's definitely not your type. Chen Ziyuan and Zhu Fuxing had long discussed that Qian Jusai was actually a leader with immense charisma. He seemed crude, yet he was able to control the most unruly pirate group in the entire interstellar system. He seemed greedy, yet he never sought pleasure, investing all his money in the 3 lines of defense and planetary construction. He seemed profit-driven, yet he spared no effort in helping the military find a route to the home planet, and took over the construction and supply of the first fleet base without complaint. Qian Jusai was a leader with a broad mind and a far-sighted vision. That's why, as a pirate, he was able to befriend Nan Xiao and Herman, and it was precisely under his control that the entire pirate group gained recognition and even favor from the military. A woman like Suanna, with nothing but her beauty, was definitely not Qian Jusai's type. Furthermore, Qian Jusai was not at all lustful. Even a beauty like Randy would be dismissed by him as a spendthrift. Suanna? Randy was miles ahead of her in terms of beauty. Qian Jusai was dazzled by Chen Ziyuan's smile, and even more deeply moved by his unconditional trust. He took a deep breath, barely suppressing the warmth welling in his eyes, and murmured, Yuanbao, thank you. Thank you for trusting me, and thank you for defending all of us. Chen Ziyuan explained earnestly, I was in class when I received a message from Brother Qiao saying you were being framed and cyberbullied. I quickly went to Star Network. The photos were indeed quite alarming, and I was initially frightened, but I was even more worried about the comments. Brother Randy also contacted me, asking me to help calm everyone down. Chen Ziyuan scratched his head. I don't know what to say, so I can only speak my mind. Well, I didn't embarrass you just now, did I? Qian Jusai wanted to hug her tightly. You performed very well, yeah, very much like a princess. Chen Ziyuan was almost frantic. Don't call me princess, it's too embarrassing. Haha. Qian Jusai finally laughed heartily. Zhu Fuxing poked his head out. Boss Qian, are you okay? Qian Jusai smiled and said, I'm fine. Zhu Fuxing hurriedly urged him. Let everyone go to the Star Network. The counterattack has begun. Wow! It's spectacular. Before the military could react, Yi Nanxiao threw 5 million into the group chat. Find every marketing account you can find, cooperate with the military, support Qianjusai, support Androstar. The group instantly exploded. De Qiao, are you serious? Afterwards, everyone will get 100 kilograms of coffee beans. The group was in an uproar. His friends were all wealthy, but even if they were rich, they couldn't just buy coffee beans. Don't worry, De Qiao, I'll beat Su Anna to death. Yi Nanxiao's connection spanned all walks of life, and everyone in the group immediately took action. Su Anna was indeed very popular, with loyal fans across the galaxy, but with fame comes criticism, and with loyal fans comes a fair share of haters. These haters were the first to arrive, intending to mock Su Anna for hooking up with the pirates, but after seeing Qianjusai's beautiful photos. Holy crap, the pirate leader is so handsome? TSK TSK TSK. That face, that waist, those long legs, that Su Duanjiao's domineering aura, wow, I can do it. Su Anna, stay away, let me do it. Is Boss Qian blind? What's so good about Su Anna? I'm pretty too. I have a mining star at home, I could pay for her. Boss Qian, look at me. Lady upstairs, calm down. Go make some coffee. And think about the price. Are you even paying for it? Are Su Anna's fans crazy? Who doesn't deserve it? He's Qianjusai. He commands an army that rivals Phoenix, top-tier resources from Andro, and he's so handsome. Who doesn't deserve it? He's so handsome I'm hooked. Boss, please see an ophthalmologist. Su Anna is just a green tea. She's truly unworthy of you. I'm begging Boss Qian to see an ophthalmologist. 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 Qianjusai's fans, filled with attractive looks, quickly became a towering empire. Unwilling to see Qian's beautiful flower stuck in cow dung, they lashed out at Su Anna. Before the military could control these extreme rhetoric, Qianjusai's fans took control. Afterwards, the well-prepared marketing accounts met their end. It goes without saying that professional matters should be left to professionals. They first analyzed the photos frame by frame to verify their authenticity. Even though the photos were perfectly stitched together, they still uncovered numerous traces. Qianjusai's fans became even more defiant. You wronged me, boss. I'm not blind. I told you. How could I possibly fall for a white lotus? Where are Su Anna's fans? Come out and get ready to die. Boss has money, looks, and weapons, but what does Su Anna have? Who's not good enough for whom? Seeing the fans' outrage, the marketing account pulled out the military's long-prepared materials, discussing the history of the pirates, the origins of Andro, and the tremendous contributions the pirates have made over the past few centuries in their quest to find their home planet. The pirates' image was instantly transformed, earning them the sympathy and admiration of countless netizens. Countless people wanted to do their bit for Andro, hoping that they would soon return to the Interstellar Alliance. Qianjusai was stunned, and the pirates witnessed for the first time the terrifying power of public opinion. The young princess hadn't lied to them. It turned out many people truly supported and accepted them. They were no longer lonely outsiders. They could also receive much love and help. Chapter 47. The uninformed pirates, having seen enough of the commotion, dispersed noisily. Old Eight and Fernando immediately sought out Swanna and pressed her about the photo. Swanna was furious, her heart bleeding. It truly wasn't her doing, nor was it Anderson's doing. She and Anderson weren't so foolish. Creating such a scandal would only drive Qianjusai away from her, let alone lower his guard against her. She suspected that one of her companions, Zheng Xinyan, who had been captured at the base with her, had long admired her, and was a wealthy, idle young man. To salvage her hard-won opportunity, Swanna sold her companion out. Zheng Xinyan also readily admitted that he had pursued Swanna for years, but she had always been vague and indifferent, never responding directly. Yet he was being so attentive to a pirate, demonstrating his deep affection. Zheng Xinyan was filled with jealousy and resentment. His family ran a large entertainment company, and he wanted to fabricate a scandal, allowing his company to steer public opinion and convince Su Anna that her relationship with Qianjusai would not lead to good things. Zheng Xinyan hadn't anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. He was no foolish rich second-generation kid, and he immediately understood that Qianjusai must have powerful forces behind him. Not only could he not offend this pirate leader, he had to do everything in his power to befriend him. I acted impulsively and caused great trouble for Chief Qian. I apologize. Zhang Xinyan admitted his mistake so quickly that Lao Ba and Fernandez struggled to strike him down. Qian Jusai snorted, "Is admitting my mistake enough? Did you just create this rumor about me? Chief Qian, I am willing to compensate you for your loss of reputation. Please forgive my misdeeds." Qian Jusai felt a certain admiration for this wealthy second generation. "You're quite adaptable. Tell me, how do you plan to compensate?" Zhang Xinyan glanced at Su Anna, his eyes no longer filled with the admiration and pity they once had. He said, "For 100 million, is that okay? Wow, you're a wealthy man too." Qian Jusai's eyes lit up again. Lao Ba pinched him hard and whispered, "Boss, are you still so stubborn?" Zhang Xinyan noticed their little antics and said calmly, "This is entirely my responsibility. I can issue a statement on Starnet to solemnly apologize to you. Defamation compensation can also be sought through legal procedures through my lawyer. Please accept it." Qian Jusai happily accepted the compensation, and Zhang Xinyan followed through on his word, immediately notifying the company to issue an apology. His words were sincere, and his admission of guilt was excellent. Yu Nanxiao read the statement and contacted Qian Jusai again. He was genuinely worried that Qian Jusai would cause trouble again. Zhang Xinyan said defamation compensation should be sought through formal legal means. "I won't accept his money privately." "You're finally smart for once. Don't make me sound like a fool. Aren't you stupid? Even a woman could take advantage of you." Qian Jusai was in the wrong, so he stopped arguing. "I won't let her get close to me again. Keep an eye on her." Randy found something. "Oh!" Yu Nanxiao fiddled with his gun idly. He couldn't find his mobile base, couldn't return to Phoenix, and now he couldn't even get internet. He was getting fed up. "Just keep an eye on her. My brothers put in a lot of effort this time. I promised each of them 100 kilograms of coffee beans. Plenty of coffee beans. I'll have Weia deliver them tomorrow. There's no rush." "Did you see Fuxing when you were video chatting with Chen Ziyuan?" Qian Jusai reassured him. "Little Fuxing is fine. His face is rosy and shiny, and he's very energetic." "Okay, enough rambling. Be more careful in the future." I know. Why are you so nagging?" Yu Nanxiao gave him a middle finger, and angrily ended the video. Qian Jusai slept soundly that night, his dreams filled with little Yuanbao's handsome smile. Starnet was still buzzing with activity, with Andro Xing and Qian Jusai gracing the headlines of various websites, unable to leave. Clearly, the marketing accounts weren't going to let the hype die down. They had a big trick up their sleeve. Early in the morning, Qian Jusai was shaken awake by Lao Ba. Boss, wake up! Randy's been exposed online too." "What?" Qian Jusai lost all sleep and jumped out of bed. "What's going on?" On Starnet, the buzz about him and Andro's star hadn't died down yet, but the photo on the front page had changed. It was a video of Randy, with an innocent Fernando. The video was taken shortly after the battle of Andro's star ended. Qian Jusai was still lying in the treatment pod. Randy, who had just been discharged from the hospital, dragged Fernando and Weia to the morning market. Randy was slurping noodles without any dignity, his mouth greasy and his lips red from the spicy food, looking as if they were about to bleed. He couldn't stop praising her. "Wow, it's so delicious. I haven't had it in ages." Fernando said disdainfully, "Go slow. No one's trying to snatch it from you. Are you a starving ghost reincarnated?" Randy picked up Haida's soup bowl, which was bigger than his face, and gulped it down, soup and noodles included. "No, I need another bowl." Weia, who was secretly filming the video, reminded him, "There's still plenty of food you'll love, save some room." Randy wiped his mouth, pointed at Fernando with a proud expression, "Go ahead, clear the way." Fernando dodged his greasy hand and flung a tissue at him. "Wipe your greasy mouth first." The three of them ate as they walked, their diverse delicacies captured on camera. After finishing their meals, they didn't pay. Each vendor expertly pulled out a small notebook and said, "I'll put it on the boss's head, right? Okay, I'll take a note." After browsing the morning market, Randy propped himself up and patted his belly. "I can't do it anymore, I need to rest." The three of them packed up a bunch of snacks and strolled to the park, where the lake, mountains, and flowers bloomed. The camera captured the lively crowds and the beautiful scenery. Randy took off his shoes and dipped his feet in the clear water. He leaned lazily against a tree trunk, and before he knew it, he dozed off. The sun shone on his long, golden curls, and he slept peacefully, like an elf taking a nap under a tree. Weia smiled as he put away his miniature camera. Major Yi had asked him to film some everyday scenes, saying they would be used for promotional videos. He didn't know what to film, so Major Yi told him to shoot whatever looked good. Weia thought, "Randy looks good, the snacks at the morning market look good, and the backstreet park is breathtaking. So let's film them all. Xianjusai watched the video of Randy and Fernando wolfing down their food without any respect, and even buying it on credit. It was beyond words, and he felt like the entire planet had been completely disgraced by these two foodies. Having witnessed the prowess of interstellar netizens, he didn't even dare to read the comments. These two money-losing bastards, don't I feed them enough every day? And they're even buying it on credit. They completely disgrace me. Lao Ba looked up from the comments. You're so stingy. When have you ever been full? How are we supposed to eat if we don't buy on credit? Xianjusai choked. Who posted this video? I won't let him off. Lao Ba asked in confusion, huh? What's wrong with the video? Didn't those two losers get scolded? No, Randy was praised to bits. The comments were captivated by Randy's beauty. Oh my god, what did I see? The legendary elves? I'm dying of laughter. This is the first time I've seen such a pure and innocent beauty. She's so adorable. Is this Andro? The camera panned to the name of a shop. Am I seeing this right? There's actually such a beauty hiding somewhere? Haha. He's slicking his lips, patting his belly, and even selling things on credit. Haha. I love him so much. What should I do? The shop owner's movements are so skillful it's heartbreaking. Their boss must be a moneymaker. Are pirates this cute? Haha. Today I finally seen what androgynous beauty looks like. She's captivating both men and women. I seen it 238 times, and I can't do anything but stare at the beauty. Is Suana worthy of carrying his shoes? Obviously not. I might be jealous of Suana, but I don't even have the courage to envy this beauty. Are you all just staring at the beauty? Aren't you paying attention to the delicious food? I noticed. Just a quick calculation. That beauty ate 10 years worth of my income in just one morning. The way he eats is absurd, but he still looks so good. You perverts are hopeless. You only watch the visuals, and don't listen to the audio. I listened to the residents' conversation, but I couldn't believe it. A bowl of mung bean soup is 5 yuan. 5 yuan. Not 5,000, but 5 yuan. Can you believe it? A serving of lotus root dumplings is 10 yuan. My dad is going crazy. He struggled to dig out a lotus root last month and took a picture. 300,000 star coins. I saw noodles and lots of other pasta. They're made of flour, right? I lived 50 years and never taken a picture of flour. Can anyone tell me what it tastes like? Woohoo! Watermelons are sold by the bag. Do you know I can't afford a single watermelon with half a year's income? I can't even afford half a watermelon. I can only afford a bunch of grapes. I can buy a peach, maybe. Has anyone noticed the flowers in the park? Peonies cost $1 million a plant, an entire flower bed. What are those colorful things? Tulips. My boyfriend gave me a bunch last year. Over 100,000 a bunch. They planted an entire hill. Is that huge yellow field the legendary sunflower? Oh my god, it's so beautiful. Is this really Andro? Of course it is. Only Andro can grow these plants. I want to go. I really want to go. It's truly the planet that most resembles my home planet. I'd die without regrets if I went there once. Everyone knows there are no air routes to Andro, not even one. Would it help if we asked Mr. Chen for help? Crowdfund, donate, build an air route to Andro. I'm begging you to build an air route. 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 Xianjusai's eyelids twitched as he demanded of Lao Ba, is this cyberbullying? Exposing it on the Star Network isn't cyberbullying? Xianjusai was speechless. After a long moment, he pointed at Lao Ba and cursed, you country bumpkin. Lao Ba countered, aren't you a country bumpkin? Didn't you just give Xiao Yuanbao emergency training yesterday? You're still a country bumpkin. Chen Ziyuan and Zhu Fuxing closely monitored Star Network, even skipping afternoon classes. They breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the overwhelmingly positive reviews. Zhu Fuxing patted his chest. I told you Randy was fine. He could dominate with just his looks. Chen Ziyuan was still apprehensive. It was mainly because yesterday's scene was so intimidating. But Randy looked so good in the video. Why didn't we notice it when we were with him? I don't know. It's probably his personality. Think about his quirks and his unassuming personality. Does that make you overlook his looks? Chen Ziyuan thought carefully. Hey, that's true. I was actually quite surprised when I first met Randy. Zhu Fuxing jumped up from the sofa. Let's make something delicious today to celebrate. Okay, I'll ask Randy if he can come. Randy was on the phone with General William, and he had more concerns. "General, is it okay for me to be exposed?" General William said cheerfully, "What's the problem? You don't use your real face when you're out and about. Even if you wanted to, I wouldn't dare let you out. Where would you go without being watched?" Randy thought about it. Once he left Andro, he adopted a fake face and identity, changing his figure and even his gender. But why release this video? Hasn't public opinion shifted? It's different. Sympathy and admiration can only be remembered temporarily. All sorts of bizarre things happen on the interstellar internet every day. You'll soon be overwhelmed. But desire and profit are indelible. Seeing Andro's abundant resources and ridiculously low prices, who wouldn't want to go? I'm tempted. Only in this way can the public remember you for a long time, eagerly hoping for your return to the Star Alliance and your full opening. That makes sense, but this idea wasn't yours, was it? Wuya's video couldn't have been said directly to you. It was Yu Nanxiao, right? General William didn't hide it. When it comes to scheming, even the combined population of your planet can't match that little fox choosy. This development was all within his expectations. "General, if someone really does donate, will we accept it?" "Yes, why not?" Haha, Chiuzi anticipated this. Not only donations, but also a lot of business cooperation. Randy spoke frankly. "General Yi also mentioned to us last time about setting up a business department. But General, Andro has been closed off for centuries, and it's full of rough people. We're not good at this. Don't you have a little princess? Chiuzi will arrange for someone to take care of her." "Don't worry." Randy finally understood. One step within another, one link within another. Yu Nanxiao had already calculated this, and he was exploiting everyone. Although this meticulous planning was for their own good, and even more so for the development of Androstar, why was it so? Hard to explain? Qianjusai had also anticipated that after the Star Network incident, many people would approach him about cooperation. But there was no rush. Wasn't the war still going on? But that same day at noon, Zheng Xinyan came to see him. Putting aside his romantic feelings, the young man, carefully nurtured by his family, finally displayed his due shrewdness and competence. As soon as he finished watching the video, he sensed a huge business opportunity. Androstar was a true treasure. Qianjusai guarded such a vast wealth. Even if he got just a small piece of the pie, it would elevate the entire family to a new level. Now he was right beside Qianjusai. Close proximity meant he had the upper hand. This was a godsend opportunity. Zheng Xinyan had prepared meticulously, arriving with a carefully crafted plan from his family team. Qianjusai rubbed his forehead helplessly. "We're still fighting. Can we talk about this later?" Zheng Xinyan was respectful, even changing his address. "Boss, I won't take you long. Can you give me half an hour? Our first step is to open a flight route. Ponda and Andro are a million light-years apart, so a conservative estimate is that it will take 2 years." Zheng Xinyan's chatter was endless, giving Qianjusai a splitting headache. He couldn't help but interrupt. "Wait a minute. I can take care of the flight route. I'll have someone liaise with you regarding the travel quotas and merchandise transactions." Zheng Xinyan paused. Okay, boss. I'll wait for your news." Qianjusai had a strength. He never touched anything he wasn't good at, and he never gave orders blindly. So he turned to Yu Nanxiao for help. Yu Nanxiao was so bored he was practically mushrooming, waiting for him. It was rare for him to have the patience to analyze each one with Qianjusai. Take small steps. Collaborating with Phoenix and Ponda is a good start. Ponda has the military backing you up, so no one would dare to do anything to you. Ponda's economy is booming, and its residents have strong purchasing power. The Zheng family is a relatively honest merchant family with a good reputation. They cover a wide range of business sectors, making them a good partner. You don't have to contribute the lion's share of the shipping routes to these 2 planets, which would be very beneficial to you. But none of us know how to do business, and our understanding of the outside world is very limited. Yu Nanxiao said disdainfully. "Why are you so stupid? Don't we have Chen Ziyuan?" Qianjusai was stunned. "Little Yuan Bao? What? Do you look down on him?" "No, how dare I? It's just that he's still a student, and he's young. IQ has little to do with age, and he's got a lucky star to help him. They're both very smart. I admit they're excellent and smart, but aren't they still studying? Given their learning abilities, it won't have much of an impact. And I'll put together a professional business team to guide them." Qianjusai was stunned again, then came to his senses. "Didn't you plan this all along? You were the one who ordered the video to be posted, weren't you?" "Ha, you're not that stupid." Qianjusai and Randy lamented the same thing. "Why are you so uncomfortable helping others?" Yu Nanxiao smiled, but didn't explain. He understood Chen Jusai. He was overly concerned, and sometimes he was restrained. That was when he had to push him. Yu Nanqiao changed the subject. Think about it carefully. 2 months ago, Chen Ziyuan and Xiao Fuxing also made you a preliminary plan. Is it very different from the one Zheng Xinyan gave you? Xian Jusai quickly reviewed the 2 plans in his mind. Behold, they were very similar. Although the plans made by the 2 young men lacked many details and specialized areas, the general framework and budget were not much different. Xian Jusai was impressed. They'd never been exposed to business knowledge, and they achieved this level solely through self-exploration. They're truly impressive. Then you underestimate them. They were raised by Zhu Lingyi. Zhu Lingyi knew his time was short, so he taught them everything. Most importantly, he taught them how to study and research. Xian Jusai suddenly understood why his friend would give up a promising future to join the First Fleet, just to pursue a glimmer of hope. No wonder Herman couldn't let go of Zhu Lingyi. To have raised 2 such exceptional children, Zhu Lingyi must have been a truly remarkable person. What a shame, such a shame. Yu Nanqiao also felt a little sad. We will definitely find our home planet and cure him. Chapter 48. Xian Jusai and Yu Nanqiao quickly made their decision. Both men of action, Yu Nanqiao contacted the business team to prepare a lesson for the 2 youngsters. Xian Jusai called Zheng Xinyan over. Zheng Xinyan was pleasantly surprised. I'm liaising with the princess? No, how did you know that nickname? Don't call her to her face. She doesn't like it. Okay, boss. Don't worry. I'll definitely assist the princess. Huh, you're into the role pretty quickly. Since I'm so understanding, let's just write off the previous incident. Xian Jusai chuckled. It depends on your performance. Zheng Xinyan quickly stated, don't worry, boss. I'll always put the princess first, and won't let her suffer any loss. After receiving Xian Jusai's video, Chen Ziyuan was at a loss. No, you and Brother Qiao made such a hasty decision on such a big thing? How could it be a hasty decision? We made it very carefully. Chen Ziyuan's face was doleful. How careful? Did you even ask for my opinion? Xian Jusai could only coax him. Who says you're smart and capable? Look, Andro has been closed off for centuries. Even accessing the interstellar network is a struggle, let alone the complexities of doing business. To put it bluntly, we're just a bunch of uneducated bandits who can't even understand a contract. Can you bear to watch us get ripped off? Chen Ziyuan suddenly felt the weight of his burden sink. Boss Qian was telling the truth. Before, he only thought of Andro as a planet filled with treasures, where selling anything would yield huge profits. But this is the future economic lifeline of a planet. They can't just keep engaging in smuggling like they are now. The pirates have no knowledge of the outside world. How can they conduct large-scale foreign trade? Should they ask Phoenix to send someone to establish a Ministry of Commerce? But can the pirates trust outsiders? He had discussed this concern with General Yi before. The general, with an inscrutable expression, said he knew someone suitable. After all this time, could he be the candidate? He's just a student. Xian Jusai continued to persuade, let's take it slow. Establishing a shipping route won't be quick. First, try small-scale trade with Phoenix and Panda. Phoenix has an elite team Yiqian and has assembled for you, and Panda's Zheng Xinyan will bring his team to fully assist you. And even if you make a loss, we can afford it, right? No one will blame you, so don't stress yourself out. Chen Ziyuan took a deep breath. I understand. I'll study hard. Since you entrusted me with such an important task, I won't let you down. Xian Jusai was relieved. I knew you could do it, little Yuan Bao. Oh, and where's Fuxing? He wants to learn too much, too. Zhu Fuxing was talking beside him. He was enjoying himself eating melon seeds, but was bewildered when he heard Xian Jusai's words. What? Why do I have to learn too? You can help Xiao Yuan Bao with some ideas. We'll feel more at ease if you two discuss things together, right? How could he possibly get eaten by the melon? Zhu Fuxing was incredulous. Did Brother Qiao arrange this? Of course. With such a heavy burden, shouldn't you two brothers share it? It's settled. Someone will be coming to your house tomorrow to give you 2 3-hour lessons a day. Keep going. The two looked at each other in bewilderment. What's the difference between this and being forced to do something unexpected? The next day, Jing Wenxuan arrived with a team of 4 men and 2 women. They were well-dressed and had a capable demeanor, giving off the air of an elite. Zhu Fuxing opened the door with a surprised look. Uncle Jing? Jing Wenxuan couldn't help but pinch his cheek. What? You're not welcome. Welcome. I just didn't expect you to come in person. Chen Ziyuan also politely greeted him. Jing Wenxuan smiled, patted his head, and led everyone inside. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan prepared a large table of snacks and fruits for the guests. The dazzling array of food awed the elites, quickly calculating the prices in their minds. Wow, starting at least 3 million. So lavish. Jing Wenquan calmly observed their reactions, giving them a moment to pause, before introducing them to the two. Actually, I was asked by Minister Liu of the Ministry of Commerce to bring them here. These individuals were recommended by Qiao Qiao's friends and the Ministry of Commerce. They are exceptional in their respective fields, covering legal affairs, taxation, finance, interstellar trade, business negotiations, marketing planning, and other matters. They are exceptionally talented individuals, selected from thousands of sources for their professional abilities, personal experience, and character. Currently serving as your instructors are also a team specially formed for Androstar. Jing Wenquan patted Zhu Fuxing's shoulder and said earnestly, or rather, a team specially formed for you. For a long time, Qian Jutsai's attitude was unclear. We understand his concerns, and are aware of the difficulties Androstar faces. Luckily you showed up. Chen Ziyuan said solemnly, Professor, I will definitely not let you down. Boss Qian trusted him unconditionally. Putting aside the emotional connection, this trust was worth repaying with all his strength. Not to mention the pirates loved and adored him. And he, in turn, loved these lovable pirates, and loved Andro. From then on, Chen Ziyuan and Zhu Fuxing attended school during the day, training in the evenings, and reviewed financial reports and analyzed business cases at night. Their academic career was quite fulfilling. The autumn breeze suddenly picked up, and the ornamental plants in the park took on a vibrant array of colors, noisily displaying the most vibrant hues of life. Zhu Fuxing found a rare moment of leisure to stroll through the thick fallen leaves with Jing Wenquan. Yi Nanqiao had been wandering the interstellar space for over 3 months, and he only occasionally heard news of him through Boss Qian or Randy. Longing wrapped around his heart like a vine, tightening more and more. Little Fuxing, in his first love, felt a little lost. Jing Wenquan looked at his unhappy face and asked with concern, What's wrong? Uncle, how did you get used to this? Jing Wenquan had been visiting the two of them frequently lately, becoming increasingly familiar with Zhu Fuxing, and he quickly understood what he was asking. General Yi used to be like this, carrying out interstellar missions year-round. Back then, relations with the pirates were somewhat strained. He'd be gone for a year or two, and months without communication was common. Jing Wenquan, as if thinking of those distant days, smiled softly. I was upset at first, too. Sometimes, when I got so angry, I even wanted to dump him. Zhu Fuxing stared at Jing Wenquan with his bright black eyes, his face filled with the excitement of hearing gossip. Jing Wenquan, amused, put his arm around his shoulders and continued, But General Yi is incredibly good at playing pitiful. He's incredibly thick-skinned, persistent, and uncomplaining. He wore me down to a pulp, and over time, I gradually got used to him. Humans are exceptionally adaptable creatures, adept at self-adjustment. Once we get through the most difficult times, we won't feel so bad afterward. Zhu Fuxing accepted the advice. I'm also trying to adjust myself. I seriously suspect Brother Qiao asked me to come along for the training just to fill my time and keep me from overthinking. Haha. Little Fuxing, you're so adorable. What should I do? If you find out, how are you going to punish Xiao Qiao? Haha. Zhu Fuxing sighed softly. Uncle Jing must miss his son too, otherwise he wouldn't visit him so often and show such care for him. Across the vast starry sea, 3 separate fleets were simultaneously video-chatting with Randy. Yi Nanqiao gritted his teeth, staring at the images transmitted back by the reconnaissance ship. No wonder they couldn't find the 2 fleeing mobile fortresses. That was the asteroid terraforming base. From the outside, it looked exactly like an ordinary asteroid. Xiaoshan also gave a look of annoyance. Boss, this thing has a layer of insulating material inside, blocking all metal and electronic detection. Qian Jutsai scoffed. Didn't you say your reconnaissance ship is omnipotent? Yi Nanqiao rolled his eyes at him. Shut up. Randy, seeing the two about to argue again, quickly interrupted. We only found this one base. I suggest we hold off on it for now. Their energy is running out. Let's wait a little longer and force the other base to reveal itself. We can then take care of it together. Yi Nanqiao agreed. Indeed, if it doesn't reveal itself, it's impossible to find. Billions of asteroids, are you expecting me to search through them all? Qian Jutsai curiously asked Randy, How did you find it, disguised like this? I investigated all of Suana's social connections. On the surface, there seemed to be no problems, but I discovered he had a suitor, Huashishu, the son of the Minister of Resources on Ponda. Ponda's star system is rich in resources, and energy management has always been relatively lax. It wouldn't be too difficult for Huishishu to circumvent his father and obtain some energy. I followed this line of inquiry and, as expected, made some discoveries. Our checkpoints throughout the interstellar airspace control all interstellar routes. Huishishu had no choice but to risk transporting energy via smuggling ships. Who could be more familiar with smuggling than we are? He actually approached a ship owner we previously worked with. Isn't that a perfect catch? Fel's eyelids twitched. Randy was unabashedly open about discussing smuggling in front of the military. He interrupted Randy, who was about to continue boasting. What should we do with this ship now? Let them trade it. Randy looked at Fields like he was an idiot. How is that possible? The inspection ship I arranged will arrive soon. The ship owner will cooperate with the inspection, and I'll seize everything. If this transaction fails, both bases will suffer severe energy shortages. The next transaction will definitely involve both bases. We just have to wait and see. As soon as he finished speaking, a patrol ship from the Andro checkpoint arrived near the base. The smuggling ship obediently submitted to the patrol ship's inspection and was towed away shortly afterwards. The disguised base resembled a real asteroid, its rotation speed and trajectory matching those of nearby asteroids. They were clearly extremely cautious, and after over an hour, they finally broke away from orbit and sped away. Yi Nanxiao watched the stealthy asteroid flee, but didn't rush to pursue it, instead ordering the reconnaissance ship to follow. You're playing hide-and-seek with me here. I wonder how much longer you can hide. Xianjusai added insult to injury. Young man, don't be so angry. It's just been 3 months without internet and video chats. How about you beg me, and I'll send a mothership over to give you internet. Xianjusai, are you looking for death? Ba, am I afraid of you? After the war, I'll blow up your Baowu. Hey, is your rakeage out of the shipyard? Can it be repaired? I can kill you even without a rakeage. Yo, I'm so scared. Come on, I'll blow you to pieces. The two bickered like children, and Fields and Randy sighed simultaneously from across millions of light years. Randy rolled his eyes. Are these two just elementary school students quarreling? Fields rubbed his temple in pain. Elementary school students? Have you ever seen elementary school students this childish? They're only fit for kindergarten. Interstellar travel is extremely tedious. Without prey, Yi Nanxiao could only patiently follow the asteroid, a pursuit that lasted 2 months. Perhaps because the base's energy supply was running low, Huishishu's actions became even more urgent. Once he had secured a full shipload of energy, the ship owner secretly informed Randy. This shipment is 5 times the size of the last one. Got it. Just sail as usual and don't show any flaws. Our boss will definitely treat you well after the mission is accomplished. The ship owner had been working with the pirates for many years, and Xianjusai had always treated his fellow pirates well. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. The transaction took place near an asteroid belt. The ship owner had anchored in an area not particularly prone to asteroids. His smuggling vessel, a converted decommissioned starship, was too large to navigate such an area. For small spaceships approached, requesting a call. The ship owner answered the video call, and the person on the other end was wrapped from head to toe, like a shroud. The captain frowned and asked impatiently, "Where should the cargo be delivered?" Shroud said, "I'm here to pick it up." "Just these few shabby little boats?" "I want to transfer the cargo in batches." The ship owner grew even more impatient. "You're carrying the shabby little boat back and forth, expecting it to take until next year? I don't have much time, and I don't want to waste it with you." Shroud insisted, "I can only transfer the cargo in batches. There's no other way." "Damn, that's not what the employer said. I'll just unload the cargo all at once. If you don't give me space, I'll just find a random planet and dump it there." Shroud was furious, but he couldn't do anything about the ship owner. Wait a moment, I need to report this to my superiors. Hurry up. I've been waiting for ages. My time is valuable. I never seen you so slow. After more than 10 minutes, the video was connected again. The ship owner, already at the end of his patience, said, "Are you ready? If not, I'll take the cargo back. I'm done with this business." Shroud's tone softened. "Please wait a moment. It'll be done soon." A massive asteroid flew out from the meteorite swarm and slowly landed near the smuggling ship. The ship owner's eyes widened. What the hell is this? The rocky surface of the asteroid suddenly collapsed, revealing a dark gate. Shroud explained, "All right, docking gate. You can unload the cargo." The ship owner surveyed the surroundings, but seeing no other flying objects, he had no choice but to initiate docking. Lin Qian's brows furrowed. "Captain Yi, There must be another base hidden within the meteorite swarm. How can we find it? Yi Nanxiao, having been trapped in space for over 2 months, had built up a simmering rage, now on the verge of exploding. With a stern voice, he ordered, inform the ship owner to leave the asteroid belt as quickly as possible. Prepare the light cannons and indiscriminately bombard the meteorite swarm. The ship owner was incredibly alert. After receiving the signal, he didn't even have time to retract the docking port before escaping the scene at top speed. Shroud froze for a moment, then reacted immediately. Enemy presence. Run! The surrounding space hummed softly. A faint blue light rippled, and the starship gradually emerged. Shroud was horrified to discover a net had been laid all around them. They were surrounded, with no escape. The next second, dazzling artillery fire erupted at the planetary base. Under the barrage, the entire base was instantly engulfed in flames. The silent explosion sent a massive shockwave rippling through the air. Under this terrifying attack, the base was blasted into a dazzling ball of fire. Blazing flames engulfed every inch of space, twisting and deforming the metal structure, sending debris flying everywhere. The fireball tumbled through the deep black universe, releasing astonishing energy like an artificial sun, illuminating the surrounding starry sky. Farther away, a massive mothership opened all its guns, its light cannons blasting furiously at the meteorite swarm, forming a dense web of light that enveloped the swarm. Countless meteorites were struck by the light cannons, instantly shattering into fragments. The other base, unable to contain itself any longer, fled desperately amidst the flames. Yi Nanxiao sneered, "Want to escape? Homing missiles, prepare fire." The burst of homing missiles, like laser beams, pierced the dark space, cutting through the dense swarm of meteorites, accurately striking the fleeing base. A powerful burst of energy erupted, unleashing wave after wave of massive impact, completely clearing the dense mass of meteorites surrounding the base. In the blink of an eye, only a vast ruin remained where the base had once stood, wreckage and debris scattered everywhere, filled with smoke and flames. Hundreds of fighter planes escaped the base, staring at the scene in despair, unable to muster the courage to resist, desperately fleeing into the depths of space. Yi Nanxiao continued his calm command, follow the fighter formations, and destroy them all. Yes! Lin Qian led the fighter formations into action, and soon, tiny sparks exploded across the universe. Mech formations, prepare to land, extinguish fires, and search for useful information. Yes! Xiaoshan and his men quickly ascended the wreckage of the base. The ship owner, who had fled a long way, was practically terrified. 2 such large bases were destroyed in an instant, leaving him powerless to fight back. My goodness, Lieutenant Colonel Yi is too ruthless, even more ruthless than a space pirate. If I'd been even a second slower, I have been reduced to ashes. Yi Nanxiao stared at the wreckage of the battlefield before him. After months of holding his breath, he finally relaxed. I let you play hide and seek, and you've been getting away from me for months. Is that fun? Ha! Chapter 49. The cold wind howled, and snow fell outside the window. Zhu Fuxing was reading documents under the lamp, the soft light casting his elegant silhouette on the wall. Tiny snowflakes seeped through the cracks in the window, which was not closed tightly. Zhu Fuxing shivered with cold. Is it snowing? Fuxing, it's snowing. Chen Ziyuan pushed the door open and excitedly pulled him in. Let's go see the snow. What can we see in the dark? Oh, let's go! I haven't seen snow yet. The two of them put on warm clothes and went to the courtyard downstairs. Yujing's first snow was heavy and fierce. Balls of snowflakes mixed with ice particles lashed against Zhu Fuxing's face with the howling wind. He was caught off guard and was hit hard in the face, nearly falling. You two little guys, what are you doing out here? Come on in. The 4 people who had been keeping watch in the dark heard the noise and climbed over the wall to alert them. Come out. What? Put. Chen Ziyuan opened his mouth and was met with a mouthful of snow and blizzard. He quickly ducked into a sheltered corner. Go in, go in. Be careful not to catch a cold. What about you guys? Still standing outside in this heavy snow? Do you think we're stupid? I only came to check on you after I saw you leave the yard. Zhu Fuxing had never seen snow this deep. In his previous life, he lived in a city along the Yangtze River, where even if it snowed, it usually only covered the ground lightly. And Zhaoming City, where he lived in this life, was geographically similar to the southern part of the southeastern coast, and it had never snowed. In a matter of moments, the small courtyard was covered in a thick layer of snow. Zhu Fuxing stamped his feet, barely appreciating the snowy scenery, and pulled Chen Ziyuan inside. Chen Ziyuan shook the snow off himself. Oh my god, I'm freezing to death. This isn't romantic at all. If you want romance, go to the Andro Blue ice field and see the snow. It's romantic there, and Boss Jian will be there with you. That's right. Speaking of which, are they done yet? It's almost Chinese New Year. Zhu Fuxing took off his warm clothes, turned up the temperature 2 degrees, and sighed as he sat on the sofa. It had been 6 months. He hadn't seen Yi Nanqiao in 6 months. Amidst their busy studies, they finished another semester. Due to continued training, they postponed their return home, planning to return before Chinese New Year. I wonder if they'll be done before Chinese New Year. Chen Ziyuan consoled him. Boss Jian told me 2 weeks ago that the mobile base is almost failing. Brother Qiao is watching over it, and we'll definitely be done before Chinese New Year. Zhu Fuxing smiled. He had grown accustomed to the longing and yearning that came with separation. I hope they'll be back before Chinese New Year. Zhu Fuxing walked to the window. Outside, the sky was filled with snow and wind, pitch black, so dark that not even the starlight could penetrate. Can you go back before the new year? I haven't seen Little Fortune Star in 6 months. Millions of light years away in the universe, Yi Nanqiao gazed anxiously at the dark sky outside the porthole. Back on the Shadow Mothership, Fields teased him. It's only been 6 months. I never seen you so anxious to get home before. Lin Qian also laughed. How can it be the same? There are people waiting for you at home. How can you not be anxious when you're worried about them? Yi Nanqiao turned around and irritably dismissed them. You're free, aren't you? Go help Randy, and tell him to hurry up. Randy was almost frantic with work. Qianjuzai had returned to Andro to set sail. The engineering teams from Phoenix and Ponda were already waiting for him. Yi Nanqiao was busy tallying up the casualties and writing reports. After the battle, the 2 men became hands-off bosses. Captured members of the organization needed interrogation and investigation, and the collected data needed decryption and analysis. They were currently stationed at the 3rd base captured by Qianjuzai. After arriving from Phoenix Planet, Randy and his team members plunged into their work, working tirelessly. None of the members of the chosen organization were easy to deal with. To extract information from them, one had to use wits and courage, using every possible means. Randy was exhausted, and then his men delivered another piece of bad news. Huishishu is dead? The men felt deeply sorry. With Huishishu dead, they had no way of proving Su Anna's connection to the chosen organization and of arresting her. They hadn't trusted such an important witness. Captain, we just obtained an arrest warrant, and were about to arrest Huishishu when he was involved in a ship collision on his way to the mining planet for an inspection. The analysis report is out, and the cause of the accident was a system malfunction on the ship involved. Randy's expression was expressionless. They acted really quickly. Are there any survivors? Where are the ship's recorders? The ship was loaded with highly concentrated acetylene cylinders. The high temperature and open flames from the collision caused the acetylene to explode. Both ships were severely damaged. There are no survivors, and the recorders are destroyed. It was done very cleanly. Randy rubbed his stinging forehead and continued. Did you see the body? Anything unusual? Mutilated limbs, burned beyond recognition. Randy sighed. We can only investigate his social connections further to see if we can find any useful clues. Okay, Captain. I'll continue my investigation. Randy was deeply concerned about Huishishu. He felt a sense of strangeness about him and his actions. And his death wasn't simply a slang to silence someone, it seemed like an attempt to cover up something more significant. That evening, when he met Yi Nanqiao in the base cafeteria, Randy shared his concerns. He also contacted Qianjuzai. According to my research, Huishishu comes from a wealthy family, graduated from a prestigious university, and is highly educated. He's humble, elegant, and highly capable. Why would such a man be so obedient to a woman? Qianjuzai frowned. Su Anna is certainly pretty, but could it be true love? Randy scorned. What kind of true love could make a man with such high emotional intelligence, high IQ, and a promising future go behind his father's back and do something that would ruin his own future, potentially ruining his own as well as his own? Yi Nanqiao reminded Qianjuzai he was smuggling energy crystals, which are controlled substances and warrant a 50-year sentence. His father, the Minister of Resources, would undoubtedly be implicated. Qianjuzai was startled. Fortunately, I'm only smuggling some crops. While what you smuggled isn't controlled goods, the amount is enormous. If they really wanted to punish you, they could confiscate your entire fortune. Randy pounded the table. Can you two be more serious? Qianjuzai waved his hand. Go on. Huishishu's behavior makes no sense. His feelings for Su Anna don't seem like ordinary admiration, They seem like he's being controlled. Yu Nanxiao pondered further. Do you think Su Anna has any method of controlling those she wants to control? Could she be deliberately approaching Qin Jusai with the same motive? Why are you two talking so unnervingly? Su Anna isn't a monster. How can she control others? This was also what Randy couldn't understand. Find evidence? Use drugs? Or some special method chosen by the gods? This organization has always been quite sinister. And Yanshur mentioned that the gods' messengers had gained powers not belonging to humans. Maybe he's not talking nonsense? Qin Jusai got goosebumps. You're getting more and more outrageous. How about we kidnap Su Anna and ask her directly? No, I don't have any evidence to arrest her at the moment. Besides, if we let her out now, we can try to catch more fish. Yu Nanxiao reminded them, freedom. The entire township was annihilated, the chosen organization lost its most important ally, and Su Anna might even become a discarded pawn. We don't know if they'll take further action, so we can't let our guard down. Randy sighed wearily. I know. I'll continue to investigate. After all, this matter won't be over until the divine messenger is captured. Qin Jusai felt a little sorry for his younger brother. Don't try too hard. Let's take our time. We can eventually catch this shady guy. Randy felt a sense of unease. The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed, yet he couldn't find any substantial evidence. His anxiety made him even more brutal towards the captives. Even his team members felt that their captain was becoming increasingly terrifying. True, the more beautiful he was, the more treacherous his hands were. Yujing City had been covered in heavy snow for several days, blanketing the entire city in a blanket of silver, a pure expanse of white. Jing Wenquan, seeing that the two children had never seen snow before, took them on a special flight around Yujing City. It's so beautiful. So beautiful. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan finally saw the true snowy plains of northern China, and the festive and lively decorations adorning the streets and alleys beneath the white snow. The new year is approaching. Even though they are billions of light years away from their home planet, people still cherish their deeply held traditions, and everyone is happily preparing for the Lunar New Year. Jing Wenquan heard their excited voices and joined in his joy. When are you planning to go home? I'll send someone to take you home. Jing Wenquan had been so caring for them, and Zhu Fuxing didn't want to bother him with such a trivial matter. It's too much trouble, uncle. We can just take the bus back. Chen Ziyuan also said, Professor, we can take the suspended light rail very quickly. It will reach Jiaoming City in 2 hours. Jing Wenquan ignored their suggestion. I'm worried. It's settled. The same goes for when we return. I'll send someone to pick you up. Zhu Fuxing knew that the military had been worried about his and Chen Ziyuan's safety. The war was over, but the divine messenger hadn't been captured, and the organization was still lingering. Randy had even asked Boss Qian to remind them to be extra cautious during this period. Okay, uncle. All yours. Jing Wenquan was pleased. So good. Tired from playing all day, Zhu Fuxing spent some time studying at night. Unable to resist the drowsiness, he was about to go to bed. An unexpected call came in. Zhu Fuxing looked at the name ticking by, feeling a surge of unease. It was the head nurse, who looked after his brother's cryotherapy chamber. Andy Zhang? Oh, it's me, Fuxing. Are you asleep? Zhu Fuxing's palms sweated with nervousness. No, Andy Zhang, why are you calling me so late? Is there something wrong with my brother? No, your brother's vital signs have been stable. This afternoon your parents came. They requested that your brother be transferred to another physical therapy center. They said a medical institution has developed a new treatment. I never heard of any new medications, and I find it a bit strange, so I wanted to ask you, are you aware of this? Zhu Fuxing was struck by lightning. Impossible. Since this concerns his brother, his parents would have definitely consulted him beforehand. Where's my brother? Is he still with you? Yes, there are procedures for transferring to another hospital. Your parents arrived late, and I was a little worried. I wanted to check with you first, so I delayed and asked them to come back tomorrow to complete the paperwork. Auntie Zhang, please don't let them get close to my brother again. I'll be back right away. Okay, Fuxing, don't worry. I'll wait for you. The physiotherapy center has a high level of security, with direct access to the police and ground forces. Without Nurse Cheng's consent, even his parents couldn't forcibly remove the cryochamber. Zhu Fuxing was worried about his brother's safety, and even more worried about his parents being coerced. He calmly called the Jiaoming City Police and explained the situation. The Jiaoming Police, entrusted by the military, had been keeping a close eye on the Zhu and Chen families. They immediately notified the ground forces to secure Zhu Fuxing's parents and brother. Zhu Fuxing breathed a sigh of relief and called Jing Wenquan, "Uncle, something's happened at home. I need to go back immediately. We received a message. Wait, I'll send someone over right away." A little over 10 minutes later, Jing Wenquan's aircraft landed directly at the dormitory entrance. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan were already waiting there. "Uncle? Why are you here too? I'm worried. General Yi isn't on Phoenix Star. I have to go there myself. Come up." Zhu Fuxing instructed Chen Ziyuan, "Go in. I'll text you when I get home." Chen Ziyuan hurriedly grabbed him. "Really? I really don't need to accompany you back. You still have a lot of classes. Don't worry, with Uncle Jing here, nothing will happen." Jing Wenquan said to the 4 soldiers guarding the 2 men, "You must be extra careful these days. Be sure to protect Chen Ziyuan." The 4 soldiers had originally assigned 2 to accompany Zhu Fuxing, but seeing that Professor Jing had also brought others, they had no choice but to obey. "Professor, rest assured, we will increase our vigilance." The aircraft reached its maximum speed and flew towards Xiaoming City. Jing Wenquan and his 4 companions were dressed in plain clothes, their weapons visible beneath their loose coats. Zhu Fuxing was anxious and didn't pay attention. The silence inside the cabin was eerie. The aircraft soared higher and higher, exceeding its normal flight path. Zhu Fuxing noticed something was wrong and asked Jing Wenquan, who was sitting in the front row, "Uncle Jing, won't we be punished for this?" Jing Wenquan had been silent since Zhu Fuxing boarded the aircraft. He turned around at his question and said, "We'll be there soon. You should get some sleep." Zhu Fuxing couldn't sleep. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a needle prick his neck. Zhu Fuxing looked at the person sitting next to him in surprise, but his vision grew blurry, slowly fading into darkness. An unknown amount of time passed before Zhu Fuxing awoke to a slight jolt. There was no light at all, only the hum of machinery. He felt weak and groped around, finally realizing he was in a box. He tried to call for help, but only a faint sound came out. He strained his brain, recalling his experiences before he fell into the coma. Uncle Jing had kidnapped him? How could it be possible? Uncle Jing was a member of the chosen organization, but hadn't General Yi noticed? They had lived together for decades. How could he not have noticed? Could he be the messenger of God? Zhu Fuxing was horrified by his own suspicions, but quickly dismissed them. It was impossible. Uncle Yi and Brother Qiao were acting perfectly normal, unwavering in their fight against the chosen organization. If Uncle Jing had any connection to the chosen organization, Uncle Yi and Brother Qiao would have been dead long ago. Time slipped away, and Zhu Fuxing could barely breathe. This box was airtight. Were his captors trying to suffocate him? The shaking stopped, and the lid of the box was forcefully pushed open. Zhu Fuxing immediately closed his eyes, and lay motionless, continuing to play dead. The man carried him out of the box, and placed him on a cart. He turned back, and said to his companion, "This kid should be unconscious for a while." The companion asked, "What about Professor Jing? Get him on board too. He's beyond saving. Just leave him here. Bringing him along would only cause more trouble." Zhu Fuxing didn't bother pretending to be dead. He opened his eyes and shouted, "What did you do to him?" "Oh, you're awake." Zhu Fuxing used all his strength to climb off the cart and check on Jing Wenquan. Jing Wenquan lay not far from him, his face pale, his eyes closed, his chest heaving slightly. He anxiously called out "Uncle" several times, but the man didn't respond. "Stop calling. He's already dead." Zhu Fuxing tried to stand up, but found he had no strength left. He could only struggle to crawl towards Jing Wenquan. "Uncle, uncle, wake up." The kidnapper stepped forward and lifted Zhu Fuxing up. Seeing that he was struggling so hard, he simply injected him with a needle, knocking him unconscious again. Not far from Xiaoming City lies an airport, a large cargo port with a constant stream of spacecraft. A large cargo ship took off and quickly entered the channel. After leaving Phoenix, the spacecraft released one of its cargo pods, allowing it to drift off course. The long-awaited starship, hidden within its camouflage, captured the cargo pod and towed it inside. Then it rapidly leaped, disappearing into the vast universe. Chen Ziyuan waited for an hour. Zhu Fuxing should have returned to Xiaoming City, but he received no communication. He called Jing Wenquan, hoping to inquire about the situation. But after several calls, the line was always busy. Chen Ziyuan called Zhu Fuxing again, but it was also busy. Something was amiss. It was impossible for either of them to ignore his call. General Yi was leading his troops on an outer space patrol. Brother Qiao was nowhere to be found, and even Brother Randy wasn't on Phoenix. Breaking through the heavy snow, he ran out of the courtyard and found the 4 soldiers. "I can't reach Professor Jing and Fuxing. Their communication lines are down. Can you contact the ground forces in Xiaoming City and ask about the situation? The team leader of the four immediately contacted them. Upon hearing their reply, his face paled. They haven't returned to Xiaoming. Ground forces are stationed near their homes, but they haven't been seen returning. Chen Ziyuan's face paled. They've been kidnapped. It must have been the chosen ones. Ziyuan, don't worry. We'll notify the ground forces to conduct a search and report to General William immediately. Go inside first. You're wearing too little. Chen Ziyuan lost all sense of body. His limbs were numb, and his mind felt tingling as if it had been electrocuted. What should I do? They're all gone. What should I do? Good fortune never comes alone, but misfortune never comes alone. Chen Ziyuan was still in extreme confusion when he received another call from the Xiaoming police. Chen Ziyuan? Yes. We just arrived at Zhu Fuxing's house and found his parents in a coma. After they were taken to the hospital, the doctor said. What? Unexplained coma, close to brain death. What? Chen Ziyuan was in disbelief. He sat down on the snow, exhausted. The pain brought him back to consciousness, and he anxiously asked, Where's my brother? Where is he? Your brother? Oh, Zhu. He's still in the physical therapy center. We and the ground forces have secured the physical therapy center. Don't worry, he won't get lost. Thank you, thank you. Chen Ziyuan couldn't help crying. Professor Jing and Zhu Fuxing were missing, and Uncle and Aunt Zhu were in a coma. He couldn't let anything happen to Zhu Lingyi again. I'll be right back. Please wait for me. Okay, don't be sad. Come back first. The team leader brought the aircraft. Come on, we'll take you back. Chen Ziyuan boarded the aircraft. After crying, he calmed down. He didn't care that it was 3 o'clock in the morning on Androstar and called Qianjusai. Qianjusai woke up from his sleep and connected the video. Seeing Chen Ziyuan's expression, his sleepiness was completely shaken off. Little Yuanbao, what's wrong with you? What happened? Boss Qian, Fuxing's in trouble. Uncle, Aunt, and Professor Jing are all in trouble. Don't panic. Talk slowly. Chen Ziyuan, choking back tears, began to recount the evening's events, starting with the call from Zhu Fuxing to the head nurse. Qianjusai was terrified, but outwardly remained calm as he comforted Chen Ziyuan. Don't be afraid, little Yuanbao. I'll be right to Phoenix Star. Calm down. Fuxing's parents still need your care. I'll go inform Yi Nanqiao, he'll be back soon. Chen Ziyuan held back his tears. Okay, I'll take good care of my uncle and aunt, and I'll keep an eye on my brother. I'll wait for you to come back. Chapter 50. Upon receiving the report from his subordinates, General William was furious and personally monitored the ground forces' search progress. 3 hours later, after an intense search, Jing Wenxuan was finally found in a warehouse at the cargo port. The team leader was overcome with grief. General, we haven't found Zhu Fuxing. Professor Jing is in serious condition and has been sent for emergency treatment. General William slammed his fist on the desk. Those beasts. General, have the Special Operations Forces conduct an interstellar search. Okay, I'll arrange it immediately. General William knew that 3 hours had already passed. If Zhu Fuxing had been taken from Phoenix, finding him in the vast universe would be incredibly difficult. The general's hair turned several gray with worry. How am I going to explain this to General Yi? And how am I going to explain this to Qiuzi? Yi Nanqiao closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair, his body pressure plummeting to the point of freezing. Randy huddled silently to the side, head bowed, unsure of what to think. Qianjusai in the video endured for a long time, truly unaccustomed to these two people. Yi Nanqiao, don't be like this. Let's wait for news from General William. Maybe we'll find him soon. Yi Nanqiao exhaled slowly. This whole thing is a trap. The chosen ones controlled Fuxing's parents, pretending to transfer Zhu Lingyi to another hospital. This way, Fuxing would be anxious to return to Xiaoming City. They then manipulated my dad into taking him out of Yujing. No one would be on guard against him. We're wary of the school, the teachers, the classmates, and anyone else they come into contact with, but we don't guard our closest relatives. Randy muttered dully, the chosen ones must have special control methods. My suspicion is correct. Qianjusai encouraged the two, it's already happened. There's no point blaming ourselves now. Cheer up and think about what to do next. Yi Nanqiao asked, Qianjusai, are you planning to go to Phoenix Star? Yes, I can't leave little Yuanbao alone there. You two can't go back for now, so I have to go first. Yi Nanqiao simply nodded and closed his eyes again, remaining silent. The atmosphere was so heavy that even through the screen, Qianjuzai couldn't breathe. General William's communication finally broke the shackles of the space. General William looked at Yi Nanxiao, unable to speak. Chuzi, your father has been found. My father is in a coma, just like Uncle Ju and Aunt Ju. And you didn't find Fuxing. He was taken away by the kidnappers, right? General William sighed and nodded. General, I'm requesting permission to return to Phoenix Star. Yi Nanxiao appeared calm, but everyone present could sense that beneath his calm exterior, a bloodthirsty rage was suppressed. Okay, everyone, come back. General, I'm not going back to Phoenix for now. I'm going to Panda. Randy also looked calm. Why are you going to Panda? To get someone to dissect Wujishu's head. It's not completely burned yet, so the doctors should be able to find something. General William choked for a moment before speaking. It's burned like that. We have to try. General William knew he couldn't persuade him. Okay, go ahead. The sooner you go, the sooner you can come back. After General William exited the video call, Yi Nanxiao suddenly asked Randy, Are you going to see Swana? Randy smiled brightly. Of course I'm going to see her. Yi Nanxiao nodded indifferently. Tell me when you have news. Okay. Qianjuzai waited for the two to finish before speaking. Randy, don't let your men get involved in kidnappings. I'll have Fernando take the brothers over to meet you. Randy held out his palm, bloody from pinching himself. He smiled again. Okay. Hush, both of you calm down and stop going crazy, okay? But how could a madman listen to a sane person? The two ignored Qianjuzai and went about their business. Qianjuzai drove the Baozhu mothership directly to Phoenix at top speed. As he charged into Phoenix's defenses, the defenders almost mistook it for an enemy ship. Thankfully, General William arrived just in time and, while scolding him profusely, sent someone to take him to Xiaoming City. Chen Ziyuan was waiting for him at Xiaoming Airport. Seeing the pale, haggard little Yuanbao, Qianjuzai, oblivious to the crowd around him, stepped forward and lovingly embraced him. Yuanbao, I'm here. Chen Ziyuan leaned quietly against Qianjuzai's solid chest, trying to regulate his breathing and not appear too weak. During this period, he'd been terrified, anxious, sad, and frustrated, unable to sleep all night. During the day, he still insisted on going to the hospital to care for Uncle Ju and Aunt Ju and follow up on their treatment plans. Qianjuzai's presence gave him immense support. But now wasn't the time to rest easy. Chen Ziyuan's biggest worry was, any news about Fuxing? Qianjuzai gently rubbed his head, trying to soothe him. Not yet. Chen Ziyuan lowered his eyelids and took another deep breath. Let's go. I'll take you to the hospital first. Uncle and Aunt Ju's condition is very strange. His father is a neurosurgeon, and the two families have a very good relationship. He was very concerned about the couple's condition and tried every possible way to treat them. My dad tried every treatment, but couldn't get my uncle and aunt to respond. Isn't that brain death? Chen Ziyuan shook his head. It's not brain death, but it's a lack of consciousness. The clinical symptoms are no different from brain death. Can't you find the cause? The human brain is incredibly complex, with hundreds of billions of neurons, interconnected by intricate nerve fibers. These trillions of connections form neural networks and neural circuits that govern various brain functions. We've done all the routine tests we can, but we can't find a cause. The equipment isn't working, so what about autopsies? Chen Ziyuan looked up in shock. What? Qianjuzai quickly explained, we're not autopsying them. Randy went to Panda Planet and wanted to try to autopsy a deceased individual with a similar condition to see if he could find anything. That depends on the specific circumstances. And even if the cause is found, there's no guarantee there's a cure. Qianjuzai could only console him. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. After watching Yi Nanxiao's fleet depart, Randy left the team at the base and headed to Panda Planet alone. Fernando was waiting for him. Fernando, did you bring Guipi? Guipi was a renowned brain specialist in Andro, a highly skilled doctor. He had a peculiar habit, a passion for dissecting the heads of all sorts of creatures. Few residents of Andro dared to seek his help, fearing he might accidentally prey on their own brains. Fernando nodded. I brought it. Randy smiled happily. Great. I'll go to the Hua family, and you kidnap them. We'll split up. Wait a moment. Fernand held Randy down. Don't laugh if you don't want to. We're all worried about Ju Fuxing. We'll definitely find him. Randy looked at Fernand, his smile slowly fading, revealing a sadness he could barely suppress. Alas! You still can't change this habit even at this age. Fernand was helpless. Go ahead and cry if you want. Why are you pretending in front of us? He, Randy, Lao Ba, Wuya, and Qian Jusai were all orphans. Their grandparents and parents died from the AIDS virus. Adopted by the previous leader, they grew up together. They weren't blood brothers, but they were like brothers. They understood each other very well. Randy had been like this since childhood. The sadder he felt, the happier he appeared. Fernando consoled him, "It's not your fault. Don't overthink it. It's my fault. I'm useless. I haven't been able to capture the messenger. Alas, that old man couldn't even handle our old leader. How can you be more powerful than him?" Randy burst into tears. "Fernando, I'm afraid they'll inject the virus into Fuxing. I'm really afraid." Fernando was speechless. This was a common tactic used by the chosen organization. Randy choked back tears. Fuxing is a good kid, a very good brother. He didn't deserve this. I know he's a good kid. You don't know? I met him a long time ago, before any of you. I scolded him on the train, but he later returned my ticket money. He was worried I'd be broke and jobless, so he wanted to open a shop for me near the school. He himself wouldn't eat the food he was sent, but every time I went, he cooked a huge meal for me." Randy rambled on. Fernando knew this was his way of venting, so he patiently waited for him to finish. After a long moment, Fernando patted him on the shoulder. "Okay, cheer up and get to work." Randy wiped away his tears and regained his expression. "Yeah, get to work." Randy went to the Hua residence, produced a special investigation warrant, and explained the situation to Minister Hua. Hua Shishu's death might not have been an accident, but rather premeditated murder. This news left Minister Hua speechless for a long time, and Mrs. Hua collapsed on the sofa in tears. The two elders cooperated and handed the child's body to Randy. They just hoped he could find the murderer quickly. In the gleaming operating room, Guipi bowed 3 times to the charred corpse, as was his custom. Although he would soon dissect the head, the deceased was the greatest and deserved respect. It still has to be done with care. After bowing, Guipi muttered a few words, a sutra he had composed to pray for the deceased. He also began to arrange the various tools in an orderly manner. Landy, standing behind Guipi, also bowed respectfully 3 times before leaving the operating room. Zheng Xinyan was waiting for him outside the door, his face still wet. This was his family's private hospital, and when Randy asked to use it, he agreed without hesitation. But when he saw the body to be dissected, he turned and rushed to the bathroom, vomiting profusely. Randy patted his shoulder. "Are you okay?" Zheng Xinyan, a little embarrassed, said, No. We'll leave after Guipi is done." "Thank you. Don't be shy. The boss asked me to cooperate with you. Just ask for anything." Guipi spent 7 hours in the operating room. Randy, growing impatient, finally sauntered out. When they returned to the starship, Fernando was already waiting. "She's locked up in the storage room." Randy nodded. "Let's go to Phoenix." "You're not going to interrogate her?" "We'll talk later. Let Guipi explain the situation first." Guipi spoke slowly. "It's strange. In all my years as a doctor, I never seen such brain damage. He was burned to death after falling into a coma due to brain damage. Is Hua Shishu also brain dead?" "It's not considered brain dead." Fernando was impatient. "Can you explain more clearly?" "The criterion for determining brain death is the irreversible loss of all brain function, including the brainstem. Under normal circumstances, the causes of brain death are divided into primary and secondary. In other words, primary. A brain disease or organ damage can cause insufficient blood and oxygen supply to the brain, leading to brain tissue necrosis. However, the deceased's brain tissue wasn't completely damaged. The primary reason he couldn't wake up was due to damage to the cranial nerves, particularly the reticular formation in the brainstem. Randy and Fernando were completely confused and humbly asked, "So, when that structure is damaged, the person can't wake up?" Maintaining consciousness primarily relies on arousal and cognitive responses, which require the ascending reticular activating system. Injury to the reticular formation in the brainstem can lead to loss of consciousness. As usual, I didn't understand much of the previous part, but I did understand the loss of consciousness. Isn't that a vegetative state? Well, it's even worse than a vegetative state. Our medical methods can repair some brain nerves, and a vegetative state has a high chance of recovery. But in Hua Shishu's case, even if he wasn't burned to death, we can't repair his brain nerves. He doesn't have a brain lesion, nor did he suffer a head injury, nor did he suffer from brain necrosis due to lack of oxygen or asphyxiation. Instead, part of it is gone. What? Randy and Fernando were completely baffled. Disappeared? How could something that was perfectly well established in the brain just vanish out of thin air. Guai Pai was also helpless. It's gone, I'm sure of it. Randy rubbed his temples frantically. Send me the surgical video, and I'll send it to General William first. Guai Pai sent the video to Randy. So the Phoenix doctor's diagnosis of this condition, as near brain death, is correct. Although not brain dead, it's impossible for him to ever wake up again. Randy silently digested the situation for a moment before getting up and heading to the storage room. When Yi Nanxiao rushed back to Phoenix, the doctor reached the same conclusion as Guai Pai. Unfortunately, Mr. Jing may never wake up again. The pristine white ward was filled with a scent of disinfectant. Jing Wenquan lay on the bed, emaciated, a bag of bones. Yi Nanxiao nodded and sat silently beside the bed. The doctor sighed, leaving the room and closing the door behind him. The soft beeping of the instrument was the only sound in the room. Yi Nanxiao held Jing Wenquan's hand and, after a long pause, gently rested her forehead against the withered back of his hand. Dad. Tears dripped onto the bedsheets. Yi Nanxiao, like a helpless child, hoped her father would open his eyes and look at her. The ward door gently opened and closed, and General Yi approached the bedside. Yi Nanxiao looked up. His once imposing father seemed to have aged instantly, his hair now covered in white. Dad? You're back? Just arrived. When you're back, spend more time with your dad. Okay. The ward fell silent once more. Outside the window, the cold wind howled, and heavy flakes of snow fell, leaving only a blinding white between heaven and earth. The cold chilled my whole body, and I could no longer feel any warmth. Chapter 51. Jiaoming City's winter was much warmer than Yujing's. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the hospital corridor, casting a warm blanket over Chen Ziyuan. Qian Jucai held the sleeping man in his arms, observing the dark circles beneath his curled lashes. He raised his hand to shield his face from the sunlight. When Randy's video arrived, General William immediately handed it to Chen Ziyuan's father and Jing Wenquan's attending physician. Chen's father locked himself in his office, studying the video over and over again, and remained out all night. Qian Jucai had no idea when Chen Ziyuan's father would emerge. He held Chen Ziyuan, who had finally fallen asleep, and tried to find a blanket to cover him, but he dared not move. Just as he was about to call for his men to bring him a blanket, Chen's father pushed open the office door. The two stared at each other in silence, the scene becoming awkward for a moment. Qian Jucai cleared his throat, pointed with his chin at the insulated box beside him, and whispered, Yuan Bao, and I brought breakfast. Would you like to eat some first? Father Chen hadn't slept all night, and was already dizzy, and seeing the two of them so close together only made his headache worse. Take him back to sleep. It's not a good influence here. Qian Jucai remained motionless. He finally fell asleep. Father Chen pressed his forehead twice, walked towards an empty ward, and motioned Qian Jucai to follow. Qian Jucai carefully picked up Chen Ziyuan and followed him into the ward. After a quick glance, he held him and sat on the bed. Father Chen was utterly disgusted. Why are you still holding him? Let him sleep alone. I'm afraid he'll wake up. Father Chen. Qian Jucai glanced disdainfully at the pale white quilt and asked, Do you have a different color quilt? This one is so unlucky. Chen's father. Helpless, Chen's father returned to his office, retrieved the blanket he used for his lunch break, and sternly ordered Qian Jucai, put him down. Qian Jucai was extremely reluctant. What if he wakes up? He'll be awake, he'll be dozing off in a moment. Qian Jucai could only gently place him on the bed. Chen Ziyuan, his heat gone, drowsily opened his eyes. Qian Jucai quickly covered him with a blanket and soothed him softly, Go to sleep. I'm here, I'll watch over you. The notorious pirate leader coaxed his son like a child, leaving Chen's father with mixed feelings. He never dreamed that this child, so well-behaved and sensible since childhood, who never caused him any worry, would have such a powerful trick up his sleeve. How could an ordinary person possibly mess with a man like Qian Jucai? His first instinct was to oppose their relationship. They were just an ordinary family, without any connections, and Qian Jucai's reputation for violence spread throughout the Star Alliance. If his son were bullied, he wouldn't dare touch Qian Jucai even if he risked his life. But looking at the scene before him, Father Chen couldn't utter a word of objection. These two trusted each other, even relied on each other. He wondered what they had experienced to forge such a bond. Because of his busy work schedule, he missed most of his son's childhood, and now he dared not interfere with his son's feelings. Alas! The old father sighed, heartbroken. Qian Jucai hurriedly asked, What's wrong? The video didn't work? Huh? Oh, it did. We determined the cause of the patient's coma, but there's no treatment. Qianjutsu couldn't help but feel disappointed. Is there nothing you can do? Father Chen shook his head wearily. I've been a doctor for decades, and I never encountered anything like this. It's unbelievable. There's no solution, at least not with current medical technology. Qianjutsu wondered if the chosen organization could find a solution. Where had those bastards taken Zhu Fuxing? Father Chen asked. Do you know the surgeon? Can you give me his contact information? I have many questions I'd like to discuss with him. Yes. I'll have him add you right now. How could you ask someone a question and then have them add you? Father Chen quickly said, I'll add him. Qianjutsu called Guai Pai directly. Where are you guys? Guai Pai had just returned home and had barely settled down. I just went back to Andro. Why are you going back to Andro? Where are Randy and the others? I came back to work. Randy dropped me off and left. You don't have a shitty job. Have Randy come back to pick you up, and you two can go to Phoenix together. Guai Pai was puzzled. Why would I go to Phoenix? Just come if I told you to. Why all that nonsense? Hurry up. With that, he hung up the phone and, in a particularly servile manner, took credit for it to Chen's father. I'll call him right here. Ask any questions you have. He won't be allowed back to Andro until they answered all the questions. Chen's father. Chen Ziyuan slept until the afternoon, a rare good night's sleep. He woke up feeling refreshed. Qianjutsu was no longer in the ward. Instead, Lao Ba was sitting in a chair, enjoying a game. Old 8. Huh? You're awake? Old 8 reluctantly shut down the termo. The eldest brother was called away by General William, and will be back later. Are you hungry? Chen Ziyuan's stomach rumbled appropriately, and Lao Ba immediately stood up to get some food. I brought a lot of stuff down from the starship and put it on the craft. The chef made some snacks for me to bring. Did you bring a chef this time? We're not going to war, so of course we had to. Besides, the boss said alien food isn't for human consumption. He needs to nourish you. Chen's father, carrying a box of instant food from the hospital cafeteria, was about to deliver his son's meal. How can it be inedible? Chen Ziyuan has been eating it on Phoenix for 18 years. Fernan, also expressing disdain for the food, pouted. What Zheng Xinyan said is awful. We should have brought some more food up when we picked up the monster. Randy had just emerged from the storage room, his face sullen and silent. He'd been spending days with Swana, but the woman was incredibly tight-lipped. Nothing could be gotten out of her. Fernando saw his expression and knew he failed again. Drugs don't work? I've been observing her these past few days. Randy took a sip of the nutrient solution and swallowed it with his eyes closed. Swana's position in the organization is even more important than I expected. She's deeply devoted to the angels, her faith is unwavering, and she's trained in interrogation, making her difficult to deal with. So what should we do? It's not completely flawless. What flaw? She's overly confident in her beauty and extremely self-conscious about her appearance. So what are you going to do next? Disfigure her? Randy lowered his eyelashes. The boss said that assaulting women and children is the most despicable act. I didn't want to do it. Fernando was nonchalant. It's too late to worry about being mean. You're right. Whatever you hear, tell the brothers not to come over and watch. The door to the storage room opened again, revealing Swana's thin figure huddled in a corner. She buried her head in her arms, hugging her knees, her body trembling slightly, appearing terrified and helpless. Oh! Randy chuckled. Stop pretending. It won't work on me. Swana shivered even more, letting out a soft sob. Randy approached slowly, his tone tinged with sarcasm. You're not afraid at all. Who are you showing off like this to? The little brother who brought you food? Or the guard outside? Sorry, we're just like the boss. We don't know how to be gentle with women. Randy smiled scornfully. Swana, that won't work on us. Swana stopped sobbing, and slowly raised her head to meet Randy's gaze. A silent battle unfolded between the two. Randy's calm eyes held a mixture of contempt and mockery, as if he were looking at something ridiculous, filthy, and filthy. Suanna was successfully enraged. Her beauty and endearing demeanor, once so proud of her, had always been invincible, but these pirates had repeatedly ignored and even mocked her. Suanna was too lazy to pretend anymore. I tried hypnosis and hallucinogens. What else can you do? I'm warning you. My father is the governor of Ponda. Aren't you afraid of causing trouble for Andro? You think I'm afraid? Suanna glared at Randy. I won't say a word. I will never betray the organization. I know you're not even afraid of death. What a devout faith. Randy gently grasped Swana's chin, slowly tightening his grip, his fingertips tracing across her delicate skin. The sharp touch made Swana instinctively step back. Let me go. Oh, but everyone has flaws and fears. Randy gripped her chin tightly. Swana, you don't even realize what your greatest fear is. Swana sneered. Randy didn't say anything more. He grabbed her hair and dragged her from the storage room to the bathroom. Swana fell to the ground, struggling and threatening, Stop, stop! I'm warning you, my father won't let you go. Randy ignored her and handcuffed Swana's hands behind her back. He grabbed her by the scruff of the neck and pushed her against the mirror. Swana, you have a truly beautiful face. Your skin is so fine, smooth and delicate. The sharp blade gently slid across Swana's cheek. Randy smiled appreciatively, as if admiring a work of art. I'll peel it off completely. Such exquisite work is rare. Collect? Swana froze, staring in disbelief at Randy in the mirror. Are you a pervert? Let me go! My father won't let you go, you psychopath, you filthy vile creature. Don't touch me. Ah. Ah. A shrill scream echoed throughout the starship, sending the pirates shuddering and involuntarily fleeing from the bathroom. Oh my god! This is killing people. What the hell is Randy doing? Swana endured the inhumane torture, but Randy stopped asking questions and focused on peeling her skin. But Randy's knife skills weren't very good, and he wore a frustrated expression. Sorry, I missed the cut again, honey. We have to start over again. The healing fluid flowed over the bloodied half of his face, and the skin quickly healed. A new round of torture began, and Swana finally understood despair. Stop, I beg you, stop, woo-woo. Help. Help. Woo-woo. Let me go, please let me go. Ah. The screams grew fainter and hoarse, until only sobs and pleas for mercy could be heard. Randy emerged from the bathroom, his body splattered with blood, his expression grim, like a demon from hell. Seeing him, Verlin took 3 steps back before stabilizing himself. What happened? Fainted. Randy shook the blood off his hands, feeling awful. He wasn't a psychopath, and he was almost unable to hold on. I'm going to go get some cleanup and some sleep. This job is so tiring. What about her? Just leaving her there? She won't wake up anytime soon. If she does, keep a close eye on her. Don't let her die. Fernando moved to the wall, squeezing into the corner to make way for him. Okay, you go get some rest. Randy didn't bother returning to his sleeping pod, rushing to the other bathroom and vomiting profusely. Fernando followed him silently. If it doesn't work, let's try another method. Why are you doing this? She's dying. I need to make her psychologically surrender to me before I can get the truth out of her. Hey, get yourself cleaned up and get some sleep first. Yeah, give me a hand. My legs are so weak I can't stand up. Fernando, Randy, rested and well rested, spent a long time mentally preparing himself. I'm a pervert now. Yeah, a really pervert. What can't a pervert do? Randy, you can do it. After taking several deep breaths, Randy returned to the bathroom, carrying his tools. Swana began to tremble uncontrollably at the sound of his footsteps. This time, it wasn't fake. Randy tilted his head at her, offering a gentle smile. I thought about it, and the reason I haven't been successful is probably because my knives aren't good enough, so I went out and found some more suitable tools. With a swish, a metal box popped open, revealing 5 delicate, thin knives nestled in its 5 compartments. Randy's slender fingers gently stroked each knife, and he said to Swana in a very gentle voice, Now that we have the right tools, let's try them slowly. We'll definitely succeed. Baby, let's begin. Swana was shaking like a sieve, tears streaming down her face as she begged for mercy. Please let me go. Please let me go. I'll tell you everything. Randy resisted the urge to rub his face. Finally, he didn't have to be a pervert anymore. In Xiaoming City Central Hospital, in his parents' ward, Yi Nanxiao had been standing by his bed for a long time. When he met the 2 elders 6 months ago, they had a long and cordial conversation with him. At that time, he had simply thought they were cheerful and talkative, unaware that Fuxing had already told his parents about their relationship. Chen Ziyuan pushed open the door to the hospital room and, upon seeing Yi Nanxiao, tears welled up in his eyes. His elder brother, who had been so warm and loving, who had cared so much for him in the unfamiliar city of Yujing, was now as cold as ice, as if he had lost all trace of life. Brother Qiao. Chen Ziyuan choked out a cry, unable to find the words. He could hardly imagine the agony and suffering that Brother Qiao must be enduring. Ziyuan. Yi Nanxiao turned his head, trying to force a natural smile, but his expression was uglier than tears. Thank you for all the hard work you put in lately. I should have been the one taking care of him. Brother Qiao, Don't say that. I can take good care of my uncle and aunt. Don't worry. Yi Nanxiao patted his head as usual. Thank you, Ziyuan. I'll find Fuxing and bring him back. Brother Qiao, take care of yourself too. Yi Nanxiao's eyes were like a deep pool, without a single ripple. He nodded gently. I'm leaving. Where are you going? Search mission. Yi Nanxiao walked out of the ward. The warm sunlight of Zhaoming City cast a long shadow on him. The empty corridor seemed to block out all the hustle and bustle of the world. Step by step, he walked out of Chen Ziyuan's sight, as if he were walking into a void. Chen Ziyuan's eyes blurred with tears. Is Brother Qiao really okay like this? Quick footsteps echoed, and Qian Jusai appeared on the other side of the corridor. Little Yuanbao, why are you standing here? Where's Yi Nanxiao? Chen Ziyuan pointed in the direction Yi Nanxiao had left. They just left. Boss Qian, Brother Qiao. I know. Qian Jusai sighed helplessly. Although he and Yi Nanxiao often exchanged insults, it was also true that they had a close relationship. He completely empathized with what Yi Nanxiao was going through. Don't worry, Yi Nanxiao isn't easily crushed. Go back to the ward first, I'll go find him. Qian Jusai stopped Yi Nanxiao before he boarded the aircraft. Wait, Yi Nanxiao, there's news about Randy. Chapter 52. In the military headquarters meeting room, several generals came online one after another. Qian Jusai, facing them openly for the first time as a planetary leader, felt quite emotional. He had seized every star region under the jurisdiction of everyone present, leaving none behind. When the generals saw him, they tacitly pretended nothing had happened, not mentioning the brat's past misdeeds. They were only interested in the content of the meeting. This emergency meeting was chaired by General William. He cut straight to the point without further ado. I'm sure you all know about the recent events on Phoenix, so I won't elaborate. According to our latest intelligence, the chosen organization has a planetary base in an unknown galaxy approximately 26 million light-years away. They call it Gray Star. The base has been established for over 600 years. During this time, members of the organization have been conducting experiments on humans using the AIDS virus, aiming to induce human evolution. The generals spoke one after another, as if listening to a joke. What the hell? The AIDS virus has been rampant for over 2,000 years. How can we have evolved? Is there something wrong with the chosen ones? This virus has been incurable since Earth's time. How can they evolve? How many people have died? Has one person evolved? We arrived in the Goddess Galaxy over 2,000 years ago, and until now, we haven't found any cases of the virus causing human evolution. Why are they so obsessed with it? What's their evidence? General William waited until everyone finished speaking before answering the previous question. The chosen ones firmly believe the virus can cause human evolution, and they believe the experiment is successful, but the probability is extremely low. That's why they're so relentless in secretly capturing people from various planets, bringing them back to inns, and keeping them captive for experiments. Captive? Yes, you heard correctly. General William suppressed his anger. They imprison people like animals, some for direct experimentation, others for reproduction, producing more offspring for their own experiments. This has been going on for hundreds of years. General Yi added, they captured millions over these centuries, and even used Andro as a testing ground, resulting in the deaths of over 400 million people. There are still at least 500,000 test subjects being held captive on inns. The generals fell silent. Behind these cold numbers were lives lost. This organization is utterly inhumane and must be eradicated. What is the military situation on inns? General William replied, the source of the intelligence doesn't have clear figures. Her estimate is that the organization on inns has at least 2 million members. They have a space fleet, energy mining planets, and abundant reserves of supplies. The generals assessed the enemy's situation and quickly calculated how many troops the 6 major military regions would need to mobilize for this clearing operation. General William reminded everyone, we don't have specific coordinates. The unknown galaxy where Inns is located is approximately 3 million light-years away. Finding this planet will take a considerable amount of time. The generals were stunned. No coordinates? General William said helplessly, yes, no coordinates. The person who provided the information only knew the galaxy's location. Is this person reliable? The question was addressed to General William, but everyone's eyes were glancing at Qian Jusai. Qian Jusai was displeased. You can question Randy's character, but you can't question his ability. Swana was completely devastated, trembling all day long, clutching her face. She dared not hide any of Randy's questions. But he still offered a brief explanation. She's a spoiled young lady. She's never learned anything about space travel, and she doesn't even know how to fly a spaceship. She's lucky to be able to identify a star system. Besides, she's only been to Inns twice, spending most of her time in her sleeping pod. Please, how long will it take to find it? General William proposed. Everyone, I will lead the Special Operations Division to conduct reconnaissance of the unknown star system. My reconnaissance ships have a wide scanning range, making it easy to locate. Wait for my news. The generals deliberated for a moment, and voted in favor of the proposal. General Yi stood up. My 3rd Corps will serve as the lead fleet for this clearing operation. The generals agreed. Finally, the meeting decided that each corps would contribute 300,000 troops, with General Yi serving as the overall commander, overseeing the overall deployment. This damn organization must be eradicated. No one should be spared. General Yi replied coldly, I will wipe them out of this world. Qian Jusai was stunned when he saw the bosses quickly finish their discussion without mentioning him. No, what about me? I'm just here to deliver intelligence. General William looked at him kindly. Didn't you just finish a battle? Your men don't even need a break? Okay, this is none of your business. Just focus on building your route. Why is it none of my business? General, if I hadn't kidnapped Fuxing before, he wouldn't be facing this crisis. I can't just stand by and watch. Qian Jusai? Yi Nanqiao suddenly spoke up. This has nothing to do with you. Stay out of it. Under normal circumstances, Qian Jusai would have confronted him, but now, understanding Yi Nanqiao's feelings, he reluctantly asked, how can it have nothing to do with me? Why can't I go and save them? Yi Nanqiao simply said, I'll tell you later. Ah, you. General William quickly smoothed things over. Well, the First Fleet is also short-handed. General Wu has told me several times. Just go over there, and see if you can help. Besides, we're going to fight outside. All interstellar routes must be cleared to ensure the transportation of logistics supplies. You'll also need to increase patrols at your checkpoints, right? The generals were adamant, so Qian Jusai gave up. After the online meeting, Qian Jusai blocked the conference room door. Yi Nanqiao, what's going on? You can't leave this room today until you explain clearly. Yi Nanqiao sat still. I've been busy lately. Based on some speculation, I investigated Zhu Lingyi's medical records. Years ago, he was injured while saving a child. He didn't go to the hospital, but simply went to a local clinic for treatment. The infection might have come from that incident. I also looked into his medical records. Normally, even in a cryogenic chamber, a patient's organs will slowly necrotize over time. But his data is very stable, meaning his condition hasn't worsened in the year he's been in the cryogenic chamber. Qian Jusai wasn't sure how unique this case was. Andrew's condition was so severe back then that the patient hadn't even had the chance to enter the cryogenic chamber. What does this mean? Is Zhu Lingyi special? Is the chosen organization holding his brother for experiments because he's special? I can find Zhu Lingyi's data records, and so can the people from the chosen organization. Such a unique case will definitely attract their attention. Fuxing is their preferred test subject, so kidnapping him is inevitable. That's just your speculation. It doesn't prove it has nothing to do with my last kidnapping. Whatever you think, the military has already made the arrangements. Then why don't I take the Baoshu mothership instead of the fleet? I'll join you on the reconnaissance mission. Yi Nanqiao ignored him, patting him firmly on the shoulder as he passed by. I'm fine. Protect Chen Ziyuan and Zhu Lingyi. With that, he pushed open the conference room door and left without looking back. Alas! Qian Jusai sighed heavily. General William acted swiftly, and 2 days later, the Special Operations Unit was ready to go. Qian Jusai caught Fields at the airport. You must keep an eye on your captain, okay? Don't let him go crazy, okay? Fields struggled to break free. I know, but please don't be so nagging, okay? Besides, the more calm our captain seems at this moment, the more likely he'll be willing to sacrifice his life unless he kills the culprit. I'm just afraid he'll risk his life for revenge. I'll keep a close eye on him. Okay, stop holding me. I have to get on the starship. If you can't defeat him, send me a message. I'll be there to support you. Fields, almost annoyed, waved his hand and hurried away. Qian Jusai, unwilling to give up, shouted from behind, if your captain goes crazy, knock him out. Got it? This shout instantly attracted countless glances. Fields, with a look of helplessness on his face, replied, Can you stop shouting? Then he quickly climbed the gangway. Qian Jusai watched the starship soar into space one after another, cursing the chosen organization as bastards while praying that Yi Nanqiao could successfully find Inns and rescue Zhu Fuxing as soon as possible. The starship was about to make a jump, and Fields reminded Yi Nanqiao, Boss, go to the sleep pod. We're going to jump to the edge of our star cluster. Yi Nanqiao stared at the sand table before him. The galaxy where Ens resided was a very unique lenticular galaxy, somewhere between an elliptical and a spiral galaxy. Its disk was very thin, lacking a gas halo and spiral arms, and it looked like a concave convex mirror. Boss. Seeing Yi Nanqiao remain silent, Fields tried to persuade him again. Soldiers must be in top condition on the battlefield. That's the rule you set. Yi Nanqiao turned around and said, "Don't be like Qinjusai, so nagging." Fields shut up. He had never been a talkative person and preferred to keep his words to a minimum. The main control AI has taken over the mothership. Everyone, enter the sleeping pod immediately. Yes. Yi Nanqiao entered the sleeping pod. He hadn't been able to sleep for over 10 days. As soon as he closed his eyes, bizarre images swirled in his mind. The figures of his father and Zhu Fuxing seemed trapped within a transparent sphere, appearing and disappearing. Try as he might, he couldn't break through that barrier. A sleeping gas filled the pod, forcing Yi Nanqiao into a restless sleep. In his dream, he dreamed of a cramped space, oppressively dark and oppressive. His little Fuxing drifted unconsciously in the air, his life or death uncertain. In the small cage, Zhu Fuxing could only curl up on the hard metal floor. He drifted in and out of consciousness, not knowing how long he had slept. While awake, he tried his best to observe his surroundings. Based on his understanding of the starship structure, he determined that this was a prison cell converted from a cargo hold. He could see more than a dozen such cages. Unfortunately, his time was limited. Every once in a while, he would be given an injection. Each time he awoke from his coma, he would find new prisoners stuffed into other cages, all in a coma just like himself. Zhu Fuxing had no idea how many days he had been sailing. His perception of time was completely blurred. Unable to communicate with the other prisoners, guards were constantly on the alert for any movement, and any noise would result in a beating or kicking. His lucid time was short, and the voyage seemed endless. Zhu Fuxing's mental state deteriorated, his consciousness sometimes clear, sometimes hazy. His body gradually weakened, and he had the illusion that his life was slipping away. He struggled to raise his hand, and felt the circular outline in his chest pocket. It was the crystal yuan medal that Yi Nanqiao had given him. At some point, he had become accustomed to carrying this crystal yuan medal with him. The kidnappers had only thrown his terminal away without conducting a body search. This wasn't a good sign. It proved they didn't care at all. They were absolutely certain he never returned to Phoenix. Thank goodness you're here. Zhu Fuxing secretly rejoiced, as if he could sense Yi Nanqiao hundreds of light years away through this medal. Wandering between life and death, this small medal became his only comfort. When he awoke again, he was no longer in that cage. This was a confined space, his hands and feet bound to a medical bed. The air smelled of disinfectant, and the faint green electronic light from the instruments cast a bleak, shimmering green throughout the room. Zhu Fuxing recalled the haunted wards and horror stories, and his situation was clearly dire. He was the cannon fodder waiting to be disemboweled. The cannon fodder struggled desperately, but as expected, he yielded no ground. The monitor in the corner picked up his movements, flickering red. Zhu Fuxing could only lie still, awaiting his unknown fate. Where is this? How long have I been kidnapped? What happened to Professor Jing? Is his life in danger? How horrified must my parents be to learn they've been kidnapped again? Where's Brother Qiao? Has he returned to Phoenix? Chen Ziyuan must be worried sick. Zhu Fuxing's thoughts swirled, as he quietly sensed the changes in his body. His mind became clearer, and his strength returned to normal. He remained clothed. The medal lay in his shirt pocket. After a long moment, the door slid open, and two men in white hazmat suits entered. One of them held a delicate tray with a familiar four-line. Zhu Fuxing instantly understood what it was, and uncontrollable fear made him struggle violently. Don't come over here. Get out. Get away. Don't touch me, you beasts. Don't touch me. The two men didn't react at all. One held Zhu Fuxing's forearm, while the other took the syringe, gently expelled the air from the tube, and expertly inserted it into his vein. You beasts, you devils. You have no humanity. Your whole family will die. Get out. Get out. I won't let you go. I'll kill you, you beasts. But his shouting and struggling were of no use. Zhu Fuxing could only watch helplessly as the tube of clear liquid pushed into his vein. His left arm felt slightly cold, and then the chill spread throughout his body. He knew exactly the torment the AIDS virus would bring him. He had experienced it once before in his previous life. This time, he was truly going to die, and no one could save him. Brother Qiao, where are you? Where are you? Zhu Fuxing burst into tears. The fear of death made it impossible for him to think. Subconsciously, he called out to the person he loved most. They were just beginning, they were so perfectly matched, the soulmate he only found in 2 lifetimes. The 2 white demons, seeing his emotions were too intense, stabbed him unconscious again. Inside the wreckage mothership, the sleeping pod was forcibly opened. Yi Nanxiao woke from his nightmare and scrambled out in a panic. He held onto the whole wall, his heart feeling like it had been pierced, the pain drenching him in sweat. The main control AI detected an anomaly and awoke the slumbering Fells. "Boss, what's wrong with you?" Yi Nanxiao raised his bloodshot eyes, breathing heavily. Fuxing is in trouble. "Boss, are you having a nightmare?" Yi Nanxiao felt a strong sense of unease. He muttered to himself, "Is this a dream?" Chapter 53. Zhu Fuxing sat quietly on his hospital bed as the announcement outside the door blared, "Lunchtime has arrived. All guards, please go to the designated location to collect your meals." 10 minutes later, a square opening slid open beneath a custom-made metal door. A lunch box was passed in, and the opening closed again. 9 such boxes were already piled at the door, indicating that Zhu Fuxing had not eaten in 3 days. Subject B5696, please cease your hunger strike. The surveillance camera in the room flashed red, issuing a warning. Zhu Fuxing ignored it. He was analyzing the numbers. Subject B5696, this string of numbers was his current number, starting with the letter B, meaning he was the 5696th subject. In reality, there might not be that many people alive. If there was a B, there must be other numbers starting with the letter B, and each number would surely represent something different. Yesterday, through the narrow window, he had seen another prison, separated from his own by a wall. Unlike him, the subjects in that prison were not confined to cells, but were free to roam the playground. There were a large number of experimental subjects, being herded around like chickens. They were mostly young and strong men and women, and there were even quite a few pregnant women. After a morning of activities, at noon, the broadcast called out numbers starting with D and ordered them to line up for lunch. After lunch, they returned to their cells, only to be herded out again 2 hours later to continue their activities. It was like feeding some kind of animal, ensuring they were well fed, well rested, and kept fit with exercise. Zhu Fuxing had a terrible suspicion. His eyesight was excellent, and that night he had observed a scene that filled him with anger and disbelief. Elsewhere, in the prison yard, tens of thousands of naked men and women engaged in primitive intercourse, completely exposed. A circle of black-robed men stood on the high walls, overseeing them, and ensuring the normal conduct of this absurd act. These experimental subjects possessed no human dignity, they were used like animals for reproduction. Zhu Fuxing was disturbed by the animal-like howling and groaning for the entire night, feeling sad and angry, but he could do nothing, not even to protect himself. Subject B5696, please end your hunger strike. The monitor sounded another warning. Zhu Fuxing ignored it, acting like a rebellious child. He stood up, walked to the door, and kicked over his lunch box, spilling the food all over the floor. "I won't eat. I'd rather starve to death than be used for your experiments. You're the beasts, who will wipe out your descendants. No, even beasts have more humanity than you, you're worse than beasts. You all will die a miserable death. Just wait, the military won't let you go, and will grind you to dust. Your divine messenger was stripped naked and hung on the starship, letting you play tricks, and you really think you received divine grace? What a rubbish god. Your god is a pervert, a beast, worse than pigs and dogs." Zhu Fuxing tried to think of all the curse words he could think of, but unfortunately, he'd been well educated in both lives, so he could only repeat these few over and over again. When he was tired of cursing, he lay back in bed, pulled himself under the covers, and fell asleep. The surveillance camera stopped beeping. Zhu Fuxing turned his back to it, secretly waiting for an opportunity. He had to find a way out. He had to figure out where he was, and what was around him. Even if he had to die, he couldn't die in this hellish place. After the virus injection, the men would definitely come to draw blood for testing. The test subject had to be healthy and adequately nourished. He hadn't eaten, so they couldn't take his blood samples properly. Sure enough, not long after, the metal door, which had been sealed for 3 days, opened. Zhu Fuxing suddenly jumped out of bed and fiercely kicked the intruder. The intruder hadn't expected the child to resist. He was caught off guard and fell flat on his face. Zhu Fuxing nimbly jumped off the bed and, without hesitation, stomped hard on the man's head and neck. With several muffled thuds, blood gushed from the man's head. The man struggled to get out, but it was too much. He tried several times without success, and finally fell to the ground. Huh, so this is how strong you are? Zhu Fuxing searched the man and removed his baton. For the past 6 months, he'd been training with the soldiers protecting him, learning martial arts and even some weaponry. This baton looked familiar. He deftly flicked the switch, and with a hum, a dark blue electric current filled the baton. The sounds of fighting attracted attention from outside. Footsteps reached the door. Zhu Fuxing sneered coldly, then stood guard, gripping his weapon tightly, and smashing it down on the head of the person poking through. He had been starving for 3 days, his strength drained, yet at this moment, he unleashed a formidable burst of strength. He knew he couldn't show any mercy, as the enemy outside wouldn't give him any breathing space. With every strike, he aimed for vital points, striking hard and mercilessly, with no regard for his opponent's life or death. His movements were swift and decisive, giving his opponents no time to react. The 3 men outside the door had clearly not anticipated Zhu Fuxing's ferocity. His attack was like a torrential downpour, catching them completely off guard. With a dull thud, Zhu Fuxing knocked the 3 men down. They groaned in pain, their bodies twisting into a ball as they tried to rise from the ground. But Zhu Fuxing's ferocious attack had temporarily incapacitated them. They were all wearing protective gear. They must have been medical personnel. Zhu Fuxing was enraged. These demons had injected him with the virus. He struck the 3 men's heads with his electric baton once again, until they lay bloodied and motionless. Only then did he look up and survey his surroundings. The long corridor was lined with cells, and at the end stood an elevator. Alarm lights on the wall blared incessantly. Zhu Fuxing knew from the building structure that escape was impossible, so he decided not to. Already rabid with rage, he simply wanted to vent his anger. He stood guard at the elevator entrance, his blood-drenched electric baton in hand, a brave, lonesome figure. The elevator door slowly opened, revealing a group of black-robed figures. Zhu Fuxing, upon seeing them, without hesitation, raised his electric baton and launched a frenzied attack. His eyes were filled with determination and ferocity, as if he wanted to vent all his rage. He swung the electric baton recklessly, each strike with all his might. He cared little for injury. Like a mad beast, he relentlessly struck at everyone before him. The black-robed figures in the elevator tried to subdue Zhu Fuxing, but hesitated to resort to harsh measures. This was an extremely valuable experimental subject, painstakingly bound, and no mistakes could be made. However, facing Zhu Fuxing's desperate attack, they were momentarily helpless. "Get out of the way!" a deep voice echoed. Zhu Fuxing, who had grown stronger with each battle, was suddenly handcuffed. He froze, his hands bare except for the electric baton, and he couldn't break free no matter what. The black-robed men seized the opportunity and swarmed over him, pitting him to the ground. Zhu Fuxing looked up at the black-robed man who had spoken. His robe wasn't entirely black, it was embellished with gold. The man didn't move, but Zhu Fuxing could feel an invisible force surge towards him, tightly binding him. "What's going on? What's wrong with this man?" The gold-rimmed black-robed man snorted. "Humph, that brat's quite strong. Take him away." The 2 black-robed men handcuffed Zhu Fuxing's hands and carried him into the elevator. Zhu Fuxing, startled, regained his consciousness. The invisible restraints on him had vanished. After exiting the elevator, the group walked quickly, without stopping, towards another building. Only after entering an empty room did the black-robed man release Zhu Fuxing. This place resembled a hall, but it was much larger than usual. The space was spacious and bright, and the floor was paved with black marble. The atmosphere was solemn and dignified, giving off a sense of inviolability. The man in the black-robed, gold-trimmed chair sat in the room's only chair. He remained motionless. Suddenly, an invisible force, like an unseen hand, lifted Zhu Fuxing high into the air and slammed him heavily to the ground. Zhu Fuxing felt as if his internal organs had been shattered. The excruciating pain washed over him, and he couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. The man in the black robe with gold trim slowly spoke. "This is the punishment for blasphemy." Despite the bizarreness of what was happening before his eyes, Zhu Fuxing still refused to believe in any so-called gods. "Bah! Who knows what kind of deception you're using? Which god is so blind as to help a bunch of evil beasts like you? You are completely devoid of conscience." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Fuxing was struck by a tremendous force. With a thud, he was thrown a long way, his head hitting the cold, hard ground. His body trembled continuously, and after a long moment, he struggled stubbornly to his feet again. Blood trickled down his forehead, staining his cheeks red. The intense pain and dizziness made it almost impossible for him to stand. "Heh, kill me if you dare." Zhu Fuxing, there are many things in this world you cannot understand. You shouldn't use your ignorance to criticize the truth. One day, humanity throughout the galaxy will celebrate our merits. Merits? What you did counts as merits. Are you uneducated? Don't you know how to spell the word merit? All great victories are achieved through countless sacrifices. Then why don't you just die? Why don't you want such great merit? How do you know we didn't sacrifice anything? The man in the black robe with gold trim stood up and walked over to Zhu Fuxing, looking down at him. Every sacrifice is worth it, Zhu Fuxing. You should be grateful that you have God's gift. Stop being so mysterious. A virus is just a virus. It has killed countless people. I don't know what experiments you're conducting or what results you're hoping to achieve, but there's no way I can cooperate with you. Do you want to know about your brother's condition? Zhu Fuxing was confused. His brother had been frozen for a year, so what could be happening? What do you mean? Your brother was also our experimental subject. He was just one step away from divine transformation. We thought he failed, but it seems that's not the case. His condition has remained at a critical point and hasn't deteriorated further. Zhu Fuxing grasped a new key word. Divine transformation? Yes, divine transformation. Like me, gaining divine power. Zhu Fuxing's mind raced. He truly couldn't explain the force that could toss him around like a sandbag. It couldn't be seen or touched, but the force acting on him was tangible. He could even feel the binding force, a soft rope-like object. You can clearly sense it, right? You, like your brother, possess enormous potential. Zhu Fuxing didn't answer. His mind was in a mess and needed to sort it out. The man in the black robe with gold trim didn't bother him anymore and had his men take him to tend to his wounds. Wait. Before leaving, Zhu Fuxing turned back and assured him, "You're a divine messenger." The man in the black robe with gold trim had no intention of hiding it from him. If you can't even guess that, you greatly disappointed me. Zhu Fuxing continued to ask him, only you succeeded in your transformation, while so many others, the 400 million on Andro and those you captured here, died, right? Yes, they're all losers. Zhu Fuxing closed his eyes, suppressing the rage in his chest. So many people died, what makes you think I'll succeed? I didn't say you'd definitely succeed. Zhu Fuxing allowed the black-robed men to drag him out of the hall and into the treatment chamber. He pondered the entire journey, filled with questions. Who was the true identity of the divine messenger? With such strange powers, why did he still rely on the free country to do his bidding? What was that invisible force? Was it truly a virus-induced evolution or mutation? But he had never seen or heard of it in his previous life on Earth. This experiment had lasted for centuries, and hundreds of millions had died. If there had been successful cases, why was the probability so low? What exactly was the factor behind success? Zhu Fuxing didn't believe he could pull off this so-called miracle. He had died in his previous life, and he would die again in this one. He couldn't help but think to himself, I'm so amazing, dying twice for the same reason. Who else could do that? Randy also had his doubts. Swana was indeed a very important divine servant. The organization purchased most of its supplies through her. Thus, she knew information that many divine servants couldn't provide. Have you really never seen the true face of the divine envoy? What's his name? What planet does he live on? He can't be hiding on Ends forever, right? Swana's face ached whenever she saw Randy, and she didn't even dare to look up in his presence. I really haven't seen him. His identity is a mystery. He always wears black robes, and his voice is disguised, so it's impossible to tell whether he's a man or a woman. Have you ever seen him wield that divine power? Yes, the divine envoy does possess powerful powers. Not only can he perform physical attacks, he can also manipulate others, making them do his bidding. Mind control? I believe that. There have already been 4 victims. Swana twisted her fingers nervously, fearing Randy would go mad again. So you approached our boss, so the divine emissary could control him? What are the prerequisites for such control? How long does it last? Sue Anna, growing increasingly uneasy, gritted her teeth and replied, as long as they have a chance to get along, that's all. If the person being controlled believes in him, they'll remain under the divine emissary's control. If the person possesses a strong sense of self-awareness and begins to resist, the divine emissary will destroy their brain, causing them to fall into a coma. Randy sat up straight. Are you saying that Zhu Fuxing's parents and Professor Jing fiercely resisted? And Huashishu? I don't know about the other 3, but Huashishu constantly resisted and escaped control several times. Randy closed his eyes. So, he killed them in another way. Chapter 54. At the edge of the unknown lens galaxy, A vast fleet of starships hovered in the starry sky. General William summoned all the captains of the Special Operations Division to a meeting. I divided this galaxy into 30 star regions, and each of your fleets will command one. One of the captains reported, General, the galaxy spans approximately 3 million light-years. Each of our fleets only has 20 scout ships. Scanning the entire galaxy will take at least 20 months. General William nodded. Well so? How about you borrow a few hundred more? General William cursed. Do you think scout ships are cheap? They're more expensive than cruisers, and the entire military has less than 2,000. Borrow a few hundred more? How dare you? You're going to borrow them? The scolded captain winked at Yi Nanxiao frantically. Yi Nanxiao glanced at him and said calmly, You can borrow them from the First Fleet. If there was a corps with the most scout ships, it would definitely be the First Fleet. Although they had less than a third of the men of a regular corps, they possessed 1,000 scout ships. To find clues about the home planet, the entire military prioritized all reconnaissance ships for the First Fleet. General William was choked. Yi Nanxiao, how dare you ask the First Fleet to borrow a reconnaissance ship? Aren't you stealing their jobs? Reconnaissance ships are to the First Fleet what space carriers are to the other 6 armies. If anyone dared to ask General William to borrow a space carrier, he would bring them down with his laser cannon. However, Yi Nanxiao was so popular that the other captains spoke up for him. We don't need 1,000 ships. Borrowing 300 or 500 will do. General William sneered, 300 or 500 more. You're really imagining it. It's not like the First Fleet is still drifting in space. They have a base now, and their search range is fixed. We can borrow them for a few months. It won't delay anything. General, you have to give it a try anyway. It's just a matter of saving your reputation. You have a good relationship with General Wu, so you shouldn't get beaten. General William was furious. You rebellious sons, rebellious sons. Yes, yes, old man, calm down and go borrow the boats quickly. We're all starving. General William scowled, grabbing Yi Nanxiao in a rage. You, come with me to find General Wu. If he loses his temper, you'll be the one to take the blame. Yi Nanxiao was tough and fearless. As long as he could borrow the boats, he would be willing to give him a beating, not just a scolding. General William quickly connected with General Wu. The old general, after a life of wandering, returned home with his troops. They had now entered the Goddess Galaxy cluster, not far from them. General William was delighted to receive a call from him. William? Are you on a mission nearby? General William blushed, unsure how to begin, so he resorted to a friendly approach. Old General, you look very well. You'll be back soon, aren't you? General Wu was delighted. Ever since he joined the First Fleet, he hadn't imagined returning home. Now that he was actually back, it felt like a dream. I already entered the Goddess Galaxy. I'll reach the first base in a little over a month. General William was genuinely happy for the old general. That's wonderful. I haven't had your guidance in decades. I'll make a special trip to visit you then. What's wrong with you today? I don't usually hear you so talkative. When it came to business, General William found himself at a loss for words. Well, I have something I need your help with. What is it? I have a mission here, and I'd like to borrow your reconnaissance ship. General Wu thought for a moment. He had quite a few reconnaissance ships, so borrowing 1 or 2 wouldn't be a problem. How many do you want? General William swallowed. 300? How many? General Wu flew into a rage. Say it again, you little bastard. Someone in the military dared to mess with him. This is outrageous. General William gritted his teeth and explained, It won't work if it's less. You little bastard, do you believe I'll beat you to death? General William couldn't take it anymore. He had actually been beaten by the old general as a child, and he cried. Yi Nanxiao, fearing he would piss off the old general, quickly stepped forward. General Wu, Fuxing has been kidnapped by the chosen organization. General Wu was shocked. What? What happened? Tell me in detail. Yi Nanxiao recounted the entire story, adding some of his own theories. General Wu gasped. Too brazen. This organization is growing more and more rampant. We should have launched a massive crackdown on them after the Andro incident. It's our fault. We allowed them to continue wreaking havoc for 200 years, killing so many innocent people. General William quickly calmed down. General, don't be angry. This time, we will completely wipe them out. General Wu thought for a moment. I'll give you 600 reconnaissance ships. Make haste and search. Fuxing has done a great service. Without him, we wouldn't be able to determine the path to our home planet. We must rescue him safely, and we must completely eradicate this cancer of the chosen organization. Yi Nanxiao hadn't expected General Wu to give so much. The first fleet only had 1,000 ships. General, you're giving us 600 ships. What about your mission? Don't worry about that. I'll go get the others. Who would dare not give them? The old general was so powerful and majestic. 600 reconnaissance ships immediately separated from the first fleet, reaching the Lens system in just 5 days. This delighted the soldiers of the Special Operations Division, cutting the search time in half. General Wu is truly my idol. Such courage, such broad-mindedness. The old general is the idol of the entire army. He's helped us so much again this time. General William stopped everyone from flattering him. All right, let's get on with our business. General Wu supports us so much. We can't let him down. Strap on tight and speed up. Yi Nanqiao led 40 reconnaissance ships on another long-distance jump. His mission location and current anchorage span the entire galaxy, but it was in the region with the highest star density. A dense star population means a large number of star systems, and a high probability of habitable planets. Xiaoshan sighed as he surveyed the search area. Thanks to this being a lenticular system, the thin disk significantly reduces our search range. We only need to increase our lateral scanning efforts. Fears glanced at the still silent Yi Nanqiao, and finally understood why Qianjuzai wasn't used to such a captain. Stop talking nonsense and focus on the information coming back from the reconnaissance. Xiaoshan scratched his head. The icy captain made him feel uncomfortable. Never mind, he decided to focus on his work. Yi Nanqiao wasn't being silent on purpose, he was simply lost in thought. Ever since the incident, he'd been baffled by countless mysteries. Randy had sent him Swanna's confession, but instead of clearing up his doubts, it only deepened them. What puzzled him most was that the divine envoy truly possessed unfathomable abilities. Putting aside the origins of his powers, why had he, with such abilities, for centuries hidden in a remote, uncharted star region? The whole thing felt strangely incongruous. Yi Nanqiao knitted his brows, convinced he captured the divine envoy and interrogate him. Zhu Fuxing also wanted to clarify matters. After spending a day in the treatment chamber, he was taken to another cell. This cell, however, was much better. 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom, complete with a massive bathtub. His unit number had also been honored with an upgrade to a 2785. This significant change only reflected his elevated status. He'd been beaten up, yet his status had risen. How bizarre! Zhu Fuxing suddenly had a sudden thought. If he got a few more beatings, would they let him go? His suicidal thoughts were brewing. He was so curious about that invisible, intangible, unknown power that he was willing to risk his life for it, even taking a few more beatings. Just as he was about to act, 2 men in white hazmat suits arrived, followed by 4 in black robes. Wow! This was quite a scene. Zhu Fuxing, wary, retreated cautiously toward the wall. What are you trying to do? The white hazmat suit said simply, draw blood. Zhu Fuxing was worried he had no material for his suicidal thoughts. No, I won't cooperate with you, even if I die. That's not up to you. 4 black-robed men rushed forward. Zhu Fuxing resisted for a few moments before realizing they were no ordinary men. Their skills and physical fitness were definitely those of bodyguards. The 4 men pinned him down, and Zhu Fuxing couldn't even turn over. A man in a white hazmat suit quickly drew 2 tubes of venous blood. Zhu Fuxing cursed, "You son of a bitch! You gave birth to a son without an anus, you don't have toilet paper, you get food stuck in your teeth and shit in your brain. You deserve a slap on the left cheek and a kick on the right. Donkeys kick donkeys, pigs trample on pigs." The men let him curse, and after drawing his blood, they left. Zhu Fuxing saw his scolding had no effect, so he attacked them with whatever he could find, hitting them on the back of the head. The men took a few hits and slammed the door and left. Zhu Fuxing was furious. 2 tubes of blood. 2 tubes so big. How much would he need to eat to restore his blood? Swearing didn't work, and fighting didn't work either. Zhu Fuxing planned to go on a hunger strike again. But this time, the hunger strike didn't work either. On the second day of his hunger strike, the 4 black-robed men came again, pinned him to the bed, pinched his chin, and forced 3 bottles of nutrient solution into his mouth. Heh, since you don't want to eat normal food, we'll save him the trouble. 3 bottles of nutrient solution were enough to provide 3 days of nutrients. So the next 3 days became a routine, being pinned down, having his blood drawn, and having 3 bottles of nutrient solution injected. Zhu Fuxing could only gather 3 days' worth of curse words to retaliate, and then throw things. Because he was so short of curse words, Zhu Fuxing even asked the black-robed men for pen and paper. He carefully wrote down every famous curse phrase he had heard in his 2 lifetimes and recited them in full. It was a chaotic and lively scene. until everything that could be thrown in the room was broken, and he had run out of words to curse. Zhu Fuxing felt bored. He had been struggling for so long, but the messenger of God never appeared again. When the blood-drawing team arrived again, Zhu Fuxing lay half-dead in bed. The white hazmat suit was startled, thinking he was sick, and rushed forward to check. "I'm not sick." Zhu Fuxing waved his hand lazily, then thought, "I'm sick. You already injected me with the virus." The white hazmat suit noticed his unusual behavior and asked, "Are you not going to bother with me today?" "No, it's boring." "Draw it, just do it." As usual, the 4 black-robed men tried to restrain him. Zhu Fuxing sat up angrily. "Are you guys crazy? I told you to just do it." The white hazmat suit asked uncertainly, "So I did it." "Draw it." "Really?" Zhu Fuxing glared at him. The white hazmat suit finished drawing the blood quickly, and was relieved to see he wasn't cursing or making a scene. God knows why this little brat was so quick to curse. His entire family had been cursed. The 4 black-robed men prepared to administer the routine nutrient solution. "Wait, I don't want to drink this stuff, I want to eat." The black-robed man sneered. "What are you trying to do?" Zhu Fuxing slouched. "I want to eat. This stuff is awful." Death row prisoners are even given a bowl of their last meal. The black-robed men exchanged glances and said, "Wait." After a while, one of the black-robed men brought hot rice and dishes, watched him finish, and then took the dishes away. After Zhu Fuxing ate and drank his fill, he walked around the room, then stared blankly at the leaves outside the window. The black-robed man observing him looked at the surveillance screen and asked his companion, "What's wrong with him? Isn't he writing curse words today?" Thinking of the thick book of curse phrases, his companion felt a headache. Who would even write out curse words and recite them in full? This kid is a real prodigy. Who knows? He's figured it out. What good will it do him to keep going? I hope he's figured it out. Every time he's in such a mess, I want to hang him up and give him a beating. After 2 days of observation by the black robe, Zhu Fuxing really stopped writing curse words or practicing reciting them in front of the monitor. He just sat by the window, lost in thought. Oh yeah, the chair in his room had been smashed long ago. The kid had pushed his bed against the window. It was time for another blood draw, and Zhu Fuxing let it go listlessly, as if he were a heartless blood-making machine. After the draw, he simply asked, "Can I go for a walk? Keeping me locked up like this all the time has taken a toll on my body and mind. If this continues, it will severely damage my health. You must ensure my health." The white hazmat suit thought for a moment. "I'll agree if you promise to cooperate with our upcoming drug experiments." Zhu Fuxing still lowered his head, his eyes flickering slightly, before lazily replying, "Whatever. I'd rather die of illness than suffocate in this room." "Okay, then you'll have half an hour of exercise time every day." Zhu Fuxing looked up disapprovingly. "Half an hour is too little. 3 hours. Don't push me further." Zhu Fuxing said angrily, "Then I'll suffocate to death." The white hazmat suit compromised slightly. 40 minutes. 2.5 hours. 1 hour. If you don't agree, suffocate to death. Zhu Fuxing grumbled. "Okay, 1 hour then." After everyone left, Zhu Fuxing sat down by the window again. He seemed dazed, but his mind raced. After a series of probing attempts, he was now certain he was important, even more important than he imagined. The man in the white protective suit, who drew his blood, was no ordinary lab technician. He could schedule his activities without reporting to his superiors or obtaining the divine messenger's approval. This person was high-ranking, and most likely the person leading the experiment. The fact that he personally performed even a trivial task like drawing blood was a testament to his importance. Since he was so important, these people would surely not let him die easily. Zhu Fuxing closed his eyes, clutching the crystal yuan metal tightly. "Brother Qiao, where are you? I don't know how much longer I can hold on, and I don't know if I'll ever see you again." He had no doubt Yi Nanxiao was searching the universe for him. But he didn't know where he was. How long would it take Yi Nanxiao to find this place? A year? 2 years? 10 years? 20 years? According to interstellar medical standards, people infected with the virus have a survival time of 5 to 40 years. His brother had endured 8 years in the cryostat. How much longer could he hold out? His brother had taught him from a young age that he couldn't just sit and wait for death. Imprisoned in a cell, he couldn't communicate with the outside world. He had to get out, even if the hope was slim. He had to try. Chapter 55. As dusk fell, the stars gradually set in the west, and the sky gradually became a vibrant canvas, from vibrant orange to deep purple, then to a faint pink. The colors blended and transitioned, like a dream. Zhu Fuxing couldn't help but exclaim, "How beautiful." He was sitting on the fence of a small square, surrounded by a few scattered 4- and 5-story buildings, each far apart, offering a wide view. The man in black robe standing behind him reminded him, "It's almost time, let's go back." Zhu Fuxing looked back at the 4 people and raised his hand, pointing in a direction. "Can I go there tomorrow?" "As long as you stick to the designated time." Zhu Fuxing pouted, thinking, "I'll just treat it like a daily dog walk, for big black dogs at that." The 4 big black dogs dutifully escorted their master back to his cell. Zhu Fuxing closed the door expressionlessly, and sat down by the window again. Only a small area was explored today, but the terrain revealed a vast plain, with no trace of mountains in sight, flat as a pancake. This prison has 4 sections, presumably housing different experimental subjects. Section A, where he was, offered a pleasant environment, though transportation was primitive, with no aircraft other than ground vehicles. Zhu Fuxing had deliberately circled Section A today, walking for an hour without encountering anyone. He checked his number, A2785, he was the 2785th experimental subject, but why didn't he see anyone? There were, however, quite a few single-family houses, similar to his own. The steps were covered in dust, and there was no movement within the house. Clearly no one was there. Are they all dead? The 2785 test subjects from before? Zhu Fuxing felt a little down. The feeling of death, following him so closely, was not pleasant. After a moment of dejection, Zhu Fuxing encouraged himself, "Don't lose heart. This is only the first day. I can still hold my own against them for a long time." The next day, when they went out for some fresh air, Zhu Fuxing made a new request. He wanted to take the bus. Why walk when you can have a car? Hey Pao thought for a moment. It didn't matter whether he walked or took the bus. Since the kid couldn't escape anyway, he just let him. Leading the 4 big black dogs, they wandered to Block D. There were many prisoners and guards there. The noise inside the walls was tumultuous, with shouting, beatings, and scolding all around. Zhu Fuxing recalled what he had seen that night. His anger rose, and he unconsciously slowed down his pace. What's going on? It's so smoky and foul here. Hurry up. Hey Pao urged him, noticing he was walking slower and slower. Zhu Fuxing sneered. A foul, chaotic place? You know you're useless too? He didn't want to argue with a dog, so he quickened his pace toward the underground car. One of the black-robed men didn't get on the car. You go back first. I'll go get something from cell 12. The others ignored him, but Zhu Fuxing pondered. The cells in Block D were separated by walls. Judging from the number of people he saw, there were at least 10,000 people held in each cell. Number 12 should be the cell number, which means 120,000 people. He didn't have enough time to explore the entirety of Block D. So how many people were actually imprisoned here, used as breeding grounds? Zhu Fuxing gritted his teeth. What a bunch of beasts! With the car, his range of movement was much larger. Every day, Zhu Fuxing directed the black-robed men around, acting like a curious child. Because he performed well, the black-robed men let him be, occasionally exceeding his time limit without rushing him. What unnerved Zhu Fuxing was the sheer backwardness of this place. Not only had he never seen any flying equipment within the park, but he had observed the edge of this vast prison many times, and the sky was nothing but birds and clouds, not even the shadow of an aircraft. There were no transmission towers on the ground, only a few sparse cables traversing the distance. It was even more retro than the Earth era he had lived on in his previous life. Communications were wired telephones, and radio was also wired radio. All wireless equipment was non-existent here. What should I do? Zhu Fuxing was nearly despairing. He woke up that day to a refreshing cool breeze. When he had been abducted, it had still been the hottest season here. Was the season about to change? It had rained heavily last night, and the ground had accumulated quite a bit of water, with slightly yellowed leaves covering the ground. The park was quiet. Normally at this time of year, the road sweepers would arrive to clean the roads, making a rustling sound, but today they hadn't come. A while later, a group of people in gray entered the park, armed with cleaning tools, and began to work. Huh? Why are they cleaning today? Zhu Fuxing peered through the window at the group. As they approached, he realized they were the experimental subjects held in Area C, their clothing numbered. Zhu Fuxing noticed one of the women. Unlike the other experimental subjects, her clothing was new, clean, and tidy. Her hair was neatly tied in a ponytail, and she had fair skin and delicate features. She was a very beautiful woman. The woman numbly swept the fallen leaves, not avoiding the stagnant water. Soon, her shoes were soaked, and half her trouser legs were soaked as well. Zhu Fuxing was just wondering if he'd be warned when he saw a man in a black robe walk over, drop her tools, and drag the woman into an empty room. Normally, there were only 5 living people in this park: himself and the 4 black robes. The black robes usually took turns guarding the area, each for a few hours. So right now, no one in this park could stop them from doing anything they wanted. Zhu Fuxing was furious, and he yelled at the outsiders, "You beast, you're in heat anytime, anywhere. What's the difference between you and an animal?" The door opposite swung open, and the man in the black robe stormed to the window. "Shut up. Bah, you rotten piece of shit. I curse you to be impotent forever. Don't think I dare not hit you. Shut up." The woman timidly walked out of the house, staring at them blankly. Zhu Fuxing was stunned. Her clothes were neatly arranged, her hair perfectly straight, and only one leg of her pants was rolled up, while the other was already drying. Are you drying her pants?" The man in black pointed at Zhu Fuxing and warned, "Don't meddle." He then pulled the woman back inside, and continued drying clothes. A few minutes later, the woman came out and stood stupidly in the doorway. The man in black went in and out of every empty room. After a while, he found a pair of shoes for the woman to change into. He didn't let her continue working, and seeing that she didn't want to stay in the house, he moved a chair for her to sit in the doorway. The woman sat obediently, her eyes fixed on the front. Zhu Fuxing was stunned. He started again, asking, "Is this your wife?" Hey Pao didn't bother to pay attention. "Your wife is so beautiful. Does she know what you look like? You're wrapped in a big black cloth every day. You don't sleep like that, do you?" Hey Pao continued to ignore him. "Does your wife recognize you? You're all dressed the same." Hey Pao said nothing, but the woman looked at Zhu Fuxing. "Yes." Her voice wasn't loud, and she spoke slowly, but with utter seriousness. Hey Pao hugged her in surprise. "Hey Fin?" The woman slowly repeated to Hey Pao, "Yes." Hey Pao ignored Zhu Fuxing, and picked up the woman, leaving. Zhu Fuxing's gossip spirit burned fiercely. There must be a story. During the outing that day, Zhu Fuxing didn't mention a word about what happened that morning. He recognized the man in black. He was the second tallest of the 4. He privately named them in order of height. The man in the morning was called He. Another heavy rain fell that night, and it continued into the morning. As usual, the experimental subjects from Area C came to clean the park today. Zhu Fuxing leaned against the window and watched for a long time, but the woman didn't come. He shouted out the window, "Area I, Area I." Area I walked to the window. "What are you calling?" "You?" Area I was stunned. "What did you call me? I didn't know your names, so I had to come up with them myself." "You?" Area I endured it, turned around and walked away. "Hey, don't go. Is it your wife here today?" Area I paused, turned around and walked back. "What do you want to do?" "Nothing. I was just bored and wanted to chat." "You're very good to your wife. I shouldn't have scolded you yesterday." Area I didn't say anything, but he didn't leave either. Zhu Fuxing pressed on. "She's so beautiful, it's a shame she's locked up here forever. A sea-level experiment at that. She'll die sooner or later." Area I clenched his fists. "Are you done? Tell me about it." "What? Your love story? We have nothing to do here anyway. I can't tell you a damn thing." Area I ignored him, and this time, no matter how Zhu Fuxing called, he wouldn't come. Zhu Fuxing saw that he was truly ignoring her, and she lay back on the bed, seemingly bored. Area I could use it, absolutely. He cared deeply about that woman, and even at the slightest chance, he would send her away. Area I returned to the monitoring room, thought for a moment, and, just like yesterday, deleted the footage and expertly replaced it with a shot of Zhu Fuxing sleeping. It was time for the shift change, and his companions routinely asked, "How's it going?" "Nothing unusual, just a half-hour extra sleep these past 2 days." It's time for the season to change, and he should get a thicker blanket. It'd be troublesome if he caught a cold. "Okay, I'll go notify logistics." Area I left the monitoring room. The rain had begun to fall again. After the brief rainy season, the long cold season would begin. Hypo felt anxious. No new cold weather supplies had been delivered to the planet recently. He wondered if Afen could survive the cold. Zhu Fuxing noticed that it had been raining every day recently, and the weather was getting colder by the day. The cleaning work in the park had been done by the experimental subjects in Area C. After more than 10 days of observation, he still hadn't found the woman named Afen, which made him feel a little disappointed. He was too lazy to get up early to tease Hypo, so he simply stayed covered in his blanket and slept in. That morning, the rain was particularly heavy, the drops clattering against the windows. Zhu Fuxing was awakened by the sound of the rain. He climbed up and looked out the window. The people in Area C were working as usual despite the downpour. He was about to crawl back into bed and continue sleeping when he heard a strange noise. In a room not far from him, a woman's soft moans drifted through the rain, mixed with the excited growls of a man. It was clear that the fighting was intense. Zhu Fuxing's face flushed red, and his body began to heat up uncontrollably. "Damn, do you think I'm dead?" Screaming so loudly. He pulled the covers over him, thinking that these two people were truly shameless. As he thought about it, he felt even more shameless. He painfully covered his head with the pillow, trying to block out the intrusion of the sound. Why won't it end? Ah, will it ever end? The entangled man and woman in the room were scorching the air. The man finally removed his black robe, his muscular body powerful and robust. As he took possession of her, he called out to his beloved Afin. Afin. The woman was a work of art, flawless. Her long, thick black hair framed her delicate, fair face, and her eyes finally lost their usual dullness. She responded instinctively, shamelessly moaning, but she didn't respond to the man's loving calls. The man painfully gagged her, his movements becoming increasingly ferocious. After an unknown amount of time, he finally stopped, buried his head in her neck, and whispered, "Afin, do you know who I am?" Each time, the man would ask her, hoping that his beloved would remember him. The woman stared blankly at the ceiling, and after a long pause, she slowly replied, "I recognize you." The man held her face in disbelief. "Afin?" Afin reached out and pinched the man's earlobe, a little gesture the man often made with her. "Afin." The man's eyes flushed. "I won't let you die here. I'm sending you away. I absolutely must send you away." The sky cleared up briefly in the afternoon, a rare moment. Black Robe approached Zhu Fuxing and asked, "Want to go out now? It might rain again if we're late." Zhu Fuxing nodded. He hadn't left Area A for several days. After the four Black Robes got in the car, Zhu Fuxing remained silent, staring at Area with a look of resentment. Area felt uncomfortable being stared at, but he tried his best to ignore him. Dahe, seeing this, asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, my ear hurts." Area coughed. "Where do you want to go today?" Zhu Fuxing said sarcastically, "Area C." Area simply said, "Sit tight," and started the underground car. Zhu Fuxing muttered to himself, "Oh, how shameless." Zhu Fuxing was convinced that Area would come looking for him, and sure enough, the next morning, he was dragged out of bed. "Damn, it's cold." Area tossed him a thick coat, put it on. Zhu Fuxing was grouchy after waking up. "You're so rude, how can your wife stand you?" Area brought a chair and sat across from him. "Zhu Fuxing, do you know why I came looking for you?" Zhu Fuxing dressed slowly. "I know you want me to save your wife." "Sure enough, someone will come to save you." "I know someone will come, but I'm not sure when. Maybe I'll be dead before they find me." "You want me to help you spread the word?" "Yes. Do I really have to wait here for decades?" "I can wait, but can your wife live that long?" Area was silent for a moment before continuing. "You don't know where our planet is. We're not in the Goddess Galaxy cluster, and we're 26 million light-years away from Phoenix. Where do you want me to spread the word?" Zhu Fuxing was stunned. "So far away?" "Yes, so where do you get the confidence that someone will come to rescue you?" Zhu Fuxing thought seriously for a moment. "First of all, someone must be searching the universe for this planet right now, and it's not a blind search. They'll definitely find a way to determine the approximate range." "You're kidding. The chosen organization dared to commit such blatant crimes on Phoenix, and captured so many experimental subjects. Would the military just do nothing? Would General Yi let it go? He would definitely send troops to wipe out the chosen organization's old bandits. It's only a matter of time before they find us here." Second, Zhu Fuxing held up two fingers. "Receiving information isn't as difficult as you think. It doesn't require advanced equipment. You just need to find a device that transmits radio waves, and you'll definitely be able to capture it." Zhu Fuxing had seen firsthand how powerful reconnaissance ships were. Not only could they capture extremely weak signals across light years, but they could also accurately reconstruct the path they traveled. Third, and most crucially, all the test subjects here will be rescued, including your wife. Area wasn't stupid, he understood immediately. "Military, are you sure they'll send troops?" "I'm sure. So as I said, I can wait. The researchers won't let me die easily." "Where's your wife?" Area fell silent again, then said, "Can I ask you a favor?" "What is it?" "After we get out, please take care of Afin and arrange for her to find a good nursing home." Zhu Fuxing noticed that A Fin seemed to have intellectual disabilities and looked dull. He was curious. Does she have an intellectual disability? Perhaps it can be cured on Phoenix Planet? You don't understand the horror of this experiment. It's been going on for hundreds of years. You should know what the subjects in Area D are used for. A Fin's parents were subjects in Area D, as were her grandparents and great-grandfather. They were kept in captivity for generations, and many of them are inbred. Zhu Fuxing felt a little uncomfortable. Okay, I promise. I will also explain your help to the military. If your merits can offset your crimes, you should be able to reunite with A Fin soon. Area gazed deeply at Zhu Fuxing. I believe you can keep your promise. Since I promised you, I will definitely do it. Besides, it's not a difficult task. Area thought for a moment and asked, I'll go find the equipment. Once I find it, what kind of message should I send? It won't arouse suspicion, but it will ensure the military confirms it's you. Zhu Fuxing pondered for a moment. Just recite a poem. Recite a poem? The Han River is so vast, it's impossible to swim across it. The Yangtze River is so long, it's impossible to think about it from a distance. Have you written it down? Zhu Fuxing sighed. I'll write it down for you, and you can memorize it yourself. Thought Zhu Fuxing was trying to bluff him. Are you sure anyone can understand? Zhu Fuxing didn't bother explaining to these uneducated interstellar people. He didn't care whether anyone understood or not. Yi Nanxia was sure he would. Seeing Zhu Fuxing's confident expression, Area gave up his hesitation. Wait for my news. After Area left, Zhu Fuxing clutched the crystal yuan medal in his pocket, silently praying that everything would go smoothly. Chapter 56. For several days, Area hadn't appeared. Zhu Fuxing feigned curiosity and asked the other 3 black-robed men, but they ignored him, telling him to mind his own business. Zhu Fuxing was very patient. This shabby planet didn't even have a flying machine, and a spaceship would probably be difficult to build. He spent his days eating, sleeping, and hanging out, living a life of eating, waiting to die. Because he was so well behaved, his free time was extended. In his previous life, he hadn't been so carefree. The virus quickly destroyed his immune system, and his organs gradually began to necrotize. He could feel his life slipping away with every passing second. Now, several months later, he was still healthy and had no symptoms. Zhu Fuxing wondered if the God's chosen organization had truly developed some drug that was effective against the virus. The weather was getting colder, and when the first snow fell, Zhu Fuxing didn't wait for Area, but he did receive a summons from the God's messenger. How strange. The Divine Envoy still remembers me? The Divine Envoy is busy. Come with me. Don't waste time. Zhu Fuxing reluctantly followed the unfamiliar black-robed figure. The 3 black-robed figures, who usually guarded him, did not follow. This time, they did not go to the meeting hall. Instead, the black-robed figure led him to a magnificent hall. They passed through the empty main hall and entered a side hall through a side door. The side hall was large, supported by 4 massive columns at each corner. In the middle, there were tables and chairs, resembling a reception room. Wait here, the black-robed figure said, and left, locking Zhu Fuxing in the side hall. Zhu Fuxing calmly found a sofa and sat down. He had been very well behaved lately. The Divine Envoy wouldn't go out of his way to call him in and give him a beating. 10 minutes later, the Divine Messenger walked in. Zhu Fuxing didn't bother to stand up to greet him, but simply asked, "Why did you call me here?" The Divine Messenger ignored his attitude and sat down at the top of the side hall, quite far away from him. Zhu Fuxing glanced at the Divine Messenger curiously and asked again, "What's the matter?" The Divine Messenger seemed to lower his head in thought for a moment, then said calmly, "You've been very cooperative lately." Zhu Fuxing also hummed a faint hum. "You seem to have gotten used to life here." The drug experiment is very effective. Your organs haven't deteriorated due to the viral infection." Zhu Fuxing keenly sensed something was amiss. The Divine Messenger never acknowledged viruses. He simply called them gifts from God. What was wrong with this person before him? Was he really a Divine Messenger? The Divine Messenger didn't notice Zhu Fuxing's annoyance and continued, "You have great hope of achieving a divine transformation. Next, I hope you'll continue to cooperate." Zhu Fuxing felt something was amiss as he listened. Why would a Divine Messenger be so polite to him? And still hope? Wouldn't he just whip him with an invisible whip? What if I don't? The Divine Messenger was stunned. What? What if I don't continue to cooperate? The Divine Messenger suddenly froze. Zhu Fuxing narrowed his eyes, grabbed the ornament next to the sofa, and walked towards the Divine Messenger. "Who are you? Why are you calling me here? pretending to be a divine messenger. You, don't come over here. Put that ornament down. You pretentious bastard. Let me see if you're human or a ghost. Zhu Fuxing leaped forward, intending to apprehend this divine messenger impersonator. The divine messenger leaped high at the sight, and scurried to the large column. Zhu Fuxing chased after him, striking the man on the head with the ornament. Ouch! You dare to hit me! The divine messenger covered his head and dodged Zhu Fuxing, running around the column while shouting, I am the divine messenger. You dare to hit me? You're dead. Zhu Fuxing chased after him. You're the divine messenger? I'll call them in now, and see if you can still pretend. You can scream, but no one will come in even if you scream your throat out. Is there something wrong with that? Stop! Put down your weapon first. Zhu Fuxing stopped talking and focused on arresting him. The two of them chased each other around the thick column, circling it again and again. It was a classic Qin Shi Huang circling the column. Zhu Fuxing was almost dizzy. He tried several times to turn around and circle the column to catch the divine messenger, but he nimbly dodged them every time. Hoo! Are you a loach spirit? Hoo! Stop chasing me. Don't run. After circling a few more times, Zhu Fuxing was about to vomit. Can't you run in a straight line? Who? Do you think I'm stupid? I'm about to vomit. I can't do it anymore. Zhu Fu was almost exhausted. Who? Stop right there. The divine envoy was on the verge of collapse. Who? Stop chasing me. There was no solution. The king of Qin continued circling the pillar, until the divine envoy accidentally tripped over his own robe and fell. Zhu Fuxing, seeing the opportunity, leaped and pinned the newly risen divine envoy beneath him, bending one leg and pressing down hard with his knee. I told you to run. I told you to run. It hurts. Pretend, keep pretending, or I'll skin you alive. Oh, damn it! Why are you stripping me? Help! Someone's being a hooligan. Molesting me. Zhu Fuxing returned his words, scream till your throat breaks, and no one will come to save you. The divine envoy, The divine envoy resisted fiercely, but Zhu Fuxing was so skilled at stripping clothes that he could even strip Yi Nanxiao completely naked. What was a mere divine envoy to him? The divine envoy was no match for him. His black robe was quickly stripped off, and his hood was torn to shreds. Oh, my face, my hair, stop pulling. Damn. It hurts. Zhu Fuxing quickly peeled off the hood and swung his fist at the fake guy. Tell me, who are you? I'm a divine messenger, a real divine messenger. Zhu Fuxing pounded on him twice more. Still talking tough. Where's your divine power? Did you eat it? Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. Don't hit me in the face. I'm the new divine messenger. The one you were talking about is dead. What? He's dead, seriously? I'm not lying. I just took over. Zhu Fuxing swung his fist again, banging. Who are you trying to fool? Do you think I'm an idiot? The divine messenger dodged and begged for mercy. I swear, everything I said is true. Stop hitting me. If I lied to you, I'd be impotent for life. Zhu Fuxing, This was too cruel. Zhu Fuxing reluctantly believed him, and sat on the ground, panting. He studied the new divine messenger closely. He was probably younger than him, a handsome young man, with thick eyebrows and large eyes. You're so cruel. Will I be disfigured? Woo-woo. I still have to see my goddess. Woo-woo. Shut up. Is the divine messenger really dead? To convince Zhu Fuxing, the new divine envoy confessed everything. He's truly dead. He died a few days after meeting you. I don't know what he did on Phoenix Planet, but he was severely traumatized and has been dying for a long time. I met you to confirm whether you can sense divine power. He was already at the end of his rope. Zhu Fuxing couldn't describe how he felt right now. It was like, my pants were taken off, and that's it? What kind of divine power is that? So powerful, he can die instantly. Do you really think he's a god? Didn't he suddenly gain those strange abilities because a virus transformed his body? And that's not a good thing. There's more than one divine envoy. Over the past few hundred years, 13 have developed this ability. The oldest lived for 20 years, and the shortest only 3. Zhu Fuxing. No wonder such a powerful divine envoy has remained hidden on this planet, relying on the free land to do his bidding. Are their abilities really due to a virus? That's true. Absolutely true. The new divine envoy affirmed, actually, this is probably a mutation. The founder of the chosen organization discovered virus information on a starship wreckage on their home planet, which differs from the virus records on Phoenix. This is a virus that can cause mutations. There were instances of mutations during Earth's apocalypse, but the probability is extremely low. Zhu Fuxing wondered, was it really because he was ignorant in his previous life? Or was this information being controlled and prevented from spreading? Seeing he remained silent, the new divine envoy continued, don't disbelieve it. The chosen organization's research on viruses is actually more thorough than Phoenix's. For centuries, they tirelessly experimented on living people to increase the probability of mutation, resorting to all sorts of diabolical practices. I know that. But the probability hasn't increased. Have they found the cause? No, never. Even after hundreds of millions of deaths, they haven't found the cause. Zhu Fuxing stopped delving into the issue and turned to question the new divine messenger. What about you? Who are you? Have you mutated too? My name is Leon, and I'm also from Phoenix. I can't be considered a complete mutation. It's more or less the same as your brother's. My body has withstood the virus and won't deteriorate further for now, but I don't have any abilities. Leon tossed his head in triumph. I'm the closest man to God. Zhu Fuxing looked at his beaten-up face, unable to bear the sight. Then why did you ask me out? Actually, I wanted to test you to see if you've been fooled by their lies. I also want that divine power, and don't want to run away. You want to run away? Leon was agitated. I dream about it all the time. I'm going to find my goddess. She's beautiful and kind, but very poor. When I was on Phoenix Star, I often helped her. I've been imprisoned here for over a year. What will happen to my goddess? Zhu Fuxing was a little disdainful. Are you an adult? You're still calling me a goddess? You've been tricked, and are still helping people count their money. Leon was a little angry. I'm almost an adult. Don't try to date like adults if you're not yet an adult. What kind of person is your goddess? Do you know her? She's not just using you as an ATM, is she? Leon was truly angry. You can't say that about Novia. Although she's poor, she's never asked me for money. Oh, so you, the sucker, are the ones who take the initiative. Zhu Fuxing paused. What's your goddess name? Novia. She's kind-hearted. She's the best person in the world to me. I won't let you slander her. Zhu Fuxing was stunned. It couldn't be such a coincidence, so he tentatively asked, Leon, how did you get caught here? Leon sneered. Oh, my parents knocked me unconscious and threw me on the spaceship. Are your parents members of the organization? They're believers. I was offered to the organization as a test subject since I was a child. When the time came, I was sent here. Can I ask who they are? You might not believe this, but my mother is a high-ranking official, the Deputy Director of Human Resources. Oh, I don't understand. Has she ever had her head stuck in a toilet? She couldn't live a good life, but she had to believe in a cult. Zhu Fuxing, Yi Nanxiao had once told him that Randy, under the alias Novia, had hooked up with the Deputy Director of Human Resources, Elisa, on Phoenix Planet. Spear's youngest son just got a partial list of the chosen organization. Zhu Fuxing swallowed. So you like Novia? Leon's expression was filled with sorrow. Novia is the only one in this world who's truly kind to me, but I'm locked up here. What will happen to her without me? She's so poor. Who will take care of her in the future? Zhu Fuxing sighed. Brother Randy, you done such a sin. Leon brooded for a moment before asking Zhu Fuxing, do you have a way to escape? You've been here for over a year, and you haven't figured out a solution? My parents are die-hard fans of the organization. Who cares if I live or die? I act cute every day, pretending to be desperate for divine power, just to live a few more years and find a chance to escape. Leon choked back sobs. I can't die here. My parents may not be worth anything, but they gave me a lot of money. I have to give it to Novia before I die. Zhu Fuxing's heart sank. Seeing his heartbroken expression, he regretted his harshness. I'm trying to figure it out. Just wait a little longer. We can all get out? Leon wiped his tears. Then can I come play with you? I'm sick of being watched by these people all the time. Why are you looking for me? To examine my successor. Every divine messenger does this. Since we could die at any time, we have to train a successor ahead of time. Zhu Fuxing thought for a moment. Okay, but not too often. I don't want to draw attention. I know. Zhu Fuxing patted Leon's shoulder. I will definitely get you out. Don't be afraid. As for whether he'll ever see his goddess again, that's hard to say. The truth was too cruel. Looking at the pitiful young man before him, Zhu Fuxing couldn't bear to tell him the truth. Every few days thereafter, Leon summoned Zhu Fuxing to the temple under the pretext of teaching him. After spending time together, Zhu Fuxing discovered that Leon was truly naive and clingy. Perhaps because he'd been deprived of love since childhood, a little bit of care could make him happy for a long time. He no longer asked about escape methods, and simply waited happily. While he could wait, Zhu Fuxing was getting anxious. Ari hadn't appeared for over a month, so he hoped nothing had happened. Summoned again, Zhu Fuxing decided to ask Leon again. Does the living area have equipment to connect to the airport? Leon thought for a moment. The living area doesn't have it. The mining area might have it, but only the mining area needs to connect to the spaceport. Is it really that backward? Leon explained. Most of the planet's population lives near this plane, which is slightly smaller than Yujing City. With a small population and limited supplies, we saved where possible. Also, the captured experimental subjects have no way of contacting the outside world. For example, I've been here for a year and am practically isolated from the world. Zhu Fuxing muttered to himself. Could it be that Ari going to the mining area? Huh? What did you say? Nothing, Leon. Do you have a way to get to the mining area? You want to escape to the mining area? No, it's too far. We'll be caught before we even leave the plains. Why would we escape there? As a divine messenger, you don't even have the authority to go to the mining area? What do you think? I'm just a temporary mascot to appease the believers. I'm useless. Zhu Fuxing lowered his eyes. He decided to wait a little longer. If Ari didn't return, he would have to find a way to get to the mining area. Chapter 57. After the rainy season, thick clouds obscured the starlight, hanging gloomily over the sky, heralding the official arrival of the cold season on N-Star. The temperature plummeted, and a blizzard ravaged the land like a ferocious beast. The wheels of Ari's car sank into the deep snow, and he could no longer move. He had no choice but to abandon it and continue on. The black robe was too much of a hindrance, so Ari removed it, stuffed it into his backpack, and trudged through the snow, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. The wind howled, and the swirling snow nearly drowned him, blurring his vision and making it difficult to discern his surroundings. He paused, raised his head, and glanced around, a determined expression on his face. Reconfirming his direction, Ari tightened his collar and, braving the wind and snow, continued forward toward the rolling shadows ahead. At this time of year, the mining area was closed. The workers had long since returned to their living quarters, leaving only a few to guard the equipment. At the foot of the mountain, Ari buried his backpack under the thick snow, marking it with a stone. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Ari quietly crept into the main control building. He was no stranger to the mining area. Everyone living on this planet was conscripted to mine in their youth. It was only a 3-story building, and at that moment, only the first floor duty room had a light on. He watched from the window for a moment. The person on duty, wrapped tightly in a blanket, was already fast asleep. In this kind of weather, no one would go out. The security at the mine was usually lax. Ari climbed up the heating ducts on the outer wall to the 3rd floor, pried open a window, and entered the communications room. The communications room had equipment for communicating with the airport, and Ari took some effort to adjust the channel to avoid the airport's dedicated channel. Ahem. Ari cleared his throat and began to recite the obscure poem. Invisible radio waves propagate freely through the universe. They can travel for long periods of time and great distances. Without equipment to deliberately search and capture them, they are just free spirits frolicking freely in the universe. Ari wondered how long it would take for the military to detect these waves, and he prayed for faster. The free spirits, unfettered, soon happily collided with the reconnaissance ship's scanning net. The strange poem didn't attract much attention, but it was still meticulously transmitted back to the Shadow Mothership by the AI. Lin Qian had been searching for 6 or 7 months and had detected all kinds of radio waves, singing, laughing and crying like a madman, cursing the leaders, and even the most childish. These radio waves drifted through the universe for who knows how long. Whenever they were detected, the AI would record them, giving Lin Qian a headache. What was that chanting-like signal just transmitted? He hadn't paid much attention to it, but was stunned when he saw the signal's path. The source of this radio wave's path was within this galaxy, most likely originating from N's or its airport. Lin Qian's hands began to tremble with excitement, and he immediately reported it to General William. General William listened for a long time, unable to understand. Confused, he asked Lin Qian, "What's that chanting?" "How would I know? It sounds like chanting." General William thought for a moment. "I'll ask Qiuzi." "It sounds like classical Chinese." Lin Qian was deeply impressed. "Captain, he knows classical Chinese?" General William wasn't sure. Qiuzi's ancestor was a Chinese linguist who restored a lot of ancient poetry and prose. He should know a little bit. Right? Lin Qian instantly felt unreliable. Yi Nanqiao was also bewildered when he received General William's transmission. He knew nothing about classical Chinese. Even his great-grandfather didn't understand it. General, my great-grandfather never learned classical Chinese. Do you think I understand? Just listen. What if it's a secret code or important information? Yi Nanqiao said nonchalantly. Well, listen. Lin Qian played the audio, and a man's low, dry voice came over the faint roar of wind and snow. The Han River is so vast that it cannot be crossed by swimming. The Yangtze River is so long that it cannot be measured by walking. He repeated it 3 times in a row. Yi Nanqiao, Yi Nanqiu's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Lin Qian, play it again. Okay. Seeing this, General William asked Chuzi. Yi Nanqiao listened very carefully this time. Radio waves are subject to various losses and attenuations during transmission, and he didn't dare miss a single word. Had the coordinates of the source of the path been determined? Lin Qian replied yes. Yi Nanqiao tried to steady his breath. General, this is the message from Fuxing. We can now determine the coordinates of N star. General William perked up. Are you sure it's Fuxing? I'm sure. You and Lin Qian will immediately scout the coordinates. Yes. After hanging up the video, Yi Nanqiao slumped into his chair, his mind racing. It was an ancient poem he had memorized, a poem Fuxing had explained to him word for word. That was their first official meeting, and the memory of it was as clear as if it happened yesterday. Your name is quite tragic. Zhu Fuxing sat by the window in an elegantly decorated lakeside restaurant by the beautiful Emerald Lake. He looked at Yi Nanqiao with pity. There are tall trees in the south, and I can't stop thinking about them. It's like thinking about someone who is destined to be apart. The boy's sympathy was tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Don't you think it's tragic? The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the window onto his face, making his already fair skin appear even more translucent, and his bright black eyes turned a deep brown. His lively and playful features were even more captivating than the fiery clouds in the sky, causing Yi Nanqiu's heart to flutter. Fuxing. Yi Nanqiao endured the excruciating pain. Wait a little longer, baby, wait a little longer. I'll be here to take you home soon. The wind and snow seemed endless, and the temperature dropped to over 40 degrees below zero. Li Mao told Zhu Fuxing that the cold season on N star lasted 7 to 8 months. Going out for a stroll was out of the question. Except for the occasional summons from the divine messenger, Zhu Fuxing would hunker down in his little room, boredly awaiting news from Ariai. One night, the door to the little room was flung open, and a violent blizzard suddenly rushed in. Startled, Zhu Fuxing leaped from his bed, retreated barefoot to a corner, and held a chair by the window in front of him. Who? It's me, Zhu Fuxing, coming to help. Ariai? You're back? He quickly put on his shoes, threw on a thick coat, and headed for the living room. Ariai, however, couldn't wait to enter the bedroom, seemingly carrying something. Don't turn on the lights, and draw the curtains. Ariai warned, carefully placing his belongings on the bed, and running to the living room to close the door. Zhu Fuxing, in the faint light of the snow outside the window, could vaguely see a person lying on the bed. He closed the blackout curtains tightly and, without turning on the ceiling light, only a wall lamp. Although the light was dim, he could still clearly see Afin lying on the bed. Her face was pale, her lips purple, and she was wrapped in a stained robe. Her exposed calves were covered with bruises and purple marks. Zhu Fuxing understood what was happening at a glance, and quickly stepped forward to cover Afin with the blanket. Don't cover her yet. Let me see her injuries. Ariai's voice trembled slightly. Zhu Fuxing paused and turned around. He heard a rustling sound behind him, followed by a suppressed sob. How is she? I'll go get some medicine. Can you help clean her wounds? Zhu Fuxing turned around. Afin's naked body was also covered with marks, but he saw no obvious injuries. He couldn't help but ask, where is she hurt? Ariai lifted Afin's slender legs. Fuck. Zhu Fuxing cursed furiously, but he could only rage impotently. He didn't even know how to treat the wound. What should I do? Clean it thoroughly, even inside. I need to get some medicine as soon as possible, please. Zhu Fuxing gritted his teeth. Okay. Hurry up. Not caring to avoid suspicion, he turned up the heat, filled the bathtub, and carried Afin into the tub, washing her over and over again. Afin's body was a mess, the red and white filth between her legs so thick it practically clogged her. He cursed and gritted his teeth as he washed her, his hands shaking. He didn't dare examine her closely, and he was sweating profusely from exhaustion. Half an hour passed before Ariai returned. He examined her, then looked at the bewildered Zhu Fuxing. Thank you. No, you're welcome. Arai carefully applied medicine to the wound, then pried open Afin's mouth and stuffed a few pills, helping her swallow them down her throat. His movements were expertly executed, clearly not his first time. Zhu Fuxing blamed himself. Did this happen because you weren't here? Arai said numbly no. C and D level test subjects weren't even considered human in He Pao's eyes. This kind of thing happens all the time, and it made no difference whether I was there or not. This cold season froze many test subjects to death. They thought Afin was gone, so they threw her into the incinerator after playing with her. I carried her out from the pile of corpses. Zhu Fuxing was furious. You beasts, you beasts. They didn't even give us cold weather supplies? It was better in previous years, but this year, there weren't any new supplies delivered, so there wasn't enough to go around. Zhu Fuxing finally understood Arai's urgency. So you must get her out. Yes. Zhu Fuxing was speechless, stunned by this reckless behavior. Silence fell over the room. The radio waves have been sent into space. I hope the military can find her soon. Zhu Fuxing also desperately hoped the military could find her soon. This place is pure hell. I hope it will be destroyed soon. We can only wait. Trust me, it won't be long. By the way, is everything settled in the surveillance room? Don't worry. Zhu Fuxing knew Arai had a way to replace the video feed, so he stopped asking. But Afin couldn't hide here forever. What about Afin? They'll find out tomorrow. I'll guard here for the next few days. We agreed before I left that I make up for it when I got back. When Afin's injuries heal a bit, I'll find a way to hide her somewhere else. Zhu Fuxing thought for a moment, then suddenly had an idea. Afin is very obedient to you, isn't she? Yes. Why? I thought of a good place to hide people. Where? Take a shower and get some sleep. I'll tell you tomorrow. Zhu Fuxing pulled a quilt from the closet and left the bedroom. He planned to make do on the sofa in the living room for the next few days. After taking the medicine, Afin's complexion gradually returned to normal, and her temperature gradually rose to normal. Arai hugged her tightly, kissed her thin cheek, and whispered in her ear, Afin, hold on a little longer. I'll get you out of this hell. Faint sunlight filtered through thick clouds onto the snowy ground. It was a rare sunny day. Zhu Fuxing was awakened by the bright light outside the window. He rubbed his eyes and stood up. The bedroom door was ajar. Arai had already left. Afin's face was rosy, and she was sleeping soundly, which made Zhu Fuxing feel a little relieved. It wasn't time for his shift change yet. Zhu Fuxing stood at the living room window and shouted outside, Xiaohe. 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 After a long moment, the black-robed man known as Xiaohe appeared angrily. I told you not to call me Xiaohe. Zhu Fuxing looked innocent. Then what should I call you? I have a number. It's too long, I can't remember. Xiaohe rubbed his neck impatiently. He didn't know how he fell asleep last night, and his sleeping position was wrong. When he woke up today, his neck was throbbing with pain. What do you want? Zhu Fuxing said seriously. I want to see the messenger. He hasn't summoned me in a few days. The snow has stopped today, and I'm eager to hear his teachings. You'll help me deliver a message. Xiaohe couldn't refuse this reason, but he didn't want to go at all. It was too cold. Few people wanted to leave their warm rooms at this hour. Zhu Fuxing urged, go quickly. I can't wait to see the divine messenger's sacred and majestic presence. He shines like a star, possessing boundless power and wisdom. Listening to his teachings can cleanse and elevate the soul. I want to meet him as soon as possible and express my deepest respect and admiration. Xiaohe, He wrapped his large black robe tightly around himself. I'll deliver the message. Have the person who's taking over bring you breakfast. Yes, go ahead. Erhe received his shift assignment and came over with breakfast. Zhu Fuxing opened the door for him. Give it to Afin. I'll go eat with the divine messenger later. Erhe was startled. Divine messenger? Yes, I'll find a hiding place for Afin. The divine envoy will listen to you? The divine envoy is one of us. Like me, he was captured as an experimental subject from Phoenix Planet. I'll tell you the details when I get back. Don't worry, hiding Afin with him is safer than finding a place on your own. Arai was skeptical, but hiding in the divine envoy's territory was indeed the best option. Leon waited in a side hall for Zhu Fuxing, and even had a lot of food brought over. After listening to his story, he thought carefully. There's usually only one black robe cleaning the temple. He lives in the back garden. Unless there's a large event, few people come here, especially at this time of year. If we need to hide someone, the temple is safe. Just have her wear the black robe to replace the previous one. After all, once she's wrapped in the robe, no one can recognize her. But we have to deal with the current black robe. Leave it to me. Call me over in a few days to see how Ethan is recovering. Okay. Leon tugged at Zhu Fuxing's sleeve expectantly. Has the news really gotten out? Will someone really come to rescue us soon? I don't know exactly how long it will take, but I can guarantee that someone is searching this planet and will definitely pick up the message I'm sending. Leon's eyes welled with tears. I finally found hope. Novia must be waiting for me too. I can finally see her. I don't know how she's been getting along these past year or so. Has she been bullied? Has she had enough to eat? Or has she found a proper job? I'm so worried about her. Zhu Fuxing had another heart attack. The more Leon cried, the more Randy looked like a complete jerk. Zhu Fuxing patted Leon's back helplessly, unsure how to comfort him. Forget it. Every grievance has its perpetrator. Let Randy handle it himself. Chapter 58. After returning to his hut, Zhu Fuxing and Arei began discussing a plan to replace the real thing with the fake one. After hearing the truth about the divine messenger, Arei didn't show any excitement, but remained silent for a long time. Zhu Fuxing couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you surprised?" Arei had already removed his black robe, finally revealing his sharp features. His eyes were deadly still. I guessed it, but I wasn't sure. Oh then, can you handle the black robes in the temple? Arei nodded casually. Leave it to me. Zhu Fuxing saw that he was silent again, so he climbed onto the sofa, rolled back the covers, and prepared to sleep. This guy is so boring. So uninteresting. Arei spoke again. Zhu Fuxing, to thank you for helping Ethan, I'll tell you something. What is it? The research on the virus has always been wrong. The mutation experiments conducted here, as well as the antiviral research on Phoenix, are all wrong. Zhu Fuxing raised an eyebrow, puzzled. How do you know it's wrong? Have you seen the records from the mother planet? If you believe me, remember what I said today. The virus's origin lies on the mother planet, and all the answers must be sought there. Arei said this, and went into the bedroom, unconcerned about the consequences. Zhu Fuxing gritted his teeth. He hated this kind of half-truth. His curiosity was already insatiable, and his heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. He tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep well. The heavens had been stingy with one sunny day, but after that, there was no more sunshine. The wind and snow once again dominated the entire plain. The only advantage of this weather was that it made it easier for Arei to move. He went out every night to get some medicine or food, never daring to take more than he could carry at a time. Under his meticulous care, Ethan recovered well, and was able to get out of bed and walk. She was very quiet, able to sit quietly by herself for an entire day without saying a word, like a beautiful, delicate puppet. But when Arei was around, her eyes would follow his movements. When Arei pinched her earlobe, she would smile faintly. Zhu Fuxing watched their interaction, and thought it was quite good. If Ethan had normal intelligence, could she survive in such a place? Wouldn't she have a mental breakdown? Sometimes ignorance can be a blessing. Unsure what Arei would do with the black robe in the temple, but one night, after returning from retrieving the medicine, he told Zhu Fuxing that he could hide Ethan. Do you need my help? No, I'll stay with Ethan in the temple tonight, and bring you food tomorrow morning. I won't starve to death without a meal. Take good care of Ethan. Zhu Fuxing wrapped Ethan in a thick blanket, and fastened her hood securely. He watched Arei effortlessly carry her on his back, stepping into the blizzard and snow, disappearing into the thick, cold night. Zhu Fuxing suddenly felt a deep sense of beauty in this scene. Even the darkest soil couldn't suppress the tenacity of life. Even if this place was as cruel as hell on earth, it couldn't stop love from blooming, giving them the strength and hope to live. That night, Zhu Fuxing clutched the crystal coin tightly as he fell asleep, as if holding it would bring him closer and closer to Yinanxiao. What he didn't know was that Yinanxiao was indeed very close. The hut, where he lived, was clearly visible in the reconnaissance ship's scans. Xiaoshan excitedly reported, "We confirmed that this plain is the only human settlement on the entire planet. There are scattered buildings elsewhere, likely mining areas. The temperature inside the planet is extremely low right now, and almost no one is out and about. Judging from the planet's cloud map, it should be the cold season. This is a good time for us to infiltrate." Yinanxiao looked at the rows of clear buildings. Lucky Star might be in one of them. He tapped the table. "Phils, how many days will it take General Yi to reach the N-Star defense line?" "According to the latest data, it'll take at least 12 days. 12 days. Yinanxiao closed his eyes in impatience. He still had to wait 12 days. His lucky star was so close, yet he couldn't take any action now. Boss, it's time for us to return to the wreckage. General William has urged us several times. Yi Nanqiao glanced at Phils. No need to remind me. I won't do anything rash. The reconnaissance ship silently left N's orbit and passed through the enemy lines like a ghost, practically passing through an empty space. As soon as Yi Nanqiao returned to the wreckage, General William's video message arrived. It was a combat meeting. General William was very pleased with Yi Nanqiao's efficiency. Everyone has seen the scan images. We need to enter in surface a day in advance and operate simultaneously with the space fleet. The weather inside the planet is very favorable for us now. Zhu Fuxing was oblivious to what was happening in space. He lived a boring life day by day. Fortunately, Ari was always watching over him, which greatly facilitated their search for Leon and Afin. The four of them even had hot pot in Afin's small garden several times. A dozen days seemed like years to Yi Nanqiao, but to Zhu Fuxing, it passed in a flash. The wind and snow continued, and everything seemed normal until one night, when the faint sound of artillery fire startled Zhu Fuxing awake. Zhu Fuxing, get up. Ari pushed the door open eagerly. He was a light sleeper, and he could clearly hear the sound of gunfire coming from Area D. What's going on? Zhu Fuxing quickly dressed and ran towards the door. Put on your hat. Let's go to the temple. There seems to be fighting in Area D. Could it be the military? Zhu Fuxing's eyes flashed with disbelief. So soon? It wasn't long after we sent the message. I don't know. I'll get you to the temple before the researchers get here, and then I'll check Area D. Okay, let's go. The two of them stopped talking and struggled to reach the temple, braving the howling wind. The wind was so fierce it could easily overturn a car, and the snow poured down like a waterfall, completely obscuring vision. Ari didn't dare drive too fast, fearing an accident. The rumbling of the artillery grew clearer, and faint roars and screams mingled with the wind. When they finally reached the exit for Area A, they saw Area D and the adjacent Area C erupt in dazzling flames. The soaring flames illuminated the entire night sky, and a cacophony of cries boiled in the darkness, unable to be drowned out by the raging blizzard. Zhu Fuxing clenched his fists. It was the military. Such a fierce attack, it had to be the military. Be careful. Ari only had time to protect Zhu Fuxing's head as a round accurately struck the vehicle's side door. The immense impact instantly knocked the vehicle off balance, sending it spinning forward. Bang! With a resounding bang, the underground vehicle, like a high-speed meteor, slammed into the solid wall with the force of thunder. Zhu Fuxing felt as if his chest had been struck by a sledgehammer, and an unbearable pain instantly spread throughout his body. At that moment, he felt his breathing become labored, and his vision blurred. Several men outside climbed onto the car and, with a few bangs, ripped the entire door off. Someone shouted, "Get out." Damn it! Zhu Fuxing didn't want to curse, but the pain was so intense that he broke out in a cold sweat. He was so angry he couldn't help but blurt out, "Xiaoshan, you're done. I'm going to tell Brother Qiao you're dead." Xiaoshan had excellent hearing, and even though Zhu Fuxing's voice was faint, he recognized it. Fuxing? Why are you here? Damn. Hurry, Azhong. Bei Lang. Hurry, get Fuxing out. Several men scrambled to pull Zhu Fuxing and Ari out of the car. Ari was lucky. It was Zhu Fuxing's side that took the brunt of the impact. Xiaoshan was paralyzed. Fuxing, how are you? Where are you hurt? Let me see. Ah. Please don't get hurt, the boss will kill me. Zhu Fuxing's vision was still blackening. He whispered, "Thank goodness I'm wearing enough clothes, otherwise I have you dead." Azhong pushed Xiaoshan aside. Fuxing, lie down first. I'll check if you have any broken bones. Belong pointed his gun at Ari. Don't move. Zhu Fuxing hurriedly stopped him. Oh, come on, Beiling. This is one of us. One of us? Yes, let's not talk about it for now. We need to go to the temple. Ah, Zong, are you okay? I'm in a hurry. Fortunately, my bones are fine. You're wearing really thick clothes. Xiaoshan finally began to breathe normally. I'm so scared. Why are you here? Our main force is in Areas D and C rescuing the experimental subjects. Ari, a little anxious, urged, let's go to the temple first. Yes, let's go to the temple first, and we'll talk later. Zhu Fuxing stood up and tried to walk, but Xiaoshan scooped him up. Can you walk? Where is the temple? Lead the way. The men were nimble and ran at a speed no slower than a car, reaching the temple in just over half an hour. Ari anxiously went to find Afin, worried that the sound of the artillery might frighten her and send her running. Thankfully, A-Fin obediently stayed inside, shivering under the bed. Zhu Fuxing led the three through the temple. Leon's residence was not far behind the temple, but he was guarded by a black robe, so it was unclear if they could escape. Ariai brought A-Fin over and handed her to Zhu Fuxing. Look after A-Fin while I take the three of them to find Leon. Xiaoshan refused to go. He had been nearly terrified just now, and now all he wanted was to stay with Zhu Fuxing. It was so hard to find them. What if anything went wrong? The boss would really tear him apart. You go get them. I need to inform the boss that Fuxing has been found and report his current location. The men split up. Xiaoshan reported the situation to Yi Nanxiao and quickly removed the headset and handed it to Zhu Fuxing. Fuxing. From Yi Nanxiu's side, artillery fire raged, roaring, shouting, and crying continued. Fuxing, are you okay? Fuxing. Brother Qiao. Zhu Fuxing didn't dare say more. Hearing Yi Nanxiu's voice nearly brought him to tears. The panic, despair, longing, grievances, and unforeseen fate he had experienced during this period mingled into a complex mixture that filled his chest, but now was not the time to talk about it. Finally hearing Zhu Fuxing call him Brother Qiao again, Yi Nanxiu's heart melted. Baby, wait for me a little longer. Stay with Xiaoshan, and don't run around. I'll come find you after I clean up these messes. Okay, just focus on the battle, and don't worry about me. Be good, baby, wait for me. Zhu Fuxing returned the headset to Xiaoshan. Are we just going to wait here for Brother Qiao? No, the boss sent a shuttle to take you guys to the mothership first. Xiaoshan finally had time to explain their deployment. We came in during the day. Thermal scans revealed the heaviest people in areas C and D. We figured they were probably where the test subjects were, so the main force headed there. The rest of the area was practically empty, so we only sent a small team to search. Who knew you'd be living in Area A? Zhu Fuxing lowered his eyelids. Xiaoshan, I can't go to the mothership. Send me to the hospital ship. Fuxing? Xiaoshan's heart sank again. Did they inject you with the virus? Zhu Fuxing nodded gently. Fuck. Xiaoshan slammed his fist into the wall. Ariai and his companions returned quickly. Leon was carried back by Azhong. Though his stomach aches, he asked Zhu Fuxing, Fuxing, did the military arrive so quickly? Zhu Fuxing answered honestly, I'm surprised too. So where are we going now? Wait a little longer. A warship will be coming to pick us up. Leon was still a little incredulous. He assumed it would take another year or 6 months, even if it arrived quickly. The shuttle was already the smallest warship, but thankfully the plaza in front of the temple was large enough to barely fit it. Hurry up! Xiaoshan, guarding the hatch, pushed A-Fin aboard first, and the others followed closely behind. Ariai? Zhu Fuxing noticed Ariai standing outside the hatch with no intention of coming up, and quickly called out to him. Ariai took a step back. Go, Zhu Fuxing. Don't forget what you promised me, and don't forget what I said. Zhu Fuxing felt a surge of unease. Ariai, what do you want to do? Come with me. Ariai shook his head and turned to leave. Xiaoshan, stop him. Xiaoshan rushed forward with a quick step, attempting to pounce on Ariai from behind. Ariai nimbly dodged Xiaoshan's attack. Zhu Fuxing had already rushed in front of Ariai. What exactly do you want to do? Tell us, and we can help you. Ariai didn't look at Zhu Fuxing. He was looking at A-Fin, who was hiding behind the door, his eyes firm yet bitter. Zhu Fuxing, everything here must be completely destroyed. This planet must be completely wiped out. Zhu Fuxing instantly understood his intention. You want to blow up this planet? Is there a self-destruct device inside? Ariai said calmly, Zhu Fuxing, do you want to see another N-star? If the information and experimental data here get out, can you guarantee that there won't be another hell? Zhu Fuxing couldn't guarantee that this information wouldn't remain in the hands of the military. Who could guarantee that a madman wouldn't start a similar experiment again? Human desires are endless. Who could guarantee that someone, driven by a thirst for power or a quest for the unknown, wouldn't reopen this experiment in the future? What about A-Fin? What about A-Fin? Her memory is short. She'll forget me. Ariai's tone was a mixture of reluctance and relief. He turned and walked into the darkness. From a distance, another voice came. I'll give you 20 minutes to evacuate. Zhu Fuxing looked up in shock. But there are still many test subjects. 20 minutes won't evacuate them all. Xiaoshan cursed and chased after Ariai. After a few minutes, they returned empty-handed. That **** did it on purpose. There must be a secret passage nearby. He disappeared around the corner. Zhu Fuxing's mind raced with countless thoughts. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "Notify Brother Chiao to evacuate as soon as possible." Chapter 59. The shuttle carried them higher and higher, their view widening, revealing the situation on the ground. The once peaceful campus was now utterly transformed, with flames and thick smoke everywhere. Many buildings were destroyed, and the ground was littered with shattered debris. The crowd fled in panic, the entire scene in chaos. The shuttle swiftly passed through the clouds, broke through the atmosphere, and quickly left the planet's orbit. Two massive motherships sped in from space, heading towards N-Star. This was emergency support from the military, who were doing their utmost to transfer the experimental subjects. In the vast expanse of space, the war was even more brutal. Countless warships, gleaming with a cold metallic luster, crisscrossed the void, forming a suffocating forest of steel. Powerful weapons continuously erupted with dazzling light, illuminating the dark space as bright as day. General Ye's fighting style was extremely tough. His Third Legion was like a pack of ferocious wolves, never letting go of the enemy. Their firepower relentlessly besieged the enemy ships, the dense barrage weaving into a web of death, leaving no enemy vessels any chance of survival. Until all targets disintegrated, reduced to countless burning wrecks. If Qian Jusai had seen this, he would have jumped up and called him a spendthrift. Zhu Fuxing stared intently at the shrinking N-Star, his body covered in a cold sweat. Only 1 minute left. Why hadn't they evacuated yet? Under his gaze, N-Star suddenly began to tremble slightly. As the tremors intensified, huge cracks appeared on the planet's surface. These cracks quickly spread, splitting the entire planet into countless fragments. Debris shot in all directions, like a sudden, brilliant explosion of fireworks. The two motherships accelerated amidst the fireworks, hurtling towards the raging battlefield. The fireworks dissipated, and N-Star vanished into the universe. Zhu Fuxing stared blankly at the scene, an indescribable sadness welling up in his heart. It wasn't that he couldn't stop Arei, he could use Afin as a threat. But as Arei had said, the virus information and experimental data must be destroyed. The military wouldn't blow up a habitable planet, this could only be accomplished by Arei. Zhu Fuxing's eyes welled with tears. He couldn't imagine how many lives would be lost to this planet. He couldn't even imagine whether stopping Arei would save all the innocent people. Faced with such a huge responsibility, Zhu Fuxing's heart was overwhelmed with pain, his conscience condemned as never before. You can't save everyone. A Zhong gently patted Zhu Fuxing's shoulder. Neither can we. Any war will result in heavy casualties. And that man in black robe won't give up his decision for any reason. Zhu Fuxing was about to speak when Afin interrupted him. Hey. Zhu Fuxing turned. Afin looked at him with confusion, as if wondering why Arei hadn't returned yet. He has other things to do. He won't be back for a few days. Afin, still puzzled, pointed at the shattered remains of the planet. It's gone, Afin. You're free. Zhu Fuxing suddenly understood Arei. He didn't want to see another tragedy like Afin's, so he resolutely accepted his death. Eliminating the source of evil was the best outcome. The hospital ship was bustling with activity, packed everywhere. Medical staff, accompanied by robotic assistants, drew blood from each test subject for testing. This environment frightened Afin terrified. She huddled in a corner, trembling and muttering, "Black. Black." Zhu Fuxing and Leon had no choice but to follow her, squatting against the wall. Xiaoshan and the others wanted to follow Zhu Fuxing, but refused to leave, squatting in a row along the wall. The doctor's forehead was throbbing with anxiety. Azhong was the rakish medic, and he only knew Azhong. He yelled at him, "Azhong, why are you messing around? Take those two soldiers away. Your quarantine area is on another medical ship." Azhong replied casually, "Don't worry about us. It's quarantine anywhere. Do you have any discipline? This is the quarantine ship for the experimental subjects. Get out of here." "No, we'll stay here. Why don't you all leave? This is the quarantine area for the experimental subjects. Don't make things difficult for the doctors." Zhu Fuxing actually wanted to send the three of them away. The doctors and nurses who came and went had to stare at them. It was too conspicuous. Xiaoshan refused to budge. "No, we have to watch you. The boss should be here soon. You don't have to join the fight?" Leon pointed out the porthole. In the distance, he could still see faint flashes of fire. "Aren't we still fighting? Our mission is over. We're responsible for ground combat. It's not our turn in interstellar warfare this time." Zhong took the needle for the blood draw and said, "Let me do it." The doctor rolled his eyes at him. "I'm going to complain to your captain Yi. This is outrageous and lawless." Zhong said nonchalantly, "Well, go ahead and sue me. The doctor was so angry he wanted to hit someone, but he was too busy to argue with these soldiers. He secretly vowed to talk to Yi Nanqiao and get him to control his men. Just as he was thinking this, he saw a figure striding towards him. Covered in blood, it exuded a murderous aura. Its face was gloomy, its eyes fierce, like an Ashura demon. The doctor took 3 steps back in fear. Who else could it be but Yi Nanqiao? The doctor turned to Ah Zhong and shouted, "You're in trouble. Captain Yi is here. You'll be in trouble if you see him like that. Captain Yi, you arrived just in time. Look at the soldiers under your command. They're all so unruly." Yi Nanqiao ignored him and walked straight to the corner. He saw Zhu Fuxing squatting there like a kitten. The murderous aura he had just left the battlefield dissipated instantly. Without waiting for Zhu Fuxing to stand, he scooped him up into his arms. "Fuxing, baby, let me see you." Zhu Fuxing threw himself into the familiar embrace, unable to hold back any more tears. He buried his head and cried silently. "Don't cry. I'm sorry, baby, I'm late." Every beat of his heart brought a sharp, stabbing pain, nearly choking Yi Nanqiao's breath. Randy had warned him of what Fuxing might face, and he wasn't unprepared. But when he heard Xiushan's report firsthand, a chill surged from the soles of his feet, instantly spreading throughout his body, freezing him completely. Fuxing might die. Yi Nanqiao's heart felt as if it were being torn apart, bleeding profusely. Zhu Fuxing choked softly, "Brother Qiao, put me down. Don't get too close to me, and don't kiss me." The excruciating pain continued to spread. Yi Nanqiao took a deep breath, trying to control his emotions. "Okay, I won't kiss you. Let me hold you for a little longer." The doctor was stunned. He looked at Captain Yi, who was clinging to the man and refusing to let go, then at the 3 soldiers who looked calm. He felt like an idiot. "Forget it, you guys can squat wherever you want. You can't drive them away anyway." Leon was also stunned. It suddenly dawned on him. No wonder Zhu Fuxing was so sure someone would come to rescue them. So this was the kind of relationship he had with Yi Nanqiao. That was the famous Yi Nanqiao. Everyone on Phoenix Star knew the young, promising Major Yi, known for his outstanding military achievements. The few of them squatted together again. Yi Nanqiao sat down against the wall and, ignoring Zhu Fuxing's protests, held him on his lap. The most urgent task now was to find a cure for the virus. Star had exploded, and all the data had vanished into space. "Fuxing, have you ever seen a divine messenger? Do you know how to cure the virus?" Divine messenger Leon shrank back into the corner embarrassedly, not daring to speak. Zhu Fuxing glanced at Leon and sighed softly, "Brother Qiao, this is a very complicated matter." "It's okay. We have plenty of time. Tell me everything that's happened since you arrived on Star." Zhu Fuxing leaned back in his arms, recounting his experiences over the past few months. After hearing his story, Yi Nanqiao finally solved the mystery that had been lingering in his mind. He looked at Leon with a complicated expression. "Are divine messengers so fragile?" "Well, I didn't quite believe it at first. But the records clearly state that they are indeed quite fragile. The longest they lived only 20 years. While they possessed strange abilities, they were also vulnerable to backlash. According to Arei, these so-called divine messengers haven't fully evolved and are simply failed experiments. Well, whether it's Ends or Phoenix, the research direction is wrong." "Didn't he say anything more specific?" Zhu Fuxing was a little frustrated. "No, Arei is a very mysterious person. He's different from all the other black robes on Ends. I don't know his identity, not even his name. If he doesn't want to talk about it, no matter how much I ask, it's useless." Yi Nanqiao gently stroked Zhu Fuxing's hair, whispering soothingly, "It's okay. He's clearly pointed us in the right direction. Blowing up Ends was the right thing to do. He eliminated the wrong option with minimal cost, preventing a possible tragedy from happening again in the future." Zhu Fuxing's eyes were imprinted with Yi Nanqiao's handsome features, his clear, lively eyes gleaming with a watery light. He knew Yi Nanqiao was comforting him, affirming his decision to let Arei go, easing his burden. "Fuxing, don't look at me like that. I can't help it." Tenderness practically overflowed from Yi Nanqiao's eyes. He wanted to kiss his little Fuxing, to let him feel his love and affection. Zhu Fuxing covered his mouth tightly and shook his head desperately. "No, absolutely not." Yi Nanqiao took a deep breath, feeling the pang of pain in his heart again. "Don't be afraid, baby. We'll find our home planet. You won't die. Don't be afraid." After a flurry of activity, the medical ship finally settled the subjects one by one. When it came to the group in the corner, the doctor's headache returned. "Captain Yi, are you just going to stay here? Separate a room for us." This request wasn't excessive, so the doctor set aside a small area for them. Glancing at the person in Yi Nanqiu's arms, he couldn't help but remind them, although the virus in their bodies has stabilized, we still need to be careful and avoid close contact. Leon asked curiously, we're wearing special masks all the time, so what are we afraid of? A hug is okay, right? The doctor rolled his eyes. What's the point of wearing a mask? I'm saying you can't exchange body fluids. The doctor pointed directly at the two people, who were so close they looked like conjoined twins. You too, do you understand? Zhu Fuxing nodded obediently. I understand. Heh. Yi Nanqiao glanced at the doctor. Ignore him, honey, let's continue. The doctor left angrily, determined to complain to General William. He refused to believe that no one could handle these troublemakers. There was a simple sofa in the small room. Zhu Fuxing coaxed Afin to sleep, then was pulled over by Yi Nanqiao. Brother Qiao, can you let me sit by myself? Don't move, be good, let me hold you. Yi Nanqiao had originally wanted to tell Fuxing about his parents when he returned to Phoenix Star, but he had to tell them sooner or later. He might have other things to do after returning, so now was the perfect time. Fuxing, there's something I need to tell you right now. What is it? About your parents and my dad. Zhu Fuxing clenched his fists involuntarily as he listened, until Yi Nanqiao delivered the doctor's conclusion. He never wake up. Fuxing, no one knows the exact cause of this. Zhu Fuxing nodded calmly. Brother Randy said it's related to the Divine Messenger's mental power? We think this is the most likely scenario. Well, Leon said the Divine Messenger went to Phoenix and was severely traumatized. I'll think about it and ask Leon later to see if I can find the reason. Yi Nanqiao pried open his hand and intertwined his fingers. Cry if you want, baby, I'm here. Zhu Fuxing nestled in his arms, his heart filled with grief and indignation. Their entire family hadn't escaped the clutches of the Chosen One. Only after Zhu Fuxing fell asleep in his arms did Yi Nanqiao gently lay him on the bed. The information provided by Fuxing was crucial and needed to be reported immediately to General William and General Yi. The two generals listened attentively, and General Yi asked, in other words, only by finding the home planet can we resolve the problem we face. Yes, father, I think. General Yi interrupted him. I know what you want to do. Let's talk about it when we get back. The war isn't over yet. Yes. Can I apply to join the war? Take good care of Fuxing. Yi Nanqiao knew that his father's words meant there was no room for him to intervene. But he knew his father would not let those come off. After hanging up the video, General Yi gazed at the battlefield and gave orders. All units, attention. Increase your firepower. Use of antimatter cannons is permitted. His deputy confirmed, General, are we not arresting anyone? General Yi said calmly, no surrender, no survivors. All strangled. Since there's no point in existing, I'll be buried with your planet. Chapter 60. The return journey was long, and all the test subjects had to enter a deep sleep, including Zhu Fuxing. Yi Nanqiao watched him lie down expertly, chuckling and asking, no goodnight kiss this time? Zhu Fuxing smiled and replied, no. Yi Nanqiao still kissed his forehead. This is my boyfriend's duty. A deep pain welled up in his heart. Zhu Fuxing wanted to praise him as usual, but instead felt despair about their future together. Brother Qiao, if you won't die, and don't be like your brother. I'm not as honest as Hermann. Yi Nanqiao scratched his upturned nose and threatened, if you dare dump me, I swear I'll tie you to the bed, and keep you there forever. Zhu Fuxing didn't want him to fool himself. But I don't have forever, Brother Qiao. I might not live to see the day you find your home planet. Then I'll tie you up until you die. Yi Nanqiao still smiled, but a hint of sadness etched in his eyes. At least until you die, you're mine. You're so domineering. Haha, it's too late to regret now. Zhu Fuxing's tears welled up again. He grasped Yi Nanqiu's warm hand and choked out a sob. Then I'll try to live longer. Don't be afraid, dear. We're not at the end of our rope yet. Yi Nanqiao kissed his slender fingertips. We still have hope. The sleeping pod closed, and deep sleep began. Zhu Fuxing slept soundly, unable to even dream in this state. It felt like he had just closed his eyes for a short time, and when he woke up, he was already back on Phoenix Planet. When he awoke, Yi Nanqiao and Xiaoshan were no longer on the hospital ship. He had been taken to a quiet place by medical staff, accompanied only by Leon. Yi Nanqiao didn't show up, and the others didn't know where they were. Zhu Fuxing asked the doctor who was checking on him, where are the others? You need to be isolated and observed separately. The doctor's tone was cold, clearly unwilling to discuss further with him. He checked the equipment records and left the ward. Zhu Fuxing didn't know if it was an illusion, but he sensed a hint of hostility from the doctor. He was confined to the ward, not allowed to leave freely, and the same was true for Leon next door. This made Zhu Fuxing very uncomfortable. Even on N-Star, he was allowed to go out for fresh air. So the next day, when the doctor came to check on him, Zhu Fuxing protested, "Why aren't you letting me go out?" The doctor, without even looking up, recorded the data. "You're infected. Don't you know what's going on? Why are you running around?" This time, Zhu Fuxing was certain that the doctor's hostility towards him was more than a little bit. He instantly erupted. "The virus has reached a stable stage. I won't be spreading it if I go out wearing a protective mask. Are you trying to restrict my personal freedom now? I'm just a doctor, doing my job." The doctor looked up and gave him a disdainful look. "As a patient, you simply need to cooperate with the treatment. Do I really have to leave?" The doctor put down the recorder and looked at him coldly. "Zhu Fuxing, you and Leon are special cases. Phoenix Star has assembled a special treatment team, bringing in the most knowledgeable experts on the virus, just to save your lives and give you a few more years. I don't expect you to be grateful, but it's not too much to ask you to cooperate with the treatment." Zhu Fuxing's head buzzed, and he felt a little dizzy. His first reaction was that Phoenix Star was using him and Leon as experimental subjects, and they were being used as experimental subjects again. That afternoon, a nurse arrived to draw blood. Zhu Fuxing knocked over the nurse's tray and angrily smashed all the equipment in the ward. "You?" The doctor entered, his hands shaking with anger as he saw the mess in the ward. "We're just doing routine blood tests. Why are you doing this? Do you think I'm an idiot? My brother has been ill for 8 years. He only needs a monthly blood draw and a comprehensive physical. He was only admitted to the hospital in the last 6 months when his condition worsened. How smart do you think you are? Do you treat everyone else like fools?" The doctor glared at him for a long moment, then slammed the door and walked out. Half an hour later, another man in a white coat entered the ward. Although they were both wearing white coats, Zhu Fuxing could tell at a glance that he wasn't a doctor. He had the nervous energy of a researcher. He looked at him as if he were a rare treasure, with a focus and passion that made him want to skin him alive. "Zhu Fuxing, it's like this. We do want to obtain some experimental data, but please rest assured, we will obtain your consent, and we will absolutely ensure your personal safety." Zhu Fuxing wanted to tear his mouth apart. "You imprisoned me here. Did you ask for my consent? You restricted my personal freedom. Did you ask for my consent? You treated me like a fool and tried to trick me into drawing blood. Did you ask for my consent?" The man in the white coat blushed. "This is indeed a bit inappropriate, but we're also concerned about your health. Here we have the most professional medical team on Phoenix Star. The treatment is more reliable than anywhere else you've been treated." Zhu Fuxing thought, these people aren't even on the right track with their research, so what guarantees can they offer? "I don't trust you. I'm leaving now." The man in the white coat remained steadfast. "Think about it again. You know your parents' situation, right? And your brother? Can you afford the care of the 3 of them, plus your medical expenses? If you agree to cooperate with us, we'll cover all the costs. I wonder if you lost your mind. Are you really a researcher? How did you become a researcher with your IQ?" Zhu Fuxing mocked him mercilessly. "My parents have worked for many years, and all their commercial insurance and basic social security combined are enough to support them for a lifetime. My brother graduated from the Star Alliance Military Academy and has military service. I'm a resident of the military and enjoy the same social benefits as a soldier." "White coat, eh?" Zhu Fuxing didn't wait for him to speak, pointing at himself. "And I still have over 100 kilograms of coffee beans, over 100 kilograms of cocoa beans, over 300 kilograms of mung beans, over 400 kilograms of potatoes, and 200 kilograms each of watermelon, lychees, longans, grapes, pears, apples, oranges, prunes, ginseng fruit, peaches, cantaloupes, and dragon fruit at home." Zhu Fuxing spoke in one breath before taking a breath. "Do you think I'm short of money? White coat, eh?" The white coat felt the discussion was going nowhere. If they sold all this stuff, they could buy the entire research institute. Meanwhile, General Yi was furious in the consul's office. "Who gave you permission to take Zhu Fuxing away without my consent?" He had only spent some time meeting with other military personnel, and when he returned, he heard that Zhu Fuxing had been sent away. He thought he'd been sent to a specialized medical facility like the other experimental subjects. But when his men checked, they found nothing. He had disappeared. General Yi was furious. The person was rescued, but still lost under his nose. He ordered his men to investigate immediately. The investigation led back to the Archon. The Archon was sweating profusely. General Yi, the medical bureau reported 2 extremely special cases that could be crucial to virus research. You know how important virus research is, so I took the initiative to send these 2 individuals to a special research institute. You sent them to the research institute? What did the medical bureau want to do? Human experiments? No. On your way back, all the test subjects' physical data was reported to the medical bureau. These 2 individuals' data is so unique that Director Chen assembled a special medical team. Sending them to the research institute is also to better care for them. Bullshit! General Yi flipped the Archon's desk. You're doing this to better conduct research. You dare to touch someone from my Yi family? You're courting death. The Archon was stunned. He knew Leon's parents were already prisoners, and Zhu Fuxing's parents were in Jiaoming City. What connection could they have with the Yi family? He and Director Chen of the Medical Bureau were indeed trying to compete for these patients. These 2 patients were too important and too valuable for research. But they wouldn't actually conduct experiments on living people. What do they think they are? General Yi, is there some misunderstanding? We're all here to research the virus, and it won't harm either of you. Are you? No harm. Then why did you secretly take them away? And there's no record of where you took them. General Yi ignored him and called his deputy. Send troops. Surround the medical bureau. Demand Chen Xi and hand over the prisoners. The Archon was truly panicked. No, General Yi, you're making a big deal out of nothing. Making a fuss out of nothing? You should be thankful Yi Nanqiao is still under quarantine. If it was him, it wouldn't be as simple as just corralling him. The medical bureau was in dire straits. Instead of General Ye's 3rd Regiment, they were the Shadow Squad, a unit of the Special Operations Department that wasn't involved in ground combat. They were supposed to be on a reconnaissance mission, transporting the rescued test subjects to the starship. But there was no time for reconnaissance. The 2 motherships simply took away all the people they could. So, they had no contact with the test subjects and didn't need to be quarantined. The Shadow Squad currently lacks a regular team, so the captain has always been Herman. Zhu Fuxing is Herman's younger brother. After finally rescuing the people, they were taken away for experiments. The Shadow Squad was furious. They stopped the soldiers of the 3rd Regiment and volunteered to go to the medical bureau. The medical bureau was completely ravaged. Lin Qian grabbed Director Chen by the collar. Old man, where did you hide Zhu Fuxing? Hand him over. Director Chen, nearly suffocating, pried his hands apart. Do you still have any sense of law? Will General William still care? This is outrageous. Law? If you don't hand him over, I'll kill you right now. Lin Qian, furious, grabbed him by the neck and dragged him out. Stop! Stop! Director Chen, old and aging, was no match for Lin Qian's brute force. At the Research Institute, Lin Qian roughly threw him onto a flying vehicle. Lead the way. Thousands of military aircraft circled above the Research Institute. Special Forces soldiers, without even needing a landing pad, slid down from the aircraft's lanyards and surrounded the institute. The director hurried out. What happened? What do you want to do? Lin Qian held a gun to Director Chen's head. Where's the guy? He's on the 3rd floor. Lin Qian waved his head at the soldiers. Search! Hey you guys! This is the Research Institute. Who allowed you to come in? Lin Qian kicked the director over. You're all bad guys. How dare you use the captain's brother for experiments? I'll kill you. Lin Qian. General Yi disembarked from the aircraft and seized the gun from his hand. General William and Randy also disembarked. General William patted Randy on the shoulder. Go in and take a look. Okay. Randy scurried into the research building and joined the soldiers in the search. Director Chen felt a little guilty seeing General Yi. He had indeed not informed General Yi beforehand, mainly because he was afraid the military would refuse to release the guy and hand him over to the military hospital. But Lin Qian was going too far. He was filled with righteous indignation. General Yi, what do you mean? Do you still have any law? General Yi glared at him. How dare you kidnap someone right under my nose and imprison 2 children? Do you still have any law? Director Chen argued. What do you mean by imprisonment? We can better observe their condition here, and they need better treatment. General William, not as patient as General Yi, cursed. Bullshit! I just rescued them from the chosen organization's lair, and you're locking them up again. Are you itching for trouble, you old bastard? I repeat, I'm not imprisoning them. I just need them to cooperate with observation and treatment for a while. Do you understand? How dare you snatch someone away? Zhu Fuxing is from my Yi family, understand? Director Chen, General William snorted sarcastically at Director Chen. He knew the ways of these bureaucrats well. If they were just two helpless children, Director Chen could have persuaded them to cooperate willingly with a few threats and perks. But if he had such a powerful family background, would he still dare to so easily kidnap someone? The soldiers quickly carried the two men out, shocking not only General Yi and General William, but even Director Chen. What happened? They were fine when they were brought in. Randy emerged carrying a man in a white coat and threw him to the ground. He tranquilized them. Lin Qian's eyes flushed. Hack you. I'll kill you. The man in the white coat nimbly hid behind General Yi and quickly said, Uncle Yi, it was me. I didn't do anything to them. They were making such a fuss that they were in danger of self-harm, so I had no choice but to tranquilize them. Zhu Fuxing and Leon were no pushovers. They dared to jump from the third floor after opening the window. Both had learned some self-defense techniques. If they couldn't defeat the black-robed soldiers, how could they defeat these medical staff? The doctors and nurses on the entire third floor were left battered and bruised. Su Jing was completely helpless against them. After having the security robots restrain the two men, he administered tranquilizers. General Yi frowned. Su Jing? Why are you here? Su Jing explained, my teacher is their attending physician, and as his assistant, I'm responsible for observing and taking notes. General Yi's eyes darkened slightly, but he ultimately said nothing. He checked Zhu Fuxing and Leon, confirming they were merely comatose. Without further delay he said, let's go. The crowd arrived with a vengeance and left in a flurry. Su Jing watched the aircraft depart, biting his lower lip, his eyes filled with resentment. Randy took in the entire scene. Combining this with General Yi's earlier behavior, his mind raced, and he had a rough idea of what was going on. Instantly, he imagined a multi-million-word drama of childhood sweethearts, a well-matched marriage, the struggles of success, complications, misunderstandings, unrequited love, reluctance to part, and resentment. Randy's desire to stir up trouble was brewing. No, he had to get to the bottom of it. Chapter 61. When he woke up again, Zhu Fuxing immediately noticed a change of location. Not only had the ward changed, but the hospital itself had probably changed as well. Outside, there were sounds of movement, conversation, and a doctor pushing a cart across the pavement. It sounded like a normal, busy hospital. As soon as he opened his eyes, an alarm went off, a soft beeping accompanied by a flashing blue light. General Yi paused their conversation and pushed the door open. Fuxing, are you awake? How are you feeling? Are you feeling any discomfort? Zhu Fuxing's heart settled when he saw General Yi. Uncle Yi, were you the one who rescued me? General Yi nodded. I never thought someone would dare to snatch someone from under my nose. What did they do after they captured you? Zhu Fuxing opened his mouth and began to complain. They locked me up, tried to draw my blood, and had security robots beat me. That doctor treated me terribly. General Yi grew angrier as he listened, his face gloomy. He stroked Zhu Fuxing's sleep-ruffled hair soothingly. Little Fuxing, you've been wronged. Uncle will avenge you. Zhu Fuxing finished his complaint. He felt relieved. He hadn't suffered much, after all. Where is this? Where's Brother Qiao? This is the military hospital. Yi Nanqiao is still under quarantine, and should be released in the next few days. Oh, can I go out for a walk? You can go anywhere you want, just wear a protective mask. Zhu Fuxing tugged at General Yi's sleeve. I want to visit Uncle Jing, and go back to Xiaoming City to see my parents and brother. General Yi ruffled his soft hair again. In his entire life, he had only shown such a gentle side to Jing Wenquan and Zhu Fuxing. Okay, I'll go with you to see Uncle Jing tomorrow, and then I'll accompany you back to Xiaoming City after Yi Nanqiao comes out. Looking at General Yi's head of white hair, Zhu Fuxing decided to share his speculation with him. Uncle Yi, Leon and I have analyzed that the Divine Envoy's abilities are probably not fully evolved. If someone can achieve full evolution, or if there's a correct method that allows everyone to fully evolve through a virus, then Uncle Jing and my parents' brains should be recoverable. General Yi patted him gently. So our top priority is to find our home planet. The First Fleet is already searching for the wormhole within the designated area, and they have garrisons at all 5 bases. Little Fuxing, don't be afraid. We'll soon find our way home, back to our home planet, and rescue everyone. Zhu Fuxing was free to move around, and didn't run around. After visiting Professor Jing, he stayed quietly in the hospital. But he wasn't idle either. He asked General Yi to arrange a good sanatorium for Afin. General Yi had his men distribute information on several sanatoriums, allowing him to choose one. While reviewing the information from one family to another, the ward door was pushed open again. Brother Randy. Zhu Fuxing happily jumped up from the bed, and threw himself into Randy's arms. Ha ha. Randy spun him around several times. I heard General Yi say you were awake, so I came to check on you. Ah, our little Fuxing is still so handsome. Really? I think I gained weight. So, the food on N's planet is good? Brother Randy, that joke isn't funny at all. Randy studied his expression. Fuxing, you're so glad you're back. Don't worry, darling. We'll do our best to find our home planet. I know. I'm not afraid, but it's not that I'm not. I was a little scared at first. Randy smiled, but a mist clouded his eyes, which he concealed with a lowered gaze. Well, it's all over. What happened has already happened. No amount of grief or pain can help. All they can do now is help the First Fleet find the wormhole. To that end, Xianjusai has dispatched everyone they can to Base 3 to accompany the First Fleet in the search. Brother Randy, how did you find time to come here? Aren't you busy now? The Chosen One's lair is gone, so of course I'm not as busy as before. But the Military Intelligence Department assigned me another mission. Wow, Brother Randy, you're amazing. You made it to the Military Intelligence Department. Zhu Fuxing truly admired Randy. Not only was he incredibly handsome, but he was also so capable. Randy was actually quite helpless. I can't help it. I've been bothering them so much before, and borrowed a lot of things from them. I'll just consider it a favor. He then ran to lock the ward door, a mysterious look on his face. Fuxing, I came here today to tell you a big piece of gossip. Zhu Fuxing was instantly excited. What gossip? It's about that Su Jing. Su Jing? Who is Su Jing? You don't know? He's the doctor who made rounds on you at the Research Institute. Zhu Fuxing knew Randy had also been to the Research Institute. What's wrong with that doctor? What's so interesting about him? No, Fuxing, you absolutely must hear his gossip. Randy's expression was serious. Because his teacher has a very high chance of becoming your attending physician. Haven't I already been to the military hospital? But his teacher, Rigel, is indeed the best virologist on Phoenix Planet. Your health is only temporarily fine. Who knows when it might deteriorate? From a treatment perspective, Rigel is the best doctor. Zhu Fuxing was somewhat displeased, but he knew that everyone who cared about him wanted him to live longer. Randy continued, so, you need to know more about Su Jing. He has a close relationship with your brother Qiao. What? Well, are you interested now? I spent 2 days investigating him, before I finally got his underwear off. Zhu Fuxing couldn't quite articulate what he was feeling. Could he be brother Qiao's ex-boyfriend? Randy inwardly marveled at Zhu Fuxing's keen sense. Not just ex-boyfriend, but first love. Zhu Fuxing looked as if struck by lightning, his entire body dark. No wonder he's so hostile to me. Randy poured himself a glass of water solemnly. Let me tell you. Speaking of which, Brother Randy, could you please be more normal? Randy sat up straight. Okay, then I'll keep it simple. The Su family used to be on Phoenix Star too. They had a close relationship with the Yi family, similar to yours and Chen Ziyuan's. Later, Su Jing's father was transferred to Anna Star for garrison duty, and the family followed. Su Jing returned to Phoenix Star when he was in high school, and it was natural for the Yi family to take care of him. He and Yi Nanqiao were the same age, had known each other since childhood, were well matched, and were both incredibly handsome. It would have been absurd if sparks didn't fly, right? Naturally, they confirmed their relationship during college. Yi Nanqiao was a young man, still a decent person, without the arrogance he later developed. Su Jing, on the other hand, was a young man with ideals and ambitions, and the two of them indeed shared a few sweet years. Randy spoke quickly, pausing to take a sip of water, and furtively scanning Zhu Fuxing's face. Zhu Fuxing remained expressionless. Go on. Oh, ahem. Then came the turning point. The turning point came during my junior year, when Yi Nanqiao accepted his call-up to the military. Zhu Fuxing was puzzled. Is Su Jing crazy? Brother Qiao is a cadet, and he won't let him go to the military? Not all cadets have to go to the Special Operations Division. They're on starships year-round, unable to return home for years. Cadets can also join the ground forces, or the 3rd Army stationed on Phoenix. General Yi was the head of the 3rd Army. Who would have thought he'd let his son go to the Special Operations Division? Don't even mention Su Jing's confusion. We were also confused when we were fighting for. Well, confronting Yi Nanqiao head-on. So? Su Jing doesn't want to break up. Of course. Randy's expression held a touch of sarcasm and disdain. According to the information I gathered, Su Jing's mother cries daily at home, waiting for her husband to return home, like a damsel in distress. But Su Jing's father is constantly wandering the interstellar universe, rarely returning once every year or two. Su Jing has harbored deep resentment towards his father since childhood, and naturally doesn't want to spend his life with such a man. Zhu Fuxing was even a little skeptical. How could Randy have managed to uncover such detailed information, even revealing details like a mother's daily tears? What a dedicated paparazzi. Randy leaned back in his chair, his posture extremely relaxed. I have to say something on Yu Nanqia's behalf. He tried to reconcile and communicate when they had disagreements, but what he couldn't understand was that Professor Jing offered General Yi his utmost support and understanding during his years of interstellar wandering. Why did Su Jing insist on forcing him to stay on Phoenix Star? Zhu Fuxing pondered. What about the importance of a career in maintaining family stability? Professor Jing has a proper job, hobbies, and a normal social life. Don't you have time to shed tears at home every day? Ha. Randy was almost laughing. Fuxing, you have such a mouth, ha. Stop laughing and keep talking. Anyway, they both really don't understand each other, and Su Jing is forcing a breakup. As for Yu Nanqiao, who could force him? Breaking up was the answer. He immediately joined the Special Operations Division, and hasn't been back to Phoenix Star for 3 years. Su Jing didn't expect this outcome. He always thought Yu Nanqiao would come back for him, but then... Randy stopped abruptly. He wasn't sure how much Zhu Fuxing knew about Yu Nanqia's love history, and whether he would mind. Later, he became arrogant and conceited, looking down on everyone, and became less and less of a human being. Brother Randy, although I never specifically inquired about Brother Qiao's past, I have a brain. With such good qualities, how could he not have had a few love affairs? Could he have foreseen the future, knowing he'd meet me on a certain day, and remain faithful to me for 30 years? Yeah, that's true. Ha. And more. Zhu Fuxing retorted, Brother Qiao isn't arrogant or conceited, you can't say that about him. Randy thought, that's just for you, he's never polite to anyone else. And I understand why Brother Qiao wanted to go to the Special Operations Division. Even if he hadn't, he definitely wouldn't have stayed in the 3rd Corps or the ground forces. He's such a proud man, there's no way he accepts General Yi's protection. The Special Operations Division was where he most wanted to go, where he could best demonstrate his abilities. Or perhaps it could be said that Brother Qiao's unwavering goal was the Special Operations Division. Randy was stunned. He finally understood why Yu Nanqiao cared so much about little Fuxing. There were many couples in this world who loved each other, but how many truly shared a love and understanding that was a perfect match for their souls? He wasn't worried about Su Jing anymore. In Yu Nanqi's heart, no one was worthy of being compared to little Fuxing. Brother Randy, what's next? Are you telling me this gossip specifically to remind me of something? Randy couldn't help but sigh. Little Fuxing was truly insightful. The next step is that he's still harboring evil intentions. Huh? He thinks he's Brother Qiao's true love? He thinks I'm dying, and that's his chance? Randy's smile faded. Fuxing, you won't die. Zhu Fuxing looked disdainful. Brother Qiao's true love will always be me. Even if I die, I'll always be his true love. Fuxing! Randy's voice trembled slightly. I will strive to survive. I won't give Brother Qiao up to anyone easily. Okay. Randy held back tears and hugged Zhu Fuxing tightly. Our little Fuxing will survive well. Randy hadn't been there long. He was still in charge of the work, so it wouldn't be easy to slack off too obviously. After Randy left, Zhu Fuxing wondered if he had forgotten something, but he couldn't place it. Never mind, it probably wasn't anything important. He felt a little sleepy, and was about to take a nap when Leon pushed the door open again. Fuxing, have you chosen a nursing home for A-Fin? Zhu Fuxing, shock. Leon, he'd forgotten about Leon. It was too late to chase Randy now. Zhu Fuxing, frustrated, why didn't you come half an hour earlier? I just woke up. Zhu Fuxing grumbled inwardly, sleep, 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 all you do is sleep. Your goddess ran away, and you're still sleeping. Sigh. I wonder when Randy will come next. After choosing a sanatorium, General Yi quickly set A-Fin there. Zhu Fuxing and Leon, worried that A-Fin wouldn't adapt to her new surroundings, went to see her together. The sanatorium was tranquil, with colorfully painted small buildings amidst lush greenery and flowers, giving it a fairy tale feel. A gravel path paved the lawn. Following the path, you reached a wooden platform by the lake. A-Fin was learning origami from the nurse. She was very dexterous. Despite her low IQ, she could fold all sorts of complex objects, memorizing them after just one instruction. The young nurse was fascinated by this beautiful and quiet girl and taught her to make more complex lanterns from various materials. A-Fin was quite talented with her crafts, and her lanterns even surpassed those of the young nurse who taught her. They were delicate, lovely, and exquisitely beautiful. The young nurse praised her generously, saying, "Afin is amazing. Your work is so beautiful." Afin smiled shyly, and happily moved on to the next lantern. Zhu Fuxing and Leon didn't disturb her. Arei said her memory was short, and perhaps Afin had forgotten everything about Inzexing and Arei. That was perfect. They hoped Afin could live a carefree life like this. That was a kind of happiness. "Afin, what is this?" the young nurse asked, puzzled, seeing Afin had made a black bucket. Afin stared at the bucket for a long time, then took a piece of black paper, crumpled it into a ball, and placed it on top of the bucket. Well, now it was a human figure in a black robe. "Hey." The young nurse was confused. "Hey?" Afin nodded. "Hey." Afin was delighted. She carefully glued the ball to the black bucket. She always had trouble remembering things or people, and she was afraid she'd forget. Now with Hey, she could remember. Hey would come back. But how many days had he been gone? Yesterday? Or the day before yesterday? Oh, I can't remember. Anyway, he would come back. Chapter 62. Captain Yi, Team Rakich's probation period is over. You can leave. Come and sign your names. Yi Nanxiao signed his name on the electronic screen at lightning speed, even distracting himself to ask Fields, "Where are our terminals? Where are they?" "Our equipment is in cabinet 35H12. "I'll get it. I'll go." A gust of wind swept past, and the man was gone. Fields hurried after him, shouting, "Hey, boss, change your clothes." Yi Nanxiao sprinted to the storage room, grabbed the patrolling robot, and dragged it to row 35. "Captain Yi, please stop vanishing public property." The robot protested. Yi Nanxiao simply lifted it up. "You're skating too slowly. Report this to your mastermind and ask for a replacement chassis. 43 captains have already reported this. I reported it to the mastermind, but haven't received a response yet. I'll tell you a solution. Call the logistics department's complaint line and complain about the mastermind's slowness. Someone will come and replace it soon." Although it was clearly an emotionless robot, its electronic eyes flashed wildly, a gleam of shock. Is this even possible? Of course. Yi Nanxiao tapped its skull. "Little idiot, open the door." 35:12, authorization granted. "Captain Yi, please remove your equipment." Yi Nanxiao loaded the team's terminals into a storage cart and quickly ran off. Fields chased after them, carrying clothes, and took the storage cart. Yi Nanxiao didn't have time to change, so he fished out his own terminal and called Zhu Fuxing. "Fuxing, where are you?" Zhu Fuxing rubbed his eyes dazedly. "Brother Qiao? Are you over quarantine?" "Yes, it just finished." "Tell me where it is, and I'll find you." It was too early, not even 6 o'clock yet, and Zhu Fuxing's brain needed some time to wake up. He looked rather dazed, and Yi Nanxiao unconsciously curled his lips and waited patiently. Perhaps the cache had finished, and his dazed mind had finally cleared up. Zhu Fuxing smiled, her brows curved. "At the military hospital." He checked the time. "How long will it take you to get there?" The slight rise in her voice hinted at a hint of sweetness. Yi Nanxiao's heart melted into syrup, and he coaxed softly, "Baby, I'll be there soon. Wait for me." Yi Nanxiao managed to accelerate the aircraft at the speed of a starship, and when he arrived at the hospital, he happened to catch the doctor making his rounds. He waited nervously at the door, ready to grab the doctor and ask about Fuxing's condition after the examination. A crowd gathered around the bed, blocking his view. Zhu Fuxing was talking to the doctor, his tone not quite agreeable. "I disagree. This place is great. There's nothing inconvenient here. I don't want to transfer." Regal was frustrated. He had finally convinced General Yi to appoint him as Zhu Fuxing's attending physician. The military hospital didn't have the advanced equipment of specialized hospitals for virus testing, so he hoped to transfer the patient to another hospital for more convenient testing. But both patients were extremely resistant. He had just finished a large academic conference and arrived in Yujing early this morning. He didn't know what had happened before, and the two patients' attitudes left him feeling somewhat bewildered. Regal tried to communicate. "Can I ask why you don't want to transfer?" Zhu Fuxing answered honestly, "I'm safe here. It's hard to say about other places." Regal pleaded earnestly, "Why do you think so? Treatment must be conducted in a specialized hospital. I need to have a comprehensive understanding of your medical data to prevent any possible deterioration. What if the military hospital's equipment isn't sufficient for demobilization, and the patient's condition is delayed?" Zhu Fuxing didn't want to discuss his area of expertise with a leading figure in the industry. He knew Rigel was right, but the previous incident had left a mark on him. He pursed his lips and remained silent. What's going on? Sensing the atmosphere wasn't right, Yi Nanqiao entered the ward and unceremoniously pushed through the crowd. Looking at Zhu Fuxing, who looked uneasy, he embraced him and shouted at everyone in a stern tone, "What are you doing here?" Rigel frowned. "Excuse me, who are you?" "Yi Nanqiao, his partner. What's going on?" "Hello, Lieutenant Colonel Yi. I'm Rigel, Zhu Fuxing and Leon's attending physician." Rigel emphasized, "This has been approved by General Yi." Yi Nanqiao had certainly heard of Rigel's name. It was a good thing that such a renowned figure was being Fuxing's attending physician, but judging by Fuxing's attitude, there must be something wrong. But it certainly wasn't his baby's problem. He thought for a moment, then stood up and politely said to Rigel, "Maybe Fuxing has his own ideas. Can you give me a moment, so we can discuss it?" A group of people streamed out of the ward again. Zhu Fuxing looked at Su Jing's back, and felt like laughing. After Yi Nanqiao entered, Su Jing's eyes were glued to him, but Yi Nanqiao was blind, unable to see, and was only focused on talking to Rigel. He looked at Yi Nanqiao with a hint of amusement. "Brother Qiao, didn't you see anyone you know just now?" "Someone you know? Who?" Zhu Fuxing blinked. "It's okay, maybe I was mistaken." Yi Nanqiao didn't care whether they were acquaintances or not. He first hugged Zhu Fuxing and rubbed him. "Did your baby miss me?" Zhu Fuxing's ticklish spot was rubbed, and he burst into laughter. "Haha. Itch? I'm thinking about it, haha." "Stop rubbing." Yi Nanqiao finally managed to make him laugh, then said seriously, "What's going on? Why don't you want to transfer to another hospital?" Zhu Fuxing, vindictive, complained again. Yi Nanqiao was furious, his fists clenched tightly, his arm muscles throbbing with veins, and his chest muscles bulged slightly. Today, he wore a loose training uniform, with only a low-cut, tight-fitting white vest underneath. The lines of his chest and abdomen were clear and full, rising and falling in a suggestive curve with his breathing. Zhu Fuxing's mind was distracted, his eyes wide and his nose snoring. He couldn't help but stretch out his evil little hand. "Hey, you're looking for death? I won't let anyone go." "Fuxing? Huh?" Zhu Fuxing looked up, his eyes pure and innocent, but his hands were becoming more and more presumptuous. Yi Nanqiao's forehead veins throbbed, and he helplessly grasped the rebellious hands. "Fuxing, stop touching me." Zhu Fuxing accuses, "Stingy." Yi Nanqiao bit his ear, patiently saying, "Baby, will you let me touch you? I'm not afraid of infection. I'm about to explode." Zhu Fuxing finally snapped out of his lustful state. A flash of pain flashed in his eyes, and he deliberately chided, "I won't touch you anymore. I'll just look." "Who told you to dress like that?" Yi Nanqiao feigned casualness, pinching his fingers and returning to the previous topic. "I won't let those people off. Wait until I can vent my anger on you. General Yi has already taught them a lesson." Yi Nanqiao grumbled inwardly. His father was an upright man, and he wouldn't go too far in his teachings. He was different. He had no rules, so he had to carefully consider how to retaliate. "Brother Qiao?" Seeing Yi Nanqiao remain silent, Zhu Fuxing was truly worried he might do something drastic, so he quickly advised, "Don't do anything rash. I didn't suffer any harm. I beat up all their doctors and nurses, and even broke their 4 security robots." "You're awesome, darling." Yi Nanqiao kissed him on the forehead. "If you don't want to transfer, then don't. But Leo's right. I know his arrangement is in the best interests of Leon and me. Either transfer, or General Yi would have to assign someone to protect them." But Zhu Fuxing instinctively didn't want to cause trouble for General Yi. Yi Nanqiao, however, didn't mind. "We can buy the equipment ourselves. I'll have Rigel write a list later. My brothers will bring whatever's needed, and we'll donate it to the military hospital." Zhu Fuxing's mouth dropped open, his eyes wide, completely stunned. His brother Qiao always found a way around things. But it's too expensive. Zhu Fuxing's parents worked at the hospital, and he probably knew how expensive the equipment was. "No, I need to count. We still have a lot of coffee beans, cocoa beans, mung beans, potatoes." "Ugh. Brother Qiao, are you crazy?" Zhu Fuxing covered his mouth in fear. Even though he was wearing a mask, he couldn't kiss. What if he bit him? Yi Nanqiao pulled his hand down and held it tightly. "Fuxing, you can't take away my right to buy you things." "But..." Yi Nanqiao lowered his eyelashes, hiding the sorrow welling in his eyes. "If I could, I would give everything I have for your health." Zhu Fuxing bit his lower lip, his heart pounding. He nuzzled Yi Nanqiao's chest and playfully nudged it as usual. "Brother Qiao, buy whatever you want." The two of them lingered for a long time before Yi Nanqiao finally opened the ward door. Regal was talking to Leon, but things were also going badly. Leon obeyed Zhu Fuxing and everything. Wherever Fuxing says, I'll go. Ah! Regal sighed. Professor Rigel. Yi Nanqiao still had great respect for the doctor. The previous incident had nothing to do with Rigel, and he wouldn't take his anger out on him. Lieutenant Colonel Yi, have you decided? Make a list of the equipment you need, and I'll have it brought over. Regal, Leon, standing by, I knew you were wealthy, but I didn't expect it to be this deep. Unnoticed, Su Jing, He nearly gnashed his teeth. A lot of equipment was needed, some quite large, so the district military hospital cleared out an entire floor to house them. The person delivering the equipment was Yi Nanqiao's childhood friend, whose family was Phoenix Star's largest medical equipment supplier. Even so, their family had to scrape together nearly every warehouse on Phoenix Star to get what Yi Nanqiao wanted. Zheng Jiahao wiped the sweat from his forehead. De Qiao, we're still short of a few small instruments. My dad's already ordered them from Pindar Star, and they'll arrive in a week at the latest. It can't be helped. They're all high-precision instruments, out of stock, and you need them urgently. Yi Nanqiao smiled and punched him. I know. Thanks, brother. Zheng Jiahao nearly vomited blood from the beating. Fuck, do you have any sense of propriety? Can I handle this? I'll treat you to dinner later. You can choose the place. Who wants to eat with you? Zheng Jiahao looked around in disgust. Where's little Lucky Star? I haven't even met him yet. Hello. Zhu Fuxing was sitting in the shade of a nearby tree, watching the robot move things. Hearing Zheng Jiahao's question, he took the initiative to greet him. Zheng Jiahao turned his head at the sound of the voice, his gaze fixed on him. The autumn sun shone through the branches, casting a dappled light on the boy's eyes. The mask couldn't hide his delicate features, but instead only highlighted those breathtaking eyes, bright and clear, lively and luminous. Zheng Jiahao felt his soul being drawn to those eyes. If he hadn't been so resolute, his eager little hoe would have danced with joy. Have you seen enough? Yi Nanqiao's voice was thick with menace. Ahem. Hello. Zheng Jiahao ignored Yi Nanqiao and turned to walk towards Zhu Fuxing. My name is Zheng Jiahao, and you're Fuxing. I heard of you for ages, but I never had the chance to meet you. Oh, Da Qiao, let go. Yi Nanqiao grabbed the man by the scruff of the neck and pulled him away. The goods have been delivered, you can leave now. How could you be so quick to destroy a bridge after crossing it? Didn't you treat me to dinner? I want to eat, and I want to eat now. Yi Nanqiao grabbed him by the neck and dragged him away, whispering a warning. What the hell are you eating? Are you letting Fuxing watch us eat? Zheng Jiahao realized his mistake. Let go first. I won't eat, okay? At least give me some face. It's so embarrassing to be stuck like this. Brother Qiao, it's okay. Go eat. Zhu Fuxing didn't care. This was his first time meeting Yi Nanqiao's friends, and he found the two of them bantering quite amusing. Zheng Jiahao's heart trembled. Fuxing was too well behaved. It was all his fault. Why did he mention eating when he was just sitting there? Well, I'm not hungry either. Fuxing, don't mind my brother's loose tongue. Zhu Fuxing smiled again. I can drink. Okay, that's all. He picked up a fallen branch, lowered his head slightly, and inserted it under his chin into his mask. His eyes were almost crossed from staring at his nose. This action was adorable and funny, making both Yi Nanqiao and Zheng Jiahao laugh. Zhu Fuxing didn't want to spoil the fun, so he suggested, help us deliver the goods, and I'll buy you a drink. Zheng Jiahao nodded quickly. So cute, Fuxing was so cute. He pressed down hard on the restless hoe and glared at Yi Nanqiao resentfully. What kind of rotten luck did you have? Why did you get into this situation? Yi Nanqiao glanced at him sideways. What? You want to fight? He couldn't win. 10 of them couldn't beat Yi Nanqiao. Forget it, let's put the hoe away. The three of them found a drink shop near the hospital. Since it was empty, they settled for a corner booth. Yi Nanqiao, feeling distressed, wanted Zhu Fuxing to take off his mask and drink. It's okay as long as we're not in close contact. I brought disinfectant. Can you spray it down here before you go? No. Zhu Fuxing picked up the drink, stuck the straw through his mask, and bit it. Yi Nanqiao, amused and distressed, helped him put the straw into the cup. Zheng Jiahao felt bad too. Jokes aside, he knew how much Yi Nanqiao cared for Zhu Fuxing. They had thought De Qiao had finally found a happy marriage, and the brothers were happy for him. Who could have imagined it would turn out like this? De Qiao, if you need anything, just tell me. I can't help you much more. We have a dedicated production line to make all the medical equipment you need. Yi Nanqiao wasn't shy. Maybe I really need your help. I need a few virus disinfecting sleeping pods. Sleeping pods? Zhu Fuxing looked over curiously. He was biting on a straw, unable to speak, so he could only ask with his eyes. What are they for? Yes. Yi Nanxiao ruffled Zhu Fuxing's hair and explained to Zheng Jiahao, after we find the wormhole, I'll take Fuxing back to our home planet. The sleeping pods on the starship won't be suitable. We need something more specialized. This wasn't going to happen overnight, Zheng Jiahao knew, but he didn't say it out loud. He simply nodded. Okay, do you have the blueprints? Or I can find someone to design them. You arrange it. We don't know how long the voyage will take, so we'll build 4 and keep them as backup. Okay, I'll find someone to design them as soon as possible. The 3 of them sat there for the entire afternoon until the hospital informed Yi Nanxiao that everything had been moved and asked him to return to sign for it. Before leaving, Zhu Fuxing had carefully sprayed the compartment with disinfectant. The shop owner came over and told him not to worry, saying the shop also uses ultraviolet light to disinfect 3 times a day. Their shop is near a hospital and is frequented by patients like Zhu Fuxing, so they're well prepared. Zhu Fuxing smiled and thanked him. Seeing his joy, Yi Nanxiao packed up all the small cakes in the shop. There were over 40 boxes. Zhu Fuxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Brother Qiao, I can't finish them all. Give them to others. The boss is a good man. Let's take care of him. Zhu Fuxing smiled at Yi Nanxiao with his eyes curved. If doing this could make Brother Qiao feel better, then so be it. He happily accepted it. Chapter 63. After returning to the hospital, Zhu Fuxing busied himself distributing cakes, giving one to almost everyone he met, including Su Jing, who had come with his teacher to check on the equipment. He was lost in thought when Zheng Jiahao, who was helping distribute the cakes, recognized him. Su Jing? Zheng Jiahao gave him a strange look. You work here? Su Jing pursed his lips. I came here with my teacher. Oh, your teacher. Rigel? Zheng Jiahao's expression grew even stranger. He looked from Zhu Fuxing, who was busy distributing cakes, to Yi Nanxiao, who was following Rigel around, and was momentarily confused. This cake is pretty good, haha. Zheng Jiahao then ignored Su Jing, remaining close to Zhu Fuxing, his protective attitude clearly evident. Over the past few years, Su Jing had approached him many times, both overtly and covertly, to inquire about De Qiao's situation. Zheng Jiahao knew everything about their past, and couldn't understand what this man was thinking. Since the breakup was so decisive, and so ugly, why keep asking? To be honest, Zheng Jiahao had a bit of a disdain for Su Jing. He was self-righteous, arrogant, short-sighted, and a bit selfish and narrow-minded. Otherwise, he wouldn't have insisted on forcing De Qiao to stay on Phoenix Star. The 2 of them had different values. Even without Little Fortune Star, Su Jing definitely wouldn't have been a good match for De Qiao. Zhu Fortune Star ignored it. In his eyes, Su Jing was no different from anyone else. As long as he didn't cause trouble, he wouldn't be so bored as to provoke him. Yi Nanxiao accompanied Rigel in checking all the equipment, listening carefully to his instructions on what other equipment was needed and taking notes. There wasn't much missing, and Yi Nanxiao breathed a sigh of relief. How? Come take a look at these things. Can they be delivered tomorrow? Oh, let me see. While Zheng Jiahao was looking at the list, Yi Nanxiao grabbed the busy Zhu Fuxing and smoothed his messy hair. He complained affectionately, What are you doing? Stay by my side and don't run around. Zhu Fuxing was baffled. He had a vague feeling that Yi Nanxiao had developed a strange control over him since returning from N-Star. Not being too far away, not talking for long periods of time, not eating too little, not being too close to others. He thought Yi Nanxiao should see a psychologist. This state wasn't right. Zheng Jiahao finished reading the list. Everything is in stock. It will be delivered tomorrow. Da Qiao, what are you doing? Yi Nanxiao felt that Zhu Fuxing was too tired and wanted to carry him back to the ward, but Zhu Fuxing refused. The 2 of them were in a stalemate. Hearing Zheng Jiahao call him, he found a moment to reply, Have you finished? Then bring it over early tomorrow. Okay, I'll go back to the designer now, and pass on your request as soon as possible. Yi Nanxiao was still coaxing, Let's go see how off. Aren't you tired from walking around? If you don't want me to carry you, I can carry you on my back, right? I can go back to the ward on my own. Zhu Fuxing felt mortified. How could I carry a grown man like him? Yi Nanxiao said firmly, No. Zhu Fuxing saw his forbearing expression, and finally relented, letting him carry her away like a child. Zheng Jiahao sighed. De Qiao had no eyes for anyone else. Her focus was entirely on Zhu Fuxing. She didn't even notice Su Jing. Well, he didn't need to remind her. Back in the ward, Zhu Fuxing struggled to get up. Brother Qiao, can we talk? Don't you think you're a little off right now? Yu Nanqiao leaned against the wall, eyes downcast, silent. He wanted to keep Fuxing constantly tied to him. He couldn't bear to have Fuxing out of his sight. He wanted to control everything around him, to ensure her absolute safety. This desire grew stronger and stronger, nearly spiraling out of control. Zhu Fuxing felt a pang of pain watching Yu Nanqiao like this. Are you afraid I'll die at any moment? Fuxing! Yu Nanqiao's body stiffened, a piercing pain piercing his heart. Brother Qiao. Zhu Fuxing pulled him to sit on the sofa. Go see a therapist, okay? You can't be with me every day. You have to go back to the fleet. Are you taking me to the fleet? Yu Nanqiao wanted to rub him against his body. He knew something was wrong. Fuxing, no doctor would help. You're just too nervous. I won't die anytime soon. It was you who said we still had hope. Zhu Fuxing stared into his eyes, his pupils dark and deep enough to captivate. Brother Qiao, relax. Don't think about anything. Don't be nervous or afraid. Zhu Fuxing consoled him, as he slowly peeled off the obstructing clothing, his warm fingers descending as gently as feathers. His tone was gentle, each syllable dripping with a seductive hook. Brother Qiao, close your eyes and feel it. The temperature in the ward was rising subtly. Yu Nanqiao lay on his back on the sofa, his Adam's apple rapidly rolling, his chest heaving with unbearable gasps. Lucky star. When did you learn this? After the doctor's reminder, don't underestimate the learning ability of a top student. I have plenty of ways to satisfy you. Yu Nanqiao's blood boiled at his stimulation. His lucky star was a demon, unstoppable with just his hands. Don't hold it back, Brother Qiao. I love hearing your panting, moaning, your husky roars. So sexy. I love it. Yu Nanqiao was no longer able to think. He growled uncontrollably, surrendering once again to Zhu Fuxing's caress. Baby. That's enough. Really? Yu Nanqiao wiped his face. It felt real. His body was drained. He took a long moment to recover, the dizziness of excitement finally fading from his head. Baby, where did you learn this? Zhu Fuxing blinked his moist eyes. Do you want to see it? There's a tutorial video, but I think it could be improved, so I just tried it. What do you think? Yu Nanqiao, Yu Nanqiao was speechless, looking at his innocent expression. He was often captivated by Fuxing's extreme contrasts. There are other methods, using your legs or feet. I think there's a lot of room for improvement. Do you want to try it next time? Zhu Fuxing tilted his head and asked excitedly. Yu Nanqiao, He had the illusion that he was just a tool, and Fuxing was like a researcher, judging his own technical achievements by his performance. If you think it's not exciting enough, there are many other small tools, but I'm a little skeptical of their practicality. From my professional perspective, the structure isn't capable of fully stimulating human organs. I can try making my own using your size. You can also add physical stimulation like microcurrent, but prolonged use might cause damage. Yu Nanqiao broke out in a cold sweat. No. It's already very stimulating, really. No need for tools. Zhu Fuxing said with regret, Are you really not going to give it a try? I'm quite good with my crafts. I can even make a light energy gun with my bare hands. Yu Nanqiao swallowed. Really not. Okay, then let's try another tactic. What? More? Yu Nanqiao had no time to protest before he was once again drawn into the vortex of desire. Zhu Fuxing's hands roamed his body in a strange rhythm, caressing and nudging him, stirring goosebumps. When his hands reached his abdomen, the familiar urge returned. You're too tense, Brother Qiao. Long-term repression can unbalance your mind, while pleasurable experiences can help you relax. Zhu Fuxing's voice was like the allure of a succubus, alluring and seductive. However, his hands refused to touch his most vulnerable parts, simply glancing lightly around him. Yu Nanqiao was on the verge of collapse, panting and urging, Baby. Please. Go see a therapist tomorrow. I'll give you a new reward. Okay, all yours. His breathing grew heavier. Baby, touch it, please. Zhu Fuxing rubbed his sweat-soaked chest. Okay, one last time. Upon waking, Yu Nanqiao looked radiant and energetic, finally regaining some of his former charm. Zhu Fuxing smiled with satisfaction. This is my Brother Qiao. How could someone so gloomy and repressed be Yu Nanqiao? Yu Nanqiao should always be dazzling and dazzling. Humph. Yu Nanqiao bit Zhu Fuxing's collarbone in anger. He prided himself on being a playboy, but he was always outdone in bed by the little devil. His little devil was proactive, passionate, and open, with an endless variety of tricks that were simply enchanting. I'll deal with you when I get back. Zhu Fuxing nodded nonchalantly. Okay, let's talk to the doctor for a while. Yi Nanjiao placed a kiss on his forehead. I got it, baby. Zhu Fuxing returned to bed and took a nap, waking up almost noon. Leon had brought him food and looked at Zhu Fuxing, wanting to speak but hesitant. What's wrong? Leon blushed, but kindly reminded him, well, didn't the doctor say you can't have that? Zhu Fuxing blushed. Is the soundproofing in here that bad? Not really. You guys didn't even close the door properly. Zhu Fuxing, I thought it might have a bad influence, so I put it on. Zhu Fuxing, You better be careful, in case Brother Qiao gets infected. What do you know, little kid? Leon fumed. I'm not a kid anymore. I'll be an adult next month. Then you'll still be a kid this month. Leon fumed. Humph. Fuxing, I brought you lots of food. Randy pushed the door open and glared at Leon. You have a visitor. I'll be leaving now. Randy dropped his things and ran, feeling a little guilty. After all, lying to a child was certainly immoral. Brother Randy, don't run. Zhu Fuxing dropped his bowl and ran after him. What happened? Leon didn't know what was going on. Seeing Zhu Fuxing chase him, he followed suit. Randy ran at lightning speed. He really didn't want to face Leon. Leon was such a wimp, his sobs were making his head spin. Zhu Fuxing chased him to the hospital entrance. Seeing Randy about to board the aircraft, he shouted, Brother Randy, his only hope for survival on N-Star was to leave his inheritance to you. He's been asking people to find you. Aren't you going to give him an explanation? Leon's trembling voice came from behind him. Fuxing, what are you talking about? Who is he? Randy paused, took a deep breath, and turned to look at Leon. The child had grown taller and stronger. He knew Leon was truly a pitiful child, with a life so tragic that even he could barely deceive him. So, after obtaining the information, he completely disappeared from Leon's world. He hoped Leon could find someone who truly cared and loved him. To his surprise, he was sent to N-Star by those beastly parents. Leon stared at the man before him in disbelief. This was a man. What was Zhu Fuxing talking about? What was Novia's connection to this man? Randy froze, like a frozen eggplant. Leon. Come with me. Leon stood still. Zhu Fuxing pushed him back to the ward from behind, considerately closing the door behind him. When Yi Nanjiao returned, he saw Zhu Fuxing stealthily clinging to Leon's hospital room door. He looked so adorable, he couldn't help but rush over and hug him. What are you doing? Huh? You're back? Well, what are you doing here? Zhu Fuxing's eyes gleamed fierily, listening to gossip. Yi Nanjiao was amused. Ha. Look at you, you little brat. Is Randy here? I saw his aircraft. Yeah, he just went in a while ago. Yi Nanjiao picked him up and carried him to his own room. What's so good about that? It's just Randy cheating on a kid. You know that. I'm afraid they'll fight. Zhu Fuxing was actually more worried about Randy's frail body. Don't worry, they won't fight. How could Yi Nanjiao not know what he was thinking? Randy's not that bad. He's just coaxing a kid. Don't worry about it. Zhu Fuxing ignored the neighbors and turned to ask Yi Nanjiao, what did the doctor say? Yi Nanjiao grimaced and sighed. The doctor said I have severe psychological trauma. Very, very severe. Zhu Fuxing laughed. If Yi Nanjiao really had something wrong, he would just tell him it was fine, nothing at all. Just like every time they video called on the starship, Yi Nanjiao wore bionic patches. Old 8 had told him secretly. He played along with Yi Nanjiao's acting. So what does the doctor say? Yi Nanjiao hugged him and kissed him, moving down his slender neck. The doctor said to maintain a good physical and mental state every day. Last night was pretty good. Every day? Do you want to die of exhaustion? Underestimating me? No, stop tickling. Ha. Yi Nanjiao wrapped his arms around Zhu Fuxing's slender waist, caressing the skin there intimately. Let's try it tonight. Try what? Slowly lowering his hand, Yi Nanjiao whispered into his ear, you said you could use your legs. Or your feet. Zhu Fuxing protested, get up first. It's not night yet. No, let me hold you for a while. Yi Nanjiao held the man tightly in his arms, breathing in the faint scent of medicine, a bitterness growing in his heart. The warm and tidy treatment room held a handful of unidentified flowers, their delicate sweetness filling the air. Sunlight streamed through the carved window sills, casting soft shadows on the pale green walls. The warm yellow curtains swayed gently in the breeze, occasionally brushing against the green vines that reached into the window. It was a peaceful place. Yi Nanjiao sat in a large, comfortable armchair, feeling completely relaxed. What are you thinking about? The therapist was a gentle woman, her serene demeanor complementing the treatment room perfectly. It's so cozy here. I like to decorate my wife's room too. Oh, that's a good idea. You two have a great relationship. Yes. What kind of person is he? He has so many qualities. Kind, understanding, smart, warm, lovely, insightful, strong. You love him very much. Yes, I love him very much. I can't lose him. Yi Nanxiao couldn't remember what they had talked about. He fell asleep before he knew it. After the treatment, the doctor still gave his diagnosis gently. Lieutenant Colonel Yi, in my opinion, your behavior and psychological characteristics are already manifestations of anxiety disorder, accompanied by depressive tendencies. Although it's not very serious now, you must pay attention to self-regulation and try to maintain a calm state of mind. Yi Nanxiao nodded noncommittally. Okay, I understand. Do you need medication? No, I can handle it. The doctor sighed. Actually, medication won't help much. Your best medicine is your lover. Yi Nanxiao gently closed his eyes. How could he know that? Chapter 64. Zheng Jiahao moved quickly. After all the equipment and supporting facilities were installed, it was time to return to Zhaoming City. Zhu Fuxing hurried to find Leon. The child had been locked in his ward all day. Leon, I'm going back to Zhaoming. Will you come with me? Leon looked haggard, his eyes red, his hair messy, and his clothes wrinkled. He looked truly pitiful. Zhu Fuxing sighed. Alas, there are always beautiful women out there, and you even got her gender wrong. Leon's tears began to fall again. You knew all along. Why didn't you tell me? If I had told you earlier, would you have been able to hold on N-Star? Leon squatted on the sofa, burying his face in his arms and sobbing. He knew Zhu Fuxing was doing this for his own good. Without his strong faith, he wouldn't have even a bone left on the hellish N-Star. Zhu Fuxing sat down beside him, unsure how to comfort him. Time ticked by, and Leon, having cried enough, mumbled a thank you. Thank you for what? Thank you for showing me the truth. But the truth was too harsh. Zhu Fuxing patted him on the back and encouraged him. Come on, you're only 18 next month, you still have plenty. The last syllable faded. They didn't have much time left. Only God knew how much longer he and Leon could live. Leon wiped his tears. Don't comfort me. I have plenty of money. I don't need to leave it to Novia. I'll enjoy it all myself. I'll try to spend it all before I die. Zhu Fuxing could only continue to encourage him. Well then, keep going. Are you going back to Zhaoming? How long? Maybe a week. Do you want to go? Leon thought for a moment, and shook his head. I'm not going. I need to think about how to spend my money. Zhu Fuxing looked at his childish expression, and found it amusing. Okay, I'll bring you a gift. It was already late autumn in Yujing, but Zhaoming was still as warm as spring. The willing trees were in bloom, and the air was filled with a sweet fragrance. The streets and alleys were filled with pink flowers, piled together, looking like giant flowers from afar. Calculating the time, Zhu Fuxing hadn't been back to Zhaoming City for almost 2 years. Fuxing, the wind is too strong. Open the window a little. Yi Nanxiao saw that Zhu Fuxing was almost leaning out the window, and had to remind him. Zhu Fuxing excitedly pointed at the building they had just flown past. Brother Qiao, that's my school. Do you see it? Haha, I do. Do you want to go back and take a look? Never mind. Ziyuan's waiting for me. I'll go back with you tomorrow. Where else do you want to go? Just take a stroll. Do you see those flowers down there? They're actually edible. The kids in Zhaoming City love to pickle them into nectar and spread them on bread. Yi Nanxiao saw his joy and felt happy too. All he wanted now was to see Fuxing's lively smile. Then you teach me how to make it? I don't know how. My mom is an expert at making these snacks. His voice trailed off, and Zhu Fuxing stared blankly at the clusters of pink flowers, lost in memories. Fuxing. Yi Nanxiao gently held him in her arms. Don't be sad. They'll all be fine. Zhu Fuxing took a deep breath. Yes, they'll all be fine. Mom told me she really likes you and praised my taste. That's right, my baby has excellent taste. Zhu Fuxing paused. Are you praising yourself? Haha. You really are. Zhu Fuxing was extremely relieved. Yi Nanxiao was finally back to normal, as vain as ever. The aircraft landed at the Zhu family's doorstep. As soon as they disembarked, Chen Ziyuan rushed over. Fuxing. Woo-woo. You're finally back, woo-woo. Don't cry, Ziyuan, don't cry. Zhu Fuxing's eyes welled up as he looked at his haggard friend. Chen Ziyuan was completely lost in his own emotions. Fuxing, I shouldn't have let you go back to Xiaoming alone that day. Wu Wu. I should have gone with you. Are you stupid? You were arrested with me? Zhu Fuxing put his arm around Chen Ziyuan's shoulders and said calmly, I'm fine now, aren't I? Chen Ziyuan was sobbing, breathlessly, I'm so useless. I can't do anything, Fuxing, I can't do anything. Seeing Chen Ziyuan's intense emotions, Yi Nanxiao walked up behind him and pressed the back of his neck. Chen Ziyuan then fell limply onto Zhu Fuxing. Brother Qiao? Zhu Fuxing was stunned for a moment as he held Chen Ziyuan. Did you knock him unconscious? He's been going through a lot of emotional ups and downs. Let him sleep for a while. Yi Nanxiao took Chen Ziyuan and gestured to Zhu Fuxing to open the door. The house had a robot housekeeper who cleaned on schedule, and Chen Ziyuan often came in to open the windows for fresh air. It wasn't much different from 2 years ago. Yi Nanxiao placed Chen Ziyuan on the sofa and walked around the house again. Chen Ziyuan had already programmed the appliances, making it seem as if someone was always there. Yi Nanxiao was deeply touched. The relationship between these two was truly extraordinary. While Chen Ziyuan was doing his best to get Fuxing home, he didn't let the changes in people and things get to him. Zhu Fuxing saw Chen Ziyuan sleeping so soundly and asked worriedly, Brother Qiao, when will Ziyuan wake up? Yi Nanxiao checked all the appliances in the house and walked to the sofa. He must have had a good night's sleep in a while. Let him get some more sleep. Then he can't sleep here. Take him to my room. Okay. Just as Chen Ziyuan was settled, the doorbell rang downstairs. Yi Nanxiao went downstairs to open the door and brought back Qian Jusai, who also looked haggard. Boss Qian? Zhu Fuxing had never seen Qian Jusai like this before, and for a moment he felt a little uneasy. Fuxing, you're finally back. Qian Jusai stepped forward and carefully examined Zhu Fuxing's complexion. Seeing that he looked about the same as usual, he felt a little relieved. Have you made all the arrangements at the hospital? All arranged. What's wrong with you? Why are you in worse condition than Ziyuan? Qian Jusai sank down on the sofa and began to complain. When I heard your news, little Yuanbao collapsed instantly and ran like crazy to Zhu Lingyi's cryotherapy chamber. He lay there and refused to leave, crying and shouting for his brother to wake up. The director was even alerted, thinking someone was trying to steal the patient. His parents were helpless and sent me a message. When I rushed back, little Yuanbao had been sitting by the cryotherapy chamber for 5 days, completely dazed. Qian Jusai wiped his face, his heart aching as he thought of the scene. I handed over my responsibilities to Lao Ba and the others, and tried to spend time with Yuanbao. He's been in a bad mood for a while, and he go to Zhu Lingyi's every day to stay for a while. Qian Jusai felt a little uncomfortable at this point, but he had no right to be jealous of Zhu Lingyi. Even more uncomfortable was Chen Ziyuan's father. Zhu Fuxing was also distressed by this, but he still explained on Chen Ziyuan's behalf. From childhood to adulthood, my brother has always taken care of everything for us. From small things, like homework help to big things, like calling in parents, when we got into trouble. Even my brother planned our college entrance exam choices in advance. Thinking of the many troubles he and Chen Ziyuan had gotten into as children, Zhu Fuxing couldn't help but smile. When something happens, the first thing you want to do is look for your brother. It's become a habit. I know. Qian Jusai forced a smile, a strange sense of comparison brewing within him. While he wasn't as good as Zhu Lingyi, he was at least better than Father Chen. Little Yuanbao has been feeling much better these past few days. If you don't come back, I'm planning to take him to Yujing. Oh right, you only been back for a few days, so I didn't rush to tell you. Your parents have been transferred to a private nursing home. They have dedicated caregivers, and are well taken care of. Don't worry. Private nursing home? Zhu Fuxing knew that private nursing homes weren't covered by Social Security, and the cost was considerable. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't me. Seeing Zhu Fuxing's expression of gratitude and bewilderment, Qian Jusai hurriedly explained, Herman came back, stayed for 2 days, and then left. Brother is back? Zhu Fuxing was genuinely shocked. Did he say when he'd be back? No, he came back to settle your parents, then stayed with Zhu Lingyi for a day and a night. He said he wanted to find the wormhole as soon as possible. He gave me some instructions and then left. Zhu Fuxing's eyelashes drooped in disappointment. Yi Nanxiao put his arm around his shoulders. We'll see each other soon, trust me. Qian Jusai brought an oversized lunch box and placed the food on the table, inviting them to eat. Come on, eat first. I brought this from the airport. It's all ingredients I brought from Andro. Little Fuxing, it's been a while since you eaten. Zhu Fuxing looked at the table filled with his favorites, feeling both touched and sad. Boss Qian, I'll take some to my room to eat. Qian Jucai held him back. Why are you hiding? Am I afraid of infection? What was Andro like back then? You can eat here. Zhu Fuxing was stubborn and refused to eat at the same table with them. Yi Nanqiao sighed, then pulled out a few more plates, spread some of each dish over, and asked Zhu Fuxing, Is this okay? You can sit across from me at the table. The table was large, and Zhu Fuxing happily ate across from them. It had indeed been a long time since he'd eaten Andro's food. It was so delicious he couldn't stop. Not only Yi Nanqiao felt distressed, but Qian Jucai also felt it. The two of them lost their appetite and remained silent. Zhu Fuxing rarely saw the two of them sitting together without bickering, and he tried hard to liven up the atmosphere. Boss Qian, have you started repairing the route? We were planning to do it. Didn't I send all my men to the first fleet? They're all busy searching for wormholes at Base 3. Qian Jucai wasn't in a rush to repair the route. Right now, finding the wormhole was the most important priority. The military is also planning to deploy personnel from various corps. So, Fuxing, don't be afraid. We'll find it sooner or later. Zhu Fuxing asked him playfully, Does the military pay you a salary? Yes, I still have to pay for food and drink. Qian Jucai's face was bruised. I really lost a lot this time. I lost everything. Fuxing, you and Xiao Yuanbao have to help me make more money from now on. Zhu Fuxing started to talk nonsense. Okay, I'll make you a ton of money, make you the richest man in the universe. That's what you said. If I can't become the richest man, make Yi Nanqiao compensate me with his fortune. Yi Nanqiao snorted. First, you have to beat me. Hey! Qian Jucai put down his chopsticks. How about we go practice outside now? I don't have time to practice with you. Hurry and eat. Afterwards, I'll take Fuxing to the sanatorium. Oh, you just don't dare. It's so embarrassing to lose in front of Xiao Fuxing. Why wouldn't I dare, you defeated opponent? I was just careless for a moment. Zhu Fuxing smiled as he watched the two bickering. This was fine. He didn't want anyone to feel bad for him. Over the next few days, Chen Ziyuan's spirits improved considerably, though he still looked a little pale, looking even more sick than Zhu Fuxing. He had been living in a daze for a while, the series of blows nearly bringing him to a mental breakdown. To him, Zhu Lingyi was both a brother and a father, and Zhu Fuxing was like a brother. Chen Ziyuan couldn't accept the fact that these two had contracted the virus, let alone the possibility of their death. It was Qian Jucai's unwavering support, his repeated promises to find his home planet and save everyone, that gradually brought him out of his trance. Looking at Zhu Fuxing's concerned eyes, Chen Ziyuan felt embarrassed. Fuxing, am I useless? You still have to comfort me? Zhu Fuxing looked him in the eyes gently and said seriously, Ziyuan, you're just an ordinary person. We're all ordinary people. It's normal that we don't have the mental fortitude of Boss Qian and Brother Qiao. Don't be embarrassed. It just shows you're a man of deep loyalty and loyalty. Ziyuan, having a brother like you is a great blessing to me. Chen Ziyuan held out his fist as usual. Then promise me you'll live forever. Zhu Fuxing smiled and bumped fists with him. Okay. Striving to live every day to the fullest is Zhu Fuxing's greatest belief now. He couldn't let his friends and loved ones down. He would do everything in his power to survive. Zhu Fuxing only had a week in Jiaoming. After visiting his parents and brother and making sure they were well taken care of, he felt reassured that it was time to return to Yujing. But Chen Ziyuan wanted to go with him. Zhu Fuxing wanted to persuade him again. Yujing was about to enter winter, and Jiaoming's climate was more comfortable. Chen Ziyuan was now as thin as a stick, so thin he could be blown away by the wind. He needed to recuperate. Why don't you just take this semester off? There aren't many months left. You're on Phoenix Star. I can visit you on the weekends. Chen Ziyuan replied as he packed his clothes. Besides, my uncle and aunt don't need my care anymore, so it's time for me to go back to school. Knowing he couldn't persuade him, Zhu Fuxing teased him. You're not going to fail again, are you? Chen Ziyuan was unsure. It's hard to say. You've been away for almost half a year, and I haven't had the heart to study. If Boss Qian hears what you're saying, he'll be jealous again. He's even jealous of my brother. Isn't that outrageous? Chen Ziyuan laughed. I explained it to him. Zhu Fuxing said playfully, that means you're not sincere enough. Chen Ziyuan looked confused. Huh? Then what does sincerity mean? Zhu Fuxing smiled mysteriously. Come here. Chen Ziyuan obediently leaned closer and listened as Zhu Fuxing whispered a long list of ways to express sincerity. Then, his face flushed. He shooed Zhu Fuxing out of the bedroom. Stay away, you're giving me all these bad ideas. Haha. Back on Phoenix Star, Yi Nanxiao was noticeably busy. Zhu Fuxing knew the military was about to make a big move. Yi Nanxiao didn't hide anything and told him the truth. Each of the 6 legions has mobilized half its forces to support the First Fleet, and General William has dispatched all of his special forces. Fuxing, I'll be leaving in a few days. Zhu Fuxing's heart trembled, but he suppressed his reluctance. Go ahead. Don't worry about me. I promise to cooperate with the treatment. Yi Nanxiao grabbed him and began to caress him. You heartless little thing, are you dying for me to leave? No way. Haha. Stop tickling me. I can't bear to let you go. I really can't bear to let you go. Stop tickling me. Yi Nanxiao let go after rubbing him enough, smoothing down his slightly disheveled black hair and revealing his whereabouts. General William took care of me and sent the wreckage to base number 4, the closest base to Phoenix Star. He gets a monthly leave. Really? This was a pleasant surprise, and Zhu Fuxing was overjoyed. Okay, I'll come back and get you a full-body checkup. Okay. Zhu Fuxing felt incredibly lucky to be able to see him again once a month. Chapter 65. While it wasn't too cold yet, Zhu Fuxing and Leon moved to the sanatorium next to the hospital. They couldn't occupy a ward forever, and thankfully, they were all directly under the military, so their safety wasn't a concern. Yi Nanxiao helped them settle in, and the dinner they ordered arrived. According to Zhu Fuxing, this was a housewarming occasion, and they had to celebrate. Yi Nanxiao went out to get the food, and just as he left the sanatorium, he was blocked by a figure. Su Jing's patience had reached its limit. He had bumped into Yi Nanxiao no less than 10 times, yet he acted as if he couldn't see a living being. He didn't know if Yi Nanxiao was truly blind or was deliberately ignoring him. He felt the latter was more likely, suggesting that Yi Nanxiao was still resentful of what happened that year. De Qiao? Su Jing was a little annoyed and a little sad. Yi Nanxiao treated Zhu Fuxing far better than he had treated him. He couldn't accept it. This person had been his. They were each other's first love, the purest and most beautiful feeling in life. He didn't believe Yi Nanxiao could completely forget it. It was getting dark, and Yi Nanxiao was stopped in a winding corridor. Su Jing's face was blurry in the dim light. Yi Nanxiao squinted for a long moment. It wasn't that his eyesight was poor, he could snipe the enemy in the darkness from 2,000 meters away. It was impossible for him not to see the person in front of him. He was just trying to remember who this person was. Are you Su Jing? The tone was still a little uncertain. Su Jing's heart sank. He asked in disbelief, You don't recognize me? We haven't seen each other for over a decade. You changed a lot. Su Jing bit his lip, staring at the dazzlingly handsome man before him, his heart bleeding with regret. The change was indeed significant. Yi Nanxiao's features, now shed their youthful immaturity, were now more handsome and refined. His frail frame had become slender and sturdy, and his sharp military aura was imbued with a savage intensity. He was a man of such perfection from head to toe that it made one's heart race, yet he had truly forgotten himself. Is there something wrong? I'm in a hurry. Yi Nanxiao was faintly impatient. Fuxing was still hungry, and he had to go get his meal. Su Jing gritted his teeth. Can we talk for a minute? Now? My lover is waiting for me to eat. Yi Nanxiao, a shrewd man, knew something was amiss when he saw Su Jing's expression. It had been over a decade since their affair, long since reduced to ashes in his memory. He had been sincere at first, but Su Jing was truly unreasonable. They had different values, so they had broken up, and Yi Nanxiao was never one to drag his feet. He had clearly told Su Jing that he had a lover, just to save his last bit of dignity. De Qiao, my teacher is Rigel. I appeared before you over 10 times, but have you really never noticed me? Or are you just... Stop. Yi Nanxiao leaned against the railing with his arms folded. Since Su Jing didn't want to lose face, he didn't need to be polite. Su Jing, we were both young back then, our relationship immature, so there's no such thing as forgetting the past. Since you're Rigel's student, you should know about my relationship with Fuxing. Isn't what you're doing wrong? But I just can't forget you, Yi Nanxiao. I've been waiting for you to come back. Su Jing's eyes welled up with tears, and he felt dizzy and on the verge of tears. I waited for you for 10 years. I don't believe you'll forget me. Yi Nanxiao was speechless. Can you stop being so self-righteous? You haven't changed at all. He glanced at the terminal on his wrist, his impatience growing. Are you done? Fuxing hasn't eaten yet. You? Su Jing's body trembled slightly. Do you really like him that much? You can't understand. I know what you're thinking. You think Fuxing might die, and I'll fall in love with someone else, right? Yi Nanxiao stared at a point in the void, his eyes as cold as ice. You don't understand what it means to be unwaveringly devoted, to be together through life and death. Yi Nanxiao closed his eyes, easing the sharp pain in his heart. I'll tell Rilde to withdraw you from Fuxing's medical team. Yi Nanxiao. Su Jing couldn't believe Yi Nanxiao could be so heartless. What gives you the right to do this? Yi Nanxiao stood straight, the murderous aura of a battlefield emanating from him. I won't let Fuxing make even the slightest mistake. You're not cut out for this team. Su Jing's eyes blurred with tears as Yi Nanxiao's figure receded, gradually resembling the somewhat frail figure of those days. The same unwavering determination, the same unwavering resolve, the same unwavering refusal to look back. Due to the delay, Zhu Fuxing grumbled back at him when they returned to the ward. Why did you take so long? Yi Nanxiao half smiled. You're quite patient. The acquaintance you mentioned last time was Su Jing, right? Who told you that? Randy? Zhu Fuxing's eyes gleamed with gossip and excitement. He went to stop you? You're quite excited? Yi Nanxiao, furious, lifted Zhu Fuxing up. You heartless little thing. Aren't you nervous at all? Am I so unattractive? No, Zhu Fuxing tried to soothe him. Brother Qiao, you're the most handsome. What's with that expression? Huh? Yi Nanxiao, seeing Zhu Fuxing wanting to laugh but not daring to, grew even more furious. Ha. It's that Su Jing. He's been around you so many times, and you never even looked him in the eye. That's hilarious, haha. Zhu Fuxing was watching a play. No matter how Su Jing adjusted his stance, Yi Nanxiao couldn't see. He nearly burst out laughing several times. Yi Nanxiao gritted his teeth. Who am I looking at? You're still laughing? You deserve a beating. Have mercy. Haha. Brother Qiao, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Haha, please forgive me. Yi Nanxiao felt particularly irritated. Fuxing, do you really not care at all? How is that possible? Zhu Fuxing's fingertips brushed Yi Nanxiao's captivating eyes, domineeringly asserting his ownership. You're mine. I won't give you to anyone else. So, I'm going to reward you well. Leon, standing outside the door, was about to. He sighed to the sky, his stomach growling with hunger, and he couldn't help but knock on the door to remind them, can you eat first? You two won't be done in a short time. Can you finish first? Yi Nanxiao and Zhu Fuxing, Also, could you please close the door next time? I'm a living being after all. Can you please consider my feelings? Leon was infuriated. You can't torture a dog to death. Yi Nanxiao and Zhu Fuxing, After that day, Zhu Fuxing never saw Su Jing again. A few days later, Yi Nanxiao set out again, heading into the interstellar space in search of the last hope. With the arrival of winter in Yujing, heavy snow fell, and the sky and earth were covered in a vast expanse of white. Zhu Fuxing sat by the window, lost in thought, suddenly remembering the terrifying snowstorm on N-Star. Yujing's snow is still more beautiful. Compared to N-Star, Yujing's snow was gentle and graceful. What's beautiful? Leon was curled up on the sofa, excitedly browsing the internet. Since the beginning of winter, Rigel had repeatedly told them to stay out as little as possible, to stay warm, and not to catch a cold. Zhu Fuxing and Leon spent most of their time in their room, one crafting, the other surfing the internet. Zhu Fuxing wanted to send Leon back to his room. His craft was almost finished, and he didn't want the children to see it and cause a fuss. However, Leon had been a bit overzealous lately, seemingly obsessed with some celebrity. He had joined a fan club and was spending a lot of money on gifts for the celebrity. Zhu Fuxing felt compelled to check on this idiot. What if he got scammed again? Leon, what's the name of that celebrity you're after? Not a celebrity. Leon scratched his head shyly. I don't know his name, no one does. Not even a name? Zhu Fuxing couldn't understand. How could someone with no name have a fan club? Are fans that unrefined? Hey, we all call him the Elf Beauty. He's truly beautiful. Leon's face was fascinated. I can't describe it. I never seen anyone so beautiful in my life. Zhu Fuxing's heart skipped a beat, and he asked nervously, Leon, don't you like girls? Aw, but he's even prettier than girls. Leon's face flushed. Even though I don't know his name, even though I'm so far away from him, I really like him. Zhu Fuxing, Zhu Fuxing felt a lump in his throat. He stared at Leon's silly face, weighing how to remind him to minimize the damage. There was a knock on the door, and Chen Ziyuan arrived, carrying large and small bags to feed the two. Leon, already quite familiar with him, immediately stood up, took the packages, and asked happily, Ziyuan, what delicious food did you bring today? Chen Ziyuan, exhausted, slumped down on the sofa. Look, I got a little of everything. It's too cold outside, Fuxing, I need some hot cocoa. Okay, wait. Zhu Fuxing went to the kitchen to make a hot drink, not forgetting to ask Leon, what would you like to drink? Leon replied, unfazed, same as Ziyuan. The first time Chen Ziyuan came, Leon was stunned by his wealth. He had never lacked money since childhood, and had participated in several Andro product auctions on StarNet. As Chen Ziyuan stuffed box after box of stuff into Zhu Fuxing's house, Leon's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Even the richest man in the universe couldn't handle such a fuss. Any box could fetch hundreds of millions. And it wasn't just a one-off gift, it was delivered every week. Leon's heart trembled as he roughly calculated, oh my god, that's hundreds of millions. Is this really just a childhood friend? Does Brother Qiao know about this? Chen Ziyuan's identity filled Leon with doubts, and he worried about his brother Qiao's girlfriend. Until one day, he saw Chen Ziyuan on a video call, and that person was none other than the infamous pirate leader. Leon was once again speechless with shock. The notorious pirate leader coaxed Chen Ziyuan, with a gentle, affectionate hand, little gold ingot. From then on, Chen Ziyuan's image in Leon's mind was truly towering and imposing. That was Chen Jusai, the one the military ignored. Chen Ziyuan could make him completely obedient with just a single word. Thinking of this, Leon suddenly felt a surge of hope. He looked at Chen Ziyuan hesitantly and asked, Ziyuan, can you do me a favor? What favor? Well, I'm looking for someone on Andro. Leon felt embarrassed. Andro had over 1 billion people, so finding him wouldn't be easy. But Chen Ziyuan was the only person he could find who had contact with Andro. I don't know his name, but I have a video. You have friends in Andro? Chen Ziyuan was a little surprised. Andro was practically isolated from the world, so how could Leon know anyone there? Leon blushed. Not a friend, but someone I like. I'm not going to do anything, I just want to meet him. Chat? And then develop a relationship? Chen Ziyuan laughed heartily. He found Leon's shyness truly amusing. Okay, send me the video and I'll help you find it. Leon had already saved the video to his computer, and he quickly sent it to Chen Ziyuan. Chen Ziyuan teased him. Let me see who this person is that Leon has been thinking about so much. Leon kept praising him. He's beautiful. So beautiful. Oh, really? Chen Ziyuan opened the file and smiled. You like him? Yeah. Leon nodded vigorously. Why is this video still online? It's been ages. He has a lot of fans, and there are so many clips and merchandise. It can't be helped. So many people like him. Haha, my Randy is just incredibly charming. Okay, since you like him, I'll ask him if he can come over for dinner. What's his name? Leon's heart froze instantly, frozen solid. Randy, hey. Leon, where are you going? Zhu Fuxing heard the shouts, and hurried to the living room. What's wrong with Leon? Chen Ziyuan was puzzled. No, I didn't. We were chatting, and he suddenly ran out. What were you talking about? Brother Randy? Zhu Fuxing understood immediately. I'm going to go see him. Chen Ziyuan grabbed him. What's going on? It's a long story. A rather sad one. Don't go out. I'll go check. Outside, in the icy snow, Leon knelt on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Randy again. How many faces do you have? Liar! Liar! Leon punched the snowdrifts in front of him, venting his grief and anger. His mournful cries echoed throughout the nursing home. Randy, you liar. Chapter 66. Chen Ziyuan struggled to drag Leon back, then shoved him into the bathtub without a word. What did Professor Rigel say? You can't get cold. You can't catch a cold. Chen Ziyuan was furious. You're an adult, Leon. Do you still think you're a child? The warm water poured over his frozen body. Leon squatted in the tub, with his head drooping. He sniffled and couldn't help but sneeze. Chen Ziyuan immediately became nervous. Do you have any cold medicine? It's okay. I'll be fine after a bath and a nap. Leon didn't care. Even the harsh environment of N-Star hadn't caused him any cold problems. The temperature in Yujing was much higher than N-Star. Zhu Fuxing still dug out some cold medicine. Their bodies were like time bombs. There was no telling when they would completely collapse due to a decrease in immunity. Take the medicine. Zhu Fuxing brought a cup of warm water and placed it on the table with a click. Take the medicine and then go to sleep. Oh! Leon immediately took the medicine and fell asleep, covering his head with his head. He didn't think a minor cold would do him any harm. His health had always been stable. But he hadn't expected this minor cold to continue to worsen. At first, it was just dizziness and nausea, then a low-grade fever that wouldn't go away, and then a cough. It wasn't serious, but it was incurable. The medical team exhausted themselves, trying every possible method, but Leon's condition showed no improvement. Leon realized that his time seemed up. Professor Rigel looked at the latest test results, his brow furrowed. The virus was becoming active, like it had suddenly emerged from a freezer into a warm room. The previously confined virus was suddenly multiplying and dividing in large numbers, a very serious phenomenon. Professor? Zhu Fuxing knew something was wrong when he saw Rigel's expression. Alas! Rigel rubbed his brow. I still don't understand how the researchers on INS are controlling the virus. Their research is indeed much more advanced than ours. Fuxing, I can only do my best, but... Professor Rigel didn't continue, but Zhu Fuxing understood his meaning. All the data on INS was destroyed. Phoenix couldn't use living people for experiments. With current treatments, Leon's condition couldn't be controlled. Rigel felt ashamed. Leon contracted the virus when he was 1 year old, and he's been receiving medication from INS to stabilize until now. Fuxing, I'm sorry. It's my fault. Don't blame yourself. INS' research direction is also wrong. Zhu Fuxing comforted the exhausted old professor, his voice calm. We are all mentally prepared for death. This year's winter in Yujing was exceptionally long, so long that Zhu Fuxing often had the illusion that he and Leon were still trapped on INS. Leon's condition worsened by the day. The virus began to damage his immune system, causing his organs to gradually fail and complications to follow. Exiting the emergency room once again, Leon's face was ashen. He weakly comforted Zhu Fuxing, don't worry. I held on for 18 years. Fuxing, you can do this too. Leon. Zhu Fuxing clutched his withered hand tightly. Hold on a little longer, okay? Brother Qiao, and the others will find the wormhole soon. Just hold on a little longer. Don't cry. I'm not going to die right away. I'm just going to be put in a cryo chamber. Leon squeezed Zhu Fuxing's hand and sighed regretfully, I can't be with you anymore. You'll have to keep crafting when you're bored. But what exactly are you making? Why won't you let me see the finished product? I'll show you when you're better. Leon grumbled, you're so stingy. Zhu Fuxing stayed until Leon fell asleep before leaving the ward. Rigel, waiting outside, shook his head gently when he saw him emerge. Tears streamed down Zhu Fuxing's face, trying to suppress any sound. Leon slept lightly. His internal organs were failing, the pain consuming his body, and he needed medication to force himself to sleep. Zhu Fuxing had experienced all this in his past life. He knew it all. Fuxing, he needs to be put into the cryostat as soon as possible. Rigel watched the sleeping Leon through the observation mirror, feeling helpless and self-blame. His parents are both gone, so someone needs to sign a waiver to enter the cryostat. Lucky star, does Leon have any other family? I'll sign. Randy slowly approached, his voice hoarse, he has no family. I'll sign. The room was filled with a faint beeping of instruments. Randy sat alone beside the bed, quietly waiting for Leon to wake. He had actually been here many times, but each time he only checked in after Leon fell asleep. He knew Leon was still angry. Children have a temper. Otherwise, he wouldn't have run away from home, and wouldn't have met him. A slight pang of pain pierced Randy's heart, and he frowned, stroking his straight back. He couldn't fall for a child, but he couldn't help but feel guilty. Even if he was heartless, he couldn't ignore Leon's pure and sincere feelings. It wasn't about love, but it was about responsibility, and Leon was his responsibility. Leon's eyelashes fluttered slightly, the drug wearing off, the pain forcing him awake. His vision was dim, probably not because of the surroundings, but because his vision was becoming increasingly blurry. Leon fumbled to ring the bed bell, but his hand was grabbed. What are you looking for? Leon paused. He remembered the voice. Randy? You're being disrespectful. Call me brother. Leon wanted to get angry, but he didn't have the energy. Never mind. He was running out of time. Waiting for his eyes to recover, he turned to look at the person sitting next to him. It was still the same fake face. This face is so ugly. Which one is your real face? Randy smiled. The video is real. Leon was a little upset. Then why did you meet me with a fake face? Randy was helpless. I don't know which face you want to see. Although your real face is beautiful. Leon's eyes looked into space, his tone a little vague. But I still like Novia's face. Then I'll switch to hers next time. Leon turned his head again, and stared at the fake face for a long moment. Actually, this one isn't that bad. Do you have a job now? Even though he knew Novia's identity was fake, Randy's poverty was undeniable. Randy lowered his eyes, hiding the moisture that was gradually seeping in. I have a job, and the income is not bad. That's good. Leon's breath weakened again. The little energy he had accumulated from sleep wasn't enough to last long. He had to hurry and finish everything. I transferred all the money to your account, the one you left me. Leon. Randy's voice trembled slightly. You don't have to. You'll wake up. Then keep it for me. Leon's voice grew fainter. Even if Novia is fake, she's my only warmth. Randy wept silently, unable to utter a word. The pain intensified, his consciousness blurring. Leon persevered. Brother Randy, I've long since given up blaming you. Randy leaned over and wept bitterly, and Leon fell into a coma again. On the day they said goodbye to Leon, the wind and snow had subsided slightly, and strands of sunlight shone through the thick clouds. Leon had no family, so only a few people saw him off. This wasn't the first time Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan had experienced this. The gloom in their hearts was thicker than the leaden clouds in the sky. The sunlight fell on their bodies, but they felt no warmth. Chen Ziyuan looked at Randy, who stood motionless beside the cryostat, and gently reminded him, Brother Randy, it's time. Yes, Randy replied. Today, he finally shed his disguise, revealing his strikingly handsome face. His ocean blue eyes were filled with sadness. He looked at the sleeping Leon and whispered, Go to sleep. Everything will be fine when you wake up. The hatch slowly closed, shutting out the hustle and bustle of the world. Life or death, blessing or disaster, was unpredictable. Randy looked up at the sky, praying for the military to act faster and faster. Near Base 4, approximately 2 million light-years from Phoenix, thousands of large transport ships were busy at work. Base 4 would serve as the base for the construction of a super-large annihilation reactor, which the First Fleet would name the Phoenix Wing Super Energy Generator. After nearly a year of repeated exploration by various fleets, the location of the wormhole has been preliminarily determined. However, the energy response of this wormhole is weak. After research and analysis, relevant personnel have determined that it is likely a closed wormhole. The military's online meeting was discussing the construction plan for the Phoenix Wing. Qian Jusai pulled Xiaoshan aside and whispered, Explain to me, what is a closed wormhole? Xiaoshan lowered his voice, It's a hidden wormhole. It's usually invisible and doesn't react with energy. It only opens when disturbed by the external environment. Qian Jusai suddenly understood. No wonder we've been searching for it for so long and haven't found it. It actually hides itself. Yes, that's why we need to build a large-scale annihilation reaction device. The collision of matter and antimatter generates enormous energy to break it open. Xiaoshan's vivid explanation was immediately clear to Qian Jusai. Isn't this like giving it a door? We can open and close it as we please? That's the idea. However, ordinary wormholes aren't like that. This is the first closed wormhole we discovered. Keep your voices down, Yu Nanqiao reminded them. General William had already glared at him several times. The two immediately fell silent and listened carefully to the construction tasks assigned by the military. After the meeting, Yu Nanqiao patted his butt and left, preparing to return to Phoenix Star. General William stopped him. Qiao, wait a moment. Come to my command room. Yu Nanqiao sighed and followed him. In the command room, all the special operations team leaders were present, and General William began to announce the content of today's meeting. The military has decided that the team exploring the home planet will be a joint force of the Special Operations Division and the First Fleet. We will primarily be responsible for escort missions. The team will enter the wormhole in 3 waves, with 7-day intervals between them. The First Fleet's roster has been given to me. The first wave will be led by Hermann. As for us... Aye. General, please let Shadow go. Lin Qian didn't even wait for General William to finish his words, excitedly standing up to grab the spot. He's our captain. It's a shame not to let Shadow go. General William was so angry he laughed. Do you have any rules? Do the others agree? Who dares to disagree? Lin Qian glanced around. Come on, anyone who disagrees, tell me. Everyone laughed, but no one challenged him. Shadow still didn't have a full-fledged captain, so wasn't it obvious who this position was reserved for? Hermann was already the full-fledged captain of Shadow. Lin Qian would fight anyone who dared to take the spot. General William was just being polite. This spot would definitely go to Lin Qian. He was still counting on Shadow to quickly pry Hermann back from the First Fleet. Then the second team. Me. Yu Nanqiao took the lead, earnestly stating to everyone present, if anyone disagrees, let's fight. The captains, Can we have a group fight? Yu Nanqiao knew what they were thinking by the looks on their faces. He raised his eyelids slightly and sneered, Do you still have any shame? The captains, "I rather give you a beating than lose it." General William, deeply moved by this touching brotherhood, happily continued the third team. The captains were instantly enraged, and the battle for the final spot began. General William shouted, "When you made your decision, report to me. Be careful not to damage any equipment." With that, he clasped his hands behind his back, humming a tune as he exited the command room. After some friendly discussion, the Special Operations Division finally decided on the final roster. General Wu took a look at the list and sneered, "Ha, you little brat, don't think I don't know what you're up to. Thinking about snatching this man from me? Herman will never be returned to the Special Operations Division. Forget it." General William sighed dejectedly, but his evil intentions remained undimmed. He was determined to get Herman back, no matter what. Chapter 67. The military's speed was even faster than Randy had anticipated. After the Phoenix Wings trial run concluded, General Wu, in a fit of superstition, chose a particularly auspicious day for the official launch. On June 6, 2586 of the Star Alliance, humanity had arrived in the Pangaea supercluster 2,500 years ago, and the search for their home planet had also lasted 2,500 years. This day marked the official opening of the Virgo supercluster, a day forever etched in the annals of the Star Alliance. Humanity across the galaxy, regardless of day or night, glued their eyes to the live broadcast channel, eagerly anticipating the appearance of the wormhole. The atmosphere in the command room was tense and oppressive. All operators took their positions, quietly awaiting the final order. General Wu took a deep breath. Having wandered the universe for most of his life, the veteran general had seen every storm, yet now his hands trembled with excitement. The chief engineer rechecked the master control data and gave General Wu a gentle nod. The old general, keeping his voice steady as he solemnly ordered, "Feng Yi, ignite." A cold mechanical voice echoed, "Execute command, start the countdown, 10, 9, 8, 4, 3, 2, 1. The fuel tank is operating normally, activate the energy generator." Boom! The entire base floor vibrated slightly. Feng Yi's energy gate slowly opened, and a massive and terrifying energy surged from its annihilation reaction core, tearing apart all objects in the space ahead and hurtling towards a point in the universe with devastating force. A few minutes later, the mysterious wormhole underwent a violent energy reaction, and the entrance slowly opened. General. The researcher, looking at the virtual image composed of energy presented by the main control AI, burst into tears of excitement. "It's open! It's open!" General Wu's eyes welled up as he praised everyone hoarsely, "Well done." The command room erupted in jubilation, and everyone watching the video couldn't help but burst into tears. Generation after generation, they had tirelessly and relentlessly searched for millennia. The way home had finally appeared. The excitement was followed by revelry. The entire galaxy was celebrating wildly, but Zhu Fuxing was busy packing up his belongings. An entire warehouse full of stuff. He was completely exhausted. "Ziyuan, we really can't carry it all. The container is full. Don't move anymore." Chen Ziyuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and directed the robots to load the last dozen or so large boxes onto the conveyor belt. He found the time to reply, "The Virgo supercluster is 60 million light-years from the Milky Way. Even if everything goes smoothly, it'll take over a year to travel there. In case of any emergencies, we don't know how long it will take to get back, so it's always a good idea to bring extra food." Zhu Fuxing was at a loss for words. "We brought plenty of nutrient solution." "That stuff." Chen Ziyuan's stomach ached just thinking about it. "Anyway, if you can avoid it, don't drink it. Nutrient solution is so great. It's convenient, helps with hunger, and doesn't take up space." Zhu Fuxing genuinely didn't mind. Chen Ziyuan couldn't understand why anyone could tolerate nutrient solution so well. He felt that drinking too much of it was no different from a biological weapon, a terrible torture to the palate. Incredibly curious, he couldn't help but ask, "Fuxing, how did you manage to swallow that stuff without batting an eyelid?" Zhu Fuxing laughed. "Maybe I just have a naturally different palate." He couldn't explain it. In his previous life, food was so scarce that even grass roots and tree bark were stripped clean. The government encouraged everyone to capture various insects and make them into protein cookies. It was indeed a high-protein supplement, but the taste was hard to describe. The nutrient solution was much tastier than the protein cookies. Yi Nanxiao sincerely advised, "Fuxing, please leave us a chance to survive. Besides, the professor and the others are still on the ship. You can't just kill them all." Zhu Fuxing, After all the food was packed, the next thing to do was to pack the medical equipment that Professor Rigel had brought. Zhu Fuxing had thought it was a spontaneous trip, and he could pack light. Instead, Qian Jusai dispatched a mothership directly from the base, packing up Zhu Fuxing, his medical team, and all the equipment. Even Chen Ziyuan was still worried and insisted on going with them. Zhu Fuxing persuaded him with much persuasion. Chen Ziyuan settled for the next best thing and began frantically loading the mothership. Randy squatted on the side, feeling sullen and about to protest. "Boss, Ziyuan has to go to school, and I don't, so why can't I go?" "You're not going, I can't even go." Qian Jusai was furious at the thought, practically throwing a tantrum. General Yi and General William wouldn't let him go. How could a pirate not have a bit of rebellious spirit? Randy said bravely, "We have our own fleet, can't we just follow along?" Qian Jusai rubbed his chin, considering the possibility of forcing his way through the military blockade. Don't make things worse. Yi Nanxiao was afraid Randy and Qian Jusai would do something really bad. No one knows what the situation is on the other side of the wormhole right now. Let's explore the way first. Randy strongly disagreed. You're taking Fuxing with you on the quest, and you don't have any complete protection. Seeing that Fuxing was counting boxes with Chen Ziyuan and wouldn't be coming for a while, Yi Nanxiao lowered his voice and spoke the truth. Fuxing can't wait. Professor Rigel and I have discussed this, and taking him with us is the safest option. Randy was slightly startled, Fuxing also. Keep your voice down. Yi Nanxiao's voice dropped even lower. The virus in Zhu Fuxing's body had begun to slowly divide and reproduce, and it could be controlled for the time being, but Professor Rigel wasn't sure if Zhu Fuxing would suddenly go out of control like Leon had. The journey to the home planet was too far. If all went well, a round trip would take 2 to 3 years. Neither Yi Nanxiao nor Rigel dared to gamble, so they had to take the risk and bring him along. Randy's eyes welled up again, thinking of Leon, who had been dormant for 6 months. If Leon had held out until now, he could have set off with Yi Nanxiao this time. You and Qian Jusai should wait a little longer. We need to confirm the galaxy's environment and create a more detailed star map. Qian Jusai was unhappy, but he couldn't rush with his fleet, so he compromised. Okay, you better hurry. After several days of hard work, Zhu Fuxing finally finished packing up. With a smile, he said goodbye to everyone, just wait for my good news. Chen Ziyuan and Randy, each reluctant to leave, hugged him one by one. Good luck. You're a lucky star. You'll definitely find your home planet soon. Qian Jusai's mothership was named, once again, in a Qianesque way. Rongui. The captain was a tall, muscular man named Lu Baocheng. Zhu Fuxing seriously suspected Lu Baocheng's rise to captain stemmed from his name. Lu Baocheng was quite talkative. He showed Zhu Fuxing and the medical team around the mothership, explaining the locations of the main compartments and chatting with them. Our mothership used to transport energy. Zhu Fuxing silently translated, robbing energy stars, robbing transport ships. Lu Baocheng. Later, I was assigned to various interstellar routes to collect finds. Assisting the military in inspecting cargo ships. Zhu Fuxing. Extracting protection fees on the routes and forcing sales. For the past 6 months, I've been following the military throughout the interstellar search for wormholes. Lu Baocheng sighed. It's been ages since I had a profitable job. My financial resources have dried up, and the boss is now broke. When the medical team first heard they were boarding a pirate ship, they were terrified. But Zhu Fuxing remained calm, and the captain's attitude was so friendly that they gradually relaxed. Rigel cast an admiring glance at Lu Baocheng. I didn't expect you done so much good. The interstellar people have misunderstood you so deeply. When I return, I'll ask Dashi to help spread the word about you. The warriors of Andro are all great. Lu Baocheng's face flushed, but he still expressed his sincere gratitude to the professor. Thank you very much. You're welcome to visit Andro in the future. After introducing them to everyone, Lu Baocheng led Zhu Fuxing to the sleeping pod prepared specifically for him. This pod was custom-made for Lieutenant Colonel Yi. We'll be warping soon. Go to sleep. I'll wake you when we reach base 4. Zhu Fuxing smiled and thanked him. Thank you for the trouble. Oh, what's the trouble? Lu Baocheng waved his hand. Although I haven't met you before, I heard Lao Ba tell you a lot about you and the princess. We're all family. No need to be polite. Zhu Fuxing lay peacefully in the pod. Before falling into a deep sleep, he still thought of Herman. I don't know if my brother will still be at base number 4 when the Rongui arrives. The combined fleet of the Shadow Fleet, led by Herman, and the First Fleet consisted of 12,000 men, 2 motherships, 60 frigates, and 10 reconnaissance ships. The massive starship formation was ready for action. Lin Qian was incredibly excited. Captain, we can fight side by side again. Even though Herman was reserved and calm, he felt a surge of emotion standing in the Shadow command room again. He raised his hand and stroked the familiar command console, a rare smile on his face. The mothership is in good repair. That's right. After you left, we didn't have many missions. It was only later that I participated in a few battles with Lieutenant Colonel Yi. Lin Qian felt a pang of sadness at the thought. In the Special Operations Division, the Shadow and Thunder Shadow were the aces of aces, and the most challenging missions were usually assigned to these two fleets. But after the captain's departure, they had been semi-idle, and the brothers were disheartened. When they had nothing to do, they could only devote themselves to starship maintenance, a way of remembering the glorious days of the past. Although Herman was in the First Fleet and had some familiarity with the Shadow's situation, he patted his old partner on the shoulder and said, "Thank you for your hard work." "How could it be hard? I've been so idle I'm practically growing hair." Lin Qian was overjoyed. "Captain, it's great to have you back." Herman was also quite moved. As usual, he checked the data presented by the main control AI and gave a solemn order: notify all units to prepare for departure. Hearing this familiar command, Lin Qian was almost in tears. He stood at attention and responded in a resounding voice, "Yes, Captain." General Wu and General William watched the Shadow formation enter the wormhole, feeling a little nervous. No one knew what the situation was like in the Virgo supercluster on the other side of the wormhole. General Wu. General William couldn't help but speak. "What's going on in my mind?" "Shut up." General Wu was now extremely superstitious and couldn't stand hearing anything unlucky. General William had no choice but to shut up and stare intently at the data transmitted back by the reconnaissance ship. As the AI simulated the image, a fork suddenly appeared in the wormhole. "What's going on?" General Wu's eyes widened in surprise. 2 exits ahead? General William was also stunned. "Is this wormhole a three-way pipe?" General Wu, That metaphor is quite vivid. What do we do now? This kind of wormhole was unheard of. General William looked at General Wu. "Which way should we go?" General Wu, General Wu now just wanted to set up an altar, perform a ritual, and then use the ancient divination technique to calculate his fortune. Lin Qian also asked Herman, "Captain, why is there a fork in the road? This is a wormhole, not a main road." Herman, always decisive, hesitated. He asked uncertainly, "Lin Qian, are you lucky?" Okay. Herman was relieved. "You choose a path." "Me? Captain, why should I choose?" Herman glanced at him. "My luck isn't very good." Lin Qian, Reflecting on his captain's lack of luck, he closed his eyes and steeled himself. Then right. The fleet sped toward the right passage and instantly passed through the cave entrance. "Holy crap!" Lin Qian cursed. "What the hell is this?" The overwhelming number of unidentified creatures surged toward the cave entrance. It was too late to retreat. Herman ordered in a deep voice, "What are you standing there for? Form your formation and attack." The Shadow team reacted swiftly, their starships rapidly shifting into a tight and organized battle formation, pouring heavy fire on the unidentified creatures ahead. Lin Qian suddenly shouted in horror, "Captain, the cave entrance is shrinking." Herman's heart sank. It couldn't be General Wu closing the cave entrance. There must be another civilization here. At that moment, the fleet's communication signaled a call request. Herman's eyes narrowed slightly, and he approved the request. "Yo-hey." The person on the other end was visibly stunned. "Where are you from?" The capable female soldier on the other end of the video chat was stunned by Herman's surprise. Her voice faltered, and she asked with a glimmer of anticipation, You're from Earth?" Herman's heart sank again. "Isn't this the Virgo supercluster?" "Bullshit." The female soldier was furious. "How did you open the wormhole? You attracted a swarm of Zerg here." Herman's heart sank as much as it could. "A swarm of Zerg?" The female soldier was no longer willing to waste time. "Hold the entrance. We'll close it immediately. Don't let any Zerg get through, or I'll chop off your head and kick it like a ball." Herman calmed down for 3 seconds before relaying his orders. "Attack with maximum firepower. Hold the entrance." The incident came so suddenly that General Wu and General William watched helplessly as the Shadow fleet passed through the wormhole, which soon slowly contracted and closed. Herman left only a brief message: "Danger! Zerg! We still have compatriots in the Twin Spirit Cluster." Chapter 68. The military meeting resumed, and the general's expressions were solemn. This series of events had been completely unexpected. "Are the compatriots?" Herman mentioned the missing spacecraft. General William tried to recall the records. Over 200 spacecraft didn't reach Phoenix, and we didn't find so much wreckage. Were they thrown out the other exit of the three-way pipe? General Wu rolled his eyes at him. Y-shaped wormhole? Could you be a little more knowledgeable? The technicians came on stage, displaying the AI-generated wormhole image, and explained to the generals, based on the data we obtained so far, this is a Y-shaped wormhole, unlike anything we ever seen. Its 3 exits connect to 3 superclusters. The Wuzhou supercluster where we are, the Virgo supercluster where our home planet is, and the Twin Spirit supercluster that Major Hermann mentioned. We numbered the 3 exits, and we can now confirm that exit 1 is definitely the Virgo supercluster, and it's still open. Exit 3 of the Twin Spirit supercluster has been closed. We tried everything to open it, but it's impossible. Someone over there must have forcibly sealed it. Shadow, along with the soldiers of the First Fleet, a total of 12,000 people are trapped there. Their fate hangs in the balance. General Wu felt heavy-hearted. General Yi, looking at the few words Hermann had left, could imagine the intensity of the battle and the urgency of the situation, so urgent that Hermann had no time to send more detailed information. He could only try to speculate on Shadow's fate and calm everyone's anxiety. Since Hermann claims to have compatriots, and that they were capable of sealing the exit and fighting the Zerg for over 2,000 years, this proves that the Twin Spirit supercluster's military is highly capable. Our soldiers should be safe for now. Hermann will definitely communicate with the enemy's military headquarters. The passage can only be opened by them. Let's wait a little longer. Hermann was still cooperating with the enemy. The insect swarm seemed endless, and the battle had already lasted for 16 hours. And the enemy's fighting style. It was simply hard to describe. When the huge figure appeared on the interstellar battlefield, Lin Qian's eyes almost popped out. Mech. Mech. Not Shadow's light landing combat mech, but an oversized, stunning, true space combat mech. Lin Qian swallowed, gazing at the battlefield with fascination. What man wouldn't yearn for such a mech? Look at its majestic form, its formidable defense. Look at its swift moves, its flawless evasions, its powerful energy weaponry, and then... Huh? Why'd it leave? The mech retreated, and the recently cleared battlefield was once again filled with a surging swarm of Zerg. Hermann reconnected. What's wrong with you? The female soldier was panting, her short hair dripping wet and plastered to her head, as if she just emerged from the water. She looked quite disheveled, and her tone was grim. Huh? I don't need a break. My psychic connection can only sustain combat for 4 hours, and I've been fighting for almost 5. If I don't stop, I'll be head-smacking. Hermann, He seemed to understand what she meant. With insufficient endurance, one person could only fight for 4 hours, so what would happen to this endless swarm of Zerg? You don't have any backup? The female soldier's anger intensified. How can backup come that quickly? You suddenly opened a wormhole, drawing in all the nearby Zerg from dozens of light years away. Even backup takes time. Hermann was silent for a moment, then asked, How long do you want to rest? Give us an hour. Then that hour. Hold on. Are your weapons powerful? Can't you hold on for an hour? Are you a man? Hermann, Okay, we'll just have to hold on. Over the next dozen hours, Hermann discovered that the enemy fleet's firepower was mediocre. They had no antimatter weapons, no energy weapons, not even ion cannons. The most common weapons they employed were space torpedoes and homing missiles. The powerful energy weapons were almost all mounted on mechs, but their endurance was incredibly limited, requiring them to retreat for periods of rest mid-fight. Hermann understood that this weapon configuration was likely designed to adapt to the war environment of the Twin Spirit system. The Zerg were incredibly agile in space, making them extremely fast-moving targets. Starships couldn't catch up to them, so they could only fire homing missiles. But the Zerg were so fast at dodging, not only could they not be hit, but they themselves became easy targets. Mechs were extremely agile in combat, perfectly adapted to the Zerg battlefield. However, without resolving their critical endurance issue, they were simply no match for the Zerg. Hermann had already foreseen that his fellow citizens in the Twin Spirit system might face a difficult time. The Shadow Fleet had almost exhausted half its firepower reserves before finally receiving reinforcements. Tens of thousands of mechs were deployed, driving the Zerg from all directions into the Shadow's artillery range. After clearing them with a wave of antimatter missiles, the mechs drove the Zerg closer from afar. After several rounds of coordinated efforts, they finally cleared the Zerg tide. When the two forces met, the situation was even worse than Hermann had anticipated. The female warrior was the commander of the garrison guarding the wormhole, and she was the only one in her mech formation capable of single-man mech combat. Most of you are two-man mechs? Lin Qian looked at the mech warriors lying on the ground, each one barely breathing, unable to even get up. One warrior was unconvinced. What do you think? If you can do it, go ahead and see how long you can hold out. Only 5 generals in the Twin Spirit Galaxy can handle single-man mech combat. Our General Xiao is a heroine, one of the 5 generals. The female warrior interrupted the young soldier's blowgun. All right, light me a cigarette. She truly couldn't stand up, and she didn't lie flat on the ground to save the Twin Spirit Galaxy's last bit of dignity. Xiao Lingwei, General of the 28th Legion of the Twin Spirit Galaxy. Xiao Lingwei introduced herself first. Her hands were shaking from smoking. She took a deep drag and exhaled forcefully. Feeling a little strength return, she continued, "You guys are quite capable. Your weapons are quite impressive. Where are you from, anyway?" Herman stared at the cigarette in her hand for a few seconds, guessing it was a neuroleptic. Then he answered frankly, "The other side of the wormhole isn't the Virgo supercluster, but another galaxy, the Wuju supercluster." Xiao Lingwei understood. "What about the other 300 or so spaceships that originally departed from our home planet?" "Yes, our ancestors landed on a habitable planet and have since thrived. Don't you have those damn bugs over there?" Herman, sympathetic to his compatriot's plight, spoke frankly, "No, we haven't found any creatures in our galaxy that could threaten humanity." "Fuck!" Xiao Lingwei angrily exclaimed. "How could we be so unlucky?" Herman thought, "You're truly unlucky. Did you open the wormhole to find the home planet?" That was perfectly understandable, Herman told him. "Yes, this wormhole has 3 exits. One connects here, and the other should connect to the Virgo supercluster." "Really? Are you sure?" Xiao Lingwei's cigarette hand began to tremble again. "Yes, but we were unlucky and chose the wrong path." Herman glanced at Lin Qian. Lin Qian, receiving the captain's gaze, looked particularly innocent. "Captain, you made me choose." Xiao Lingwei finished her cigarette, and stood up after feeling her headache ease. She sincerely welcomed the Shadow Fleet. "It's been a struggle for us to survive this haunted place. I'm glad to see you again, even though it's been 2,500 years. Herman also expressed his sincere gratitude. "I'm glad too. I hope I can be of assistance." It wasn't until 3 days later that the military received Herman's next message. The technician was helpless, gesturing and reporting to the generals. "The wormhole is only a tiny slit." The technician pointed a finger at a small distance. It really was just a tiny slit. "We didn't even react before it suddenly closed." General Yi rubbed his brow. "Did you translate the message?" "Oh, it did." The technician fiddled with the screen in his hand. "The Major's message is also very short. Return to home planet. Psychic power. Mecha. Unable to open the wormhole for the time being." General Yi almost sighed. When did Herman become a riddle man? "Could you say a few more words?" The technician defended Herman, saying, "The wormhole was opened too quickly, and there are probably too many bytes to send." This was indeed the case. Xiao Lingwei had strictly limited the word count, and Herman racked his brains to come up with the most concise and clear wording. Everyone felt helpless. This was like a puzzle. They wanted to help, but they didn't know where to start. Yi Nanxiao had already returned to base number 4, and was being led into the conference room by General William. He thought for a moment, seemingly understanding what Herman meant. Herman knows about the God's Envoy's strange mental power. Perhaps he urgently needs it? Could it be related to mechas? Are the Twin Spirit System's combat weapons mechas controlled by mental power? The more Yi Nanxiao thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Perhaps the Zerg he's talking about are a species with a very flexible combat style. It makes sense that the Twin Spirit System uses mechas as its primary weapon to adapt to this war environment. Mecha combat encounters difficulties, and requires even greater mental power, which is why Herman sent us to the home planet to find a solution. This is also why the Twin Spirit System can't open the wormhole. Their combat power isn't enough to guarantee its safety, so they have to seal it off. General William admired his creative thinking. "Chuzi, you're wasting your talent if you don't write novels." Yi Nanxiao leaned back in his chair, arms folded, and fell silent. "I think Chuzi's speculation is quite reasonable. Putting it all together, it explains what Herman was trying to say." General Wu said with relief, "Chuzi, you and Herman are truly in tune with each other." Yi Nanxiao, "No, General Wu, please stop using idioms." General Yi rubbed his brow again. "Alright, even if Herman's point is clear, let's not worry about the twin star system issue for now. The strategy for the Virgo galaxy also needs to be redeployed. What if there are Zerg there too?" "Unlikely." Yi Nanxiao gave his father no face. "There's been no movement at exit 1 yet. Judging from the reaction from the Twin Spirit Galaxy, if there were Zerg, they would have already entered the wormhole and spread out. So the plan to go to the Virgo galaxy remains unchanged? General Yu was actually asking General Wu's opinion. The First Fleet's combat effectiveness was average. They were better at reconnaissance missions. General Yi hoped to temporarily withdraw the First Fleet and have the Special Operations Division scout the way. General Wu considered it for a moment and said, "We can't send out the entire Special Operations Division, nor can the other legions. Since we know about the existence of a dangerous species like the Zerg, we must be prepared. What if the Zerg infiltrate? We must first ensure the safety of the Wushu Galaxy, and be ready to support the Twin Spirit Galaxy at any time. We cannot make any major military deployments." Xian Jusai finally saw his opportunity and stood up. "I'll go. I'll dispatch 2 mothership formations to accompany Nanxiao." Generals, This is indeed the best solution. The pirates' combat effectiveness is unparalleled, rivaling even the Special Operations Force. Xian Jusai got what he wanted and could finally find his home planet. Excitedly, he dispatched his prized mothership, the Pearl. Together with the Rongui, already on standby at the base, the 2 mothership formations totaled over 100 starships. Yi Nanxiao, troubled by his display, offered advice. "You don't need so many frigates. You're not going to rob." Xian Jusai rubbed his hands, a look of longing on his face. "If we discover a precious energy mining planet, why not just dig it up? The Virgo galaxy is undeveloped virgin territory. Mining planets are easy to find." Yi Nanxiao stopped trying to stop him. He knew Xian Jusai was struggling lately, and blocking his path to wealth was like killing his parents. Before departure, there were still many logistical supplies and weapons to load. The 2 men were busy, so Zhu Fuxing stayed quietly on the Rongui, staring blankly at the wormhole. He was worried about Hermann and felt his eldest brother was incredibly unlucky. How could he still bet on the wrong thing with such a 50-50 chance? General Wu had come to see him, and seeing his gloomy face, he couldn't help but ask, "Little Fuxing, are you worried about your eldest brother?" "General Wu," Zhu Fuxing said politely. "Has your eldest brother sent any news lately?" Not yet. It might be difficult to get news over there." Seeing Zhu Fuxing's face fall further, General Wu quickly consoled him, "But don't worry about his safety. He's just temporarily unable to return." "I understand. Thank you, General." General Wu explained his intention. "Little Fuxing, you and I. Let's go take a look around the wormhole a few times." "Ah? Any new discoveries?" No, it's just that your name has good luck, and a visit there can dispel bad luck. That wormhole is truly bizarre." Zhu Fuxing, General Wu had completely abandoned science and embraced metaphysics. Lucky star, let's shine a light on that unlucky wormhole and let it soak up your good fortune. This time, we'll have smooth sailing and everything will be fine." Zhu Fuxing, Chapter 69. Zhu Fuxing, under General Wu's guidance, circled the wormhole entrance several times daily, completing the Lucky Star ritual. Before the fleet departed, General Wu had even set up a formal alloy furnace and inserted 3 electronic incense sticks. Perhaps this metaphysical ritual truly worked, but this time the Raikage fleet passed through Exit 1 without incident. Xiao Shan and his men set up a quantum communication network near the exit, and soon, a stable signal connection was established. The Virgo supercluster was peaceful and tranquil. No Zerg swarms, no celestial explosions, and no threats to the fleet's safety. General Wu breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they had made it safely. "May our ancestors bless you, and may the children have smooth sailing." "Did you really make it?" Zhu Fuxing gazed happily out the window at the starry sky. This was the supercluster where their home planet was located, and they were getting closer and closer. Yi Nanxiao hugged him from behind, resting her chin on his shoulder. The 2 of them stared silently at the starry sky. "Fuxing, we'll be warping once the scans from the reconnaissance ship come back." Zhu Fuxing tilted his head and asked with a smile, "I know. When are you going to wake me up?" "According to the plan, it will take about 15 to 16 months to reach the local group. We'll stay in the local group for 20 days to rest and recuperate." Zhu Fuxing was stunned. "I'm going to sleep for over a year?" Yi Nanxiao laughed. "Can you handle a long warp? The soldiers have to take turns hibernating." "Okay." Zhu Fuxing looked a little glum. Yi Nanxiao coaxed him. "When you wake up, you'll be in your hometown. Doesn't that make you happier?" He was indeed happy. "Yes, when you wake up, you'll be in the local group. A little further, and you'll be in the Milky Way." Zhu Fuxing smiled and nuzzled Yi Nanxiao's cheek. "Wake me up on time." Yi Nanxiao kissed him on the lips through her mask. "As you command, my darling." After watching Zhu Fuxing enter the sleeping pod, Yi Nanxiao went to Rigel's medical room, which had been specially converted in Lubao City. Rigel was reviewing the newly released test data when he heard the door open and turned. Is Fuxing asleep? Yes. Yi Nanxiao approached and glanced at the data report. How's his health? Not bad. The virus hasn't accelerated. The current medication can control it for now. Will the virus suddenly accelerate its division rate after he enters a deep sleep? The sleeping pod you customized has a special freezing function. While it's not as good as a professional freezing pod, it can slow down the body's metabolism. Don't worry. Yi Nanxiao breathed a deep sigh of relief. Professor, you should also enter the sleeping pod as soon as possible. I'll go to sleep after I finish the work at hand. He added, remember to wake me in 2 months. Okay. The fleet pauses for a short rest every 2 months. The universe is constantly expanding. Calculating the time, it's been over 3,000 years since the ship left Earth and headed for the interstellar space. Reconnaissance involves surveying the surrounding star fields, revising the route taken over 3,000 years ago, and creating a star map to send to the military. Xiaoshan will lead the technical staff to establish a quantum communication network, which requires finding a suitable planet to build a transmission tower. Although each stay will only last 3 to 4 days, it's enough time for Rigel to conduct a full-body examination of Zhu Fuxing. Yi Nanxiao's custom-made sleeping pod, after listening to Rigel's suggestions, has undergone numerous modifications. It now automatically collects blood, performs full-body scans, and injects medications, all without waking Zhu Fuxing. How's it going? Yi Nanxiao was still a little nervous, wondering if the sleeping pod's freezing function had worked. Very stable, don't worry. Professor Rigel compared the test data in detail and injected Zhu Fuxing with an antiviral. No significant changes in 2 months. He should still be in relatively good health when we reach the home planet. Yi Nanxiao smiled. Thank you for your hard work. Coming out of the medical room, he ran into Qian Jusai. Yi Nanxiao teased, you're willing to come from your Baozhu? Because there were 3 mothership formations, the Laying mothership was under the command of Fels, and Yi Nanxiao remained on the Rongui. Lu Baocheng was particularly considerate and gave up the captain's position, offering to serve as Yi Nanxiao's deputy. Qian Jusai cherished his Baozhu dearly, and hadn't been to the Rongui since their departure. His sudden appearance at this moment must have been something important. As expected, Qian Jusai dragged Yi Nanxiao to the command room. Little Yuan Bao insists on talking to Fuxing. If I keep trying to evade him, he'll get suspicious. The video call connected, and upon seeing Yi Nanxiao, Chen Ziyuan peppered him with questions. Brother Qiao, where's Fuxing? Why isn't he here? Just ask him to talk to me. Qian Jusai, out of Chen Ziyuan's sight, mouthed to Yi Nanxiao, make up a good excuse. Yi Nanxiao didn't have to lie. Fuxing is in his sleeping pod. The starship will only be making a brief stopover, and I don't want to wake him. Huh? Chen Ziyuan was puzzled. Didn't Boss Qian say it would be 3 days? It might be helpful to get him up and moving around. Not necessarily. Yi Nanxiao explained with a smile. We'll set off once Xiaoshan sets up the quantum communication network. We might have to go back to sleep right after waking him up. Wouldn't that be a hassle? Chen Ziyuan thought about it and agreed. Okay, then we'll wake him up when we reach this star cluster. I will. Yi Nanxiao promised. I'll have Fuxing contact you right away. After the video call ended, Yi Nanxiao rubbed his stiff face and asked Qian Jusai, did I behave normally just now? Qian Jusai gave him a thumbs up, then sighed. We don't know what the situation is on the home planet, but we can find the original plant that can cure the virus. Yi Nanxiao had no idea about this, but what was particularly strange was, Fuxing firmly believes they can find it. He said humans established a plant gene bank before the apocalypse, and know its approximate location, in the Himalayas. Huh? Qian Jusai was also curious. How did Fuxing know? Is there any military record of this? That's what's strange. I checked, but the military doesn't have any records, and neither does the optical computer. The original text on the optical computer stated that humans, in order to preserve Earth's original ecological species, may have established a plant gene bank, but due to data loss, its authenticity cannot be verified. So where did Fuxing get this information? Could there really be some information at home that the optical computer doesn't even have? Yi Nanxiao sighed. Fuxing seems to have a deep understanding of the home planet. He seems to have witnessed many things firsthand. You remember him deciphering the home planet's navigation records? That was a profound impression. Qian Jusai nodded. I remember. The kid was so angry that he vomited blood. That's not what I'm talking about. Yi Nanxiao gave him a glare. I'm talking about the answers he wrote, And the font. I checked later, but the optical computer couldn't recognize it completely. It only determined it was an ancient script called Seal script. Before the apocalypse, calligraphy enthusiasts would only create this kind of font. Forget the interstellar age, even on the pre-apocalyptic home planet, few would recognize it. How did Fuxing know it? Yi Nanqiao said helplessly, I don't know. Fuxing never tells us. Well, if he doesn't want to tell you, then don't tell me. Qian Jusai was a carefree man, never minding such details. Who doesn't have a little secret? Yi Nanqiao had a hunch that Fuxing might be hiding something more than a little secret, but he respected his partner. If Fuxing didn't tell him, he wouldn't press him. It wouldn't affect their relationship anyway. That's right. As long as he could live each day in good health, nothing else mattered. The voyage went relatively smoothly, but charting the stars and calibrating the route took twice as long as planned. This delay meant the fleet took 23 months to reach the edge of the local cluster. Here, they needed to restock their water supplies. There are many planets or asteroids in the universe with abundant freshwater resources. The reconnaissance ship easily found one, its surface covered in a thick layer of ice. The fleet will remain on this planet for 20 days for an overall overhaul. High-speed ships face countless challenges and threats. One of the most daunting is the ubiquitous asteroids. Even with energy shields activated during the jump, collisions with asteroids are impossible to completely avoid. The orb was struck by a massive asteroid. The energy shields cushioned some of the impact, but a large dent was still left in the hull. Qian Jusai trembled with distress, complaining to Lao Ba why he didn't launch a missile to destroy the asteroid first, while organizing robots to repair the ship. Lao Ba rolled his eyes. Boss, the price of a missile is much higher than the maintenance fee. You're so broke, and you still don't know how to be frugal? Qian Jusai wanted to beat him to death. The missiles were issued by the military, but I have to pay for the maintenance materials myself. Are you an idiot? The two exchanged insults, and Zhu Fuxing watched the show closely. As they drew closer to the home planet, he could clearly sense a subtle excitement among everyone, and their voices were more enthusiastic and energetic than usual. How do you feel? Yi Nanqiao rubbed his arms and legs. Are you feeling any discomfort? Zhu Fuxing had just woken up, and could only stretch his muscles slightly. Not bad, nothing special. Brother Qiao, how long will it take us to reach the Milky Way? According to the original plan, we'll reach the edge of the Milky Way in about 2 months. Yi Nanqiao explained, we're moving slowly now. We have to avoid many dangerous areas and calibrate our route. Once the star map is completed and a new jump route is planned, we'll be able to reach the home planet much sooner. Zhu Fuxing remained calm. I know. I'm not in a hurry. At that moment in the Twin Spirit Galaxy, Lin Qian was so anxious he felt like jumping up and down. He had just tried to operate a mech solo. The electronic patch connected to the artificial nerve fibers transmitted the movement commands to the mech through his brain. Forget complex movements, even raising his hand or arm felt like a power drill drilling into his head, causing him to convulse with pain. In less than 15 minutes, Lin Qian was carried out of the mech control room. The young soldier couldn't help but tease, are you quite capable? 15 minutes and you're done? Lin Qian didn't have the energy to speak. He had previously doubted the mech warrior's weakness, but only after trying it himself did he realize how difficult it was. After a long pause, he weakly accuses himself, isn't this playing with human lives? Can't the mecha be improved? The young soldier lit a cigarette for him, and put it in his mouth. There's nothing we can do. This is the latest model of mecha, upgraded countless generations. In the distance, on the training ground, Hermann gritted his teeth and persevered. He raised his hands, took a step, turned, and jumped. These basic movements were incredibly difficult to perform. Sweat poured down his body, and his head ached as if it had been ripped open. But he didn't stop, repeating each movement until he could no longer feel himself. Stop. Xiao Lingwa stared at the recorder, the data reaching its peak. If you don't stop, your head will explode. Herman practically rolled out of the mecha control room, panting, how many minutes? Xiao Lingwa tilted her head, her eyes filled with undisguised admiration. 35 minutes. You're amazing. You managed over half an hour your first time. What about the others? About 15 minutes. Your deputy captain also operated alone. Herman was dissatisfied. The Shadow Team members were all Ace Special Forces soldiers in the military. This result was too embarrassing. Xiao Lingwa laughed. You're really ungrateful. Soldiers who can pilot mechas are already 1 in a million, and every one of your team members can do it. You and Lin Qiling can even operate them alone. Herman pursed his lips and said nothing. He didn't know how long they would stay in the Twin Spirit system. Their shipboard weapons were limited, and without support, they could only let the Shadow team members adapt to the war environment here. He brought people here, and he had to take them back. Want a cigarette? Xiao Lingwei pulled out a cigarette and waved it in front of Herman's eyes. Herman didn't take it. This cigarette was a specially formulated neuroleptic. It was very effective, but long-term use could be addictive. Heh. Xiao Lingwei chuckled, unconcerned. Rest for a while, then shower and change. The Grand Marshal wants to see you. Got it. Herman slowly got up from the ground, dusted himself off, and walked towards Lin Qian. Lin Qian had never seen a captain so embarrassed before, and couldn't help but laugh. Captain, how are you? Herman sat down next to him, frowning. Even after a while of practice, my limits are about the same as General Zhao's. It's still too much for a human brain to handle such demanding mecha operations. We must acquire the mental power of a divine messenger to solve this problem. Can't we ask for military support? Our weapons are more advanced. Herman disagreed. Starship combat has no advantage here. Coming here is just asking for our lives. Alas. Lin Qian sighed helplessly. I wonder if Lieutenant Colonel Yi and the others have found their home planet. Herman rarely felt this helpless, and now he could only pin his hopes on Yi Nanxiao. I hope everything goes well for them. Chapter 70. After a brief rest, the fleet set sail again. After sailing for half a month, they were suddenly blocked by a devastatingly powerful energy. Yi Nanxiao stood in the command room, his expression serious. Xiaoshan, report the intelligence. Xiaoshan swallowed. Boss, the spacecraft on the home planet was suddenly struck by an unknown energy source and flung out of the Milky Way. We suspected it was a shockwave from some celestial explosion. Yi Nanxiao frowned. You mean this energy continues to this day? Yes, not only does it continue to this day, but its range is also expanding. Yi Nanxiao's brow furrowed. Boss, what should we do now? Can we determine the range of this energy? Xiaoshan, who had been checking the data from the reconnaissance ship, replied, It'll take time. The range is at least over 1,000,000 light-years. Yi Nanxiao pondered for a moment. Let's explore first and find a way around it. Taking a detour without a star map is a very dangerous undertaking. There's no up, down, left, right, east, west, or north in the universe, and establishing a reference point is extremely difficult. If you're not careful, you'll get lost and never reach your destination. It took the reconnaissance ship 3 days to roughly calculate the range of this energy. Xiaoshan's expression was grim. The situation wasn't optimistic. This energy's impact radius is approximately 1.4 million light-years. It'll take us twice as long to circumvent it. Then we have no choice but to circumvent it. Yi Nanxiao sat in the command chair, tapping his fingers on the table. He asked Xiaoshan hesitantly, How's your luck? Xiaoshan, Xiaoshan understood instantly and waved his hands hastily. No, I won't take the blame. I won't take this path. Yi Nanxiao stared at him for a moment. Connect the orb and the rakeage. The video link was connected, and Yi Nanxiao recounted the current situation. Then, quite naturally, he asked, Which detour do you think is safer? Fierce's eyelids lifted slightly, but after a brief glance, they dropped their lashes again and fell silent. Qianjusai frowned, thinking, Shouldn't we take any detour? What's the point of fussing? We'll definitely take the closer energy source. Okay, I'll do as you say. Yi Nanxiao nodded happily. Xiaoshan, adjust the route and set off immediately. Xiaoshan agreed, secretly muttering, How wicked is their captain. There's an unwritten rule in their special operations unit. When forced to make a choice, whoever chooses the route will be fine if nothing goes wrong, but will be blamed if something goes wrong. The whole team can curse your ancestors for 18 generations. The fleet launched again, circumventing this terrifying energy. This time, with no route to follow, relying only on the neutron star marked by the reconnaissance ship as a reference, their speed was not only slower, but they also encountered new difficulties. The energy of the celestial body's explosion intensified, generating a new energy surge, precisely in the direction they had chosen. The fleet was scattered, and the Ronggui and Baowu were thrown into deep space, like leaves in a storm. The starship's power was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot against the celestial body's energy. After 6 days of roller coaster ride, they finally, uncontrollably, slammed into a planet due to inertia. Boom, 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 boom. With a series of earth-shattering explosions, the 4 starships, like 4 asteroids falling from the sky, slammed into the surface of the unknown planet. The impact was so great that it created 4 deep craters. Even more tragically, the starships crashed into the mountain range, which began to collapse. Countless rocks tumbled down, forming a surging torrent of rocks that instantly buried the starships. Damn it! Qianjusai, what path are you looking for? The 4 starships painstakingly dug themselves out of the deep pit. Yi Nanxiao questioned, secretly thanking himself. Luckily, I didn't choose this path. Now I can curse to my heart's content. Qianjusai, feeling guilty, remained silent. Old 8 quickly intervened. Lieutenant Colonel Yi, quickly contact the other starships. Yi Nanxiao pointed at Qianjusai's nose and cursed. I told you not to bring so many frigates, but you insisted. Now we have to retrieve them one by one. Do you know how much time this will waste? Alright, stop talking. Qianjusai rubbed his nose. Hurry and repair the ship. Lieutenant Colonel Yi, the Ronggui's energy module is damaged, and the exhaust valve is broken. Lu Baocheng came to report with a bitter face. Hurry up and repair it. Yi Nanxiao then began to call the other starships. At this point, the disadvantage of having too many ships began to become apparent. All of them had suffered varying degrees of damage, and dozens had also crashed into planets or asteroids, requiring rescue. The frigates weren't as powerful as the mothership, but thankfully, their exceptional defenses prevented a tragic shipwreck. After arranging the rescue mission, Yi Nanxiao sent coordinates, requesting the fleet to rendezvous near the planet as soon as possible. Xiaoshan arrived quickly, but brought even worse news. Boss, we're completely lost. Several people in spacesuits sat beneath the Ronggui. Robots were clanking and repairing the ship everywhere. Yi Nanxiao was so annoyed that he simply asked everyone to come down to the surface to talk. Qianjusai was also annoyed. He asked Xiaoshan in confusion, can't we use that energy as a reference point to revise our course? Xiaoshan countered, suppose you fell into the ocean thousands of meters deep, tumbled several times, and then woke up after being unconscious for a while. Even if you had a reference point in front of you, would you be able to tell which side of the reference point was the sea surface, and which was the seabed? Qianjusai, Xiaoshan spread his hands. We're in the same predicament now. Qianjusai was scratching his head. So what do we do now? What do we do? Yi Nanxiao said angrily. I'll sacrifice you to the gods and pray for guidance. Qianjusai's lips moved, but he held back a retort. Xiaoshan lowered his head silently. See, this is why he would never choose this route. Good fortune never comes alone, nor does misfortune. As the group continued their discussion, night slowly fell on the planet. A rustling sound rose from the depths of the mountains, growing louder and louder until it converged into a harsh cacophony. Yi Nanxiao raised his head alertly and immediately ordered, attention, all units. Change combat equipment immediately. Activate energy shields on starships. Qianjusai finally managed to curse out loud, this lousy planet has such a thin oxygen supply, and yet there are still living creatures? Old 8 shoved him, change equipment quickly. All soldiers immediately took action. The 4 starships were now immobilized, like 4 walking rakes. A quarter of an hour later, a swarm of monsters formed into thin streams, surging out of the mountains and converging towards the starships. Qianjusai was perplexed. Why are there so many? They don't appear during the day, but only at night. Yi Nanxiao's eyesight was excellent. These monsters seemed to have hard shells and crawled like beetles, moving at an incredible speed, coming within range in an instant. Yi Nanxiao immediately ordered fire. Instantly, laser bullets rained down on the monsters in all directions, forming a dazzling and deadly barrage. The monsters, under attack, let out piercing screeches, squeak. The soldiers felt as if a spinning needle had drilled into their heads, their vision darkening, and they nearly dropped their guns. Fuck, is this a sonic attack? Qianjusai endured a pounding headache, veins popping on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and continued firing, don't stop, keep attacking. The attack paused only momentarily. The Rakeage team and the Andro pirates were both battle-hardened, and even a slight mishap couldn't interrupt their ferocious and powerful firepower. The dense stream of laser bullets quickly intertwined, forming a vast, dense net that mercilessly enveloped the swarm of monsters. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of grenades exploded in the swarm, sending the crawling monsters high into the air. Yi Nanxiao's pupils suddenly constricted. Laser bullets couldn't penetrate the shells of these monsters. The soldiers were armed with high-energy laser rifles, capable of firing high-energy laser beams at an extremely high rate of fire, easily piercing thick armor, but unable to penetrate the monster shells. He immediately ordered, throw poison mist grenades. The Rakeage team members immediately followed the order, their absolute trust in their captain. Qianjusai was stunned for a moment. No, why throw poison mist grenades? Yi Nanxiao didn't reply. His brow furrowed, his eyes fixed on the monster's reactions. The smoke from the poison mist grenades enveloped the swarm of incoming monsters, and they seemed to seize their movements. Huh? Did it really work? Yi Nanxiao remained silent, staring at the stilled monsters. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Just when everyone thought the monsters were dead, Yi Nanxiao noticed with his sharp eyes that one of them twitched its legs. Switch to the light cannons. Yi Nanxiao's calm voice echoed. As soon as he finished speaking, more and more monsters began to stir. The high-energy laser rifles in the soldiers' hands switched to a new energy source. Swish, swish, swish. With flashes of blue light, one after another, dazzling shells blazed towards the horde of monsters. Not only was the firing rate extremely high, but the explosion range was also enormous, each blast covering an area of hundreds of meters. Furthermore, these light cannons could generate temperatures exceeding 3,600 degrees Celsius, powerful enough to instantly melt steel and rock. Under this terrifying attack, the monsters' bodies melted instantly, reducing them to clumps of black ash. Those monsters not directly hit were blown away by the shockwaves of the explosion. The horde of monsters, terrified, began to flee frantically, but the light cannons' attacks intensified, and their numbers steadily dwindled. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The monsters let out even sharper screams, echoing throughout the valley with a chilling intensity. Yi Nanxiao stared intently. Attention, watch the sky. A sudden roar echoed from the depths of the valley, a deafening roar like thunder. Then, a massive beast soared out from the depths of the valley, its wingspan 100 meters, its immense bulk obscuring the sky. Holy crap! What's that? A flying dragon? Qianjuzai roared in shock. Dragon! Yi Nanxiao, furious, shouted, Flight formation, follow me to the fighter planes. 10 fighter planes quickly took off, their onboard missiles unhesitatingly firing at the massive monster. Ouch! The monster howled in pain, its wings, over 100 meters long, flapping. The intense airflow instantly lifted the fighter planes off the ground. What the hell is this thing? Even missiles can't kill it? Yi Nanxiao steadied the fighter plane as it lurched in the airflow. He had seen it clearly. The missiles didn't penetrate its hull. What? The soldiers exclaimed in surprise. They had never seen a creature with such formidable defenses. Be careful, get out of the way. Yi Nanxiao warned, seeing a whip-like object swung from behind the monster. The fighter plane quickly dodged, and the monster's tail lashed out, letting out a disgruntled howl. It flapped its wings again, whipping up a terrifying, visible storm of air. Its tail lashed out again, lashing out at the fighter planes. Get out of the way! Yi Nanxiao increased the fighter's speed to maximum and, in a dive, fired a laser cannon at the monster. Boom! Ouch! The laser cannon struck the monster's chest, and it angrily lashed out at the attacking fighter, relentlessly pursuing it. Yi Nanxiao first performed a cobra maneuver, seizing the opportunity to fire another laser cannon, then rolled sideways to avoid the incoming tail. Ouch! This time, it struck the monster's neck, quickly burning a large hole in it. Attack above the neck. Yi Nanxiao quickly ordered, spun the aircraft around to position the cannons, and fired 10 laser cannons at the monster. Boom, 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 boom. The monster's evasive speed was astonishing, but the onboard laser cannon had a tracking function, so it couldn't completely evade it. Its neck nearly severed as its massive body crashed down from 1,000 meters into the mountains. Boom! The mountain collapsed, boulders rolled down, and amidst the dust, the monster's back arched slightly. Not dead yet? Qianjuzai was stunned. Its neck was nearly broken. It had fallen from 1,000 meters, and it wasn't dead yet. What kind of creature was this? So powerful? The fighter plane circled low, and Yi Nanxiao was also amazed, but he didn't have time to dwell on it. Continue the attack. Swish, swish, swish. 10 fighter planes on board light energy cannons unleashed a burst of intense fire, hundreds of shells pelting the monster. Each shell released thousands of degrees of heat, continuously bombarding the monster shell. The monster shell finally melted under the intense heat. It roared in pain, its voice deafening, its entire body shaking violently. As time passed, the monster's cries and movements gradually weakened. Its strength seemed exhausted, and it fell to the ground, motionless, as if it had lost all signs of life. Just when the soldiers thought it was finally dead, the monster, with its last remaining strength, let out a shrill, sky-high cry. Squeak! Everyone's brain was instantly overwhelmed by the cry, and their vision went black, and they lost consciousness. The fighter plane, circling low, plummeted from the sky. The mysterious planet fell into silence once again. Chapter 71. Zhu Fuxing was awakened from his deep sleep by a sharp pain. The sleeping pod sprang open, and he sat up, clutching his head and banging it frantically against the pod wall. The pain was so intense, as if someone was ripping his skull apart with a chisel. His vision went black, and his clothes were instantly drenched in sweat. "It hurts! It hurts!" A shrill scream echoed throughout the room. He tore at his hair with both hands, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid, as if he would suffocate at any moment. His eyes were bloodshot, and tears streamed down his cheeks. "It hurts! It hurts! Ah!" Zhu Fuxing's forehead was covered in cold sweat, his eyes blurry and out of focus, and his body was shaking violently. Brother Chiao, it hurts, help me, ah!" Zhu Fuxing passed out in the excruciating pain. When he regained consciousness, his vision was blurry, and his head still ached, but he was much more lucid. He still lay in his sleeping pod, no one around, and not a sound. Something was wrong. He made such a commotion just now, there was no way no one had heard. He stumbled out of the sleeping pod, and felt the starship seemed to be at rest. Did it stop for a rest again? Why is it so quiet? Feeling vaguely uneasy, Zhu Fuxing ran to the porthole and looked out. It must have landed on a planet. Where were the people? Had everyone reached the surface? Zhu Fuxing decided to go down and take a look. He put on his spacesuit and carefully opened the exit hatch. How could this be? Zhu Fuxing's pupils narrowed as he quickly ran down the stairs. Brother Chiao, Boss Qian, Shaoshan, where are you? On the silent planet, only his panicked cries echoed, no one responding. Wake up! Wake up! Zhu Fuxing cried, squatting down to push the unconscious soldier on the ground. The sound of something heavy falling came from a distance, startling Zhu Fuxing. Looking up, he saw a fighter plane sliding down the mountainside. He hurried over to pull the people inside out. Brother Chiao, wake up. Zhu Fuxing was on the verge of collapse. Anyone who woke up to find their companions unconscious, their fate unknown, and themselves the only living person on the planet, would be unable to control their panic. Yi Nanjia's communication button rang immediately. Boss, the wreckage mothership has completed its rescue mission and is heading to your coordinates. Fells. Zhu Fuxing clutched the button tightly, as if grasping a lifeline. Fells, come quickly. They're in trouble, all of them. Everyone's unconscious. Come quickly. Wu. Fuxing? What happened? Speak slowly. Zhu Fuxing took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. I just woke up and found the starship parked on a planet. Everyone was on the ground, unconscious, and no matter how hard we tried to call them, they wouldn't wake up. There were signs of fighting all around, and many corpses of unidentified creatures. Okay, Fuxing, calm down. Where's the boss? He's unconscious too? Yes, Brother Chiao is on the fighter plane. I just dragged him out. Zhu Fuxing couldn't help but choke back a sob. He's injured and covered in blood. Fuxing, listen, calm down. Only you can save them now. Send the injured to the medical bay, drag the unconscious aboard the starship, then close the hatch and activate the energy shields to maximum strength. No matter what happens, don't come out. Do you understand? We'll be there in 10 hours. Zhu Fuxing nodded tearfully. I understand. Good job, Fuxing. Don't be afraid. Wait for us. Zhu Fuxing wiped away her tears. Okay, I'm hanging up. I'll get the injured to the medical bay first. Okay, keep in touch. Zhu Fuxing struggled to carry Yi Nanxiao on his back, attempting to carry him to the starship. But Yi Nanxiao was too tall and heavy. Fearing another attack from some unknown creature, Zhu Fuxing had no choice but to put him down. He raced across the 4 starships, activating all the robots, having them carry the unconscious to the starship and the injured to the medical bay. He then searched for fighter jets nearby and unloaded the occupants one by one. Fortunately, the fighter jets were hovering at low altitude when they crashed, and with a protective shield cushioning the impact, the soldiers, though unconscious and injured, were still alive. This is the 10th one. Zhu Fuxing followed the trail of shells, dragging the soldier he found out of the fighter plane and having the accompanying robot lift him up and return him to the starship. He didn't know how many fighter planes had been deployed, but he decided to look for more and follow the trail deeper into the mountains. What is this? Zhu Fuxing couldn't find the fighter plane. A strange creature appeared before him. It was too dark to see clearly. All he could see was its neck tilted to one side, motionless. Is this what Brother Chiao and the others were shooting at? Zhu Fuxing stood still, switching his flashlight to high beam to see the whole thing, but he couldn't see the whole body of the monster. It's so huge, almost as big as a shuttle. What on earth is it? Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan were both incredibly curious, the more bizarre something became, the more intrigued they became. He couldn't help but take 2 steps forward, wanting to see the details. Just then, his sharp eyes noticed that the monster seemed to move. Not dead? Zhu Fuxing stepped back, staring at the monster again. A small, beetle-like monster crawled to the larger monster's neck and burrowed into its wound. A moment later, another beetle crawled in. Zhu Fuxing's hair stood on end. He vaguely realized that these small monsters were using their bodies to fill the larger monster's wounds, hoping to revive it. No! They had to stop it. Zhu Fuxing ran so fast that he didn't even care if he tripped over a rock. He got up and continued running. Light cannon, those wounds were caused by the light cannon. Go get a gun. Luckily, each soldier was carrying a high-energy laser rifle, and he didn't mind the weight, strapping 2 to his back and attaching several more to the robots. Follow me. Zhu Fuxing, leading the 4 robots, sprinted back to the monster. In just a few moments, the wound on the monster's neck seemed half-healed. Bang, bang, bang. Without a second thought, Zhu Fuxing switched his high-energy laser rifle to light cannon mode, leaned against the rocks, and fired. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Countless piercing sounds echoed, and Zhu Fuxing's head began to ache again. Damn. It's you. Zhu Fuxing gritted his teeth, enduring the increasingly severe headache, and fired continuously. Not only did he fire himself, but he also had the robots fire as well. Break its neck. Break it. You must break it. I just can't believe you can survive without a head. Rongue little gold bar number 52, go get some reinforcements and grab every gun you can. Rongue little gold bar number 52, striding with its 2-meter-tall legs, sprinted towards the Rongue mothership. Soon, it arrived with over 50 of its companions, each carrying at least 4 guns. Excellent. I'll have Brother Qiao replace your maintenance oil later. The little gold bar's electronic eyes flashed, and they unanimously launched a fierce attack on the monsters. Light energy cannons unleashed, their powerful firepower sending the monsters fleeing in all directions. Stop them. Don't spare any of them. Destroy them all. Zhu Fuxing felt like a general leading a vast army, leading his invincible team to devastate the lands. Charge, little gold bars. The maintenance oil is beckoning. Kill the little monsters, slay the big ones, charge. The shouts were filled with unbridled energy, reaching the heavens. One man's shouts carried the might of an entire regiment. The little gold bars chased the little monsters across the mountain, beating them until they screamed and squeaked. The entire valley was seething, and the flames illuminated half the night sky. A group of robots also fought with the might of a regiment. By the end of the battle, Zhu Fuxing was so exhausted that he could barely lift his hands. He weakly ordered, Little Gold Bar 52, have the brothers carry the monster's head away. The little gold bars lifted the massive monster's head, carrying the exhausted Zhu Fuxing along with them. Bang! Dust flew as the monster's head slammed to the ground. Zhu Fuxing examined the monster carefully in the already dim light. Its head was completely encased in a hard shell. Its eyes were large, its mouth was sharp, and little else was visible. Just leave it here. Let's go back to the starship. Zhu Fuxing called his invincible team back to the Rongue. As he turned, he felt a wave of dizziness. Little Gold Tiao held him, trying to carry him aboard the starship. Wait, Little Gold Tiao, put me down first. Zhu Fuxing walked over to the big head, hesitant and unsure. Its eyes were cold, vertical, gleaming with a cold, inert light. Upon closer inspection, the pupils were actually shrinking slightly. The headache returned, though much less severe than before. Zhu Fuxing was incredulous. Are you controlling me? The big head couldn't speak, only coldly gazing at the creature before him. Zhu Fuxing stood still, eyes closed, and quietly felt something flowing from his body, an indescribable power. He tried to gather this power, mobilizing all his strength and focusing his attention. More and more power gathered around him, compressing, compressing, and compressing again. Zhu Fuxing opened his eyes, and wrought the power into a sharp arrow, piercing the monster's head. Ding! A soft sound seemed to echo in his mind, and Zhu Fuxing knew that the monster was now truly, completely dead. And Zhu Fuxing had also truly, completely fainted. Little Jintiao paused for a moment, then carried him aboard the starship. Following the established procedure, he closed the hatch and refused to come out again. The planet, after a night of commotion, fell silent again. Why isn't he awake yet? Is Fuxing really not in a coma due to brain damage? Fears asked the accompanying doctor, puzzled. I repeat, he's just exhausted. He's sleeping. He's really just sleeping. The doctor wanted to kick Fears out. He said this countless times. Fields didn't believe it. He slept for at least 14 hours. He's extremely exhausted and needs deep sleep to relieve it. 14 hours isn't excessive. What did he do that required so much sleep? The doctor grew impatient. How should I know? Asked that big head down below the starship. Bang! The cabin door was slammed shut by the doctor, and Fields was rushed out of the medical room. Fields sighed softly. The situation was a mess. Over 800 people aboard the 4 starships, including Professor Rigel's medical team, were all unconscious, with symptoms similar to Professor Jing's. Zhu Fuxing was the only survivor. Yi Nanxiao and Qian Jusai weren't spared either. With them down, the fleet was in tatters. Wreckage was alright, the problem was the pirates. They were sending out 3 mothership formations this time. Qian Jusai commanded over 20,000 men, 2 motherships, and 105 frigates. These people wouldn't listen to his orders at all. If something happened to the boss, the pirates would be in turmoil. Fells muttered to himself, even if Old 8 were awake, that would be good. Thinking of Old 8, Fells' eyes lit up. What did you say? Randy wanted to get out of the video. What did you say about Old 8? Fells repeated, symptoms similar to Professor Jing's. How could this happen? Randy couldn't accept it. They were fine just a month ago, even telling them they were about to reach the Milky Way. Fells's head hurt. Don't cry yet. Think of a way to calm those people down. With the boss gone, what's the point of us doing this? Forget it, let's just let them die. Woo-woo. Qian Jusai isn't dead, there's no need to rush into mourning. What's the difference between him and being dead? He'll never wake up. Woo-woo. Randy cried heartily. Qian Jusai and Lao Ba were his family he'd grown up with. How could he not be heartbroken to lose 2 of them at once? Fells rubbed his temples fiercely. These pirates were truly incompetent, aside from Qian Jusai. Are we almost at home? Aren't we supposed to find a solution? Randy felt like the sky was falling. Qian Jusai was Andro's anchor. Without this leader, what would they do? I'll go with the leader. Woo-woo. Andro is finished, the pirates are finished, woo-woo. Fells lowered his head and pinched his brow, feeling a surge of regret. He shouldn't have approached Randy. If we look for Furland. Never mind. I guess Furland wouldn't be much use. Fells. What do you think happened to Boss Qian? Fells looked up. Chen Ziyuan had appeared in the video without anyone noticing, his face pale. Randy, are you a Chen Ziyuan? Randy was crying like his father had died, completely ignoring Fells. Answer me, what's going on? Chen Ziyuan's voice was trembling, but he remained calm. Fells thought to himself, Chen Ziyuan is much stronger than those guys in Andro. So he told the truth. I don't know the exact circumstances, but what's certain is that they suffered a mental attack from an unknown creature, and they're all unconscious. Where's Brother Qiao? Also unconscious. Chen Ziyuan pinched himself hard and continued, where's Fuxing? He's not, but he's still sleeping. Sleeping? Didn't Brother Qiao wake him up? No, he woke up midway, killed a wave of monsters, and then fell asleep again. Chen Ziyuan, Chapter 72. After watching the video recording played by Little Gold Bar, Chen Ziyuan realized for the first time that his childhood friend was so powerful, he could even completely defeat a monster. Fells, Fuxing's behavior at the end of the video was strange. It was strange indeed. Everyone attacked was unconscious, except him. I wanted to wait for him to wake up and ask him, but he remained unconscious. Chen Ziyuan lowered his head and thought for a moment. Let's wait until he wakes up before asking. There's no point in rushing. What do you want Randy to do? Fells was troubled. The pirates are leaderless. I can't control them. Chen Ziyuan knew the pirates well enough. They only listen to those they identify. Otherwise, even the military couldn't control them. Let me try. Chen Ziyuan gritted his teeth. After experiencing the tragedy at home and the kidnapping of Fuxing, his mentality had become much stronger than before. Even hearing about Qian Jusai's misfortune, he was able to calm himself down quickly. The most important thing now was to stabilize the pirates and get them to follow the wreckage to their home planet. Perhaps everyone could be saved. I'll give it a try. They seem to agree with me, Chen Ziyuan reassured Fells. Fells looked at Chen Ziyuan with admiration. Good boy. He thought, Andro has a future. Fells quickly connected Chen Ziyuan's video feed to Qian Jusai's fleet. The pirates, upon seeing Fells's transmission, initially ignored it. They were already heartbroken. With their leader gone, there was no point in going to their home planet. He could just stay together in Andro and wait for death. What's all the fuss? Chen Ziyuan's expression was indifferent, his voice soft and unthreatening. The pirates, who were about to make a scene, were instantly silenced. Seeing no one say anything, Chen Ziyuan sat up straight, leaned closer to the video, and said in a slightly raised voice with a hint of anger, "Want to go back to Andro? Leave the boss there to die?" "No, princess, the boss is already." Chen Ziyuan interrupted and demanded sharply, "Is he dead?" The pirates, who had been so noisy before, fell silent. Chen Ziyuan waited, and when no one said anything, he leaned back on the sofa and ordered everyone, "Since the boss is not dead, find a way to save him. Go to the home planet with fears, that's your only hope." "Princess, what if we can't save the boss even after going to the home planet?" Chen Ziyuan glanced at the person who spoke. "You haven't even been there, so how do you know he can't be saved? Is this how the boss always teaches you to do things?" The person fell silent. Chen Ziyuan's tone darkened. "Ha, Qianjutsai never turns back until he hits a wall. You're backing down without even trying, and you have the nerve to call yourself his man?" Everyone blushed at his scolding. "Princess, don't be angry. We'll just go." Chen Ziyuan lowered his eyelashes and pinched himself again. "Follow Fel's instructions. No more trouble. Also, protect the boss. Don't worry, princess. We'll definitely keep an eye on the boss." "Yes." Chen Ziyuan glanced at the crowd expressionlessly. "Contact me if anything. Stay safe." The star pirates reassured him repeatedly. "Okay, princess." After the video call ended, Randy was stunned. Princess, so domineering." Chen Ziyuan collapsed on the sofa, a layer of cold sweat on his back. He waved weakly. "Brother Randy, my thigh is swollen from pinching it." Randy stopped crying and threw himself on the sofa, stuttering. "Ziyuan, you just... Chen Ziyuan smiled faintly. "You're pretending pretty well, right? I learned that from Brother Lingy. He's always like that when he scolds people." Randy gave him a thumbs up. What a contrast. Chen Ziyuan was usually gentle and easygoing, with a good temper, but he was surprisingly effective at intimidating people. Influenced by Chen Ziyuan's aura, Randy finally calmed down. "Ziyuan, can the boss really wake up?" "Brother Randy, there's still hope." Chen Ziyuan's heart was in turmoil, but he knew it was pointless to worry or grieve. The only hope now lay on the home planet. He had to stabilize the pirates at all costs, and send their money and treasure to the home planet. The pirates had quieted down, and Fields was busy gathering the scattered starships, repairing the damaged hulls, and finding his way back to the home planet. The biggest challenge was finding a route back to the home planet. 1,000 things were on his mind, and nothing could be delayed. He didn't even have time to grieve for his captain and comrades. Zhu Fuxing was still asleep. When would she wake up? Fel sighed wearily, sat quietly for 3 minutes, rubbed his face, and, rousing himself, left the command room again. Zhu Fuxing slept soundly, her whole body warm. Warmth, security, comfort, like returning to her mother's womb. He could feel her heartbeat, feel her pulse, listen to her heart's voice. "Come back." A faint call was faint, and Zhu Fuxing couldn't quite make it out. He ran desperately towards its source. "Come back. Are you calling me? Where are you? Where are you?" Zhu Fuxing ran and ran. The voice was not far away. He had to find her. "Huh?" Zhu Fuxing suddenly sat up with a start, startling the doctor watching over him. "You're finally awake? Oh my god, you've been asleep for 32 hours. The doctor suspected his diagnosis was wrong. Seeing him awake, he quickly informed Fel's deputy captain, "Come quickly. Zhu Fuxing is awake." Fels hurried over. This was the only good news in days. But what's wrong with him? Why is he so dazed? The doctor was also anxious. "I don't know. He just sat there dazed after waking up. He didn't answer my questions. Could it be that his brain is damaged? He's not unconscious, but he's become an idiot?" Fels was completely exhausted. "You're the idiot." Zhu Fuxing finally regained consciousness. He wasn't dazed, he was feeling. He couldn't explain what he was feeling, but he knew something was guiding him, or rather, calling him. It was a kind, warm, and desirable force. Mother Planet. Zhu Fuxing muttered to himself, "It's Mother Planet." The doctor shuddered. It's over. He's talking nonsense. Is he scared out of his wits?" Zhu Fuxing ignored him, and looked at Fels. "Let's go." Fels also felt that Zhu Fuxing was acting strangely. "Where to?" "Mother Planet." Fels rubbed his brow, feeling bewildered. "Fuxing, we're lost. It'll take some time to find a way." How long that time would take was hard to say. Xiaoshan was the technical expert, and now he's collapsed. Zhu Fuxing's eyes were firm and bright. We're not lost. I know where she is. Fels thought he was talking nonsense. Fuxing, I know you're heartbroken about the captain's accident, but can you please come to your senses? We will find Mother Planet. We will save them. Brother Qiao. Zhu Fuxing was stunned, memories of that night finally flooding back. How's Brother Qiao? Where is he? Fels sighed, thinking he finally regained his composure, and led him to the sleeping pod. He's unconscious. What are you doing? Zhu Fuxing dove into the pod, removed his mask, and kissed his lover deeply, lips and tongue entwined, sucking and biting, a fierce, passionate, and lingering kiss. Fels' calm mind faltered for a moment, but once he came to his senses, he desperately tried to claw at him. Are you crazy? Zhu Fuxing, what are you doing? The captain's going to get sick. Zhu Fuxing was flung to the ground, a bright red stain on his lip. He gently pressed against the still bleeding wound. I know where the home planet is, but you won't believe it, so I need to wake Brother Qiao. Fels was so angry that he wanted to beat him up. Are you sick? How did he wake up? Professor Jing hasn't woken up yet, so tell me how the captain woke up. Zhu Fuxing, are you really crazy? Zhu Fuxing's tone was calm but resolute. I'm not crazy. I haven't been provoked. I'm saving Brother Qiao. I can save him. You're crazy. The captain will be infected, he will be infected. Fierce felt himself going mad. What was going on? Why had it turned out like this? Go away. I'll stay here with Brother Qiao. I'll come find you when he wakes up. Fierce looked at Zhu Fuxing's calm face, and felt that he had gone completely mad. He couldn't bear the loss of his lover, and had gone completely mad. He suddenly felt a surge of immense sorrow, and for a moment, he didn't know which was worse, being in a coma or being infected with the virus. Zhu Fuxing was undoubtedly the worst off, his despair driving him mad. What are you imagining? Zhu Fuxing, bewildered, watched as Fierce, with a look of sorrow and heartbreak, walked out of the sleeping pod, his steps stumbling slightly. Forget it. He climbed back into Yi Nanqiu's sleeping pod. The narrow cabin was barely enough for two grown men to lie side by side. Zhu Fuxing turned Yi Nanqiu sideways towards him, and nestled comfortably into his arms. Hee, you seem easy to bully like this. You don't even know what I done to you. Yi Nanqiu, oblivious, allowed him to tease her. Go to sleep, Brother Qiao. You'll be fine when you wake up. Zhu Fuxing kissed Yi Nanqiu's handsome features, then couldn't resist kissing his lips again. He rested his forehead against his neck, and slowly closed his eyes. Invisible energy surged out, enveloping the entire sleeping pod. Zhu Fuxing could sense the virus rapidly destroying Yi Nanqiu's body, while his energy fought against it, destroying, then reorganizing, then destroying again, then reorganizing again. His tendons and veins regrew with each cycle, growing stronger and more resilient. Zhu Fuxing fell into a deep sleep again. This was his way of restoring energy, ensuring Yi Nanqiu received enough to combat the virus within him. The two of them clung to each other, a beautiful and heartwarming scene, their energy entangling them tightly. Fels worked tirelessly until the afternoon. Thinking that Zhu Fuxing hadn't eaten since waking, even though he was furious, he couldn't let him starve to death. So he grabbed 2 bottles of nutrient solution and returned to the sleeping pod. Seeing the two entangled, unconscious, and unaware, Fels was paralyzed. What's this all about? Is this partiality? The two leaders were asleep, but life went on, work continued, and Fels continued to work tirelessly to clean up the mess. The only consolation was that, with Chen Ziyuan's help, the pirates were gradually returning to their formation. Over 20 reconnaissance ships were still scanning the star field relentlessly, attempting to retrace their original route, but day after day passed with no success. Even the resolute Fels was almost unable to hold on. Anxiety was creeping through the fleet. The rakish warriors were fine, but the pirates were growing increasingly anxious. Fels couldn't help but return to the sleeping pod. He felt like he'd gone insane, actually beginning to believe Zhu Fuxing's lies, believing the captain could still wake up. He'd check in from time to time, unsure of what he was hoping for. His steps were heavy, as was his heart. He carried all the pressure on his shoulders alone, and he had no idea where his hope lay. As always, the sleeping pod was quiet. How could it be quiet? Fels was filled with mixed emotions, wishing he could rush in and drag those two shameless bastards out and give them a good beating. What time is it? He's frantic. Everyone in the fleet is frantic, and yet these two are still in the mood to fool around. Yi Nanqiu was almost exasperated. Why not? You've been toying with me for so long, and you won't let me get back at you? Brother Qiao, can you please have some shame? What do you mean I'm toying with you? Isn't it all about making you feel good? That's different. How is it different? Zhu Fuxing was a little angry. Who is he working so hard for? You took the initiative then, now it's mine. Yi Nanqiao said, as he quickly stripped everything he needed to. It wasn't his fault for being so excited. For him, waking up to such a joyful moment was like waking up, and he was also infected by it. So what was there to worry about? Zhu Fuxing gasped and protested feebly at least. Notify fears first. The cabin was too small, seriously hampering his performance. Yi Nanqiao carried him out. Leave him alone. Be good, hold on to the wall. You can't. What if someone comes? Zhu Fuxing was rarely shy. This position was really. Yi Nanqiao couldn't hear anything he said. He was completely lost in thought and passion. Zhu Fuxing tried to bring some sense back to him. Fels thought he was lost. And Boss Qian. Focus on yourselves, darling. And don't mention other men anymore. Chapter 73. Fels waited until almost dark before his captain finally arrived, his eyes lit with the joy of satisfaction. He already had a flirtatious, amorous look, and now he looked even more unruly, a sign of someone who wasn't a good person. Fels was filled with resentment, his entire body etched with discontent, and seeing his captain's face only intensified his anger. He clenched his fist tightly, using all his might to avoid a punch. Hey, what's wrong? Yi Nanqiao teased. After not seeing you for a few days, why are you looking like a nagging woman? Blame your mother. Fels really wanted to rebel against his superiors. This behavior really deserved a beating. Hey, I have a way to solve the route problem. Don't get angry. Yi Nanqiao knew when to stop, not wanting to provoke the other party. Do you really believe Zhu Fuxing knows the location of our home planet? Isn't his horny mind still full of lust? Can you calm down for a moment? Yi Nanqiao put away his frivolous expression. Although this is difficult to explain, isn't it also difficult to explain why I'm standing here alive? As Yi Nanqiao walked along, the soldiers who saw him were all as if they had seen a ghost. They would rather believe the captain's spirit had left his body than that he had truly awakened. Over 800 people were still lying in bed on the medical ship. Fels was skeptical. So, should we just follow Zhu Fuxing's directions? I think you could try to believe in something. Yi Nanqiao thought of something suitable. Something more metaphysical. Don't you think General Wu believes in it too? Fels lowered his head in thought, his scientific worldview shaky. He even began to wonder if Zhu Fuxing had the legendary Dinglu constitution, relying on his sexuality to wake the captain. Fels asked tentatively, can Zhu Fuxing wake the others? I'm afraid not. Yi Nanqiao wasn't sure, but he couldn't let Fuxing hold the others and sleep for 7 or 8 days. Just the thought of it would make him want to kill. Fels gave a look of astonishment. Even with a cauldron constitution, the two needed to be in one mind and spirit, otherwise it wouldn't work. Preparing to abandon science for metaphysics, Fels stopped agonizing and said, then let Fuxing lead the way. Yi Nanqiao was puzzled by his constantly changing expressions. What was going on in his head? Why was there so much drama? Chen Ziyuan also had a shaky scientific worldview. He didn't have a deep understanding of divine messengers, having only heard Zhu Fuxing and Randy mention them occasionally. He had always believed that the so-called mysterious power was just a trick, a deception to fool the believers. Brother Qiao is really awake. Did you wake him up? Chen Ziyuan's voice rose an octave. Yes, if you don't believe me, I'll contact you after he's done with his work. Chen Ziyuan said firmly, but it's impossible for someone with those symptoms to wake up. He's seen Guai Pai's autopsy video. He was a medical student. How could someone with a missing reticular formation in the brainstem wake up? Zhu Fuxing couldn't explain it, but he knew he could wake Yi Nanqiao. I can't explain it, and I can't open Brother Qiao's brain to see what's going on inside. The only thing I know for sure is that the virus can cause changes in the human body. The chosen organization's claims might not be entirely wrong. Chen Ziyuan tried to explain it from a scientific perspective. Genetic mutation? Biological modification? Zhu Fuxing thought for a moment. If I must explain it, I think it's a form of evolution. Chen Ziyuan was unconvinced. Evolution? The chosen organization has killed so many people, but they haven't allowed all of humanity to evolve. Leon and I have analyzed this, and we believe the chosen organization's research is misguided. But evolution itself is possible, and it has indeed occurred. It's just that those divine messengers haven't evolved fully. It was difficult for a medical student to accept this. Chen Ziyuan only believed in experimental data. Then are you considered fully evolved now? You said you can sense invisible forces, but it sounds so mysterious to me. Zhu Fuxing spread his hands. I don't know my current situation, including Brother Qiao's. I don't know either. Clear. Then you dare let Brother Qiao be infected? What if the original plant of the medicinal herb isn't found? Zhu Fuxing was even less worried. First, the original plant will definitely be found. Second, I think the infected person needs something else to promote evolution, not to suppress the virus. Fuxing. Chen Ziyuan's tail trembled slightly. Do you know that you look exactly like one of the chosen ones? Zhu Fuxing said helplessly. I know it's hard for you to accept, but once we find the home planet, we'll find the answers. You even said you can sense the home planet. You sound even more like a charlatan. Zhu Fuxing curled his lips speechlessly. Since there was no point in explaining, he simply gave up. The two stared at each other for a long moment. After a long pause, Chen Ziyuan asked weakly, Can you say Brother Qiao? Can you say Boss Qian? Well, it's not that I can't, it's just inconvenient. Zhu Fuxing was a little embarrassed. His energy control wasn't precise enough right now, so he had to stay close to the other person to prevent it from dissipating. Chen Ziyuan was puzzled. What's the inconvenience? I need to hold him for 7 or 8 days while he sleeps. Chen Ziyuan swallowed hard. Fuxing, you're not healing, you're practicing dual cultivation, right? Are you truly sane now? Zhu Fuxing, Frustrated by Chen Ziyuan, Zhu Fuxing decided to find some money to practice, to see if he could remotely manipulate energy without dissipating it. As he left the command room, he spotted a small gold bar standing by the door. Zhu Fuxing carefully examined its serial number and greeted it friendly. Little Gold Bar 25, are you looking for me? Little Gold Bar 25's electronic eyes flashed, and it waved like him, and then its arm fell off. Little Gold Bar 25 looked at its arm with a hint of sadness. Zhu Fuxing watched the darkened electronic eyes and helped him pick up the arm. He first checked the connector's retaining ring, then snapped it back into place with a few clicks. It's okay, just a little loose. Just put it back together. Little Gold Bar 25, Little Gold Bar 25 walked away without looking back. Huh? You weren't here to see me? Zhu Fuxing was baffled. He continued walking toward the hatch. The Ronggui mothership was enormous, and Zhu Fuxing usually rode the onboard railcar, but today he wasn't in a hurry. As he walked, he channeled his energy, trying to focus it in his palms. How had he managed to form an arrow of energy when he locked eyes with the monster's head? Zhu Fuxing thought about it as he walked, so absorbed in his thoughts that he bumped into a little gold bar. Little Gold Bar 33? Sorry, I wasn't watching where I was going. Little Gold Bar 33's leg was knocked off. Zhu Fuxing, Are your products so poor quality? A leg can fall off with just a bump. Weren't you pretty tough that night when you were fighting the monster? Little Gold Bar 33 looked at his leg aggrievedly. It's okay. I'll put it back together for you. Zhu Fuxing checked the interface again, wondering if the parts on these robots were worn out. He had to talk to Boss Qian later. On second thought, Boss Qian was still unconscious. Alas. Okay, I'll tighten it a little. It shouldn't fall off. Zhu Fuxing clapped his hands. When he was in school, he spent every day in the machinery warehouse repairing various spacecraft and machinery. This kind of minor problem could be fixed in a few minutes. Little Gold Bar 33's electronic eyes flickered. He looked at his leg, then at Zhu Fuxing, and walked away rather dejectedly. Bidding farewell to Little Gold Bar 33, Zhu Fuxing continued forward, energy gathering in his palm. Though invisible, he could clearly sense the trembling, irregular energy ball about to take shape. Bang! Zhu Fuxing looked up in shock. Little Gold Bar 49 had been knocked over. No, why were there so many robots out today? The parts on Little Gold Bar 49's chest clattered to the ground. Zhu Fuxing quickly ran over and picked them up one by one. What's wrong with you? Do you have a mission today? Little Gold Bar 49 watched helplessly as the parts were quickly reassembled, momentarily stunned. Can't get up? That shouldn't be the case. I didn't put it in wrong. Zhu Fuxing wanted to disassemble it and recheck it. Let me take another look. But Little Gold Bar 49 got up and walked away, clutching his chest as he walked, looking particularly aggrieved. Zhu Fuxing was puzzled. What was going on? He was the only living person on the Ronggui mothership. Who had assigned the robots this mission? No, he had to check the optical computer logs. Just as he stood up, he heard a crisp clinking sound behind him. Zhu Fuxing turned around and saw a small gold bar. As expected, it had lost a part. Little Gold Bar 52, what did you lose? Zhu Fuxing was certain that these robots were deliberately trying to trick him. Little Gold Bar 52 only had one eye left. It's hard to replace a lost eye. There are too many fiber components. Why not just leave it alone? Zhu Fuxing wanted to see what these robots were up to. Little gold bar 52 froze in place, its single remaining eye blinking wildly. Then what do you say? Why did you have to remove your eye when you could just do something else? Ding. Little gold bar 52 had lost another eye right in front of him. Zhu Fuxing, Now Zhu Fuxing had no choice but to replace it. If he didn't, he would be blind. What the hell are you trying to do? Can't you talk, can you write? The robots Qianjutsu bought were very basic, lacking voice control and low intelligence. They were primarily used for cargo, and were very cheap. Zhu Fuxing wasn't sure if they could write. Little gold bar 52 silently waited for Zhu Fuxing to install his eyes. Installing eyes was truly a hassle. Connecting the fiber components required precision equipment, and the eye sockets needed relubrication. Lubrication? Zhu Fuxing remembered something. You want maintenance oil? Little gold bar 52 clapped his hands lightly. Zhu Fuxing covered his face. That night after the monster fight, he had promised the robots that Brother Qiao would replace their most expensive maintenance oil. He forgot. Yi Nanxiao was caught by Fields, and was busy with the task of reassigning personnel to the 4 unconscious starships, especially the command of the orb. Yi Nanxiao held a meeting with the pirates, and to his surprise, they cooperated fully. In the end, they nominated a new commander. Lieutenant Baron. Yi Nanxiao raised an eyebrow. Why not one of your own? The pirates replied, the princess arranged it. The princess told us to follow the rakeage, taking advantage of opportunities, and hiding when there were none. Yi Nanxiao found this quite amusing. Chen Ziyuan's command strategy was indeed well suited to the leaderless pirates. These guys were good fighters, but they were completely clueless about command. For so many years, it had been Qianjutsu and Lao Ba who had been struggling to keep the ship afloat. He nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll follow your lead. After the meeting, he discussed the departure time with Fields, and Yi Nanxiao was finally released back to the Rongui. Zhu Fuxing was in the lounge, sitting at a table, writing something, his brow furrowed in a look of distress. Yi Nanxiao hugged him from behind. What are you writing? Brother Qiao, are you done? Yes, it's not a big deal anyway. Fell's biggest concern was the flight route. Now that that's resolved, everything else is a minor issue. Zhu Fuxing turned around and asked, somewhat worriedly, are you feeling unwell? Me? I'm feeling unwell? Yi Nanxiao was completely baffled. He lowered his voice, gently nibbled Zhu Fuxing's ear, and said ambiguously, shouldn't I be asking you this? Are you feeling unwell, darling? Be serious. Zhu Fuxing used both hands to straighten his head, looking him straight in the eye with a serious expression. I'm asking if you're feeling ill. No, the doctor examined me today, and the virus isn't multiplying in large numbers, similar to your previous condition. Zhu Fuxing was still worried. You'll need blood tests in the next few days. Okay. Yi Nanxiao agreed, picked up Zhu Fuxing, weighed him, and sat down on the sofa, holding him in his lap. We're leaving in 3 days. I finally convinced Fells to let you lead the way. How are you going to reward me? Zhu Fuxing glared at him angrily. Don't try to fool me. How could Fells not listen to you? Yi Nanxiao argued, he's the vice captain, he has command authority. If he disagrees, I can't just go my own way. Oh, my brother's a commander. You can't fool me? Forgetting Zhu Lingyi's cheat, Yi Nanxiao came up with another plan. I saw your monster-killing videos. You're amazing, darling. Zhu Fuxing seemed a little proud of this. It's okay. They're mostly small monsters. Not too difficult. Yi Nanxiao praised him profusely. Are big monsters also? Isn't it completely dead? If it recovers, we'll be wiped out. Thanks to you for discovering it. I'll give you a great credit this time. Zhu Fuxing was still a little scared. Could that monster be the Zerg that Big Brother mentioned? Such strong vitality, and even psychic attacks. Have you seen similar creatures on other planets? No, Fields has already transported the monster's body back to Phoenix to see if it can migrate in space. Reconnaissance ships have also been exploring the nearby star fields, but have found nothing else. Zhu Fuxing was feeling sleepy. Brother Qiao, go to sleep. I'm so tired today. Yi Nanxiao's true colors were revealed. Baby, you're so great. Shouldn't I reward you? Zhu Fuxing's sleepy brain took 3 seconds to react. So I'm the one who's at a disadvantage. How can that be a disadvantage? You didn't even have to put in any effort. Zhu Fuxing slapped his restless hand away. No, I'm really exhausted today. Yi Nanxiao saw that he was indeed exhausted, and after a moment of deep reflection, he felt a bit like a beast. He said with pity, I'll carry you to the sleeping cabin. Zhu Fuxing refused. I'll walk by myself. Don't keep carrying me around. Just as he stood up, Zhu Fuxing saw the screen on the table and slapped his head. He had almost forgotten that it was the brand of maintenance oil he had listed. So he asked, "Brother Qiao, you should have some maintenance oil, right?" Yi Nanqiao paused, his heart aching even more. He pulled her back onto his lap and coaxed her gently. "I'm sorry, honey. I got a little excited today and lost control. I won't do that again. I never bought maintenance oil, but I remember. I'll buy it when I get home." "The best?" Zhu Fuxing, Zhu Fuxing took a long time to react. He pinched Yi Nanqiao's neck and shook it hard. "I'm talking about robot maintenance oil. What are you thinking about, Brother Qiao? Can you just dump out the crap in your head?" Yi Nanqiao was particularly pleased to see him so full of energy. He let him pinch her and asked cheerfully, "Why do you need robot maintenance oil?" Zhu Fuxing said helplessly, "What else can I do? Pay off my debt." Chapter 74. The next morning, Zhong loaded a truckload of maintenance oil onto the Rongui. He circled the starship and finally found someone in the maintenance bay. "Fuxing, the maintenance oil you requested has arrived." Zhu Fuxing couldn't even bear to look at the word maintenance oil and stammered, "Oh, I see. What are you doing?" Zhu Fuxing held up the repaired electronic eye in his hand. One of the robot's eyes fell off. "I saw some components were badly worn, so I replaced a few." Zhong was surprised. "You can do this? I had a maintenance class in school." Zhong smiled. "The boss asked me to help. Which robots need maintenance oil? Come with me." The two worked for a long time, distributing maintenance oil to each of the small gold bars. These robots could perform basic self-care and maintenance, saving a lot of trouble. Over 300 people gradually boarded the Rongui, busily preparing for departure. This time, they wouldn't stop at any other planets. They would continue traversing the universe until they found their home planet. Should we dispose of this planet? Fears was reviewing the data and images transmitted by the reconnaissance ship. No planets with life had been found in the nearby star fields, but he still felt uneasy. He had seen the previous combat videos, and he had never heard of creatures with such strong vitality. He couldn't help but worry that these monsters might also be hidden beneath the surface of some planets. Yi Nanqiao decisively decided, destroy this planet to prevent any remaining insect eggs. They didn't have time to thoroughly search the planet, so to completely eliminate the hidden dangers, destruction was the only option. In space, the Lanji had assumed command of the orb. After the 4 star ships had cleared the planet's orbit, they fired their antimatter cannons at the ancient planet. A dark blue energy wave enveloped the planet, and then, this planet, which had existed for billions of years, gradually annihilated under the force of destruction, leaving only a slowly spreading cloud of gas and dust in the universe. Zhu Fuxing once again witnessed the demise of a planet. Unlike In's, this nameless planet vanished silently. Zhu Fuxing couldn't explain the feeling. A planet might take billions of years to be born, but it could die in a moment. Humanity is so insignificant, yet its power is so immense. "Fuxing, it's time to depart." Yi Nanqiao pulled the man standing dazed by the window and pressed him into his seat. "If you can't hold on any longer, you must tell me. Don't force it, okay?" Zhu Fuxing nodded. This long-distance jump, in which he couldn't enter the sleeping pod, was a significant challenge. Thankfully, the seat had a protective shield and could be stretched flat, so Zhu Fuxing felt it wouldn't be a problem. "I won't try to be stubborn, don't worry." Yi Nanqiao smiled and kissed him on the cheek, jokingly saying, "Come on, our great magician, show us the way." The rest of the journey was bizarre. The fleet completely abandoned the star map, seemingly aimlessly traversing the universe, yet its speed was even faster than before. The Rongui led a string of starships, moving with unwavering determination towards a specific destination. After sailing for over 20 days, the leading Rongui suddenly slowed down. "What's wrong?" Fields nervously transmitted a message to the Rongui mothership, fearing Zhu Fuxing would suddenly say he didn't know where to go. "I think there's something over there, behind that nebula." Zhu Fuxing wasn't sure. He had a bad feeling, something dangerous hidden within the nebula. "I can't explain it, but I just have this sense of danger." Yi Nanqiao now trusted Zhu Fuxing's strange sense, and immediately dispatched 2 reconnaissance ships to investigate. Phils opened his mouth, and then closed it. Did Zhu Fuxing even have spiritual perception? So powerful? That would require a Mahayana cultivator to achieve that. Not long after, the reconnaissance ship received feedback. A wormhole had been discovered. Phils, awesome. Wormhole? Yi Nanqiao felt a little uneasy. The wormhole at base number 4 had left a deep psychological scar on him. "Let's go take a look. Other units, be on alert." Bellon quickly sent back a message. "Captain, This is a newly formed wormhole. It hasn't formed a stable passage yet. Should we leave someone stationed there? Wormholes are precious, vast passages in the universe. Generally, when a wormhole is discovered, the military will station troops there and explore the starfields beyond. Without waiting for Yi Nanxiao to speak, Zhu Fuxing immediately said, "Destroy it. There's something very dangerous on the other side." Belong paused, looking at Yi Nanxiao uncertainly. "Captain? Fuxing you?" Yi Nanxiao hesitated. "What did you sense?" "I can't explain it. I just know it's dangerous." "Brother Qiao, we must destroy the wormhole and prevent them from getting through." Zhu Fuxing's tone was somewhat mystical, and the three mothership commanders remained silent for a moment. Just then, a head poked out of the wormhole. It was an extremely ugly, yet enormous head. The head alone was almost as big as the reconnaissance ship. One couldn't imagine how large its body must have been. Yi Nanxiao instantly recalled the giant monster he fought before and immediately ordered, "Blow it up." The soldiers reacted with remarkable speed. The mothership's gun suddenly lit up with blue lights, and antimatter missiles hurled themselves at the whole worm one after another. In an instant, everything was reduced to dust. Huff, huff, huff. Zhu Fuxing crouched on the ground, gasping for air. His energy drained, his body limp as a noodle, unable to even stand. "Fuxing, what's wrong with you?" Yi Nanxiao lifted him up and placed him in the chair, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. "It's okay. Perhaps sensing whatever's over there is too much." Yi Nanxiao carried him to the sleeping pod. "Go to the pod and rest. We'll search the area for a few days." Zhu Fuxing, aware of his condition, didn't refuse and soon fell into a deep sleep. The fleet stopped and, radiating from the wormhole, searched all nearby planets, even asteroids. However, several days passed without success. Braun asked uncertainly, "Could it be that this wormhole just formed, and we encountered the first monster that crawled through?" Fels glanced at him. "Then how do you explain the monster the captain and his crew encountered? It's clearly been living on that planet for quite some time, spawning a multitude of smaller monsters." Yi Nanxiao rested his chin on his left hand and tapped the command desk with his right. "We must notify the military and dispatch troops to conduct a large-scale search. Not only for these unidentified creatures, but also for wormholes. All previously discovered wormholes must be re-explored." Fels agreed. "That's the only way. We have so few people and so few reconnaissance ships, so the search area is too limited." Yi Nanxiao stood up and ordered Fels, "Report the situation to the military and send the coordinates for reinforcements. Baron, gather the fleet, we'll continue our journey." Likage, having thrown a major problem onto the military, continued to run blindly, following Zhu Fuxing's instructions. He paid no mind to the shock this news had on the military. Why again? The corpse of the previous monster is still on its way back, and another one has been discovered? General William was frantic. Everything was apparently fine. They had lived in the Wushu galaxy for over 2,000 years, and had discovered no creatures posing a threat to humanity. How could the opening of a wormhole bring on a barrage of bad news? General Wu, about to set up the altar again, sighed deeply. Have we opened Pandora's box? Will more unidentified creatures emerge in the future? The reserve generals present all looked grim. According to the news Hermann had sent, the starships were at a disadvantage against these unidentified creatures. They simply didn't have any more suitable weapons. If invaded, the consequences would be unimaginable. General William, with a glimmer of hope, asked the weapons development manager, "Is it too late to start developing mechas now?" The manager, feeling immense pressure, replied sincerely, "General, space combat mechas are completely different from light landing combat mechas. We never designed such a weapon, and we don't have any reference data. It's not something we can produce in the short term." "Then start development now," General Yi said gravely. "We must deploy space mechas to the battlefield as soon as possible to respond to any crisis that may arise." The manager, overcome with grief, could only nod, "I understand." After a moment's thought, he suggested, "Can we borrow one from the Twin Spirit system? That would give us some reference. We can't even open Exit 3 right now." General Wu wanted to sigh even more. General Yi dispelled the leader's unrealistic fantasy. If the Twin Spirit system's mechas were effective, they wouldn't have sealed the exits, and Hermann wouldn't have asked to go back to the home planet to find a solution to the psychic power issue. Forget it. Let's just work on our own. The leader reluctantly left the meeting room and gathered everyone to quickly begin the mecha development project. The meeting continued, and General Wu frowned as he said, "According to Qiaozi, the Wushu system needs increased security, and all wormholes need to be rechecked." General William continued, "Yes, and we'll also send a large force to the Virgo system to search. The military's actions were always efficient. Soon, a large number of starships passed through the wormholes and headed for the coordinates set by Yi Nanqiao. The surging Rakage fleet, after another 45 days of sailing, headed straight for a beautiful barred spiral galaxy. The vast disk structure is elliptical, with 4 clearly visible spiral arms encircling the galactic center like ribbons. Hundreds of billions of stars, like sparkling diamonds, adorn this vast galaxy. It resembles a graceful dancer, adorned in shimmering attire, slowly spinning in its timeless rhythm. Zhu Fuxing first gazed at the scanning image with fascination, then quickly opened the protective shield and scurried toward the porthole. Brother Qiao, the Milky Way. That's the Milky Way. Zhu Fuxing's voice trembled with a hint of suppression. Brother Qiao, we arrived in the Milky Way. Yi Nanqiao unconsciously tensed up and walked over to press Zhu Fuxing's shoulder. How do you know that's the Milky Way? To him, all barred spiral galaxies looked similar. The only difference was which was bigger, which had more spiral arms, and which had brighter disks. The galaxy before him was the most common type in the universe. Nothing special about it. I know, she's there, at the edge of the Orion spiral arm. Zhu Fuxing gazed at a point in the vast galaxy before him and whispered, She's there, Brother Qiao, we're almost home. Yi Nanqiao took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, trusting Fuxing's judgment. He reminded everyone on the communication channel, brace yourselves, we arrived in the Milky Way. We're not stopping, we're continuing our journey. The Milky Way? Boss, is this really the Milky Way? Everyone was in disbelief, yet filled with anticipation. Were they really close to finding their home planet? Yi Nanqiao's nervousness was undiminished, but he feigned a casual response. We'll know in a few days. The fleet accelerated again, heading towards the Orion spiral arm. Countless stars were left behind, and the fleet, with its clear goal, sailed straight through a spherical cloud of icy planetesimals. The Oort cloud. Billions of comets, trailing long tails, slammed into the intruder, the solar system's natural protective barrier. The comets were so dense that the fleet was forced to slow down and raise its energy shields to their highest level. Clashes occurred frequently, as the starship trudged through the vast expanses of the Oort cloud for 26 hours before finally entering the solar system. Bright stars shone brightly, and the warriors, observing the familiar galactic structure, finally believed they had found the right path. Such images and videos have been displayed in Hall 1 of the Phoenix Star Museum for over 2,000 years, and every interstellar person can easily recognize them. Nearest to them was the Kuiper Belt. Beyond it, the 8 planets orbiting the Sun could be seen, and their parent star was the 3rd planet in the solar system. A beautiful azure planet floated quietly in the depths of the universe, like a mysterious blue crystal. She was unique, bearing endless mysteries. In the vast universe, she was a one-of-a-kind existence, the very origin of human life. The moment every soldier in the fleet laid eyes on her, tears welled up in their eyes. Over 3,000 years had passed since humanity fled their homeworld, lost in the vast sea of stars, yet they never gave up searching for their home planet. Generation after generation of effort, a persistent search across the universe for millennia. Now, they could finally return home. Chapter 75. As the news reached Phoenix, humanity across the galaxy once again erupted in uncontrollable jubilation. But before the generals could celebrate, they were stunned by the following news. Chiuzi, what did you say? Say it again. General William thought he misheard. How could it be possible? How could there still be humans on the home planet? Yi Nanqiao also felt like he was dreaming, a bit dazed. It's true, General. The reconnaissance ships scanned the home planet's surface. Although the population is small, the buildings look very. Yi Nanqiao considered his words carefully. Very ancient. Impossible. Not only General William, but all the generals thought it was a fantasy. At the beginning of the apocalypse, various disasters occurred frequently. Food was scarce, viruses were rampant, and the population plummeted. Later, earthquakes continued, volcanoes erupted, torrential rains fell, and sea levels rose. Every conceivable calamity unfolded in succession, a virtual mass extinction. If there wasn't a truly hopeless situation, the spacecraft wouldn't have taken some humans to interstellar space at the cost of sacrificing most of them. How could the humans left behind on their home planet survive under such circumstances? Zhu Fuxing said, they did survive. While there was no way to know whether they were dead or alive, they did their best to evacuate the people to the Qinghai Tibet Plateau under extremely difficult conditions. As long as the sea level didn't rise above the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, there would definitely be survivors. Although floods had already submerged their homes before his previous life's death, he firmly believed that some of his compatriots had survived. So, he wasn't surprised at all when he saw signs of human activity in the images transmitted back by the reconnaissance ship. Seeing his calm and composed expression, Yi Nanxiao couldn't help but ask, "Fuxing, aren't you surprised at all?" "Not at all," Zhu Fuxing replied confidently. "Even in desperate situations, as long as there's a glimmer of hope, miracles can be created." Thousands of years before the apocalypse, Homo sapiens remained at the top of the world. That's how amazing Homo sapiens is. General William only came to his senses when he heard Zhu Fuxing's voice. What exactly is going on? Yi Nanxiao rubbed his temples to clear his mind and explained to the generals. The surface geological structure of our home planet has changed significantly. We compared it with maps from 3,000 years ago. Most of the human population is concentrated on the inland plateau of Asia. Based on the exposed soil, we infer that the sea level drop began within the last 200 years and is still ongoing. Chuzi, what are your plans? General William knew that Yi Nanxiao must have already made his next move. I plan to temporarily anchor the fleet at the lunar base and establish small-scale contact with the humans on the surface to understand their power structure. General William nodded. Yes, that way, there won't be any panic. General Yi added, remember, our goal is to find medicinal herbs and a solution to the spiritual power issue. We should try to avoid conflict. Yi Nanxiao assured him, I know. I'm well aware of this. After a brief 2-day rest, the fighter formation re-entered the atmosphere. The fighters, with their mimicry coatings activated, landed dispersely 10 kilometers from the edge of the human settlement. It was obvious that this place was sparsely populated, and vegetation wasn't particularly thriving. Vast tracts of waist-deep weeds covered the plains, but trees were few and far between. Zhu Fuxing jumped off the gangway, excitedly wanting to roll around in the grass. He clearly felt something accelerating the changes in his body, energy slowly accumulating. Brother Qiao, can you feel that? Zhu Fuxing clenched his fist. My energy is increasing, albeit slowly. Yi Nanxiao didn't sense any energy yet, he simply felt his body lighter, more powerful, and seemingly stronger. The sensation began to manifest after entering Earth's atmosphere, becoming more intense the closer they got to the ground. He grabbed hold of the overly excited Zhu Fuxing and observed his surroundings. When the cabin was briefly open, the mimicry temporarily shut down, then immediately blended in with the surroundings once the hatch closed. It was these few brief seconds that elicited an exclamation. Wow! Yi Nanxiao, startled, quickly pulled Zhu Fuxing behind him. Despite his keen observation, he hadn't noticed anyone nearby. Zhu Fuxing wasn't afraid. He looked in the direction of the sound for a long time, but didn't see a single person. Brother Qiao, did you see anyone? Yi Nanxiao raised his chin forward. In the bushes. Looks like a child. Zhu Fuxing was a little unsure, the voice sounded sweet and childish. The bushes rustled, and then a chubby little boy came running toward them. When he reached the bottom of the fighter plane, he exclaimed again, Wow! What a big bird! Zhu Fuxing and Yi Nanxiao, The little boy was about 4 or 5 years old, no taller than the weeds. He was fair and plump, his body chubby. As he ran over, his little flesh trembled. He wasn't afraid of them either. His attention was completely focused on the fighter plane. He pointed with his chubby little hand in its direction and said, Bird fly. Bird fly. Ride the bird. Ride the bird. Yi Nanxiao frowned, and Zhu Fuxing couldn't help but laugh. This little chubby boy was so adorable, he really wanted to give him a pinch. He walked over to the chubby boy and squatted down, looking him straight in the eye. He realized that despite his chubby face, he was incredibly beautiful. His eyes took up a third of his fair, delicate face. His large, dark eyes were bright and clear, and he had a perky little nose, a rosy little mouth, and a chubby double chin. He looked like a little Fua doll drawn by AI. Zhu Fuxing's eyes curved with a smile. Little boy, where are your parents? It was too dangerous to let a child run around in this wilderness. The chubby boy finally lowered his head. Seeing Zhu Fuxing talking to him, he exclaimed again, Wow! Zhu Fuxing was so amused by his laughter that he couldn't help but want to pick him up and play with him, but he couldn't. Zhu Fuxing was also frowning. How heavy could this little chubby boy really be? Unconvinced, he tried harder and finally lifted him off the ground. Be careful! Yi Nanxiao leaped and tackled him to the ground. Simultaneously, a massive wave of energy, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, barreled towards them. Yi Nanxiao rolled 5 or 6 times on the ground, holding the two men, before finally avoiding the wind sweep. The wind blades cut down a large swath of weeds along the path. Yi Nanxiao's pupils constricted. He protected the two men with his left hand, preventing them from rising and with one hand, he pulled the trigger. Swish, swish, swish. The light energy bullet darted towards the attacker's feet. Yi Nanqiao had no intention of harming anyone at this point. They had just arrived and didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. The attacker was visibly stunned by the light energy bullet, and his steps, rushing towards them, paused for a moment, but only for a moment before a more powerful energy surged forward, sending a sharp whistling sound through the air. Yi Nanqiao finally lost his temper. As his energy shield deployed, he stood up, half-crouched, rested the butt of his rifle on his right shoulder, and pulled the trigger again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A dense web of light energy blasts spread out, blocking the attacker's front. The attacker reacted incredibly quickly, retreating on the spot, flying backwards hundreds of meters, like a rock spreading its wings. Yi Nanqiao and Zhu Fuxing were incredulous. This was absolutely unhuman. Yi Nanqiao frowned. The situation was getting tricky. He didn't dare use the light energy cannon. The explosion would alert more people. More importantly, he didn't want to provoke a fight. But before he could come up with a countermeasure, the enemy's attack had already arrived. The energy shield trembled slightly from the overwhelming force of the attack. Yi Nanqiao was horrified. This force was almost as powerful as a mortar. Without a second thought, Yi Nanqiao was forced to activate his light energy cannon. Boom! The shell erupted, a deafening roar echoing across the wasteland, reducing the land hundreds of meters in radius to scorched earth. Ah Su! The terrified cry horrified Yi Nanqiao even more than the roar of the shell. He wasn't dead? Did he dodge it, or just withstand it? Was he truly human? Although he had intentionally lowered the energy output, this was still a light energy cannon, one that could knock out armored tanks. Ah Su! How are you? I'll fight you. Yi Nanqiao raised his gun again, helpless and unable to think. Stop right there. The man called Ah Su coughed for a few minutes before slowly standing up. Yi Nanqiao was stunned and doubtful, but now he knew for sure. This man called Ah Su could withstand a light energy cannon. Uncle! Don't hit me! The little fat boy cried, burrowing out of Zhu Fuxing's arms and sprinting towards the two men on the opposite side with his short legs. After a few steps, he tripped and fell to the ground with a thud. Yi Nanqiao, wah, woo. The little fat boy's sobs shook the earth. Zhu Fuxing, So they were the little fat boy's family. They probably thought he was trying to kidnap the child. Zhu Fuxing looked at the little fat boy helplessly. He wanted to hug him, but he was afraid of provoking another attack from the two men. Just then, the two men slowly approached them. Zhu Fuxing stood beside Yi Nanqiao, his heart awestruck. So powerful. Yi Nanqiao couldn't sense it, but he could. These two men were incredibly powerful. Only when they got closer did he realize they were two exceptional men. One had a handsome face and an air of elegance. The other had deep eyebrows and bright eyes, a sturdy and powerful figure. Even in a galaxy filled with handsome men and beautiful women, this one stood out from the crowd, unforgettable. The attacker picked up the tearful little boy, patting and comforting him. Ah Su approached and sized up Zhu Fuxing and Yi Nanqiao, his gaze lingering for a long time on their combat uniforms and light energy rifles. With a hint of apology he said, Sorry, Lu Jiu thought you were going to take Guo away. What's there to apologize for? Shut up. Ah Su's voice was quiet, but Lu Jiu remained silent, glaring at the two men. Ah Su ignored Lu Jiu and spoke again. Where are you from? Yi Nanqiao moved half a body length away, shielding Zhu Fuxing behind him, not lowering his light energy rifle. He could sense that these two men were extremely dangerous. From so far away, it'll take a long time to explain. Are you sure you want to listen now? You're injured. Ah Su coughed again. Lu Jiu put the little fat boy down and nervously supported him. Ah Su, are you okay? Your internal organs are bruised and need immediate treatment. Yi Nanqiao himself was a professional at dealing with injuries. He could tell the difference between internal and external injuries at a glance. Ah Su looked fine, but he must be bleeding internally. He didn't want to make any enemies, so he said sincerely, We don't want to cause any trouble. Since it's just a misunderstanding, if you trust us, let us treat you. Who asked you to treat me? I'll destroy you. Lu Jiu's eyes were bloodshot, and he wanted nothing more than to kill the two men before him. Ah Su was injured. In trying to save him, Ah Su had nearly been killed by that cannon. Shut up. Ah Su spoke each word with pause, once again harboring the urge to beat up this mad dog. Could he just quiet down? Lu Jiu pursed his lips, unclenching and unclenching his fists, his chest rising and falling rapidly, a struggle to hold back. Ah Su glanced at him, embarrassed to act excessively in front of others, and simply squeezed his palm gently. Lu Jiu glared at Yi Nanxiao again, then disregarded his presence and threw his arm around Ah Su's shoulders, shielding him with his body. He whispered, "If you feel any pain, lean on me." Yi Nanxiao raised an eyebrow. Oh, no wonder he's so angry. Upon hearing the explosion, the wreckage team quickly arrived, their fighters coming to a stop. Lu Jiu saw dozens of flying objects suddenly appearing and disappearing, and pointed in disbelief in the direction of the fighters. You are those? Are they the descendants of the humans who left Earth 3,000 years ago? Ah Su's surprise faded, but he quickly calmed down. So those records are true. Yi Nanxiao raised an eyebrow. Judging from the reactions of these two, human civilization on their home planet must have been nearly destroyed, leaving them with little knowledge of events before the apocalypse. Boss, what's going on? Fels looked at the two people, clearly native to their home planet, and then at the scene. It was clear that a battle had already taken place. I'll explain later. Tell B. Braun to send a small medical ship over. Yi Nanxiao then looked at Ah Su, inwardly marveling again. So strong. He could still stand and talk despite internal bleeding. He kindly suggested, "Would you like to lie down and rest?" Ah Su and the little fatty were still gazing at the direction the flying object had disappeared. He smiled and asked, "Can I take another look at that flying object? Is that a plane?" The little fatty was instantly excited. He hugged Zhu Fuxing's legs and excitedly exclaimed, "Gua gua. I want to ride in a plane. A big one." Chapter 76. Every child dreams of flying. The allure of a large airplane is too great. For the chubby kid, it's something only found in legends. Zhu Fuxing couldn't resist the chubby kid's cuteness. He looked at Yi Nanxiao with embarrassment. "Brother Qiao, won't the commotion just now attract attention?" "Huh? Are you worried someone's coming?" Ah Su smiled and said it was fine. "No one's coming. This is my hunting ground." "Yours? This whole area is yours?" Zhu Fuxing marked out the entire wasteland. Ah Su nodded calmly. "Yes, the plane doesn't need to be hidden." Yi Nanxiao was once again incredulous. With a dedicated hunting ground not far from a human settlement, this person must not only be highly skilled, but also have a distinguished background. "Lie down first. I'll examine you." As a medic, Ah Zhong always carried simple medical equipment. He inflated the medical bed and gestured to Ah Su, "Lie down." Ah Su glanced curiously, and then obediently lay down. Ah Zhong scanned his entire body and asked in surprise, "You have severe internal bleeding and 5 broken ribs, yet you appear to be fine? How did you do it?" Ah Su smiled nonchalantly. "Energy can slowly repair itself. It may not be as fast as your treatment, but this injury is nothing." He had suffered worse injuries before. It was truly nothing. Lu Jiu's eyes turned red with rage, and he glared at Yi Nanxiao again. Zhu Fuxing quickly explained to Lu Jiu, "Well, a good night's sleep in the treatment chamber will heal quickly." Lu Jiu was skeptical. "Really? Really? They'll be back in 5 or 6 hours at most." Ah Su laid down for a moment before sitting up, sighing. "You guys are amazing. You're... what? A medical ship? It can dock here too. Now, can you tell me why you came to Earth?" Yi Nanxiao rubbed his chin, pondering for a moment. He walked over to him, and casually sat cross-legged on the grass, ready for a long conversation. "First, let me introduce myself. My name is Yi Nanxiao, and these are my teammates." Yi Nanxiao extended his hand to Ah Su. Ah Su paused, perhaps as a formality, then extended his hand and gently shook his. "Gan Su. It's an honor to meet you." Yi Nanxiao offered a friendly greeting before continuing. "We come from a distant galaxy. Over 3,000 years ago, our spacecraft left our home planet and didn't reach its destination." Yi Nanxiao detailed the interstellar human race's search for their home planet and the problems they needed to solve. He had a hunch that this man named Gan Su was definitely something special. Since he didn't want to start a war, he needed to find a partner here, and Gan Su was a good candidate. "Are you lost? That's why you haven't returned?" Lu Jiu didn't know what to make of this. "How could you be lost for thousands of years?" Yi Nanxiao patiently explained, "It's not that you won't return, it's that you can't return. The universe is so vast, you can't imagine it unless you traveled it yourself." He completely understood Lu Jiu's confusion. The current state of our home planet was probably little better than primitive society, and science and technology were probably non-existent. Gan Su got to the point. Finding a cure for the virus is probably going to be difficult. The Earth's environment has undergone significant changes. The sea began receding over 200 years ago, and many plants have become extinct. But that's not the most important thing. The more important thing is that the virus you're talking about may be different from what we understand. Zhu Fuxing asked, no one of you has died from this virus, so you don't know it exists. Or maybe you don't call it a virus, right? Gansu lowered his eyes, thought for a moment, and said to Zhu Fuxing, let me find someone who knows more about these things to explain it to you. They might be able to explain it more clearly. Lu Jiu blew a whistle, and a bird shot towards them from a distance like an arrow. It was truly flying, so fast that only its afterimage could be seen in the air. It wasn't until it perched on Lu Jiu's shoulder that everyone could see it was a brown bird. Lu Jiu placed a blue stone into the small tube next to its claws, and patted its head, sending it flying away. Another afterimage flashed by, instantly disappearing from everyone's sight. Is that a peregrine falcon? Zhu Fuxing wasn't sure. It looked very similar, but it was so fast. Gansu was somewhat surprised he could recognize it. It's a peregrine falcon, but they evolved and are very fast. Is it going to call for help? Yes, he's considered the person who knows the most about the pre-apocalyptic world. He can answer all your questions, including those about spiritual power. Yi Nanxia posed a new question. What kind of society do you have now? Who governs you? Gansu replied, whoever owns their territory governs it. Yi Nanxia suspected it was a tribal settlement, where whoever had the bigger fist had the final say. He then asked, who owns the territory on this side of the snowy mountains? How many settlements are there? Gansu blinked. Mine. Everyone, Yi Nanxia choked for a moment. What about the other tribes? Gansu blinked again. We just beat them into submission. If they're obedient, we'll keep them. If they're disobedient, we'll make them disappear. Everyone, except for Zhu Fuxing, no one present knew what to say. Zhu Fuxing looked at Gansu's handsome, clear-minded face, and felt genuinely relieved. You interstellar people still know very little about our ancestors. This is a tradition etched in our genes. No matter what kind of society, doesn't it all strive for unity? Lu Jiu, seeing the surprised expressions on everyone's faces, couldn't help but smile. Our predecessors left a message. If we want to establish a government, we must ultimately return to agricultural civilization. Anyone who interferes with our farming will be driven into the fields. Everyone, Zhu Fuxing mentally gave Lu Jiu a thumbs up. The man Gansu had summoned arrived quickly, riding a... What is this? It looked neither like a dog nor a bear. Chief. The man dismounted, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. You're looking for me. Gansu introduced himself to Yi Nanxiao. His name is Tang Yufei. He's a doctor, if you will. He then said to Tang Yufei, these are guests who have come from afar. We have some questions for you to answer. Yi Nanxiao keenly sensed that Gansu's attitude toward Tang Yufei was a little strange, but he didn't ask. Tang Yufei didn't care. Looking at these guests who had come from afar, he guessed without Gansu saying anything. Are you descendants of the human race that left Earth 3,000 years ago? Excellent. It seemed this person did have some information. Yi Nanxiao didn't need to explain it all over again. After hearing Yi Nanxiao's questions about the virus and mental power, Tang Yufei was somewhat speechless. Your approach is fundamentally flawed, whether it's the organization you're talking about or Phoenix Star. Zhu Fuxing found a folding chair from nowhere and handed it to Tang Yufei, motioning him to sit down and talk. Thank you. Tang Yufei took the chair, thought for a moment, and then continued to explain. The AIDS virus is the name for a period of great disaster. In fact, evolvers had already appeared before the spacecraft left, but at the time, natural disasters were constant and communications were blocked, so the news didn't spread widely. The government and the military were busy evacuating the people, so the incident didn't attract much attention. Later, when the floods cleared the area, the living space left for humans was further reduced. Not only did they have to fight various natural disasters, but they also had to fight against evolving animals and even plants. In short, not many people were left. It was also during this time that a large number of surviving humans completed their evolution in this extreme environment. Finally, medical experiments proved that AIDS can indeed reshape the human body, but it must first be destroyed. Those who survived succeeded, while those who couldn't survive at the beginning of the apocalypse died. Zhu Fuxing suddenly realized how he had finally figured out how he had died. It was truly not an unjust death. Who hadn't survived? Tang Yufei glanced at Zhu Fuxing in confusion, confused by his expression of a well-deserved death. He retracted his gaze and continued, ADS's reshaping of the human body is the first step. The second step in promoting evolution is a substance brought up from the Earth's core by volcanic eruptions. We call it ash crystal matter. This substance attracted little attention in the early days of the apocalypse. Only with the numerous volcanic eruptions did ash crystal matter become increasingly abundant. This substance is the key to stimulating human evolution. The faster the body absorbs it, the higher its affinity, and the greater the energy for evolution. So none of you humans who left Earth could truly evolve. Those divine messengers, including you. Tang Yufei pointed at Zhu Fuxing. It's probably only after your bodies were reshaped and exposed to a small amount of gray crystal material that you were able to stimulate a little bit of spiritual power. But it's useless. Without the protection of a large amount of gray crystal material, you wouldn't even be able to withstand the virus and would surely die. Yi Nanxiao couldn't help but feel nervous. What about now? What if he stayed on the home planet? Oh, don't worry now. Every breath we take contains gray crystal material. As long as he stays here, he will definitely evolve. However, the energy will vary depending on individual constitutions. Yi Nanxiao finally let go of the heavy weight in his heart. Fuxing wouldn't die, he would live well, and they still had a long time. Many of our compatriots have been infected with the virus. Can they all evolve? That's not certain. Many of us who remain on Earth are ordinary people, and it's still because of our individual constitutions. Some people, like Lu Jiu, evolve at a very young age. I evolved in my teens. The most impressive one is Gan Su. He evolved the fastest, yet possesses the greatest energy. You'll need to let those patients live here for a while to see the results. But even if they can't evolve, they can strengthen their bodies, so at least they won't die. Tang Yufei looked at Gan Su and added, of course, this requires the leader's approval. Yi Nanxiao confirmed that Gan Su and Tang Yufei were not on good terms. He wisely played dumb. We'll discuss this later. The medical ship is almost here. Gan Su, prepare to enter the medical bay. Gan Su glanced at Yi Nanxiao with understanding, then smiled and nodded. Okay. Even a small medical ship was a behemoth in the eyes of Gan Su and the others. After the starship landed, Gan Su refused Ah Zhong's offer to push him aboard, insisting on walking up himself. Lu Jubi had to stay by his side, and Tang Yufei was intrigued, eager to witness the technological civilization of the interstellar world. The three of them boarded, leaving only the fat boy, still staring eagerly at Zhu Fuxing. The fat boy clung to Zhu Fuxing's legs, not crying or making a fuss, but quietly whimpering "Guagua, Guagua." Zhu Fuxing couldn't help but pick him up, his face flushed as he climbed the fighter's gangway. As he placed him in the pilot's seat, the fat boy's little flesh bounced, his belly bulging. Zhu Fuxing looked amused and gently poked his belly with his finger, making the little chubby boy giggle. Guagua, raise the ash, let the ash fly to the sky. The little chubby boy waved excitedly. I can't fly a plane, can I find a brother to take you? The little chubby boy asked, can that Guagua? The little chubby boy pointed at Yi Nanxiao, who was not far away. That brother probably can't, he's busy. Can someone else do it? The little chubby boy looked disappointed and remained silent. Zhu Fuxing was curious. Why can't the other brothers do it? The other Guaguas aren't pretty. Oh, you're still obsessed with looks? Zhu Fuxing scratched his nose amusedly. Just wait, I'll find you a handsome brother. In fact, after countless generations of genetic optimization, interstellar humans are generally not ugly. Perhaps the warriors are rather serious and stern, and the little fat boy is a little intimidated. Zhu Fuxing thought for a moment, and decided to find a more approachable warrior. He ran to the medical ship, and pulled out the military doctor. Zhu Fuxing pointed at the helpless military doctor, and asked the little fat boy, is this brother okay? The little fat boy glanced at him, and Yi Nanxiao several times, then stared at the military doctor for a long time before reluctantly saying, is it okay? The military doctor narrowed his eyes. You brat, do you think you're picking a harem? Chapter 77. Yi Nanxiao was busy discussing the latest intelligence with the military. The generals had been feeling agitated for a while, but knowing that both the virus and the evolutionary issues could be resolved was a welcome relief. But the patients had to be transported to the home planet, posing another significant challenge. Over 1 billion patients, and the home planet currently lacked any infrastructure. To accommodate so many, they needed to first build infrastructure. And transporting all those patients there and back would be quite challenging. The transportation, construction, logistics, supplies, and medical departments were all called into a meeting. The leaders discussed the situation for over 10 days, their hair nearly falling out. Yi Nanxiao, once again, passed the problem off to the military and left it alone. He had more important things to do, inject the virus into every soldier in the fleet. Such a precious opportunity couldn't be wasted. Everyone who arrived here had to try to evolve. Of course, They also had to negotiate with Gansu. Although the fleet could easily suppress the forces on the home planet with force, they still didn't want to provoke a war. Gansu was an exceptional leader. He was fully aware of the disparity in power between the two sides and possessed foresight, even setting his sights on the interstellar realm. Everything you say is perfectly acceptable. I have only 2 requests. First, open civilian air routes, so Phoenix can accept Earth survivors for further study. Second, help us build a space fleet. I'm very worried about that Zerg you mentioned. Of course, we'll also help you complete your evolution. Yi Nanxiao was greatly relieved. This teammate was much less of a worry than Qian Jusai. The two sides happily reached a consensus, and after relaying the news to the military, Phoenix quickly decided that all patients in the cryo chambers would be transported to the home planet with the first wave of troops. This included Zhu Lingyi and Leon, as well as the unconscious Professor Jing and the Zhu family. After hearing the news, Zhu Fuxing sat alone in the wasteland for a long time. His greatest wish was to save his brother, and that wish had finally come true. But his eldest brother, Herman, was trapped in the Twin Spirits galaxy. When would he be brought back? His 2 brothers, separated by life and death, would be reunited. When would they finally be together? Footsteps sounded, and Zhu Fuxing wiped his face before turning back. Are you done? Yi Nanxiao sat down beside him. The wasteland was dark, and he studied Zhu Fuxing's face in the dim moonlight. He gently pulled him into his arms. Why are you still crying? Shouldn't you be happy? Zhu Fuxing smiled. These are tears of joy. Fuxing, you're not good at lying. Yi Nanxiao stroked his cheek, understanding. Are you worried about Herman? Yes. Yi Nanxiao kissed him. He touched her forehead and promised, I'll bring Herman back. No. Zhu Fuxing chuckled. I think my brother would rather bring him back himself. Yi Nanxiao also laughed. Fine, I won't compete with him. Zhu Fuxing leaned against his chest, clearly sensing the surge of energy within him. Brother Qiao, are you almost evolving? Maybe? Ask Lu Jiao tomorrow. Zhu Fuxing was a little surprised. When did your relationship become so close? Wasn't it tense before? Yi Nanxiao didn't dare to tell the truth. He'd been picking fights with Lu Jiao every day these days, but at this stage, he was the only one being beaten. He asked Tang Yufei if there was a way to speed up energy evolution, and the answer was fighting, putting oneself in danger, and fighting non-stop. Not only could this speed up the evolution process, it could also increase the energy limit. He offered Lu Jiao many benefits, and Lu Jiao readily agreed to his seemingly unprovoked behavior, and of course, he delivered with considerable force. Yi Nanxiao was beaten into the medical ward daily, spending time there before daring to come out to see Fuxing. Brother Qiao, come back to your senses. What are you thinking about? Yi Nanxiao didn't want to lie, nor could he tell him the truth, so he strategically diverted his attention. Baby, do you want something exciting? Zhu Fuxing couldn't follow his train of thought. There's no one here. Zhu Fuxing retorted instinctively, why not? Thels and the others are at the camp. It's quite far away. Suddenly, Zhu Fuxing understood what he meant. You want? Here? Don't you want to try? In the wilderness, under the twilight. As he spoke, his hands became restless. No way. There's no shelter here. No one's coming. Not even a ghost. Yi Nanxiao had already pinned him to the grass, and an eager kiss followed. He had been trying to distract himself, but as he spoke, he began to feel something, even though his entire body ached from the beating he just received. But it wasn't a big deal. Zhu Fuxing had always been very open about this sort of thing, always caring about his partner's feelings, even a bit indulgent. A blushing, heart-pounding sound echoed in the darkness. While it was stimulating, it wasn't physically comfortable. The ground was hard and covered in small stones, so there was no way it could possibly be comfortable. Zhu Fuxing felt the skin on his back was almost chafed, and he had to protest, grabbing Yi Nanxiao's hair and pulling hard, only to bring a bit of clarity back to the bewildered man. Yi Nanxiao soothed, What's wrong, honey? Don't be afraid, there's no one. No, my back hurts so much. The ground is hurting. Yi Nanxiao held him and turned him over. Okay, that's enough. You can still do it yourself. Zhu Fuxing gagged him. It was too embarrassing. Whether in this environment or this position, he really couldn't bear any more stimulation. Gansu had been busy all day and only found time to visit Yi Nanxiao in the evening. He had something to discuss with him. After searching the barracks but not finding him, Fels told him he was probably still outside. Gansu and Lu Jiao left the barracks and tried to look around. They didn't walk far, but their mental powers were so strong that they could hear noises from far away. Gansu froze in his tracks. Lu Jiu gave him a wicked smile. Oh, I guess I was too gentle. You're so energetic. Gansu turned and walked away. Lu Jiu paused and chased after him, feeling a little aggrieved. Ah Su, you never been so enthusiastic. Gansu's face flushed red, and he walked faster and faster. Lu Jiu chased after him, grabbing his hand. Hey, what's there to be ashamed of? Let's go over and listen and learn. Do you have any shame? Lu Jiu wondered, isn't a happy life more important than prestige? But Gansu was already a long way off. Lu Jiu sighed and followed dejectedly. The next day, unsatisfied, Lu Jiu vented his anger on Yi Nanxiao, his attacks even more brutal. Are you mad? Yi Nanxiao was kicked over 20 meters away, lying on the ground for a long time, unable to get up. Just wait, I'll kill you when I evolve. Haha. Yi Nanxiao, you got this day. Well done, Lu Jiu. Xianjusai was beside himself with glee. Seeing Yi Nanxiao getting beaten up was more gratifying than if he earned 100 million. Yi Nanxiao struggled to his feet, his body covered in blood. He frowned and felt his abdomen, determining that 2 ribs were broken. Xianjusai, what's the point of being so happy? I'm going to the medical bay. Now it's your turn, hiss. No. Xianjusai stepped back repeatedly. I only been awake for a few days. Wait. Although Xianjusai wanted to evolve quickly, Lu Jiu was too ruthless. Yi Nanxiao was beaten so badly that he couldn't even fight back. Wouldn't he have died on the spot? He wasn't in such a rush. A slow evolution was fine. Lu Jiu pinched the joints of his hand and, without a word, used his spiritual thread to lift Xianjusai into the air, bringing him in front of him and delivering a powerful straight punch. Xianjusai was firmly controlled by the mental threads, unable to evade. Damn it! Be gentle. Damn. Yi Nanxiao wiped the blood from his forehead and sneered at Xianjusai. I paid you to be my sparring partner. You have to practice with me, whether you want to or not. Lu Jiu, you bastard. If you dare, don't tie me up with the mental threads. You're making me fight back. It hurts. Ouch. Xianjusai was furious. Unable to defeat Lu Jiu, he could only curse the instigator. Yi Nanxiao, hack you. Yi Nanxiao lay peacefully in the medical bay. Not long after, Xianjusai was helped over by a zhong and laid down in the medical bay next to him. TSK, you loser. You got beaten in just a few minutes? Yi Nanxiao scoffed. Xianjusai was furious. Yi Nanxiao, are you crazy? You're paying to get beaten up, and you have to bring me along? I'm willing. I got the money. Just wait, I'll complain to Little Fortune Star when we get out. Yi Nanxiao's disdain deepened. Do you still have any shame? Xianjusai snorted confidently. I'm almost dead, and you still have any shame? A zhong, looking at the miserable captain, felt a little sorry. Boss, you're forcing things. Heh, I'll ask Gansu for help. We'll hire a sparring team. None of you can escape. A zhong, no, boss, we guarantee we'll all evolve. Yi Nanxiao insisted. After the Space Mechs enter service, our Special Operations Division will definitely be the first pilots. The energy level of our evolution is directly related to the mech's combat capability, and will also have a direct impact on future battlefield situations. I require all members of the Raikage team to increase their evolution energy to the maximum. Once you complete your evolution, you can serve as sparring partners for the other units. A zhong gritted his teeth. Although they'd be badly beaten early on, they'd be able to bully weaker units later. That thought was actually quite satisfying. After that, the wasteland was bustling with activity every day. Gansu only selected skilled fighters, the kind that could easily bully a whole group. Soldiers filed into the medical bays daily, so much so that even the large medical ships stationed on the moon were relocated to the home planet. Although Xianjusai cursed, he knew in his heart that everything Yi Nanxiao did was preparation for an even more brutal battlefield in the future, so he arranged for his men to join in the beating. This kind of large-scale friendly sparring session couldn't be hidden from anyone, and Zhu Fuxing naturally learned of Yi Nanxiao's plight. He actually wanted to join, but Yi Nanxiao wouldn't allow it, telling him to wait. Brother Qiao, are you okay? Zhu Fuxing helped Yi Nanxiao, who had just been beaten by Lu Jiu, to the medical bay, his heart bleeding. Lu Jiu was too rough. Are your bones and internal organs okay? Ahem. Yi Nanxiao spat out a mouthful of blood. It's okay. I told him to hit you hard. Just lie down for a while. Zhu Fuxing's eyes welled up as he helped Yi Nanxiao into the medical bay. His face was an abnormally pale gray, and his body was still trembling slightly. He must be in immense pain. Yi Nanxiao was still recklessly teasing him. Hey, Don't cry, baby. This isn't the time to cry. Zhu Fuxing lost his temper. I'm not crying. And can you please be serious? You can't get rid of me, whether I'm serious or not, so why are you pretending? Zhu Fuxing saw his face growing increasingly pale, and said with concern, don't talk. Close your eyes, and get some sleep. Yu Nanqiao nodded gently. Don't worry, it'll be fine in a while. Zhu Fuxing closed the hatch for him, intending to wait for him to wake up. Not long after, a series of people were carried in. Qian Jusai, Lao Ba, Fei Si, Bei Lang, Xiao Shan. They lay motionless on stretchers, as motionless as the dead. Zhu Fuxing, This insane training yielded remarkable results. Everyone in the fleet was evolving at an extremely rapid rate. Through constant battle, Yu Nanqiao gradually mastered the technique of attacking with mental power, and his reaction speed and evolutionary energy continued to improve. He began to react quickly, parrying Lu Jiu's attacks and successfully launching sneak attacks from limited opportunities. Once again, Yu Nanqiao lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Another broken bone. Lu Jiu walked over to him and squatted, praising him. You're amazing, and your men are pretty good too. Amazing, what the hell? We were all beaten to a pulp. Lu Jiu sat down on the ground and said seriously, it's different. We've been strengthening our bodies since birth, and evolution comes naturally with time. But you only been here a few months, and you already evolved to this level. You're truly amazing. Yu Nanqiao sat up with difficulty. Wait until I beat you before I praise you. Ha! Lu Jiu scoffed. You're still far from it. Zhu Fuxing came over to help Yu Nanqiao up, looking at Lu Jiu with a complicated look. Hey, don't look at me like that. He was the one who asked me to be ruthless. Lu Jiu quickly clarified. I know, I don't blame you. Although he knew, seeing Yu Nanqiao half dead and constantly injured every day, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Zhu Fuxing secretly dreamed of putting a sack on Lu Jiu and hitting him with a club one day. Yu Nanqiao couldn't help laughing at his expression. Haha, baby, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Can you walk? Do you want a stretcher? What stretcher? I'd be embarrassed to be with that guy. Qian Jusai, also lying on the ground and about to call for help, asked, Yu Nanqiao, what do you mean? Who are you saying is embarrassed? Yu Nanqiao snorted. Whoever calls for a stretcher is embarrassed. Damn it, if you can, don't let Xiao Fuxing hold you up and crawl into the medical bay on your own. Heh, I just have someone who cares about me, unlike some people. Qian Jusai would have gotten up and kicked him to death if he had any strength left, but he couldn't even move a finger, and he couldn't help but feel sad. Being beaten like a dog by Lu Jiu every day was bad enough, but being abused like a dog by Yu Nanqiao had to take a toll on him, both physically and mentally. I miss Xiao Yuanbao so much. I couldn't stand this damn place for even a single day. The chaotic days continued, and Zhu Fuxing's training was put on the agenda. Yu Nanqiao and Gan Su discussed it for a long time, and finally, Gan Su personally selected a female warrior for one-on-one training. The female warrior's abilities were quite unique. Her attack power was average, but her defense was extremely strong. Her movement and evasion speeds were incredibly fast, allowing her to vanish anywhere on the battlefield, making her virtually untouchable. Her energy was also focused on defense, making her the only warrior capable of withstanding Gan Su's full-strength attacks. Yu Nanqiao knew that Fuxing's energy intensity was definitely not comparable to the warrior's, so he focused on training Fuxing's movement and evasion. No matter how powerful the enemy, as long as they couldn't hit him, their chances of survival would increase. Zhu Fuxing fully understood Yu Nanqiao's good intentions and immersed himself in the training with the female warrior, never complaining, no matter how hard or tiring it was. Yu Nanqiao personally watched him train for several days before he felt reassured. Although the baby's speed and agility training was incredibly strenuous, at least he didn't have to suffer a beating. He truly couldn't bear to see him go. Amidst the intense training, time flew by like a shooting star, the season shifted, and before they knew it, they had already spent a spring and autumn on their home planet. The Phoenix spacecraft arrived on a warm afternoon. 1,000 massive cargo ships, escorted by starships, hovered over the Azure Sea. They brought with them the long-sleeping patient and a vast supply of supplies. The blue planet, silent for 1,000 years, once again welcomed the dawn of human civilization. Chapter 78. No one's been training these past few days. The fleet's soldiers and Gan Su's men have been deployed to help. Large machinery needs to be transported to designated locations. Storage warehouses need to be built quickly, and daily necessities need to be distributed. Construction of the hospital also needs to begin immediately. Patients need to be transferred and released after a recovery period in the cryostat. Zhu Fuxing couldn't see his brother and Leon for the time being, so he met Chen Ziyuan first. Fuxing. Chen Ziyuan disembarked from the spaceship and rushed towards Zhu Fuxing, hugging him tightly and refusing to let go. Fuxing, do you miss me? Haha. I finally arrived at our home planet. Zhu Fuxing couldn't hide his excitement. He was surprised that Chen Ziyuan was here. It must be a special favor from General Yi. Of course I do. Ziyuan, I'm amazing now. Wait until I use my mental power to take you flying for fun. Really? Chen Ziyuan didn't believe it. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan moved quickly, darting around the field. Although they weren't very high above the ground, their speed was incredible. Haha. Fuxing, this is so fun, you're amazing. Qian Jusai, left aside, said, No, little Yuan Bao, can't you see me? I'm such a big man standing here. After playing for a while, Zhu Fuxing felt a little exhausted. He didn't have enough energy to carry a person weighing over 100 pounds for very long. Okay, stop showing off. Put me down now. Where's Boss Qian? Here. Qian Jusai was behind them, his face gloomy. Chen Ziyuan felt a little embarrassed. He hadn't meant to be. He'd just been so happy seeing Zhu Fuxing that he hadn't noticed anyone else. Qian Jusai counted on his fingers. I finally understand. Little Fuxing, Zhu Lingyi, and Randy all have to line up ahead of me. I've been standing here for ages. Have you even glanced at me? Haha. Zhu Fuxing laughed so hard his stomach hurt, pushing Chen Ziyuan. Go and comfort your boss Qian. Chen Ziyuan helplessly grabbed Qian Jusai. Don't be angry, I didn't mean it. Oh, I'm just too transparent. Are you done yet? Are you done yet? Chen Ziyuan pulled Qian Jusai a little further away, then gave him a loud kiss on the head. Is this okay? Qian Jusai wasn't satisfied. That's definitely not okay. The position isn't right. There are so many people here. Let's go back. Let's talk about it later. Qian Jusai, finally satisfied, carried the people away. Hey! You wanted me to talk to Fuxing for a few words? What are you talking about? What's there to talk about? Let's get back to work. Chen Ziyuan was anxious. He had brought a lot of supplies. Let's unload them first. Zhu Fuxing was very considerate and waved at Chen Ziyuan. It's okay. Leave it to me. You guys get back to work. He even emphasized the busy in the middle of the sentence. Qian Jusai quickly vanished. Zhu Fuxing tirelessly directed the robots to move the goods to the designated area. Chen Ziyuan brought a lot of stuff this time. He wasn't idle on Phoenix Star, attending school while also managing Andro's foreign trade. The route was still under construction, but small-scale trade had already begun. So, in addition to Andro's supplies, he also brought a lot of supplies from other planets. The mother planet currently has limited land resources and can't provide food for everyone, and other supplies are even more scarce. Andro currently has over 20,000 people on the mother planet, and the next batch will arrive. Chen Ziyuan packed up everything he could think of and could use, filling 10 cargo ships. Zhu Fuxing couldn't help but sigh. This princess deserves her name. With so much cargo, it would definitely take more than a day to unload. Zhu Fuxing prepared to find some help. After walking a few steps, he noticed a crowd gathered in front of him, Gansu's men and passengers who had just arrived at the home planet. The crowd was enthusiastic, and some were even asking for autographs. What's going on? What are you looking at? No one paid him any attention, staring intently at the trembling figure in the middle. Oh my god! Zhu Fuxing took one look and immediately became anxious, squeezing his way into the crowd. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Fuxing! Fuxing, help me! Randy, seeing a savior, rushed towards Zhu Fuxing. Hey! Don't go! Can you give me an autograph? I'm a fan, I've been chasing you for a long time. Don't go, goddess. No, idol, can we take a picture together? He's a man? Gansu's men were stunned. Really? Zhu Fuxing grabbed Randy's waist and ran, channeling all his energy to dodge the crowd. The fans had finally seen this mysterious elf beauty, so how could they let him go? He was so mysterious. No one knew his name, and no information about him could be found. Even after becoming a galaxy-wide celebrity, he never showed up. It was as if he existed only in that video, with no real-world news. Many people had begun to question his authenticity, even suspecting that Andro had created a composite image to attract attention. How could the fans not be excited to suddenly see this beautiful woman in the flesh on their home planet? They chased Zhu Fuxing desperately. Put him down, and we'll get an autograph. Just one look, one more. Randy clung to Zhu Fuxing tightly. Run. This is terrifying, Fuxing, run. Zhu Fuxing was panting, and the people chasing him were sweating profusely. Stop. Stop. Ah. They're catching up. Randy screamed in panic. Fuxing, get out of the way. Right. Stop chasing. Zhu Fuxing's energy and stamina were limited, and he was nearly exhausted from running. Don't run. Put him down. Just as he was about to be caught, a powerful force descended from the sky, instantly sending the crowd behind him flying. Bang, bang, bang. They fell to the ground like dumplings. Before they could even get up, dense swarms of spiritual threads lifted them upside down, swinging them wildly through the air. The violent collision left everyone dizzy and dazed. Ouch. Help. Stop hitting me, ah. Bang, 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 bang. The crowd was slammed to the ground, wailing. Get out of here. Yi Nanqiao was enraged. Everyone fled, tumbling and scrambling. Yi Nanqiao turned his rage on Randy. With a sullen face, he walked up to Zhu Fuxing, grabbed Randy's shoulders, and pulled him down. Get down from here. Randy coiled himself around Zhu Fuxing like a koala, his shoulder blades nearly shattering from Yi Nanqiao's constant tugging. Fuck, it hurts. Bang. Randy was mercilessly thrown to the ground, cursing, Yi Nanqiao, you violent bastard, you narrow-minded little Fuxing must be blind to fall for you. Believe it or not, I'll tear your mouth apart. Brother Qiao. Zhu Fuxing stopped the enraged Yi Nanqiao, pulling him back by the waist. Don't be angry. It was an emergency. Okay, don't be angry. After comforting Yi Nanqiao, he quickly went to help Randy. Brother Randy, are you okay? Yi Nanqiao scoffed. He still has the energy to curse. What could possibly happen? Randy's back hurt from the fall. You're so ruthless. What if I just hugged little Fuxing? Zhu Fuxing covered his mouth. Don't provoke Brother Qiao at this moment. He quickly changed the subject. Why aren't you with Ziyuan? And where's your disguise? Ziyuan's on a passenger ship, and I'm on a starship. I came here to find him. Randy rubbed. He hunched his waist, feeling particularly aggrieved. I don't have to do anything shameful on the home planet, so why would I need to disguise myself? I should have taken it off before entering the sleeping pod. Yi Nanqiao thought he was out of his mind. Don't you realize how popular you are on the Star Network? Although ill-considered, Randy wanted to confront Yi Nanqiao. So what if I'm good-looking? Is there anything wrong with being good-looking? Ignore him. Wait until he gets distracted. Yi Nanqiao grabbed Zhu Fuxing and angrily walked back. No, can you two stop arguing? Zhu Fuxing said helplessly. Come on, Randy. Come back to our quarters with us. The Thunder Shadow Fleet had built barracks in the wasteland. While simple, they had all the necessary infrastructure. Randy felt safer once inside. He couldn't help but ask Yi Nanqiao, those people wouldn't dare to break into the barracks, would they? Yi Nanqiao was furious, but he still needed to give her a warning. Don't you have any brains? The home planet needs construction. A large number of infrastructure personnel must come, as well as transportation and logistics personnel. How dare you go out without a disguise? Randy said, feeling guilty. I'll just stay here and not go out, okay? Okay, just stay here and train with us. Zhu Fuxing, seeing Randy's pitiful appearance, consoled him. This wasteland is vast, far from built-up areas, so generally no one comes here. Yi Nanqiao came, and went in a hurry, a lot of things waiting for him. Zhu Fuxing took Randy for a stroll through the wasteland, explaining the situation on the home planet. Normally, no one came here, but there were unusual circumstances. The little fat boy ran over, carrying a small basket. Guogua, Uncle asked me to bring you some delicious food. Zhu Fuxing squatted down, took the basket, and asked with a smile, Guogua, why did you come here alone? Guogua raised her head proudly. I rode a big bull. Guogua's big bull is a mutant yak, enormous and powerful. It was specially domesticated by Gon Su. Guogua is playful, and loves to run around, so he usually lets the yak carry him for fun. Wow, this little kid is so fat, Randy exclaimed. Guogua turned and saw him, exclaiming, wow. Haha, this little fat kid is so funny. Randy was so amused by his expression that he squatted down and asked, your name is Guogua? Guogua blushed and asked expectantly, sister, can you fly a plane? Randy corrected him, yes, but I'm the older brother, not the older sister. Guogua was so happy that he didn't care whether he was the older brother or the older sister, and he threw himself into Randy's arms. Guogua, take me to fly a plane. Guogua only rides on planes you drive. Zhu Fuxing covered his face. They'd taken Guogua on numerous flights this year. Guogua was stubborn and only wanted good-looking brothers to fly with him. All the handsome men on the team were his pilots. Even Shinjusai had been pestered to take him on several flights. This was great. Zhu Fuxing was relieved that the ultimate face-obsessed person had finally found his own pilot. They were finally relieved. Leading the team to the home planet, this time were the Special Warfare Division's Fengying Fleet and the 3rd Legion's fleet. They were not only there to transport patients and supplies, but also to take personnel back to Phoenix Planet to test drive the mechas. Captain Zhang of Fengying waited for Yi Nanxiao to finish his work before discussing the selection of test pilots. We gone through several rounds of revisions to the mecha design, and we ultimately found that relying on mental power is the most efficient. Captain Zhang grimaced. But our special operations team has already tried it out. The driving time is limited, reaching the top in an hour. After a while, the nerves can't handle it. Yi Nanxiao wasn't surprised at all. I told you long ago that Hermann must have encountered the same problem. Even though the mechas of the Twin Spirit system are more advanced than ours, they're still limited by the pilot. Captain Zhang looked expectant. Are you confident in your ability to fly? Yi Nanxiao honestly said, I don't know. I'm still in the final stages of my evolution. Captain Zhang scratched his head in frustration. If you're not confident, who should we send back? Don't worry. I'll ask Gansu for someone. Will he agree? Take his people to Phoenix Planet for testing. Yi Nanxiao felt it wouldn't be a problem. He'll agree. The two immediately went to Gansu. Gansu listened, thought for a moment, and then asked, are there any specific requirements? Captain Zhang explained, the engineers want at least 100 people, including pilots with exceptionally high mental power. The current mecha is a universal version, but in the future, we can create different mechas based on mental power levels to suit various battlefields. Pilots with high mental power can test the mecha's operational limits. Gansu glanced at Lugio. Lugio pointed at himself. You want me to go? Gansu blinked. If we need to test the upper limit, you'd be more suitable. Lugio looked annoyed. You really want to kick me out? You won't even let me stay on Earth? Have some sense. It's either you or me. I can go, but you'll take care of this mess. Lugio, looking reluctant, asked Captain Zhang unhappily how long. It's hard to say. It depends on your testing. Yi Nanxiao added, we need to constantly revise the plan based on your test data until we find the optimal solution. Lugio's face turned green. So I have to stay there forever? Yi Nanxiao replied seriously, probably only 20 or 30 years. We'll get through it if we grit our teeth. Lugio looked at Gansu in horror. Gansu's face paled, and for the first time, he showed a look of panic in front of Yi Nanxiao. Is it that long? Captain Zhang couldn't help himself. Don't listen to his nonsense. It'll only take 6 months at most. And once the warriors here have completed their evolution, they'll take over your testing. Lugio began to crack his finger bones. After a few snapping sounds, he and Yi Nanxiao both disappeared. Captain Zhang was confused. What's going on? The rumbling sounds of fighting could be heard in the distance. Dust and sand flew into the air, forming powerful gusts of air. Captain Zhang was nearly blown away by the oncoming gust of wind. Gansu said nothing. He had long since realized that Captain Yi could sometimes be even more annoying than Lugio. Chapter 79. Zhu Fuxing handed Randy over to the little fat man. Yes, he handed Randy over to the little fat man. No one dared to mess with the little fat man on his home planet, so Randy's safety was completely guaranteed. He returned to the warehouse to continue unloading. When he returned that evening, he saw Yi Nanxiao, his face bruised and battered. What happened today? Did Lugio get mad again? Zhu Fuxing hadn't seen Brother Qiao so miserable in a long time. That kid didn't get away with it either, hiss. Why do you always provoke him? When the two of them got really angry, it was usually Yi Nanxiao who provoked them. How can I improve if I don't push him to his limits? Zhu Fuxing didn't know what to say. Yi Nanxiao pulled him into his arms, smirking, we won't have many fights left. Lugio will be heading to Phoenix Planet to test drive the mecha soon. Zhu Fuxing was pleasantly surprised. So soon? So after the tests, will it be ready for service? Yes, we'll have a space mecha soon. Great. Zhu Fuxing thought excitedly. With a space mecha, he could go support the Twin Spirit system. He hoped his brother would recover quickly, so he could catch up with the military's mecha formation. Baby, don't get distracted. Yi Nanxiao pinched his waist in dissatisfaction. I've been beaten so badly, and you're not even comforting me? Zhu Fuxing bit his lower lip and lamented internally. Even though he was much stronger now, he still felt a bit overwhelmed. The test pilot's departure caused quite a stir. The soldiers were incredibly excited. It was a mecha, a man's ultimate dream. They sent off their brothers from their home planet with eager anticipation, the atmosphere more festive than New Year's. Lucio, who was being seen off, had a sour face. It would take at least 2 years to prepare for this trip, not to mention the testing time. The boisterous crowd was making him irritable, and Yu Nanxiao was just trying to get in on the act. Young man, do your best. The mecha's performance depends on you. It was clearly a serious encouragement, but the speaker's expression and tone were devoid of any seriousness. Lucio's hands were itching again. Of course, if the test fails, it's definitely your fault for not being able to handle that thing. Yu Nanxiao, Lucio said grimly. One day I'll come back in my mecha and kill you. With that, he climbed the gangway and boarded the starship without looking back. Yu Nanxiao leaned against the handrail, his arms folded, a sly grin on his face. Zhu Fuxing looked at him speechlessly, and to prevent Gansu from beating him up, he quickly pulled him out of the harbor. Not far from the harbor was a cruise ship docked. Qianjusai had converted a small shuttle into a hulk. He said he would take everyone out to sea when Xiao Yuanbao arrived. But Chen Ziyuan had trouble even leaving the house, let alone sailing. Zhu Fuxing was completely understanding. He comforted Chen Ziyuan, and then borrowed a boat from Qianjusai. He planned to take Yu Nanxiao on a tour around their home planet, eventually returning to his hometown. Yu Nanxiao finally lost his irritating expression and easily lifted him up. Baby, I'm all yours for the next 7 days. You can do whatever you want to me. No need to be polite. Zhu Fuxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but it had indeed been a while since they relaxed. For over a year, both of them had been very busy, training without slacking off. Adding to Yu Nanxiao's busy schedule, he sometimes didn't see him for days. Now that he had finally found some free time, he was looking forward to this trip. The home planet's landscape had changed dramatically, and much of the land was still submerged. The two of them weren't in a hurry, so they slowly sailed around in the starship. Yu Nanxiao had somehow managed to find a fishing rod and swung it confidently. Fuxing, wait, I'll get you a big catch. Zhu Fuxing, believing her boyfriend was omnipotent and that fishing was a piece of cake, gazed at him with wide, sparkling eyes and admiration, eagerly awaiting their seafood feast. Yu Nanxiao, smugly pleased by his gaze, haha. Fuxing, order whatever you want, and I'll catch it for you. Could we even order food? Zhu Fuxing was even more excited. Bluefin tuna? I heard it's incredibly delicious. What does it look like? You don't even know what it looks like, and you dare ask me to order it? Yu Nanxiao waved his hand. No problem. Check the terminal to see if there's any video footage. Zhu Fuxing speechlessly began to search for information. Surprisingly, there was. This fish has 2 key characteristics, delicious and incredibly expensive. The computer even had a description of it. Yu Nanxiao reviewed the data and, still feeling confident, instructed the main AI to use underwater radar to locate schools of fish before heading deeper into the ocean. But they had overlooked a crucial point. Animals had evolved. For seabirds, who also favored bluefin tuna, the intruding starship was a monster vying for their food. The overwhelming swarm of seabirds attacked, and Yu Nanxiao's mental strength was barely enough to contain the sheer number of birds. Brother Qiao, how about we activate the energy shield? Zhu Fuxing, sweating profusely, commanded the AI to activate automatic fire while frantically fleeing across the sea. I can't even take down a few birds? Unconvinced, Yu Nanxiao took on the flock of seabirds, violently compressing the web of his woven spiritual threads. Thousands of seabirds let out sharp cries, and blood rained down like raindrops, staining a vast expanse of the sea red. Yu Nanxiao immediately condensed his spiritual threads into sharp blades, strangling the birds in midair. Invisible energy sliced them into pieces, and the seabird carcasses fell into the sea like dumplings, plop, plop. Hey, I told you not to let me fish. Yu Nanxiao wiped the blood from his face, turned back to Zhu Fuxing, and raised his chin proudly. How's it going? I'm handsome, right? Brother Qiao. Zhu Fuxing's voice trembled, and he pointed a shaking finger behind Yu Nanxiao. You? Behind you? Huh? Yu Nanxiao turned back in confusion. Oh my god! Activate the energy shield. Run! The sea surged with a wall of waves dozens of meters high, crashing down on the starship like a mountain. Bang, 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 boom! The starship sped through the wall of waves, but the giant beast in the sea pursued it relentlessly, repeatedly ramming into the starship, its energy shield trembling with a roar. What the hell? Yu Nanxiao frowned, staring at the massive figure darting through the water. He didn't forget to ask Zhu Fuxing to look up information. Look up what kind of fish it is. It must be a whale, right? Could whales be so aggressive? Zhu Fuxing didn't even need to look it up. The streamlined body, the bright black eyes, the instantly recognizable black and white coloring, even though it had grown considerably in size. Was there any need to look it up? Zhu Fuxing's voice rose an octave, the last syllable crackling. Hurry, hurry up, Brother Qiao. It's a killer whale. A killer whale. Zhu Fuxing couldn't imagine what the pre-apocalyptic overlord of the ocean, the most ruthless and ruthless of the seas, the ocean street slicker who preferred group fights to single combat, would become after his evolution. Quick, quick, quick! Take off. Take off. The evolved killer whales were indeed more intelligent, their curiosity multiplied. They chatted happily in the sea. What is that? I don't know, I never seen it. That's fun. Fun. Let's go catch up. Chase. For the next few days, the starship was pursued by this group of overly curious killer whales. Forget fishing. If Yi Nanqiao lowered his altitude even a little, the killer whales would leap dozens of meters out of the sea, slapping the starship with their tails and ramming it with their bills, causing it to rattle and shake. Yi Nanqiao felt hopeless. Why are they still chasing us? They've been doing it for days, aren't they tired? They might. Think of us as toys. Zhu Fuxing, remembering how these creatures were called the huskies of the sea before the apocalypse, jokingly explained, orcas are naturally playful creatures. Yi Nanqiao remained steadfast. I told you I'd give you some fishing. Haha. Forget about fishing. How about we change the sea? I don't believe they'll keep chasing us like this. Yi Nanqiao was resentful. Fuxing rarely made requests of him, and when he finally did, this group of orcas interrupted his pursuit. Zhu Fuxing didn't really care. Just the two of them staying together, even if they didn't do anything, he felt perfectly content. Never mind. I'm not really craving fish. How about we go to the shallows? Orcas are too big to go there. Yi Nanqiao glared resentfully at the orcas frolicking in the sea. Next time I'll bring a frigate over. I doubt they'll even be able to ram me. Haha. The starship had no choice but to approach the shallows. Zhu Fuxing no longer wanted to venture back into the deep sea, so he adjusted his course and sailed along the coast toward his hometown. The memory of his hometown remained deeply etched in his mind. The bustling snack streets. The busy traffic. The shirtless adults eating skewers on summer nights. The winding Mother River. The bridge soaring across the river. Those were the most familiar sights of his childhood. Now that beautiful, ancient city had vanished into thin air. 1,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and the former prosperity had been swallowed by the vast ocean. Zhu Fuxing carefully compared the 3,000-year-old map, gazing at the azure waters before him with a touch of melancholy. Lucky Star. Yi Nanqiao's heart tightened. Lucky Star occasionally revealed emotions he couldn't understand, as if gazing at a shadowy figure through time and space. Yi Nanqiao didn't know what he was looking at, so he could only hold her tightly in his arms, using passionate kisses to pull her out of her gloom. His Lucky Star had always been warm and honest, never rejecting his closeness. The kiss gradually lost control, burning away any trace of sadness. Zhu Fuxing gasped softly, feeling like he was floating on the surface of the sea, the waves rolling over him, and he was helplessly drifting with the current. Baby, I'm here, look at me, you can only look at me. Yi Nanqiao's face, deeply smitten with passion, was now handsome and sexy, like a deity bewitching mortals, captivating and undeniable. Baby, you can only stay with me for the rest of your life. Zhu Fuxing was forced to shed rational tears. He had no idea what Yi Nanqiao had suddenly gone mad for, so he could only respond eagerly. The crimson glow of the sky gradually faded into the distant skyline, and darkness gradually enveloped the entire sky. Billions of stars twinkled in the night sky, and the gentle sea breeze brought a hint of refreshing coolness. Exhausted, Zhu Fuxing leaned back in a lounge chair on the deck, lost in thought. It was insane. Yi Nanqiao's current strength was too terrifying. Normally, the two of them would have been cautious in camp, but now, alone between the sea and sky, Yi Nanqiao was no different from a wild animal. Lucky Star? Yi Nanqiao domineeringly pulled him sideways and hugged him tightly, his deep eyes fixed on him. Look at me. What's so beautiful about stars? As beautiful as me? Haha. Zhu Fuxing soothingly pecked him on the face, praising him generously. You're beautiful. You're the most beautiful. Satisfied, Yi Nanqiao stroked Zhu Fuxing's soft hair and whispered, Are you happy these days? Happy. I'm happy just being with you. But I'm always busy and can't be with you often. Will you blame me? Yi Nanqiao felt a surge of guilt. How could that be? Zhu Fuxing was surprised, then said seriously, When I decided to love you, I was ready to accept everything about you. I don't need you to abandon your duties and responsibilities. The one I love is an outstanding space warrior, destined to scour the vast sea of stars. And I will be your staunch support, and strive to catch up with you. Yi Nanxiao closed his eyes, and offered her a devout kiss. This was his Fuxing, the love he would never let go of. Fuxing, you can never leave me. Zhu Fuxing was confused. What's wrong with you? Why are you uneasy? I'm not going anywhere. I'm afraid you're unhappy, afraid I won't be good enough for you. He hugged her tighter, whispering, perhaps the more you care, the more you tend to worry about gains and losses, and I'm no exception. Zhu Fuxing looked into his eyes, a happy smile spreading across his face. Brother Qiao, you don't know how lucky I am to have met you. How could I bear to leave you? Yi Nanxia's deep eyes were filled with deep affection. I should be the one saying that, baby. I'm so lucky. Zhu Fuxing returned the kiss with a gentle, lingering kiss. He had experienced an incredible rebirth, traveling through millennia and billions of light years, appearing perfectly on that dimly lit street in the tunnel of time and space. With a fleeting glance back, he met the love of his life. Who could be luckier than him? The universe is vast, hiding countless secrets and dangers. Its cruel laws reveal only the tip of the iceberg. Their story isn't over yet. A thrilling prologue is about to begin. Chapter 80 Extra. Randy suffered from gender identity disorder as a child. His parents died of a virus one after another, and at the age of 5, he was sent to an orphanage. Randy, beautiful as a doll, was mistaken for a girl by the orphanage director upon arrival. Randy had always been independent. After learning he had contracted the virus, his parents, heartbroken, distanced themselves from their beloved child, forcing him to handle daily tasks independently, all to spare him future hardships. The 5-year-old was adept at dressing, feeding, bathing, and using the toilet, which prevented his caregiver from realizing he was actually a boy. His beauty was his greatest asset. Not only did the director and the caregivers adore him, but the children also loved playing with him, sharing their favorite treats and fun things with him. He had a relatively good time in the orphanage. But everyone treated him like a little girl. Even when he went to the restroom, he would hold hands with a little girl and go to the women's room. As everyone knows, women's restrooms only have squat toilets. Little Randy was incredibly sensible and felt embarrassed to ask the orphanage to add a urinal in the girls' restroom. So, little Randy was sometimes confused. His mother said he was a boy, but the director and the orphanage counselor both dressed him in skirts and grew his hair long, and he even used the girls' restroom. So was he a boy or a girl? Living in such an environment for so long, Randy himself began to think he might be a girl. A year later, a burly man arrived at the orphanage. The orphanage counselor fondly stroked Randy's hair and whispered, "He's our leader, and he's here to take you home, little darling." Home? Randy, his turquoise eyes wide open, asked his aunt, naively, "Isn't this my home?" Holding his tiny body, his aunt coaxed him gently, "The chief will give you a new home, a very beautiful one." Randy, looking at the bear-like man, hid in fear in a corner, not daring to come out. The chief frowned at Randy, muttering to himself, "Didn't old Peng say he had a son? Why is it a little girl? Am I mistaken?" The dean, hearing this, retorted, "What son? It's clearly a little girl. If you don't want to adopt her, let her stay here. We can take good care of her." The chief rubbed his nose and fell silent. He walked over, grabbed Randy, and held him under his arm, then went downstairs. Randy burst into tears, crying all the way back to his new home. The new home wasn't beautiful. It consisted of a few small bungalows with a large courtyard in the middle. In the courtyard stood 4 children, neatly arranged from tallest to shortest. The leader held Randy in front of the 4 children, pointing at them one by one from tallest to shortest. "Qian Jusai, Wu Ya, Fernande Batu. These 4 will be your brothers from now on." Randy looked over timidly, calling them brothers softly, but the brothers were all very cool and ignored him. Randy lowered his head, and was led into a room by the housekeeper. "Your name is Randy, right?" The housekeeper was a kind, middle-aged woman. She caressed Randy's head lovingly. "You can call me Aunt Sufan. You'll live in this room from now on. You're a girl. Remember, don't hang out with those naughty boys outside, and don't let them into your room. Okay?" Randy nodded. The housekeeper smiled, picked him up, and walked out the door. "Eat first. Afterwards, Auntie will take you to register for school." "Do I have to go to school too?" The housekeeper said cheerfully, "Of course you do. You go to the same school with your 4 brothers. If anyone bullies you, just go to them and complain." When he passed the courtyard, his 4 brothers were gone. Randy thought sadly, maybe they don't like me. After registering, He was about to go to school the next day. Qianjuzai knocked impatiently on the door. Randy, why aren't you coming out yet? Randy grabbed his small school bag and hurried to open the door. A row of brothers stood at the door, clearly waiting for him. Qianjuzai looked him up and down. TSK. What a hassle. Come on, I'll take you to school. A little afraid of the tallest brother, Randy hurried after him silently. He didn't notice that the other 3 brothers were flanking him, keeping him in a perfectly safe position. Here. Old 8 handed him an oil paper packet. Eat it quickly. Learn how we don't allow breakfast inside. Thank you, thank you. Randy glanced cautiously at his brother, 8 figure. Seeing he wasn't looking back, he opened the oil paper packet and began to eat his breakfast in small sips. At the school gate, Qianjuzai looked at him, chin raised, and said, Randy, if anyone bullies you, come find me in class 52. Randy replied obediently, okay, brother. TSK, call me boss. From now on, call me boss. Do you hear me? I'll protect you. So Randy obediently replied, okay, boss. Later, Randy learned that the parents of these 5 children were all subordinates of the chief. That hellish experiment had affected Andro for 200 years. Their parents were victims, their family members dead, and before dying, they entrusted their children to the chief. Randy settled into his new home and smoothly integrated into school life. However, he still held hands with the little girl while going to the bathroom. One day, a female teacher caught them there. The teacher frowned at the bewildered Randy. She wanted to ask the leader to come to the school to discuss Randy's situation, but the leader was too busy to care for the children, so she had to find Qianjuzai. Qianjuzai was only a teenager, and upon hearing that Randy was a boy, he was completely bewildered. He is a boy? Yes, you're the eldest child in the family. Since the leader isn't here, I can only tell you this for now. Randy is indeed a boy. Don't dress him in skirts, tie his hair in a flower, or dress him like a girl anymore. Also, you need to correct some of his behaviors. No more going to the girls' bathroom, no more buying him girls' toys, and encouraging him to adopt boys' hobbies and habits. Got it? Qianjuzai's mind was buzzing, confused as to how his younger sister had become a younger brother. Randy clearly had a face prettier than a girl's. He suspected the teacher couldn't tell the difference between boys and girls, so he decided to go home and ask Aunt Sufan for another check. After an examination, Aunt Sufan finally confirmed Randy's true gender, shocking the entire family, including the leader, who had hurried back. And so, Randy's life underwent a drastic change. With a few stern snaps, Qianjuzai's face sullenly changed, and Randy's hair became a crew cut. Randy clutched his long, golden curls, sobbing and hiccuping. But Qianjuzai remained unmoved and confiscated his skirt and hair ornament. Aunt Sufan hardened her heart, ignoring Randy's tears, and threw all the stuffed dolls out of the courtyard. That night, the brothers gathered some of their old clothes and brought them to Randy's room. From now on, you can only wear boys' clothes. These are for now. We'll buy you new ones when the leader gives you some pocket money. Randy cried all night looking at his ugly, worn-out clothes. That wasn't the end of it. In the days that followed, the brothers took turns watching him go to the bathroom, watch him walk, watch him eat, and watch him play games with his classmates. If he showed even the slightest sign of a girl's behavior or preferences, he would be severely scolded by the eldest brother. This staring continued until Randy was 14. As he grew older, Randy became increasingly stunningly beautiful, attracting crowds wherever he went. The brothers realized that being a boy or a girl no longer mattered to Randy. What mattered was that Randy, now entering puberty, was incredibly attractive, attracting men of all ages and genders. So, their focus shifted from watching Randy to anyone who tried to seduce their younger brother. Anyone who expressed any affection for Randy would be severely beaten by the 4 of them. As a result, Randy's adolescence was rather dull and boring. No premature love, no secret crushes, no passionate pursuits, not even a single love letter. Everyone knew he had 4 ferocious older brothers. Under the close watch of his brothers, Randy grew up carefree, his days ordinary yet heartwarming. After the old leader's death, Qianjuzai took over the leadership. Andro was isolated from the world, and basic food and clothing were not a problem, but they had to fight against the free land and the virus that still threatened the planet. Qianjuzai faced one challenge after another, a lack of energy, weapons, medical resources, and advanced science and technology. In short, it's just one word: poverty. As a result, Qianjuzai resorted to all means to make money, including smuggling, robbery, and robbing the free country. He even went so far as to confront the Phoenix Star military head-on to seize the Energy Star. He painstakingly built 3 lines of defense in space, assembled a powerful pirate fleet, and became Andro's most trusted leader. With his brothers all dedicating themselves to the battlefield, Randy resolutely joined the Star Alliance's intelligence network. He knew he couldn't match his brother's bravery, but he still did his best to contribute to Andro. From then on, the beautiful, elven Randy disappeared from Andro. Not even the pirates knew where he had gone, but Phoenix Star gained a woman with many different appearances. Playing the role of a woman was still easy for Randy. Chapter 81, Extra. Chen Ziyuan knew from a young age what he would pursue as a doctor. Little Chen Ziyuan had no idea how terrifying AIDS was. He thought that if he became a doctor, he could cure his brother's illness. When Juling found out, she smiled and patted his head. Okay, little Ziyuan, I'll be waiting for you to treat me. Chen Ziyuan had a clear goal and remained true to his original intention, earning excellent grades and entering the best medical university in the Star Alliance. At this point, he knew AIDS was incurable and only hoped to be drafted into the military, join the First Fleet, and join Fuxing in searching for their home planet. What's that saying? No one knows which will come first, an accident or tomorrow. The accident came unexpectedly, and from then on, his life took an unimaginable turn. Minister, it's time to leave, the personal assistant whispered. Okay. Chen Ziyuan averted his gaze from the screen, rubbed his swollen temples, and said with a hint of fatigue, wait a moment, I'll go wash my face. The assistant quickly brought a hot towel and asked with concern, want a break? It's okay if the meeting on NOLA is postponed for an hour. The boss said your health is most important. The assistant's name was Lu Fangfang. She was a former head nurse and a skilled cook. Xian Jusai had hired her specifically to take care of Chen Ziyuan. No need. This is the last business delegation from NOLA, right? Just grit your teeth and hold on. Lu Fangfang felt sorry for him. Their young minister worked so hard. With the opening of routes to Panda and Phoenix, other planets caught wind of the news and flocked in waves of business delegations, hoping to establish direct trade cooperation with them. Even more urgently, they hoped for direct routes to the planets. Chen Ziyuan set about establishing the Ministry of Commerce right after graduating from university. Andro had been isolated from the outside world for centuries, and Chen Ziyuan not only had to handle foreign trade matters, but also train personnel, explain the complex economic situation of the Star Alliance, and formulate a development strategy tailored for Andro. He was indispensable, both inside and outside the organization, and he was busy like a top every day. Okay. Chen Ziyuan patted his face and cheered himself up. Let's go! Lu Fangfang quickly grabbed her coat and followed. It's getting cold, dress warmly before going out. Autumn had already arrived in the main city, and the ground was covered with falling yellow leaves. The conference room was not far from his office. Chen Ziyuan's footsteps made a crunching sound as he moved forward, deliberately moving toward areas with thicker leaves. This casual gesture made Assistant Lu laugh. He's still a child indeed. The elite team that had been following Chen Ziyuan had been waiting in the conference room for a long time. They had been together for 4 years, and while they might be described as superiors and subordinates, they were more like comrades in arms. Ziyuan, here's the plan we prepared. Take a look. There's still half an hour before the meeting starts, so there's still time for revisions. Okay. Chen Ziyuan took the data from the terminal and scanned it. Business negotiations are always a war without the smoke of gunpowder, with both sides exchanging sharp words, determined to secure the greatest possible advantage. If it were another planet, they wouldn't be so aggressive. Andro's products are always in short supply, and there's only one supplier. But Nora is different. Nora has the medical resources they desperately need, and it's the largest pharmaceutical production base in the Star Alliance. Chen Ziyuan interrupted the arguing between the two parties by knocking on the conference table and said expressionlessly, we can't reach any conclusion today, so why not just leave it at that? You all just arrived in Andro. To show my hospitality, I'll arrange for you to have a tour around and deepen your understanding of the place. After saying this, he led his team out of the meeting room, not caring about their reactions. Ziyuan, what are your thoughts? One of the elites frowned. The conditions offered by Nola Star were far different from what they expected, and their attitude was extremely tough. Let it hang out for now. Chen Ziyuan unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt and let out a breath. It was so suffocating, he asked half jokingly, half seriously, can I wear a t-shirt and slacks to the meeting next time? Everyone laughed. Ziyuan, are you planning to let them see more of this place? A little stimulation might make it easier to negotiate? Chen Ziyuan asked with a smile. You guys are from outer space too. Think about how you reacted back then. The group fell into reminiscence. When they first arrived, they were genuinely stunned by Andro's modest prices. "Yeah, we all found it incredible," said one person. "Yes, I thought right then, I'll be staying here forever. Besides, there's no need to compete with the billions of people in the Star Alliance. The food on our home planet is incredibly delicious, and only Andro can grow it. It's like heaven here." Chen Ziyuan smiled. "So, opening up the tourist spots is also a plus for us. Let them have a few days, and they'll naturally come back to me." The group walked out, chatting and laughing, unconcerned about future cooperation. Nola Star would definitely give in eventually. "Hello." A slightly shy female voice rang out. Chen Ziyuan looked at the beautiful young woman before him and asked, puzzled, "Hello, who are you?" The girl's grip tightened slightly. "I'm Minister Li's daughter. This rare opportunity has brought me to Andro with my father." "Oh, hello. Welcome." Chen Ziyuan extended his hand politely. The girl took a subtle breath and shook his hand. She had been drawn to Chen Ziyuan the moment he entered the meeting room. A handsome, gentle man, with a calm and capable demeanor, this seemingly contradictory combination gave him a strange charm. As Chen Ziyuan calmly entered the meeting room, the girl stared at him. She asked the staff and learned that the young boy was actually the currently sought-after Minister of Commerce of Andro. She was surprised and secretly attracted to him. Chen Ziyuan's handshake was about to break, and thinking the girl was waiting for his father, he kindly reminded her, "Minister Li will be out soon. Someone will take you on a tour of Andro. I hope you enjoy it." She smiled and nodded as a farewell, then led the group away. The girl turned, bit her lip, and tried to catch up with him to continue the conversation, but there were too many people, and she stamped her foot in frustration. The staff, with sharp eyes, watched the girl's every move, and only breathed a sigh of relief after their princess had left. After some thought, he felt it was still dangerous. He didn't know how long the girl would stay in Andro, and his father would have many opportunities to see the princess. "This is not right. It's really not right. I have to tell the boss." The staff counted on their fingers. 1, 2, 3. How many has this been? The princess is really too dangerous. Her security personnel must be increased. As usual, Chen Ziyuan worked late, sitting under the lamp, reading the land development plan. He had a very precise understanding of Kedro's current positioning. Agriculture, combined with ecotourism and processed food products. Andro has a small population, less than 3 billion, but its size is not much smaller than Phoenix, and boasts 4 equally habitable satellites. Once the land is fully developed, a considerable amount of crops can be grown. More importantly, he had reached a partnership with Gansu, whereby the mother planet would provide seeds preserved before the apocalypse. After Andro planted them, the mother planet would provide a certain amount of food and other products free of charge each year. This partnership was impossible for others to intrude upon, as most of the mother planet's seeds could only be grown on Andro. With these inherent conditions, even if Andro's products increased significantly, their prices in the Star Alliance would remain high, and demand would outstrip supply. Since Chen Ziyuan officially took over the position of minister, Andro had been raking in the profits. His influence on Andro was almost as great as Qianjitsai's. Thinking of this, Chen Ziyuan's eyes darkened. This wasn't something he could do alone. Qianjitsai was fueling the flames. He knew Qianjitsai would return tonight, and sure enough, late at night, Qianjitsai arrived, dusty and exhausted. The man, still damp from his shower, wrapped a towel around his head and wiped his hair as he walked to the bed, meeting Chen Ziyuan's playful gaze. "Nice figure," Chen Ziyuan teased with a smile. "Did I wake you?" Qianjitsai didn't even bother wiping his hair. He tossed the towel and slid under the covers, hugging the cuddly little Yuanbao and kissing his neck affectionately. "I miss you so much, little Yuanbao. Do you miss me?" Chen Ziyuan felt itchy from his stubble and pushed him away in disgust. "Don't rub it, haha. You didn't shave cleanly. You'll help me shave tomorrow. Are you tired, baby? Did you get enough rest? Don't you know everything? Even the girls, who came up to me, had someone tip you off." Qianjitsai said confidently, "I'll have to keep a close eye on you. If you get kidnapped, who can I turn to for justice?" What a character. Chen Ziyuan rubbed his vitals suggestively, looking at him with disdain. You look quite energetic." Qianjitsai kissed his eyes with a distressed look. "You have dark circles under your eyes. Go to bed early tonight, and don't go anywhere tomorrow. I'll stay home with you. Don't you want to?" "Yes." Qianjitsai honestly admitted that Xiao Yuanbao didn't do anything, and he could get horny just by looking at him. But he felt even worse. Xiao Yuanbao worked so hard, He was so thin from exhaustion. But Chen Ziyuan didn't want to let him go. He hooked his arm around his neck and kissed him passionately. Qianjuzai wouldn't be a man if he continued to endure it. He truly had no way to deal with Xiao Yuanbao. Not wanting to toss and turn for too long, Qianjuzai still felt heartbroken. He hugged the freshly washed Chen Ziyuan and tucked him into bed. "My mom video called me today," Chen Ziyuan whispered softly, his eyelashes drooping as he rested his head in his arms. She missed you? How about I go get them?" That's not what she was talking about. Chen Ziyuan gritted his teeth and steeled his resolve. "She asked when we returned to Phoenix Star to register." Qianjuzai froze instantly, his muscles stiffening, causing Chen Ziyuan's breathing to tremble. "Ziyuan, you're still young. Wait 2 more years." Chen Ziyuan rolled over to face him, desperately fighting back the tears welling in his eyes. "Baby?" Qianjuzai hugged him tightly from behind, his heart shattered. "I'm sorry. I can't, at least not now. What are you hiding from me? You told me everything before." Chen Ziyuan never doubted Qianjuzai's feelings for him. Over the years, he knew how much Qianjuzai cared about him, but Qianjuzai's recent actions made him vaguely uneasy. Qianjuzai closed his eyes and sighed. Lil Yuanbao was too clever, nothing could be hidden from him. He reluctantly explained, "The First Fleet will be officially reorganized into the First Corps, and I will bring the Andro Fleet into it." Chen Ziyuan turned around and blinked, not understanding what was so necessary to hide. The First Legion had always been reserved for the First Fleet. Now that they had returned, it was only natural for it to be reorganized into a legion. The pirates only recognized the First Fleet, so it wasn't surprising that they were incorporated into the legion. Chen Ziyuan was puzzled. Then what? What else happened? "Ziyuan, the future war may be very brutal. I can't guarantee." Qianjuzai's heart was filled with bitterness. From what they had learned, the alien beast battlefield was definitely not comparable to previous wars. All the battles he had fought before were just playing house. He couldn't guarantee he would survive the battlefield. After a pause, Chen Ziyuan asked, "So you keep increasing my influence on Andro? What makes you think I'd be willing to take over this planet?" Qianjuzai chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I'm not a good person, so I want to dominate you for as long as I can. But I'm not a completely bad person. I can't bear to see you bear the reputation of a widower in the future. The only things I can't let go of in this life are you and Andro. I can only selfishly entrust Andro to you." Chen Ziyuan didn't know what to say, tears streaming down his face. Qianjuzai cupped his face and kissed it gently. "I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry. I'm selfish, shameless, a complete bastard. Qianjuzai, I don't care what you found." Chen Ziyuan choked up. "You must live well. Your life belongs to me. I won't let you die, and you can't." I'll try. "No, I promise." Qianjuzai truly would give him anything, as long as Xiao Yuanbao was happy. "Don't cry, baby. I'll do anything for you." Qianjuzai felt a mixture of emotions. He must have used up several lifetimes worth of luck to bring Xiao Yuanbao home. He wanted to live well, no matter how hard he tried. He lived his whole life for his little Yuanbao. Chapter 82, Extra. Recently, the hottest topics on the Star Network have been the First Fleet's reorganization into the First Legion and the Andro Fleet's incorporation into the First Legion, with Qianjuzai's rank rising straight to Colonel. Qianjuzai shot to fame at lightning speed. This feared pirate leader now had an officially recognized identity and status. He himself didn't understand what this meant, but the eyes of many powerful families in the Star Alliance shone brightly. The First Fleet holds a preeminent position both within the military and among the civilian population, and the First Legion it rebuilt naturally holds the same. Just look at the name. Even though it was newly rebuilt, it still holds the top spot. However, the First Legion's only problem is its lack of combat effectiveness. They always carried out interstellar exploration missions. While their weaponry is comparable to any other legion, their biggest weakness is combat effectiveness. But the pirates led by Qianjuzai are truly formidable. They've taken on the military's 7 major legions head-on, engaging in hundreds of battles, large and small, and forcing the military into a state of panic. With such a formidable force joining the First Legion, who could dare to say it wasn't formidable? Furthermore, Andro was a treasure trove, its ability to attract money undeniable. Qianjuzai now wanted status, strength, and money. Countless people, with hidden ambitions, began to try every possible means to get on board this giant ship. But Qianjuzai wasn't easy to connect with. He had been training in the interstellar space for a long time, and usually stayed on Andro. How could they possibly connect with him? After much deliberation, a sudden realization struck. Qian Jusai didn't have a partner, so various matchmaking schemes began to appear online. For example, the son of a planetary governor had a close personal relationship with Colonel Qian. The daughter of a business tycoon had a night out on a starship with Colonel Qian. The sister of a multi-billionaire had dinner with Colonel Qian. A popular celebrity had traveled the interstellar seas with Colonel Qian. There were even photos online, photoshopped to look realistic. At first, the situation was rather subtle, with a little flirtation to generate buzz. But then things took a sudden turn, and the old scandal between Su Anna and Qian Jusai was resurfaced. Shocking. It turns out Su Anna is Colonel Qian's true love, and they registered their marriage 3 years ago. As soon as this shocking news broke, all sorts of scoundrels came out barehanded. Shocking. Zheng Xinyan, the youngest son of the richest man on Panda Planet, is Colonel Qian's secret lover. Shocking. The Minister of Commerce of Nola Planet and his daughter visited Andro Planet to pressure Colonel Qian into a pregnant marriage. Everyone, Qian Jusai spat out a mouthful of blood. Hack you. Do these people want to die? Ah? I bombed their planet. These rumors were endlessly spread on the interstellar internet, full of fanciful and filthy content. Not only was the impact enormous, but they were also incredibly detrimental. Now that Andro was connected to the internet, the pirates couldn't stand this and began to curse. Shame on you, you Star Alliance people, how shameless. I have a princess in Andro. What kind of crap are you? These rich, famous young men? They're not even fit to hold our princess's shoes. Are we too good-tempered? It's been too long since we fought, right? I'm going to your house right now, and make you walk out with your head held high. I'll die an apology. Brothers, get on board. I'll kill every last one of you rumor-mongers. It's fine to let the boss suffer a little, but you dare to make our princess suffer? Don't you have anyone to bully us? I'll make sure you're dead. Zheng Xinyan was filled with indignation. I'm the princess's subordinate. What's your intention, you rumor-mongers? The families, who had first spread the rumor, felt a chill in their hearts. They simply wanted to create a minor scandal between their children and Qian Jusai to attract his attention, so their messages were rather subtle. They didn't dare mention anything about marriage or pregnancy. Who was so foolish as to dare to anger these pirates? Did they want to die? And who was the princess? Randy couldn't sit still anymore and personally logged onto a live streaming platform. His fans spanned the Star Alliance, numbering in the billions. When they heard that the elf beauty was going to live stream, their entire fanbase went wild, finally getting to see their idol in person. The moment the live stream went live, it crashed. The platform owner was instantly cursed, and even the Panda Star headquarters building was mobbed by fans. Without any help, the owner was forced to start a live stream on the Quantum Network. The Quantum Network burned through millions of bytes in a single minute. The owner's heart was bleeding, but looking at the terrifying traffic, he decided to give it his all. Randy sat in an ordinary live streaming room. Not even the walls were decorated. But he just casually sat there, casually raised his eyes, pursed his lips, and the subtitles scrolled wildly, leaving fans speechless with awe. Alright, stop flooding the screen. I can't see clearly. Randy's expression was grim, and his words were very rude. Some people are so shameless, they dare to attribute all kinds of nonsense to the boss. The assistant coughed softly nearby. Randy gave him an unpleasant look. I'm telling the truth. Am I wrong? Don't think I don't know what you think. These are all prominent figures from various planets, and you're so reckless. Is selling off your children fun? Before, when the boss had no status, you called him a bandit, a hooligan, a dirty and lowly person. Now that the boss has status, you're willing to send your children to the beds of bandits, hooligans, and filthy, lowly space pirates. It's truly eye-opening. The assistant's throat was nearly smoking from coughing. Randy had offended all the bigwigs. The subtitles were still full of awe. The beauty's mouth was as if smeared with venom. This was the first time fans had seen such a beautiful woman with such personality. Stop coughing. I'm not afraid of offending anyone. Hee hee. Randy sneered, moving closer to the camera. Whoever is behind this rumor. I thoroughly investigated it. If you want revenge, I'm here to help. Let's see what you're capable of. Ah! I'm dead, I'm dead. Beautiful and cool. The subtitles finally changed to beautiful and cool. Randy sneered again. What a shame. Our boss doesn't even care about those of you. Andro has a princess, the only one we recognize. Anyone who gives him trouble. Randy's eyes suddenly darkened. Oh, the pirates don't care about their lives. The subtitles changed again to "Beautiful woman is so tough, I love it." The assistant broadcaster was dead, his nose bleeding all over the floor. Being up close and personal with such a beauty is truly terrifying. The farce ultimately ended with Randy's threat. No matter how powerful a family was, they wouldn't dare offend a military commander, but they wouldn't dare offend the Andro pirates, because the pirates are truly willing to risk their lives. Chen Ziyuan glanced at the situation on the Star Network and sent a message to Yi Nanxiao. "Brother Qiao, thank you." "What are you thanking me for?" "We're all family." Chen Ziyuan smiled and turned off the terminal. Qian Jusai was a straightforward person, even naive at times. He couldn't fathom the complex web of forces and twists and turns. After Chen Ziyuan discovered those insignificant rumors on the Star Network, he knew what those people were up to. Once they got their hands on Qian Jusai, they would, like vampires, constantly seek benefits for their own family until they drained him dry. Since he was being targeted, he might as well take advantage of the situation and make it bigger, angering all the pirates, and making them dare not resort to any tricks against Qian Jusai again. So he asked Yi Nanxiao for help in hiring trolls to spread even bigger rumors, and spread even more shocking topics. But when had he, Chen Ziyuan, become so scheming? Little Yuan Bao? As soon as Qian Jusai entered, he noticed Chen Ziyuan's face was grim. His heart skipped a beat, and he hesitated, not daring to approach. The man who dominated the interstellar world with this expression made Chen Ziyuan laugh. "You don't have anything to say?" Qian Jusai was uneasy. "Don't be angry. I'll grab those people right now and beat them up in front of you until you calm down." Chen Ziyuan sighed. See? This was Qian Jusai's way of solving problems. He was completely forced into this situation. Unable to appease little Yuan Bao, Qian Jusai was filled with panic and could only seek help. Yi Nanxiao smiled with an ambiguous and profound smile, saying, "Qian Jusai, you should change your name to Qian Dayun, Qian Good Luck, Qian Jiufu, Qian Zhaofu." Qian Jusai was confused. "What are you doing? Oh, you don't know how to appreciate what you have." Yi Nanxiao muttered to himself. Qian Jusai, this idiot, was truly lucky to have hooked up with Chen Ziyuan, who was smart, capable, and always caring about him. "I asked you for advice, and what are you talking about?" Yi Nanxiao said disdainfully. "If you can't even coax your own wife, what's the point of you?" Qian Jusai felt frustrated. Yi Nanxiao kindly reminded him, "You're not ordinary now. From now on, you should be more cautious with everyone and everything. If you're undecided, talk to Ziyuan. Don't act recklessly like before." "I know. I figured it out these past few days." Qian Jusai was straightforward, to be sure, but he wasn't stupid either. "I'll be more careful next time." "Okay, as long as you know what's going on." After the other party hung up, Qian Jusai realized, "No, you should give me some advice on how to coax her." After repeated requests for help had failed, Qian Jusai felt dejected. Finally, the honest Lu Jiu sent him a picture with a few large, crooked words photoshopped onto it. "Apologetic artifact." What the hell? Qian Jusai couldn't make out what the picture showed. It was a simple board, flat on one side and jagged on the other. Qian Jusai humbly asked, "What's that thing you sent me?" "Lu Jiu, don't worry about what it is. Just make one according to this. Remember to make it sturdy." Qian Jusai was skeptical. "Will it work?" Lu Jiu, "Yes." "Then how do you use it?" Lu Jiu, "Put the serrated side up and kneel down." He sounded incredibly skilled. Qian Jusai, ? A few hours later, Qian Jusai returned home with the alloy apology artifact. As expected, Chen Ziyuan was still working and didn't pay much attention to him. Qian Jusai smiled ingratiatingly. "Little Yuan Bao, aren't you resting yet?" "Yeah." Chen Ziyuan didn't even look up. Qian Jusai walked to the side of the desk, threw the apology artifact onto the floor with a bang, and knelt on it without a word. "It hurts." Qian Jusai almost jumped up, but managed to hold it in. Chen Ziyuan was startled. "What are you doing?" "Little Yuan Bao, don't be angry," hiss. Chen Ziyuan looked first at the sharp serrated board, then at Qian Jusai's twisted expression, feeling amused. "What the hell are you doing?" "Apologizing," hiss. "You really are." "I'm not angry, I just want you to think it through." "Yeah, I thought it through." Hiss. "Damn, kneeling on this thing hurts." Chen Ziyuan pulled him up. "What the hell is this? Who learned this from?" Hiss. "Lu Jiu, damn, is he kidding me?" Chen Ziyuan, What kind of fool would make something like this to apologize? The point is, Qian Jusai actually believed it. The next day, Qian Jusai confronted Lu Jiu Are you kidding me? Can you even kneel down with this thing? Lugio, it just hurts my leg, doesn't it hurt at all? You call that insignificant? Xianjusai angrily took a photo of his apology artifact and sent it to him. Lugio, Lugio, I didn't ask you to make it out of alloy. Are you stupid? Why make it so sharp? It could be used as a torture device. You said it should be sturdy. You can't make it out of alloy either. Then what are you made of? Wood. Xianjusai, Xianjusai wiped his face. After all, little Yuanbao had finally been appeased. But the apology artifact should still be thrown away. Chen Ziyuan watched Xianjusai's back as he furtively threw the object away, almost laughing like crazy. This fool, all he could do was to work hard on himself. Just watch over him. Chapter 83 Extra. The college entrance exams were over, and Zhu Ling easily got into his Dream Star Alliance military academy. His parents and he were delighted, but the two little ones weren't so happy. Zhu Fuxing puffed up his cheeks. Brother, are you only going to be home during holidays from now on? I can help you with your homework during the week too. I promise I'll video chat with you every night. Chen Ziyuan hung his head. No, brother, who's going to fight us if we get bullied again? Zhu Lingyi burst into laughter. Can't you just eat more and grow up faster? The two little ones hung on each leg, throwing a tantrum and refusing to let their brother leave. Zhu Lingyi held them in each hand and coaxed them for a long time, agreeing to a bunch of unequal terms before finally calming them down. Realizing that he would have less time to spend with them, he decided to take them out for fun during summer vacation. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan were only 7 or 8 at the time, the perfect age for active play. They were overjoyed to hear they could go out and play, happily packing their backpacks. Under Zhu Lingyi's guidance, the two of them were very self-disciplined and had strong hands on skills. They packed their travel belongings in a very efficient manner without him having to worry about anything. Zhu Lingyi put sun hats on them and waved his hand. Let's go. Yeah. Let's go have fun. The place they were going to was far away from Xiaoming. It would take 5 hours to go around the other hemisphere by spaceship. This was the location of the highest mountain range on Phoenix Star, with its peaks covered in snow year-round. Below the snowy mountains, there were alpine meadows for grass skiing and vast forests for exploring. You could also hike up the streams fed by the snow to experience the scenery at different altitudes. After consulting the two children, they ultimately decided to go river tracing. Considering the children's safety, Zhu Lingyi chose a less crowded route with less water flow and a gentler slope. Traveling through the mountains and forests on a scorching summer day, accompanied by the clear stream, Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan had a blast. Occasionally, a bird flew by or a small animal ran by, and the two children would chase each other in delight for hours. At this innocent age, they were filled with a strong curiosity about everything. Zhu Lingyi explained the various plants and animals they encountered along the way, and how to respond to emergencies. Combining education with fun is the best way to teach children. The three of them enjoyed 2 days of fun in the mountains. Going higher would be too high, and Zhu Lingyi was worried the two children wouldn't be able to handle it, so she planned to camp in an open meadow for one night before descending. Brother, can we play for a few more days? Zhu Fuxing acted coquettishly, still not having enough fun and not wanting to leave the mountain. Chen Ziyuan grabbed Zhu Lingyi's hand. Brother, take me climbing the snowy mountain. I never even seen snow. Zhu Lingyi pulled them into his arms and explained kindly, going higher requires professional mountaineering equipment. I'll take you when you're older, okay? How old is older? When you're as old as I am now, I'll take you climbing the snowy mountain. Really? Brother, I'm a man of my words. When has brother ever lied to you? Make a pinky promise. Zhu Lingyi smiled and held out his pinky finger, but the pinky promise never came together. Years later, whenever Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan recalled this scene, they felt a pang of sadness. Brother had indeed never lied to them, but since the pinky promise never came together, there was no chance to fulfill it later, and it couldn't be considered a broken promise. Just as the three were about to interlock their little fingers, a whisper echoed through the darkness, "Don't move." Zhu Lingyi immediately pushed the two children behind him and stared toward the woods. A moment later, four people emerged from the woods, their steps light and steady. Four men, clearly trained in martial arts. Zhu Lingyi immediately began to formulate a strategy. With just 2 people, he could handle them, but with 4, he could escape, but Fuxing and Ziyuan couldn't. Fuxing, Ziyuan, don't make a sound, don't move. Until they understood their opponent's intentions, any unnecessary movement would likely provoke them, so they could only look for an opportunity to let the two children escape. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan clutched their brother's clothes tightly, obediently remaining motionless. Zhu Lingyi asked in a deep voice, "What do you want to do? I'll give you all the money I have. Just don't hurt the children." The 4 men approached and gave them a cursory glance. They gathered together and began to murmur, "Yes, 1 adult and 2 children. Hey, these extras are pretty good, they're acting like they're real. Stop talking nonsense. Quick! The captain's waiting for us to reunite." Zhu Lingyi faintly heard something about adults and children, about reunion. Then 4 men swiftly approached, taped their mouths, and pulled black cloth over their heads, expertly tying them up. Zhu Lingyi only had time to tell the 2 children to stop resisting before he was silent. At first, the 4 men pushed them, but blindfolded people couldn't move fast, so they carried them on their backs. Zhu Lingyi guessed they were climbing a mountain, and he grew anxious, worried that the 2 children might be starving for air. Just as he was about to struggle to get off the ground, an oxygen mask covered his nose. "Hold on a little longer, a spacecraft will be here to pick us up soon." Zhu Lingyi, These robbers were really attentive. A slight rumble filled the air as someone disembarked from the spacecraft, their voices clearly displeased. "What took so long? We were carrying people up the mountain. Wouldn't that be slow? I think your physical training needs improvement. Then you'll carry them next time? Don't waste time, get them in." Zhu Lingyi and the 2 children were thrown into the spacecraft, which then took off. He felt Fuxing and Ziyuan approaching. Zhu Lingyi, listening to their conversation, found it a bit strange. Interstellar people generally have a good standard of living and generally don't commit illegal acts. Besides, Phoenix Planet has excellent security. Kidnapping is something that only happens when encountering space pirates. Were they pirates? Why would they kidnap them for no reason? Had Qianjuzai gone mad with poverty? Would they dare to attack Phoenix? It was even more impossible for the free country. They didn't have the guts to confront the military head-on. The aircraft landed about 10 minutes later, and they were carried off, taken into a room, and dumped onto a sofa. The hood was removed, and Zhu Lingyi closed his eyes for a moment to adjust before opening them, caught off guard by a pair of azure eyes. The owner of these eyes had dazzling blonde hair and deep, three-dimensional features, reminiscent of the handsome statues in the archives of their home planet. But his aura was too solemn and deep, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Zhu Lingyi felt a little dizzy, wondering if it was due to lack of oxygen. "Feeling uncomfortable? The altitude is quite high here. Do you need oxygen?" The man's voice was rich and calm, like the sound of a guitar string, disturbing the tranquility of a summer night, leaving Zhu Lingyi at a loss. "I'll loosen the ropes for you, but don't untie them completely, and don't remove the tape." Perhaps sensing the hostage's uneasiness, the man quickly retied them, offering soothing words. "Thanks for your hard work these past 2 days. Zhu Lingyi, The 2 children are asleep. They don't need to be tied up all the time. Don't worry." Zhu Lingyi, What the hell was going on? Just as he was lost in thought, the man's intercom rang. "Blue Team, progress report. The hostages have been captured." "Excellent. Red Team will immediately enter the search and rescue area. The confrontation officially begins." Zhu Lingyi, Damn, you got the wrong guy. I'm not an extra. Woo woo woo. Zhu Lingyi shook his head frantically, trying to get the man to remove the tape from his mouth. The man lifted his head with one hand and placed the oxygen mask over his face with the other. Zhu Lingyi, Woo woo. Zhu Lingyi shook her head even more frantically. The man frowned, thinking, "Are you hungry?" Zhu Lingyi, When hungry, she could tear off the tape and eat, so she nodded frantically. Hee hee. The icy man suddenly laughed. Although it was brief, its power was immense. Zhu Lingyi stared at him blankly, forgetting to nod again. "I'll get you something to eat. You still have to seal it up after you finish." So, after tearing off the tape, Zhu Lingyi's first words weren't to warn the other party they caught the wrong person, but rather, "What's your name?" The man was visibly stunned, pursing his lips in silence. Zhu Lingyi smiled, his eyes flickering with cunning agility. "Tell me your name, and I'll share some extremely important information." "What information?" "Tell me your name first." The man frowned slightly, but still answered, "Herman." "My name is Zhu Lingyi." Zhu Lingyi chuckled playfully, "Senior, you got the wrong person. I'm not an extra." As soon as Herman announced his name, Zhu Lingyi guessed the whole story. Herman was a renowned figure at the Star Alliance Military Academy, an outstanding cadet recruited in advance by the Special Operations Department. This confrontation exercise was Herman's graduation exercise. Herman stared at him silently for a moment, then quickly left the room. "Ah. Captain, stop, stop." "What?" We captured the wrong person? We captured my junior? Captain, we're wrong, stop, Zhu Lingyi slept soundly on the bed provided for the hostages. It was much more comfortable than sleeping in a tent. The mountain air is rich in oxygen, and waking up refreshed. Zhu Fuxing and Chen Ziyuan also woke up early, and were a little scared, but there was no one else in the room, only his brother tossing around. Brother. 2 little cannonballs lunged at Zhu Lingyi. Zhu Lingyi took 2 steps back before regaining his balance. He smiled and asked, "Did you sleep well?" "Yeah, I slept really well." Zhu Lingyi smiled and ruffled their hair. "Go wash your faces and brush your teeth. We got everything here. We'll go to the mountains and get some food to make porridge later." "Wow, that's great." The 2 children seemed unfazed by last night's events, and Zhu Lingyi felt relieved. The 3 of them wandered the nearby forests and dug up a wealth of edible wild vegetables and root vegetables, filling 4 large bags. When they returned, they saw a row of people squatting outside the door, their hands tied behind their backs, their combat uniforms adorned with a red insignia on their right sleeves. The blue team, led by Herman, was still in civilian clothes, bustling about preparing a meal. Herman paused when he saw Zhu Lingyi. Just as he was about to take the bag from him, a team member scurried over. "Oh, Junior, how can you be so thoughtful?" The team member apologized sheepishly as he took the bag. "We were wrong last night. We tied you up without asking." Didn't you scare me, kid?" Zhu Lingyi shrugged. "It's okay. Fuxing Ziyuan, call me brother." "Hello, brother." Hey, hello." The team members, seeing the 2 children so well behaved and adorable, all came over to play with them. "Were you playing games with us last night?" Chen Ziyuan asked innocently. Yeah, the brothers are playing bad guys and playing tag." "Where's the brother squatting over there?" Zhu Fuxing asked, pointing at the red team members. The team members were at a loss for words. Zhu Lingyi was almost dying of laughter and asked Herman, "Since you don't have any hostages, why don't you just strike first and eliminate the red team?" "Yeah." Zhu Lingyi thought the senior was hilarious. What kind of train of thought was this? Shouldn't they have gone looking for hostages? "There's no time," Herman said incoherently. Zhu Lingyi understood. Instead of wasting time looking for hostages, it would be better to just eliminate the red team directly. That way, regardless of the hostages, the red team would be completely wiped out, and the blue team would win even if they broke the rules. He couldn't help but admire the senior. He took the initiative and took an unconventional approach. No wonder he was drafted into the Special Operations Unit early. "Are you a freshman this year?" "Yes." Zhu Lingyi came back to his senses, thinking to himself, "It's a pity you joined the army when I was still in school. I missed you." "What a shame." Herman clenched his fists, his voice strained. "Can we exchange terminal numbers?" Zhu Lingyi slowly turned his head. Herman's eyelashes drooped, not looking at him, but his ears had turned pink. "Of course, senior." The slightly curled ending sounded like a small hook. Not only did Herman's ears blush, but his face, too. Chapter 84, Extra. Zhu Fuxing never expected that his beloved brother's first request after waking up would be to go back to school. Interstellar universities don't require students to study on campus. Teaching resources can be downloaded. As long as you complete the required credits, it doesn't matter where you study. Zhu Fuxing wasn't unwilling to go to school, he simply felt it wasn't necessary. He could complete the credits through self-study within 2 years. But his brother insisted on returning to school, leaving no room for negotiation. Zhu Fuxing felt somewhat bewildered and looked to Yi Nanxiao beside him for help. Yi Nanxiao comfortingly held his hand. "Fuxing, I want to talk to your brother alone." Zhu Lingyi snorted. "Why do you want to talk to me?" "Brother." Zhu Fuxing couldn't help but raise his voice, genuinely confused by the source of his brother's anger. Yi Nanxiao squeezed his palm again, reassuringly, "It's okay. Wait for me outside. It'll be over in a moment." Zhu Fuxing was worried, fearing a fight would break out. His brother's combat prowess was considerable. Although he arrived later than them, his evolutionary speed was astonishing, and he was even trained personally by Gan Su. If these two came to blows, they could overturn the entire training ground. "Don't worry, we won't fight." Yi Nanxiao had wanted to kiss him on the cheek, but, mindful of Zhu Lingyi's presence, she kissed him on the forehead instead and shoved him out of the training room. Zhu Lingyi and Yi Nanxiao were the only ones left in the spacious training room. Zhu Lingyi finally let go of her suppressed anger. She and Jusai even knew to leave little Ziyuan and Andro. "What about you? What are you doing? Do you want Fuxing to accompany you to the battlefield?" Yi Nanxiao explained as calmly as possible. "A lot happened during the years you were asleep. Fuxing has grown up and developed a lot. I know you're against him joining the military, but have you asked Fuxing's opinion? Do you understand his perspective? Zhu Lingyi glared at Yi Nanxiao. You know better than I do how dangerous the battlefield will be. I didn't object to his transfer to the First Fleet before, but not now. I can risk my life on the battlefield, but Fuxing doesn't. His major offers more options, and with his abilities, he'll excel anywhere. Yi Nanxiao, I absolutely will not allow Fuxing to die on the battlefield. Do you think I let him die on the battlefield? Yi Nanxiao was also a little angry. He cherished Fuxing more than anyone else. How could he possibly put him in danger? Yi Nanxiao, do you know what your biggest flaw is? You're too self-righteous. Do you think that placing Fuxing in the logistics support department, so he doesn't have to go to the front lines, will protect him from danger? Zhu Lingyi and Yi Nanxiao have known each other for many years, and he knows each other's character inside and out. He doesn't doubt the relationship between Yi Nanxiao and Fuxing. He's just angry that Yi Nanxiao is still so arrogant and thinks he can control the situation. This has always been Fuxing's goal, Yi Nanxiao told Zhu Lingyi calmly. Before, he wanted to find his home planet and find a way to save you. But now he's more mature and has the qualities of a soldier. His decision to join the restructured First Corps was made after careful consideration. I know you're worried about his safety, and I'm just as worried, but I respect and understand his perspective. Zhu Lingyi, you should have a good talk with Fuxing. He's truly grown up, and is no longer the child who relied on his brother for everything. I know the battlefield is ever-changing, and there's no such thing as absolute safety, but please give Fuxing a little more trust. Zhu Lingyi was filled with resentment. He woke up to find his two sweet, well-behaved brothers kidnapped. All he had worked so hard to raise was gone. He didn't understand Qianjuzai, but Yi Nanxiao, this big-time wolf, looked like he deserved a beating. Seeing Zhu Lingyi clench his fists, ready to make a move, Yi Nanxiao swiftly opened the training room door. You two brothers, have a good chat. I hope you can listen to Fuxing's ideas calmly. With that, he walked out without looking back. He didn't want to fight Zhu Lingyi. Could he fight back? Wouldn't he just get beaten? The problem was, Zhu Lingyi wasn't someone to be trifled with. Back in the military academy, their sparring sessions had always been a 50-50 chance of winning. Zhu Fuxing smiled and opened the training room door, displaying his childish, coquettish skills. Brother, you're not angry anymore, are you? Zhu Lingyi rolled his eyes at him. Zhu Fuxing continued his efforts, rushing over to hug Zhu Lingyi's neck and nuzzling him. Brother, I missed you so much. I haven't seen you in 3 months. Zhu Lingyi grabbed him by the back of his collar and pulled him away. Do you still remember me? Aren't you and your brother Qiao so close together in space? Of course not. We were on a serious mission. Besides, no one is more important than your brother. Zhu Fuxing stubbornly clung to his brother, nudging him with his furry head. Uh-huh. Stop nudging. Aren't you ashamed of yourself at such a grown-up? Zhu Fuxing, who rarely felt shy, said confidently, no matter how old I am, I'm still your brother. Zhu Yiling loved hearing this. She patted his head and said sternly, okay, then, will you listen to your brother and go back to school? If Fuxing couldn't be stopped from joining the military, then his willingness to return to school would at least give him a 2-year buffer. He could first go to the Xuangling Galaxy to gather more information, allowing the military to take more targeted preventative measures. Zhu Fuxing thought for a moment and decided to take a step back. I'll go back to school, but if the military recruits me, my brother can't stop me anymore, okay? Where do you get the confidence that the First Corps will definitely recruit you? His brother's major was indeed relevant to the military's needs, but the admissions criteria were very strict. I'm confident I can complete all my courses with straight A's. There's no reason the military shouldn't want me. Besides, my physical fitness and military skills will definitely pass the military's assessment. Besides, my mental strength isn't bad right now. While it can't compare to yours, I have no problem piloting a mech. Zhu Lingyi bluntly gave him a slap on the head. You still want to go to the front lines? No. Zhu Fuxing explained, covering his head. I know my own limitations. Going to the front isn't realistic. Actually, it was General Wu who tipped me off. Huh? General Wu is also involved in this? Zhu Lingyi gritted his teeth. Why were so many people so concerned about his brother? The core mech design team needs some combat-savvy technicians to ensure faster iteration and upgrades. Each legion will be recruiting personnel. General Wu said that as long as I pass the military's assessment, he'll let me go. Zhu Lingyi was genuinely surprised. He had no doubt about his brother's learning ability and professional skills. But how could General Wu trust you? He said my joining the team would bring a bit of luck. Because I chose a good name. Zhu Lingyi had an indescribable expression. General Wu, does he believe in this? Let me tell you, he's incredibly superstitious. He even has to prepare an altar and worship before crossing a wormhole. Zhu Fuxing recounted General Wu's superstitious behavior to Zhu Lingyi, who burst into laughter. Finally cheering up his brother, Zhu Fuxing tugged on his sleeve and coquettishly said, "Brother, please stop picking on Brother Qiao. He's really good to me." Zhu Lingyi rolled his eyes at him. "I'm not picking on him. He's the one who's being naughty. But he was even naughtier when he was studying. He's much more stable now. Yeah. Brother is very generous. Don't be upset with him. I know you two have a good relationship. Although Yi Nanxiao can be a bit of a jerk, he's a decent person with a strong sense of responsibility. He's a good partner. As long as you're happy together, I won't object." Zhu Fuxing leaned on Zhu Lingyi's shoulder, deeply touched. His brother had never changed. He was the best brother in the world. Since Zhu Fuxing had agreed to return to school, Yi Nanxiao quickly arranged the enrollment and personally escorted him back to Phoenix Star. He actually agreed with Zhu Lingyi's point. At least in the next 2 years, they could make more preparations. "Brother Qiao, who's my roommate?" Zhu Fuxing wasn't worried about anything else. Although he wasn't in school, he didn't neglect his studies. It was just that Chen Ziyuan had graduated, so he had to change roommates. Whether they would be easy to get along with was another matter. He was also worried about Yi Qiao and climbing through the window. How would he explain this to his new roommate? "Actually, my dad wants you to live back home, but it's a bit far away, which wouldn't be convenient for you to attend classes. How about we buy an apartment near University Town?" "That's not convenient either. University Town is truly huge, practically a city all its own. The nearest residential area is an hour's flight away. What about applying for a separate dorm? It's bad for you to be treated specially. It won't reflect well on you." Zhu Fuxing didn't want others to criticize General Yi and Yi Nanxiao over such a small matter. Yi Nanxiao rubbed his head. "Don't worry, honey. I'll take care of it. Just focus on your studies." After 5 years, Zhu Fuxing returned to University Town. It looked much the same as before. His dorm was even the same small building he lived in before, which surprised him greatly. This dorm was filled with memories of his youth. It was a shame that his roommate was no longer Chen Ziyuan. Zhu Fuxing felt a little disappointed as he walked around the dorm. Nothing much had changed, just some new furniture. He opened his locker, ready to check the hygiene, only to find it crammed full of food, all Andros specialties. "This is..." Zhu Fuxing froze in his tracks, then went to the kitchen to check. As expected, the freezer was also overflowing. He immediately texted Chen Ziyuan. Chen Ziyuan answered quickly. "Fuxing, did you see my surprise for you?" "Yes." Zhu Fuxing's heart warmed. "When did you prepare this?" "A few days ago. You were going back to study. How could I not prepare some food for you? Don't skimp, eat as much as you want. I'll deliver it to you regularly. You're so domineering now, worthy of being a princess." Zhu Fuxing gave him a thumbs up. "Of course, haha." Chen Ziyuan was overjoyed. The two hadn't seen each other for quite some time, and they were chatting animatedly. Qian Jusai checked the time and had to remind him, "Little Yuan Bao, we have to go." Oh. Chen Ziyuan found time to reply, then said to Zhu Fuxing, "I'm going to the home planet to deliver goods." Hee, I finally get to see my brother." "You delivering them yourself?" Zhu Fuxing knew Chen Ziyuan was usually very busy, so he wouldn't have the time to do it. "I miss my brother. He's been video chatting with me a few times since he woke up." Zhu Fuxing asked with a smile, "Is Boss Qian going too?" "I didn't ask him to go, he wanted to go." Qian Jusai couldn't help but ask, "Little Fuxing, I heard your brother is a good fighter?" Zhu Fuxing answered honestly, "According to Brother Qiao, if my brother were back to his best, a sparring match between them would be a draw." "Damn." Qian Jusai was shocked. "But your brother is only at the initial stage of evolution right now, right? My brother's mental strength is a little different from yours. He's evolving very quickly. Gon Su is training him." "Damn." Qian Jusai was a little timid. "So how's your brother's recovery going?" Haha. Zhu Fuxing almost died of laughter. Boss Qian's expression was hilarious. After hanging up the video, Zhu Fuxing happily cleaned up the house. The doorbell rang. It must be Yi Nanxiao returning from completing the enrollment paperwork. Zhu Fuxing opened the door and saw Yi Nanxiao carrying a lot of things in his hands. Behind him was a tall figure carrying a large box. "I brought your roommate back for you." Yi Nanxiao walked inside, clearing the path for the people behind him. "Leon?" Zhu Fuxing was genuinely surprised and delighted. "Leon, Is it really you? It's me, Fuxing, give me a hand. Oh! Zhu Fuxing hurriedly helped him place the box on the floor. It was incredibly heavy. Leon plopped down on the floor, wiping the sweat off his face. It's so heavy. I asked for a robot to move it, but Brother Qiao wouldn't let me and insisted I carry it myself. Yi Nanqiao said disdainfully, you need to practice more. Why you? Zhu Fuxing asked, wiping Leon's face with a tissue. I'm in military school, living in the South District. Brother Qiao told me to move here, so I came. That's right, Zhu Fuxing realized. Leon had returned to Phoenix shortly after waking up. He was on a mission in space at the time, and had no idea he returned to prepare for the military academy entrance exam. He asked worriedly, are you going back to the home planet? You can't continue evolving here. Yes, the school will be sending the first batch of cadets to the home planet in 2 months. I'm on the list, and I'll return after I complete my evolution. That's good, it won't delay either place. Leon rubbed his stomach sheepishly. Fuxing, let's cook first. I'm hungry from all the moving. You really are. Zhu Fuxing sighed. You haven't changed at all. While Leon went upstairs to pack, Yi Nanqiao hugged Zhu Fuxing and asked proudly, how's the roommate I arranged for you? Great. Zhu Fuxing gave him a rewarding kiss. Yi Nanqiao bit his ear. Baby, don't close the window when you sleep tonight. Zhu Fuxing chuckled, he knew it. With plenty of ingredients, everyone unanimously decided to make hot pot. The three of them chatted and laughed, enjoying the meal, just like when they were in the nursing home. But at that time, he and Leon were in danger of life and death, and Yi Nanqiao was extremely worried. Now everything has changed, yet nothing seems to have changed. 8 months later, the fleet led by Zhu Lingyi prepared to depart for the Twin Spirit system. The fleet consisted of 3 motherships and 30 frigates, carrying 60,000 mechas and equipped with annihilation reactors. They were to forcibly open Exit 3 of the Y-shaped wormhole. General Wu, as usual, set up the altar and performed a solemn ritual before ordering the fleet to depart. Zhu Lingyi's mothership slowly passed through the wormhole and arrived at the passageway leading to Exit 3. His slender fingers pressed a control on the command console, his lips curled slightly. Senior, I'm here to take you home.